Family, the ninja in charge of registration asked me my name, and I directly reported EdwardNewgate, leaving him completely bewildered. In fact, I had crossed into the world of Naruto and became one of the war orphans, and I had bound a cheat and chosen the Whitebeard template. Changing my name increased my fusion degree, and later, I even encountered the 3 legendary Sannin. This plot is explosive. Let me tell you, that ninja in charge of registration was dumbfounded, holding a little notebook, and kindly asked me what my name was. I thought since I was here, I might as well go all in and immediately reported my newly thought-up grand name, EdwardNewgate. Goodness, that ninja was stunned right there, probably thinking, why does this foreign orphan have such a long and strange name? But he had no idea that from this moment on, Konoha was about to welcome a new strongest in the world. This story starts from the moment I just opened my eyes. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was completely stunned. One second, I was sleeping at home, and the next second, I found myself shrunk into a 7-year-old kid, being pushed forward by a group of ninjas. The surrounding environment, the architectural style, and the distant stone mountain carved with several big heads. Family, who understands, I actually crossed into the world of Naruto and became one of the war orphans that Konoha was about to adopt. Just as my brain was buzzing, a ninja behind me impatiently pushed me. Hurry up and keep up. I then realized that we kids had just been physically examined, supposedly screened by a mountain clan using mind-reading techniques to ensure we weren't spies. Now we were going to be assigned housing. Let me tell you, in the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage, Sir Toby Hiruzen, was probably still there making grand plans with Tsunade, saying this was Konoha's generosity and a way to bring in fresh blood. Honestly, they just wanted to train us homeless kids into loyal cannon fodder for Konoha, unfamiliar with this routine. Just as I was being led away, listening to a kind ninja giving us motivational speeches, saying things like this is your home, my mind suddenly went ding and exploded. Binding in progress, thought I was startled, looking left and right, but there was nothing. Who was talking? Binding successful. In the next second, semi-transparent panel that only I could see popped up in front of me. Wow, my cheat. My cheat has arrived. Although this whole crossing over thing is quite a hassle, having a cheat makes it different. I quickly steadied my mind, pretending to listen seriously to that ninja teacher's motivational speech, while actually focusing on the panel in front of me. Several options popped up, all character templates from other anime. I took a glance, and the options were incredible. Luffy in Gear 3rd, Naruto making Rasengan, Sasuke with 1 Sharingan. Come on, what kind of new village beginner power is this? There's also that terminally ill Roger if I chose him. Wouldn't I just die on the spot? The recently escaped Shiki was decent, but he wasn't very smart. Just as I was hesitating, I saw the 6th option. 6. Whitebeard, injured from the Marineford War. Let me tell you, my eyes lit up immediately. Do I even need to choose? It has to be Dad, the strongest man in the world, capable of taking on the entire Marine headquarters. Even if he was injured, he was still the pinnacle of this world. That passion, that dominance, who could compare? Hey little friend, did you understand what I just said? The kind ninja thought I was distracted since I hadn't reacted for a while. I immediately snapped back to reality, pretending to be very admiring. Teacher, I didn't quite understand, but I think what you said makes a lot of sense. When a ninja heard this, he smiled, thinking I was a promising child, and he didn't continue with the motivational speech, starting to lead us to the dormitory. Taking advantage of that moment, I had already silently chanted countless times in my heart. I choose 6. Whitebeard, injured from the Marineford War. The panel instantly changed, turning into a 3D model of Whitebeard, with a fusion degree, 0. A line of small text explained that I had to imitate Whitebeard's every word and action and increase my reputation to raise the fusion degree. Although it wasn't instant, I was a bit disappointed, but I quickly got fired up. Whitebeard, once my fusion degree hits 100, the ninja world won't be under my control. Just then, that ninja came back with the registration book. Little friend, what is your name? I took a deep breath and, with the most determined tone of my life, said that name that roared through the seas. EdwardNewgate. And just like that, EdwardNewgate settled down in Konoha. The place I stayed in was similar to my shared rental in my previous life, a small 20 square meter single room. Just as I was unpacking, I felt a surge of power flooding into my little body, and some fragmented memories appeared in my mind. This is Whitebeard's memories from childhood. I instantly understood. At the same time, I opened the panel and saw my fusion degree had risen to 1. So, it was because of the name. I suddenly realized, changing my name had increased my fusion degree by 1 and also granted me Whitebeard's childhood strength. I tried to swing my fist, and hey, don't underestimate my small size, this strength must be over 100 pounds. Natural strength. I was a bit carried away at that moment, unable to hold back a loud laugh. But just as I started to I immediately stopped. No, I should laugh like this, grrr. But I held it in for a long time, producing a strange coughing sound, and the fusion degree remained unchanged. Forget it, this thing can't be rushed sleep. The next day, our group of orphans gathered, and that ninja teacher came again, first asking about our well-being, then pulling out a scroll and with a bang, produced a pile of food. This ninjutsu amazed the group of kids who had never seen the world, all of them shouting to learn. Do you want to learn? The ninja teacher gently encouraged, as long as you finish ninja school, you can become a glorious ninja. I want to be a ninja. Goodness, this recruitment KPI was completed way too easily. I couldn't be bothered with him and just focused on eating. I was starving. I needed to eat 3 bowls. My appetite left that ninja teacher stunned, but he probably just thought I was starving and didn't think much of it. A week later, we officially started school and received our first allowance of 3,000 ryo. I weighed it in my hand with my appetite. What could this little bit of money do? This is really a problem. On the first day of ninja school, the scene was reminiscent of kindergarten, with kids crying and looking for their moms everywhere. I really wanted to thank the heavens. I had an adult soul mixed in with a bunch of little kids. It was simply a mental torture. I found my class, and the teacher was a stern chunin named Aikir. I casually found a spot to sit down and started observing my classmates. Before long, I spotted 2 familiar figures in the crowd, one with white hair and the other with long black straight hair. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. My heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be the era of the 3 Sannin. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were both here, but where was Tsunade? I scanned around, but didn't see her. When it was my turn to introduce myself, I stood up and directly quoted my dad's famous saying, "My name is EdwardNewgate. I love family, and I hate betrayal." As soon as I said this, the kids in the class looked at me as if I were a monster, mainly because my name was too strange. I didn't care after saying that. I lay down on the desk and looked out the window. When school was over, a black-haired little boy approached me shyly and said, "Are you Edward? Can we be friends? We came together before." When I saw his little face, I sighed inwardly. Sigh. The main thing is companionship. I'm an adult. How can I bully a child? Sure, friend. My name is EdwardNewgate. I shook his hand. My name is Yamashita Kid. He immediately smiled. Just like that, we became friends, went home together, and even made plans to go grocery shopping together. That night, just after I finished showering, he knocked on my door. We walked down the streets of Konoha with big bags in hand. And when we passed Ichiraka Ramen, I found myself unable to move my feet. Come on, let's try it. The ramen chef at that time was not the same as later. He was a rough-looking middle-aged man. Seeing that we were new orphans, he felt pity and charged us only 50 ryo for 2 bowls, just the cost price. As soon as the noodles were served, the aroma made my mouth water. I devoured 1 bowl in a flash, while Yamashita Kid, with a small frame, could only finish half a bowl before clutching his stomach. "Big brother, I can't eat anymore." "Oh, just right. I haven't had enough." Without a second thought, I finished off his half bowl too. At the opening ceremony, the 3rd Hokage was once again on the podium preaching his will of fire, leaving the little kids below in a daze. Even Yamashita Kid was clutching my arm excitedly, saying he wanted to become Hokage. I rolled my eyes inwardly, thinking this old man is quite the trickster. Days passed like this, and I kept exercising every day. My muscles began to take shape. One day, Yamashita Kid and I overslept a bit and rushed to class, just in time to hear the teacher say there was a new transfer student. As soon as we sat down, a reluctant-looking blonde girl walked in. "Hello, everyone. My name is Tsunade Senju." I felt a stir in my heart. Wow. The legendary 3 Sannin were now complete. So, Tsunade was the transfer student. The teacher assigned her a seat, and when she scanned the room, she directly headed towards me and plopped down right next to me. Maybe she felt a connection because I also had blonde hair. After she sat down, she didn't say a word but occasionally stole glances at my hair. I mumbled quietly, "Original." She is a transfer student, and upon hearing our conversation, her ears perked up with dissatisfaction. "Hey, what are you talking about?" I couldn't be bothered to argue with her, and simply replied, "Nothing." Oomph. She turned her head away with an air of arrogance. During the afternoon shuriken throwing class, I, alongside Shansha Funya, wielded the shuriken as if we had discovered a new world. Suddenly, a childish voice chimed in, "Teach, what a bunch of inexperienced kids." I turned around to find it was Chinsho Kage. "What do you want?" I frowned, though this girl would grow into a stunning beauty. She was merely a 6-year-old brat at present, and I had no interest in her. My question seemed to invigorate Kage, as she puffed out her little chest and asked, "What is the matter?" I glanced at her. I towered over her by a good half a head, which gave me an undeniable advantage. Not wishing to waste words, I directly grabbed Shansha Funya and said, "Shansha, let us go." Kage watched us leave in frustration, stomping her feet and clenching her little fists. She probably couldn't comprehend why someone of her noble status was not welcomed. But her anger was of no consequence to me, out of sight, out of mind. I must say, when she left, my world felt remarkably serene. Upon returning to the classroom, I looked back, and to my surprise, she hadn't chosen to sit beside me, but instead clustered with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Perfect. I called over my little brother Shansha Finya to sit next to me, and that made things much more comfortable. Time flies. It feels as though 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I am now 10 years old and have no desire to remain in this wretched ninja school. In these 3 years, my integration with the white-bearded template is only at 5%. Ridiculous. Nevertheless, this meager 5% is sufficient for me to possess the strength of a chunin, capable of exerting hundreds of kilograms with a single punch, effortlessly opening a beer bottle or the like. That day, while contemplating how to further enhance my abilities, little brother Fia knocked on my door. This kid had shot up to 6 meters in my absence, resembling a telephone pole. As soon as he entered, he asked how I had grown stronger, his eyes filled with a desperate longing. Could I tell him the truth? Of course not. I cleared my throat and solemnly informed him, the first step to becoming strong is to eat. Eat like your life depends on it. Then, in front of him, I tore a whole roasted wild boar in half with a swift motion, presenting the larger half, which was bigger than his head, before him. Your task today is to finish this. Family, you wouldn't believe the look on his face. It was as if his phone's signal had suddenly cut out, rendering him utterly frozen. I devour my half in a whirlwind while he struggled with his piece, nearly brought to tears. Unable to watch any longer, I relented. All right, take it with you. You must finish it by tomorrow. With that, I escorted him out, tucking him under my arm. The gratitude in his eyes was as if I had saved his life. This was the essence of devilish training. However, before I could enjoy my newfound freedom, school resumed. As a time traveler, I found myself once again among a bunch of little brats, and I couldn't help but feel aggrieved. While I was trudging toward school with a scowl, a voice suddenly called out to me. Turning around, I found Kage, now standing at 5 meters, hands on her hips, confronting me about the last time I had let her win. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking she resembled an ant trying to assert dominance before me. I couldn't be bothered to engage with her, and simply walked past. Frustrated, she threw a punch in my back. Playing with fire, were we? I swiftly caught her little fist and, with a gentle tug, tucked her under my arm as if she were a mere folder. She exploded in protest, yelling for me to let her go. Did I care? I strolled down the hallway with her in tow, searching for our classroom. The surrounding kids were left gaping, while little brother Finya looked on with admiration. After a while, Kage tired of her cries and finally calmed down. Once I reached the classroom and sat down, I released her. Her eyes were red, glistening with tears, and she left me with a fierce promise. I will get you back for this. I nodded. Sure, take your time. Finally, class commenced, and I must say, today was a significant event. The lesson on chakra extraction and the 3 body techniques. I have been waiting for this for 4 years. The teacher distributed chakra test papers, and our assignment was to extract chakra within a week. With my talent, this was hardly a challenge. As soon as I infused chakra into the test paper, it crinkled and then became wet. Wind and water. I was slightly displeased. Only 2 attributes? At least give me 3. But upon glancing at the Uchiha and Hyuga nearby, the best among them had only 3 attributes. All right, that balanced my feelings. However, little brother Finya became anxious, his face turning red as he struggled to extract chakra. I tried to comfort him, saying there was no rush. He could hardly be slower than that fool Jiraiya. Just then, Kage erupted. The teacher rushed over in shock, exclaiming, "For attributes of chakra, incredible." Well, now was my turn to feel a bit emo. Finya panicked and asked if he had no chakra. I couldn't help but laugh. If you had no chakra, could you still breathe? Goodness. That evening, I grew increasingly frustrated. After all, I aspired to become a man like the white-bearded one. Why fear mere 4 attributes? I would focus on taijutsu, and besides, I had the Gura no Mi waiting for me. With this realization, I began lifting weights. However, I hadn't been at it long when Finya knocked on my door again. almost as if in a rush. When I opened it, he excitedly waved the test paper, his expression akin to winning the lottery. Big brother. I extracted it. Wind, fire, and lightning, 3 attributes. I looked at him with surprise. This kid had potential. But then I remembered, in Konoha, Danzo was no fool. Being a genius could draw unwanted attention. I pulled him into my room and started my little brainwashing session. I explained the concepts of concealing one's talents and the idea of playing dumb to deceive the wise. He looked utterly lost, as if I were speaking to a wall. Fine, I decided to tear his test paper, leaving only the traces of 2 attributes. Listen, from now on, you'll say you have dual attributes, and keep the other one hidden as your trump card. Got it? He gazed up at my 1.7-meter frame and my large fists, and finally he seemed to grasp the concept, nodding slowly. Life returned to normal, school, home, and practicing the 3 body techniques. I mastered them in no time, and Funya quickly caught up. Then came end-of-term combat competition, where Kage challenged me once more, but I simply ignored her. I had no interest in such childish games. My goal was clear, to place 4th, neither too conspicuous nor too lackluster. In the end, the results were announced. Kage took 1st place, and I secured a perfect 4th. Before I knew it, winter arrived, and another year passed. I was now 11 years old, standing at 1.7 meters, my body rippling with muscles. With the new year approaching, I had to get a new outfit. I had long saved up money to custom make a captain's coat akin to the white-bearded one. A white overcoat and black boots. No more those broken shoes that exposed my toes. I looked absolutely dashing. Little brother Funya and I beamed at our new outfits, grinning like fools. While we were lost in our excitement, a shadowy figure pushed open the door to the office in the Hokage building, the seat of power in Konoha. Danzo had arrived. As he entered, the 3rd Hokage immediately set aside his work, the look on his face resembling that of a man encountering a long-lost relative, albeit with a touch of apprehension. Danzo, what brings you here? Danzo's voice was cold, reminiscent of wind whistling through a dungeon. Although his tone was bland, I could tell his eyes were filled with an insatiable desire for the Hokage's seat. War may be approaching, the 3rd Hokage finally uttered after a lengthy hesitation. Danzo didn't even blink, calmly replying, I have sensed it for quite some time. It became clear to me that neither of these old men had ever commanded a proper war. They were both inwardly panicking. If they botched this, the entire village of Konoha would drown them in their spit. The 3rd Hokage continued with the arrangements. Preparations for the border must be made in advance, particularly regarding intelligence, which I shall entrust to you. Tuanzong nodded slightly, ready to depart when the 3rd called him back. By the way, the policy regarding the reception of orphaned children from the Land of Fire has been halted. The funds simply cannot support it any longer. He mentioned that over the past few years, 3 batches consisting of more than 500 children had been taken in, and the village's finances were on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile crept onto Tuanzang's lips, hidden in the shadows. He simply replied in a low voice, understood, before turning to leave, contemplating. 500, is it? That's quite sufficient. What do families understand? This old fellow certainly harbors no good intentions. These 500 children are likely to be utilized as mere resources for him. Unbelievable. However, such troublesome matters would not affect me just yet. The following day marked the New Year's celebration, and the entirety of Konoha was adorned in festive lights and a cheerful atmosphere. Funya and I donned our newly purchased garments, and gazing at my reflection in the mirror, I could hardly contain my satisfaction. Gulalala, this outfit is truly splendid. Just like Whitebeard's, it's incredibly cool. I wonder if it will enhance my integration level. I hastily checked my status panel, and to my dismay, it remained at 5, unchanged. What a disappointment. Just then, Funya rushed in like a gust of wind, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Edward, do you think my new clothes look good? I glanced over and saw the little one wearing a vibrant red and yellow kimono adorned with maple leaf patterns, indeed looking quite spirited. I instinctively ruffled his hair and complimented, not bad at all, Yamashita. The little fellow's face flushed instantly, and he shyly protested, hey, you're messing with my hair again. After indulging my playful urge, I gazed at my own reflection in the mirror, clad in my Whitebeard ensemble, and suddenly felt something was lacking. A large sword would have completed the look perfectly. I recalled my father's Naginata, Song Yun Chia, which was undeniably striking. However, I had yet to master the sword techniques, so wielding such a weapon would be futile for now. I would have to wait. Let us go, Brother Edward. Fengye could hardly contain his excitement. It was New Year's Day, and many shops were offering half-price sales. We set off for the streets. At my towering height of nearly 1.8 meters, I walked alongside the still-growing Fengye, resembling a father taking his son to a temple fair. Along the way, we encountered several classmates, and upon seeing my eye-catching attire, they approached to greet me. I responded with my signature jovial laughter, exuding an air of grandeur. Fengye, being somewhat introverted, would blush whenever others complimented his outfit, struggling to muster a response. As we continued to stroll, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Looking up, I saw the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. I waved my hand decisively and proclaimed, "Let us go. Today I'll treat you to a feast." The thoughtful Fengye followed closely behind, whispering, "Brother Edward, this place is quite expensive." I promptly seated him at a table and confidently assured him, "Don't worry. The savings I've accumulated over the years are enough for us to enjoy several meals." However, when it came time to order, the little one trembled at the sight of the menu, where even the discounted dishes were priced at 800 or 2,000 ryo. Ultimately opting for the two cheapest items, I snatched the menu from his hands and told the server, "2 orders of the 2,000 ryo dishes, please." "Brother Edward," Fengye exclaimed in panic, nearly shouting. I gazed at him earnestly and declared from the depths of my heart, "Gula la la. Rest assured, if I cannot even treat my closest loved ones to a delicious meal, how would I deserve the title of Brother Edward?" The moment those words left my mouth, a surge of warmth flooded through me, and countless techniques and memories related to swordsmanship were inscribed within my very DNA. I quickly opened my status panel, and to my astonishment, my integration level had risen by 2, reaching 7. So, this is how verbal persuasion can be utilized. It embodies the essence of companionship. Indeed, Fengye was moved to tears, covering his mouth to suppress his emotions. The server delivering our dishes regarded us with a look akin to witnessing an odd spectacle. A robust man laughing heartily beside a child on the verge of tears created a sight too beautiful for me to behold. Once the meat arrived, we dove into our feast. The aroma of the grilled meat was simply divine. As Fengye ate, tears streamed down his face, likely overwhelmed by the dual impact of exquisite flavors and heartfelt emotions. This peculiar scene left the surrounding patrons in stunned silence, perhaps wondering if the barbecue was truly that delectable. Time flew swiftly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the year 27 of Konoha, I found myself at the graduation ceremony of the Ninja Academy. I was now 13 years old, and my physique was rather extraordinary, standing at a towering height of 1.9 meters and weighing 150 kilograms. I was a mass of sculpted muscle, boasting 8-pack abs, latissimus dorsi, and biceps appearing like a living statue. Clad in my custom white beard attire, one would hardly believe I was merely a newly graduated youth. My integration level had also risen to 12, and my strength was on the verge of reaching the level of a jonin. Before the ceremony commenced, I playfully teased Fengye, "Gula la la, Yamashita. Why not be my son?" Now, 12 years old, Fengye had entered his rebellious phase, and he would always refuse with a disdainful expression, "Brother Edward, if you keep this up, I'll be angry." The boy wished to be my younger brother, but I found his height of 1.6 meters inadequate. I desired a son. Upon arriving at the ceremony venue, Tsunade unexpectedly approached me. This girl had developed quite nicely over the past 2 years, aside from her chest, which remained unchanged. Other aspects had begun to take shape. She seemed to harbor a mix of admiration and resentment towards me, always eager to challenge my imposing stature. I looked at her, feeling a surge of paternal affection, and ruffled her hair, saying, "Hey, Tsunade, how have you been lately?" Edward, you're doing that again," Tsunade exclaimed, hopping in frustration, yet unable to break free from my grasp. Witnessing her temper, I promptly dismissed any thoughts of adding her to my list of daughters. Following this, the teachers and the third Hokage took the stage, delivering yet another round of their preachings about the will of fire, nearly causing my ears to develop calluses. After the ceremony concluded, we began receiving our forehead protectors. Fengye donned his forehead protector and asked me how it looked. I hesitated briefly before tying mine around my bulging right bicep, using it as an armband, and found it to fit perfectly. Then came the crucial class assignment segment. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were unsurprisingly assigned to Team 7, led by the third Hokage himself. Behold, such is the treatment reserved for the protagonists. As for me, I was assigned to Team 6. Alongside Fengye, my teammates included a fellow named Yamamoto Yoji, a rather unremarkable boy with a gloomy demeanor, average academic performance, and a sickly appearance. Our team leader was a particularly elite jonin named Kikuzuki Matsu. Upon hearing that he was in the same class as me, Fengye was overjoyed. His sense of security immediately amplified. With the ceremony officially concluded, we had graduated. As we walked along the path, Fengye appeared somewhat lost, uncertain of what to do next, especially since the orphan subsidy would cease this month. Yet, when he looked at me, he found reassurance and said, "But it's okay, brother Edward. You're always by my side." I laughed heartily. Gulalala, umashita. Are you ready? What awaits us is the true world of ninjas, where the weak are devoured by the strong, filled with schemes and treachery. 3 days later, Team 6 assembled at the designated location. When Fengye and I arrived, Yamamoto Yoji came along, coughing slightly. Not long after, our team leader Kikuzuki Matsu leapt down from a tree, punctual as ever. His appearance was unremarkable, embodying the typical ninja visage. He reviewed our profiles and began to recite, "EdwardNewgate, dual elemental attributes of wind and water, excels in physical combat. Yamashita, Fengye, dual elemental attributes of lightning and fire, proficient with kunai. Yamamoto Yoji, a practitioner of the earth element, possesses a frail physique, yet he wields shuriken with remarkable skill." When he uttered my name, he glanced at me several times, likely taken aback by my robust build. After our introductions, the training commenced without any frivolous exercises like bell snatching. We dove straight into the fundamentals of treading water and climbing trees. I must say I mastered these basic skills flawlessly on my very first day, subsequently engaging in a self-imposed regimen of 3,000 push-ups for warm-up. Keed, too, displayed commendable effort, mastering the techniques after 4.5 days. As for Yamamoto Yoji, his frail constitution caused him to tumble numerous times, but he ultimately succeeded under the patient guidance of our teacher. Upon witnessing our swift completion of the basic training within 5 days, Sensei Kikamatsu was overjoyed, clapping his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "I never anticipated your speed would be so impressive." In his high spirits, he added, "Since you have performed so well, I shall not be stingy." With that, he produced 3 scrolls from his waist. What a stroke of fortune it was for me. He distributed the scrolls, stating that these were ninjutsu techniques he imparted as a teacher. Any future learning would require merits earned through battle. I received the C-rank ninjutsu, futon, detapa, while Keed acquired kitan, gokaku no jutsu, and Yamamoto Yoji obtained doton, shinshu zansho no jutsu. Seeing our elation, Sensei Kikamatsu's face softened momentarily as he announced, "Given your excellent performance, I shall grant you an additional week of holiday to practice your ninjutsu." "Thank you, Sensei," Keed and Yoji exclaimed in fervent delight. The teacher, slightly bashful from their enthusiasm, called for dismissal and vanished with a swift body flicker technique. I was in good spirits. Turning to Keed, I said, "Yamashi, let us return home." Keed happily replied. Before departing, we exchanged farewells with Yamamoto Yoji, who stood alone, clutching his scroll and murmuring, "Home? But where is my home?" He then broke into a fit of coughing and staggered away. Yet another classmate with a story to tell. A week passed swiftly. Keed and I practiced diligently in the nearby forest. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a small fireball erupted from Keed's mouth, striking a tree and leaving a charred mark before vanishing. "My chakra is depleted," Keed lamented, his expression one of despondency. Meanwhile, I was executing push-ups with remarkable speed, my afterimages trailing behind me. Without lifting my gaze, I advised him, "Keed, you have mastered the gokaku technique. The next crucial step is to refine your chakra. Only through quantitative changes can qualitative transformations occur. Although he nodded in agreement, his heart was still unconvinced, unable to comprehend why my execution of the same ninjutsu yielded exponentially greater results. Of course, I was a man who had leveled up. How could it be the same? At that moment, a sudden cry of a beast echoed from the trap I had set earlier. "Keed, our dinner has arrived," I exclaimed, halting my workout and rushing towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, I found a deer, over a meter tall, ensnared in the trap. Looking at it, I felt a tinge of disappointment. Oh, just a deer? It seems a bit insufficient. The deer, upon seeing me, bleated in terror. Its incessant noise was bothersome. With a swift movement, I appear before it, and with my warm hand, I gently crushed its skull. Silence enveloped the world. I hoisted the deer onto my shoulder, finding it quite plump, which brought me some satisfaction. Carrying the deer, I quickly returned to Keed, who was still refining his chakra, and shouted, "Yamashita, prepare the fire technique. Tonight, we feast on roasted venison." Keed, upon hearing this, summoned his remaining chakra to produce a small fireball that ignited the kindling. With a firm grip, I quickly skinned the deer, blood splattering onto me. I then skewered it on a sturdy stick and placed it over the fire. "Keed, the roasting is now your responsibility," I said, turning my head suddenly toward a specific direction deep within the forest. An unmistakable sensation washed over me, akin to the chilling shock of cold water splashed upon my back in the height of summer. A palpable aura of malevolence surged towards me from the depths of the woods. Keed, nearly exhausted, remained oblivious, focused on the task at hand. I could not ignore this ominous presence. I tensed my muscles, and with a decisive burst, I vanished from my spot. Keed, likely still bewildered, was of no concern to me. In the next instant, I found myself confronting the source of the malevolence. Before me stood a samurai clad in traditional garb, a long sword strapped to his back, his gaze fixed on me with an intensity that suggested I owed him a great debt. "Might we not be adversaries?" he inquired. I chuckled, responding with a trademark laugh. "No animosity." His aura of hostility was nearly tangible, suffocating me from across the forest. What innocence was he attempting to portray? Had he not perceived my formidable physique, he would have likely struck me down already. Once I finished laughing, my tone turned serious as I asked, "What is your intention? Do you seek riches, or is it merely a desire to slay me?" Upon realizing I had seen through him, his expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly drew his sword. I focused on the blade, noticing it was broken. Who among my peers would brandish a broken sword, attempting to showcase their prowess? He regarded me as if I were a Konoha ninja, his eyes reddening as he shouted, "Die, you demon of Konoha!" and charged at me with a broken weapon. I found the situation amusing. Him, at best, he might possess the strength of a special jonin, yet he dared to confront me? I had recently enhanced my compatibility. Now at 14, my strength dangerously close to that of jonin. Engaging him would be akin to child's play. I made no effort to evade, casually forming hand seals and declaring, "Futon, de tapa." A massive air projectile hurtled towards him, his face drained of color. The alarm bells in his mind ringing loudly as he realized the futility of facing it head-on. Quick on his feet, he executed a clumsy roll to evade. But the wind pressure tore apart half of his sleeve, blood spilling forth. Before he could catch his breath, I burst into laughter, closing the distance between us. In a panic, he raised the broken sword in a futile attempt to block. What was the outcome? With a single slap, I sent the broken blade flying, twisting his right arm at an unnatural angle. Gripping his neck with one hand, I lifted him effortlessly into the air, asking, "Do you have any last words?" This man was no coward. Realizing his fate, he began to curse, "Ha! You Konoha demons, you killed my wife and child. I shall haunt you even in death." Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding dawned upon me. Another tragedy wrought by Konoha, now thrust upon my shoulders. Just as a shred of sympathy began to surface, he revealed his treachery. From nowhere, he produced a kunai, plunging it into my side. In that instant, he was the one left dumbfounded. The kunai sank a few centimeters into my flesh, as if striking steel. He was bewildered, repeatedly exclaiming, "How is this possible?" But I poisoned it. Laughing heartily, I retorted, "Join me in the afterlife?" Not a chance. With a slight increase in pressure, I snapped his neck, his voice cut short. I discarded his lifeless body, surveying the small wound on my arm, squeezing out the green venom, which visibly healed the injury. Glancing at my Konoha forehead protector, I felt a pang of reflection. Is this the world of ninjas? Simply because I am from Konoha, he sought to take my life. With a decisive stamp, I crushed his skull, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. A grim sight, but necessary to eradicate the threat completely. Lastly, I picked up the broken sword, recognizing its quality, though too short for my needs. Nevertheless, it bore the scent of chakra-infused metal, and I affixed it to my waist. Concluding with another futon, Detapa, I obliterated the body, leaving no trace behind. As for searching his belongings, it is preposterous to suggest that I, the esteemed heir of the Whitebeard legacy, would engage in such menial tasks as scavenging. Upon my leisurely return, I found Yamashita lamenting that the meat had been overcooked. I casually tossed him the broken blade, declaring it a gift. As he received it, his eyes sparkled with delight, and all his previous discontent faded away. He clutched the 40-centimeter short blade with great affection, likely overwhelmed with emotion. Indifferent to his feelings, I sat down to indulge in the meat, my mind reliving the recent battle. This world is truly fascinating. Days passed, and this incident became a mere memory. The three of us, following the instructions of our teacher, Jimu Song, gathered at the designated meeting place. Upon arrival, we encountered Yamamoto Yoji, prompting Yamashita to boast about mastering the great fireball technique. However, he soon discovered that Yoji was limping. Yoji claimed it was a result of training in ninjutsu, but I could discern that his injuries stemmed from brawl. He chose not to elaborate, and I preferred to avoid prying. It was better to steer clear of unnecessary complications. Jimu-song soon made his appearance, instructing us to demonstrate our ninjutsu skills. Yamashita went first, unleashing a great fireball that scorched the trees, earning praise from our teacher. Next was Yoji, whose hand seals were painfully slow, yet he managed to perform the earth release, inner decapitation technique, achieving a passing grade. Finally, it was my turn. I thought it prudent not to be overly modest, so I showcased a remarkable display of wind release. With swift hand seals, I expelled a compressed air blast that shattered half of a large tree trunk. To my astonishment, Jimu-song was visibly shocked, exclaiming that my C-rank ninjutsu approached the power of a B-rank technique, effectively delivering a dimensional strike. His admiration for my wind affinity was palpable, and inwardly, I reveled in the knowledge that I had exerted only half my strength. Consequently, Jimu-song pulled me aside for a private conversation. He recognized my potential and immediately decided to provide me with special guidance. When he inquired about my aspirations, I replied, to have a large family. My sentiment resonated with the spirit of the Whitebeard legacy. Upon hearing this, the teacher nodded approvingly and presented me with another scroll, stating, "This is a B-rank ninjutsu. Wind release, vacuum wave. I have faith in you. Do not let me down." I accepted the scroll, my mind clear and resolute. This was akin to an angelic investment. He was placing his bets on me ahead of time. Then, he announced that due to my impressive performance, we would bypass the beginner stages and, after completing a D-rank mission to familiarize ourselves with the process, we would directly tackle a B-rank mission. To my dismay, our first D-rank task was to clean a warehouse for an elderly gentleman. I, the illustrious heir of the Whitebeard, was reduced to domestic chores? Yamashita was utterly dumbfounded. After instructing us on how to accept the mission, the teacher departed, presumably to report to the third Hokage about our accomplishments. The three of us toiled throughout the day, the warehouse resembling a landfill, with me handling the heavy lifting while my two companions, lacking in physical prowess, served merely as morale support. As dusk approached, we finally completed the task. We received a payment of 4,000 Ryo, and Yamashita and Yoji, recognizing my contributions, generously allocated 3,000 Ryo to me. Naturally, I accepted with gratitude. When we returned to our teacher, he expressed surprise at our swift completion. With a serious demeanor, he instructed us to rest well for the night, as he would present us with a more challenging task the following day. Yamashita and Yoji remained blissfully unaware of the true dangers of a B-rank mission, which could indeed be life-threatening. The next day, our teacher equipped us with shuriken, soldier pills, and kunai. Yamasha, now armed with the short blade I had given him, passed his kunai to Yoji. We then set forth. This time, we departed from Konoha. Along the way, our teacher emphasized that the B-rank mission involved assassinating a high-ranking member of the Grass Village, urging us to exercise caution and avoid death. I remained unfazed, as my compatibility had increased, officially elevating me to the rank of Jonin. Was this all? A trivial affair. However, as we journeyed, complications arose. I rode alongside our teacher, unperturbed, while Yamashita and Yoji lagged behind, panting and struggling to keep pace, utterly exhausted. Our teacher maintained a relentless pace, seemingly intent on pushing them to their limits. By nightfall, they were completely spent, collapsing into a deep slumber. Our teacher regarded them with a mix of exasperation and compassion, ultimately deciding to rest for the night. I was already quite hungry, as the soldier pills were hardly sufficient. After informing my teacher that I would be right back, I ventured into the forest to hunt. When I returned, bloodied and weary, dawn was approaching. We continued our journey for several more days until we finally reached the border of the grass country. Jimu Song crouched in the grass, resembling a leopard as he observed the distant grass village, initially intending to infiltrate under the cover of darkness. He reconsidered and turned to me, saying, "Edward, transform into a civilian to gather intelligence. Remember to conceal your headband." This was indeed a fitting task for my skills. I concealed my headband and activated my transformation technique, morphing into an ordinary passerby, seamlessly blending into a nearby merchant caravan as I strode confidently toward the village. Although the grass ninjas at the entrance were conducting inspections, my Jonin-level transformation was imperceptible to them. With ease, I infiltrated the grass village. The next step was to gather intelligence. Where to go? Obviously, the tavern, the sacred ground for intelligence gathering, as those in the know would understand. I plopped down, ordering the strongest liquor available, exuding an air of bravado that might lead an observer to believe I was there to cause trouble. This tavern was a melting pot of characters, a veritable black market for information. As I downed the strong spirits as if they were water, I tuned my ears like radar, eavesdropping on the grass ninjas as they boasted and bantered. To my delight, it did not take long for valuable information to surface. The high-ranking individual we were to eliminate turned out to be utterly inept, yet incessantly clamoring for war, a true warmonger. In an instant, I understood why this task had fallen into our hands. Such a character would undoubtedly be a thorn in Konoha's side. Having grasped the situation, I tossed some money on the counter and departed, unwilling to linger any longer. Exiting the tavern, night was fast approaching. I realized I could not simply wait idly. I needed to scout the area. To my astonishment, the grass village was in a state of disarray, resembling a primitive settlement, with the tallest building standing at a mere 2 stories. I heightened my chakra sensitivity, scanning the village and discovering that the strongest ninja there was merely an elite jonin, while the remaining chunin would struggle to gather a table for mahjong. I could hardly contain my laughter. This was their strength? They dared to stir up trouble with such meager abilities? They were practically delivering us our achievements on a silver platter. As darkness fell, I found a secluded corner and reverted to my towering, muscular form. Slipping into the shadows, I reunited with Jimu Song and the others. Upon exchanging signals, I got straight to the point. "Teacher, the village's defenses are as flimsy as paper." Jimu Song nodded, indicating he was already aware. Very well, the seasoned expert was confident. There was no need for further discussions. He promptly assigned roles. My 2 novice companions would serve as lookouts while he and I formed a 2-person assault team, intent on striking at the heart of the operation. Clearly, he was intent on helping me gain experience. Exchanging a knowing glance with Jimu Song, we nodded in unison and swiftly melded into the night. The process was remarkably smooth. One by one, we dispatched the outer sentries without so much as a sound. Upon infiltrating the target's chamber, we found the individual snoring soundly, oblivious to our presence. Jimu Song signaled for me to take the lead. I approached, swift as the wind, and, with a decisive motion, eliminated the target with precision. In that moment, I couldn't help but mentally grumble. With my formidable physique, was I truly expected to engage in stealthy assassination? Wasn't this beneath my capabilities? Yet, considering the generous reward for the mission, I held my tongue. We made our escape under the cover of night and returned to Konoha to report our success. To my astonishment, the bounty was 140,000 Rio. The two novice teammates were utterly astonished, likely having never encountered such a vast sum of money in their lives. Yet within my heart, only two words echoed. Is this it? 140,000 taels? The legendary weapon I dreamt of, the Tsung Yun Chia, would require at least 100 million. This meager amount wouldn't even cover a down payment. I was immediately engulfed in despair. Teacher Ju Mu, however, was quite fair, distributing rewards based on effort. Since the most laborious tasks were mine and his, we each received 50,000, while the two novices got 20,000 each, which seemed reasonable. The two boys were ecstatic, dragging me off to indulge in a feast of barbecued meat, devouring it as if they were starving souls reborn. In the ensuing 2 years, the ninja world was rife with turmoil. The likes of San Jiao Yuhanzo resurfaced to stir trouble, but I couldn't care less. My sole focus was on one matter: amassing wealth. I grew from 13 to 15, my height skyrocketing to an impressive 2 meters 1, relentlessly completing tasks. C-rank missions yielded funds too slowly, so I applied for promotion to Chunin. Upon passing the Chunin exam, I immediately chose to go solo. Earning money alongside them felt sluggish. I had to forge my own path. My two teammates bid me a tearful farewell, but my decision was resolute. In 2 years, I completed over 100 B-rank missions, finally accumulating 15 million. Yet, it was still insufficient. Thus, I submitted my application for promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin, seeking higher stakes tasks. The evaluation criteria? Withstand 10 minutes under a Jonin's command. I laughed heartily at the absurdity of it. Just 10 minutes? Forget that. I could easily overpower him. With a compatibility level of 20, my strength had already reached the elite Jonin tier. Upon arriving at the training ground, the examiner summoned a masked Umbu. The fellow appeared rather cool, stating, "Hurry up, I have other missions to attend to." I was taken aback. The third Hokage clearly held me in high regard, dispatching an Umbu as a training partner. The Umbu launched a flurry of shuriken and earth-style jutsu, but I simply retaliated with a swift kick, shattering his earthen wall as if it were made of tofu. The Umbu was momentarily stunned, his composure completely unraveled. In a rush, he formed seals for a water dragon jutsu, but I was faster. Wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, vacuum sphere. My wind technique effortlessly dispersed his water dragon, sending countless wind bullets hurtling towards his face. Panicking, he hastily erected an earthen wall, but it was too late. I teleported above him, and he was engulfed in despair. I pondered, should I truly strike him down? I swiftly grabbed him by the collar, pulling him out of the line of fire. Boom! 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 A row of walls behind me was obliterated. The Umbu lay on the ground, gazing at the ruins, utterly dumbfounded. The examiner was equally astonished, questioning the very nature of this assessment. The examiner and the Umbu rushed to report to the third Hokage. Upon hearing the news, the third Hokage was astounded. A 15-year-old defeated an Umbu Jonin? What a prodigious talent! He waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Forget the special Jonin evaluation. Promote him to Jonin immediately." Not only that, but he also approved the awarding of an A-rank and 2 B-rank jutsu. At that moment, the third Hokage truly was a benevolent elder. Before long, the examiner eagerly presented me with my Jonin vest. I accepted the garment, my heart remaining unfazed. Everything was under my control. No sooner had he departed than another individual leaped down from the rooftop, none other than the Umbu I had just bested. He conveyed the third Hokage's sentiments, expressing that the Hokage held me in high esteem and presented a plethora of scrolls for me to choose from. I glanced over them. Water release, water dragon bullet, wind release, vacuum great sphere, water release, great waterfall technique. Excellent choices indeed. My heart swelled with joy. And I thought to myself, what a generous man the third Hokage is. Having acquired the water release, I suddenly recalled the notion that devil fruits fear water. Yet, upon reflection, that was merely a curse from the world of One Piece's seas. What relevance did it have in the realm of Hokage? Enlightened, I felt a surge of happiness. Just in time, my adopted son, Shanxia Fengyi, was due to return from his mission. I had long considered him my own child, even if he had not yet consented. I promptly prepared a grand feast of fish and meat to celebrate his return. Yet the boy was late. As the door swung open, he rushed in, wearing an apologetic expression. "Brother Edward, I encountered a minor mishap on the way." Feigning anger, I playfully chided him before urging him to sit down and enjoy the meal. This lad had grown significantly in the 2 years since our last meeting. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the table laden with meat. I must say, eating meat without a drink lacked soul. I dragged out 2 large barrels of strong liquor from the storeroom, exclaiming, "Shanxia, care for a drink?" At only 14 years of age, he, being a bit reckless, readily agreed. What followed? After a few cups, he collapsed onto the table, mumbling that he could still drink. It was quite the laugh, such a lightweight. I ensured he was comfortable and continued to indulge myself, savoring the meat while gazing at the moon. This life was simply delightful. The next morning, as I reveled in the memories of last night's fine liquor, I heard a groggy call. "Brother Edward?" My little brother, Shanxia Fengyi, had just awakened to find our home in disarray, likely criticizing my unreliability in his mind. I had left him a note, filled with platitudes about the importance of strength and how my safe was filled with the ninjutsu scrolls I had amassed for him to practice. Alas, as an elder brother, one must bear some responsibility. My little brother, upon reading the note, was moved to tears while I was already caught up in my own frenzy. I accepted an A-rank mission with a reward of 800,000 taels. This was the highest-paying A-rank task available, and upon completion, my coffers would swell significantly. The mission entailed serving as a bodyguard in the Land of Rivers. Upon hearing Land of Rivers, I realized it was the unfortunate nation perpetually embroiled in conflict between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. No wonder the payout was so generous. It was akin to risking one's life for a fortune. However, who among my family could comprehend? As long as no shadow-level expert intervened, I, Edward, was invincible. I set off with great determination, reaching my destination in just 1 day. The Land of Rivers was, to put it mildly, impoverished, littered with crumbling walls and remnants. Yet, the residence of my target was an impressive castle, a stark contrast to the surrounding slums. The guards at the entrance attempted to stop me, but upon presenting my mission order and revealing my identity as a Konoha ninja, they were so intimidated by my towering height that they promptly allowed me entry. Upon entering the castle, I encountered a new wave of individuals, led by a sharply dressed old butler who scrutinized me with a discerning gaze. "Konoha ninja? You don't look the part," he remarked. I couldn't help but chuckle. With my golden curls, robust physique, and flamboyant cloak, how could I not embody the image of a Konoha ninja? I mused that no one from the clan could possibly rival my charm. Dismissing further conversation, I once again brandished my mission order before him. The moment the butler recognized the seal, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and he respectfully invited me inside, stating that the prince had been awaiting my arrival. As we walked, the butler incessantly chattered, revealing that the nation's daimyo had 7 sons, engaged in a daily struggle for succession akin to a ninja battle, with 4 of them already perished. The prince I was to protect was the 7th son, the weakest and most impoverished, who had resorted to soliciting assistance from Konoha after being mercilessly trampled by his brothers. Upon hearing this, I inquired, why not add an extra 200,000 and elevate the mission to S rank? The butler replied with a weary expression, "The prince truly lacks the funds." Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, I suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Without hesitation, I kicked open the door to the prince's chamber, declaring my 800,000. To my astonishment, I found a masked assassin poised to eliminate a frail figure in bed. My target, the assassin, flinched at my sudden appearance, and as he was about to strike downward, I seized him in an instant. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, I swiftly snapped his neck. But that was not the end. From the shadows, 3 shurikens flew towards me, while from below, another assailant attempted to employ a heart-piercing technique. With a powerful wave of my hand, I swatted away the shurikens and yanked the attacker from the ground as if uprooting a weed, using him as a human projectile against his comrade. The absurdity of such an assault was beyond comprehension. Turning back, I confirmed that the prince was alive, albeit under the influence of sleeping powder. The butler rushed over to administer an antidote. Upon realizing that my 800,000 had been preserved, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy. I approached the assassins I had dispatched, delivering finishing blows to each with a swift kick, ensuring the scene was thoroughly cleansed. The prince slowly awakened, gazing at me with an expression of someone who had narrowly escaped death. With a nonchalant toss of my head, I remarked, "Konoha ninjas, it's merely a task, no need for gratitude." For the next 6 days, I entered vacation mode. During the day, I indulged in the finest food and drink prepared by my steward in the prince's quarters, while at night, I ventured out to clean up. Those assassins came like clockwork, wave after wave. Even special jonin made an appearance, yet they were all dispatched as easily as one might slay chicks. Finally, on the 7th day, the daimyo announced that the eldest prince would inherit his title, marking the conclusion of my task. The 7th prince expressed immense gratitude, insisting on gifting me a collection of ninja scrolls to win my favor. A mere glance revealed they were all low-level techniques, which I had no need for, as my safe was nearly overflowing. I declined outright, stating, "Ninjas have rules. Accepting gifts outside of assignments is not permissible." However, I added, "As long as the remuneration is sufficient, I am open to S-rank missions. I can become your sharpest blade." Having made my intentions clear, the prince would have to be a fool not to understand. After pondering deeply, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Edward, I shall pay a deposit of 100,000 and issue an S-rank mission worth 10 million Rio to eliminate my 2 brothers. Will you accept?" My eyes lit up at the proposition. Who would refuse such fortune? I accepted with enthusiasm, vanishing from sight before the words fully escaped my lips. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. I stormed into the residence of the 2nd prince, where the guards crumbled before me like paper, each falling with a single punch. As I reached the entrance to the sleeping quarters, I encountered 3 ninjas from Sunagakure, 1 jonin and 2 special jonin, waiting in ambush. They attempted to confront me with their combined wind and earth techniques. I evaded their attacks with a swift movement, countering with a wind release, vacuum great sphere, which sent the earth user flying, severely injured. The remaining 2, realizing the dire situation, attempted to flee. But escape was futile. I unleashed a water release, great waterfall technique, flooding the entire castle, then pursued, crushing one skull in my grasp while pulverizing the other with my fists. Assessing my current prowess, I found myself at the pinnacle of elite jonin, merely a step away from the level of a shadow. Next, I turned my attention to the eldest prince's domain. This fellow had recently ascended to his position, reveling in the company of companions and champagne in his quarters. I crashed through the ceiling, startling him into a panic as he screamed for protection from his guards and the ninjas of Sunagakure. Surveying the room filled with his lackeys, I thought to myself, hurry, hurry. If only I had my great blade in hand, I could clear this place with a single swing. The eldest prince attempted to sway me, offering double the amount for my services. I paid him no mind, swiftly cutting through his guards to approach him directly, snapping the neck of his last protector before leering at him. "Where's your money?" The coward immediately pointed toward an iron door, begging for mercy. I approached, grinning as I smashed the door to pieces, revealing a veritable mountain of gold within. I estimated it to be around 5 million Rio. I turned and sent the eldest prince to his demise with a vacuum wave, then retrieved a sealing scroll, expertly collecting all the riches. Finally, I executed a great waterfall technique to erase all traces of my presence and concluded my work. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, I undertook numerous missions, amassing a fortune of 100 million Rio, plus an additional 50 million. The 7th prince successfully claimed the title of daimyo, settling all debts. With my newfound wealth, I journeyed to the land of the craftsmen, ready to forge my own legendary weapon. Upon my return, I had grown into an 18-year-old towering at 2 meters and sporting a physique replete with explosive muscle. The leader of the land of the craftsmen, accompanied by all his artisans, welcomed me. Their relief was palpable upon seeing my stature, evidently concerned I might struggle to wield the weapon. As they unveiled the enormous black box, my heart raced with excitement. It was perfect. The flawlessly replicated Supreme Blade, Kanjiunki, grasping in my hands. Its overwhelming power pushed the surrounding craftsmen back. I was thoroughly satisfied. I named it Kanjiunki. With my new treasure in hand, I set forth on my journey back to Konoha. Unexpectedly, I encountered a group of my Konoha comrades besieged by several IWA ninjas, trapped in a perilous situation. Upon seeing me, they looked as though they had spotted a savior. It's Lord Edward, the mission fanatic. I was pleased to have fans. Since I was headed their way, I decided to lend a hand. Wielding Kanjiunki, I charged forward. One IWA ninja attempted to engage me in close combat, but with a swift slash, I cleave him in two, leaving him bewildered, unable to even utilize the substitution technique. The remaining IWA ninjas were swiftly overwhelmed by my techniques, and my fellow Konoha ninjas quickly joined in, resolving the conflict in no time. Standing victorious with Kanjiunki, I laughed heartily. All is resolved. Let us hurry back to the village. I must say, those Konoha ninjas I rescued were quite relentless, clinging to me as if I were a lifeline. They praised me as a mission fanatic and elite jonin, insisting that following me would bring them security. Little did they know, this damned charm of mine was quite a burden. Very well, since it was on my way, I brought this group of admirers back to the village. Upon entering, I didn't even return home before being summoned to the Hokage Tower. As I opened the door, the third Hokage's face was furrowed like a withered walnut, clearly troubled by the ongoing mess at the front lines. Upon seeing me, his expression transformed as if he had encountered a savior. Edward, you have finally returned. Cradling my prized weapon, Kanjiunki, I quickly assessed the situation. Without my blade, I might be evenly matched with the old man, but with Kanjiunki in hand, he would surely have to address me as Big Brother. The old man wasted no time, diving straight into the matter, stating that the front lines could no longer hold against the relentless assaults of the IWA and Kimo ninjas, suffering heavy casualties. Realizing this was an attempt to draft me into service, I inquired about my role. He began painting grand visions, assigning me to manage the chaos in the land of Earth, and appointing me as a battlefield commander. I was well aware that Konoha was in dire need of high-level combat power, and as a model ninja with a 100 success rate on S-rank missions, I was too valuable to ignore. Very well, I accepted the task. The old man promptly wrote an appointment document, even assigning me 3 elite jonin as escorts. Just as I was about to depart, I suddenly remembered to casually ask, by the way, third Hokage, where's my underachieving younger brother, Yamashita Kid, currently stationed? After a moment of contemplation, the third replied, oh, he should be following his teacher on the battlefield in the land of Earth. Upon hearing this, I thought it fortuitous, as it was conveniently on my way. Exiting the office, I glanced at my assigned escorts, and to my surprise, it was the classic trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. We presented our appointment documents, and, without further ado, hastened toward the border. After a while, we arrived. I must tell you, the scene was nothing short of hellish. Limbs and torsos lay strewn about, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The faces of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio turned pale as they urged me to hurry to the command center. Upon reaching the main camp, the previous commander, a one-armed man, greeted me with tears of joy, as if he had seen a long-lost relative and handed over command. The sight was indeed emotional. As I settled into my position, my seat barely warm, the trio presented me with the casualty report. Upon examining it, my brows furrowed in concern. Out of a 2,000-strong unit, 200 were injured and 300 had perished. Such losses were unacceptable. Just as I was processing this information, the tent flaps were thrown open and a ninja rushed in, panting heavily. Lord Edward, the situation for Team Kikamatsu is dire. My heart sank as I urgently inquired about the details. Following him, I dashed toward the medical tent. which was less a hospital and more a series of tattered tents filled with beds. There, I spotted Yamashita, keyed lying on a bed, his body scorched and nearly unrecognizable. He saw me and struggled to call out Idiwa Dage. I approached, unsure of where to place my hands. Upon inquiry, I learned that my former team, the Jumisong team, had been ambushed during a mission. Our teammate, Yamamoto Yoji, had shockingly turned out to be an undercover agent for the IWA Shinobi. 5 years. 5 years of camaraderie. And just like that, he betrayed us. The newly arrived substitute was killed on the spot, and Jumisong Sensei was gravely injured while helping Keed escape, ultimately succumbing after returning to the main camp. The entire 6 squad was left with only a half-dead Keed. This series of events truly tested my resolve. Keed, in tears, asked me if 5 years of friendship meant nothing compared to the identity of an IWA shinobi. What could I say? I could only pat his head and let him vent his emotions. In the end, he gritted his teeth and vowed to avenge our teacher and teammates. After ensuring he was settled, I returned to the command center, my fury boiling over. Yamamoto Yoji, you wretched creature, just wait. I will personally bring you to justice. In the days that followed, I remained at the border. Once Keed recovered, he became like a devoted follower, staying by my side every day, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. The IWA shinobi, seeing our heavy losses, began sending small units to harass us with probing attacks. Zaludi analyzed that if we couldn't withstand this onslaught, a full-scale attack would follow. Withstand? What nonsense! I drew my kanji-unki and declared, prepare for battle. It is time to show these scoundrels who they have provoked. Keed, with red eyes, requested to join the fight. I glanced at him. After years apart, he had grown into a young man, standing at 176 meters, his strength nearing that of Special Jonin. Very well. A sheltered flower cannot grow into a mighty tree. So I consented. Accompanied by Zaludi and Keed, we advanced to the front lines with a total of 5 fighters. The place was a veritable meat grinder. The moment Keed spotted an IWA shinobi, his eyes turned red, and without a second thought, he unleashed a Funshinhua at them. I, too, acted decisively, brandishing my kanji-unki and leaping into the fray. I tell you, it felt like unleashing a whirlwind. With a swing of my kanji-unki, several IWA shinobi were cleaved in two. The enemy was momentarily stunned, unleashing their ninjutsu upon me. I spun my kanji-unki like a helicopter rotor, and a circle of IWA shinobi was instantaneously reduced to mere remnants. With a 3-part slash, I charged into another battlefield, leaving a trail of severed heads in my wake. Our morale soared as we followed my lead, driving the opposition into a panicked retreat. After this battle, the IWA shinobi remained quiet for several weeks. However, not long after, I received intelligence that nearly left me in stitches. The Land of Thunder had declared war on the Land of Earth. I couldn't help but scoff. These people were harassing us one moment and then turning on each other the next. International relations at its most absurd. Yet, I never anticipated that within 33 years, Konoha would swiftly reconcile with them, signing a secret agreement and forming an alliance to officially declare war on our fire country. As I read the battle report, my head began to ache. Our available shinobi, including the injured, barely numbered over 1,000. Suddenly, a reconnaissance shinobi arrived with alarming news. The IWA and Kumo shinobi had assembled a massive force of 4,000, heading straight for us. 4,000 against 700. Was this not a pure descent into hell? Retreat was not an option. Behind me lay the fire country. The third Hokage had promised 2,000 reinforcements, but they wouldn't arrive for at least 3 days. Relay my orders. All shinobi assemble. Hold the front line at all costs. I declared, rising to my feet and charging out of the main camp with my kanji-unki in hand. I had to hold on until reinforcements arrived. In the early hours of the morning, at the darkest hour, I led all the capable shinobi lying in ambush at the front lines. I instructed everyone to conceal themselves while I alone, blade in hand, stepped into the battlefield's center, standing resolutely. The approaching enemy troops, a massive dark wave, halted in their tracks upon seeing me. I mentally counted the distance. 300 meters, 200 meters now. With swift hand seals, I unleashed my trump card. an S-rank ninjutsu, the Suiton, Daiyuminoke's no jutsu. I tell you, a colossal wave surged forth, crashing down upon those 4,000 men. The enemy shinobi were paralyzed with fear, unable to flee, and were instantly engulfed by the tidal wave. With a single jutsu, I had decimated half of their forces. The entire battlefield transformed into a vast ocean. Just as I stood atop the wave, preparing to reap the aftermath, a thunderous roar echoed, and an elderly man, radiating blue lightning, charged towards me like a madman. That chakra was at the level of a Kage. Good heavens, the third Reikage, seeing the devastation of his troops. His eyes turned red as he unleashed a reckless assault. We clashed, sparks flying. This old man was truly formidable, known as the strongest spear and shield. Amidst our skirmish, more Kyumo shinobi fell, further enraging him. He activated his ultimate lightning release armor and launched the hell-piercing 4-point strike towards me. Realizing this madman intended to pierce me even while enduring my blade, I cursed inwardly, resorting to blocking with the back of my sword. Yet, with his other hand, he unleashed another 3-point strike. I was ensnared by his 4-point strike, unable to evade. With a sickening sound, a hole was pierced through my chest. That electrified hand penetrated my torso. I felt my strength draining away, blood gushing forth. I gripped his hand tightly, preventing him from advancing further. Otherwise, my insides would be obliterated. We stood like statues, neither able to move. In that dire moment, the surrounding shinobi went wild, unleashing ninjutsu upon us without restraint. Just as I felt myself on the brink of collapse, a familiar roar erupted. Yuenma, Suiton, Misurda no Jutsu. I turned in astonishment. Goodness! The third Hokage, clad in battle attire, had arrived with his monkey. A massive water dragon roared as it surged towards the Reikage, who, with a change of expression, was forced to withdraw his hand and retreat. The stalemate was broken. Clutching my bleeding chest, I looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, gasping for breath as I asked, Lord Third Hokage, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly appeared by my side, assessed my injuries, and sighed in relief, murmuring, thank goodness I arrived in time. Just as the old man finished speaking, he turned to lock eyes with the Reikage. Seeing the Reikage's chakra nearly depleted and sensing his intent to flee, he was determined not to let him escape. Thinking of running? Without a moment's hesitation, the old man transformed his monkey into a golden staff, swinging it towards the Reikage skull. I, too, did not remain idle, squeezing out the last of my chakra to unleash a wind release, vacuum wave, striking his face to ensure he stayed. But guess what? The third Reikage was truly skilled. He would rather take my attack, spitting out a mouthful of blood, than let that staff touch him. Those of you who understand know that staff was transformed by the monkey. One touch would bind him like a zongzi, making escape impossible. With a fierce resolve, he endured the internal injuries and disappeared in a flash, leaving no trace. His subordinates, seeing their leader flee, scattered like rabbits. Good heavens! The old man Sarutobi, realizing he had no recourse, turned to me with a wry smile and praised, well done, Idiwa. He then pursued after the Reikage. The rest of us watched as the enemy fled in disarray, a sense of exhilaration washing over us. The entire battlefield erupted in cheers, the sound resonating like thunder. We had won. After that battle, I tell you, I became renowned. Throughout the shinobi world, tales spread that I, Idiwa, had confronted the combined forces of the earth and thunder, for 1,000 strong, with just over 1,000 men, and even sent the third Reikage fleeing. This maneuver had significantly boosted my integration level, raising it to 35. What a thrill! My subordinates, particularly one named Shanxia Fengya, wrapped in bandages, came to flatter me, calling me the guardian deity of Mai. I couldn't help but chuckle and told him to stop with the sweet talk and focus on healing his injuries to enhance his strength. Truth be told, I owe much to the swift arrival of Sarutobi Sensei. Otherwise, I might have met my end. The current situation in the ninja world is quite chaotic. Suna has formed an alliance with AIM, and that infamous Hanzo, known as the demigod, is no mere pushover. Observing the unfolding events, it seems this wretched war may drag on for several years. My current strength at the shadow level is insufficient. I can only assert my authority once I acquire the Jinjin fruit. The good news is that my fusion level has soared to 35, granting me a set of the Marine 6 styles and significantly boosting my combat prowess. Thus, I entered a prolonged period of recuperation, training my troops daily at the border camp. However, guess what? Another unexpected incident arose in the ninja world. Hanzo, whom we initially thought would ally with Suna, betrayed them and turned against us in Mai. Astonishingly, he single-handedly took on Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, emerging victorious. Yet, this fellow is quite the character. After his victory, he spared their lives and conferred upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Mai. Such audacity is truly remarkable. Subsequently, Sarutobi-sensei signed a withdrawal agreement with AIM, inciting fury in Danzo, leading to a heated exchange in the Hokage's office. Upon hearing this, I knew that the inevitable had come. Sure enough, not long after, a masked figure, exuding a villainous aura, approached me, stating that Danzo wished to see me. I couldn't help but feel amused. The old schemer could no longer contain himself. Following the masked man, I encountered the true Danzo. He immediately adopted an authoritative demeanor, using an unwavering tone to inquire whether I had considered joining him. I nearly burst into laughter and responded, "I am terribly sorry, Elder Danzo, but I have no interest." His face darkened to the depths of despair. It was evident that he was envious of Sarutobi's capable subordinate, Kakashi, and, in his desperation, began to entice me with grand promises, claiming that everything he possessed could be mine if I allied with him. I retorted, stating, "The Hokage has tasked me with guarding the border, and I cannot leave. I regret to disappoint you, Elder Danzo." His frustration was palpable as he gazed at me intensely, declaring, "You will come to regret your decision today." I shot back, indeed. For Sarutobi Hisashi is the third Hokage, is he not, Elder Danzo? I emphasized the last few words. Those who understand can appreciate the satisfaction of seeing his desire to strike me down, yet being unable to do so. With a cold snort, he departed with his entourage. Once Danzo was gone, I returned to my subordinate, Shanxia Fengya, who, under my guidance, had finally risen to the rank of Special Jonin and was ecstatic with his authorization letter. As we celebrated with drinks, the Nara clan's intelligence courier arrived. "Lord Edward, I bring the latest intel." Without lifting my head, I continued drinking and said, "Proceed." The messenger hesitated, but eventually spoke. "On the battlefield of the Land of Wind, Lord Kakashi has secretly organized an assassination mission. However, the mission failed, and Lord Kakashi has lost an arm. The current situation on the battlefield is dire. Please be prepared for immediate deployment." Upon hearing this intel, I nearly dropped the barrel of sake. What? Kakashi, the future White Fang of Mai, lost an arm? This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. It turns out that Kakashi faced immense pressure. With Mai and the three Sannin's reputations looming large, his subordinates, coming from the Umbu, did not respect him. To establish his authority, he sought to carry out a significant assassination, targeting Chiyo, the commander of Suna. The plans seemed well-structured, and he infiltrated successfully, poised to strike. However, just as he was about to act, Chiyo's son, the father of Scorpion, unexpectedly appeared and called out, "Mom, are you awake?" That one utterance exposed Kakashi. Chiyo instantly became alert, unleashing her puppets. The assassination turned into a fierce battle. Kakashi attempted to flee, but Scorpion's father, oblivious to the danger, obstructed him, only to be cleaved in two along with his puppets by the White Fang. This event stirred a hornet's nest. Witnessing his son's death, Chiyo erupted in fury, unleashing her full force and surrounding Kakashi. Ultimately, the White Fang, with sheer determination, sacrificed an arm to carve a bloody path to escape. What a predicament this created. Scorpion's parents were lost just like that. After absorbing this information, I was left in shock. Kakashi lost an arm? Surely, it couldn't be my butterfly effect at play. I pondered, having done nothing significant, how had I caused such a calamity for the White Fang? The messenger continued, revealing that Kakashi not only lost his arm, but also botched the mission. I found myself speechless, overwhelmed by the weight of this news. My subordinate, Shanxia Fengya, looked bewildered and asked, "Who is Kakashi?" What could I say? I merely opened a new barrel of sake and replied, "He is a powerful yet tragic ninja." When this news reached the Hokage building erupted in turmoil. Danzo was the first to rush to Sarutobi, fanning the flames of discontent, sarcastically remarking, "Ah, Hizashi, it seems your envoy is lacking." Sarutobi's countenance darkened as he urged him to refrain from meddling. Internally, he was equally anxious. The White Fang was his trusted aide, and losing him would be a grave blow. Yet Danzo, with a smirk, departed, his demeanor reeking of schadenfreude. The third Hokage, burdened with thoughts, sat alone in his office, watching the metaphorical birds of prey devour the weak. He pulled out my dossier, caught in a dilemma. If he sent me, he feared I would overshadow him and destabilize his position as Hokage. Conversely, if he refrained from sending me, the front lines were on the verge of collapse. Those who understand the intricacies of political machinations can appreciate how he resolved to keep me in reserve. And what followed? I remained at the border, spectating. The third Hokage would rather engage directly against the formidable trio of the third Kazekage, Chiyo, and Hozuki than allow me to intervene. Consequently, I suffered heavy casualties, and after more than a year, the war concluded in a tragic victory. As for Kakashi, his fate was even grimmer. On the day the war ended, he committed seppuku. Coincidentally, his wife also died in childbirth, leaving behind newborn. The third Hokage, whether out of guilt or a sense of duty, manipulated public sentiment, transforming a failed ninja into a heroic figure who defended against foreign foes. Upon receiving this news, I was utterly astonished. The narrative had diverged entirely from what I had known. Yet, upon reflection, I thought to myself, perhaps this is fortuitous. The more chaotic the situation, the greater my opportunities. With the war concluded, the 5 great nations signed a peace treaty, leading to the abrupt end of the Second Shinobi War. Finally, we, the border guards, could return to our village. Upon arriving in I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I could finally breathe again. I pulled Shanxia towards Yao Ramen. To my surprise, the owner had changed. Fortunately, his son, a young man named Shouda, had taken over. The bowl of ramen was as delicious as ever. Yet the village was no longer the same. Many familiar faces were gone. War indeed leaves an indelible mark. Just as I was savoring my meal, 3 Umbu appeared behind me, stating that the third Hokage requested my presence. I swiftly finished my meal and expressed my gratitude to the proprietor before following them. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, I dropped the pretense. What was the point of concealing my capabilities at this stage? I scrutinized the third Hokage and boldly declared, "You have aged, third." His face stiffened, attempting to deflect the conversation with light banter. I laid my cards on the table, bringing to light the matter of my year-long confinement at the border. Realizing he could no longer sidestep the issue, he directly inquired about my future plans. I replied, "Of course, I intend to remain in Konoha and continue to shine." His satisfaction was apparent upon hearing my response, and then, quite unexpectedly, he asked, "Edward, what is your perspective on the position of Hokage?" What perspective could I possibly have? I laughed heartily and told him, "This position is commendable. If I were to take it, I would undoubtedly perform better than you, third." He coughed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Observing his hesitation, I decided to demonstrate my prowess. In an instant, I unleashed my full strength, the pinnacle of a shadow-level ninja with a fusion rate of 39. The entire Hokage building trembled. The old man was knocked to the ground, and the Umbu outside were alarmed, rushing to the scene. Brandishing my kanji-unki, I asked him, "So, am I qualified?" The old man, bewildered, rose from the ground and waved for the Umbu to retreat. His gaze was filled with astonishment, and ultimately, he removed his Hokage hat and tremulously handed it to me, saying, "From now on, Konoha shall be entrusted to you." Remarkable, this old man truly heeds advice. I donned the hat, sealing the deal. The following day, the announcement was made. I, EdwardNewgate, would become the 4th Hokage. The entire village erupted. Most were supportive, as I had gained renown from the Battle of Tsuchikawa, and those brothers who fought alongside me had become my ardent fans. Naturally, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. In the root base, Danzo was infuriated, nearly smashing his desk. He had once again narrowly missed the Hokage position. I was bemused. He should consider that even if the opportunity were presented to him, did he possess the strength? This old man, unwilling to concede, promptly ordered surveillance on me. Upon returning home, Fengye was beside himself with excitement, exclaiming that I was about to become Hokage. I ruffled his hair playfully, saying from now on, "You shall be the Hokage's son." He stubbornly retorted that he was the younger brother. Fine, fine. If he wishes to be the younger brother, so be it. Just as we were enjoying this warm moment at home, I sensed two stealthy chakra signatures outside. Danzo's root moved swiftly, attempting to infiltrate my home. Did they consider me a fool? In a flash, I dashed outside, capturing them effortlessly as if they were chicks. They attempted to self-destruct with poison, but I severed their nerves on the spot. I told them, "If you choose not to speak, I shall parade you through the village. Let everyone witness your shame." I dragged the two of them towards the territory of the Yamashiro clan. En route, Danzo sent reinforcements to obstruct me. I paid them no mind. What is Danzo to me? The Hokage is still Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just as we were at a standstill, the third Hokage himself arrived. He asked me to hand over the captives for him to handle. Having achieved my objective, I discarded the two root members onto the ground and made my exit. I knew the third, being a cunning fox, would seize this opportunity to admonish Danzo. Sure enough, he later summoned Danzo to his office for a severe reprimand. But as usual, he lifted him high only to gently let him down. The day before my inauguration as Hokage arrived, Jiraiya, with a tinge of jealousy, muttered beside me, questioning why the old man chose me. Orochimaru remained composed and even congratulated me. Seizing the moment, I squatted to meet his gaze and asked Orochimaru, "Would you be interested in joining my advisory council?" He initially intended to refuse, but reconsidered, asking what I could offer him. I solemnly replied, "I can provide you with a stable home and an opportunity to fully develop your talents." He seemed uninterested. I quickly adjusted my approach. Moreover, I can teach you the most advanced scientific techniques in the ninja world. His interest was piqued, and he inquired, such as? I leaned closer, enunciating, for instance, regarding resurrection and immortality. His eyes instantly sparkled. Just as we were about to finalize our arrangement, Tsunade exploded onto the scene. She forcefully pushed us apart and shouted at me, "Hey, Edward, I challenge you." I chuckled, observing this grown young lady, and laughed heartily, saying, "Gulalala, come back to me when you have reached shadow-level strength to discuss challenges." At that moment, Fengye conveniently arrived with my fourth Hokage ceremonial robe and hat. Upon seeing my attire, Tsunade reluctantly muttered, "Humph, congratulations, big guy." Her haughty tone struck me as quite endearing. However, upon hearing me describe her as cute, she exploded with rage, unleashing her fury upon me. Ultimately, realizing she could not best me, she turned to seek trouble with Jiraiya, watching them dash away in chaos. Orochimaru approached again, wanting to continue our earlier conversation. I had no time for idle chatter. I simply stated, "Report to my advisory council tomorrow," and took Fengye with me. The next day, I must tell you, the scene was extraordinary. During Konoha's 35th New Year celebration, I, EdwardNewgate, officially assumed the role of fourth Hokage. The third Hokage stood on the podium, holding a megaphone, passionately reciting his vision of the will of fire, where leaves dance and the flames of life endure. I nearly dozed off beside him. My family would understand. His inauguration speech felt more like a eulogy. Meanwhile, the villagers were quite respectful, filling the square to capacity. Finally, after the old man completed his speech, he looked at me with a complex expression and handed me the hat inscribed with the character for fire. I took a glance at it and thought, this hat is as small as a bowl. Will it fit my stature? Thankfully, I had prepared in advance and ordered a custom larger outfit. I awkwardly placed the tiny hat upon my head, feeling as though I were wearing a restrictive headband. The old man passed the microphone to me. "It is your turn. Say a few words." I cleared my throat, gazing at the sea of heads below, and stated I, "EdwardNewgate, am now the Hokage. Rest assured, under my leadership, Konoha shall enjoy abundant feasts, and everyone will have the opportunity to train." The crowd erupted in applause, with cheers resounding from all corners. I still had a concluding thought unspoken. In due time, the entire ninja world shall bow before me. Once the ceremony concluded, I promptly returned the hat to the third, who cherished it as if it were a treasure, immediately stowing it away. I hastily returned home to don my custom white cloak emblazoned with the title Fourth Hokage, and stood before the mirror, twisting left and right. Truly dashing. Does it not ignite more fervor than the Boruto series? Having indulged in my vanity, it was time to attend to matters at hand. Upon reaching the Hokage building, a pale-faced Orochimaru drifted towards me like a specter, claiming he had been waiting for me for half the day. "Oh, Uncle Snake, have you come to terms with joining my advisory council?" I stood confidently as the passing ninjas bowed to greet me. Yet, he played coy, smirking, I never said that. Did he wish to negotiate? I chuckled, gripping my kanji yunki, intentionally allowing my aura to emanate slightly. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils narrowed in an instant, and he quickly relented, saying, "All right, I agree." I threw my arm around his shoulder, grinning like a villain. "Gulalala, that's the spirit. We've known each other for so long. Let us not be so formal. Want to negotiate terms? Come back when you can withstand a punch from me." "What would you have me do, Fourth Hokage?" he asked, recognizing the gravity of the moment. I painted a grand vision. "I authorize you to establish a dedicated research organization with ample funding. However, I must be the first to benefit from your discoveries." "Oh, you have such faith in me?" he replied, astonished. "It is of no consequence. After all, we are old classmates from the Ninja Academy, having endured 6 years together. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust?" I patted his back and sent him on his way. "Hurry along with your research. I'm quite busy here." Just as Orochimaru departed, I sank into the chair in the Hokage's office. "This chair is truly comfortable," I called out softly to the air, "Umbu." In an instant, several masked individuals knelt before me. This is the legacy left to me by the third Hokage, a special force loyal only to the Hokage. Go summon all the advisors and elders to the meeting room for a conference. As I spoke, I poured them a cup of tea. No sooner had they left than a knock sounded at the door. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka trio arrived. "Have you made your decision?" "Of course, Hokage-sama." They nodded vigorously. It would be foolish not to join my cause at this moment. Once I set sail, they would have nowhere to lament. I immediately began assigning tasks. "Nara clan, henceforth all village documents will be under your jurisdiction. Establish a document processing center." Yamanaka clan, create an intelligence and support department. Inuzuka clan, you shall be in charge of logistics management. Short on manpower? Let these prominent clans provide assistance. Should they dare reach into my plate, I shall show them how to write the name of the fourth Hokage. After sending the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka on their way, Keed entered. With a wave of my hand, I assigned him a classified mission. "You shall discreetly recruit a number of civilians, utilizing the finest resources to transform them into genin. Money is not an issue. What I require is manpower. I aim to establish a rapid training program for civilian ninjas. Do the ninja clans hold such superiority? I shall ensure that the entire Konoha comprehends the meaning of nobility." Just as I was speaking, the Umbu returned to report that the elders had all arrived. I slipped into the meeting room with Keed, and upon pushing the door open, to my surprise, Tonari Sakura and Mitokaze were seated there. I immediately exclaimed, "You two, were you not dismissed by me? Why are you still here? This is a high-level meeting. Shouldn't extraneous individuals take their leave?" The expressions of those two old fellows turned instantly from green to a shade of deep anger. They wished to protest, but dare not, only glaring at me with daggers in their eyes. I then glanced at Danzo. That old dog was astute, immediately unleashing a chakra of Jonin level to flaunt his prowess. I nodded in approval. Quite impressive indeed. Henceforth, to prevent any further instances of underqualified appointments, I hereby elevate the threshold for advisors and elders from Jonin to elite Jonin. The faces of Tonari Sakura and Mitokaze turned from green to black in an instant. My dear friends, what do I call this? Precision strikes. Defeated, they slinked away, their glares filled with a desire to devour me whole. In the meeting room, only the third Hokage, Danzo, and I remained, making matters far simpler. Upon returning to my office, I immediately issued two commands. First, inform the Umbu. Announce that elders Tonari Sakura and Mito Kaze, due to their advanced age and health concerns, have voluntarily resigned from their positions and will retire to enjoy their twilight years. Second, I summon my shadow guard. Go. Dispatch a few amiable Jonin caretakers to attend to the elders' late life needs, providing 24-hour personal service. Any disturbances must be reported immediately. I place particular emphasis on the phrase amiable, as those in the know would understand. What do I call this? A warm embrace of cybernetic kindness, classified as pure filial piety. Subsequently, I retrieved the three major plans for the revitalization of Konoha that I had penned during sleepless nights. A fertility plan, subsidies for second children, and free ninja education. A poverty alleviation plan, ensuring employment for the jobless. A talent plan, directing those with skills to report to government departments. With the new official taking office, I was igniting a conflagration that would consume the old world. The following day, Konoha erupted with excitement. Various pamphlets flew through the air, some in support and others spreading rumors behind my back. The prominent clans, such as Uchiha and Hyuga, could no longer remain idle, each sending representatives to pledge their loyalty. Eager to partake in the new era, as I sat in my office, gazing out the window, I marveled at the exquisite nature of power. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Under my iron-fisted reforms, Konoha was flourishing. However, my integration of strength seemed to be stuck, akin to a glitch, firmly halting at 40. Just when I was on the verge of despair, today, at this very moment, the numbers on the panel finally shifted. 41. Boom! A cataclysmic force erupted from my body. I rose, every bone creaking. At that moment, I felt as though I could shatter the Hokage rock with a single punch. Is this the power of the Jun fruit? Super Hokage level. I have finally attained it. I swiftly dashed out of the Hokage building and into the forest outside the village. I unleashed a punch into the air. Boom! Crack! The air before me shattered as if made of glass. It fractured into intricate white spiderwebs. What a thrill! Senkong done. I concentrated my power into my fist, launching a sphere of white light forward. The forest ahead, stretching hundreds of meters, was instantly carved into a vacuum passage. Exhilarating. This is true power. I began to unleash a flurry of punches, each strike causing the earth to tremble and rocks to fracture. After venting my energy for quite some time, I finally paused. The only downside was that excessive force seemed to exert some strain on my body, and I felt as though I had grown taller. Oh well, if it means attaining greater strength, then so be it. Just as I was about to return to my office, several root members blocked my path. Fourth Hokage-sama. Elder Danzo has urgent matters to discuss. My heart skipped a beat. Danzo? That old dog has been rather restless lately. The Hyuga clan's human surveillance had already reported that he had been secretly contacting Tonari Sakura and Mito Kaze. How audacious! I appointed you as my hidden hand, and now you wish to turn against your master? A sly grin crept across my face. It is rather generous of me to have kept you around this long, Danzo. I stood up, grasping the Tsongyun Chia beside me, and commanded the air. Umbu, notify the Konoha military organization to surround the root base immediately with Uchiha and Hyuga personnel. Having spoken, I strode forward, directly heading toward the damp, shadowy root headquarters. I must tell you, that place is akin to a sewer, cold and wet, with the sound of dripping water resembling the background music of a horror film, tick-tock, making my head ache. And what do you suppose happened? That old rascal Danzo sat there nonchalantly in his rickety chair. As soon as I stepped inside, one of his subordinates reported, Lord Danzo, the fourth Hokage is on his way. How absurd. I'm already here, and you dare say I am on my way? Danzo was momentarily taken aback, likely pondering where his informants had gone off to. But he quickly regained his composure, standing up with a feigned bow. Fourth Hokage-sama. I could hardly be bothered with his pretense, cutting straight to the chase. What is it you wish to discuss, Elder Danzo? He lifted his head, his gaze clashing with mine. He said, Of course, there's a matter. The task you previously entrusted to me has been completed. Oh! A cold smile crept into my heart as my grip tightened around my Tsongyun Chia. I sensed 4 formidable chakras concealed around me. This old fellow was indeed up to no good. Did he think I was oblivious to his attempts to unseat me from the position of Hokage? For over a year, he had feigned obedience while secretly harboring ulterior motives. Did he think I was blind? Noticing my silence, he lowered his head, seemingly concocting some sinister scheme. The atmosphere became tense, so quiet one could hear each other's heartbeat. Suddenly, the old fool broke the silence, his tone remarkably composed. "Fourth Hokage-sama, before you take action, I have some questions for you. Speak." I thought, let this be your last revelation. I could already discern from his tone that he had come today with a resolve to meet his demise. He let out a long sigh, as if finally liberated. "What do you think of me and Sarutobi Hisashi?" After some contemplation, I offered a candid assessment. "In terms of decision-making, he pales in comparison to you. Yet, when it comes to understanding human nature, you fall short of him. You know what?" Upon hearing this, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I never imagined you would acknowledge me." Once the laughter subsided, his demeanor turned serious, his gaze intense. "In that case, let us proceed. Haven't you always wished for my abdication?" Those around us could hardly comprehend. This old fellow had waited a lifetime for this moment. Today, it would either be his demise or mine. No sooner had he finished speaking than four dark figures swiftly emerged from the shadows for elite Jonin, effectively sealing off my surroundings. They began to form hand seals, and as they opened their mouths, a torrent of ink surged towards me. For symbol seal, let me tell you, this technique is indeed formidable, reputed to be one of the most powerful sealing arts in the ninja world. Had I encountered this when I possessed merely 30% of my strength, I might have truly met my end here. However, I raised my voice, causing the entire cavern to resonate. "Have you underestimated my current abilities?" "Shimura Danzo!" A flash of white light emanated from my hands, as the power of the Dinjin Gashri coalesced. Jun Kongyu. We were not on the same level. That so-called stable space crumbled before me like mere paper, shattering instantaneously. The ink had barely grazed me before it was transformed into a mist of water. But it was not over. I cast aside the Chunin and once more gathered a sphere of white energy in my hands, directing a powerful punch towards the ground. Jun! The earth shattered. Crack! The entire root base centered around me instantly resembled the aftermath of an earthquake. The four elite Jonin had no time to react. Their internal organs were crushed, leading to their immediate demise. The entire base collapsed into a heap of ruins, leaving only Danzo, who stood at a distance, his face a mask of shock. He was utterly stunned, pointing at me and shouting, "What kind of power is this? Have you awakened your bloodline limit?" I advanced towards him, my tone as casual as if I were inquiring about his meal. "Do you feel it? This is the power to obliterate heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, he felt his knees completely deflated. I concede. Just kill me. Later, I would learn that this old rogue had hidden a trump card, the corpse demon consuming seal, initially intending to perish alongside me. However, upon witnessing my adept governance of Konoha, he realized that dragging me down with him would yield no benefit for the village. Thus he relinquished his plan. His twisted logic was that if he won, he would become Hokage. If I won, I would eliminate him, the greatest threat to my power. Regardless of the outcome, Konoha would not suffer. What do you call this? A form of companionable suicide? I approached him, raising my blade. Knowing my strength, why pursue this course? He responded with surprising composure. For the position of Hokage, even the slightest chance is worth the gamble. Very well. I swung my blade, and indeed, no politician is devoid of ambition. With a swift motion, a head was severed, marking the end of this old rogue's political career along with his life. At that moment, a multitude of ninjas arrived, witnessing the devastation that resembled a cataclysm, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. I simply declared, "Shimura Danzo attempted treason and has been dealt with. Clean up the battlefield," before departing without a backward glance. To be honest, killing him did not bring me joy. This old fellow, despite his grand ambitions, possessed true capability. Alas, human nature is far too intricate. Following this event, the third Hokage stormed into my office, causing quite the ruckus, and resigned from his position as elder advisor. I did not intervene. In the ensuing 4 years, Konoha entered a new era under my leadership. Implementing various new policies, the village flourished, entering a phase of rapid military expansion. I turned 26, my height soaring to 4 meters. Oh, and by the way, due to my butterfly effect, that kid Minato still hadn't managed to win over Kushina, nor had he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, barely qualifying as an elite Jonin. It was inevitable, as I had forcibly detained Jiraiya in the village to gather intelligence, preventing him from training a disciple. During this period of tranquility on my end, in another shadowy corner, the atmosphere was quite peculiar. An old man, riddled with tubes and seemingly nearing death, sat next to a creature resembling a clump of white clay, innocently asking, "Madara, do you know what it feels like to eat feces?" Good heavens, even Uchiha Madara coughed in surprise. This old man was Madara. After a prolonged cough, he solemnly inquired, "Obito, have you prepared the items I requested?" The being known as Obito, in a cheeky tone, replied, "Of course. Everything is ready, Madara." Madara smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Let everything proceed according to plan." As he spoke, he critiqued me, referring to EdwardNewgate as a notable figure. If only Hashirama had achieved such heights back then, he mused, before resolutely stating, "Yet, none of this compares to the Eye of the Moon plan. Only this plan can bring true peace to the ninja world." He commanded Obito to instruct Nagato to act preemptively, allowing him to experience the world's suffering. Just then, another Obito appeared, delivering shocking news. "Madara, it seems the Hokage of Konoha is about to initiate the Third Great Ninja War." Madara abruptly lifted his head, the entire plan grinding to a halt. "Wait a moment. I have suddenly conceived a better idea." He chuckled ominously. "Even the ultimate boss's KPIs must yield to me. Are you ready for that?" At that moment, I had just concluded a meeting and was heading toward my newly expanded 4-meter-high villa. What was I contemplating? I was reflecting on the births of Uchiha, Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Itachi, and Shursui. I was mulling over whether to adopt a few more sons. Upon returning home, my younger brother, Umashita Maple, opened the door for me. I saw he was now 25 and still single, which vexed me, prompting me to urge him to find a partner. I then noticed my 6-year-old godson, Kakashi, diligently working on his homework. The lad now bore my surname, Edward Kakashi. I approached to tease him, but he impatiently retorted, "Dad, don't bother me." His tone was strikingly reminiscent of his late father, White Fang, nearly provoking me to perform an act of righteous filicide. During dinner, I laid my cards on the table. "Edward, are you truly going to initiate the Third Great Ninja War?" he asked. I confirmed, "Indeed. I can feel my body aging. I must, while still in my peak, utilize absolute power to eradicate all sources of instability in the ninja world, achieving true unity and peace." A week later, good news arrived from Orochimaru. The guns I had long anticipated were finally developed. Although they required chakra to operate, they were a perfect match for the vast number of lower ninjas I could deploy. On December 31st, the 40th year of Konoha, I stood in the newly constructed vast square, addressing thousands of ninja soldiers equipped with chakra-powered firearms, delivering a war mobilization speech. Today, we stand here. My voice echoed throughout Konoha. After the Second Great Ninja War, the pride of our nation has vanished. Those victors have been riding on our backs, oppressing us. Tell me, will you choose to endure this humiliation, or bravely step forth to conquer everything? Conquer! The soldiers below shouted frantically. Thus, I declare, the Land of Fire is officially at war with the other 4 great nations. The Third Great Ninja War has officially begun. The machinery of war was set in motion by my own hands. 3 days later, at the border of the Land of Wind, Uchiha Fugaku led 3,000 ninja soldiers and 1,000 support ninjas in a blitzkrieg against Sunagakure. As the ninja from Sunagakure rushed out, they were met with an impenetrable hail of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Countless Sunagakure ninjas, still bewildered by the technique, found themselves riddled with blood holes, collapsing in droves. This is not a battle, it is a massacre. Just as they finally managed to erect walls using Doton and the third Kazekage utilized Jiten to block the bullets, I descended from the heavens. With a single punch aimed at the sky, did it appear? Crack! Crack! The sky shattered like a mirror. Immediately, the earth split open with countless unfathomable crevices, and the majority of the Sunagakure shinobi fell into the abyss, screaming in terror. The third Kazekage attempted to take flight to evade the onslaught, but was obliterated in midair, turning into a mist of crimson. The remaining Sunagakure shinobi stood frozen in shock, witnessing their leader's demise. Yet, the earth did not grant them a moment of respite, swiftly consuming them all. On the battlefield, there remained not a single soul alive, save for us, the shinobi of Konoha. As the news reached Sunagakure, Hai Lao Zong and Chiyo crumbled under the weight of despair. Chiyo, stationed at the rear of the battlefield, had witnessed the cataclysmic scene with her own eyes, leaving her utterly terrified. She rushed back, insisting that Hai Lao Zong immediately evacuate her grandson, Scorpion, and all civilians. Hurry, we have lost. You cannot fathom the power unleashed. Trembling with fear, she added, I will stand with the one-tailed Jinchuriki until the end. Whether Sunagakure can be rebuilt depends on you, Xiaozong. I tell you, Xiaozong was completely dazed, watching as Chiyo charged back with a resolve that spelled certain death, while he himself had to play the coward. But he had no choice. It was an order. Gritting his teeth, he began organizing the evacuation of the Sunagakure civilians, shouting, Run! When the gods battle, mere mortals suffer. The crazed Konoha shinobi are about to attack. And what do you think happened? These villagers acted like a bunch of misguided allies. Each one stubbornly declared, Impossible. The third Kazekage will protect us. My possessions are still here. I will not leave. I was beside myself with anxiety for Xiaozong, who was fighting against the clock, while they clung to their trivial belongings. Ultimately, he could only lead the 60% of those who still had their wits about them to safety, leaving the rest behind to await their fate at the hands of Konoha. Meanwhile, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, an elderly monk named Funfu, received the news of the defeat. He was in the temple reciting sutras when he heard that Sunagakure's forces had been annihilated. His eyes widened with disbelief, unable to utter a word. The one-tailed Shikaku within him cried out frantically, Run, old man. The human presence outside is too terrifying. We cannot confront it. Yet Funfu merely sighed and looked to the heavens, stating, For Sunagakure, I cannot flee. With that, he followed the messenger shinobi, preparing to face his final battle. The scene shifts to the Konoha encampment. I must tell you, our protagonist, Edward, found himself in a rather peculiar situation. He sat there, suddenly overcome by a fit of coughing, leaving Uchiha Fugaku beside him in shock, wondering how the fourth Hokage, a veritable monster, could appear so unwell. Edward himself was puzzled. Ever since unleashing that earth-shattering technique, he felt utterly drained, as if his essence had been siphoned away. He mused, could it be? Am I unable to withstand the power of the Gura no Mi? But I am only 26. Who understands the burden of feeling ready for retirement at this age? Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Edward inquired of Fugaku, What is the situation in Sunagakure? Fugaku promptly reported, Hokage-sama, our army has already advanced, and we shall reach Sunagakure shortly. Upon hearing this, Edward sprang to his feet. Then I must hurry. They may encounter the one-tailed Jinchuriki, which would complicate matters. I tell you, the Konoha shinobi armed with chakra rifles resembled bulldozers, plowing through the small villages of the Wind Country as if they were made of paper, puncturing through with ease. However, a problem arose. The occupied villagers, seemingly fueled by rage, hurled insults at the Konoha army, shouting, Invaders! Get out! Kill these Konoha dogs! Edward, trailing behind, listened to their curses and observed the hatred in their eyes, falling into silence. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his expression turning icy. He addressed Fugaku, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Uchiha, Fugaku. Fugaku snapped to attention. Then, I must tell you, the moment of gravity arrived. Edward issued the command. Relay my orders. Eliminate all civilians of the Wind Country. Enact the scorched earth policy. Burn, loot, and kill. Upon hearing this, I was left in shock. Is this truly the Hokage I once knew? This was nothing short of a walking calamity. Fugaku trembled, but understood the weight of military orders. He could only bow his head in acceptance. Yes, The command cascaded down the ranks, transforming the atmosphere of the entire Konoha army. The villagers, still cursing, had no idea that their vitriol had earned them a one-way ticket to hell. In the next moment, gunfire erupted. One villager, still shouting, clutched his chest in disbelief and fell. The others, filled with rage, were about to scream, but then, bang, 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 more gunfire rang out, and the crowd collapsed as if reaped like wheat. The once indignant and defiant now transformed into quivering wretches, crying out, "Spare us, noble shinobi! I was wrong. Help!" Alas, it was too late. Edward gazed upon the nightmarish scene, turning to the pale-faced Fugaku, stating, "They view us as bloodthirsty demons. Thus, we must become true demons to shatter this deadlock." At that moment, he sensed a powerful chakra presence, his eyes gleaming. The one-tail Jinchuriki? Just in time. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself toward the front lines like a cannonball. Upon landing, the frontline soldiers erupted with exuberance, shouting, "Fourth Hokage-sama." Edward waved his hand, and then vanished once more, having locked onto the position of the old monk Funfu. "You're the fourth Hokage?" Funfu rose slowly from his seated position in the sand. Edward looked at him, grinning widely. "Ha ha ha. Old man, would you care to join us? I shall truly realize world peace." Funfu shook his head. "I was born in Sunagakure. I shall die in Sunagakure." With that, chakra erupted from his body like an outer garment. "Ha ha, you are far too weak." Edward dismissed him entirely, swatting him aside with a single motion, sending him flying like a chick. How delightful! I had never encountered a tailed beast before. Funfu crashed into the sand, nearly disintegrating. Realizing the vast disparity in their strength, he immediately began to transform into his tailed beast form, his body swelling into a half-human, half-beast monstrosity. Upon witnessing this, Edward became dissatisfied. Only a half-transformation? Who do you underestimate? Very well, I shall assist you. With that, he unleashed a devastating punch. Funfu hastily conjured a shield of sand to defend himself. With a thunderous roar, the shield instantly became riddled with cracks. Funfu felt as though his entire being was on the verge of shattering. What kind of power is this? Edward continued to exert his strength, bellowing, "Do you feel it? This is my power." Crack! The shield shattered, and Funfu was knocked unconscious. As his body healed under the tailed beast chakra, what emerged was no longer human, but a colossal, tawny brown raccoon beast known as Shikaku. Edward gazed at the giant creature, which dwarfed him, and scoffed. "Is this the One Tail? It hardly seems formidable." And what do you think happened next? Upon emerging, Shikaku appeared completely bewildered. It glanced at Edward, then around at the chaos, its expression one of utter confusion. After a lengthy silence, Shikaku, unable to bear the pressure, finally spoke. "Funfu is dead." Edward nodded. "I know." Shikaku cautiously inquired, "May I leave now?" Edward laughed heartily. "Of course not. Would you be interested in joining our ranks?" Upon hearing this, Shikaku erupted with rage. "Vile human, you wish to imprison me? Dream on." As it spoke, it opened its wide maw, releasing a foul stench that coalesced into a blast aimed at AI Dehua. Disgusted, AI Dehua pinched his nose and retaliated with a vibrating orb that hurtled towards the creature. Their attacks clashed, resulting in a small mushroom cloud. Realizing it could not win, Shuhei turned to burrow into the sand, attempting to escape. Remarkably cunning, this creature knew how to bend, but not break. "You cannot flee." Earthquake! AI Dehua pressed his hands to the ground, sending terrifying tremors rippling through the earth. A wretched scream emanated from beneath as he was forcibly expelled from the ground. To his astonishment, the once mighty creature had shrunk to the size of a palm-sized raccoon, its chakra in disarray. AI Dehua leaped onto a rock, surveying it from above. "So, Shuhei, do you feel my power?" What astonished Shuhei was not the display of strength, but rather, "How did you know my name?" "Et de casually fabricated a réponse naturally." The strong are privy to much knowledge. Shuhei, still defiant, retorted, "I have only seen such strength in the god of shinobi, yet you are far from it." AI Dehua's demeanor hardened, and he once again summoned the terrifying force of vibrations. Such formidable power as yours, if it cannot serve me, then it is better off destroyed. Vibrating sphere, a highly compressed orb, imbued with cataclysmic intent, surged toward Shu He. Boom! Shu He's shield shattered in an instant, and its form was reduced to sand, scattered upon the ground. Yet, this creature's vitality was remarkable. It remained alive, albeit now a much smaller version of itself. Seething in fury. My chakra, how infuriating! AI Dehua approached, seizing it in his grasp, and chuckled. This is the form I desired. The diminutive Shu He struggled fiercely. Release me, you wretch. AI Dehua tightened his grip slightly. You currently possess the strength of an elite Jonin. Do you still wish to oppose me? Shu He was taken aback. When did I ever say I wanted to fight you? I have always sought to escape. Precisely. AI Dehua laughed and proposed. Would you consider joining me? Upon hearing this, Shu He, eager to avoid confinement, instantly began to negotiate. Ultimately, they struck an unequal pact. Shu He would assist Konoha in exchange for its freedom. On the way back, Shu He perched upon AI Dehua's shoulder, incessantly chattering. Hey, why must one pay for food? AI Dehua solemnly explained. Human society is rather complex. When they returned to the camp, all the ninjas were left in awe, casting glances filled with profound respect. AI Dehua tossed the still recovering Shu He onto the ground, awakening it from its stupor. Just as it prepared to protest, AI Dehua issued a command. Shu He, your next task is to assist the Konoha army in completely conquering the Land of Wind. Shu He's eyes lit up at the prospect. What? You want me to attack the very country that imprisoned me? I am more than willing. AI Dehua nodded in satisfaction and turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, you must have activated your Mangekyo by now? Startled, Fugaku respectfully acknowledged it. AI Dehua patted his shoulder. Excellent. I will leave this place in your capable hands. With Fugaku's Mangekyo activated, subduing this weakened Shu He would be a trivial task. I must return to Konoha to oversee matters. Just as AI Dehua finished speaking, he suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing. He managed to wave his hand dismissively, assuring everyone he was fine, and with a bang, he vanished from sight. What transpired next sent tremors through the entire shinobi world. On January 11th, 41 years of Konoha's existence, Sunagakure, alongside the last pockets of resistance led by Chiyo and the remaining villagers, was utterly extinguished. The Land of Wind declared its surrender, yet Konoha shockingly rejected it. They continued to implement a terrifying policy of slaughter throughout the Land of Wind, transforming the nation into a bloody battlefield. Rumor had it that AI Dehua initiated a new tactic to eliminate the most obstinate foes and elevate a group of spineless traitors as puppet forces, compelling them to slay their own kin and shift the burden of hatred. This maneuver incited the remaining 3 great nations to secretly convene a summit of the 5 Kage, deliberating how to deal with this monstrous entity known as Konoha. Meanwhile, within the confines of Konoha, AI Dehua lay in Orochimaru's laboratory, acutely aware of his deteriorating condition. Orochimaru, clutching the examination report, appeared ghostly pale, his voice trembling. Hokage-sama, many of the cells within you are severely damaged. What? AI Dehua's eyes widened in shock as he bellowed. How is that possible? I'm only 26. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses and regretfully explained. It is hypothesized that your overwhelming strength has accelerated the division of your cells, leading to premature aging. AI Dehua could not accept this grim reality. He forcefully pushed open the door and shouted at Orochimaru's retreating figure. I cannot age. If I must, it can only be after I conclude everything. He wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, the villagers warmly greeting him, yet he heard not a single word. Upon returning home, he found Kakashi tending to his plants. Kakashi greeted him, and AI Dehua mustered a smile, urging him to diligently study ninjutsu before retreating to his room, collapsing onto his bed in despair. He could not comprehend why, in the prime of his life, he was succumbing to the ravages of age. He contemplated the cells of Hashirama, yet feared time might be running short. He activated the panel visible only to himself, observing that his fusion with Whitebeard had reached 55. Gazing at this number reignited the extinguished flame within his eyes. He could not falter. He must hasten the fusion process, acquiring greater strength to swiftly unify the shinobi world. Rising to his feet, clarity washed over him. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that every decision he made at this moment accelerated the countdown of his life. The following day, upon awakening, Aida Hua prepared a lavish breakfast for Kakashi before departing early. Entering the Hokage building, every ninja he encountered stood at attention, saluting with their right hands pressed against their chests, producing a crisp sound. Fourth Hokage-sama, et de la mimique der gesture. Patting his chest in response. Thank you for your hard work. He sank into the large chair in the Hokage's office, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The stack of battle reports on the desk towered higher than him, and upon glancing at it, his blood pressure skyrocketed. The war was brutal. In the land of Earth, 5,000 troops pursued the third Hokage's 3,000, while in the land of Lightning, the third Raikage, a muscular behemoth, had his forces cornering Tsunade, with only the land of Water's forces temporarily hindered by the vast ocean. Otherwise, I would have to change my title to the Fourth Tomb. Almost all of Konoha's ninja reserves had been expended, leaving only a small elite force. If any frontline collapsed, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. I tossed aside the report from the land of Water, fixating intently on the intelligence from the land of Earth and the land of Lightning. Tsunade's situation was undoubtedly dire. Her temperament, akin to that of the third Raikage, would certainly lead to catastrophic losses. I could not afford to wait any longer. I shouted into the air, relay the order to expedite the re-employment program for the prisoners from the land of Wind. Once accomplished, deploy those rogue ninjas to the front lines as cannon fodder. Yes, Hokage-sama. A voice responded through the air, followed by the sound of faint footsteps fading away. It seemed this game still required my presence as the protagonist. I slammed the documents onto the table, resolutely deciding that I must personally visit the battlefield in the land of Lightning. Although my departure would leave the village vulnerable, delaying action on Tsunade's front could result in total annihilation. I briefed the guard at the entrance, stating I was stepping out for a matter, to which he responded with a resounding, Hokage-sama. I praised his enthusiasm, and in the next instant, I vanished from sight. As I set forth, Tsunade was already on the brink of being overwhelmed. The third Raikage, a veritable human tank, radiated lightning and dispatched foes with ease, striking down opponents with the force of his fists. Katsu, the slug of Tsunade, tirelessly tended to her wounds, without which she would have surely perished. Hinata Hizashi, alongside her, continuously activated his healing technique, spinning like a top in a desperate bid to protect her. Just when they thought respite was at hand, the Raikage unexpectedly retreated from battle. Tsunade, believing she could finally catch her breath, turned only to discover that their camp had been raided. Flames engulfed the entire encampment, consuming provisions and injured comrades alike. The audacity of this maneuver was a masterstroke of deception, leaving Tsunade utterly dismayed, crouching on the ground, cradling her head in despair. The loss was catastrophic. Of her original force of 3,500, fewer than 2,000 remained within a mere 10 days. As despair threatened to overwhelm her, I descended with reinforcements, intending to admonish her for tactical misjudgments. However, upon her sighting me, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she collapsed into my embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. The sight was heart-wrenching. Who among us could comprehend the magnitude of her burden? After ensuring Tsunade was settled in the tent, Hinata Hizashi approached, recounting the details of their misfortune. It was a classic ploy, a diversionary tactic that had proven alarmingly effective. My anger surged, but venting it served no purpose. We needed to address the immediate concern of sustenance. I promptly ordered all ninja soldiers to mobilize for hunting. In the subsequent days, the camp was abuzz with reconstruction and forging efforts. However, anxiety gnawed at me. Without provisions, how could we sustain our campaign? Just as I wrestled with these thoughts, a scout reported that Kumobikure was calling for reinforcements. Realizing we could delay no longer, I resolved to launch a full-scale assault the next day. Little did I know, the very scout delivering this message was a double agent, a traitor who promptly divulged my strategies to the enemy, claiming that the Mizukage and Tsuchikage awaited me with an ambush. The following day, I led my refreshed contingent of 3,500 into the fray, only to find the site devoid of any adversaries. A sense of foreboding washed over me. This was a blatant trap, a calculated ploy. Faced with the choice of advancing into danger or retreating, leaving Tsunade and her remaining forces to their fate, I made the decision to scout ahead alone. To my dismay, I soon encountered the third Reikage, the third Tsuchikage, the fourth Mizukage, and an array of formidable Jinchuriki, encircling me with overwhelming numbers. In that moment, I could not help but laugh. Did they truly believe they could conquer me? The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, fumed in anger, exclaiming that I was an arrogant upstart, mistaking myself for a deity of the ninja world. I had no time for idle chatter. I summoned my strength and struck the ground with a mighty fist, unleashing a cataclysmic tremor that shattered the earth beneath us. The ground cracked as if it were glass, and countless ninja fell into the abyss. The scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. Even the third Reikage was compelled to retreat in astonishment. Yet, the challenge persisted. These foes were relentless, returning like a fresh crop of wheat after harvest. I soon realized they had tunneled under the earth, continuously supplying reinforcements. As I fought with fervor, a wave of agony surged through me, and I coughed up blood, realizing I had chosen the template of Whitebeard, burdened by the weight of his injuries. The stronger my power surged, the more my body deteriorated. It became a trade-off between might and longevity. Gazing at the blood pooling beneath me and the endless tide of enemies before me, I felt a hollow emptiness. Had I acted too hastily? Had I made the wrong choice? But regret was futile now. I was determined to embody Whitebeard. Would I retreat? Absolutely not. Even if it meant my demise, I would take these shadows with me. The third Reikage, recognizing my intent, paled in fear. Old Anoki reacted swiftly, crafting a glowing cube, the dust release, primitive world removal technique. I stared at the approaching attack, refusing to evade, locking my gaze onto Anoki as all my strength surged forth. I endured the searing pain of the dust release piercing my chest, transforming into a radiant streak of light. Charging at the third Tsuchikage with unstoppable momentum, he was paralyzed by shock, hastily erecting shields of earth and stone. Yet it was too late. With a sound reminiscent of breaking ice, the third Tsuchikage, that living relic, shattered mid-air into countless fragments. The onlookers were left in disbelief. An ancient figure, present since the founding of the village, had simply ceased to exist. At that moment, Edward coughed blood, his body trembling, yet his gaze remained fixed on the third Reikage, who recognized the imminent danger and fled, darting into the forest like a bolt of black lightning. However, Edward was faster, unleashing a barrage of air blasts that sealed off all escape routes. Realizing he could not flee, the Reikage, consumed by desperation, roared, determined to take Edward down with him. The collision of their ultimate techniques resulted in the Reikage's head erupting in a mist of crimson, while Edward was impaled through the chest by the Reikage's most potent strike. My heart sank as I witnessed Edward, a piercing arm protruding from his torso, glance down as if contemplating the sensation of death. Then, astonishingly, he expressionlessly yanked the arm from his body, discarding the Reikage's lifeless form as if it were refuse. He intended to turn his focus to the fourth Mizukage, but his body finally succumbed, collapsing to one knee. At that moment, the fourth Mizukage, a diminutive figure who had remained mostly passive, approached leisurely, speaking in a tone laced with mockery. Fourth Hokage, EdwardNewgate, truly an extraordinary individual. Edward, breathless, glared at him, undoubtedly piecing together the implications. The Mizukage's voice took on a sinister tone. Pitiful ninja, your failure is inevitable. As for me, a dead man has no need for an identity. My heart raced. This echoed the classic words of Uchiha Madara. Edward, realizing the gravity of the situation, managed a bitter smile, chastising himself for overlooking the fact that Madara had controlled the fourth Mizukage. Yet he refused to concede, standing defiantly before the diminutive figure. The outcome remains uncertain. With a surge of energy, he unleashed a final explosion of force, hurling a punch toward the Mizukage. The Mizukage, controlled by Madara, retreated into the shell of the tailed beast, defiantly proclaiming, "Oh, with such willpower, I acknowledge you, young one." Edward scoffed, mercilessly pounding the shell. Yet his strength waned, his movements slowed, until at last he fell silent. Within the confines of his shell, Ban sensed the exterior had quieted, and cautiously emerged to behold the fallen Edward. He coughed up blood, murmuring, "Have you finally reached your limit? It is no injustice for a junior to perish by my hand." His own body felt as if it were on the brink of collapse. Just as he prepared to deliver a final blow to Edward, a series of gunshots rang out. Tsunade had finally arrived with her reinforcements. Upon seeing the arrival of aid, Ban disregarded everything else, swiftly forming hand seals and launching a water dragon bullet towards the unconscious Edward. Tsunade's eyes turned crimson as she shouted, resolutely intercepting the jutsu with her fists. Observing this scene, Ban coughed blood, his body weakened, collapsing as his voice drifted with the wind. "Fortune favors you. But we shall meet again, Junior." Tsunade endured the impact of the water dragon bullet, sustaining considerable injury herself, yet she cared not and frantically rushed to Edward's side. "Edward, how are you?" Edward coughed blood, his consciousness fading, barely uttering, "I'm fine," before losing consciousness entirely. The last words he heard were Tsunade's heart-wrenching cry. Summoning technique. "Snail, you must not die, Edward." This battle irrevocably altered the entire shinobi world. News spread, sending everyone into a frenzy. The fourth Hokage single-handedly faced the joint forces of the three nations, eliminating the third Tsuchikage, the third Reikage, and the fourth Mizukage, and then retreated unscathed. Henceforth, Edward acquired the title of the new god of the shinobi world. The remaining nations dared not to wage war, lining up to capitulate to Konoha, offering reparations and ceding territory in utter humility. The previously obliterated Wind Country was swallowed whole and renamed the Land of Wind and Fire. Yet beneath the veneer of peace, invisible undercurrents stirred. As months passed, while Konoha appeared to flourish, the higher-ups understood that grave problems loomed. The Land of Wind and Fire had become a veritable hell on earth. Edward's former subordinate, Yamashita Kid, now reigned as its leader, tasked daily with but a single word: kill, to eradicate the rebellious slaves. His soldiers, once retching at the beginning, now dulled to numbness, had reached a point of near madness. Killing this generation to eliminate the next. When would it end? Yamashita Kid himself began to doubt. Just then, chaos erupted anew. A group of slaves, employing some vile sorcery to ignite their life force, surged forth with eyes ablaze, their strength skyrocketing, charging like zombies. Ordinary firearms could not fell them. Only ninjutsu could reduce them to dust. Yamashita Kid fought fiercely, his mind consumed with Edward's commands. Kill upon sight. With a single technique, the dance of blades, he unleashed a flurry of slicing light, sending several heads soaring. Yet, the frenzied slaves were too numerous, an unending tide. One even sustained a fatal injury from a shuriken, blood spraying high, yet still pressing forward. As the battle concluded, Yamashita Kid, drenched in blood, barely caught his breath before a bloodied ninja rushed in, gasping, "Commander, a massive riot has erupted in the southwest." Upon arriving at the scene, Yamashita Kid was stunned. Hundreds of red-eyed, frenzied slaves engulfed the ninjas of Konoha, with severed limbs littering the ground. In that moment, witnessing such a hellish sight, he questioned in his heart for the first time, "Was what you did, brother Edward, truly right?" The next instant, he bellowed, charging into the heart of the battlefield. Meanwhile, in Konoha Hokage office, a ninja respectfully withdrew and seated in the Hokage's chair. Edward let out a deep sigh. Emerging from the shadows, Orochimaru appeared like a specter, licking his lips with a grin. "Tsunade, how does it feel to be Hokage?" The fourth Hokage instantly transformed back into Tsunade, her voice brimming with excitement. "What brings you here? How is Edward?" "The situation is dire." Orochimaru's expression was rarely complex. In a profoundly deep underground chamber outside Konoha, the true Edward, a towering giant over 6 meters tall, lay upon an operating table, connected to numerous tubes sustained by Orochimaru's specially formulated nutrients. He had inherited the frailty and old injuries of Whitebeard, compounded by this latest grievous wound. Although his power nearly touched the realm of the Sage of Six Paths, his body resembled that of a man in his 70s. Tsunade gazed at his wrinkled face and slackened muscles, her heart aching. "Edward, you have truly aged." Yet Edward chuckled, still with that familiar hearty laugh. "Do not think you can underestimate me because of my appearance." Tsunade fought back tears, her voice trembling. "I know, you are the strongest man in the world." They conversed for a while, and Edward, as if bequeathing his final wishes, entrusted the Hokage position to Tsunade, urging her to look after Yamashita Kid and Kakashi in the future. Tsunade's heart ached with every word. After bidding Tsunade farewell, Orochimaru inquired, "How long do you believe you can hold on?" "I do not know." Edward gazed at the ceiling. "I could slip away at any moment, but not yet. Uchihamadara has not been resolved." Meanwhile, back in the office, Tsunade had scarcely settled into her chair when she received a devastating urgent report. A trembling ninja burst in, exclaiming, "Hokage-sama! Urgent news from the land of wind and fire. A massive riot has erupted. Commander Yamashita has perished. Over half the troops are casualties, requesting immediate assistance." "What did you say?" Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, rising in disbelief. Yamashita Kid, an elite jonin, could not have fallen in such a place. It was said he died after exhausting his chakra. Tsunade collapsed into her chair, her mind blank. How would she explain this to Edward? She had just promised to take care of his brother. That evening, Tsunade transformed into Edward-esque eyes, trudging heavily back to the villa. Kakashi was doing his homework, glancing up to mock. "Oh, our busy Hokage has finally decided to return home?" Tsunade, the fourth Hokage, gently ruffled Kakashi's hair, her eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. She knew this child had just lost his uncle, and soon he would lose his father as well. "Kakashi, is there anything you desire?" she asked softly. Kakashi hesitated, his tone tinged with melancholy. "I do not want anything, but if only my father and uncle would come home more often." Tsunade's heart was pierced at that moment. While Konoha languished in a strange peace and sorrow, in the distant land of rain, within a dark cave, Nagato shouted at Konan, "Quickly take Yahiko and leave here." Konan, cradling the gravely injured Yahiko, shook her head in tears. "I will not abandon you, Nagato." The three of them, Jiraiya's disciples, were ensnared in this wretched chaos, pursued by a team of elite Konoha Umbu. Just then, shadows blocked the cave's entrance. The leading Konoha ninja, kunai in hand, advanced step by step, their voice chillingly cold. "We have finally found you." At that moment, Nagato, upon seeing the eyes of the Konoha ninja, instantly comprehended the dire situation. He was still too naive. He lowered his head, declaring, "Release my friends, and I will come with you." His teammates, hearing this, swiftly turned to their leader. The captain, before Nagato's eyes, quickly signaled to capture Nagato first, then eliminate the rest. Assuming others were oblivious, the team member nodded in understanding, remaining still like a post while Nagato willingly walked into the trap. Nagato genuinely believed it, his expression relaxing as he uttered a thank you, moving toward them. Just as this heart-wrenching scene played out, a figure suddenly emerged from below, black and white, transformed to resemble the Konoha ninjas, immediately hurling a barrage of shuriken at Yahiko and Konan. The Konoha ninjas were also bewildered. What was happening? Were there others present? Upon witnessing the situation, Nagato erupted in fury. "You deceived me." With a thunderous roar, a wave of immense power surged forth from him, sending the Konoha ninja before him crashing against the stone wall, from which he promptly spewed a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the black and white duo, having struck with success, chuckled and slipped away, their mission accomplished. "Shao Nan, Yahiko." Nagato's gaze fell upon his fallen comrades, and he descended into madness, a devilish voice echoing in his mind. "Unleash your power. Annihilate these Konoha scum. Aya, let them all perish." The 10 tails. Finally, Nagato could no longer contain himself. He unleashed his full power. With a deafening roar, a colossal monstrosity materialized behind him, shattering the very mountain. The so-called elite forces of Konoha paled in terror, shouting for a hasty retreat. Yet the beast offered them no respite, unleashing a tailed beast bomb. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, the Konoha ninjas and the surrounding landscape for miles were obliterated, evaporated in an instant. The scene shifted to Konoha, within Orochimaru's shadowy chamber. Orochimaru perused the intelligence in his hands, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Failed, have we? On the operating table, the incapacitated Edward remained remarkably composed, chuckling lightly. Failure is to be expected. After all, those are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, not easily obtained. Orochimaru set the information aside, fixing his gaze on Edward. It appears we must activate Plan B. Edward, eyes closed, replied, "Bring it on. I am ready to embrace death, but the time is not yet ripe." He was acutely aware that his integration with his body was still insufficient, and he feared that Orochimaru might abandon the code of honor. Orochimaru licked his lips, his excitement palpable. One exceedingly wicked technique, truly befitting the new god of the ninja world. Even in spirit, I cannot compare. Edward laughed heartily. Life and death are but trifles. Orochimaru regarded him with genuine admiration. At that moment, a small slug in Orochimaru's pocket began to squeak. "Tsunade is looking for you." "Tsunade? What is the matter?" Orochimaru inquired, pulling out the slug. The little creature, with an innocent tone, replied, "I don't know. But Lady Tsunade asked you to come to the Hokage's office." "Understood," Orochimaru said, returning the slug to his pocket. Edward overheard and remarked, "Go, see what Tsunade needs." Orochimaru left with a sly grin. As soon as he departed, Edward's mind raced with thoughts of doubt. Can I truly trust Orochimaru? Plan A involved seizing Nagato's Rinnegan to resurrect myself. I had shared this with him, hoping against hope to snatch it from Madara, and failure was to be expected. But regarding Plan B, the Edo Tensei, what if I perish and Orochimaru changes his mind, using my power for his own ends? That would spell disaster. Orochimaru, do not let me down, Edward thought helplessly. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Orochimaru entered and asked, "Tsunade, what is the matter? This is the first time you've summoned me this way." Tsunade, head bowed and silent, emanated an atmosphere of grave seriousness. "Is there a crisis?" Orochimaru sensed something amiss. After a long pause, Tsunade finally managed to utter, "Yamashita has died in battle." With a start, Orochimaru nearly crushed the slug in his pocket. Yet, accustomed to life and death, he quickly regained his composure. "You should not have told me this. You ought to inform Edward." "I know, but I don't know how to broach the subject," Tsunade replied, her eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. Who would understand the anguish of family? How could one articulate such news? "If there is a problem, solve it," Orochimaru said, turning to leave. "Wait, Orochimaru," Tsunade called urgently. "What now?" "You must accompany me." Her eyes held a myriad of complex emotions. Orochimaru chuckled. "You are no longer a child, Tsunade." This remark ignited her fury. "Why all the nonsense?" "I said accompany me." "So do so." Her temper flared, and Orochimaru, taken aback, relented. He did not wish to end up in the hospital like Jiraiya. "Very well, let's go." With determination, Tsunade led the way out of the office. In the chamber, Edward had been meditating but suddenly opened his eyes. Tsunade and Orochimaru's chakra? He sensed their urgency through his kin Bunchika haki. The door creaked open, and the two entered. Edward wasted no time. "Speak, Tsunade. What brings you here?" Tsunade approached him, stumbling over her words until she finally declared, "Yamashita has fallen in battle." "What?" Edward leapt from the operating table in shock. "What did you just say?" "Tsunade." His eyes instantly reddened, and the pressure in the chamber plummeted, leaving both Tsunade and Orochimaru feeling a weight in their chests. "I'm sorry," Tsunade stammered, grappling with discomfort. "I had no idea the situation was so perilous. How did Yamashita die?" "Speak," Edward demanded, coughing violently as his emotions flared, aggravating his injuries. Tsunade trembled as she explained. He was killed by unruly civilians from the Land of Wind, who learned a forbidden technique from a cult, leading to mutual destruction. I knew those damn civilians wouldn't behave. Edward's fury intensified, causing him to cough even harder. Yamashita Kid was someone he had raised as his own. No, Yamashita cannot die in vain. Orochimaru. Edward struggled to rise from the table, his towering figure bending in the cramped chamber. Orochimaru quickly cautioned, Edward, if you continue like this, your life will be forfeit. What kind of world's strongest man is it, if I cannot even protect those close to me? What kind of new god of the ninja world am I? Edward retorted. He regained his composure, but one thought consumed him. Vengeance. Tsunade attempted to intervene. Edward, your health is paramount. But her feeble protest was futile. I am resolute. Edward's voice resonated like thunder. Transmit my orders. All Konoha ninjas must immediately withdraw from the Land of Wind. I will make that forsaken land pay for the life of Yamashita Kid. You shall not leave this chamber. Tsunade gritted her teeth, blocking the entrance. Edward's expression darkened. Who is the Hokage, you or I? As his words fell, an overwhelming force erupted from him, striking Tsunade directly. She faltered, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed. Orochimaru, who had deliberately kept his distance, was nonetheless startled by the scene, his eyes widening in shock. Inwardly, he reflected, this is true power. Yet, he also felt a tinge of sorrow. No matter how great the strength, it ultimately succumbs to the ties of emotion. Edward's kin Bunchaku sensed Orochimaru's fleeting coldness, but he said nothing, merely commanding, Orochimaru, go in Tsunade's stead to issue the orders. I am setting out. Orochimaru, head bowed, replied in an odd tone. In your current state, how do you intend to embark? Edward's eyes gleamed as he grasped the 8-meter-long sword, Song Yun Xie. My condition will inevitably be exposed. Better to act sooner rather than later. Understood, I shall handle it, Orochimaru acknowledged, lifting the unconscious Tsunade and exiting the chamber. Days later, Konoha erupted in chaos. Officials announced that the godlike fourth Hokage, Edward, had fallen gravely ill. The villagers, in disbelief, witnessed Edward, frail and tethered to a wheelchair, adorned with numerous bottles of medicine, making a weak appearance before them. Today I declare Tsunade the fifth Hokage, Edward announced with all the strength he could muster. The crowd erupted in tears. Lord Fourth, do not abdicate. We believe you will pull through. Yet, Tsunade accepted the Hokage hat. Edward gazed at her with hopeful anticipation. I hope you surpass me, fifth Hokage. I will, without fail, Tsunade affirmed, her resolve unwavering. On the podium, only Kananshu remained, delivering her inaugural speech. Below, Orochimaru pushed Edward's wheelchair away. Is emotion truly so significant? He inquired. Edward did not respond directly, merely stating, if you deem it important, then it is. If not, then it is not. And what is your perspective? Edward smiled faintly, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. This is an inviolable boundary. All right then. Orochimaru ceased his inquiries. Do not forget our agreement, Orochimaru. Edward cast him a sidelong glance. I shall not forget, Orochimaru affirmed, his gaze lowered. It is best that way. Edward's observation skills hinted that matters were far from simple. Upon Kananshu's ascension, her first policy ignited a storm in Konoha, withdrawal of troops from the Land of Wind. The populace erupted in protests, accusing her of betraying the fourth Hokage and demanding her resignation. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of Konoha's enforcement agencies that the uproar subsided. Observing this, other nations began to stir, wondering if Konoha had shown signs of weakness. Meanwhile, the Land of Wind descended into chaos, festooned with corpses and severed limbs, resembling a hell on earth. On this day, the dismembered body of Yamashita was brought back. Edward, seated in his wheelchair, gazed at the mercilessly disassembled remains, marred with bite marks and decaying flesh, his fury nearly erupting from his eyes. I shall avenge you, Yama. He trembled, closing his eyes as he reached out to shut Yama's unseeing eyes. He feared that should he open them, he would exhaust the last remnants of his vitality in a reckless rush. Orochimaru, he bellowed. Orochimaru approached, licking his lips and utilizing a sealing scroll to secure the body. Take care of it, Edward solemnly instructed. Once the body vanished, he slowly reopened his eyes. Yet the stench of death incessantly assaulted his senses. On the way, Kananchu informed him that Kakashi had been incessantly storming the Hokage building due to his grave illness. Much to her annoyance. I understand. I will handle it later, Edward replied wearily, closing his eyes. Observing his state, Kananchu could only sigh and remind him to take care of himself before departing. Once she left, Edward immediately inquired, "What of the matter I instructed you about, Orochimaru?" "I found a lead at Kamizukawa in the village hidden in rain." Orochimaru's tone was laden with astonishment. "I never expected that fellow to still be alive." "Excellent," Edward grinned. "If possible, see if you can enlist those two venerable entities to bring him to the land of wind." The he referred to was Uchiha Madara, and the two venerable entities were naturally Shikaku, the One Tail, and the Nine Tails residing within Kushina. "Understood, I shall give it a try." Though he is a veritable demon of the ninja world, Orochimaru nodded slowly, feeling a rush of excitement. The scene shifted to the home of Minato Namikaze, where the atmosphere dramatically changed. "Hey, you spineless wretch, how dare you criticize my cooking?" Kushina was relentlessly pursuing Minato with a flurry of punches. It turned out that the rice she had cooked, originally golden, had been transformed into a charred black mess. Minato took a bite and turned green, which only earned him more of Kushina's affectionate fists. Meanwhile, Shikaku was happily munching away, exclaiming, "Human, from now on, you shall be my personal chef. This is delectable." Upon hearing this, Kushina immediately halted, puffing out her chest with pride. "Humph, see how much One Tail enjoys it. Truly ungrateful," she added with a smirk. "Too bad a certain stinky fox won't get to taste it." At this, the Nine Tails inside her cried out indignantly, "Hey, I couldn't care less for your burnt rice. You foul woman." Just then, Uzumaki Kushina paused. "Why are the Umbu here?" Startled by the revelation, the Umbu member spying from the tree outside panicked. Realizing he had been discovered, and obediently approached the door to knock. He certainly could not provoke the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. "Come in, the door is open." The Umbu entered, and upon seeing Kushina standing there like a hostess, he thought, "Good heavens, Minato's progress is astonishing. Just recently, they were merely holding hands, and now he has brought the Nine Tails Jinchuriki home to cook. Hey, what brings you here, Umbu?" Kushina asked nonchalantly. The Umbu cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Lord Orochimaru requests the presence of Lord Shikaku and yourself to discuss important matters." "All right, understood," Kushina sighed, rubbing her forehead. The Umbu, upon hearing this, left without uttering another word. The look he cast at Minato was laden with meaning, likely pondering, "I could run all day and not find anyone, yet they are all gathered here for tea." Once the Umbu departed, Minato's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, leaped again as he rushed to Kushina's side. Concern etched across his face. "Kushina, are you all right?" He feared that something might happen to his beloved Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina, rolling her eyes, waved dismissively, "Relax, relax. You spineless wretch." Yet, despite her feigned annoyance, Minato's concern warmed her heart. She picked up the small raccoon, Shikaku, and announced, "I'm off with Shikaku. Remember to wash the dishes." Minato felt a surge of urgency as he watched his beloved prepare to leave, opening his mouth to speak. "Kushina, wait," he began. What is it?" Kushina turned back, puzzled. Minato hesitated, ultimately lowering his head in dismay. "Nothing, you go ahead." Who among family could understand the frustration of being unable to utter the words, "I will protect you," to the one he adored due to his lack of strength? He could only watch helplessly as Kushina departed, silently vowing, "I must learn that technique, the spiraling sphere. The name is so cringe-worthy, it makes me want to dig my toes into the ground. But as long as it can protect Kushina, I shall embrace it regardless of what it is called." Meanwhile, Kushina, clutching the small raccoon, wandered into a peculiar establishment. The building was square, with a sign at the entrance reading Snake Division. She scoffed at the name, but pressed on without hesitation. This Snake Division was, in essence, Orochimaru's new lair, where the Umbu member had now been rebranded as a member of the Snake Division. This was the private militia assigned to Orochimaru by the fourth Hokage, Edward, dedicated to safeguarding him in his scientific pursuits. Let me tell you, the technological advancements in Konoha had grown grotesquely uneven. Some households were equipped with the latest air conditioners and televisions of 2025, while others still resided in thatched huts, all due to the shortage of research personnel and production capacity. When Kushina found Orochimaru, he was seated in a rather sinister environment. Kushina, disliking such an ambience, got straight to the point. "Hey, Orochimaru, what do you want with me?" Orochimaru's serpentine gaze swept over her and Shikaku as he rose, speaking in a haunting tone. "There's indeed a matter at hand, concerning the fourth Hokage." "What?" Upon hearing Edward's name, Kushina stood upright. She knew that her ability to shed the title of the malevolent Jinchuriki and to roam freely with Shikaku was entirely thanks to Edward's new policies. Her heart brimmed with gratitude towards this man. "Speak, what is it? I will assist in any way I can." Her voice was resolute. Orochimaru, upon hearing her, smiled with a peculiar twist of his lips. It is quite simple. All you need to do is nothing." Kushina was momentarily baffled. "Is that all?" "Rest assured, the fourth Hokage will take action personally when the time comes." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Despite being utterly perplexed, Kushina nonetheless agreed. At the same time, the atmosphere in Edward's villa was heavy with sorrow. Kakashi gazed at his father, the towering giant of 6 meters, now reduced to being pushed back in a wheelchair. Tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He knew his father was nearing his end. His uncle had also perished. The blissful paradise of happiness had collapsed, plunging into the depths of despair. Edward gazed at the tear-streaked Kakashi, and with his characteristic voice, chuckled, "Gulalala, why do you weep? I'm still very much alive." Despite being seated in a wheelchair, he towered over Kakashi. Observing his son's uncontrollable sobs, this so-called devil in the eyes of outsiders finally softened, extending his massive hand to embrace Kakashi's petite form, enveloping him in the warmth of his diminishing body heat. "Father, will we meet again?" Kakashi, having cried enough, nestled in his father's embrace, whispered softly. "Of course." Edward's voice resonated with undeniable strength. "I, EdwardNewgate, never break my promises. Especially not to you, my son Kakashi." In that moment, the shared gaze between father and son became an eternal vow. The days passed swiftly. Sensing the right moment, Edward, under the knowledge of Tsunade, but unbeknownst to most, set off in secret towards Yuin village, aiming for the Kamizukabashi. Let me tell you, this team is extraordinary. Orochimaru, Uzumaki Kushina, Shikaku, and a cadre of elite snake jonin. At their core is Edward, lying on a specially designed steel stretcher, carried by the ninja. Along the journey, Edward looked up at the sky and casually asked, "Orochimaru, do you remember what I instructed you?" Orochimaru, weaving swiftly through the forest, furrowed his brow. "Will this truly work?" "Gulalala, do not worry. I know precisely what kind of person he is." Edward laughed heartily. With death looming, his thoughts were consumed by one matter. Uchiha Obito, that immortal scourge of the ninja world, posed a grave threat to the new Konoha he had painstakingly built. Until he was eliminated, Edward could not find peace. Though apprehensive about the perilous task, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "All right, I will do my best." Finally, they arrived near Yuin village. Edward abruptly rose from the stretcher, gripping his massive sword, Son-Yun Chia, closing his eyes to unleash his Kinbunchika haki. Found it. Thanks to Orochimaru's prior tracking of the general direction, it would have been quite difficult otherwise. Edward pointed towards a specific direction and instructed Orochimaru. "He hides well. Go, Orochimaru. I trust you will reach the cavern beneath Kamizukabashi with ease." With that, he reclined back onto the stretcher. Orochimaru licked his lips and chuckled mischievously. This is a task where one could easily meet their demise." No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a great white serpent, burrowing into the ground. Set off, full speed towards the land of wind and fire. Edward's plan was officially underway, commanding Uzumaki Kushina, "Shikaku, keep up." A group of jonin immediately hoisted the incredibly heavy steel stretcher, racing towards the land of wind and fire. Kushina followed closely behind, uncertain of her purpose but placing her trust in the fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, within the dark cavern beneath Kimizukabashi, Uchiha Bito, his hair as white as snow and his body covered in tubes, suddenly opened his eyes. Is that the young one? Such tenacity in life? Edward had not concealed his presence, and Obito immediately sensed it. Has he already discovered my existence? The title of the new god of the ninja world is not undeserved. Obito remarked with a serious tone. He called out to a direction, Deidara, go greet our guest. As he spoke, he removed the tubes from his body and stood up. Understood, Lord Uchiha Obito. A comical-looking creature resembling a lump of white clay replied in a hilariously odd tone, dashing out. Obito watched the figure depart with disdain, muttering, fool. Yet, in the next moment his brow furrowed. Is that not the young one himself? Meanwhile, Deidara sprinted and soon found his target, Orochimaru, who had just emerged from the earth. Hey, you must be the guest Lord Uchiha Obito wanted me to meet. Orochimaru surveyed the secret base, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of scientists discovering new territory, ignoring Deidara entirely. Undetavate, Deidara leaned in closer. Hello. Only then did Orochimaru turn, realizing he could not sense this peculiar white creature's presence. Who are you? I am Deidara. Would you like some tea? Deidara produced a cup of dark tea and offered it to the still serpentine Orochimaru. Just then, a voice resonated with age and authority. Get lost. Fool. Uchiha Obito approached leisurely. Upon hearing this, Deidara immediately bolted away. Obito looked up at the massive white serpent. Who are you? Where's that young one? The white serpent swiftly transformed into human form, and Orochimaru bowed deeply, respectfully stating, Honored Lord Uchiha Obito, I am in service to the fourth Hokage, Edward. I come to propose a transaction on his behalf. Intriguing, Obito's eyes sparkled with interest. Speak, what transaction do you propose? Orochimaru gathered his emotions and bowed again. Two-tailed beasts in exchange for a single opportunity to strike. Ha ha ha. Obito erupted into laughter, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Is this a declaration of war against me? I accept. As for those two-tailed beasts, I would not stoop to such means to acquire them. Orochimaru inwardly sighed in relief, thinking the plan was proceeding smoothly. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted in horror. A colossal hand, moving faster than he could react, seized his head. Well then, you may die now. With a dull thud, Orochimaru's head burst like a tomato under Obito's grip. Despite Orochimaru being an elite ninja, before the quasi-six paths Obito, he was akin to a mere chicken being slaughtered. Deidara confirmed the young one's location. With Orochimaru eliminated, Obito's battle spirit ignited. It had been far too long since he had fought, and he was eager for the thrill. Come forth, young one. Let me see if you still possess the strength to contend with me. Concurrently, in the land of wind and fire, chaos reigned. The land had become a veritable hell, with people battling fiercely for food and territory, bloodshed rampant. An organization known as the Cult of the Evil God had risen, enslaving all. Today marked the return of one whom they both longed for revenge against yet feared to the core. Is that the new god of the ninja world? As the masses beheld the towering figure carried by the ninja, their faces morphed into expressions of terror. Edward reclined on the stretcher, surveying the lifeless crowd around him, coldly remarking, Is this the graveyard beneath the mountain? Suddenly, a man charged forth, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Do you see? You are the cause of all this. Does your conscience not ache? Before he could finish, several kunai flew through the air, and the man fell lifeless to the ground. Edward chuckled darkly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Regret? If anyone should regret, it is I for not being more ruthless, for not entirely eradicating you weaklings who can only kill my family. Blame yourselves for your lack of strength and your audacity to infringe upon my interests. That is a capital offense. With that, Edward rose from the stretcher. His towering 6-meter frame loomed like an iron tower, exuding overwhelming might. Demon. The crowd below instantly crumbled, losing all courage to resist, scattering in panic. Edward gazed down at the swarm of ants, his fury intensifying. My family perished at the hands of these insects. who do not even dare to challenge me. He bellowed, "Bring forth my weapon." A colossal blade, 8 meters long, Songyun Chia, was released from its sealing scroll. Edward bent to seize it, caressing its cold blade, then addressed the ninjas at his feet. "You may withdraw, take Uzumaki Kushina and Shikaku, and flee as far as you can." The Konoha ninjas bowed deeply, swiftly escorting Kushina and Shikaku away. They understood this would be their final glimpse of the strongest Hokage in history. Once all had departed, Edward swung Songyun Chia, slicing through the air, tearing it asunder. His inner vitality began to burn fiercely, and rather than weakening, he radiated an astonishing glow, with muscles bulging like never before. This was his final resurgence. "Are you prepared to endure my wrath?" Once the proud Wind Country, he stood still, awaiting the arrival of his sworn enemy. There he came. In an instant, Edward's eyes widened dramatically. With a fierce thrust of Kanji into the ground beneath the fleeing crowd, he declared, "None shall escape. Go and be buried alongside the mountains." The earth trembled. Boom! The entire world seemed on the verge of collapse. The ground rolled like ocean waves, swallowing countless souls. The once great Wind Country was reduced to ruins in mere seconds. At the epicenter of this cataclysm, a figure burst onto the scene. Such power! Are you also stepping into that threshold? The fourth Hokage, EdwardNewgate, Uchiha Madara, has arrived, gazing upon the apocalyptic scene with no fear in his eyes, only an insatiable fervor. "You have come, Uchiha Madara." Edward regarded him quietly. "Come then, let me witness your true strength." No sooner had he spoken than Madara launched his attack, a fan and a scythe aimed directly at Edward. But Edward was a master swordsman. How could he falter in close combat? The relentless strikes, imbued with terrifying force, left Madara in disarray. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Madara was sent flying by Kanji. "What is this power? Come, this strength is specifically fueled by my life force for you." Edward's tiger-like eyes widened, his arms and Kanji turning as dark as ink. "Haki of armament, perish! You should not exist in this era." Edward leapt high, descending with a powerful blow. How infuriating! Susanoo. Madara was forced to reveal his trump card as blue skeletal armor enveloped him. But it was futile. Crack! The strikes, wrapped in haki, created fissures in Susanoo. "You have lost, Uchiha Madara." Edward pushed him back several hundred meters with a single blow. Cough! Cough! "Ultimately, I am aging," Madara spat blood, trembling as he rose. "But I am not defeated yet." Experience the eyes of Izuna. "Rinne-tensei, it ends here. Conqueror's haki." Edward had anticipated his contingency plan. How could he grant him such an opportunity? A terrifying red aura erupted from him, engulfing the surroundings. The heavens and earth shifted in hue. What is this? Madara felt an overwhelming mental shock, freezing in place. Now is the moment. Edward channeled all his strength into a single strike, enveloped in Conqueror's haki. Slash! Puffed. Kanji plunged deeply into Uchiha Madara's chest. "I have lost." Madara regained his senses, feeling the intense pain in his chest and the vitality within him being shattered by the haki, slowly collapsing and closing his eyes. To have such a battle, I die with honor. Edward stood before Madara's lifeless body, laughing heartily. My long-held wish has been fulfilled. He felt his body gradually stiffen, gripping Kanji tightly, standing motionless as if he were truly Whitebeard, passing away while standing. Meanwhile, deep within the cave of Kemizukabashi, the headless corpse belonging to Orochimaru suddenly trembled, bursting open with a loud noise, and a perfectly intact Orochimaru crawled out. "I truly owe you my thanks. I almost met my end." Still shaken, he transformed back into a snake and hurriedly slithered away. Having distanced himself from that treacherous realm, Orochimaru paused to sense the battle occurring in the distance. Could Edward truly emerge victorious? At this moment, on the edge of the wind and fire lands, the surviving Konoha ninjas and Kushina gazed in astonishment at the scorched earth. Is this truly the power of the fourth Hokage? How formidable, Kushina murmured. Shikaku, in its colossal form, shielded them, expressing its lingering fear. With such power, Has that man approached the realm of the Sage of Six Paths? No sooner had the words escaped than a languid and proud voice resonated within Kushina. No, he is still far from it. He has merely stepped into the threshold of the sage's power, distant from that old man. I tell you, upon hearing the Nine-Tails words, the Konoha ninjas felt their spirits nearly flee. Already traumatized by Edward's cataclysmic display, now they learned that this was not even his full form. Good heavens! How could they survive this? At that moment, a small snake in one of the ninja's arms suddenly hissed, prompting him to report. Lord Orochimaru's signal. We must regroup. This command was like music to their ears. Everyone immediately suppressed their injuries, packed their belongings, and prepared to flee. After all, behind them stood a Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails and a newly recruited Shikaku. If these two ancestral beings clashed, their entire families would be dragged to the afterlife. Kushina-sama, we must depart. A throng of elite ninjas swiftly surrounded Kushina, creating an impenetrable barrier. Kushina was immediately incensed, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Hey, can you all back off a bit? How annoying. Family, who understands? I could knock out a Kaguya with a single punch. Do I need you fools to protect me? This is utterly absurd. Yet, these ninjas were obstinate. Heads bowed, they parroted, protecting you is our duty. Kushina, utterly exasperated, waved her hand. All right, let us go. I concede to you all. Nearby, Shikaku, seeing a free ride, transformed into a cute raccoon, diving into a ninja's arms, finding a comfortable position and beginning to snore, emphasizing companionship while embodying a thorough sloth. Thus, the grand procession set forth, following the swiftly advancing small snake, racing forward. Finally, they encountered Orochimaru, who was also on the move. Lord Orochimaru, the mission is complete and losses are minimal. The leading ninja reported promptly. Orochimaru grinned like a snake, chuckling, that is good. What is the situation with the fourth Hokage? A scout has already been dispatched. News should arrive shortly. Excellent. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glinted, his tone unwavering now. A new task. Escort Kushina and Shikaku back to the village. Can you manage it? We pledged to complete the mission. The ninjas responded fervently. Then let us depart. Orochimaru waved his hand, but his gaze drifted toward another direction. I will remain here. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he stealthily made his way toward the battlefield alone. I tell you, Uncle Snake is quite aware of his intentions. What does having some matters mean? He is off to collect corpses. A being of Edward's caliber is merely a moving treasure trove. Should his body fall into others' hands, the entire shinobi world would tremble. However, upon arriving at the Wind and Fire lands, he was left dumbfounded. Before him lay not earth, but a vast expanse of ash. A colossal crater. Orochimaru gasped. Is this the site of a world-class war? He was exceedingly cautious. There was no way he would venture into the heart of the battlefield alone. He found a spot to sit, first casting a summoning technique to shift his perspective to the small snake he had dispatched as a scout. What a clever remote reconnaissance. Yet, the little snake moved agonizingly slow, only revealing ashes and pits, the largest fissures measuring dozens of meters deep. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Too slow. It seems I must personally intervene. He dispelled the technique and rose, but not charging recklessly. He formed an exceedingly intricate seal and shouted, Vitality Split Technique. I tell you, this technique is nothing short of miraculous. It was developed specifically for Edward, though he had not the opportunity to employ it. In simple terms, it divides his chakra and life force into two, creating a dormant consciousness clone. As long as one remains alive, the other can perish and be revived. The only drawback is that if the clone dies, the original's strength and lifespan are halved. The side effects are immense, yet he can scarcely afford to dwell on them now. This maneuver, I dare say, is truly groundbreaking. He directly infused the vitality he had split off into the form of a white serpent summoned through spiritual communion, akin to purchasing a resurrection armor for himself. Only then did he muster the courage to step into that desolate realm. Upon entry, he sensed a familiar, yet terrifying aura. Is this Edward's? It is indistinguishable. Could he still be alive? Shock was etched across Orochimaru's face. Instantly, he transformed into a large white serpent and swiftly burrowed into the scorched earth, tunneling in the direction of the most potent energy. The deeper he delved, the greater his trepidation grew. The ground was drenched in crimson, an overwhelming stench of blood pervading the air. As he gazed upward from beneath the surface, the fissures appeared like vast canyons. At last, he discovered the heart of the battlefield, where the oppressive aura left him dizzy. Emerging from the earth, he focused his gaze. A colossal figure, 6 meters tall, stood silently 100 meters away, devoid of any chakra presence. Beneath the giant's feet lay another figure, Uchiha Obito. So it is true, he is indeed dead. Orochimaru approached with a complex expression, weighed down by the atmosphere. The man has perished, yet this formidable aura remains so vast. He approached the giant, observing the lifeless form of Uchiha Obito, the one who once dispatched him with a single strike, and suddenly laughed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. How absurd! Two titans at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, meeting their demise in such a manner. In the next moment, his eyes transformed, ignited by greed and fervor akin to flames. What a splendid specimen for experimentation. Edward, I am truly grateful. He retrieved a sealing scroll, licking his lips, his eyes shining with fervor as he ensnared both corpses within. To study such power brings me one step closer to eternal life. Without eternal life, what worth is even the mightiest of powers? I am destined to be the ultimate victor. However, unbeknownst to him, deep beneath his feet, Heibai and Baiju were on the verge of disintegration from fury. They had arrived before Orochimaru, yet were rendered immobile by Edward's accursed red aura, akin to being ensnared in a game, helplessly watching as Orochimaru absconded with Obito's corpse. Who comprehends the anguish of lost chances? Baiju's heart shattered. Lord Obito has been taken away by that serpentine fiend. Heibai remained composed. The plan has changed. Days later, in Konoha village, Orochimaru returned with his spoils. Oh no, his corpses, and headed straight to the Hokage's office. He is dead? Tsunade, seated behind her desk, trembled in disbelief. Orochimaru lowered his head, a grave expression upon his face. Yes, he died to protect his subordinates. He concealed the earth-shattering battle between Edward and Obito with utmost secrecy. What of his remains? A glimmer of hope flickered in Tsunade's eyes. I am sorry, I cannot find them. Orochimaru lied without flinching, as if I would relinquish such a treasure. Tsunade fell silent, only to suddenly slam her hand on the desk, her fury erupting. Issue the order. Increase reinforcements. We must unearth his remains, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground. Very well. Orochimaru lowered his head, a glint of triumph shining in his eyes. Tsunade had complete faith in him, having grown up as childhood companions. Little did she realize, this trust had nurtured the most venomous of serpents. That evening, in Orochimaru's secret laboratory, he gazed upon the 6-meter-tall giant's corpse on the operating table, his eyes filled with fervor. Edward, let me discover what makes you so extraordinary. He picked up a scalpel, yet upon contact, it failed to pierce the skin. He marveled. Is this the essence of true strength? In the next moment, he drew forth the Kusanagi sword, infused it with wind chakra, and began his artistic endeavor, extracting enormous organs and arranging them meticulously. Orochimaru, magnifying glass in hand, grew increasingly excited yet lamented. Alas, the cells have lost their vitality. Otherwise, if I could merge his cells, would I not attain his power? After concluding his study of Edward, he then dragged forth Uchiha Obito's corpse. This time, the process went much smoother, and soon enough, he possessed a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Thrilled, he excised one of his own snake eyes and replaced it with the Sharingan. Is this the power of the Sharingan? He felt as if the entire world had slowed down, yet a predicament emerged. How does one deactivate it? This thing remains perpetually active, consuming vast amounts of chakra and risking exposure. Regretfully, he had to remove the Sharingan and revert to his original eyes. Time flew by rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed, and the shinobi world underwent a turbulent upheaval. The news of Edward's demise eventually spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the globe. Nations that had previously cried out to establish ties with Konoha turned their backs in an instant. Various accusations and demands for reparations flooded Tsunade, branding Edward a tyrant and calling for Konoha to compensate 10 billion ryo. The feudal lords of the three nations even jointly threatened to ignite the Fourth Shinobi World War. The shifting tides of fortune, a stark reminder of reality. Indeed, a minor shinobi village had sprung up near the ruins of the land of wind and fire, erecting a colossal statue of Edward kneeling at the entrance, decreeing that all passers-by must spit upon it. Tsunade was infuriated, nearly overturning the Hokage office. Yet faced with internal and external strife, she was utterly overwhelmed. In the 44th year of Konoha, within Orochimaru's laboratory, he gazed at the disfigured corpse of Edward, a flicker of remorse crossing his gaze. I apologize for my failure to keep my promise. He resolved not to resurrect Edward, unwilling to dwell forever in the shadow of that man. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as the laboratory door was shattered by a single punch. Tsunade stormed in. Furious, Orochimaru, how dare you conduct human experiments on a fellow villager? Upon seeing the familiar yet mangled body on the operating table, she completely lost her composure. That is? Edward. Since I've been discovered. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he quickly sealed away the two corpses with a scroll. Go to hell. Tsunade, in a fit of rage, launched a kick, but Orochimaru evaded it with a body flicker. A battle erupted instantly. Just as they clashed, a flash of yellow appeared, and in an instant, Minato Namikaze arrived. The fifth Hokage has arrived. Orochimaru found himself sandwiched between Tsunade and Minato. Yet he merely smirked coldly. Do you truly believe this will be your end? Summoning technique. The serpent S-array. Countless enormous serpents surged forth, absorbing the lethal blows meant for him. Tsunade struck the ground with her fist, causing the entire steel chamber to shatter. An array of elite Konoha shinobi soon surrounded the area, sealing all possible escape routes. Then farewell. Orochimaru gazed at the crowd with a sinister smile. And with a resounding explosion, his body disintegrated under Tsunade's assault. Is he dead? Tsunade was taken aback. No, he is not dead. She immediately sensed Orochimaru's chakra re-emerging elsewhere and pursued the S-rank rogue ninja with all her might. In the forest outside the village, a small serpent emitted a sound and expelled the complete form of Orochimaru from its mouth. He glanced back at Konoha, his figure vanishing into the darkness. On that day, the three legendary ninjas severed their ties. Orochimaru defected, leaving Konoha severely weakened, plunging the entire shinobi world into chaos once again. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed, leading to the 58th year of Konoha. Edward's era had become a mere chapter in history, his reign condemned as that of a tyrant. At the entrance of Konoha Ninja Academy, a golden-haired boy in orange clothing chased after a black-haired boy, calling out, Sasuke, wait for me. You fool, Naruto Uzumaki. The stoic Uchiha Sasuke responded coolly. Indeed, due to Edward's butterfly effect, the Night of the Nine Tails had not transpired. Naruto became the beloved son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina, exuding warmth and cheer. Sasuke's family remained unscathed, and he shared an exceptionally close bond with his brother, Itachi Uchiha. We promised to practice shuriken, throwing together. Naruto caught up to Sasuke, puffing with indignation. My brother is here to pick me up. Perhaps tomorrow, Naruto, Sasuke replied, somewhat conflicted. Just then, a gentle man approached. Sasuke, over here. Brother. Sasuke immediately leaped into Itachi Uchiha's embrace. Itachi tenderly ruffled his hair. I apologize for being late. Sasuke grasped Itachi's hand, turning back to call out to Naruto. Naruto, we'll meet again tomorrow. Fine. Then I shall return home as well. Naruto observed the profound bond between the brothers, feeling a tinge of jealousy as he pouted slightly. Let me tell you, watching Sasuke being taken away by his brother, who is overly protective, makes my heart feel quite sour indeed. We had planned for Sasuke to join me in practicing shuriken techniques today, but his brother, eager to fetch him early, completed a task with remarkable efficiency, truly a master of his craft. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. I will head home to play with my little Shikaku. I assure you, I am no longer the underperformer I once was. I now rank second in class, right behind that Sasuke fellow. The village's elders greet me warmly, cautioning me to be careful and not to fall. I now have parents, friends, and a life filled with joy, all thanks to those remarkable individuals on Hokage Rock. I vow that one day, I too shall become Hokage. Just thinking about what delicious food my father may have prepared for me at home makes me feel as if I'm riding the wind. I dashed off in an instant. But who could have foreseen that as I joyfully sprinted home, the entire ninja world was on the brink of transformation? In the Hokage building, allow me to tell you, Granny Tsunade was nearly at her wit's end. A pile of documents cluttered her desk, including the list of candidates for the next Hokage: Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shursui, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito, all of whom were extraordinary figures. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal piece of intelligence was about Orochimaru. This individual was now directly aligned with the Akatsuki. Tsunade, infuriated, had dispatched numerous shinobi to apprehend him, yet all had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in a cavern somewhere in the Rain Village, the Akatsuki members had set the stage for a grand banquet. Leading them was the figure resembling Yahiko, known as Nagato. Beside him stood Konan and others, including the enigmatic Tobi. Their objective this time was to use the Rinnegan as bait to lure Orochimaru, aiming to retrieve the body of Uchiha Madara. As if summoned by fate, a white phosphorus serpent emerged from the ground, transforming into Orochimaru. His tongue flicked out, his greedy gaze fixed intently on Pain. "I've brought the goods. Where is my Rinnegan?" Pain ignored him completely, merely signaling Konan to inspect the scroll. Orochimaru, unperturbed, knew that Madara's body was of no use to him anymore. After Conan's confirmation, Orochimaru inquired once more, "Where's my Rinnegan?" At last, Pain spoke, his expression as cold as ice, turning hostile. "Humph, a mere mortal dares to covet the eyes of a god?" The trap was revealed. Unfazed, Orochimaru smirked. "Very well. I'll take it myself." As his words fell, countless snakes surged forth from his sleeves, lunging at Pain. With a swift motion, Pain utilized Shinra Tensei, a tremendous force pulling Orochimaru back. Quick to react, Orochimaru transformed into a great serpent, burrowing into the earth to evade capture. However, as he emerged, Pain's 6 paths surrounded him from all sides. Realizing that conventional tactics would not suffice, Orochimaru resorted to summoning jutsu, summoning a multitude of snakes. A colossal python appeared, but before it could showcase its might, it was sent flying by Pain's almighty push. Following this, a barrage from the Azura path, along with the human path and the hungry ghost path's consumption, delivered a devastating combination that left Orochimaru's snakes grievously injured, vanishing with anguished cries. "Useless," Orochimaru coldly uttered, as the Kusanagi, sword in his hand, pierced the beast path. Yet in the next moment, the hell path opened its mouth, resurrecting the fallen beast path, who stood once again vibrant and alive. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's pupils dilated. What kind of cursed ability is this? "Feel the pain, Orochimaru," Pain declared, gathering the almighty push once more, while the 6 paths launched their assault. "Humph. In that case," Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes wild with fervor. "Let me show you my true power. Impure world reincarnation. Arise." With a resounding thud, a gigantic coffin rose from the ground, and a towering figure, 6 meters tall, wielding an 8-meter sword emerged. The apocalyptic aura emanating from him was palpable. My goodness, what a fantastical crossover is this? "Orochimaru, did you summon the legendary EdwardNewgate, known as Whitebeard, from the neighboring set?" The 6 paths of Pain instantly sensed a grave threat and withdrew in unison. Orochimaru excitedly shouted, "Edward, let them taste your power." With a signature laugh, the controlled Whitebeard opened his lifeless eyes, brandishing his great sword and charging forward. He wreaked havoc. The missiles from the Azura path were no more than a tickle to him. With one swing, he reduced them to mere discs, before the remaining Pain could react. They were shredded into pieces by the wind of his blade. Is this the new god of the ninja world, the 4th Hokage of Konoha? Pain's memories surged back to life, but he had no time to ponder as the Hell Path resurrected the fallen comrades. What did that matter? Super Shinra Tensei. Pain soared into the sky, channeling the maximum power of Shinra Tensei, and aimed a fierce blow at Whitebeard. And what was the result? A dark glow enveloped Whitebeard, the manifestation of his haki. It had no effect whatsoever. In the next instant, he flashed before Pain and cleaved him in two with one stroke. Ho ho ho! You cannot withstand him. Orochimaru watched with exhilaration, fully intent on raising the stakes against the opposition. Resurrected by the Hell Path, Pain wielded a black rod in each hand, attempting to control Whitebeard with yin-yang release. However, as they approached, Whitebeard swung his hand, unleashing the power of the tremor fruit, obliterating several Pains into dust. The remaining few struggled to insert their black rods into Whitebeard's body, launching their most ferocious assault, but his haki rendered it as ineffective as a mere massage. Even more astonishing was yet to come. Whitebeard shockingly ignored the control of the black rods, plucking them out one by one. Pain was utterly perplexed. How could this be possible? The response was another hearty laugh, followed by a blade that shattered everything. In the blink of an eye, only the Deva Path remained. Gazing at the colossal figure before him, he flew desperately into the air. Feel the pain. Experience the anguish. Planetary devastation. A small black sphere emerged, unleashing an unfathomable gravitational force, pulling everything around it into a massive sphere. Orochimaru, terrified, promptly activated his escape plan, but who was Whitebeard? He was the strongest man in the world. In the moment of being drawn in, his instincts erupted. With his sword, enveloped in haki and tremor power, he struck down fiercely at the colossal sphere. The heavens shattered. Thousands of meters of sword energy cleaved the planetary devastation in two, transforming it into cosmic dust. This is impossible. The Deva Path's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next instant, Whitebeard was already before him, delivering a fatal blow that cleaved him in half. Even in death, Pain could not comprehend how a mere mortal could vanquish a god. With the battle concluded, Orochimaru reverted from small snake back to his human form, albeit at the cost of losing some of his strength. He rushed to inspect Pain's corpse, only to discover that the Rinnegan was a fake. Damn it, Orochimaru fumed, stomping his feet, but quickly devised a plan B. Initiate the impure world reincarnation. With a series of hand seals, he pressed his hands to the ground. Countless runes spread forth, followed by hundreds of coffins emerging from the earth. Legendary figures such as Hanzo the Salamander, Kakashi's father, and Kato Dan were summoned to the Ninja World's Hall of Fame. Most audaciously, atop Hokage Rock in Konoha, the coffins of the first and second Hokage appeared, and the two ancestors shakily stood up, beginning their rampage against the village. Orochimaru's plan was to unleash this army of the impure world reincarnation to simultaneously attack all the ninja villages harboring tail beasts, thereby gathering them to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and achieve immortality. The Fourth Great Ninja War was thus ignited by his singular ambition. Konoha was thrown into chaos in an instant. Kangsho gazed in disbelief at the havoc wrought by the first and second Hokage. Great-grandfather? Second-grandfather? Her fury surged, and she commanded Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi to restrain the second Hokage while she activated the Byakuo no Jutsu, charging towards the first Hokage. Tengoku no Asi. With one powerful kick, she was abruptly sent flying by the first Wood Dragon technique. Meanwhile, the golden flash of Namikaze Minato and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived. Upon witnessing the second Hokage's overwhelming water release, Minato realized that if the battle continued, Konoha would be submerged. He swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the second Hokage and Fugaku to a different battlefield. The third Hokage then joined the fray against the first. However, the might of the god of shinobi was terrifying. The wood release, advent of the tree world engulfed half of Konoha in an instant. As Kangsho watched in despair, the third Hokage's expression hardened, and he cast aside his staff, charging towards the first Hokage. Sensei, Kangsho cried out in shock. Shinigami, Shiki Fujin. The third Hokage paid the ultimate price, sacrificing his life to summon the Shinigami, dragging the first Hokage's soul into the abyss. Led Konoha well, were his final words. Minato and the others struggled mightily, ultimately managing to vanquish the second Hokage with Amaterasu. By the time they returned, they found Kongsho seated amidst the ruins, cradling the cold body of the third Hokage. Just when everyone thought the chaos had subsided, trouble arose with Orochimaru. His Edo Tensei could not be dispelled from Whitebeard's body. A formidable will resisted his control. What? This is impossible. Orochimaru was drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, a resonant voice emanated from the massive form, reverberating through the heavens. Who dares to wield my power? Edward, are you still causing trouble, even in death? Orochimaru was utterly flustered. He realized that his sealing technique had failed. Whitebeard's body creaked, and his lifeless eyes seemed to regain a glimmer of vitality. Is that you, Orochimaru? I sense your chakra. Attack! Shatter his body. Orochimaru, filled with fear, retreated, directing the thousands of Edo Tensei ninjas to surround Whitebeard. Have you betrayed me? Whitebeard inquired coldly, using his observation haki to sense his surroundings. Orochimaru, hidden behind his army, weakly retorted, Integrity is the most useless trait in this world. Ah, I see. Whitebeard replied with a hint of mockery. If it weren't for my observation haki, I would have remained forever asleep. Otherwise, upon awakening, I would have been nothing more than a puppet for you. He recounted how, upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by the throngs of Edo Tensei fodder. Fire release and water release were flung at me, as if they were free. My only thought was, who is this? Such a grand display. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was that old trickster Orochimaru behind it all. Did he think numbers would suffice? With a swift motion, I unleashed a blade of energy that obliterated both the flashy ninjutsu and the horde of cannon fodder. Anger surged within me as I called out towards Orochimaru, "You little brat, how dare you betray me?" Just as I intended to unleash a powerful attack with the Gura no Mi, I felt something amiss in my body. A crack echoed as I looked down to see my arms riddled with fissures, threatening to collapse. It dawned on me that this Edo Tensei body was as fragile as paper, unable to withstand my father's power. Frustrated, I resorted to my swordsmanship. Amidst my onslaught, I spotted a familiar face, Yamashita Maple. How could I tolerate this? Orochimaru not only summoned me, but also controlled the soul of my old friend. My rage peaked, and I swiftly dispatched the remaining fodder, leaving only the three of us on the battlefield. Myself, the immobile Yamashita, and the distant Orochimaru, brandishing the Kusanagi sword. I gazed at him, a mix of anger and amusement. Have you forgotten the fear I instilled in you? I leapt forward, swinging my blade. The coward transformed into a small snake, attempting to burrow into the ground. Trying to escape? Not a chance. I ensnared him with my conqueror's haki, pulling him from the earth and grasping him tightly, reminiscent of the days when Madara would crush him. I demanded to know why he had betrayed me. To my astonishment, he dared to mock me, claiming I was dead and would soon die again. How audacious! I detest riddles and traitors, so I wasted no breath. Crushing him into a pulp, though I had obliterated him, my observation haki revealed that he was not entirely defeated. He likely had a backup plan. No matter. I turned to Yamashita, feeling a pang of sorrow. I utilized a sealing technique to temporarily confine her within a coffin, binding it with vines to carry on my back. I swear, I will revive you. Then I began to survey my surroundings. How long had I been asleep? The world had transformed. I attempted to access my abilities, but nothing responded, likely due to my incomplete soul. It felt as if I had awakened from a long slumber, only to find myself in a different realm. Yet, since I had returned, the powers of the Sage of Six Paths that I once only dared to dream of might now be attainable. A plan formed in my mind. Find Nagato, seize his Rinnegan, and revive completely. But first, I must return to Konoha. As I made my way back, the world erupted in chaos due to my resurrection. Nagato of the Akatsuki, upon hearing of my return, immediately became restless, insisting on accelerating the Moon Eye plan. Meanwhile, in Konoha, my son Kakashi had just returned from a mission, only to be struck dumb upon seeing the village in ruins. He rushed to the Hokage's office. demanding an explanation from Kongsho, who gravely informed him that the first and second Hokage had been summoned through Edo Tensei and were wreaking havoc. Kakashi's eyes lit up at the implication. Surely, he thought, could he not also meet his long-deceased father? Just then, urgent intelligence arrived, reporting that tailed beasts from several villages had been stolen. Kongsho erupted with fury. This was clearly aimed at the Nine Tails. She quickly ordered, "Protect Kushina." Then, with a swift kick, she propelled Kakashi out the door, urging him to find his master, Minato. Kakashi accepted the command and soon encountered Obito and Rin. Being quick-witted, he dispatched them to search for Minato while he hurried to Kushina's home. As he neared his destination, the ground trembled and an enormous figure emerged from the woods, carrying a small coffin on its back. It was me. Looking at the now-adult Kakashi, I spoke, "Son, I have returned with Yamashita." Kakashi's eyes filled with tears, but in an instant, he assumed a battle stance. Having just heard about Edo Tensei, he dared not trust me easily. "You are not my father. My father has been dead for 16 years. With that, he hurled a kunai at me. My heart sank. 16 years? How could so much time have passed? Yet, this was an opportunity to test my son's strength. I deflected the kunai effortlessly, and he swiftly maneuvered behind me, aiming his uncle's short blade at my neck. I chuckled. "Ah, you've certainly grown." I pinched the blade between my fingers, and he struggled to withdraw it, quickly retreating. "Come, Kakashi, show me your strength." I beckoned, yet he remained unconvinced, launching a water dragon bullet at me. I swiftly dodged and tapped his head from behind. In that moment, he was utterly bewildered, clutching his head and staring at me. The kunai in his hand clattered to the ground. He recognized the familiar technique of striking the skull. Just as we were about to enact a touching scene of father-son reunion, Jiu Xian Nai stormed out of the house, demanding to know who dared to cause a ruckus at my doorstep. Upon catching sight of me, she too was momentarily taken aback. Almost immediately, a flash of golden light heralded the arrival of Minato, accompanied by Obito and Rin. What a sight it was! The Minato squad was fully assembled. Upon noticing my imposing stature, they instantly shifted into combat mode, gripping their flying thunder god kunai tightly. The scene resembled an avant-garde rendition of "Don't Mess With My Family" from 2025. Witnessing the spectacle made my head spin. Kakashi quickly stepped in front, shouting for them to halt. I contemplated the complexity of explanation and decided instead to thrust my sword, Song Yun Xie, into the ground, unleashing a wave of Conqueror-esque haki that enveloped the entire area. With a resounding boom, Obito and Rin were blown away, while Minato and Jiu Xian Nai had to hold hands to remain steady. Once the atmosphere settled into silence, I finally spoke. "Everyone calm down. The control over me has been lifted." The moment those words left my lips, the crowd fell into stunned silence. It was only then that Kakashi dared to approach, tears welling in his eyes as he asked, "Dad, is it really you?" I knelt down, opening my arms. "I'm sorry, Kakashi, for leaving you alone all these years." Despite his stubborn demeanor, he still dove into my embrace, murmuring that he was no longer a child. Family, who can truly comprehend the warmth of regaining what was lost. I held him tightly, stroking his white hair, inquiring about his well-being over the years. Once I confirmed he had not suffered, I felt at ease. I then stood up and asked Minato, "Where is Tsunade? Take me to see her." Minato, now aware of the situation, respectfully offered to transport me using the Flying Thunder God technique. I thought to myself, how splendid. This saves me the trouble of walking. The scene shifted to the Hokage office, where Tsunade was anxiously pulling at her hair over the issue of Edo Tensei, muttering about Uchiha Madara and EdwardNewgate, fearing we might burst onto the scene. Just then, with a whoosh of golden light, Minato and I materialized in her office. Given my height, I inadvertently smashed through the ceiling. I looked at the dumbfounded Tsunade and chuckled. "Tsunade, my apologies, I broke the ceiling." Edward, curled up in the 4-meter-high room, uncomfortably remarked, "What?" Tsunade instantly recoiled, adopting a battle stance, while numerous Umbu and shadow guards gathered around her. "Gulalala, it's me, EdwardNewgate. I have returned," Edward said with a smile directed at Tsunade. "Edward?" Tsunade exclaimed, her mouth agape. She felt as though she were the butt of a cruel joke, as the once-deceased Edward suddenly appeared before her, declaring his return. Could we perhaps discuss this in a more comfortable setting? This place is rather distressing. Edward, having broken the ceiling, looked around at the crumbling structures with embarrassment. Lord Hokage, it is the fourth Hokage who has freed himself from the control of the puppet master. Minato stepped forward to explain to Tsunade. Stand down, Tsunade commanded, her expression a blend of complexity as she ordered her Umbu and shadow guards to retreat. So, it is truly you, Edward? She asked, her mind buzzing as she gazed at him. Even though she had longed for this towering figure, she found herself at a loss on how to confront him. Could we please change locations? Edward's discontent was evident as he tore apart the surrounding buildings with his massive hands. This was not the first time he had felt the discomfort of his towering form. Very well, Tsunade nodded, her gaze instinctively shifting to another direction. At that moment, she was unsure how to face the conscious and liberated fourth Hokage. Let us head to the back mountain. I appreciate your help, Minato. Hearing this, Edward turned to Minato with a smile. Lord Hokage, fourth Hokage, please take my hand. Minato understood, nodding slightly as the kunai in his hand buzzed. Flying Thunder God technique. Second stage. The next instant, Minato, along with Tsunade and Edward, vanished from the office. In the back mountain of Konoha, it was deserted. Speak your mind. I am ready to listen. Tsunade finally summoned the courage to meet the gaze of this giant. Yet, the myriad of cracks spreading across his body, along with the black sclera and red pupils in his eyes, constantly reminded her that Edward was an Edo Tensei body. I was revived by Orochimaru through Edo Tensei. After a brief hesitation, Edward sat cross-legged and spoke to Tsunade. What? Orochimaru? Is it him? Upon hearing such vital information, Tsunade sprang to her feet, her hands pressing against the ground as she shouted. She had not anticipated that the chaos in Konoha and the shinobi world stemmed from Orochimaru, the former S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. Indeed, it was he who performed Edo Tensei on me, intending to exploit my power for his schemes, but alas, he underestimated me, Edward said with a sardonic smile. The betrayal from someone he once trusted struck Edward hard, evoking the same feelings he had when Whitebeard was betrayed by Blackbeard in the original story. Frankly, this sensation was quite unpleasant, leaving Edward in a state of perpetual anger whenever he recalled it. Who would have thought it would be him? I have finally found the thief who stole the remaining tailed beasts. After clarifying everything, Tsunade seethed with barely contained rage. Stealing the tailed beasts? It seems quite a lot has transpired in the shinobi world during my absence. Edward observed Tsunade with a questioning glint in his eyes. Yes, she replied. But when Tsunade sensed the inquiry in Edward's tone, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, not long ago, Konoha had been embroiled in a fierce battle, with countless elite ninjas and structures devastated. Please do share, Edward urged, his gaze fixed on the evasive Tsunade. It was Orochimaru who Edo Tensei the first and second Hokages, attacking Konoha in an attempt to steal the tailed beasts. Under Edward's relentless questioning, Tsunade finally broke down and revealed the humiliating truth. She was the first Hokage to have her village attacked by an enemy while in office. This realization weighed heavily on her, guilt and self-reproach flooding her heart. Is that so? Edward mused, having understood much upon hearing about the theft of the tailed beasts. It seemed that Orochimaru sought to play the role of Nagato in the original narrative. Amused by this thought, Edward resolved that now that he had returned, he would not allow Orochimaru to act with impunity. Are there any updates from the intelligence ninjas? After grasping the general situation, Edward rose, gripping Song Yun Chia tightly. Not yet. If you hadn't returned, I might never have discovered that Orochimaru was the one controlling Edo Tensei, Tsunade murmured, her forehead buried in her chest. Her face flushed. Gulalala, fret not. Since I have returned, you can leave it to me. Upon reading this, it becomes evident that Tsunade is not particularly pleased as Edward tousles her golden locks, leaving her hair in disarray. Edward, sensing the untidiness of her hair, Tsunade, for the first time, displays no hint of anger, ultimately murmuring the name of this giant before her. Now, convey my orders to shift the focus of all reconnaissance ninjas towards the search for Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization. I intend to root out these little rodents. Edward pinched his own stiff skin, reminiscing about his former body. In response to the directive of the former fourth Hokage, Tsunade nodded. She could feel that even with her current super shadow strength, it paled in comparison to the man before her. Let us return to Konoha. I am eager to discuss the events that have transpired over the past 16 years as we walk back, Edward remarked, directing his gaze toward Konoha. Due to prior discussions being hampered by sensitive information, Minato had departed early, leaving only the two of them. All right, Tsunade affirmed, her body moving alongside Edward on the path back to Konoha. During their gradual return, Tsunade conveyed a wealth of information and circumstances to Edward, causing his expression to darken with each revelation, diminishing his hopeful spirit considerably. As expected, in the end, after absorbing all that had been said, a glimmer flickered in Edward's eyes as he spoke heavily. In this ninja realm, strength ultimately speaks volumes. Only with power can peace be forged, Edward articulated, aware of the distorted reality of the ninja world. And how are my ninja soldiers faring? Edward inquired, looking at Tsunade. For the ninja soldiers represented a significant force he had reserved for Konoha, due to various confrontations from the major ninja villages. Konoha's ninja soldiers have frequently faced defeats on the battlefield. I have since disbanded the majority, leaving only a small contingent, Tsunade replied, casting her gaze downward, unable to meet Edward's eyes. Quite commendable, Edward said darkly, gazing at the azure sky where birds soared. Do you believe my past decisions were right or wrong? What have they brought to the ninja world, Tsunade? Edward questioned her in a tone that brooked no refusal. The village of Konoha supported your initial proposal. Yet the ninja realm has indeed fallen into an inextricable quagmire due to the war you instigated, Tsunade lamented, recalling the various tragic lives she had witnessed outside Konoha. Gulalala. It seems your current stance does not align with my earlier plans. Edward halted, confronting Tsunade. I do not, I'm merely... Tsunade faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts as she faced the imposing figure before her. From her perspective, though Edward's policies had benefited Konoha, they had undeniably brought calamity to the ninja world. If I had not been abruptly halted by the onset of disease and aging, do you think the ninja world would resemble its current state? Edward's tone grew grave, fully aware of the grim state depicted in the original narrative. Had Edward remained passive, the ninja world would undoubtedly not have entered a genuine era of peace. Even in Boruto, the fleeting tranquility is merely a consequence of Naruto and Sasuke's strength, hardly qualifying as true peace. Only my plan can forge an absolute peace, none other. Edward's resolute voice resonated, and his figure gradually distanced itself from Tsunade. Yet, Tsunade pondered whether such peace was truly justifiable, given the multitude of sacrifices incurred. Tsunade, your vision remains too short-sighted. Edward observed the dire state of Konoha from a distance. However, with my revival, all of this shall change. A gleam ignited in Edward's eyes, rekindling the fervor within his long-dormant heart. Have we gathered everything? We are merely missing the Ichibi and Kyubi from Konoha. In a highly secretive cave, the previously slain Orochimaru indeed resurfaced, having been resurrected. Thankfully, I had employed the life-splitting technique. Otherwise, I could have truly perished there, Orochimaru mused, feeling the vitality within him gradually stabilize. It appears the reanimated second and first Hokage have perished. Konoha is not as feeble as rumored. Subsequently, Orochimaru sensed the chakra connections in his mind. Without these chakra connections, I wouldn't be able to control the reanimated ninjas scattered across the ninja world. Thus, should any issues arise with these ninjas, I would be immediately alerted. I cannot let such formidable forces slip away. Orochimaru prepared the offerings from the sealing scroll on the ground, ready to once again summon the first and second Hokage. Soon, a tremendous sound erupted from the two offerings. Yet amid the explosion, only the second Hokage rose. What is happening? Why can I not sense the first Hokage's soul? Orochimaru inquired, perplexed at the sight of the second Hokage standing alone. Reanimation technique. Reluctantly, Orochimaru activated the reanimation technique once more. Sadly, this time, he encountered the same lack of success regarding the first Hokage's soul, as if it had vanished entirely. Impossible. Even the remnants of the soul left behind are gone. Orochimaru exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be? He soon pondered, standing still. Sensei, did you employ that technique? Orochimaru muttered to himself, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Shiki Fujin said to summon the Shinigami, but at the cost of the summoner's soul. Quite a bold move, Sensei. Orochimaru remained motionless, reflecting on the mentor who had once shown him profound care. Although he had solidified his convictions over the past decade, this revelation stirred complex feelings within him. Ho ho ho. After a prolonged moment, Orochimaru finally chuckled darkly and resumed rearranging his surroundings. I wonder if this plan will be feasible. As he busied himself, a spark of brilliance flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Being a former high-ranking member of Konoha, he was well aware of the Shiki Fujin technique. After completing the unaltered reanimation technique, the offerings intended to revive the first Hokage trembled, and a reanimated body bearing a complete soul stood up. Cough, cough. The newly risen ninja coughed twice. Where am I? The bewildered ninja gazed at his hands, puzzled. Shiki Fujin. In the next moment, the ninja resurrected from the dirt was seized by Orochimaru's control, and amidst a surge of chakra, the seals for the Shiki Fujin technique were formed. The immense figure of the Shinigami materialized, holding a dagger as it scrutinized the individual before it. What is this? The ninja, no longer under his own command, gazed at the summoned Shinigami, his heart filled with dread. No, stop. However, the Shinigami paid no heed, plunging the dagger into the ninja's abdomen and grasping his soul within its grip. A mere shell, devoid of spirit. Was this what the Shinigami represented? Such power! Orochimaru exclaimed, witnessing the entire spectacle. What had he observed? The Shinigami was merely an executor, wielding power without purpose. Perhaps I could harness this power, he mused with excitement. In the ensuing process, the ninja, under his control, completed the transaction, releasing the soul of the first Hokage, while the unfortunate ninja took his place in confinement. And the third Hokage, my teacher. It has been a long time since we last met. After replicating the same process, Orochimaru remarked, pinching his chin as he stood before the figure of the third Hokage, who had perished alongside the first Hokage through the Shiki Fujin. Yet, the third Hokage was no longer the formidable ninja he once was. In Konoha, the village remained in a state of recuperation over the following days. Numerous reconnaissance ninjas were dispatched beyond the village to investigate the hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Though Tsunade and Edward had previously found themselves at odds due to conflicting ideologies, their brief time together allowed them to resolve their differences. Tsunade, have you found anything? Edward inquired as he held a barrel of sake in his villa. Oh, this guy actually came back to life? Impressive. Before Tsunade could respond, Jiraiya interjected. Due to recent significant events, he had returned to Konoha from his travels. Idiot, shut up. Tsunade's forehead bulged with tension as she clenched her fists. She knew that as soon as this guy returned, he would act inappropriately. Gulalala, there's no flavor at all. Hearing this, Edward set the sake barrel down and stood, turning to Jiraiya. Edward, do you not recognize me? I am Jiraiya. Jiraiya insisted, still receiving no acknowledgement. Bang! Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Jiraiya's head collided with something, causing him to cry out in pain. Fool! After venting her frustration, Tsunade smiled as she blew on her fist. You truly have not changed at all, Tsunade, Jiraiya remarked, rubbing the lump on his head, feeling a mix of sorrow and humor. All right, today we are here to discuss important matters, Jiraiya. Edward interjected, unable to bear the banter any longer. She started it. Jiraiya retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Have you found the person I mentioned, Tsunade? Edward inquired, directing his gaze at her. I have a lead. It is said that several individuals clad in Akatsuki cloaks have appeared in the land of rivers, Tsunade replied solemnly. Very well, we cannot delay. I will go with Namikaze Minato. Just inform him of any developments. Edward declared, gripping the Tsungyun Chia as he prepared to leave. Are you in such a hurry? Won't you stay a little longer? Tsunade asked, reluctantly wishing to keep him close. In her eyes, Edward resembled a specter that could vanish at any moment, and thus she cherished every moment spent with him. No, I can sense that this body is slowly decaying without Orochimaru's chakra supply, so I must act swiftly. Edward stretched his body in response. If his chakra were of the yin attribute, then Orochimaru's would be of the yang. Only Orochimaru's yang chakra could sustain his body, maintaining its well-being. However, it was evident that Edward had severed the link to Orochimaru's chakra supply. If he could cut off this connection and link to another chakra source, he might be able to temporarily stabilize his body. Unfortunately, Konoha's research on this technique was still too rudimentary and would require time. All right, be careful on your journey. Tsunade sighed inwardly. Gulalala, don't worry, and I entrust the matters below to you. Don't let any issues arise like before, Edward said, turning to Tsunade with a serious expression. Rest assured, I will not make mistakes this time, Tsunade declared, clenching her fists and raising them toward Edward. Such admirable spirit. Now, Namake's Minato, Edward announced, producing the special flying thunder god kunai that Minato had given him. Understood, Lord Fourth Hokage. In a flash, Minato appeared, holding the kunai. How convenient, Edward remarked with a grin. Inform Kakashi that his father has gone out. He instructed Minato as he held on to him. Let us proceed to the land of rivers. In the next moment, Edward turned to Minato and issued his command. Very well, Lord Fourth Hokage, Flying Thunder God. Without further inquiry, Minato vanished alongside Edward. That guy. Tsunade smiled and shook her head as she watched them disappear. In the land of rivers, Edward pondered, is it still the same as before? After being transported by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique, he asked, Lord Fourth Hokage, do you require anything else from me? Minato inquired upon completing his task. No. You may return. I will contact you if needed, Edward replied, raising the kunai with a smile. Having such a reliable means of instant transport was immensely convenient for him. Stay in touch, Lord Fourth Hokage. Minato nodded and departed using the Flying Thunder God technique. Gulalala, let me seek you out, little one with the Rinnegan. Clutching the Songyun Chia, Edward unleashed a powerful force as he descended into the land of rivers. Speaking of the land of rivers, Edward had profound ties here, for the daimyo of the land of rivers had successfully inherited his position with Edward's assistance. Observation Haki. Edward's pupils constricted as he released an invisible aura of observation Haki. In the span of mere meters, kilometers, and tens of thousands of meters, the overwhelming presence of Kanbunchika Haki enveloped the entirety of the land of Chuan. Under the influence of this Haki, several formidable shadows of chakra swiftly entered his perception. A swift resolution was called for. With an air of impatience towards the battle, Edward exclaimed, Conqueror's Haki. Gripping his large sword tightly, he leapt into the air, his hand, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, swung towards a specific direction. Jizong, our purpose for remaining here has dissipated, remarked a towering man with a shark-like visage, addressing the man beside him, who bore a beheading sword. What news from the leader of the Akatsuki? Is it no longer necessary? Jizong wiped his sword and replied to the shark-faced giant. Since the target has perished, has the assassination not concluded? The shark-faced man was none other than Kisame from the original tale, currently grinning as he spoke. Even if the target has met their demise, we must still present the head. What do you mean? Jizong attempted to counter Kisame's assertion, but in that very moment, struck by Conqueror's Haki, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed momentarily to the ground. What is this? Kisame reacted swiftly, drawing his sword, Samahata, to defend himself just in time, avoiding the fate that befell Jizong. Yet, no one would inform them of the impending challenges they were about to face. Boom! At that moment, Edward plummeted to the ground like a meteor. Is it you two? Dusting himself off, Edward raised his gaze towards them. What manner of creature are you? Kisame exclaimed, his dead, fish-like eyes widening in shock at the sight of the towering figure before him. What? The Fourth Hokage? Is this the new god of the ninja world? Intrigued by Edward's presence, Kisame's interest piqued. Gulalala. Indeed. Tell me where your leader is, and I shall spare your lives. Edward, wielding his sword, Kanjiunki, struck the ground. Imanatin en soha. Ha! You dare demand our surrender without a fight? Jizong retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Although he had briefly succumbed to Edward's imposing presence, it did not signify his capitulation. Confronted with two obstinate foes, Edward decided that this encounter was no longer necessary. Enveloping his sword in a layer of black Busashoka haki, he addressed the pair. Sharpskin, water release, water barrier. At the sound of their incantations, the duo sprang into action, sensing that this giant's casual strike would be beyond their endurance. However, their futile defense was of no use against Edward. With a resounding crash, they fell to the ground. Their bones shattered in the impact. How powerful! Jizong gasped, clutching his chest in pain, forcing himself to stand with his beheading sword raised defensively. Water release, water, shark bullet technique. Water release, water prison technique. Although Kisame was also gravely injured, he managed to continue forming hand seals. Such attacks are futile against me. Cease your resistance, Edward declared, gripping Kanji-Unki tightly and cleaving downwards, bisecting Kisame's water technique with a mighty shout. Even in a battle destined for failure, I shall not concede. Hearing Edward's admonition, Kisame drew his Samahata and began the process of fusion. Very well. In response, Edward's Busashoka haki enveloped Kanji-Unki, unleashing a wave of sword energy that spanned hundreds of meters. Kisame yielded. Perhaps it would be a more comfortable demise. Jizong, unable to withstand his injuries any longer, knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword. Sharkskin fusion. However, unlike Jizong, Kisame would not surrender easily. Chakra surged within him as he merged with Samahata. Gulalalala. This chakra, Edward laughed heartily, ready to unleash hundreds of attacks with ease. Water release, water prison, shark dance technique. Kisame, still attempting to defend himself, gritted his teeth as his body began to give way. Jizong, I may disappoint you. After uttering those words, Kisame was struck down by the sword energy, landing on the sandy ground with grievous wounds marring his chest. I did not expect you to possess such formidable ninjutsu. Quite impressive. Jizong commented with a hint of astonishment upon witnessing Kisame's full effort, though regrettably, it was directed at the wrong opponent. Kisame lay silently upon the sand, lost in thought. Perhaps, since making that fateful choice, he had already succumbed to death. Now, he was merely a shell possessing thoughts. I shall offer you one last chance. Reveal the whereabouts of your leader. Edward's voice rang out, devoid of any desire to squander time. Once a resounding figure in the ninja world. I shall not divulge that to you. It is a pity to think I would meet my end here, Kisame replied with unwavering resolve, mixed with a hint of admiration for strength, whether from foes or allies. And you? Edward's gaze shifted to Jizong. Having died once, how could I face death again? However, I can tell you this. My leader is well concealed. Even now, we do not know his location. With that, Jizong closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. It is a man, Edward mused, recalling their actions from the original narrative. However, regrettably, as adversaries, he could not afford to spare them. Edward unleashed Conqueror's haki, striking both their minds. In the wake of this overwhelming force, their consciousnesses faded, leaving behind two lifeless bodies. For these two, perhaps death was the only fitting conclusion, as their spirits had long since perished, leaving only hollow shells behind. With no gains to be had, it seemed he would need to seek out the truth personally. Edward glanced at the lifeless forms beneath him. Sealing technique. Subsequently, Edward sealed the two bodies within the scroll, strapped to his belt. Though he viewed these two shadow-level warriors as inconsequential, for the majority of ninjas, they represented heights unattainable. Therefore, Edward prepared himself against the possibility of being targeted by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. That should suffice. After securing the sealing scroll, Edward activated his Kin Bunchika haki and began to move. The land of Chuan had been stripped of chakra. Where might you be now? Edward's gaze swept across countless directions, his body flashing through the air, his heart inclined towards the village of rain. However, during his last journey back to Konoha, he had already employed the power of Kin Bunchika haki. Regrettably, there was no progress. He could not find a trace of Nagato. Orochimaru, Nagato, Heibaiju, Uchihamadara. These individuals truly were like vermin in the ninja world. Edward found it somewhat amusing as he thought to himself. Wolfing Shuimen. Soon after, Edward retrieved the Hiratian Kunai that bluffing Shuemin had previously entrusted to him, channeling his chakra into it. Lord Fourth Hokage. In no time, upon sensing Edward's chakra presence, bluffing Shuemin appeared before him. Take me to the land of rain. I wish to see it. Edward directed his gaze toward a certain direction as he spoke to bluffing Shuemin. Understood. Upon hearing this, bluffing Shuemin activated the Hiratian technique once more, whisking Edward away from that place. In a land of rain, did they not sense anything? Could it be that there's something shielding my Kinbunchiko haki? Edward pondered, feeling the precise inquiry of his haki. He had scoured the entire land of rain, yet found nothing, not even a trace of Nagato's former presence. There was no other option. He would have to resort to searching the entire ninja world. Edward cast a resigned glance towards bluffing Shuemin and said, Lord Fourth Hokage, my Hiratian Kunai only left a mark near the land of fire. However, after hearing Edward's words, bluffing Shuemin responded with a somewhat awkward expression. Is that so? It seems this plan is not feasible. Upon hearing this, Edward's expression darkened, and he stared at the ground, lost in thought. Let us return to Konoha. For the safety of the village, I shall stand guard there. Having come to a conclusion, Edward decided against wandering aimlessly. He believed that even if he did not seek those two, they would inevitably come looking for him. Indeed, Lord Fourth Hokage. Bluffing Shuemin nodded in agreement with Edward's perspective. Observing Edward's frantic search for enemies, he felt a sense of disapproval. Such actions could provide the enemy with an opportunity to exploit vulnerabilities and lead to unforeseen consequences. Moreover, it should be noted that his Hiratian technique was not without limits. The use of Hiratian would not only deplete chakra significantly, but also exhaust the user's vitality. If Edward insisted on having him dash about, bluffing Shuemin could hardly imagine what would transpire when faced with a formidable foe. Within Konoha, after Edward returned to the village, he remained stationed there. However, the decay of his body worsened day by day, which inevitably troubled him. After all, no one wished to traverse the world in a decaying body. There was no progress on Nagato's end, and Orochimaru had vanished without a trace, leaving his whereabouts unknown. While rummaging through the villa, Edward found some maintenance oil and muttered to himself, could it be that Orochimaru intends to wear me down? Subsequently, he picked up the Tsungyun Xie and began to care for his old companion. What a repulsive state, this body. As he maintained the Tsungyun Xie, Edward lamented the gradual softness of his own physique. He could feel the subtle decay of his body each day. However, with the extent of decay he experienced, it would take at least another 23 years for him to completely rot away. Father, when will uncle awaken like you? Kakashi, leaning against the wall, spoke while perusing a book on sword techniques. No rush, take your time. Inform Tsunade that she must expedite her research on the Edo Tensei technique. Edward diligently wiped down the Tsungyun Xie with a clean cloth. Understood. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nodded and set the book aside. Suddenly, an unfamiliar chakra presence approached. Just as Kakashi was about to depart, Edward rose, gripping the Tsungyun Xie. Gulalala, can you no longer contain yourself? Orochimaru. Edward grinned widely. In this psychological game, Edward had ultimately emerged victorious. Ho ho ho, Edward, I know you are here. Outside Konoha, a serpent entwined around a large tree suddenly spoke. Perhaps we can engage in a transaction. Edward. The serpent gradually transformed into a humanoid form. Shortly thereafter, the serpent morphed into Orochimaru, wielding the Kusanagi sword. Interests are the foundation of conflict. If our interests align, why not set aside past enmities? Orochimaru twirled the Kusanagi sword, licking its blade with his tongue. Boom! Gulalala, you are quite right, Orochimaru. Having sensed Orochimaru's arrival with Kinbunchiko haki, Edward descended like a meteor onto the ground before him. Is that so? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he revealed a faint smile. Yet before Orochimaru could finish, Edward's powerful grip crushed his form into fragments. You must temper your temper. However, moments later, a serpent reformed into Orochimaru, his face tinged with a pallor. There is nothing left for us to discuss. Responding, Edward swung the Tsungyun Xie towards Orochimaru, cleaving his body in half. Once twice, thrice for times. Yet despite this, Orochimaru refused to concede, repeatedly coalescing his form, though each time he grew weaker. Have you vented your anger sufficiently? Can we converse now, Edward? The voice of the reformed Orochimaru echoed weakly. What do you desire? Hearing this, Edward furrowed his brow and lowered the Tsongyun Xie. During this period, he had lost count of how many times he had attempted to slay Orochimaru. However, after so many attempts yielding no results, Edward ultimately decided to hear Orochimaru out. My goal is the realm of immortality. Grant me your aid. After achieving his desired outcome, Orochimaru raised his head earnestly. Communicating with Edward also came at the cost of much of his vitality. Trust, but only once. Edward gripped the Tsongyun Xie, emitting a low rumble. Aid me in reaching that realm of immortality, and you shall become the new god of the ninja world. The entire world will be yours. Hearing this, Orochimaru licked his lips, enticing Edward with his beguiling words. Gulalala, what a joke! Yet Edward showed no interest in Orochimaru's words, enveloping the Tsongyun Xie and his body with armed haki as he charged towards Orochimaru. As a man with the qualities of a king, he had no inclination to submit to anyone. If the six paths were to exist, it was destined to be Edward's. It seems the transaction has fallen through. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened as his entire being was obliterated by Edward's assault. However, after his demise, a coffin emerged from the earth, resting upon the surface. Let him witness your power, Shinji no Kami. The voice of Orochimaru, now reduced to fragments, echoed throughout the forest. Shinji no Kami, Edward remarked, gazing at the man clad in a deep crimson vest, who stood motionless with his head bowed. How could he possibly be here? Having been sealed away by the Sandaime through the Shiki Fujin technique, Edward pondered, deeply perplexed. To his knowledge, the Shiki Fujin was a jutsu related to the Shinigami of the ninja world. How could Orochimaru have seized the soul of the Shodai Hokage from the hands of the Shinigami? Was it through cursed seals or some other technique? Yet, soon he recalled that in the original tale, Orochimaru indeed had snatched souls from within the belly of the Shinigami, and he quickly understood. Nonetheless, even if he were the Shinji no Kami, he would not be a match for me. With that thought, Edward shook his head, grasped his sword, Kanji-Yanki, and struck forward. Mokuton, Moku Ryu no Jutsu. Sensing the imminent danger, the Shodai Hokage awoke, opening his eyes as a wooden dragon coiled around him. Boom! The wooden dragon was shattered by Edward's strike, splintering into countless wooden shards. Haki returned to slumber. Edward's body erupted with a deep crimson aura directed at the Shodai Senjutsu. Yet, Edward's haki further ignited the power of the Shinji no Kami, triggering the Sage mode in an instant. The haki entwined around him, and Edward scoffed. You, a mere corpse, wish to impede me? Observing this, Edward furrowed his brow and unleashed an even more formidable aura, sending countless sword energies from Kanji-Yanki towards the Shodai Hokage. Mokuton, Sindri no Sten. However, Edward's powerful assaults only compelled the Shodai Hokage to ascend further into battle, as various ninjutsu manifested across the battlefield. The forest, already sparse, was soon filled by the Shodai Hokage's Mokuton, transforming it entirely into a forest. Such bothersome Mokuton, yet despite this, Orochimaru, you shall not escape. Edward continued to sever the encroaching trees with Kanji-Yanki, his gaze fixed on a particular direction. Edo Tensei. However, Orochimaru, recognizing that Edward still possessed strength, would not grant him any opportunity. Coffins emerged from the earth, revealing the Nidaime Hokage, Sandaime Hokage, Nidaime Tsuchikage, and Sandaime Tsuchikage. Seeing the enemy multiply, Edward's haki deepened in color. He feared that in this battle, his Edo Tensei body might be shattered. After all, this body was not like his previous one. It was prone to various errors. Remain here forever. After uttering these words, Orochimaru reassembled his form, but now he exuded a far weaker presence. His gaze then shifted towards Konoha as he made his exit from the battlefield without looking back. Thinking of leaving? It won't be so easy. Witnessing Orochimaru's brazen maneuver, Edward concentrated a tremendous force of shockwaves directed at Orochimaru. Though utilizing the Zijunjin Gusser would harm his own body, he could not afford to hesitate. Cough, shifting split technique. As Orochimaru advanced towards Konoha, he sensed an overwhelming danger behind him. His serpentine eyes narrowed as he transformed into countless small snakes, escaping the range of the shockwave's attack. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Doton, Henkaibri no Jutsu. The awakened Nidaime Hokage and Nidaime Tsuchikage promptly obstructed Edward under Orochimaru's command. Haki, aware that if the battle continued, he would be unable to escape, Edward erupted with an even greater aura. A slash of Kanjiyunki sent the Nidaime Hokage reeling, losing half of his body before he could react. Mokuton, Mokubunsin, Mokuton, Anakai no Jutsu. In this brief interval, the Shodai Hokage attacked Edward with countless blossoming flowers entwining around him. Kyubi, Ichibi, you're the last ones. Knowing Edward was now preoccupied, Orochimaru greedily eyed Konoha. Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Tsunade and others in Konoha sensed the disturbance and hurried to the forest. Tsunade, Jiraiya, it has been too long. Upon seeing familiar faces, Orochimaru smirked slightly. You traitor. Although they had once been inseparable friends, they were now enemies, and Tsunade would not hold back as she charged at him. Fuinki, Byaku no Jutsu. Goken. Tsunade's body surged with immense chakra as she swung her powerful fists at Orochimaru. However, before she could reach him, two formidable figures blocked her attack. The Nidaime and Sandaime Raikage. This is what I have prepared for you. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly. Orochimaru, you have truly changed. Jiraiya approached slowly, his expression complex. In this world, there is no such thing as change or constancy. It is merely the pursuit of a higher path. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru transformed into a phosphorescent serpent and burrowed underground. Kawagata, Gamabunta. Seeing Orochimaru attempt to flee, the two would not let him escape and summoned their own beast to block his path. Manda stopped them. With no choice, Orochimaru reverted to his original form as Manda was summoned. Three colossal summoned beasts appeared simultaneously in the ninja world. Yet this time, it was not a united front against the demigods of the ninja world, but rather a clash among themselves. The title of the legendary three ninjas faded from their heads. Multieded Serpent Technique. Orochimaru raised his eyes, and countless small snakes emerged, instantly filling the area. From a distance, it resembled thousands of loaches entwined together. Disgusting. Tsunade immediately retreated, tearing off the small snakes clinging to her. Hokage-sama, do you require our assistance? At that moment, Minato and Shizen arrived, followed by a continuous stream of ninjas. Orochimaru seemed to find himself in a passive position, isolated and vulnerable. My Edo Tensei army is still awaiting your arrival. Do not disappoint me. Orochimaru gathered chakra in his hands and struck the ground, causing numerous coffins to emerge, each containing a corpse that opened its eyes. However, these were merely the Edo Tensei ninjas he had prepared in advance for an invasion of Konoha, unexpectedly proving useful here. The true Edo Tensei army was still far away, at the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. It appeared today would not be the day he obtained them. Observing the increasing reinforcements in Konoha, Orochimaru expressed his regret. He then produced a sealing scroll, tossing out several silent corpses as he began to perform the Edo Tensei technique. These were his sacrificial offerings, intended for the Shiki Fujin technique. Where am I? The lifeless ninjas opened their pitch-black eyes under Orochimaru's hand signs, bewildered. What is he trying to do? A group of ninjas, confused by Orochimaru's actions, commented from a distance. Go! Orochimaru, having already completed the necessary incantations, licked his lips and issued his command. He had previously cast the Shikigami Fujin technique on those corpses and was merely waiting for the right moment. At this moment, within Konoha, the Uzumaki Kushina residence. Why are you stopping me? The chakra within Uzumaki Kushina erupted, her imposing presence directed at the few ninjas before her. She clearly sensed the eruption of battle in the distance. Yet these Umbu restrained her from going. I apologize, Lady Uzumaki Kushina, but this is the order of the Hokage. The Umbu bowed their heads respectfully and explained. You, Each time she was halted by this voice, Uzumaki Kushina shouted in frustration. Just then, a powerful pulling force erupted, and several umbu were uncontrollably drawn towards it. What? Who are you? The umbu, seeing the orange-haired man with heterochromatic eyes before them, attempted to use ninjutsu but were restrained by the pull. None of the ninjas from Konoha are innocent. The man who ensnared the umbu was none other than the previously obliterated Deva Path, Pain, now restored by Nagato, who had infiltrated this place during the battle between Orochimaru and Edward. Shinra Tensei. Without answering their question, a clash of repulsive and attractive forces ensued, swiftly shattering the umbu into mere flesh. Bow to me. After dispatching the umbu, Nagato turned his gaze towards Uzumaki Kushina. Damn it, what is this force organization for? Seeding technique. Seeing the sudden enemy's attention directed towards her, Uzumaki Kushina instantly became furious. However, her sealing technique was utterly ineffective against the godlike Deva Path, repelled by a surge of repulsion. Seize her. Meanwhile, Kuro and Shiro gradually materialized from the ground. Possessing exceptional stealth, they had sensed Orochimaru's intent to assault Konoha and swiftly joined Deva Path. Only by capturing her could Orochimaru's schemes be thwarted. Recalling the recent discussions with Orochimaru, Shiro scoffed. This snake is still trying to pry into your eyes. He is untrustworthy. Kuro echoed his sentiments with a sinister grin. Let's capture her first. The gravitational force in Deva Path's hand continued to intensify, and Uzumaki Kushina began to struggle to maintain her footing. Mom. Inside the house, hearing the commotion, Naruto arrived with the one-tail. Damn it, how dare you bully my mom? But upon witnessing the scene, Naruto's rage ignited. He saw two figures clad in black robes cornering his mother. What is that? The eyes of the six paths. Naruto, run. The one-tail, accompanying Naruto, shouted in shock, its body swelling instantly. Your childhood should not be so blissful. Feel the pain. Observing this, Deva Path frowned, unleashing a repulsive force upon Naruto. Fortunately, the one-tail shielded Naruto, absorbing the brunt of the repulsion. Mangekyo. Soon, a man emanating malevolent chakra appeared. Fugaku, quickly take Naruto away. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of this man. Chakra of the universe. But the gravitational force from Deva Path gathered even stronger, ensnaring Naruto and the one-tail. As long as I am here, I will not allow you to be harmed. Kuroho Amaterasu. Uchiha Fugaku covered his eyes, crying out in agony. Such malevolent chakra. He is indeed the descendant of that man. Kuro, grinning, replicated several Shiro to shield against the damage from Amaterasu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Seeing his attacks ineffective against the two before him, Uchiha Fugaku quickly changed tactics, throwing his kunai. Water style, water break wave. Earth style, earth barrier. By now, more and more ninjas had noticed the unusual commotion and joined the fray. It's getting lively, Nagato. You must act swiftly. Kuro, seeing the increasing number of ninjas, began to sink back into the ground, disappearing from sight. Shinra Tensei. Yet, these ninjas only added to their injuries. The repulsive forces unleashed by Deva Path not only deflected various attacks, but also inflicted immense damage on the surrounding ninjas and structures. Damn it, when did the ninja world become populated with so many strong individuals? Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku, feeling overwhelmed and pressured, began to summon his ultimate defense, the black skeletal form materializing. Everyone has perished because of me. Uzumaki Kushina thought painfully as she surveyed the surrounding devastation. Futile resistance will only invite greater disaster. Deva Path advanced step by step towards Uzumaki Kushina, disregarding the colossal figure that had formed behind him. Nine Tails, grant me your strength. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina could no longer contain herself, shouting frantically at the Nine Tails within her. You cannot withstand this. The Nine Tails, slightly raising its head upon sensing Deva Path, was taken aback, realizing that Uzumaki Kushina would undoubtedly be unable to resist his advance. Yet, Kushina seemed deaf to the Nine Tails' warnings, persistently demanding its chakra. The Nine Tails mode? But how much can you truly control? Pain of six paths. Deva Path halted, several figures instantly splitting from his form. Azura Path, Azura Weapons. Animal Path, Summoning Technique. The 6 paths of pain assembled, unleashing a chaotic barrage of attacks. Once, I was a mere mortal, but now I have transcended humanity through infinite suffering, evolving from human to god. As he observed the unfolding scene, Deva Path slowly levitated into the air, his gaze radiating disdain for all. You cannot obstruct my Chibaku Tensei. A small black sphere coalesced in Deva Path's hand, gradually rising to its zenith. All structures in Konoha began to be drawn upwards. What is happening? Why am I floating? Citizens of all ages, filled with bewilderment, were ensnared by the gravity of the black sphere. In an instant, the entirety of Konoha resembled a celestial void, with everything being drawn into the air. Boom, boom. Yet, the acceleration of the objects being attracted grew, increasingly rapid, the gravitational force intensifying. From small stones to the Hokage building, everything ascended. Ultimately, these objects amalgamated into a colossal meteor, enveloping all of Konoha. Such formidable gravity, Fugaku, take Naruto away from here. As Schwanwa Jixinai witnessed such formidable power, she instantly called out to Yuzhibo Fuyue, her body involuntarily levitating in the air. However, Yuzhibo Fuyue himself was mired in a quagmire, and Susanoo had dissipated, drawn upwards. Mother, due to the gravitational force, Naruto, having released the One Tail, immediately soared towards Schwanwa Jixinai, surpassing her in speed as he seemed destined to merge with the meteorite. Flying Thunder God Technique. Just then, Buofeng Shuemen appeared, whisking Naruto away into the void. Do you feel it? This is pain. Observing the devastation of Konoha village amidst the cacophony of screams, the floating Tendo Pain closed his eyes and murmured, Rankiden. Below, the One Tail, still lingering, began to lose composure, transforming into its complete form as a vast amount of chakra coalesced, spewing towards the celestial body above. But how could this be of any use? The celestial body was prepared by Tendo Pain, specifically designed to counter the tailed beasts. Boom! Boom! A few Rankiden struck, yet the meteorite remained largely unscathed, and even the One Tail was slowly being drawn upwards. How could I possibly lose to you? As the One Tail found itself uncontrollably flying towards the meteorite, it concentrated a massive amount of Rankiden and hurled it skyward. Yet, these efforts were futile, merely accelerating the gravitational pull as countless objects were ensnared by the meteorite. Meanwhile, in the forest battlefield outside Konoha village, Edward seethed. The celestial body? That scoundrel Nagato dares. Bound by Hashirama, Edward glared at the composite meteorite above Konoha village, his heart aching at the sight, for it was a manifestation of his own toil in this world. Earthquake. Surrounded by a tricolored aura, Edward unleashed his full power, revealing an array of techniques without reservation, generating tremendous seismic force. Senjutsu, would release, would golem technique. The techniques of the reanimated first Hokage followed in Edward's wake, under Orochimaru's control, determined to obstruct him. A mere lump of rock. How could it possibly stand in my way? Edward's anger surged as he confronted the founder of Konoha, who now stood as his greatest obstacle. To him, Konoha was born from the first Hokage and would be destroyed by him as well. As the earthquake commenced, countless tremors erupted, and the wood golem technique trembled, shattering before it could even be unleashed. Cracks spread across the ground, and numerous reanimated ninjas crumbled to dust, including the reanimated second Hokage and second Tsuchikage, all reduced to sand by the earthquake. You are not far from death, Edward. Orochimaru licked his lips, although his true objective had not been achieved today. Witnessing Edward's self-destructive explosive assault did not leave him feeling cheated for the losses incurred. Eliminating such a figure rendered those losses trivial. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya and Tsunade, both eyeing him warily, Orochimaru left a few reanimated bodies behind and burrowed into the earth. Stop him, Jiraiya. Though the earthquake caused Tsunade to struggle to maintain her footing, she was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Toad Oil Bullet. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Upon hearing the call, Jiraiya was equally unwilling to let Orochimaru escape easily. unleashing a combination technique. You've been caught, Reaper Death Seal. However, as Jiraiya charged forward, four reanimated ninjas surrounded him from all directions. What is this? Jiraiya was taken aback, halting his advance as a giant toad was summoned to shield him. Ribbit? A croak echoed, and the phantom of the Shinigami materialized, completing the soul transaction in an instant. Tsunade, be cautious of these ninjas. Do not let them approach. Sensing danger. Jiraiya shouted, summoning two toads, Shima and Fukasaku, onto his shoulders. Little Jiraiya, is something the matter? You are still unskilled with this technique, Shima said with concern and puzzlement. Reaper Death Seal. Yet those reanimated ninjas had already closed in, and the Shinigami loomed behind them, poised to reach Jiraiya. Slash. However, Edward, utilizing his observation haki, would not permit Jiraiya's demise so easily. Countless sword energies surged forth, annihilating the reanimated ninjas. A pity, Orochimaru murmured, having witnessed the entire sequence, which granted him ample opportunity to slip away from the battlefield. Those damn bastards. After resolving Jiraiya's crisis, Edward found himself still unable to breach the final line of defense posed by the first Hokage. Quake. Grasping that Songyun Xie, Edward concentrated all the seismic energy within him into the blade, disregarding the impending collapse of his own body. He aimed to unleash a colossal sword energy across a distance of 10 miles to obliterate the nearly formed celestial body. Would release true Thousand Hands. At that moment, the reanimated first Hokage, sensing a profound threat, unleashed all its might. A colossal thousand-handed Buddha, towering over 1,000 meters, was summoned by the reanimated first Hokage using Would Release, slowly rising from the earth to confront Edward. All eyes were drawn to this spectacle, filled with incredulity. Is this the power of the first Hokage? So strong? Murmured voices echoed as the Konoha ninjas began to succumb to despair, relinquishing their resistance. Only Edward remained, slightly bowing his body, pressing down that Songyun Xie even lower. Shatter. Ultimately, with a resounding roar, the seismic energy within Edward's Songyun Xie erupted, transforming into a sword energy thousands of meters long, cleaving towards the colossal Buddha. Boom! Under the impact of the sword energy, the Buddha soon appeared riddled with cracks, and the first Hokage atop its head was obliterated. After shattering the Buddha, the remaining sword energy, undiminished in ferocity, slashed towards the meteorite, averting disaster. It's the fourth Hokage. Wonderful. Long live the fourth Hokage. The aware ninjas rejoiced at the sight, finally relaxing, for they knew that as long as Edward stood firm, he would shield them from any calamity. Is this body reaching its limit? Yet even as the imminent threat was averted, Edward found no joy in the victory. The power of the Gura no Mi was far too overwhelming, and his body could scarcely endure, already beginning to fracture. Sealing technique. Edward relinquished the Songyun Xie, settling into a meditative position as chakra coalesced around him, employing it to stave off the impending collapse of his body. It seemed he would not be able to engage in battle for the foreseeable future, having temporarily alleviated the crisis of his deteriorating form through the sealing technique. Edward moved his body slightly, expressing his discontent. Edward, are you all right? From afar, Tsunade and Jiraiya, aware of Edward's condition, rushed over, calling out to him. Under this circumstance, how could they be unaware that Edward could not wield his former powers at will? I am fine. Hurry back to Mai and see how things are there. Upon hearing this, Edward expressed no concern for his own condition. For him, death held no terror. Edward, what about your body? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed in worry. Do not fret. I will not perish. Ensure that your subordinates make haste in researching the Edo Tensei. It is of utmost importance. Edward remarked while scraping mud from his body. A closer inspection would reveal that the dirt he removed was merely a mass of soil. Tamai, Tsunade declared, gritting her teeth as she and the accompanying ninjas departed. Edward, do you still have strength left? Jiraiya, however, remained behind to observe Edward, feeling immense gratitude for having just been saved by him. I still possess the strength to protect Mai. Edward responded with a hearty laugh upon hearing Jiraiya's concern. Let us return to Mai together. Without waiting for Jiraiya to respond, Idiwa's gaze shifted towards the billowing smoke rising from my village. Sigh, Jiraiya could only exhale in resignation, lowering his head as he followed Adhwa on the path back to my village. At this moment in my village, despite Idiwa's timely destruction of the meteorite preventing further damage, the situation remained grim. The landscape was littered with dilapidated buildings and bloodied, faint civilians. The once thriving my village had now fallen into despair. Orochimaru, Tsunade collapsed to the ground, her face pale as she shouted. In the fray of battle, she, as Hokage, had suffered a crushing defeat. Adhwa and Jiraiya approached in silence, their hearts ablaze with unquenchable fury. I never imagined my greatest foe would be Orochimaru. How absurd, Adhwa muttered, casting his gaze towards the only intact structure, Hokage Rock. He had once believed his greatest adversaries to be Uchiha Madara, Kagaya Otsutsuki, or Black Zetsu. Yet from the very beginning, he had found himself ensnared in a quagmire. Tsunade, how are the ninjas studying the Edo Tensei? Adhwa redirected his attention to Tsunade, who lay prostrate. Limited by his broken body, he could only place his hopes upon her. Once Tsunade's subordinates mastered the Edo Tensei and reclaimed Orochimaru's control, Adhwa could regain his former powers. I hope nothing has gone awry, he added. Hearing this, Tsunade struggled to her feet, leaning on Idiwa's sturdy hand as she gazed at the shattered Hokage building. Go find them, Adhwa instructed, his eyes also fixed on the Hokage building. He needed to reach that moment, to reclaim his powers before Orochimaru gathered all 9-tailed beasts. Otherwise, Adhwa would face utter defeat. In the dim, damp cavern, Orochimaru, transformed into a serpent, expressed surprise at the acquisition of the tailed beasts. I did not expect they would manage to seize the tailed beasts. This was his self-created recovery jutsu, which, when performed every few days, rejuvenated him and maintained his peak condition. This day will not be delayed, he said with a sinister grin, referring to the enigmatic Akatsuki organization. I shall widely publicize this. I intend to declare war on the entire ninja world at the Raikage Scourge, where the fire and lightning countries converge. He then summoned a ninja to relay his orders. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the ninja replied with a nod before departing. What will you do? Orochimaru mused with a mysterious smile after the ninja left. Since Idiwa's return to Mai and his revelations to Tsunade regarding Orochimaru's plans, Tsunade had dispatched her subordinates to contact other ninja villages. Consequently, news of Orochimaru's capture of the tailed beasts was no longer a secret. The major ninja villages began discussing strategies to apprehend Orochimaru. Thus, his announcement served both as a scheme and a declaration. The various ninja villages would inevitably become involved due to the tailed beasts, and even the Akatsuki would be drawn into the fray for this reason. Days later, the news of Orochimaru's declaration of war spread rapidly across nations. The major ninja villages began preparations, deliberating on the organization of their forces. Ultimately, it was decided that Mai would lead, despite having recently endured significant assaults and being in a state of reconstruction. Fortunately, a considerable number of elite shinobi remained to bolster their ranks. In the underground chamber of the Hokage building, Adhwa lay on an operating table surrounded by ninjas. Are you ready? He asked. Come on, I have died several times already. What difference does another failure make? Adhwa smiled faintly. During the preceding days, the elite ninjas of Mai had been diligently researching the Edo Tensei. Thus, the Adhwa resurrection plan, specifically designed for him, had come into existence. This plan aimed at reclaiming Idiwa's soul through the Shiki Fujin technique. Although this method was deemed inhumane by the elite ninjas, they, as followers of the fourth Hokage, readily agreed. Subsequently, with Orochimaru's sudden declaration of war on the entire ninja world, Tsunade had no choice but to prepare everyone for the execution of this plan on that fateful day. Shiki Fujin, a ninja who had studied the technique extensively, stepped forward and shouted. Upon performing the jutsu, he instantly depleted a vast amount of chakra, and the grim specter of the death god emerged behind him. Trade, the ninja uttered under the death god's vacant gaze. The death god subsequently plunged its dagger into his abdomen, extracting his soul, Idiwa's soul, under the death god's grasp. Return to his body. Not enough, Edward murmured as he felt his fragmented soul gradually reintegrate. Shiki Fujin, upon hearing this, another ninja stepped forward to replace the previous one, initiating the Edward resurrection plan and depleting a significant amount of chakra. Rest easy. Edward closed his eyes, feeling the resurgence of power within him. These were the top-tier elite ninjas of Mai, all at least elite Jonin. Yet each one perished as a result of this plan, representing the village's collective effort to assist Edward. Finally, he had returned. In a fleeting moment, after yet another elite ninja succumbed, a panel materialized before Aidewa's eyes, bringing him joy. Fuchon panel, character, EdwardNewgate. Fusion degree, 90. Gazing upon the myriad of information displayed on the panel, Aidewa's heart brimmed with complexity. This time I shall not fail. Come fort. Aidewa shouted, as his fragmented body erupted with clumps of earth and debris. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. A few elite ninjas who had perished to restore Aidewa's soul emerged respectfully. They were here to perform the Edo Tensei technique, to reconstruct Aidewa's form. Edo Tensei no Jutsu. Several ninjas formed hand seals and chanted in unison, summoning a formation adorned with countless characters. Aidewa's previously shattered Edo Tensei body instantly transformed into a cloud of yellow sand, and his soul was drawn forth. Ultimately, the wandering spirit of Aidewa settled into the bodies of the elite ninjas who had fallen before him. It must succeed. Tsunade clasped her hands and covered her mouth, praying fervently. Aidewa embodied her every hope. Having witnessed the prowess of the first Hokage, she understood that she could not reach such heights within this time frame. The scene soon fell into a profound silence. What transpired? Tsunade exclaimed, her heart sinking as she beheld the unchanged corpses of the elite ninjas. But in the next moment, those elite corpses transformed into yellow sand, coalescing into a colossal form. I have returned. Reformed, Aidewa felt the immense power within his being and clenched his fists, producing a sonic boom. Although he currently retained the Edo Tensei form, the restoration of his soul enabled him to fully unleash the Conqueror's Haki, marking a significant enhancement in his combat capability. Furthermore, his Gura no Mi could be unleashed at full strength for a brief period, sufficient to confront Orochimaru. Prepare to rally the ninjas. We march to Lehuisiagu, Aidewa proclaimed, rising and grasping the Tsong Yun Xie with authority. Yes, Lord Fourth Hokage. The ninjas involved in Aidewa's revival plan shouted in unison. The following morning, a public announcement ignited fervor across Konoha village. What? Is it truly the former Fourth Hokage? Had he not perished 16 years ago? Has he been resurrected by the higher-ups using forbidden techniques to aid us in claiming victory in this war? All remaining citizens and ninjas of Konoha expressed disbelief. A throng of ninjas surged toward the Hokage building, demanding confirmation. However, when Aidewa finally emerged in his Edo Tensei form, they were left in awe. Lord Fourth Hokage, please command us. Victory and glory shall be ours. Witnessing Aidewa's presence ignited the hearts of all Konoha citizens. Even some ninja soldiers who had participated in Aidewa's Third Shinobi World War brought forth their cherished chakra weapons, eager to follow him. Konoha was once again engulfed in fervor, not due to external pressures, but rather because of the emergence of one man. Those who once betrayed my trust have forged the Konoha of today. The fallen citizens, the shattered buildings, the broken families. But now I have been reborn. Now I shall lead everyone to victory, guide them back to the prosperity of your, and make those traitors remember my name. EdwardNewgate. Aidewa commenced his unique declaration once more, aiming to inspire his followers with his utmost strength before the battle. Victory is assured. Victory! Victory! The Konoha ninjas responded to Aidewa's declaration with military salutes, shouting fervently. Soon after, Konoha fell into a state of preparation once more. Until the ninjas from the various villages gathered in the Land of Fire, the mighty Konoha army, led by Aidewa, departed from their shattered homeland. Old man, the war begins anew. Alonze Aidehua, Kakashi spoke in Apinetone. Indeed, the war begins again, Ai de Hua replied with a smile. I despise war. Upon hearing Ai de Hua's laughter, Kakashi's tone became somber. Hatred cannot resolve the issue. Have you forgotten the devastation of Konoha? Yet, Ai de Hua did not retort, merely contrasting with the current state of Konoha. No, I simply fear for their lives, Lanabido, my guy. Kakashi recalled the few remaining friends he had and was filled with anguish. In the recent calamity, he had come to understand that strength determines everything. Death would inevitably return to the shinobi world, but now that I am here, I shall do my utmost to stand in front of you. Hearing this, Ai de Hua smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle Kakashi's hair. Understood, old man. Upon hearing this, Kakashi trembled slightly, his previously turbulent heart now finding tranquility as he leaned beside Ai de Hua for a long while. Is that truly the fourth Hokage? Meanwhile, due to the gathering of ninjas, many other small village ninjas had joined the ranks of the Konoha army. However, when they beheld the towering figure of over 6 meters, wielding a massive sword, they could not help but express their disbelief and fear. Indeed, that is the fourth Hokage from Konoha. He has been resurrected. Before long, some ninjas began to respond, as news of Ai de Hua's Edo Tensei had spread throughout the shinobi world, and most were aware of this information. It truly is him. He has indeed returned. Upon confirming the news, a group of ninjas found themselves at a loss for words. The very same figure who once invaded their nation now stood as a giant safeguarding the shinobi world. To them, this was nothing short of a paradox. Yet, such is the nature of reality. The more absurd the truth, the more likely it is to manifest. No one could have anticipated that the former Konoha scientist would become the instigator of the Fourth Shinobi World War. No one could have foreseen that the once mighty Konoha would be unable to raise its head in the aftermath of Ai de Hua's demise. Beset by the other great ninja villages, within Lei Hoasiagu, Orochimaru stood atop the highest rock, casting a sinister gaze upon the assembled ninja army below. The first wave comprised the armies of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, eager to strike before the Konoha forces who were still en route. The Raikage and the temporary commander of the Land of Earth, Chido, resolved to launch the initial assault. Orochimaru, surrender my brother. The fourth Raikage, roared, his enormous iron fists clenched, flames of fury igniting within him. His brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, was currently imprisoned by Orochimaru, a fact he could scarcely endure. You're still far too weak. Hearing this, Orochimaru atop the rock laughed derisively as two figures stepped forth beside him. They were none other than the resurrected Third Raikage and Third Tsuchikage. Father, upon seeing this, the Fourth Raikage could no longer restrain himself and charged forward. Fourth Raikage, be careful. You are no match for him. Once serving as the shadow guard of the Third Tsuchikage, the current temporary commander, Chitu, immediately intervened. Now is not the time to engage in battle. Just the presence of the Third Raikage would result in significant casualties among the ninjas here. Raikage, right Unbakudan. However, the Fourth Raikage, blinded by fury, was unlikely to heed Chitu's words, his legs propelling him forward in a flash toward the summit of the rocks. Go ahead. As Orochimaru observed the Fourth Raikage's inability to restrain himself, he slipped into the background, issuing commands to the two Edo Tensei figures, the Third Raikage and the Third Tsuchikage, before him. Dusted Release, Original World Stripping Technique. Lightning Release, Lightning Body Technique. The controlled Edo Tensei, Third Raikage, and Third Tsuchikage immediately positioned themselves before the Fourth Raikage, unleashing their attacks upon him. What? A sense of impending doom surged within the Fourth Raikage, compelling him to abruptly interrupt his right Onbakudan just in time to evade disaster. If he had turned to look behind him, he would have noticed that the rock where he had previously stood was now hollowed out by the dust release. Damn it, attack. Witnessing such power, the Fourth Raikage bellowed at the ninja army behind him. Lightning Release, Lightning Body Technique. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. Following his orders, the ninja army could no longer contain themselves and surged forward. A myriad of dazzling ninjutsu was unleashed against the Edo Tensei Third Raikage and third Tsuchikage. Dusted release. Original world, stripping technique, split. Sensing the impending onslaught, the Edo Tensei third Tsuchikage felt an escalating sense of danger and conjured a white dust release, launching it toward the ninja army. Boom! Boom! Like explosive landmines, the fragmented dust release detonated amidst the ninja ranks, turning the battlefield into a scene of carnage filled with anguished cries. Lightning release, Kai. The Edo Tensei third Reikage began to counterattack. Enveloped in crackling lightning that formed an armor around him, he charged into the ranks of the ninja army, decimating them with ease. Father! D. At last, the fourth Reikage faced off against the Edo Tensei third Reikage, with explosive impacts ringing out as their fists collided. However, on the side of the Edo Tensei third Tsuchikage, it was a massacre. The dust release in his hands sliced through countless ninja bodies like a white laser, forcing Chito to evade desperately. Damn it, push forward. The fourth Reikage felt deep regret. If countless ninja lives were to be lost in this manner, it would be a grave misfortune. Earth release. At this juncture, the multitude of ninjas had no choice but to brace themselves and charge again, although they understood this was akin to marching to their deaths. The Edo Tensei, third Reikage, and third Tsuchikage managed to fend off this seemingly endless horde of thousands of ninjas with just the two of them. Moments later, they had severely crippled the forces led by the fourth Reikage A and the temporary commander of the Land of Earth, Chito, leaving thousands of ninjas incapacitated upon the ground. How could this be? For the first time, the fourth Reikage A questioned the reality of this ninja world, his face darkening as he surveyed the battlefield. Shatter! Shatter! Just as the two armies clashed with fervor, the ninja forces began to retreat under relentless pressure. Suddenly, a voice resonated, and tiny fissures appeared in space, striking the Edo Tensei third Reikage and third Tsuchikage, forcibly halting the conflict. Is it the fourth Hokage? Upon witnessing the unique bloodline limit possessed solely by the fourth Hokage, Edward, all the ninjas felt a jolt of apprehension, their heads turning toward the rear. The imposing figure of 6 meters soon came into full view, evoking a mix of fear and astonishment within the hearts of all present. Although the current fourth Hokage was there to assist them against Orochimaru, he was also the very demon who had once invaded their land. Such memories were impossible to erase from their minds. You acted too early, Reikage. Edward's expression darkened as he descended with his great sword, creating numerous fissures upon landing. Upon hearing this, the once mighty fourth Reikage fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation. The losses sustained in this battle were indeed due to his premature commands. You? How is this possible? Your body? From his vantage atop the rocks, Orochimaru gasped in disbelief upon seeing Edward's Edo Tensei form transformed into a revitalized state. Orochimaru, do you think only you can master the Edo Tensei technique? Edward retorted, turning to mock the astonished Orochimaru upon hearing his familiar, serpentine voice. No wonder I completely lost your chakra connection yesterday. Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he spoke. But at this stage, isn't it a bit too late? With a wave of his hand, 2 coffins appeared beside him, from which emerged the Edo Tensei, second Tsuchikage, and second Reikage, standing guard at his side. No need for further words. Today, I shall put an end to this farce. In response, Edward concentrated his energy into the blade of his sword, the overwhelming force surging forth. Dusted release, original world stripping technique coalescing, the mightiest lightning release, Kai. Sensing the imminent danger, the Edo Tensei third Tsuchikage and third Reikage unleashed their most formidable techniques. All eyes were riveted upon these strongest contenders, as the true battle was on the verge of erupting. Overbearing slash. In this confrontation, Edward's sword, Kanji-Unki, finally charged with energy, slashing down with indomitable force. A heavy strike, over 1,000 meters long and imbued with deep crimson overbearing haki, surged forth from the blade. The very fabric of space seemed to shatter beneath this strike. A cacophony of cracking sounds reverberating as the world was painted in shades of deep red. The dust release unleashed by the Edo Tensei third Tsuchikage was instantaneously obliterated within the onslaught. Furthermore, the strike enveloped the bodies of the Edo Tensei third Tsuchikage, and third Reikage, leaving them no avenue for escape. The entire gorge was cleaved in two. What is this? All gazes were drawn to the aftermath of this strike, witnessing the complete disappearance of the Edo Tensei, third Tsuchikage, and Reikage along with the gorge, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Even from a distance, they could feel the overwhelming power of this strike, a testament to Edward's formidable strength. Is this power that I'm utterly captivated by? As he beheld Edward's deep crimson strike, Orochimaru licked his lips, consumed by greed. Come forth, my Edo Tensei ninja army. With this declaration, Orochimaru spread his arms as if to embrace the world. Suddenly, the ground beneath them quaked violently, and thousands of coffins surged upward from the earth. What is this? So many coffins. The ninja army braced themselves defensively, weapons aimed at the coffins. Yet, in mere moments, the countless coffins trembled before their lids fell to the ground. Is that Konoha's White Fang, a demigod of the ninja world? All the ninjas began to exclaim in disbelief. At this moment in their eyes, the corpses that had long been deceased began to open their pitch-black eyes and emerge from their coffins. Among them were the once renowned figures of the shinobi world, such as the legendary Konoha White Fang, the second Hokage, the second Mizukage, and the third Mizukage, among others. Despite their prior preparations, the sight of such a formidable assembly inevitably instigated a sense of impending collapse. Have you devoted the past decade to studying these matters, Orochimaru? Edward halted his actions, a dangerous glint flaring in his eyes. Ha ha ha, a ninja who cannot conceal his prowess is not a good ninja, Orochimaru retorted, clutching a scroll tightly in his hand, whispering ambitiously. Seal scroll, release. In the next instant, the scroll in Orochimaru's grasp exploded, revealing a massive black square box. However, upon its emergence, a figure lurking beneath the battlefield of Leihua Gorge was taken aback. Hey, I never said you could obtain the Box of Bliss, murmured Heijia of the Baiju with a look of astonishment. Indeed, the historical tome that Orochimaru had acquired was intentionally laid out for him. Once he gathered the nine-tailed beasts, he was to summon the Outer Path Golem using Nagato's eyes, merging the powers of the nine-tailed beasts to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. The plan had changed. Nagato should be revived immediately to resurrect Madara. Upon witnessing this, Baiju remarked curiously, "Ha, Uchiha Madara." Heijia grinned, his demeanor becoming exceedingly strange. Initially, he intended for Orochimaru to become a half-damaged Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. For without the power of the Outer Path Golem, Orochimaru could not possibly absorb the full strength of the 10 tails. Then, he would control Nagato to resurrect Uchiha Madara, absorbing Orochimaru's power to attain the state of the 6 paths ultimately. When Uchiha Madara reached this state, he would fuse his will to bring back his magnificent mother to the shinobi world. Everything seemed so perfect until now, with Orochimaru producing the Box of Bliss. Wasn't that the Box of Bliss that was stolen from Kusa Shinobi Village years ago? Tsunade, who had just arrived with the Konoha army, exclaimed. So was this rascal who stole it, Jiraiya added, feeling a wave of unrest within. I never imagined that Orochimaru had changed back then. Hearing this, Tsunade clenched her fists, her chakra surging explosively. Quake! Edward was also startled, uncertain of Orochimaru's intentions, as he unleashed countless shockwave-infused slashes from his Tsung Yin Xie towards him. Orochimaru hastily evaded, leaving the Box of Bliss perched atop the highest rock. If you can absorb the energy from this battlefield, then it should be able to contain the power of the nine-tailed beasts, right? Orochimaru thought, gazing at the Box of Bliss with longing. After discovering the historical tome, he quickly identified the loophole, unaware that the Rinnegan could summon the Outer Path Golem. How could the immense power of the nine-tailed beasts lack a vessel for absorption? Only a small formation could gather and transfer the power of the nine-tailed beasts onto him, which puzzled him greatly. Thus, Orochimaru envisioned the Box of Bliss, foolishly hoping to use this 6 paths tool as a vessel to absorb the power of the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki. Crack, crack! After dodging, countless slashes struck the Box of Bliss, yet failed to inflict any damage. Such resilience! Realizing that his strikes left the box of bliss unscathed, Edward stood still. He recalled that in his past life, most people claimed the box of bliss was merely a container for good and evil. However, through his probing, he discerned that the box was far from simple. It contained a potent and pure energy. Orochimaru, what exactly do you intend to do? Edward shouted, pursuing the now retreating Orochimaru with his Tsung Yun Xia. The reanimated ninjas under Orochimaru's control launched an assault against the ninja army, transforming the battlefield into a bloody carnage akin to a meat grinder. In just a second, countless ninjas perished. Edward, your Edo Tensei body cannot last much longer. This is not your true power, is it? A man clad in a deep red vest emerged behind Orochimaru as he fled. The god of shinobi. Edward, recognizing the familiar adversary, felt a wave of anxiety as shockwaves burst forth from his Tsung Yun Xia. It marked the third encounter with the god of shinobi. Block him. Orochimaru grinned, retreating behind the first Hokage, seeking to distance himself. Dominate. Sequake fist, one hand wielding the Tsung Yun Xia, the other channeling shockwaves. Edward swiftly launched an attack. Fivifil Midgota, the awakened god of shinobi, began to counterattack, clashing with Edward. With the power of the god of shinobi, you cannot hope to stop me. Edward continuously swung his Tsung Yun Xia, unleashing increasingly powerful strikes against the god of shinobi. However, Orochimaru paid little heed. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Nanjutsu, substitution technique. Transforming into a long serpent, Orochimaru swiftly departed. Nagato, are you all right? In a cave, Shounen watched Nagato's true form emerge with a worried expression. After Orochimaru declared war on the entire shinobi world, the Six Paths of Pain, under Nagato's command, located Orochimaru's presence in Lehua Gorge. Subsequently, Orochimaru sought to entice Nagato into cooperation using the Six Paths power. If Nagato surrendered the remaining two-tailed beasts, Orochimaru promised to bring peace to the shinobi world upon entering the realm of the Six Paths. Rest assured, peace will be established solely by my hand. After giving Shao Nan a reassuring glance, Nagato commanded the Six Paths of Pain to accompany a woman and a small raccoon to the location specified by Orochimaru. The designated site was a cave not far from Lehua Gorge, currently home to seven-tailed beasts sealed by the Muro Gate. You have finally arrived. Orochimaru, far removed from the battlefield, approached the tardy Six Paths of Pain. Come, are those the remaining two-tailed beasts? Orochimaru glanced at the one-tail and Uzumaki Kushina, both constrained by sealing techniques. Everything was prepared. Under Nagato's remote control, Deva Path stepped forward, activating the Rinnegan. Very well, release those two-tailed beasts. Orochimaru could hardly contain his impatience. Release. Subsequently, under the activation of Deva Path's Rinnegan, the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina and the one-tail instantly transformed into a state controlled by the Rinnegan. After this, the garments of Xuanhua Jo Xnai began to gradually disintegrate, her form transforming into that of the nine tails, merging with the one tail to become a complete tail beast. Finally, all that remained was for the box of bliss to accumulate sufficient energy. The cold, sinister voice of Orochimaru echoed in this place, shrouded in the haze of power. The box of bliss? Upon hearing this, Tian Dao Pain, remotely controlled by Nagato, furrowed his brows in confusion. He had intended to summon the Outer Path Golem using his Rinnegan to merge with the Ten Tails, thereby becoming its Jinchuriki. Let's go. Bring the tailed beast to that location and witness how I ascend the stairway to the Six Paths. Orochimaru, who provided no clarity to Nagato, issued the command while a glint of avarice flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Tian Dao Pain's Rinnegan. In his heart, he vowed to obtain both the Ten Tails power and the eyes of the Six Paths, though he was currently unable to locate the true owner of the Six Paths' eyes. Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, the Six Paths Pain gathered together, and under the enhancement of the sealing technique, the nine-tailed beasts were manipulated, swaying their massive forms. They then followed Tian Dao Pain without hesitation. Do you wish to backtrack? Orochimaru sneered, showing no fear. Are you truly fearless or merely foolish? Shinra Tensei. Tian Dao Pain raised his hand, directing a repulsive force towards Orochimaru. Haha, I knew you would not be so easily dealt with. In that case, let us absorb some of the Ten Tails power in advance. Formation. Activate. Orochimaru pressed his hand against the earth, and intricate runes emerged. This was the formation recorded in historical texts that concentrated the power of the nine-tailed beasts into himself. Although lacking the box of bliss as a vessel, it was still sufficient for Orochimaru to harness a portion of that power. What? My Rinnegan? As the surrounding red formation enveloped the nine-tailed beasts, Tian Dao Pain frantically manipulated the beasts with his Rinnegan, but to no avail. Roar! Roar! Soon after the formation arose, the power of a nine-tailed beast began to be siphoned away, ultimately converging and transferring to Orochimaru. Do you feel it? This is the power of the six paths. Orochimaru roared, his eyes filled with crimson veins as he forcibly absorbed the gathered false Ten Tails power. The overwhelming strength was so immense that his body began to fracture. It is done. However, as Orochimaru absorbed this power, the shadowy figure of Kuroju lurking underground smirked slightly. Although Orochimaru sought the Box of Bliss to serve as the outer path golem to contain the power of the nine-tailed beast for his absorption, he had unwittingly fallen into Kuroju's trap. Once this formation was activated, Orochimaru would be unable to halt its progress. Enough, stop! As Orochimaru continued to absorb the power of the nine-tailed beasts, he began to sense something was amiss, his voice growing hoarse, which only fueled his anxiety. Yet no matter what actions he took, he could not halt the ongoing formation. Why can't it stop? How is this possible? Recalling the content recorded in historical texts, Orochimaru exclaimed, "This is a trick." To his knowledge, this formation could be halted at any time. The Ten Tails. Orochimaru's body was gradually filled with the power of the tailed beasts, and his mind was overwhelmed by various violent and dark emotions. If he wavered even slightly, he would tread the path of Uchiha Obito, becoming a puppet of the Ten Tails power. Orochimaru. What was happening? At that moment, Edward, who had already dealt with the god of shinobi, arrived here, guided by his kin Bunshika Haki. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a sense of disbelief. Was Orochimaru truly about to embark on the path of Uchiha Madara, as depicted in the original story? Cloaked in darkness, Edward pondered. If Orochimaru succeeded in following Uchiha Madara's path, he would be devoid of any means to resist. With a rumble, the earth trembled. Realizing this, Edward immediately gathered a formidable shockwave in his hand, intent on interrupting Orochimaru. The ground began to collapse, the sky shattered, and the mountains trembled. Yet all of this proved futile. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared to be insulated from all attacks. Dimensional space. Edward suddenly recalled the Kinui technique wielded by Uchiha Obito. Though he had never experienced its power, it was evident to him that Orochimaru was currently in that state. This formation transferred the tailed beast to an alternate space for the ritual, leaving only an illusory presence behind. Edward lowered his blade, his eyes revealing a hint of trepidation as he deciphered the current scene. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continued with the ritual, nearing its conclusion, leaving Edward powerless to intervene. An endless surge of power flooded into Orochimaru's body, indicating the ceremony was nearing its end. How is this possible? Tian Dao Pain, observing the scene with widened eyes, felt a surge of defeat. He never anticipated that Orochimaru could master such a technique. Realizing that his plans had gone awry, Tian Dao Pain remarked peculiarly. However, he concluded that such immense power was beyond Orochimaru's control, for he was but a greedy human. Ultimately, Tian Dao Pain closed his eyes and began to levitate slowly. Through his observations during this time, he had identified the formation's flaw. Pain of the six paths. The remaining pains gathered around Tian Dao Pain, floating in the air, prepared to wait quietly. Cough, cough. At this moment, Orochimaru completed the absorption of the formation, his distorted body collapsing to the ground as he coughed violently. The nine-tailed beasts ceased their energy-gathering ritual, now lying weakly on the ground, unable to rise. Only half absorbed? Yet I can feel it. This is the power of the six paths. Although the process did not unfold as he had envisioned in his plans, Orochimaru, now possessing a semblance of the Six Paths power, cackled madly. With a casual wave of his hands, he exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Orochimaru, just look at what you have become, Edward bellowed. Witnessing that Orochimaru had completed the ritual, a closer look revealed that Orochimaru no longer resembled his former self. Now his body was pale, with the heads of the nine-tailed beasts manifesting across him, barely retaining any trace of his previous appearance. Cough, cough, for power, what does this ugliness matter? Orochimaru turned towards Edward, his gaze darkening as shadows emerged from his heart, his small hand transforming into a great white serpent lunging at Edward. Armament Haki activated. As Orochimaru's attention shifted towards him, Edward raised his blade defensively in front of him. He could sense that Orochimaru's strength surpassed that of a Quasi-Six Paths, possibly at the pinnacle of Quasi-Six Paths, or perhaps a half-step into the Six Paths. However, despite this, he was not someone who could withstand the current situation with just his body of filthy soil. I am now the strongest, and the weak must cling to the strong. As one of my former benefactors, I can grant you the opportunity to rely on me. Orochimaru transformed his hand into a great serpent, tightly biting Edward's massive sword. Feeling an overwhelming vitality within his body, momentarily uncertain of his thoughts. What he once desired, he has now attained, but what remains after possession? Dream on, Edward spat, standing tall and shouting vehemently. To think that someone like him, endowed with the power of the Conqueror's Haki, would submit to another? That is inconceivable. If he were to choose submission, he would never possess such strength. What a pity. A flicker of complexity, alongside a trace of malevolence and ferocity, crossed Orochimaru's gaze as he transformed his other hand into a serpent, opening its jaws to strike at Edward. Earthquake. The sword in Edward's hands sensed the two peculiar white serpents released by Orochimaru, causing him to feel the gravity of the situation. Divide. In the next moment, Orochimaru suddenly manifested numerous bodies, all staring intently at the giant surrounded in their midst. It was time to bid farewell, White Serpent devouring seal. With a voice tinged with regret, all of Orochimaru's forms transformed into a singular white serpent that lunged at Edward. If even one of these serpents were to bite Edward, he would be ensnared in an eternal seal. Seaquake Fist. Space shattered. Witnessing this, Edward gritted his teeth, covering his entire hand with armament Haki. One hand wielded the sword while the other clenched into a fist, striking fiercely. Under the force of his attacks, space began to fracture, countless white serpents perishing. Yet, even so, these serpents seemed endless. For every one Edward killed, another would emerge. These loathsome creatures. Time lost its meaning as Edward fought, gradually numbing to the task at hand. These white serpents were composed of chakra. They were endless. Surrender was futile. Edward. Meanwhile, Orochimaru chose to observe from a distance, noting that his chakra had hardly waned. And you, the eyes of the Six Paths, are mine as well. Suddenly, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to the sky, where Pain of the Six Paths watched intently, his brow furrowed. Mortal, you cannot control such power. As Orochimaru's attention turned to him, Pain, who had sensed the impending threat, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Orochimaru, unable to suppress a tongue-clicking sound, replied, "The more you wield this power, the faster it will erode your heart." Extending his arms as if embracing the universe, Pain proclaimed, "Ha, ha, ha. How could you, standing at the foot of the mountain, comprehend the mindset of one who has ascended to the summit?" In response, Orochimaru grinned, his mouth stretching wide in a maddened laugh. Yet, after his laughter subsided, his mouth did not close. Instead, he gathered a sphere of dark chakra energy. Bija Bomb. Pain frowned slightly, swiftly dispersing the Six Paths to avoid the terrifying onslaught. Boom! Once the gathering was complete, Orochimaru closed his mouth, releasing the Bija Bomb towards Pain's position. What immense energy! Shinra Tensei. Pain, unable to evade, conjured a repulsive force to deflect the attack. Yet, how could the Bija Bomb unleashed by Orochimaru in its current state be easily repelled? It merely accelerated the explosion's timing. Masaka. In Pain's astonished gaze, the Bija Bomb collided with the repulsive force, erupting in a tremendous explosion. The sky resonated with a deafening roar, followed by an endless white light that illuminated the entire land. Even the weakest of creatures would find their eyes scorched merely by a glance at this brilliance. After several seconds, the blinding light ceased, but a glance upward revealed an emptiness where once there were clouds, birds, and even Pain himself, all reduced to ash beneath the radiance. This is the power I have sought. Enraptured by the magnitude of his abilities, Orochimaru reveled in his triumph. After over a decade of planning and pursuit, he finally grasped the strength he desired. Have they fled? Orochimaru then turned his gaze to the location where Edward had been ensnared by his endless white serpents. However, Edward had vanished from that spot. How amusing that the once revered god of the new shinobi world would choose to flee, Orochimaru remarked with a hint of mirth. Very well, flee if you must. Such figures no longer hold my interest. After a brief contemplation, Orochimaru ceased his pursuit of Edward. There were more pressing matters to address than eliminating Edward. Paradise Box. I wonder if you can channel the remaining Bijou energies into my being, Orochimaru murmured, turning towards the 9 weakened Bijou with a voice laced in anticipation. Although he now stood unrivaled in the shinobi world, he was acutely aware that he had yet to truly step into the realm of the 6 paths. How formidable would true mastery of such a realm be? Gazing at his hands, chakra surged within him as he ambitiously declared, White Serpent Devouring Seal. In the next moment, his chakra transformed into myriad tiny white serpents that ensnared the 9 Bijou. The Bijou, already weakened, found themselves further diminished, incapable of even moving. Paradise Box. I am coming. Utilizing a mysterious force to elevate the bodies of the 9 Bijou into the air, Orochimaru chuckled ominously. On the battlefield of Thunder Fire Gorge, the ninja forces engaged in combat with the army of reanimated ninjas had suffered significant casualties. However, many of the reanimated forces have been scattered, losing their will to fight. The elite ninjas from Konoha, trained in the reanimation jutsu under Tsunade, played a pivotal role in this conflict. Powerful figures, akin to demigods of the shinobi world like Konoha's White Fang, were released from their reanimated state, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the ninja forces. Edward, do not fail us. Tsunade, smashing through another reanimated ninja, recalled the earlier violent surge of white light with a distant gaze. Was that truly a power attainable by humans? Edward? Just then, Tsunade halted her actions, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked towards a specific direction. What she beheld was a sight of profound significance. In a chilling tone, the box known as the 6 Paths Ninja Tools was unexpectedly manipulated by Orochimaru. It is worth noting that previously, this box could not be opened by any means. It remained utterly unyielding. As the treasure chest opened, revealing the so-called Paradise Box, all present held their breath in astonishment. Could it be that the energy it requires has reached its limit? Orochimaru speculated. Speak your wish, he commanded. In the next moment, the open box appeared to genuinely fulfill the desires of its possessor. What? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, as he had never believed in the rumors of wish-granting in the ninja world, dismissing them as mere folly. It was only when he found the Paradise Box that he grasped its other function. To his astonishment, it seemed poised to grant wishes as the legends foretold. I want to be resurrected. Just as Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, Edward swiftly eliminated all the white serpents entwining him, shouting fervently, Ha ha ha! At the sound of his voice, the Paradise Box paused, and a piercingly sharp laughter echoed as endless black mist engulfed Edward. What an ominous presence! Is this truly a wish-granting box? Though he had missed the earlier opportunity, feeling the box's dark aura made Orochimaru furrow his brow and step away from it. Is the entire ninja world a deception? Why are there so many such rumors? Orochimaru's frown deepened as the 9-tailed beast's heads on his body howled, striving to break free. Since you have already become my power, behave. Sensing the peculiar state of his body, Orochimaru reprimanded the 9-tailed beasts with a fierce tone. Now, let me witness a splendid performance. After feeling a calm settle within, Orochimaru sat cross-legged upon the rocky wall, controlling the reanimated bodies beneath him in a dance. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the evil emanating paradise box. Within the paradise box, darkness enveloped the surroundings, revealing countless evils from the ninja world. A mere mortal entering this realm would likely lose consciousness in an instant, merging with the malevolence and succumbing to darkness. However, at the center of the black mist stood a towering figure wielding a sword. Where's this place? It truly isn't simple, Edward thought, surveying his surroundings with vigilance. He sensed an immense energy present. If he could absorb all this power into himself, he could step into the realm of the six paths, far surpassing Orochimaru. Ha, human. Can you repeat your wish? Suddenly, a sharply dark voice emerged, prompting Edward to adopt a defensive stance with his sword. Who are you? Confused, Edward recalled the descriptions of the paradise box from the original tale. Yet, in his past life, he had not watched that particular anime film, leaving him with only a fragmented understanding of the box's capabilities. You are the master of this world, Wu. The voice of Wu echoed, playfully assaulting Edward's body with black mist. Wu. Although uncertain, Edward could feel the overwhelming malice emanating from Wu, and he summoned his strength to disperse the surrounding darkness. As the first man to fill me, I shall grant your wish. The next moment, Wu's voice resounded once more, thick with malevolence surrounding Edward. Resurrect me. Edward furrowed his brow deeply, recognizing the mocking intent woven into Wu's words. Oh, as you wish. Upon hearing Edward's desire, Wu paused momentarily, then grinned wickedly as a torrent of black mist surged into Edward's body, intertwining with him. Wu sought to seize Edward's body to escape the confines of the Six Paths ninja tools that had bound him for so long. Even if Edward denied the wish, Wu would still attempt to claim his body. What is happening? After the infusion of black mist and Wu, Edward's reanimated body underwent a transformation. An immense energy coalesced to form a brand new body for Edward, causing the remnants of his former form to crumble to the ground. Simultaneously, Wu manipulated the black mist to encroach upon Edward's soul, attempting to extinguish it with overwhelming malice. I have returned. After a lengthy period, Wu, filled with exhilaration, marveled at his colossal new form. To assemble this body, he had expended more than half the energy accumulated by the Paradise Box. No, what is this? Yet soon, Wu's expression shifted to one of shock and fear. Get out of my body. A terrifying crimson aura began to envelop Edward's new form, as his will gradually descended. Ultimately, under the overwhelming crimson aura, Wu was swiftly defeated, letting out a cry of despair as even his will was absorbed by Edward. I have been resurrected. Gazing at the surrounding black mist, Edward's expression was complex. His path to resurrection had been fraught with obstacles, involving multiple failures of his reanimated form, 2 instances of reanimation, and 1 sealing technique. After absorbing his will, can I also control this place? Edward contemplated, addressing the vast black mist surrounding him. Come forth. Let the strongest man in that world descend once more into this ninja realm. Countless tendrils of black energy were manipulated by Edward, drawing into his body. At that moment, absorbed in the acquisition of power, he was no longer Orochimaru. Outside the Paradise Box, that energy has vanished. Orochimaru rose, slowly approaching the Paradise Box, feeling its internal changes. Could something have gone awry? Despite his confusion, Orochimaru stepped back from the box as he sensed a colossal presence drawing near. Bang! Suddenly, at the instant Orochimaru distanced himself from the Paradise Box, its lid burst open and a massive giant emerged. Are you ready, wicked Orochimaru? The figure that appeared was Edward, now reborn and having absorbed all the energy from the Paradise Box. He towered over the diminutive Orochimaru, his eyes filled with fury. At this moment, he had reached the threshold of the Six Paths realm. What is happening? How can you possess such power? Faced with a man whose presence, chakra, and might far exceeded his own, Orochimaru's face was painted with fear. Nothing is impossible. As a man endowed with the Conqueror's haki, defeat shall never befall me by anyone's hand. Edward scrutinized his newly reborn physique, feeling the surging power coursing within him. Shrink. Instantly, the Gokuraku no Hako transformed into a diminutive black box, merging into his kanji-unki, leaving behind a mark of the six paths yin and yang. Do you see? This is the proper use of the six paths ninja tools. Edward, bolstered by the enhancements of the Gokuraku no Hako, glared fiercely as he commanded. In the next moment, he appeared before Orochimaru, cleaving the astonished figure in two. Cough, you merely had better luck. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could reach such heights? Life rebirth technique. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling as two halves grew anew, transforming into two Orochimarus. If you had entered this box, your fate would not mirror mine. Upon hearing this, Edward's conqueror's haki entwined with a mysterious black and white power around his kanji-unki, and he became a mere afterimage as he charged at Orochimaru. 100 million white serpent bite technique. Faced with Edward's unstoppable assault, the two Orochimarus morphed into an infinite sea of white serpents, lunging at him. It is time to end this. We are not of the same world, similar realms, yet disparate strengths. As the serpent sea loomed closer, Edward merely narrowed his eyes, unleashing a tremor from every corner of his being, successfully repelling the serpentine onslaught. This new body, unlike his previously aged and weakened form, could undoubtedly endure all his tremors. Henceforth, regardless of how he wielded the Jinjin fruit, he would no longer suffer harm. The infinite serpent sea was shattered, and a deluge of serpent blood flowed through the canyon like a mighty river. The ninja army, sensing the dire situation, abandoned their battles and retreated from the gorge. Yet, their gazes were filled with astonishment and excitement. After plotting for so long, how could I possibly lose so easily? You underestimate me, Edward. Realizing that mere quantity had no effect on Edward, Orochimaru's serpent sea gradually coalesced into a colossal, grotesque creature, sporting 10 heads, 9 resembling the tailed beasts, and 1 resembling a white phosphorus serpent. You can no longer be considered human. Do you understand? Edward's eyes closed tightly, his Kinbunchika haki sensing that the surrounding ninjas had fully retreated, leaving only a few impure earth ninjas. All his tremors surged forth. For that ultimate realm, what does this matter? The grotesque creature, now Orochimaru, roared, the 10 heads each bellowing. Ultimately, from their gaping maws, streams of energy spheres, tailed beast bombs, were hurled toward Edward. Shatter! The tailed beast bombs detonated against Edward, who had his eyes shut as all his tremors coalesced in his right hand, striking back against the 10 incoming tailed beast bombs. Boom! The collision of tremors and tailed beast bombs transformed the realm, leaving only blinding white light as the earth and sky disintegrated within its brilliance. Eventually, after several minutes, the white light dissipated. The Reikage Valley was transformed into a scorched plain, revealing several battered figures. These included the 9-tailed beasts suspended in the air, controlled by Orochimaru, the immense grotesque creature, and Edward, standing at a mere height of 6 meters. EdwardNewgate, you were born different. In these past years of research, I can sense your power does not belong to this world. How could you comprehend the steps I took to reach this pinnacle? Your strength, in my eyes, does not belong to you. Orochimaru howled with his 10 heads, continuously unleashing tailed beast bombs at Edward. You know too much. Death is your only destination. Hearing this, Edward's expression darkened as he relentlessly sliced through the tailed beast bombs with his blade. Conquer. Tremor. The heavens and earth shall shatter. The tremors coalesced within Kanji-unki, causing the scorched plain to begin collapsing under their might. The sky itself cracked, as if on the verge of collapse. Edward. Orochimaru. The two figures shouted hoarsely, the monstrous body and Edward's towering form colliding. Boom! The resulting sound erupted, obliterating Orochimaru's grotesque form, with his 10 heads scattering in disarray, each howling helplessly in different directions. Have I finally won? Edward, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, lowered his head. Before him lay the enemy he had long sought to overcome, now merely a collection of heads with eyes wide in disbelief. If he were to shatter each head, he could finally end this devil in the ninja world. Yet, the scattered heads began to wail in agony, floating in the air as darkness encroached upon their souls. How is this possible? My body is no longer under my control. Orochimaru's remaining head expressed terror and panic. He sensed not only the loss of control over his body, but also the encroaching dark aura that was expelling his soul. This was the source of his dread. Orochimaru, your body? In Edward's eyes, Orochimaru's fragmented form began to merge, ultimately coalescing into a black mass of flesh, with nine-tailed beast heads emerging from it. Finally, Orochimaru's head was forcibly expelled, landing on the ground with an expression of disbelief directed at the mass. That is my body, Orochimaru gasped in shock. His body had transformed into an independent entity, no longer under his command. What could this possibly be? Edward gripped Kanji-Unki tightly, wary of the malevolent mass before him. Is it over? The fourth Hokage of Konoha truly is an unexpected dark horse. Just then, from the fractured earth, emerged several figures shrouded in black yin-yang release. These figures included Nagato, Konan, Tobi, and Kurizetsu. Konan, today marks the day I shall become a true god. You must bear witness. Nagato's Rinnegan spun continuously, his tone shifting. Outer path, Gedomazo. In an instant, a monstrous entity emerged from the ground, crawling onto the scorched wasteland. Kurizetsu, Edward, holding Kanji-Unki, understood immediately. This was the aberration of the ninja world who had devoted his life to saving his mother. I've been ensnared? A trap. They were all plotting against me. The headless Orochimaru shouted, as his remaining head slowly began to reform into a body. However, this new form differed from his previous one, possessing only the facade of Six Paths power, now rendered ineffective and hollow. Remarkably, it was unexpected that the ultimate mastermind behind everything was you, Edward remarked, his disbelief palpable. Initially, he had assumed that after vanquishing Uchiha Obito, the seemingly weak Kaguya would pose no further threat. Yet now, reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. With a resounding shin, Edward chose silence, determined to conclude this conflict with overwhelming power. Suddenly, the grotesque creature, now a mass of flesh, appeared before him, generating tailed beast bombs to counter Edward's relentless assaults. Shaonan, behold, this is the power of a deity. Due to his summons of the Outer Path Golem, Nagato found himself somewhat weakened, yet he steadfastly floated atop the golem with his companions. The nine-tailed beasts suspended in the air were swiftly drawn towards the golem, merging entirely into its form. Only the remaining half of the Ten Tails chakra was still needed. After uniting all the tailed beasts within the golem, Nagato, now pale and fatigued, murmured towards Edward and the mass of flesh he faced. Once he managed to assimilate that mass into the golem, he would become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, gaining the power of the Six Paths. However, the price would be his dwindling life force, allowing him to wield the Six Paths power for merely 3 days. Outer Path Golem. In the next moment, Nagato, along with Kaguya and Akatsuki members, stood atop the golem's head, commanding it to unleash a barrage of tailed beast bombs towards Edward. Slash! Sensing the immense force, Edward swung his Tsongyun Xie, evading the onslaught. Ha! Your body is reaching its limits. Just then, Kaguya's presence beside Nagato shifted into a peculiar gaze, taunting him with a smirk. In his scheming, he had contemplated using Nagato as the sacrificial offering for resurrecting his mother. However, Nagato's prolonged loss of life force and inability to fully utilize the Rinnegan rendered him incapable of becoming the true sage of Six Paths. That honor would belong to Uchiha Obito. What do you mean by that? Nagato, his face pale with furrowed brows, turned to Kaguya in confusion. Hiv. Now is the time for Lord Obito to make his entrance. At that moment, Akatsuki produced the sealing scroll of Uchiha Obito, revealing the ancient figure lying before them. This is Shinra Tensei. Nagato's eyes widened in realization as he raised his hand, preparing to strike against Kaguya and Akatsuki. Even now, he recalled how Kaguya had deemed Obito's body too powerful for others to control and, driven by nostalgia for his original master, had agreed to this endeavor, ultimately wresting Obito's body from Orochimaru's grasp. My body? But just as he lifted his hand to unleash a repulsion, Kaguya's will suddenly enveloped his mind, clouding his judgment. Nagato? Noticing the shift, Shaonan rushed to Nagato's side, attempting to extract him from the situation. Shinra Tensei. Yet, in an instant, Xiao Nan was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth as she was hurled from the golem. How dare you treat Xiao Nan this way? Nagato's mind screamed with fury, though he was powerless to alter the unfolding reality as Kagaya manipulated him. Seals began to form under Kagaya's control. Outer path, samsara birth technique. From behind Nagato, a colossal head emerged, opening wide to expel a surge of life energy upon Obito's corpse. My body. At this moment, Kagaya relinquished her control over Nagato. But having utilized the outer path, samsara birth technique, he was left utterly drained of his last vestiges of life, force, and chakra, collapsing to the ground like dry timber. Do not be too sorrowful, Nagato. As part of the plan, you should find joy in this. Akatsuki approached the now lifeless Nagato with a smug expression. Even the divine can be outmaneuvered. Does this mean I am still divine? Ignoring Akatsuki, Nagato felt his body devoid of life force, and the emotions of anger and shock faded away. Ultimately, powerless to resist, he shed a tear of reluctance and concern before departing from this world rife with suffering. In another realm, Uchiha Obito, infused with that pure life energy, began to transcend, life rekindling within him. At last, a moment arrived when the vast life force was wholly absorbed by Obito, prompting him to open his eyes and rise. Ha! That little Nagato has finally matured, standing and savoring the world's essence. Obito erupted into laughter. Lord Obito, your resurrection brings me great joy. Akatsuki congratulated him from the side. Welcome back, Lord Obito. Kagaya echoed in agreement. Perfect. The Eye of the Moon plan is entirely within my grasp. Obito turned his gaze to the surroundings, quickly comprehending much of the situation. Is it still that individual? I never anticipated his rebirth. However, upon spotting Edward, a wave of trepidation washed over him, stirring memories of his last battle with that giant. Lord Obito, now is the time for battle. Please hasten to inherit the power of the Outer Path Golem. Kagaya, sensing Edward's rising momentum, urged with an anxious tone. At this juncture, we cannot afford any missteps. Indeed, the timing is impeccable. Hearing this, Obito ceased his thoughts and approached Nagato's lifeless form, preparing to extract the Rinnegan from his wooden-like body. Using my eyes comes at a cost, young Nagato. After removing his own eye, Obito murmured as he affixed the Rinnegan to himself. Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Edward had shattered the mass of flesh once more, breaching its defenses and charging forward. What power is this? When did you acquire such strength? Witnessing Edward's unstoppable advance, Obito felt a jolt of astonishment as the Outer Path Golem raised its hand to block Edward's assault. Could it be that even the fully realized Outer Path Golem cannot withstand you? Yet soon, the golem's form began to fracture under Edward's relentless strikes, as if it were on the cusp of shattering. Obito, it is not too late to turn back, Edward called out, casting a scrutinizing glance at Kagaya beside Obito. If he could terminate this catastrophe preemptively, he would gladly do so. Turn back? Impossible. Oblivious to the situation, Obito laughed as he commanded the golem and a mass of flesh to charge towards Edward once more. Regardless of Edward recounting all he knew about the plot, Obito would never believe it. This individual must not be spared. Upon hearing such words directed at him, the black Zetsu beside Uchiha felt a tremor within his heart. If that is the case, then let us engage in battle, Madara. Upon these words, Edward closed his eyes, and myriad powerful energies manifested around him. Countless black and red slashes surged towards Uchiha Madara. The powers of the Gura no Mi, Haki of Armament, Haki of Observation, Haki of Conqueror, and the black energy from the Box of Bliss were all utilized to their utmost extent. The Moon Eye plan had reached this critical juncture, and not a single error could be permitted. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow deeply, hastily commanding the Outer Path Golem to shield against these assaults. Bang! Bang! In no time, the Outer Path Golem and the Meatball, under his control, gathered tailed beast balls to strike at Edward. At that moment, merge with me, Outer Path Golem. Seeing Edward ensnared by numerous tailed beast balls, Uchiha Madara immediately established a link with the Outer Path Golem. The golem transformed into a mass of energy that entered Uchiha Madara's body, altering his form, not into the grotesque monster like Orochimaru, but rather into a pale visage, with all chakras sealed within. The truth-seeking orbs and the yin-yang release black rods, which Orochimaru lacked, also appeared in his grasp. Is this the true Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails? In the distance, Orochimaru, observing the scene, lowered his head, lost in profound contemplation. The plans of over a decade suddenly seemed like a farce. Soon, he was infinitely close to the Six Paths mirror, merely a step away. The truth-seeking orb materialized behind him as Uchiha Madara murmured, clutching the yin-yang release black rod in his hand. Is this the truth-seeking orb and yin-yang release? The true Six Paths, Edward, having evaded and sliced through a series of tailed beast balls, regarded the truth-seeking orb and the yin-yang release black rod in Uchiha Madara's possession with astonishment. That was a power he did not possess. The semi-Six Paths power he now wielded belonged to two distinct systems within this world. It could be said that his current semi-Six Paths strength was not truly Six Paths power, but merely a power comparable to the semi-Six Paths. Do you see? I am invincible now. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, savoring the Six Paths power within him, and declared with ambition, EdwardNewgate, in our previous decisive battle. I certainly did not unleash the reincarnation of the wheel, did I? This time, let me show you the true might of the reincarnation of the wheel. Uchiha Madara recalled the last decisive battle in his past life, shouting defiantly, "Come, for I was able to kill you before, and I can do so again." Edward once more dismembered the meatball into countless pieces, using his haki of conqueror to restrain these chunks as he roared. These fragments held half of the Ten Tails chakra. If they were to be reclaimed and integrated by Uchiha Madara, he would then attain the complete power of the Ten Tails, becoming the second individual beneath the Sage of Six Paths. The power of the Rinnegan, mastery over yin and yang, and dominion over life and death. How could you defeat me? Reincarnation of the wheel. Uchiha Madara, with a condescending gaze, summoned a multitude of intangible clones that surged towards Edward. The reincarnation of the wheel? Recalling this technique from the original work, Edward immediately released his haki of observation. Unfortunately, he was unable to grasp the intangible clones of Uchiha Madara. However, he could sense the precursory fluctuations from their attacks. That was sufficient. After evading the clones, employing the reincarnation of the wheel, Edward swung that Songyun cut, resembling a propeller, and hurled it into the void. With a whoosh, that Songyun cut, imbued with haki of conqueror, struck the clones, producing a sound of slashing that should not have existed. Futile efforts, truth-seeking orb. Uchiha Madara, seeing this, fixed his gaze upon Edward, his body flashing forward as the truth-seeking orb in his hand descended upon Edward. Such powerful fluctuations. Edward, narrowly escaping the range of the truth-seeking orb's attack, thought gravely. Should these truth-seeking orbs strike him, they would immediately create a gaping hole in his body. This time, I will surely win. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, promptly pursued, gripping the yin-yang release to thrust it at Edward, shatter the very fabric of space. Yet Edward remained rooted in place, hands grasping at the sides of space as fissures erupted and fragmented towards the approaching Uchiha Madara, sealing off the pathways to his body. Armament haki activated. Simultaneously, Edward delivered a powerful kick towards Uchiha Madara. What? Reincarnation of the wheel. Uchiha Madara, fully aware that being struck by any of these attacks would result in grievous injury, immediately summoned the clones to shield him from the assault. The choice between shockwave and absolute power. Which one will you select? The advantage swiftly tilted towards Edward, and at that moment, the Tsungyin cut spun around from behind Uchiha Madara, completely sealing off his surroundings. Bang! In short order, Uchiha Madara silently made a choice, opting to absorb Edward's kick imbued with absolute power. Crack, crack! The sound of Uchiha Madara's ribs fracturing echoed, and he seemed to transform into a meteor, crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater. Such immense force. In the depths of the crater, Uchiha Madara spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly rose to his feet. Had it not been for those clones shielding him from the attacks, he would have sustained serious injuries. Is this your power? Quite impressive. Rising to his feet, Uchiha wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the truth-seeking orb reappeared behind him. Truth-seeking orb divide. In the next instant, he altered his method of assault as countless truth-seeking orbs split apart, launching towards Edward like cannonballs. If close combat fails, then I shall utterly exhaust this behemoth before me with ranged attacks. Do you think you can kill me with these small black spheres? Edward, seeing this, felt a glimmer of determination in his eyes, gripping the rotating Songyun cut and striking down upon the incoming truth-seeking orbs. However, being the hardest material in existence, these weapons of Six Paths level were not so easily shattered. Thus, it devolved into a contest of strength, and regrettably, in terms of raw power, if Edward claimed second, then none would dare claim first. The numerous split, truth-seeking orbs that approached him were all redirected back by the Songyun cut in his hand. If you believe the truth-seeking orbs are merely this, then you underestimate me gravely. Witnessing his truth-seeking orbs falling into disarray, Uchiha remained unfazed, declaring confidently. Countless truth-seeking orbs once again materialized around him, splitting apart like cannonballs aimed at Edward. Controlling these truth-seeking orbs incurred virtually no chakra loss. Sky-shattering star. Simultaneously, from the sky, under the flicker of Uchiha Rinnegan, numerous meteors descended upon Edward. This was a unique technique bestowed by his Rinnegan, as he intended to leave Edward with no means of defense. The skills were all too familiar, yet devoid of any practical utility. Edward narrowed his eyes slightly as an immense crack formed behind him, shattering towards the sky. Under the influence of the countless shockwaves, several meteors in the heavens soon erupted into fragments. However, simultaneously, Edward had to be wary not only of the meteor above him, but also of the myriad projectiles spawned from the Chiodao. With a forceful slash, he unleashed his powerful strike. In a matter of moments, he devised a strategy, and the backhand swiftly entwined around the Songyun Xie in his grasp. After gathering energy for a considerable time, Edward swung it forward with great intensity. The Chiodao, unable to withstand the might of the Bakijanji, was repelled with ease. What a formidable presence! Uchiha swiftly adjusted his stance to confront the overwhelming crimson aura. This was a power he had felt at the brink of death, a force he had never encountered before, realizing that someone could cultivate their aura to such an extent. Very well, I concede that you possess the strength to challenge me. However, to thwart me is utterly impossible. Uchiha countless shadow clones surged forth from his body, charging towards Edward. He had to exert himself fully, otherwise, he might very well be defeated by Edward. Let us see what you can do. Edward's eyes gleamed with unshakable confidence as he brandished the Songyun Xie, creating a dazzling display of sword flowers. Only the hidden figure of Heiju watched Edward's relentless display of crimson aura with a darkened expression. This was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had encountered on his quest to resurrect his mother. There could be no mistakes. If necessary, he would have to invoke the will once more. Closing his eyes, Heiju murmured, "Tsunami earthquake." Meanwhile, Edward faced not only Uchiha, who was watching him like a hawk, but also the formidable Ten Tails chakra beast, which demanded his attention and energy to subdue. He could not allow the remaining Ten Tails chakra to merge with Uchiha, as it would yield immense power. Should Madara acquire it, he would surely ascend to the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. None of this was trivial. What truly concerned him was the potential return of Otsutsuki Kagaya to this ninja world. At that moment, what strength would he possess to confront her? As he resisted various attacks, Edward pondered heavily. The pressures of a ninja world weighed heavily upon him, as if all the hopes of the realm rested squarely on his shoulders, fluctuating with each of his actions. Edward, surrender. I can offer you a choice to join my ranks. Finally, after another assault from the Reaper's edge, Edward's body was severely injured, prompting Uchiha to seize the opportunity and bellow at him. Your plan is utterly futile in this ninja world. Clutching his chest, Edward coughed up fragments of his insides, retorting, such is the nature of this ninja realm. Every ninja, whether a genin or one of the Sage of Six Paths, is frail despite their high attack power. Even though Edward's physique is robust, such an onslaught inevitably inflicts immense pain upon him. Oh, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about my plans. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression shifted to one of interest, momentarily halting his actions. The so-called plan was merely a farcical joke in the ninja world, and you, my dear adversary, have taken on that very joke, attempting to bring it to fruition. Remembering the original narrative wherein Heiju aimed to resurrect his mother, Edward scoffed mockingly. Without Uchiha Madara as formidable support, Heiju would never have succeeded in his endeavor. Hence, fortune and circumstance had aligned perfectly for Heiju to achieve his goals. Now, if you claim my plan is a joke, then what means do you possess to end the wars of the ninja world? Although uncertain if his own plans had been exposed, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened as he replied, "There are countless methods. You simply have not executed them to perfection." At that moment, the tsunami quake was unleashed. The Suetun, great ocean waves technique surged forth from Edward's hand seals, crashing towards Uchiha Madara in hopes of delivering a tremendous impact. Ridiculous. What could you possibly achieve? Uchiha Madara countered, forming a black defensive barrier through his yin-yang release, his tone dripping with disdain. What have you truly brought to the ninja world? The destruction of the Wind Country? The despair of countless citizens? Or perhaps like Nagato, you wish to make the world experience pain? The yin-yang release effectively mitigated the impact of the tsunami quake, yet Madara's body still trembled under the force. In my view, only the infinite Tsukimi within the Moon Eye plan can truly bring lasting peace to the ninja world. With the Chodao you propelled forward and his Rinnegan activated, Uchiha Madara declared die. Upon hearing this, Edward fell into deep contemplation as he brought his Tsungyun Chiet down with immense force towards Uchiha Madara, unleashing a surge of overwhelming aura and impact. Acutely aware of the narrative of the ninja world, he understood that this realm was inherently flawed. Without formidable power to subjugate it, no one would yield to him. True peace was an unattainable dream. This ninja world resembled a dark forest, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and one misstep could lead to death. I must change this cursed place. Edward's spirit roared internally, and his blade quickened as he unleashed a torrent of sword energy towards Uchiha Madara. If one were to judge solely by swordsmanship, Edward could be deemed the best in this world. With the strength of the legendary Whitebeard behind him, Edward not only grasped the nuances of his blade's vibrations, but also merged all techniques into an impenetrable force to confine his adversary. Susanoo, as the endless sword energy converged upon him from all directions, Uchiha Madara's expression finally shifted. A framework of bones rapidly coalesced around him, and in an instant, the complete form of Susanoo materialized. I had thought that upon entering this realm, I would no longer need to employ this technique. Yet here you are, forcing me to such extremes, Uchiha Madara remarked, clutching the last remaining black rod of yin-yang release, his tone laced with a sense of triumph. The blue body of the complete Susanoo began to crumble under Edward's relentless assault. Suddenly when Edward, having unleashed those waves of sword energy, now sensed an attack from behind, as a black rod swiftly pierced his body. He had not completely eradicated the shadow clones of the Reaper's edge and had inadvertently left one behind. Furrowing his brow and feeling the chakra within himself that was sealed, Ai Dehua began to unleash his conqueror's haki, striking with relentless force, his mind heavy with contemplation. However, the Mubirfinsun that Ai Dehua had overlooked would not simply allow him to break free from the restraints of the yin-yang black rod. It immediately engaged in a chaotic battle with him. It is worth noting that this yin-yang black rod was something he had painstakingly managed to embed into Ai Dehua, buying time for his original self. It cannot be so easily dismantled. Merged together, the true power of the 10 tails. In this moment, Uchiha Madara swiftly redirected his focus towards the amalgamated mass of flesh that was restrained. Waves of chakra flowed from Uchiha Madara, nourishing these gooey masses resembling slimes, with the intent of swiftly nullifying the restrictions imposed by Ai Dehua's Conqueror's Haki on the chakra's properties. What do you dare? Utilizing his observation haki to sense the situation, AI de Hua quickly grasped the intentions and actions within Uchiha Madara's heart. As he gathered his strength, the conqueror's haki deepened, emanating an aura that seemed capable of affecting the very heavens and earth. This terrifying presence made Uchiha Madara glance over at AI de Hua, who was capable of altering the very fabric of reality, filled with trepidation. Had it not been for his meticulous planning over the years, he would not have been able to accomplish this so smoothly. As Uchiha Madara's chakra began to fluctuate under the influence of AI de Hua's conqueror's haki, he was compelled to cease the transmission to the mass of flesh. Meanwhile, beneath the battlefield, "Is there anything we can do to assist Lord Uchiha Madara?" asked the naive Akatsuki member, hiding in the shadows with the assistance of Heibaiju. "Fool, even the slightest tremor from this battle would be beyond your endurance," Heibaiju replied, rolling his eyes and disregarding Akatsuki. For Akatsuki could be excessively foolish at times, acting without thought. "Oh," Akatsuki responded, his mouth agape, appearing to grasp the meaning of those words. However, Heibaiju seemed to have grown accustomed to ignoring him, lost in his own thoughts. "I need the perfect opportunity." Underneath it all, Heibaiju's unease intensified, wishing to take control of AI de Hua immediately. Should Uchiha Madara fall to AI de Hua, this millennia-long scheme would end as a mere joke, just as AI de Hua had predicted. Having come this far, he could not afford any mistakes. Ultimately, Heibaiju concealed his presence. His expression darkened, suppressing the torrent of thoughts within him. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara gazed at AI de Hua with a yearning expression, pondering the source of such power that could influence his chakra. "Guru, this is the strength reserved for sovereigns. How could someone like you possibly wield it? The qualities of a king are not possessed by just anyone." After uttering these words, AI de Hua's aura intensified further, causing the yin-yang black rod to tremble and loosen. Qualities of a king? What is that? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara fell into confusion. Having survived in the ninja world for so long, he had never heard such a phrase before, nor had he witnessed anyone capable of harnessing such power. Was it possible that this strength was meant for only one individual? Yet, Uchiha Madara quickly reconciled the gaps in AI de Hua's words within himself. Break. Observing Uchiha Madara's bewilderment, AI de Hua ceased to elaborate further. The yin-yang black rod that had been lodged within him soon detached and fell to the ground, allowing the sealed chakra to flow freely into his hands once more. Shockwave. In the next instant, AI de Hua's colossal form appeared before Uchiha Madara. "Can you withstand this absolute power?" he proclaimed with fervor, gazing down at the man known as the Azura of the ninja world. Following this declaration, AI de Hua unleashed a flurry of brutal attacks with its Song Yun Xie in one hand and his other hand, bombarding Uchiha Madara with relentless strikes. Countless slashes and gusts of wind surged towards him. Fortunately, Uchiha's yin-yang techniques allowed him to narrowly evade this deadly onslaught. However, it was not long before Uchiha Madara's defenses began to crumble under the sheer force of AI de Hua, leaving him alarmed. When did this happen? After the yin-yang technique shattered, barely seconds passed before AI de Hua reappeared behind him, his fist crashing mercilessly into Madara's skull. With a crack, the bones of his head began to splinter, and AI de Hua's assault was far from over. In an instant, he became a blur, appearing around Uchiha Madara from all directions, delivering countless blows that were enveloped in haki. Whoosh! Ultimately, Uchiha Madara's shattered body plummeted to the ground like a fallen star, motionless, producing a thunderous sound. How could the Eye of the Moon plan be concluded in such a manner? He muttered, lying in the deep crater, his head spinning from the impact. Yet without entering the true realm of the Six Paths, no god could escape death. Even Uchiha Madara was not exempt. Having endured such a fierce barrage, he was now on the brink of death, unable to move. "Madara, nothing is impossible. You will never understand what your plan would mean for the ninja world." Witnessing Uchiha Madara on the verge of demise, AI de Hua felt a sense of relief and raised its Song Yun Xie, prepared to end Madara's life. "Could you tell me, where does your power originate?" "Uchiha Madara, fully aware of his complete defeat, expressed his reluctance. My power comes from an ancestor. Reflecting upon the white beard he had endeavored to emulate, AI de Hua paused in thought. His attempts to imitate Whitebeard were merely to acquire his strength and fusion, yet he was not the true Whitebeard. Therefore, he could not embody the same magnanimity and character of one destined to shape the world. However, having reached this level of mimicry, AI de Hua seemed to no longer be as he once was. Perhaps the issue of being stuck at a 90 fusion lay here. Understanding everything et de EdwardNewgate. He realized that he did not need to fully replicate Whitebeard. Acquiring significant prestige would suffice to garner ample fusion support for his endeavors. The excessive fusion he had previously sought had only hastened his demise. Had I not been Idiwa, but rather by Hua, perhaps the world of shinobi would have already been unified and peaceful. Idiwa gazed at his own head before uttering his final words to Uchiha Madara, and then he prepared to bring down the Songyun Chia upon himself to end this farce. Farewell, with such strength and ideals, you deserve my respect. Idiwa closed his eyes and addressed Uchiha Madara, who appeared somewhat reluctant yet powerless. Kurizetsu's will. Just then, Idiwa's eyes and consciousness were suddenly engulfed in utter darkness, his body moving beyond his control. What is this? Idiwa marveled, bewildered by the state of his own body. Idiwa? Uchiha Madara looked at the man before him, who was poised to execute him with its Songyun Chia, a perplexed expression on his face. However, no matter how he inquired, Idiwa remained entrapped in that strange state, utterly motionless. It seemed that his body was not welcoming him. Uchiha Madara mused that perhaps this was due to the descent of Kurizetsu's will, suggesting that Idiwa's newly formed body did not yet harmonize with him. It appears that fate is granting me an opportunity. How could I not cherish it? Smirking, Uchiha Madara utilized his chakra alongside Yin-Yang release to prop himself up, despite his bones being shattered, leaving him with but a mass of muscle. The realm of 6 paths. Here I come. After confirming there were no issues with Idiwa, Uchiha Madara staggered towards the scattered pieces of flesh. Ha! Heaven is aiding me. Upon reaching the flesh, Uchiha Madara saw that all the pieces, now free from the constraints of Idiwa's overwhelming presence, began to merge once more, prompting an uproarious laugh from him. Meanwhile, Idiwa remained immobile, yet within his mind, he employed various techniques to contend with Kurizetsu's will. How infuriating is this Kurizetsu's will? I never anticipated it to be so tenacious. With his conqueror's spirit beginning to loosen its grip on him, Idiwa gritted his teeth. Just one more step. If only the blade in my hand could descend, I would no longer need to be on guard. But at this moment, Idiwa was at a loss. Ha! Uchiha Madara laughed once more. Should Idiwa regain control of his body, he would surely witness just how elated Madara was at this moment. The endless chakra of the 10 tails swiftly integrated into Uchiha Madara's being, causing his strength to ascend in increments. The barrier that kept him from entering the final realm of 6 paths began to weaken, only a final step away from that exalted state. Is this the man capable of rivaling Uchiha Madara? In terms of mental fortitude, I find myself lacking. At last, Kurizetsu's will retreated from Idiwa's body in a manner akin to defeat. Unlike the earlier manipulation of Nagato's body, this time it exited Idiwa's form almost immediately. Yet even this fleeting moment was sufficient. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara, under the influence of the Rinnegan, experienced a rapid recovery from his injuries. The staff of 6 paths materialized in his grasp, and an aura reminiscent of a divine being enveloped the space. Is this the realm of 6 paths? Uchiha Madara exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he felt the power coursing through him. Madara, Idiwa, having regained control, shouted gravely upon witnessing the man before him ascend to the realm of 6 paths. Such formidable presence. Gripping the Songyun Chia tightly, Idiwa felt a tumult of emotions within. This intervention by Kurizetsu allowed Uchiha Madara to once again attain the state described in the original narrative. Is the tide truly insurmountable? The tremors of power within Idiwa surged forth as he murmured defiantly, EdwardNewgate, you're no longer my adversary. Gazing upon the staff of 6 paths, Uchiha Madara first experienced the essence of divinity, addressing Iidawa with an air of superiority. He understood that if Iidawa refused to yield, he would face death once more. Stand down, and I shall reveal to you the magnificence of my Suki no Mi. Do you not desire tranquility for this world of shinobi? Why can you not accept my perspective? A look of confusion crossed Uchiha Madara's face. Whether it was the former god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, or the current Iidawa and Uchiha Madara, they all shared a common aspiration, to create peace within the shinobi world. Yet due to their differing ideologies, they found themselves at odds, plunging the realm into chaos. Alas, such matters are of little consequence now. I shall seal you away, allowing you to witness the brilliance of my plan. Uchiha Madara waved his staff, enveloping Iidawa in a multitude of forces aimed at suppressing him. I shall not concede. Do you not realize you have fallen into a trap? Iidawa unleashed a torrent of power, repelling Uchiha Madara's influence. Then, in a flash, he vanished from sight. But this time, his target was not Uchiha Madara. Instead, he aimed for the desolate, charred earth. Arise! I know you are concealed here. Iidawa bellowed, cleaving the ground with relentless strikes. Moments ago, Kurizetsu and Black Zetsu had stood atop the Jinchuriki statue alongside Nagato, rendering Iidawa powerless to act. However, shortly thereafter, Kurizetsu retreated deep underground due to the tumult of battle, which had delayed Iidawa's strike. Yet upon being momentarily controlled by Kurizetsu's will, he felt certain that Kurizetsu was lurking nearby. If he could force Kurizetsu into the open and slay him, the situation might improve. At the very least, it would prevent Uchiha Madara from regaining control over his body. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu, concealed underground, observed Iidawa's actions with growing apprehension, retreating further into the depths. This giant must know something. Merging with the fractured earth, Kurizetsu thought to himself. Thankfully, he was not fully aware of my abilities. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to reveal myself. With that, Kurizetsu smirked, leaving White Zetsu bewildered. What are you doing? On another battlefield, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly at Iidawa's actions. Madara, I have warned you. You will bring great calamity to the shinobi world. Seeing the stalemate beneath the ground, Iidawa ceased his onslaught, standing resolutely before him. Calamity? A fleeting disaster cannot compare to the enduring agony of profound suffering. Uchiha Madara merely scoffed at this remark, swinging his staff as if the entire world was under his dominion, compressing space into ripples. Cease this, Madara. Feeling the pressure in the air, Iidawa retreated, his voice booming with intensity. Cease your actions. This phrase strikes a chord within me, yet the individual who uttered it has long since departed from this world. As he reminisced about his fateful companion, Uchiha Madara found himself ensnared in a sea of memories. During the fateful battle at the Valley of the End, Senju Hashirama had spoken similarly to him. Yet it was he who emerged victorious in the end. How should Kohaki, seeing that his attempts at persuasion bore no fruit? Edward inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash his full might. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his being, painting the heavens in a vibrant hue. Your power is indeed formidable, but it is evidently insufficient for me at this juncture. Observing Edward's relentless determination, Uchiha Madara shook his head slightly. Yet, this is the essence of what it means to be a true warrior. If Edward were to abandon his resistance upon witnessing my ascendance to the realm of the Six Paths, I might have considered sparing him. However, I would thereafter regard him with disdain. The power of the Six Paths, Yin-Yang release. With these words, Madara resolved to quell Edward's actions with absolute strength. The energy of Yin-Yang enveloped him, and the power of the Six Paths resonated throughout the world. Seal, in that singular utterance, it felt as though the very fabric of reality was under Madara's command, as various chakra forces coalesced to suppress Edward. The might of the Six Paths far exceeded that of a mere half-step into that realm. This power cleaved through the anomalous space surrounding him, as Edward, with a grave expression, remarked. Yet he was not without recourse. Should he join forces with that man? He recalled a character from the original story who nearly brought the conclusion to fruition, Might Guy. Moreover, my bliss box possesses the ability to gather and transfer chakra energy. If I could channel the Indra and Ashura energies from Naruto and Sasuke into my own being, I too would ascend to true six-path status, would I not? Contemplating while evading a barrage of attacks, Edward gazed at the small box sealed within his large blade. However, given the current circumstances, he had little time to seek out Might Guy, Naruto, or Sasuke. He could only persistently search for an opportunity to escape this wretched place. What do you think? Can you feel my power? Uchiha Madara, observing the scene, addressed Edward with a condescending gaze. Is this the extent of your strength? You are far from sufficient. Edward, however, remained indifferent. To him, no matter the nature of the power, he felt he could withstand it. Quake and shatter, space. Edward unleashed another wave of force from within, striking towards Madara's position. Had I not entered the realm of the six paths, this bloodline limit might have posed a threat. But now, Madara wore a smile that was neither wholly genuine nor dismissive. With a wave of the six-path staff, countless air currents seemed to coalesce, instantaneously countering Edward's power. Ha ha ha! Submit, Edward! Madara laughed maniacally as he effortlessly deflected Edward's attack. You think this meager strength could compel my submission? That is utterly impossible. Yet Edward remained undeterred, his power surging once more. In that moment, he instantaneously created numerous shadow clones, scattering in various directions. He sought to locate those pivotal individuals to thwart Uchiha Madara's plans, employing every ounce of cunning he possessed. Edward, meanwhile, Orochimaru, still entrenched in the battlefield, murmured upon witnessing the unfolding situation. His heart was fraught with hesitation. The realm of the six path, the true eternal state I have longed for. I never imagined I would fail to attain it. A sense of regret washed over Orochimaru as he grappled with his internal conflict. It must be noted that remnants of the six path's power still lingered within him. If he could merge with Edward, the tides of battle might shift dramatically. Yet, what use is the eternal realm? It is merely a means of survival. Ultimately, having come to terms with his thoughts, Orochimaru let out a bitter smile, mocking his earlier plans. Very well, I shall offer my life to alter this fate. Resolute, he gazed at Edward above with a sorrowful expression. Since the tragedy of this ninja world began with me, it shall end with me. With a serene demeanor, Orochimaru transformed into a multitude of particles, merging into Edward's form. What is this? Orochimaru's power? Edward questioned, bewildered by the unexpected influx of six paths energy within him. The man who once stood as an adversary now sacrificed his precious life to assist him in overcoming Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, what a remarkable character, possessing such resolve, Madara observed, a hint of awe in his tone. I never anticipated that Orochimaru would aid me in this way. Yet, I remain a distance from achieving true six-path status. Edward remarked, taken aback. However, even if he were but a step away from the genuine power of the six paths, it was still a realm beyond compare. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having expended all his chakra to empower Edward, transformed into a lifeless husk. You must win, he urged Edward with a tone of lingering regret. With that, he fully surrendered his life force, truly passing from this world. I carry the hopes of the ninja world. I cannot afford to fail. Edward's heart brimmed with complex emotions. Even an unforgivable foe, such as Orochimaru, had provided him with such tremendous support, even at the cost of his life. Should Edward be defeated by Uchiha Madara, it would indeed be a disservice to everyone. Come forth. Let me witness the extent of your enhanced power. As Edward's strength surged further upon merging with Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi gazed at him with unbridled eagerness. Susanoo. With those words, a colossal armor enveloped Uchiha Madara. This armor was no longer the incomplete form of before. It had transformed into the true, complete Susanoo. Strike. It has been an eternity since I experienced such exhilarating combat. Allow me to witness your full might. EdwardNewgate. Uchiha Madara bellowed with fervor. You will undoubtedly fail. That is my assertion. Yet Edward remained unfazed. Having read the original narrative, he understood that Uchiha Madara had long been ensnared in an immense trap. The ensuing clash between the two transformed the very heavens and earth. The ground trembled violently, as if fearing that the entire ninja world would soon be torn asunder. Countless fissures appeared in the sky, as the Haushika haki painted the atmosphere a deep crimson. Gururururu. Edward laughed heartily as the blade in his hand unleashed an uncountable number of sword energies. Despite the current circumstances, Uchiha Madara found himself unable to extricate himself from the encirclement of Edward's sword energy. 6 paths of clones. In the next moment, Madara unleashed the skills he had acquired upon entering the realm of the 6 paths. A clone, created through yin-yang release, materialized instantaneously beside him, joining the fray against Edward. The formidable pressure weighed heavily upon Edward, who remarked to himself about the overwhelming sense of oppression. The present situation was indeed a genuine manifestation of pressure that loomed over his heart. Should he falter even momentarily, the entirety of the shinobi world would fall prey to Uchiha Madara. Come forth, the true battle begins. Upon uttering these words, Madara's aura surged to an unprecedented level, amplifying Edward's sense of pressure to a staggering degree, rendering him momentarily incapable of formulating an effective response. Heaven and earth shatter. In the next instant, Edward unleashed his own technique, clashing with Madara's assault. The powerful shockwaves reverberated throughout the battlefield, further devastating the terrain. Nevertheless, undeterred by the destruction around them, the two continued their relentless exchange of attacks, unleashing waves of residual energy. "You are no match for me," Edward Madara declared, quickly losing interest during brief skirmishes and addressing Edward with a look of disappointment. "Even if I'm not your opponent, what of it?" "I care not," Edward retorted. He understood that his sole mission was to defeat the Uchiha before him, willing to pay any price to achieve victory. Boom, boom. Soon, their fierce battle resumed, leaving ordinary ninjas unable to approach even a fraction of the conflict. This was a clash solely between the two of them, with no one permitted to intervene. Hours passed in this fierce confrontation, culminating in Edward gasping for breath, battered and wounded. "Edward, you can no longer continue. Do not force yourself," Madara cautioned, having recognized Edward's deteriorating condition. "Ha! As the strongest man in the world, how could I ever admit defeat?" Edward replied resolutely. Shortly thereafter, several shadow clones merged back into Edward, who believed that his allies, such as Might Guy, Naruto, and Sasuke, would soon arrive. "Seeding technique. A powerhouse like you should not fall here," Madara remarked with a tone of regret. "For someone like me, death has become a norm," Edward replied, closing his eyes as his strength gradually waned, becoming ensnared by Madara's sealing technique. "Ha ha ha! Edward, you have lost." With that, Madara beckoned Edward, who was left with little chakra, to his side. He intended for Edward to witness his infinite Tsukuyomi plan firsthand. "This is the dawn of a new shinobi world. Behold." Madara's gaze shifted to the moon, expressing his awe. "Youth should burn brightly at this moment." Just as Madara prepared to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, a man clad in a green vest with a watermelon hairstyle appeared, speaking in an exceedingly dramatic tone. "What is this?" Upon seeing him, Madara furrowed his brow, perplexed, and cast a questioning look at Might Guy. "At long last, you have arrived. I have awaited you for a long time." In Edward's eyes, this was akin to a timely arrival. The sight of Might Guy filled him with warmth. "Dare to underestimate me?" The sixth gate, the gate of you, opened. Upon hearing Madara's taunting tone, Might Guy surged with an overwhelming amount of chakra and shouted, "Morning Peacock." In the next instant, countless fireballs hurtled toward Madara. "Are you here to amuse me?" In a dismissive tone, Madara manifested yin-yang release before him. How infuriating. Does this even have any effect? The seventh gate opened. Observing this scene, Might Guy's expression turned grave. "This is a directive from the fourth Hokage. There must be no mistakes." Daytime Tiger. Another surge of chakra erupted from Might Guy as a white wave shot forth toward Madara. "If that is all you offer, you may withdraw." "Such power does not impress me." Madara casually waved his hand, conjuring a defensive wall to block the attack. "So powerful? It seems I must employ that technique." At this, Might Guy closed his eyes, mentally preparing himself. He had long been ready for this moment. After all, this was a presence that even the fourth Hokage could not withstand. How could a mere Might Guy hope to resist? It is time to ignite true youth. The moment to protect my comrades is now. Eighth gate, the door of death. Open. With his preparations complete, Might Guy erupted in a torrent of crimson steam as all his chakra burst forth. This chakra, I take back my previous words. I did not anticipate your existence within the shinobi world, Madara exclaimed, sensing Might Guy's overwhelming aura. It is time to wager my life. Evening Elephant, ignoring Madara's words. Might Guy soared into the air, unleashing a flurry of kicks that distorted the very void, sending massive waves of air crashing toward Madara. At last, have you arrived? Release. Seeing that Might Guy had exhausted his full strength, Edward utilized his remaining chakra to shatter Madara's seal. Shockwave, manifest. The two then launched a coordinated assault around Madara's form, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon him. Delightful. This clash befits my current identity. Come, strike with greater ferocity. Yet, Madara remained unconcerned, exclaiming that in the eyes of this battle-crazed individual, only true strength could capture his attention. All others were merely insignificant. Yin-yang release, Gondense. Moments later, Madara raised his staff, transforming it into a series of yin-yang defensive barriers that absorbed the onslaught of intense attacks. 6 pads of clones. Once more, a clone of Uchiha manifested, swiftly engaging in battle with the two. Countless powerful attacks erupted in the air, causing the very earth of the shinobi world to tremble. In this diminutive realm, any possessing great power could effortlessly seize control. Curse it! Is this the 6 paths realm? I am utterly suppressed. Might Guy muttered as his body began to falter. It is time to unleash that skill, heavenly drive, 8 gates formation. Might Guy bellowed with immense fervor, channeling all his chakra into his being. This chakra, I acknowledge you. Tell me your name. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly ignited with brilliance as he bellowed with a voice of profound depth. The one who is about to end your life is Might Guy. Remember my name. Hearing these words, Might Guy, in a rather theatrical tone, reiterated, Might Guy, you say? As he heard Might Guy's proclamation, Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, committing this name to memory. Yet the next moment, with Edward's assistance, Might Guy delivered a powerful kick that struck Madara, causing him to violently expel blood and shatter his ribs, sending him flying a considerable distance. This force, however, was still insufficient, lacking just a bit more. Might Guy observed Madara's helplessness against his attack, yet he felt no satisfaction, reflecting that if this was all he could muster, he was far from achieving the goal of ending Madara's life. Change. In the next instant, understanding that such force would not suffice to kill Uchiha Madara, Might Guy switched his footing and delivered another strike to Madara's chest using the momentum. Behind him, a massive crimson dragon emerged, closely following the rhythm of Might Guy's movements. Puffed. Uchiha Madara coughed up more blood, but his eyes bore no sign of fear. Instead, they reflected sheer exhilaration. Let me assist you further, Might Guy. Edward, sensing Madara's predicament, was equally unwilling to miss this opportune moment. With a powerful leap, he drew forth his sword, the Tsongyun Xie, and charged forward. Both warriors shouted in unison at the encircled Uchiha Madara. Yin-yang release. Yet, Uchiha Madara calmly unleashed his yin-yang power, enveloped by a black barrier. The 4th Hokage. Witnessing this, Might Guy's heart jolted, and he subtly gestured towards Edward. Go. With narrowed eyes, Edward understood the implication, tightening his grip on his formidable blade. Let erupt, my youth. With that declaration, Might Guy surged forward, launching himself into an aerial spin aimed at the black barrier that Madara had conjured. Crack. What? In an instant, Uchiha Madara's yin-yang barrier shattered completely, exposing him in midair. Edward swiftly followed suit, his blade slicing through the air towards Madara's astonished visage. Madara, your 6 paths realm is utterly futile. In Edward's grasp, the Tsongyun Xie transformed into a butcher's tool, cleaving through Uchiha Madara. My task is complete, 4th Hokage. Upon witnessing this, Might Guy's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, consumed by the flames of Might Guy, leaving behind only silence. Is it over? Edward landed warily, scanning his surroundings with vigilant eyes. Ha! The 6 paths realm is not so easily extinguished. Soon, a familiar voice echoed as Uchiha Madara emerged from the void, wielding the 6 paths staff. Madara. Edward's eyes widened in shock, his body momentarily slackening. After such an extensive battle, even he felt the weight of fatigue. Just now, I transferred the damage using the Wheel of Rebirth. As a being of the Six Paths, how could I simply perish? Uchiha Madara taunted Edward. Possessing Six Paths power equates to wielding dominion over the world. Enough talk, let us begin. Gazing at the Six Paths staff in his possession, Uchiha Madara felt a sense of ease, his tone casual. Yet, his inner plans remained unchanged. Following his words, a colossal tree emerged behind him, standing majestically. What is this? Edward, now seemingly dwarfed by the immense tree, exclaimed in astonishment. This is the Divine Tree, a sacred entity capable of transforming the ninja world and establishing true peace. Uchiha Madara explained to Edward with an air of authority. You cannot harness its power. At this juncture, Edward found himself speechless, as the clones created by Madara's Wheel of Rebirth relentlessly constrained him. The moment of brilliance is finally upon us. Watch closely, EdwardNewgate. Uchiha Madara cast a disdainful glance at Edward, determined to make him understand the essence of true success. Subsequently, while using the Wheel of Rebirth to hold Edward at bay, Uchiha Madara soared toward the pinnacle of the Divine Tree, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Once he reached the summit, he could harness the Divine Tree's power to illuminate his Rinnegan upon the moon, achieving the infinite Tsukuyomi. How uncomfortable! Is this the Six Paths treasure? Utterly useless trinkets. As he flew, Uchiha Madara felt the weight of two objects burdening him. Summoning them forth, he beheld a gourd and a large urn. The amber purification bottle and the red gourd? Worthless. Perceiving these trivial items imbued with a modicum of Six Paths power, Uchiha Madara disdainfully discarded them without a second thought, resuming his ascent towards the Divine Tree's apex, fully dismissing their significance. After all, he had attained the true realm of Six Paths. How could he regard mere artifacts with a fraction of such power? Below, having dispatched the myriad clones of the Wheel of Rebirth, Edward realized he could no longer catch the distant Uchiha Madara and stood still, lost in thought. What is this? Suddenly, two enormous objects plummeted from the sky, heading straight for Edward's face. Fortunately, in a moment of peril, he managed to catch the two items just in time. The amber purification bottle and the red gourd? Could it be that they were thrown down by Uchiha Madara, as in the original tale? Sensing the faint Six Paths power emanating from the two artifacts, Edward couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Six Paths realm is within reach. Instantly, the two items were absorbed into the Tsungyun Chia, merging seamlessly with the Elysium box. As the two artifacts fully integrated into the Elysium box, it began to digest the Six Paths power contained within them. Subsequently, wisps of Six Paths energy gradually flowed into Edward's robust form. How delightful! Has it finally been replenished? After a considerable interval, Edward sat cross-legged on the ground, experiencing the influx of Six Paths power within him. However, this did not signify his entry into the Six Paths realm, due to the fundamentally different power system he possessed compared to this world. He must thoroughly transform this power into his own strength to forcibly ascend to that realm. With that, Edward tightly closed his eyes, and the box of ultimate bliss began to operate at an astonishing speed, while the Six Paths of power within him steadily replenished the elemental forces he required. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ban finally reached the pinnacle of the Divine Tree. This day had arrived. Uchiha Ban, with a complex expression in his eyes, remarked that he had been preparing for this plan for an immeasurable time, calculating countless individuals and even the entire shinobi world, plunging it into a state of crisis. Fortunately, he had finally succeeded. As long as he completed the final step of his plan, he could create a world of peace. Come forte, infinite Tsukuyomi. After pondering for a brief moment, Uchiha Ban halted his tumultuous thoughts, and his eyes began to whirl rapidly. Upon uttering the four characters of infinite Tsukuyomi, the Divine Tree responded to his actions. The pinnacle of the Divine Tree projected Uchiha Ban's endless ocular power onto the moon. Gradually, under the projection of Uchiha Ban's ocular prowess, the bright moonlight in the sky began to transform into a crimson hue. 10 minutes later, The moon hanging high in the sky had completely morphed into a grotesque, blood-red, colossal nine-tomo Rinnegan, casting its red light across the entirety of the shinobi world. Every individual, without exception, was enveloped beneath the crimson moonlight. Countless civilians and shinobi, upon witnessing the anomaly, gazed at the blood-red moon and began to murmur amongst themselves. Why has the sky turned blood-red? Is the apocalypse upon us? A natural disaster? Many ignorant souls shouted in fear, and soon chaos ensued, with voices mixed with various emotions. However, it wasn't long before these cries gradually ceased, leaving behind a throng of individuals, both human and animal, staring blankly at the blood moon. Behold, this is my moon I plan. Uchiha Ban extended his arms, reveling in the sensations of this world. Congratulations, Lord Uchiha Ban, on your success. At this moment, Heibai-ju, who had arrived late, congratulated him alongside Ah-Fei. You two little ones have worked hard. Observing the diligent duo, Uchiha Ban rarely displayed a faint smile. Not at all, Lord Uchiha Ban. May I have one wish fulfilled? Bai-ju, upon hearing this, promptly separated from Hei-ju and approached Uchiha Ban. Speak, as long as it is within my power. Uchiha Ban nodded in response. I wish to become human, to experience the joys of being human. Upon seeing Uchiha Ban acquiesce, Bai-ju burst into ecstatic delight. I want that too. Ah-Fei rushed forward, shouting at Uchiha Ban. Hei-ju remained silent, while Uchiha Ban merely observed the two Bai-ju with a bemused expression. You may proceed. I will grant your wishes. Ultimately, Uchiha Ban silently nodded, permitting the two Bai-ju to approach the branches of the divine tree. We are finally about to become human. Although these two Bai-ju were exceptional products selected from tens of thousands, they still harbored the same desires as all Bai-ju. Soon the divine tree, under Uchiha Ban's manipulation, ensnared the two Bai-ju, plunging them into an endless slumber. And you? Do you have a wish? After completing the operation, Uchiha Ban turned his attention to Hei-ju. He was quite intrigued by this product of his Yin-Yang release. To accompany you, Lord Ban, and witness the vast shinobi world is my greatest aspiration. Yet Hei-ju was far more complicated than he appeared, masking his true intentions with respectful words. Excellent. I never anticipated that the one accompanying me would be you. With those words, Uchiha Ban turned away, speaking with a tone of surprise. Wait and see. Knowing that Uchiha Ban had not yet fully lowered his guard, Hei-ju retreated. At this critical moment, he could not act recklessly. Let us commence infinite Tsukuyami. Subsequently, the two standing atop the divine tree gazed towards the branches that had begun to spread. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that numerous powerful shinobi had already been ensnared, supplying chakra to the divine tree. Meanwhile, Edward, seated in meditation and continuously transforming his 6 paths of power, was nearing the end of his process. This is the true power that shakes the heavens. In a fleeting moment, a low hum resonated from within Edward, prompting him to rise. He had now reached the threshold of the 6 paths of power in all aspects. However, unlike Uchiha Ban, he was unable to summon the truth-seeking balls or utilize Yin-Yang release. Although he could wield chakra, after inheriting Whitebeard's power, he could only advance further in that regard. Has the Gura no Mi's abilities been further enhanced? Can it even shake the fabric of space and time? Edward pondered, feeling the monumental changes within the Gura no Mi. The 3-color hockey began to evolve as well, but primarily, he could now freely soar through the skies using chakra. Edward levitated in mid-air, aiming towards the summit of the divine tree. During this process of entering the 6 paths of power, he sensed numerous changes occurring in the outside world. Countless humans had succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyami, and some shinobi closer to the divine tree had even been enveloped by it, providing chakra to the tree. Has infinite Tsukuyami already begun? Or has the plot returned to the original narrative? Yet this time, it was a narrative that had commenced years earlier, and the guardians of a shinobi world were no longer Naruto and Sasuke. Edward gazed towards the pinnacle of the divine tree, sensing the presence of Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps the shadow clones he had dispatched earlier had encountered an unforeseen issue on their way, resulting in the two being ensnared by the divine tree. Do not fear. I am coming. Edward murmured into the void, thrusting his hands forward, causing the very fabric of space to rupture, and stepped through. This was the newfound ability he had acquired from the advancement of the Gura Gura no Mi. However, it could only facilitate short-distance teleportation beyond that range. Edward could not traverse. Oh, that individual has significantly increased his strength again? Uchiha Ban gazed towards a certain direction, incredulity creeping into his mind. Even if his power rivals mine, my plan has already been completed. What does your newfound strength matter? Contemplating this, Uchiha Ban composed himself. In regard to the enemy he has let slip away, Uchiha Ban feels not a trace of regret for his choice. They are both among the most formidable warriors, each decision carefully considered and aligned with their innermost convictions. This individual, whom he has long admired for his strength, has now ascended to the realm of the Six Paths and stands as a formidable adversary before him. Yet, Uchiha Ban harbors no remorse. Come, let me experience your power, he thought with a hint of anticipation as he vanished into the void, heading towards the direction of Edward. What manner of creature has achieved such an advancement to the Six Paths without relying on the Rinnegan or any other means? Meanwhile, Kurizetsu, the only remaining entity atop the divine tree, gazed with incredulity and deep trepidation in a particular direction, murmuring softly. Below the divine tree, a colossal figure observed the two diminutive forms enveloped within it and whispered, "This must be the place Naruto, Sasuke." The giant's massive hand gently reached in, tenderly extracting the two small beings. "Edward, what are you doing?" At that moment, Uchiha Ban emerged from the void, addressing the giant. "Is that you, Ban? Has your plan come to fruition?" Upon seeing the figure, Edward casually waved his hand, causing the two small beings to vanish from sight. He placed Naruto and Sasuke into the Paradise Box, intending for it to gradually extract the powers of Indra and Ashura from their bodies. "Indeed, my plan is complete. Just look at how long it has been since the ninja world has known such tranquility. No smoke of war, no bloodshed, only a profound peace," Uchiha Ban remarked, reveling in the serenity. "Yes, I see it, but you have erred from the outset. Infinite Tsukuyomi is not as simple as you believe." Noticing that Uchiha Ban remained unshaken, Edward slightly shook his head. He could not outright declare to Uchiha Ban that this plan was intended to awaken the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya on the moon. Could he? This is a grave misunderstanding. You should observe the current state of the ninja world. Uchiha Ban looked at Edward with eager eyes, awaiting his appraisal. The two seemed to have fallen into a peaceful exchange, devoid of action or defenses, filled only with anticipation and enjoyment. "Alas, Ban, this plan has commenced, and regardless, there is no turning back." Understanding that Uchiha Ban's ideals did not fundamentally conflict with his own, only differing in approach, Edward continued, "I do not require a return, nor do I wish for one." Hearing this, Uchiha Ban furrowed his brow deeply, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. "Peace cannot be achieved in this manner. You are mistaken," Edward replied with a hint of helplessness. "Have we come to this point, and you still do not acknowledge me? Do you intend to obstruct my path?" Observing Edward's helpless demeanor, Uchiha Ban suddenly shifted his approach and exclaimed with a chilling tone. Respect, admiration, and the desire for camaraderie, Uchiha Ban had extended them all. Yet the giant before him seemed unappreciative. "That is not my intention. I merely wish to convey that you have fallen into a colossal trap." Edward looked towards a specific direction, attempting to convey something significant to Uchiha Ban. "Pray tell, what sort of trap could possibly instill fear in me at this moment?" Uchiha Ban retorted dismissively. "Would you like to know what lies beyond the ninja world?" Edward's question momentarily stunned him, and he stood silent for a while before managing to utter, "Beyond the ninja world?" The disdain on Uchiha Ban's face faded as he fell into deep contemplation. Sometimes, appearances are not as straightforward as they seem. Beyond the ninja world exist entities far mightier than you can imagine. Recalling the nearly invincible strength of the Otsutsuki clan, Edward spoke with fervent determination. "Speak, I am listening." At last, upon hearing Edward's solemn tone, Uchiha Ban's interest was piqued, and he sat cross-legged upon the ground. Beyond the ninja world lies the cosmos, a vast expanse filled with countless planets akin to the ninja world, each one more powerful than the so-called Kage within it. Edward also sat down, his weapon planted in the earth, hands resting on his knees, earnestly addressing Uchiha Ban. How intriguing. From where did you acquire such knowledge? A hint of skepticism flickered in Uchiha Ban's eyes as he inquired. A predecessor imparted this knowledge to me. Edward paused momentarily, then hastily brushed it aside. After all, he could not disclose that he was merely a character from a comic. Doing so could provoke unpredictable actions from Uchiha Ban. Very well. Enlighten me as to why my plan constitutes a trap. Despite sensing Edward's reluctance to reveal the true reason, Uchiha Ban gradually began to trust him. Such beings of their caliber do not require deceit to manipulate one another, especially given that they had been adversaries for so long that feelings had begun to develop. You may understand it as a summoning ritual, designed to call forth a being intent on enslaving Earth. Edward lowered his head, pondering whether he could truly contend with the legendary Otsutsuki Kagaya. Is that so? Do you have any proof? Uchiha Ban, having begun to trust Edward, asked. That tree, which is currently siphoning chakra, serves as the best evidence. It will drain every ounce of chakra from any humans ensnared in its grasp. There exists no peace, merely an alternative form of death devoid of conflict. Edward pointed with a piercing tone at the tree before Uchiha Ban. Oh, if what you say is true, then my plan is but an empty endeavor? Upon hearing Edward's revelations, Uchiha Ban's expression shifted dramatically as he stood quickly. Meanwhile, Edward, still seated on the ground, merely nodded in response, remaining silent. How can this be? My plan is undeniably flawless. Uchiha Ban's visage contorted momentarily, but he soon directed an unusual gaze towards the divine tree, reverting to his former arrogant demeanor. Yet, internally, he was uncertain of the changes occurring within him. I knew it would prove futile. Witnessing this transformation, Edward reclaimed his weapon and rose to his towering stature. He understood that Uchiha Ban had begun to believe his words. However, Uchiha Ban, standing at such heights, was reluctant to acknowledge that his meticulously crafted plan was a ruse. When a powerful being loses sight of their ultimate ideals, they may even choose to embrace their demise alongside those ideals. Do you truly wish to reside in this illusory world? Edward gazed at Uchiha Madara with a scrutinizing look and slowly spoke. Whether false or true, upon hearing this, Uchiha ceased his boisterous laughter, raised his head, and directed his gaze towards the pinnacle of the divine tree. At that highest point, a completely black head was peering down at everything here. However, when that head sensed Madara's gaze, it instantly melded into the divine tree and vanished from sight. Is it a product of yin-yang release? Black Zetsu, Madara mused, having grasped the essence of Edward's earlier remarks. All of this originated from the tablet he had acquired, coupled with the subsequent emergence of Black Zetsu, who alone understood the entirety of the plan. Thus, he had roughly deduced the identity of the mastermind behind it all. Yet, he was reluctant to acknowledge it. Kulme, let us battle, Edward, Madara declared as he turned his head back towards Edward. However, several intangible shadows detached from a void, soaring towards the pinnacle of the divine tree. This was the technique of limbo. Border jail, Madara directed them to seek out Black Zetsu, wishing to capture and eliminate him. If this is all you have, then I must express my profound disappointment. You do not deserve the realm of the six paths, observing Madara's unwavering determination to determine their victor. Edward shook his head and murmured, No, this battle is not about that plan. It is about the existence of a single master in this world. Do you understand? Edward, whoever wins between us will carry the other's power and continue to live on. That should pose no problem. Detecting the complexity in Edward's tone, Madara responded oddly. Both of them now stood as equals in the realm of the six paths. Thus, their contest resembled a struggle for dominion over the entire shinobi world. Whoever triumphed would inherit the other's will and complete this shinobi realm. Very well, I understand. Sensing Madara's intent, Edward could only nod in resignation. This battle was inevitable for both of them. If Madara truly believed what he had said, perhaps they could indeed prevent the arrival of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Therefore, regardless of who won, Only by consuming the other's power could they avert the impending calamity facing the shinobi world. Come, Madara. Having understood everything, Edward felt his heart's realm relax entirely as boundless power surged forth from within him. Space, shatter for me. Subsequently, Edward tore a great hole in the fabric of space, stepping inside and patiently awaiting Madara's arrival. The interior of that space was enveloped in darkness, reminiscent of the cosmos, devoid of air, carbon dioxide, and filled solely with void. Yet, Madara boldly stepped into it, their bodies remaining unaffected in the slightest. Power of the Six Paths. Once Madara entered the space that Edward had breached, torrents of power erupted from him. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, the Tremor Fruit. The power of the Six Paths all surged forth from Edward as well, enveloping him in a myriad of vibrant energies. Ultimately, he was rendered akin to Might Guy in the Eighth Gate state, emanating a crimson steam. However, unlike Might Guy, he was capable of enduring prolonged combat at this moment. Indeed, this was the true competition between formidable warriors. Previous encounters felt like mere child's play. Being a battle maniac, Madara was instantly exhilarated upon witnessing Edward's newfound power. Unleash. Shatter for me. Yet Edward was unconcerned with anything else. His sole desire was to determine their victor against Madara. Ha ha! Converge. Madara laughed heartily, waves of energy rippling through the void as he wielded his Six Paths staff to clash with Edward. Boom! Waves of spatial ripples emanated from the two, as the materials born from their powers instantaneously manifested within that realm. Perhaps, over countless eons, these materials could give rise to innumerable lives or even worlds. What a thrill! What a thrill! This is the battle I have longed for. As their confrontation intensified, even in the Six Paths form, blood spilled across the vast emptiness. Quake reverse. Edward merely struck a fist into the void, causing his body to tremble, reverting to the state he had occupied upon first entering that space. I did not expect you to master such a peculiar power. But compared to my Six Paths eyes, what can you achieve? Madara retorted defiantly, his Six Paths eyes shifting as all his injuries vanished. Mastering yin and yang, controlling life and death, I now fear nothing in this world, Madara proclaimed with unbridled arrogance. Yet he indeed possessed the merit for such pride. How could one who attained this level be considered weak? But your power merely resides within your eyes. How could it compare to mine? Without waiting for Madara to finish, Edward swung his great blade down upon him. You have underestimated me. The Six Paths staff met the Tsukuyomi sword as Madara blocked the strike. Countless ripples radiated from the conflict between their weapons in the void. Amidst these ripples, the two continuously maneuvered, occasionally darting to one side of the void and, at other times, to the opposite side of space. Their clash was nothing short of fierce. Even during Madara's bout with Might Guy, it was not as intense. Such potent sword energy. In a fleeting moment, several of Edward's sword strikes finally struck Madara's body, causing him to lose a significant portion of himself. Now, with only half of his body remaining, Madara gazed at the fragments of his own form dissipating into the endless void, murmuring to himself. At this moment, he felt no rage, no pain, only exhilaration remained. Wiping the blood from the remaining half of his body, Madara remarked upon the large pool of blood in his hands. Yet in no time, the flesh he had lost regenerated entirely. As long as you do not kill me in a single instant, I can reverse yin and yang with my power of the Six Paths, unperturbed by his previous state, Madara declared. But to me, you have already lost. Edward, suspended in the void, tightly gripped his Tsukuyomi sword and laughed heartily. Through their continuous probing and combat, Edward realized that while he may not match Madara in the aspect of the Six Paths, in terms of sheer strength and enduring explosive power, Madara significantly fell short. No, your body shall become mine. In due time, I will carry your form, wielding your strength to traverse the realms beyond the shinobi world you have spoken of. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Hachihara brandished the Rinnegan, unleashing countless forces to suppress Edward, bellowing fiercely, tremble. Yet, even before these forces could approach Edward, the tremor of the Jinjin fruit had already been unleashed, resonating with a crackling sound that reverberated through the void. The technique of life and death, yin and yang. At that moment, upon witnessing Edward withstand his assault, Madara abruptly channeled all the power of the six paths into his eyes, fixating his gaze unwaveringly upon Edward. What is this? Edward, caught in the grip of Madara's previous attack, could only widen his pupils, enduring the scrutiny of Madara's Rinnegan. The aura of aging soon enveloped Edward's once robust and youthful form, the scent of death emanating from him. Could this power only be resisted with the strength of the six paths? After a fleeting moment, Edward, trembling, devised a strategy, summoning all his six paths' power to counter this force. However, it remained undeniable that Edward's six paths' power paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Madara. Thus, death and defeat were merely a matter of time. Do you see? This is the true power of the six paths, the genuine force to overturn the cosmos and redefine yin and yang. Madara's Rinnegan spun incessantly, his voice brimming with exhilaration. I shall not concede so easily. Grasping the Kanji-Unki in his hand, feeling the nearly transformed power of Naruto and Sasuke within, Edward struggled to speak. His every movement seemed to regress to a time of profound frailty, even the slightest motion demanding an exhausting toll on his chakra. Just a little more. After comprehending this, Edward lamented, but how long must I wait for the full transformation of the Kanji-Unki? As one with boundless longevity, how could I perish from this technique? Tremble. Reluctant to remain in a stalemate against Madara's six paths power, he swung the Kanji-Unki, unleashing countless tremors in his assault. However, even achieving the realm of the six paths was not without its lifespan limitations. Yet, one could utilize the power of the six paths to extend and deepen their life. Thus, as long as Edward wished, he could continue to exist. This was the very reason he fought against Madara with the power of the six paths. Once Edward exhausted his six paths power, it would directly or indirectly deplete his lifespan, and when that was consumed, it would mark his demise. Foolish. This will only hasten your decay. Observing Edward's unwillingness to adopt a passive stance, Uchiha Madara swiftly evaded his relentless strikes. I must not be grazed or struck, for that would require me to expend a significant portion of my six paths power to mend my injuries. Not a moment's respite, Madara whispered, fixating his gaze upon Edward. In that instant, he transformed from the aggressor to the defender under Edward's onslaught. The struggle between their six paths powers was one of both combat and endurance. Tremble. The conqueror's haki surges forth. Eager to strike Madara, Edward began to unleash even greater strength. Their forms became mere phantoms in the void, creating a cacophony of tremendous momentum. From another's perspective, one might not even perceive their presence, only an endless whirlwind sweeping through. Cough, cough, cough. After an extensive exchange, Edward's six paths power began to wane, and in his frail state, he erupted into fits of coughs. Madara, if this continues, we shall both suffer, perishing together. Before him, Madara was left with only the remnants of his upper body, brandishing the Rinnegan before him. Curse it! Do you think I am unaware? Upon hearing this, Madara gritted his teeth, the Rinnegan in his eyes spinning ceaselessly, caught in a tumult of doubt. Cough, cough, cough. Edward, wishing to convey more, was interrupted by a barrage of coughs, struggling to catch his breath. Are these two forces not yet resolved? He then glanced at the Kanji-Unki in his grasp, transformed by the box of bliss, filled with regret as he spoke. Now, he possessed only this final surge of power. Should he unleash this burst now, he could entirely vanquish Uchiha Madara. However, the cost would be his complete depletion of six paths power, plunging him into the depths of aging and death alongside Madara's demise. Cough, 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 I no longer wish to perish, Madara. After a prolonged stalemate, Edward finally regained his breath and addressed Uchiha Madara. Why? Perhaps our deaths would be the ultimate resolution for the shinobi world. Madara regarded Edward, who continued to cough while harnessing the surge of power within the Kanji-Unki, with a glimmer of various emotions in his eyes. At that moment, he was devoid of the ambition he once held, acutely aware of his depleting six paths power and his current state, feeling an unsettling discomfort within. Cough, cough, cough. However, Edward, due to his shortness of breath, struggled to regain his composure, continuing to cough. His condition was now worse than during their previous confrontation, relying solely on that final surge of power to sustain him. After our demise, the powerful being you spoke of shall no longer descend upon this shinobi world. According to the feedback from the Requiem border, Kurizetsu has been entirely sealed within the God Tree, and the God Tree, bereft of my six paths power, shall vanish from a shinobi world once more in a few millennia. At that time, the unconsumed humans shall re-emerge in the shinobi world, reigniting the cycle anew, returning to a state of tranquility, albeit with the lingering shadow of perpetual warfare. Therefore, grant me a reason you do not wish to perish. The fragmented body of Uchiha Madara appeared to have gained clarity, speaking with a tone of poignant reflection. Cough, cough, cough. My family is yet to be revived, my son. My friends are trapped within that God Tree. Without our intervention, they shall gradually be drained of chakra and perish. Edward responded to Uchiha Madara with a complex expression. The request, which should not have emerged from the depths of this man's heart, now surfaced in his gaze. He chose to relent for the sake of all that was at stake. And what does that matter? Who among us has not groaned from suffering? My father, my mother, my kin, my followers, and my brother, all have perished. Madara replied, his expression clouded with confusion and torment as he described his sentiments to Edward. But I am different. I am not of this world, Madara. After listening to all of Madara's words, Edward finally lowered his head, revealing the thoughts he had long buried and was reluctant to share with anyone. Oh, upon hearing these words, Uchiha Madara felt a profound tremor within his heart, and the Rinnegan in his eyes gradually came to a halt. I see, he finally uttered, lowering his head deeply as he relinquished the staff he had held. He had been waiting, yearning for the truth behind everything. After listening to Edward's revelations, his spirit had long since waned. He was weary. The desire to partake in the myriad schemes and struggles had dissipated, and he had wished to retreat into obscurity like the sage of six paths, a sentiment known only to him. Yet, in pursuit of unraveling the truth, Uchiha Madara chose to endure and reignite his fighting spirit. At last, in this moment, he heard the words he had longed to hear. So what am I? He inquired, gazing intently at the aging giant before him. I discerned your incongruity with this world from the very first moment we met. I noticed your abnormalities. Edward, having chosen to unveil the truth, averted his gaze, unable to bear looking at Uchiha Madara any longer for fear that he might not withstand it. Oh! Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara raised his head, his eyes directed toward the void above. In this moment, his mind was devoid of any other thoughts, stripped of all emotions. He had finally grasped the truth he so desperately sought, a truth that had deeply scarred his heart. As I stated when I first entered this space, carry on with my will to live. After gazing at the heavens for a long while, Uchiha Madara turned his eyes toward Edward, his form disintegrating into particles that drifted toward Edward's being. Now, having attained the truth, he no longer wished to exist. His disappointment in this illusory world had reached its zenith, disillusioned to the point where only death could liberate him from this reality. Madara, upon witnessing Madara's choice to perish, Edward immediately extended his hands to halt him. For this figure who had bared his soul, Edward genuinely regarded him as the sole true confidant in this world. My body. Regardless of his efforts, Edward could not prevent Madara's departure. The ravages of time that had afflicted Madara's form were wholly restored under the gaze of the Rinnegan. The power of the Rinnegan, along with all of Madara's essence, had now become his, yet he could not find joy in it. It was simply unavoidable. For given the state of both of them, it was impossible to exit this realm together. One would have to sacrifice for the other to survive. I have grasped Madara's will. After a moment of merging, Edward digested Uchiha Madara's memories and powers, emitting a sorrowful laugh. He then wielded the Tsungyun cut to cleave through the space, stepping out of the void that bore no trace of battle. I have returned. Upon exiting the space, Edward inhaled the air of the shinobi world deeply, his tone somber. They had entered together, yet he emerged alone. Release me. Curse one, who are you? How do you know of my existence? At that moment, Kurizetsu within the God Tree, sensing the spatial fluctuations, began to shout at Edward. Kurizetsu, your demise is imminent. Though I am uncertain why Madara spared you, I shall not tolerate your existence. Edward's hand reached into the god tree, and after a brief search, he grasped the terrified Kurizetsu firmly. I cannot be killed. As the will of Kurizetsu, how could I possibly perish? However, the fear etched upon Kurizetsu's face quickly faded, replaced by an eerie calm as he gazed at Edward. Ah! With that single laugh, Edward squeezed with great force. Alas! Kurizetsu merely transformed into a puddle of black liquid within Edward's grasp. I see now. No wonder Madara chose not to slay you. In an instant, Edward comprehended that Kurizetsu, as the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya, could not be outright killed. Instead, he could be eradicated by the power of the Rinnegan flowing within Edward. It was because Madara had to contend with Edward's Rinnegan power that he had refrained from completely eliminating him. No, I am immortal. As the approaching Rinnegan power drew near, Kurizetsu emitted a series of piercing shrieks before vanishing entirely from existence. Peace within the shinobi world was imminent. After obliterating Kurizetsu's will with the Rinnegan power, Edward turned his gaze toward the colossal god tree before him. Yet, having absorbed Madara's strength, he found it effortless to control the tree. Madara's eyes. Soon, Edward's eyes transformed into Uchiha Madara's former Rinnegan. Unlimited Tsukuyomi release. Following this calm declaration, the Rinnegan began to rotate slowly. The blood-red moon, suspended in the sky, ceased emanating its eerie crimson light, gradually reverting to its previous pristine luminescence. The immense god tree began to tremble, countless figures tumbling from its branches to the ground below. Where's this? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I at home, tilling the fields? Mother, this tree is enormous. Numerous humans began to awaken, gazing in panic at the scorched earth surrounding the towering god tree. Is that the fourth Hokage? A powerful aura enveloped the area. However, the newly revived individuals soon recognized Edward standing at the center and began to express their reverence. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya, along with others, also descended to the ground. Cough! Where's this place? Tsunade surveyed the land, which appeared to have endured a cataclysm, and the massive, sacred tree. I recall losing consciousness upon seeing the eerie red moon in the sky. Could it have been an illusion? Tsunade murmured to herself as she looked back at the moon. But now, where was the previous blood-red moon? Only the ever-pure white moon bathed the earth, seemingly nurturing the shinobi world. Has it vanished? Realizing that the blood-red moon had disappeared, Tsunade fell into deep contemplation. Is that the fourth Hokage? Just then, Tsunade's keen ears caught whispers from the crowd, prompting her to turn sharply in a specific direction. Edward, upon seeing the man who stood resolute and radiated an even more formidable presence, Tsunade immediately covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. You are unharmed. This is wonderful. After wiping her eyes, Tsunade rushed toward Edward, expressing her concern. It is you, Tsunade. Edward, recognizing her familiar face, replied wearily. Edward, what on earth is happening? Why are all these people enveloped by that enormous tree? Can Tsunade, feeling a sense of relief within, inquired. It's a long story, and I cannot explain it all at once. However, Edward was not in the mood for such discussions, especially with the mess laid out before him. Very well, you can explain it to me later. Upon hearing this, Tsunade nodded slightly, acknowledging that now was indeed not an opportune moment for a comprehensive account. Tsunade organized the evacuation immediately and ensure that these ninjas and civilians leave in an orderly manner. I have significant actions to undertake. Observing the bewildered crowd, Edward instructed, feeling somewhat troubled. After resolving these trivial matters, he intended to implement his vision of unification. True peace was not far off, Ban. I sincerely hope you can witness it. Edward summoned the six paths power within him and spoke with profound conviction. However, resolving the issues within the shinobi world did not equate to achieving genuine peace. There remained the invaders from beyond the cosmos, the so-called Otsutsuki clan, and the desires he had long harbored within his heart. Very well, I shall organize this immediately. I hope you can resolve these matters swiftly. Sensing the weariness in Edward's voice, Tsunade nodded resolutely, filled with determination. All Konoha ninjas assemble. Tsunade then assumed her role as the leader of Konoha, and the ninjas swiftly gathered upon seeing their Hokage. In the ensuing moments, with the assistance of Edward and other powerful allies, they orderly distanced themselves from the area. "Father, are you all right?" While organizing the crowd's departure, Kakashi approached Edward with a concerned expression. "Rest assured, my body is still robust. I could easily live for several more millennia." Upon seeing Kakashi, a certain emotion within Edward reignited. It was only at this moment that he truly understood what it meant to protect. "Fourth Hokage, my wife and son." Suddenly, a blonde-haired man wielding a special kunai rushed over, urgency etched across his face. "Edward, silence Kakashi, silence." This man was Namikaze Minato, who had lost both his wife and son during the war. "I have already lost my wife. I cannot bear to lose my son as well. I implore you." Remembering Naruto, who had been borrowed by Edward to advance to 6 paths, Minato's face was filled with anxiety and concern. "Do not worry, they're both safe." Sensing the chakra of Uzumaki Kushina within him and the essence of Uzumaki Naruto, whose Ashura soul had been drawn into the Pure Land, Edward assured him confidently. Were they now? Upon hearing this, Minato felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he still asked with concern. The 6 paths rebirth technique. Edward focused on the chakra that had become a part of him, extracting it from within. Kushina. Upon sensing the familiar chakra presence, Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do not rush." Soon, under the influence of Edward's 6 paths power, the chakra transformed, gradually taking on a human form. Kushina. Seeing the figure he recognized taking shape, Minato immediately shed his clothing to cover her. "Where am I?" Moments later, the revived Uzumaki Kushina opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion. My 9 tails, my chakra. My clothes, where have they all gone?" However, upon recognizing her surroundings, Kushina began to shout in distress. At this point, she had been completely reduced to an ordinary person. After all, Edward could not expend his chakra to forcibly restore Uzumaki Kushina as former strength. "Do not fear, Flying Thunder God technique. Fourth Hokage, I entrust my son to you." Concerned for Kushina's state, Minato immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, intending to return home and explain everything to her. After all, this location was filled with various unfamiliar individuals, and he could not allow his wife to wander off. Observing the 2 individuals disappearing before him, Edward let out an awkward chuckle. The matter of clothing had slipped his mind, and he had not conjured a garment from chakra for her. "Ahem, father. The master has already left." Kakashi, who had turned his head to find nothing, awkwardly coughed. "Yes, I know, Kakashi. Will you find me a daughter-in-law?" Edward replied, looking at Kakashi, who was equally embarrassed. "Father, what was that power you just displayed?" Kakashi, however, paid no heed to Edward's words, instinctively inquiring about his power. "As you can see, I have now entered a realm akin to that of the legendary sage of 6 paths." Edward harnessed the 6 paths power within him, shaping various peculiar white substances in his hands. "Then what about my friends, my classmates, and Uncle Yamashita?" Upon realizing this, Kakashi's eyes ignited with a peculiar brilliance as he shouted at Edward. "Indeed, that is precisely my intention. However, there are still matters I must attend to first." "Depart now?" "Kakashi, I must commence my tasks." Edward began to laugh heartily, as he used to, addressing Kakashi. The crowd enveloped by the divine tree had largely been relocated by Tsunade, and it was time to initiate his final move. "All right." Hearing Edward's words, Kakashi exclaimed with boundless excitement, "I will spread this news to everyone." Subsequently, Kakashi hurriedly departed to find Obito and the others. "Divine tree, your purpose extends far beyond this. To me, you are but the seed of destruction for this world." With the last of Kakashi having left, Edward redirected his gaze to the divine tree. He sensed a chakra strength within that rivaled the 6 paths. This was the cumulative power of all shinobi's chakra. "If that is the case, then bring it to me." Enlightened, Edward smiled slightly, extending his hand as if it were a black hole, drawing in all the chakra from the divine tree into his being. With this, his power advanced further. Yet, what lies beyond the 6 paths? Deeply puzzled, Edward gazed at the now dull divine tree. To him, this tree resembled a weapon capable of siphoning the life force of others. Such a thing should not exist in this world. With a wave of his hand, Edward sealed the divine tree entirely within his own realm of clouds. Now, the Tsongyun Chia, enhanced by the two previous Six Paths treasures and the Box of Bliss, has ascended to become a genuine Six Paths ninja tool, ready to be wielded by Edward without restraint. Finally, the immediate crisis has been resolved. After vanquishing the looming god tree, Edward's heart finally found solace. Casting a lingering glance over the battlefield, he departed alongside the group of ninjas making their retreat. In the year 59 of Konoha, on this very day, the Fourth Great Ninja War has come to a definitive close, ushering the ninja world into a serene tranquility. Under Edward's return, Konoha has reverted to the era governed by the Fourth Hokage. Within the Hokage building of Konoha, an Umbu approached Edward, speaking with a tone of reverence. Lord Fourth Hokage, the bodies of the fallen Konoha ninjas have all been laid to rest in the back mountains. Very well, you may leave, Edward replied with a nod. During his time back in Konoha, the village, which had suffered extensive destruction due to the recent battles, commenced its reconstruction swiftly. Buildings rose rapidly with Edward's assistance, keeping him exceedingly busy. Yet, the diligent efforts bore fruit, and by the spring of the 59th year, Konoha had nearly restored itself. For the sake of Konoha, he had even neglected to resurrect those from the valley below. Reflecting on the past, Edward sighed. However, the primary reason lies in Konoha's devastation and the inability to locate the coffin concealing the remains of the maple leaf from the valley. Come now, Edward Tsunade, who had been assisting him with new policies and various matters, interjected after overhearing their conversation. I believe this spring celebration will undoubtedly differ from those of the past. Edward, feeling the complete restoration of his Six Paths power, spoke confidently. Previously, the powers of Naruto and Sasuke, who had been confined within the Box of Bliss, had been extracted and returned to Minato Namikaze and the Uchiha clan. However, it was regrettable that, through Edward's perception, he realized that they would no longer possess the formidable strength they had in the original narrative. Instead, they would live as ordinary individuals, perhaps only reaching the heights of Minato or Itachi Uchiha. This is for the best. Such a life is more suited for them. Rather than the tumultuous love-hate dynamic depicted in the original story, Edward mused with a smile, recalling the two whose powers he had withdrawn. After concluding his contemplations, Edward exited the office alongside Tsunade, aware that a multitude awaited his resurrection outside. Their relatives, friends, classmates, and brothers were all eagerly anticipating his arrival. This day was destined to be extraordinary and joyous. Is it the Fourth Hokage? The Fourth Hokage has finally arrived. How exciting! A small group of elite ninjas, privy to the internal news, exclaimed in delight at the back mountains of Konoha. The overwhelming noise of the crowd caused Edward to frown slightly. He distinctly remembered not summoning such a large assembly. Shoo! Tsunade noticed Edward's discontent and immediately gestured for silence. Before long, the scene returned to tranquility, with expectant gazes fixed upon the towering figure at the center. It must be that rascal Kakashi, Edward chuckled to himself, shaking his head in amusement. Let us begin, look. They can hardly contain their excitement, Tsunade said, covering her mouth, feeling a wave of sweetness within. This was the life she had longed for, a world where ninjas no longer lived in fear, no longer dreaded losing their loved ones, nor feared the so-called conflicts and wars, all thanks to Edward's creation. Six Paths rebirth technique, he declared. Sensing Tsunade's anticipation, Edward desired to delay no further. As the power surged within him, the lifeless bodies before him transformed from their decayed state to a vibrant hue. Some even regained consciousness, their bewildered eyes fluttering open as they murmured, "Where are we? Why am I here?" Gradually, those who had perished long ago began to rise, standing in confusion, at a loss. However, the sole drawback was that their former strength had been lost. Each had become an ordinary person. "My son, Ah Sheng, you have finally returned." Upon witnessing familiar figures rise before them, Everyone could no longer contain their emotions and turned their gazes toward the towering figure ahead. It was he who had bestowed upon them a life of stability, allowing them to reunite with those they had longed for. I'm quite fatigued, Tsunade. Please organize everything here at your own pace. I shall take my leave for now. After resurrecting all the bodies laid before him, Edward remarked, feeling the depletion of his six paths power. Although merging Naruto and Sasuke's strength had elevated Edward's abilities, the resurrection of so many souls had drained a portion of his power. Rest assured, I shall manage everything, Tsunade replied, her face alight with a mix of emotions as she looked at Edward earnestly. Hey, the great Jiraiya has arrived. On such a grand occasion. How could I possibly miss it? The tardy Jiraiya dashed onto the scene, stirring up a cloud of dust behind him. Had it not been for the demanding task Edward had entrusted him with, he would have been present much sooner. In that case, you can assist Tsunade. Edward chuckled upon seeing Jiraiya's arrival. Huh, had I known, I might as well have stayed away, Jiraiya grumbled, though a smile betrayed his true feelings. Only now do you realize? Too late. After a hearty laugh, Edward departed, leaving behind ninjas reuniting with their family members, embracing one another, all casting grateful looks toward Edward. Meanwhile, within Edward's villa, he indulged in fine wine and delectable food, relishing a moment of unrestrained joy. The power of the six paths is indeed remarkable. Have you seen the smiles on the villagers' faces, Ban? Edward reflected on the once manic warrior who had laughed in battle and fought for his ideals, Uchiha Ban. In truth, Edward now possessed the ability to employ the six paths chakra to resurrect Uchiha Ban, akin to reviving Uzumaki Kushina. Yet, Edward could not bestow upon Ban the powers he once possessed. He could only restore him to the status of an ordinary man. This is something that Uchiha Madara would absolutely never accept. Furthermore, even if Uchiha Madara were resurrected, upon learning the truth, he would never choose to continue living. It is highly likely that he would succumb to despair and choose to end his own life once more. Father, the coffin of my uncle has already been found. Over here, Kakashi has approached Edward, holding a sealing scroll and addressing him. Gulalala, is that so? Upon seeing the sealing scroll in Kakashi's hand, Edward felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, laughing heartily. Today is the happiest day since he arrived in this world. Since so many families have been reunited, it is time for our family to come together as well. Edward wrapped his arms around Kakashi, who was blushing slightly, and whispered, Yamashita Kid. It has been a long time. The coffin sealing Yamashita Kid's reanimated body was soon opened, allowing him to step out. The six paths rebirth technique. Subsequently, Edward harnessed the power of the six paths once again, bestowing this strength upon Yamashita Kid. Crack. Before long, the reanimated body of Yamashita Kid began to shed fragments of earth, revealing his tender skin. His body began to stabilize with the rhythm of his breathing, and his heart pulsed vigorously, an abundance of chakra flooding into him. This time, Edward not only resurrected Yamashita Kid, but also endowed him with even greater power, elevating his strength to a new level. Cough, where is this? Under the influence of the six paths power, Yamashita Kid opened his eyes, uttering the same familiar first words as the previous resurrected ninja. Wasn't I dead? Why am I here? After a moment of observation, Yamashita Kid quickly became alert. However, upon seeing the familiar surroundings and individuals, he could hardly believe his eyes. No, you are not dead. You merely departed this world temporarily. Watching Yamashita Kid's heart begin to beat once more, Edward gently placed a hand on his head, tears welling in his eyes. Kakashi also stepped forward, wishing to embrace his uncle. Today, after enduring numerous hardships, they had finally reunited. Brother Edward, how are you here? And is this Kakashi? Upon seeing the impossible figures before him, Yamashita Kid instinctively assumed he had fallen into a jinjutsu and took a defensive stance. However, after a brief internal struggle, he ceased his attack and embraced the figures before him. Even if it were an illusion, this precious moment was worth surrendering to. Yamashita Kid held tightly to the two before him, tears welling in his eyes. Even if it means death, it is worth it. In the end, Yamashita Kid reflected on the myriad memories shared with Edward and Kakashi. Uncle, you didn't die. But Kakashi, already in an embrace with Yamashita Kid. Spoke in nostalgic tone. Yamashita, what you see before you is not an illusion. I resurrected you using the power of the six paths. Edward discerned Yamashita Kid's thoughts and explained. What? The power of the six paths? Isn't that something that only exists in legends? Upon hearing this, Yamashita Kid looked incredulously at the two before him, releasing his grip. It's a long story. It all began after you passed away. Edward, sensing the question in Yamashita Kid's tone, sighed deeply. Indeed, Uncle Yamashita, many significant events have transpired during your absence. Kakashi adjusted his Konoha headband and spoke calmly, attempting to steady his emotions. What events occurred? I remember being besieged by a horde of malevolent spirits. That feeling. Yamashita Kid displayed a face of terror and hatred, his body trembling. All right, Yamashita, Edward said, feeling guilty at the sight of Yamashita Kid's distress as he patted his back in comfort. Although I died, not being able to eliminate them all and reunite with you both is the greatest regret of my life. The scene shifted, and Yamashita Kid's expression turned to one of rage. Uncle Yamashita, do not react this way. They're all dead now. Kakashi, feeling uncomfortable, said helplessly. Although he had two individuals standing by him to weather the storm, the violence of the shinobi world left him disoriented. He could hardly fathom how Edward and Yamashita Kid had grown strong enough to withstand such turmoil. They're all dead? Hearing this, Yamashita Kid's eyes widened, and he quickly summoned chakra to envelop his body. It's true. I have truly been resurrected, Brother Edward. Yamashita Kid gazed at the smiling giant before him with a look of longing. Indeed, Edward smiled broadly. This was precisely what he had longed for. Brother Edward. In the next moment, Yamashita Kid tightly embraced Edward. All right, it's all over now, Edward reassured him as he comforted Yamashita Kid. This state of Yamashita Kid reminded him of the child he had once watched grow up, someone he considered the most important person in his life. Uncle Yamashita. Kakashi also patted Yamashita Kid's back, and at this moment, their family was truly reunited. Could you tell me what happened after I died? After a heartfelt embrace, Yamashita Kid reluctantly released Edward and inquired with curiosity. After your death, a considerable time later, after several hours of conversation, the three gathered around a large table, enjoying fine wine and discussing various matters. I never expected so much would happen. Finally, with a look of heartfelt emotion, Yamashita Kid murmured as he came to understand the events that had transpired. Has it really been 16 years? Have my friends, comrades, and classmates all perished? Even Kakashi has grown so much. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Yamashita Kid happily compared his height with Kakashi's. Gulalala, Yamashita Kid. Come with me to see the current Konoha. At that moment, unable to contain himself, Edward stood up and gazed nostalgically out the window. Although Konoha had recently suffered a minor destruction, for Edward, who possessed the power of the six paths, it was not a problem at all. He would soon restore Konoha to its previous glory, and perhaps even surpass it. All right. Upon hearing these words, Shanxia immediately nodded heavily. It was evident that his eyes were brimming with a mixture of anticipation and nostalgia. Soon after, the group stepped outside the quaint villa. Due to its somewhat remote location, not situated in the heart of my village, they encountered few villagers along the way. However, they soon came across a variety of individuals, elderly folks, youths, and children frolicking in the village. Wow, is that the Yondaime Hokage? Exclaimed one villager upon spotting the distinctive height of Edward. A chorus of villagers greeted him enthusiastically, many of whom had once revered him, saluting and voicing their respects. They have all aged, Edward remarked, a glimmer of the emotion once seen in Orochimaru's eyes flashing across his own. Indeed, they have aged. Only the two of us remain unchanged, Shanxia, Fengye replied, his initial anticipation giving way to a pensive expression. Well, let us adhere to the laws of nature. Aging is a part of life, he concluded with a resigned tone. Edward, witnessing this transformation in Shanxia Fengye, found it amusing. Before he could express his own sentiments, Shanxia Fengye interjected, Brother Edward, has our era truly passed? No, our era has certainly not faded, and I shall lead you and everyone into a new age, Edward responded, momentarily taken aback by Shanxia Fengye's words, but quickly asserting himself with a tone of unwavering conviction. Really? I believe in you, brother Edward, Shanxia Fengye murmured, turning his head toward Edward, his face illuminated with hope. He felt a surge of greater energy and strength within him, a gift bestowed by Edward. He resolved to support his brother with all his might. Should their era have indeed concluded, he would stand as one of the last guardians of the old times. The three of them fell silent, immersing themselves in the sights of this rebuilt, yet nostalgically familiar, bustling my village. Amidst the vibrant sounds of chatter and laughter, they strolled along the lively streets, reminiscent of the leisurely walks Edward had taken with them in the past. However, it had been a full 17 years since their last excursion together in my village. 7 days later, after spending a few days with his family, Edward returned to his office in the Hokage Tower. New policies began to be adjusted and announced, leaving the villagers astonished, as if they had returned to a bygone era. Particularly, the policies concerning foreign ninja villages incited a stir within the shinobi world. Representatives from various ninja villages arrived in my village to negotiate compliance treaties and other agreements. Respected Yondaime Hokage, does this seem acceptable? The representatives from Kumogakure, Iwagakure inquired, their faces contorted with uncertainty as they presented the compliance and compensation treaties. The documents explicitly outlined unconditional adherence to the land of fire in my village, along with compensatory measures for damages incurred by my. Had the former Sandaime Hokage, Suritobi Hiruzen, or the Godaime Hokage, Tsunade, been at the helm, they might have hastily signed these treaties. Yet, the one seated in the Hokage Tower was Edward, who had ascended to the realm of the Six Paths. Such documents held no significance for him. Looks like I must personally intervene. The lessons for you lot have been far too lenient, Edward declared, a frown creasing his brow as he unleashed a surge of chakra, shredding the treaty papers into fragments. How can I explain this to Reikich? The representatives lamented, their faces ashen, appearing more distressed than if they had faced death itself. I'll give you one more chance. Send your village leader to negotiate with me. Or else Edward's chakra erupted, creating a tempest that swept the representatives away. Edward, do you truly intend to show no mercy? What if things escalate? Tsunade, standing nearby, expressed her concerns. Edward's previous policies hinted at dismantling all existing systems and regulations between nations, establishing a new realm centered around my village, inviting all ninja villages and nations to join as one family. This vision of unification had long been his aspiration. You underestimate me, Tsunade. Should they dare to defy, I will demonstrate the true might of the Six Paths, Edward proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he toyed with his formidable fingers, resonating with a hum. He possessed the ability to unleash powers comparable to the Ten Tails, easily capable of obliterating several minor ninja villages. Very well, I support you, Tsunade conceded, lowering her head in submission. The man before her had utterly captivated her. Have you executed the task I assigned you? Edward inquired, noticing Tsunade's lack of rebuttal. I have instructed my subordinates to establish an elite military academy to train individuals such as Uchiha Itachi, Tsunade replied after a moment of contemplation. No, I meant the reconstruction of the research division. How is that progressing? Edward asked, flipping to the next page of documents revealing flawless designs and blueprints for space combat suits. The research department is ready, but the personnel. Tsunade's voice trailed off slightly, her expression tinged with disappointment. If only Orochimaru had not betrayed me. Edward fell silent upon hearing Tsunade's words. He indeed had the capability to resurrect Orochimaru, much like he had done for Uzumaki Kushina, given that Orochimaru had fused all his powers and chakra into him before his demise. However, the betrayal was a stark reality. Thus, Edward would never consider reviving him. Indeed, Tsunade remarked, a blend of nostalgia and resentment evident in her tone as Edward broached the subject of their former bond. Yet, Orochimaru was not without value. After merging with my essence, his memories were entwined with mine. Reflecting on the ideals and various scientific advancements Orochimaru had pursued throughout his life, as well as the explosive revelation that had ultimately come to light, Edward murmured thoughtfully. In the fifth novel, that's good. Upon hearing the voice, Tsunade felt a sense of relief and nodded. Go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Please expedite the affairs concerning the other shinobi villages. Edward then waved his hand slightly, glancing at the documents in his possession as he spoke to Tsunade. All right, then you can be busy. With a sigh, Tsunade cast a lingering look at the man before departing the office. The Grim Reaper, a feudal ruler? Yet, after Tsunade's exit, a brilliant light erupted in Edward's eyes as he contemplated the explosive news delivered to him by Orochimaru, a revelation acquired through the fusion of Orochimaru's memories. It seemed that the realm of slumbering souls was calling for his attention. The power of the six paths was indeed enticing. Edward ceased flipping through the documents and turned his gaze to the nearby Songyun, pondering. He remained seated in the Hokage Building S office, silently awaiting a response from the other shinobi villages. Regrettably, the leaders and daimyo of these villages had rejected him in their pursuit of dominion. That day, having received messages from the envoys, Edward sat pensively in his office chair. Although they had offered compensation to Konoha in their refusal, it was evident that they were unwilling to relinquish their current positions. It appears you truly have yet to witness what constitutes true power. Edward mused after a moment of reflection. The six paths splitting technique. In the next instant, as he rose, the power of the six paths surged within him, and soon several identical Edwards emerged. There is no need for the three great shinobi villages to exist. With his eyes closed, reminiscing about the past, Edward decisively declared. Perhaps some would label him a demon, others a butcher, but having traversed countless hardships at his current level of existence, he understood how precious peace truly was. Even if he spared the leaders and daimyo of these great shinobi villages, there is no guarantee that they would not wreak havoc in the shinobi world again after tasting the sweetness of power. Slaughter might be the least favorable choice, yet it appeared to be the most prudent one at this juncture. The several split Edwards and the original simultaneously opened their eyes, declaring. The six paths chakra orbed shimmering behind them. Their chakra and the power of the six paths erupted, each Edward brimming with combat fervor. In the next moment, these split Edwards and the original vanished silently, leaving not a trace of sound. In the midst of Kumogakure, within a prominent building at its center, a high-ranking official expressed his concerns. AI, are you certain that the fourth Hokage will not take action against us? He is reputed to be the fiercest among all Hokage of Konoha. Clenching his fists, the fourth Raikage, AI, responded with fervor. Would I simply abandon the vast legacy established by my ancestors of Kumogakure? It was utterly impossible to consider capitulating to Konoha and becoming a mere branch of their village. Even if I were to perish before Edward, it would be far better than to surrender in such a cowardly manner. Yet the question lingered. How could they possibly withstand such formidable power? Another high-ranking official inquired. Upon hearing this, the fourth Raikage fell silent, his clenched fists involuntarily loosening. Raikage-sama, we have a situation. Suddenly, a Kumogakure ninja burst in, shouting frantically. Calm down and speak clearly, the fourth Raikage admonished, furrowing his brow at the sight of the panicked ninja, who was typically his level-headed advisor. It's the fourth Hokage of Konoha, EdwardNewgate. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, the ninja relayed the information rapidly. What? How could this be? I just turned down his envoy yesterday. The fourth Raikage exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. He understood the consequences of rejecting Konoha, yet he had not anticipated such swift repercussions. AI, the fourth Raikage. Before he could finish, a colossal figure appeared behind him, breaking through the building's ceiling. What is this? Lightning body technique. The fourth Raikage exclaimed, his body enveloped in lightning as he adopted a defensive stance. All guards in the office, along with the ninja, gripped their kunai, terror etched on their faces as they beheld the figure before them. This was none other than the fourth Hokage, EdwardNewgate, the ultimate survivor of the harrowing Fourth Shinobi World War. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying me? Edward gazed at the fourth Raikage for a long moment before unleashing a wave of dark, crimson energy. The guards, with the exception of the fourth Raikage, collapsed one by one, unconscious. Feeling the oppressive aura, The fourth Reikage found himself on the ground, utterly immobilized, stammering, I. Do you have anything further to say? Edward inquired, closing his eyes briefly, lost in thought. He pondered whether annihilating these individuals was right or wrong. And no, the fourth Reikage, pale and devoid of resistance, replied. In that moment, he truly grasped the folly of his previous decisions as the so-called Reikage. With a deep sigh, Edward discerned the fourth Reikage's lack of remorse. Realizing that his only concern was preserving his village, Edward offered the fourth Reikage one final chance, whispering within himself. Simultaneously, he received feedback from the actions of Edwards in the other two major shinobi villages. Disappointingly, their thoughts mirrored those of the fourth Reikage. What troubled Edward most was the overwhelming fear and deep-seated hatred harbored by the populace towards him, the giant. Very well, Edward thought, unable to suppress the urge to close his eyes as he gradually ascended, his imposing figure vanishing from sight. This was the last opportunity he granted these people and their villages. Has he truly departed? The fourth Reikage, still gasping for breath under the oppressive aura, slowly rose, filled with trepidation upon witnessing Edward's retreating silhouette. The ground shook with a resounding boom. In the next moment, a blinding white light and tremendous energy erupted within this shinobi village, obliterating countless structures and leaving the inhabitants momentarily blinded by its brilliance. What is this? No. The fourth Reikage fell to his knees, his fury manifesting as a seemingly impotent rage. Simultaneously, the other two major shinobi villages, Iwa and Kiri, experienced the same catastrophic events as Kumobikure. To onlookers, it appeared as though a natural disaster had befallen these three great villages as calamity descended upon them. Shortly thereafter, 3 to 4 minutes passed, and the white light, along with the crimson clouds above, dissipated, leaving the site beneath this devastation transformed into a barren wasteland devoid of any signs of life. There was no trace that this had once been the most prosperous region in the shinobi world. The 3 great shinobi villages vanished entirely from existence. Do not blame me. Sometimes, a certain number of sacrifices are necessary to achieve one's goals. The imposing figure of Edward gazed upon the grim scene with a deep sigh escaping his lips. He had contemplated mercy, but was met with rejection, so he could not be blamed for his mercilessness. It is time to return. It is all over. After casting one last glance at the charred remains of Kumobikure, Edward vanished in an instant, as if he had never been there. In Konoha, the fourth Hokage resided within the Hokage Tower. A ninja waiting in Edward's office immediately performed a respectful gesture upon witnessing Edward's towering form. What is the matter? Edward inquired, his body swaying slightly as the multiple manifestations of his being merged into one. The envoys from Kusagakure, Amigakure, and several other prominent nations have arrived. They are all awaiting you in the conference room. The ninja replied respectfully. Understood. You may leave. I will join them shortly. Edward leisurely wiped his hands with a cloth taken from a nearby table. It seems that while some are met with refusal, others are willing to accept. This is indeed the correct choice. Reflecting on the ninja's words, Edward felt a surge of happiness. For now, he could indeed exhibit a measure of tolerance. After changing into a fresh outfit, securing the kyukusa, and refreshing himself, Edward made his way to the conference room. If negotiations could proceed smoothly, he believed it would result in a mutually beneficial outcome. In the conference room, the envoys greeted him eagerly. Good day. It is a pleasure to meet you. Esteemed fourth Hokage. Is this truly the fourth Hokage? Greetings, greetings. Upon witnessing Edward's imposing stature, the group of envoys, laden with burdens and accompanied by guards, rose in unison to pay their respects. No need for such grand gestures. I am quite a laid-back individual, Edward replied as he made his way to the large central seat of the conference room and settled down. We heed your word, fourth Hokage. All is as you command. The envoys responded in unison, their voices filled with reverence. Enough of this. Let's not dilly-dally. You are aware of the purpose of your visit today, are you not? Noticing their unwavering formality, Edward sighed, understanding he could not shift their demeanor. In truth, he preferred a more open and casual manner of interaction, rather than excessive flattery. which he found quite distasteful. Indeed, we have come solely for the sake of peace, regarding the treaty proposed by the fourth Hokage. The envoys approached Edward with a series of documents, presenting them before the towering figure. Excellent. This is the demeanor befitting a great nation, unlike those who perceive themselves as the towering trees of the shinobi world. Observing the various stipulations of compliance written upon the documents, Edward nodded in approval, his voice resonating with a subdued gravity. Yes, yes. The envoys, feeling the weight of his presence, began to perspire profusely, some weaker ninjas even experiencing dizziness, appearing as though they were intoxicated. Very well then, proceed to discuss this with my deputy, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. I have grasped your intent. Noticing the unease among the envoys and ninjas, Edward spoke with a hint of resignation. He had exerted great effort to control his imposing aura. However, his stature alone exerted tremendous pressure and intimidation. Agreed, the envoys nodded in compliance. Once Edward's colossal figure exited the conference room, they collectively exhaled as if relieved from a great weight, appearing drenched in sweat. Edward, upon leaving the conference room, encountered Tsunade, who had been summoned. Ensure these envoys are accommodated, and proceed as I previously instructed, adhering to the policies outlined. With a crack of his neck, Edward issued his command before departing. For reasons unbeknownst to him, since his power had surged, his desire for peace and unification within the shinobi world had somewhat diminished. Now, I truly comprehend the meaning of solitude at great heights. Stepping out of the Hokage Tower, Edward gazed up at the vast azure sky and mused. The integration of the panel has increased due to my rising reputation. Has it reached 99? What might occur if it reaches 100? In the next moment, Edward shifted his attention to the fusion panel visible only to him. The 3D model of EdwardNewgate, a figure of white beard, had astonishingly reached 99, just one step away from surpassing this limit and attaining a true 100. However, truth be told, my current strength far exceeds that of the original character, Whitebeard. Shaking his head, Edward turned his gaze toward the moon, partially obscured by sunlight. Presently, he found his interest centered on three matters. First, to unravel the true mysteries of this shinobi world and unveil the puppet master behind the Shinigami. Second, to locate the Sage of Six Paths and the Otsutsuki Kagaya on the moon to harness their powers. Lastly, and perhaps most poignantly, to return home and glimpse the lives of his former family, to revisit the comfort of the world he once inhabited. Yet, these three desires seem unattainable at present. Feeling the power of the six paths within him, Edward reflected on the disparity between his strength and that of the original Otsutsuki Kagaya. He then set forth on his journey home, embraced by the chorus of flattery surrounding him. This is the reality I yearn for, not the shadowy realm of the former shinobi village. As he strolled leisurely down the street, Edward felt a profound sense of ease enveloping his thoughts. Now, he has truly begun to influence every movement within the shinobi world. He believes that, in the future, he will be able to directly control the shinobi world with his grand vision of unification. Indeed, with power comes everything. If only Marco and Ace could. What nonsense am I speaking? Allowing Whitebeard's memories to infiltrate my consciousness. As Edward recalled the chaotic memories swirling in his mind, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Afterward, as he meandered through the streets of Konoha, Edward gradually and quietly arrived at the villa that belonged to his family. Elder brother Edward, you're back? Asked Yamashita Akid, who was cleaning up the rubbish in the villa's yard. Gulalala, just came to see you all. Edward laughed heartily as he approached Yamashita Akid. Father, why are you back? At that moment, Kakashi also emerged from the villa. Due to the successful policies Edward had implemented, the two found themselves in an unusually relaxed mood. Sighing, Edward remarked, "Indeed, being the ruler of the shinobi world is a burdensome and exhausting task for others. Don't rush. Let me rest at home for a while. Remember to prepare dinner for me," he said, swaying his massive frame as he entered the villa and laid down on his grand bed. Father seems a bit worn out today, Kakashi observed, feeling somewhat puzzled, before picking up the marvelous book he had discovered in recent days and began to read attentively. Kakashi, don't forget to teach at the school this afternoon. Yamashita Akid nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction at Kakashi's seriousness. Cough, I know, Kakashi replied, closing the book and leaving the scene, having momentarily forgotten the occasion, lost in his reading. In the following days, Edward spent his time within the villa. Meanwhile, the shinobi world was undergoing significant changes under Edward's policies and Tsunade's actions. The land of lightning, the land of rain, the land of earth, and the land of water gradually faded into the annals of history. The entire shinobi world now consisted solely of the land of fire, as all other nations had united under its banner, achieving true unification. All ninja villages, led by Konoha, prefixed their names with Konoha, resulting in names such as Konoha's Grass Village, Konoha's Rain Village, Konoha's Artisan Village, and so forth. The shinobi world had genuinely entered an era of peace, where everyone enjoyed a hard-earned life. Yet, having just experienced this way of living, everyone was cautious, fearful that their newfound peace might be disrupted. One day, within the Hokage building, Tsunade, with a puzzled expression, looked at the weary giant before her and asked, "Edward, what does seclusion mean?" "It means to retreat to a place and isolate myself for a period of time. During this period, I will seriously focus on mastering my strength," Edward replied. Having completed his vision of unification and now possessing no further interest in that matter, he was no longer confined to the small realm of the shinobi world. If possible, he yearned to take the entire shinobi world into the cosmos to confront those extraterrestrial beings daring to invade. However, this was a highly unrealistic aspiration. Achieving it would require thorough preparation. "All right, how long will it take?" Tsunade asked, her expression turning despondent. "At least a few months, at most several years. By the way, please keep a close eye on the research department. I've handed over all of Orochimaru's research findings to them," Edward instructed Tsunade regarding the preparations. "Understood." Tsunade nodded slightly, pursing her lips as if she wished to say more. "All right, let it be so. During my time away, please take care of everything," Edward said, turning to gaze into the distance. In truth, he intended to seek out the so-called 3 great sacred places within the shinobi world to unveil the truth of this realm. Indeed, he aimed to discover the origins of the 3 sacred places within the shinobi world, rather than simply summoning them through summoning techniques. "Rest assured, I won't let you down," Tsunade replied, her expression finally shifting to one of determination. "It is best this way," Edward said, seeing Tsunade's resolute face, and he gradually began to fade from sight. "You must return quickly. Everyone is waiting for you," Tsunade silently prayed, knowing that the current peace of the shinobi world was solely the result of Edward's efforts. Thus, the shinobi world could not afford to lose him, just as it could not lose the god of shinobi in the past. 3 years swiftly passed, leading to the 62nd year of Konoha's establishment. Everything flourished, though initially, the shinobi world was thrown into turmoil upon losing Edward's presence. However, with the remarkable talents of individuals like Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi, Uchidara Shursui, and other formidable figures, the shinobi world quickly regained its tranquility. Additionally, with Edward's invisible influence over the shinobi world, no one dared to act recklessly. During these 3 years, even in Edward's absence, those bold enough to challenge the status quo were thoroughly eliminated. The shinobi world officially entered a genuine era of peace. Countless individuals began erecting colossal statues of Edward throughout villages and towns, solidifying his image as an emblem of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire underwent extensive political reforms, with Konoha becoming the capital. The concept of feudal lords became obsolete, as governance was directly administered by the leaders of Konoha. This sparked dreams among many youths, even children and young adults, to become Hokage. However, the next candidate for Hokage had already been decided, leaving them to anticipate the successor after the next. Meanwhile, in another direction of the shinobi world, the only region known as the Ocean of Shinobi occupied vast expanses of land, yet it was merely endless seawater. On a medium-sized ship, measuring approximately 30 meters, a giant was continuously drinking from barrel after barrel of fine wine. "Gulyalala, what a fruitless endeavor," the giant exclaimed after finishing several barrels, finally setting down the last one. This giant was none other than the newly acclaimed god of shinobi, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the new sage of six paths, EdwardNewgate. During his travels over the past few years, he had successfully located the legendary three sacred places within the summoning realm, which were merely hidden in a corner of the shinobi world, inhabited by a group of unassuming beasts. Upon seizing the small toad and the little white snake, which were referred to as the so-called Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Sage, he realized they were merely beasts possessing a modicum of the Six Paths power. However, what truly astonished him was the Great Slug Sage within the Wetbone Forest, whose size surpassed even his own. Yet, in comparison, he was still far from its caliber. If one were to categorize them, these beings barely existed between half a step into the realm of the Six Paths and the false Six Paths, easily subdued. Nevertheless, the small toad's prophetic abilities were indeed intriguing. Reflecting on his actions over the past few years, Edward erupted into laughter. During this time, he also uncovered the origins of his true self within this ninja world. Yet, it remained unchanged from his memories. His kin had all perished before he arrived in Konoha. By the time he reached, only a dilapidated, scarcely recognizable fishing village remained. He once contemplated utilizing the power of the Six Paths to trace the chakra of his relatives in this world, hoping to resurrect them. However, after some deliberation, he ultimately decided to let time pass instead. After all, those individuals had vanished from the annals of ninja world history, leaving no trace behind. Even if he were to resurrect them to satisfy his own selfish desires, it would serve no purpose and merely disrupt the natural laws of this realm. It would be better to let them fade away, leaving only faint memories in his mind. In truth, it was not entirely without reward. It was now confirmed that the Sage of Six Paths and that Grim Reaper were not present in the ninja world. They seemed to exist in a different space that connected to the ninja world, subtly controlling it. Edward recalled the numerous locations he had traversed within the ninja world. If he were to pinpoint a place, it would likely be the one exhibiting abnormal chakra fluctuations, possibly serving as a nexus between the ninja world and the alternate space. He then remembered a location he had previously discovered, and with a focused gaze, he vanished aboard his vessel. Soon, after a considerable time had passed, Edward, imbued with the power of the Six Paths, reappeared at the very place he had just mentioned. Here, an array of chakra whirlpools swirled violently, the rampant chakra affecting the surroundings. Should anyone recklessly intrude upon this area, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the chaotic chakra, leading to their violent demise. Is this the place? The power of the Six Paths radiated as the Seeker's jewel materialized behind Edward. With a mighty punch, the ground began to fracture, countless spaces erupting into a vast void. What a disappointment. There was nothing here. Observing the fruits of his labor, Edward sighed heavily. He had assumed that shattering the surface would reveal the alternate space. With that thought, Edward departed with a look of disappointment, reappearing in other corners of the ninja world. Is this the place? Break for me. With a punch after punch, he shattered numerous spatial anomalies throughout the ninja world that he sensed were saturated with chakra. One void after another revealed itself to his eyes, only deepening the disappointment reflected within them. Was it truly impossible to find? If only he could try using Obito's eyes, Edward murmured to himself. He had broken through countless spaces, causing considerable damage to the ninja world. However, he paid little heed to it, as these spaces would gradually restore themselves. Come fort. Just then, as Edward prepared to leave, a space in the void opened, and a deep, ancient voice echoed forth. What is this? The land of soul slumber? Upon hearing this voice, Edward's heart trembled, and he swiftly darted into the newly opened space. Before him lay an endless array of slumbering souls, gradually dissipating. Is this the very place that once imprisoned me? Upon entering, Edward squinted slightly, observing the beautiful yet terrifying scene around him. It seemed evident that if one was too weak and lingered here for too long, their soul would slowly fade away, transforming back into chakra to nourish the ninja world. Indeed, this was it. In the next moment, an elderly figure clad in white, with two small horns atop his head, appeared beside Edward. Who are you? The Sage of Six Paths? Gazing at this soul entity, Edward furrowed his brow deeply. He knew the Sage of Six Paths was not dead, but he hadn't expected to see him in this form. Indeed, his eye. A careful observation revealed that the Sage of Six Paths, much like the soul surrounding him, was gradually dissipating into nothingness. It was solely due to his immense soul power that he had yet to vanish. Are you the one destined to save the ninja world? I had expected it to be those two. Looking at the towering figure before him, the Sage of Six Paths sighed deeply. Those two, they're thriving well now. Squinting his eyes, Edward murmured, recalling Naruto and Sasuke's lives. Hell, let be. In the realm of Six Paths, each has their unique strengths. I can already sense the chakra of those two within you. The Sage of Six Paths chuckled lightly, his voice tinged with amusement. Gulalala, are you the master of this place? The legendary Sage of Six Paths? Misunderstanding Edward's intentions, the Sage of Six Paths did not elaborate further and began to pose his inquiries. I am not the master of this world. I, too, was once a captive, much like you. After listening to Edward's question, the Sage of Six Paths chuckled lightly, followed by a tone laced with regret. In the past, he had sensed Edward's arrival in this place, where he was bound in slumber, but he had merely glanced and then turned his attention elsewhere. What he hadn't anticipated was that this giant before him, after having his soul extracted, had found an opportunity and advanced into the realm of the Six Paths. A captive? How could one endowed with the power of the Six Paths be a prisoner? Upon hearing this, Edward stroked his chin, pondering deeply. I once thought similarly, but after my death, I discovered it was far from simple. Had I not possessed the ability to slumber, I would have surely dissipated into this land by now. The Sage of Six Paths sighed, casting his gaze upon the land beneath him. Once one's physical body perishes, no matter how great the power once held in life, as a soul entity, he is bound by this land. Very well. Edward, who found it hard to believe the Sage of Six Paths' claims, lowered his head, appearing lost in thought. After all, he had been directly reincarnated from the dirt before. If this place could imprison the Sage of Six Paths' soul, how could it possibly fail to bind his own, allowing him to be reincarnated from the dirt? I understand that you do not believe me, but the facts are as they are. Perhaps the greater the power, the stronger the binding force. Moreover, even if I were to escape, it would be of no use to the ninja world. It is better to remain here. The Six Paths sage reminisced about his past, a look of transcendence gracing his visage as he spoke. Well, it seems you are not entirely trapped here. Edward, having discerned the nuances in the sage's tone, commenced his playful banter. He surmised that perhaps the sage's soul was once indeed confined, yet now it appeared that this realm could no longer restrain him. Nevertheless, he exhibited no desire to escape. Let us set this matter aside for now. My era has long since passed, the sage remarked, concealing his feelings. Now, speak your purpose. Are you here to claim my powers? Reflecting on the profound transformations within the shinobi world, the sage continued, No, I merely seek to uncover the truth of the shinobi realm. Enlighten me. What is a shinigami? I sense a tremendous force lurking behind him. Edward's expression radiated a fierce resolve as he inquired, fully aware that a monumental conflict loomed ahead. The shinigami? Is that your sole intent? It seems you shall return with unfulfilled aspirations, the sage murmured, gazing upwards where the six tomo spun above him. Unfulfilled aspirations? I refuse to let my efforts of the past 3 years be in vain, Edward replied, rubbing his eyes as he scrutinized the sage. However, he is not present here. He is not a being of this world, utterly disconnected from the shinobi realm. The sage spoke with a hint of melancholy. Having slumbered for so long within this realm, he possessed a fragmented understanding of recent events. He had long been aware of the Reaper's sealing technique, only to discover that it was merely a clever euphemism. Is it an alternate dimension? Edward questioned, having grasped a modicum of understanding from the sage's words. I cannot say what he is. What I can tell you is that finding him will yield no benefit for you, the sage proclaimed, seated upon the ground, addressing the colossal figure before him. Is that so? Edward's eyes dimmed with disappointment upon hearing this. From the sage's tone, he sensed a lack of interest in the entity in question. Perhaps the so-called shinigami is summoned from another parallel world. However, What you truly need to address now is the remaining affairs within the shinobi realm. The sage spread his hands wide, consolidating his powers. Indeed, it is remarkable that the Uzumaki clan could devise such a technique to connect with other parallel worlds. Edward mused aloud, surprised to find that the Shinigami's underlying connections were not as profound as he had imagined. He had arrived with two expectations, yet both had crumbled. The sage was merely a chakra manifestation, and the hope of acquiring the Shinigami's powers dissipated here. This left Edward, who bore the memories of Uchiha Madara, with nowhere to channel his burgeoning combat spirit. Let's first resolve the remaining issues, be they yours or that demon upon the moon, the sage remarked, nostalgia glimmering in his eyes as he recalled his brother, the guardian of their mother, who had passed on, leaving no protector to watch over the moon. One day, that demon would surely break free from its seal. Given his current state, he possessed no strength left to contain the demon. Initially, he had envisioned that his two sons would soon re-imprison that being upon the moon, but Edward's appearance had shattered those plans. Thus, he found himself placing his hopes upon Edward. What issues could I possibly have? Edward inquired, perplexed, as he settled onto the ground. Have you not yet realized? Several consciousnesses within you are already influencing your actions, the sage stated, disappointment evident in his tone as he spoke to the bewildered Edward. Several consciousnesses? Edward's eyes widened, a tremor of realization coursing through him. Indeed, during this time, the memories of Whitebeard, Uchiha Madara, and Orochimaru had incessantly influenced his behavior. Yet, he had dismissed these influences as inconsequential. Please take care of your body. We will need you to seal that demon anew, the sage advised, stroking his long beard as memories flooded his mind. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. And about the demon you mentioned. Edward, now serious, nodded gravely. That being is my mother, Oitsutsuki Kagaheim, the true sovereign of the shinobi realm, the sage revealed after a moment's hesitation. In truth, he had wished to keep this matter buried. It was a secret long sealed within his heart. However, circumstances had changed, and the mantle of the Six Paths was no longer held by his sons. Thus, he had no choice but to unearth this hidden truth. She was sealed within the moon by my brother and me using the Six Paths, heavenly obelisk technique in ancient times, but countless years have passed, and I fear. The sage's brow furrowed as he regarded Edward. Therefore, you must seek another who has ascended to the realm of the Six Paths before that seal falters, lest she be unleashed. His voice turned grave as he continued. Is she truly invincible? Edward, aware of the original plot, pressed on. In the canon of Naruto, Oitsutsuki Kagaheim had always been sealed. No one had ever attempted to kill her. As the progenitor of chakra, how could she be slain? Unless one were to drain all chakra from the shinobi realm. My brother and I have tried various methods in the past, only to conclude that she is indeed immortal. The sage sighed before responding. Now bereft of his brother, a profound loneliness enveloped him. Is that so? Truly, no other alternatives exist? Edward stood, surveying the souls sealed in slumber around them. Here, take this. It is prepared for you. However, the sage paid no heed to his words, instead extending the essence of the Six Paths before Edward. What do you mean by this? Edward inquired, perplexed. This is the scant remainder of my Six Paths power. If utilized properly, it may hasten the emergence of a new Six Paths bearer. The sage, still harboring a hope that Edward would use the Six Paths, heavenly obelisk to seal Oitsutsuki Kagaheim, spoke with earnest intent. Six Paths power? Edward murmured as he accepted the gift. Although limited, this power served as a modest boon. Indeed, this is my strength. I trust you will wield it wisely. The sage concluded, turning away, revealing only his silhouette to Edward. He was fully aware of all of Edward's intentions for coming here. However, at this moment, he had exhausted all his strength. Regardless of whether Edward would utilize the power of the Six Paths himself or heed his advice to recreate a realm of Six Paths, these matters were no longer of any concern to him. Once a figure who influenced an entire era, the Sage of Six Paths had now become a relic of the past. He never anticipated that the Sage of Six Paths would display such kindness. It seems I have underestimated his noble intentions. After casting a lingering glance at the sage, Edward uttered a phrase that revealed the depth of his surprise. Initially, He had contemplated the possibility of the sage contesting him for the power of the six paths and considered the sage to be the ultimate antagonist in this realm. Yet, he had never imagined that the sage would so generously bestow upon him the essence of his own strength. "Leave this place. My time is running short," the sage of six paths said, gazing toward a specific point in the heavens. Deep within his heart lay a desire to see his brother once more in his lifetime. Even though he had learned of his brother's demise in that distant place, he harbored no intention of relinquishing hope. Edward looked at the frail elder. Now devoid of the power of the six paths, his lips moved, yet words eluded him. After committing this location to memory, he forcefully opened a space to depart. Upon Edward's departure, the sage of six paths, seated in the land of soul slumber, exhaled a sigh. In an instant, his form faded from that place, journeying towards the direction he had longed for. As he left, upon returning to the realm of shinobi, Edward sensed the presence of the sage of six paths gradually dissipating. Having visited the land of soul slumber once again, he had firmly etched its location in his memory. If one were to heed Edward's words, that place could be regarded as a separate realm of shinobi, a shadowy counterpart to the world. It appeared that everyone harbored their own obsessions and philosophies. Even in such circumstances, whether it be the sage or anyone else, they would pursue their innermost convictions. Edward felt that essence moving towards the moon and wondered if he could reach that destination. "Very well, allow me to lend you a hand," he declared, as he unleashed the power of the sixth path from his grasp towards that fading direction. In the skies of the shinobi realm, the sage of six paths glared at the moon, which now seemed so close yet was slipping away. He realized he had miscalculated the amount of six paths' power and energy required to reach the moon. He had not anticipated that the moon, suspended high above the realm, would drift further away with the passage of time. It had once felt so near, and the power he possessed would have sufficed to ascend to the moon in the past. The sage had come to accept the harsh reality before him. He closed his eyes as his body began its descent. What is this? The power of that giant? Suddenly, the sage of six paths, whose essence had been on the verge of collapse, felt his soul rekindle, his entire being restored to the pinnacle of his former glory. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely, the gratitude flowing from the depths of his heart. This was the first time, aside from confronting that malevolent being, that the sage of six paths had extended his thanks to Edward. "Mother, brother, I am coming." With renewed focus, the sage turned his gaze towards the moon, unleashing a surge of energy that propelled him skyward. On the ground, Edward observed the sage's actions and simply chuckled softly. "This should suffice, sage of six paths, Otsutsuki Yui." As Edward uttered the sage's true name, a complex array of emotions swirled within him. "So be it. Farewell, guardian of the era of Otsutsuki." With those words, he vanished from that place. After disappearing, Edward set his course towards the capital of the land of fire, Konoha, soaring through the skies. Upon returning to Konoha, he resolved to take the time to reorganize his thoughts. As he flew, reminiscent of a superhero, memories of the sage's earlier words resurfaced in his mind. Had the sage not alerted him, he would not have discovered this issue so promptly. For a powerful individual, possessing flaws can be fatal, as adversaries would seize upon such weaknesses and exploit them mercilessly. As he approached Konoha, Edward soon beheld the familiar contours of the village. "Is that Konoha? It seems to have undergone considerable change," he mused, comforted by the sight of the landscape he once knew. The barren land that had once been reduced to ash was now flourishing with rich soil, where villagers from Konoha had begun to cultivate the earth. "Mother, what is that?" Such a large bird. A little girl, accompanying her mother in the fields, tugged at her mother's garment, pointing at Edward's soaring figure. "What is that creature in the sky?" "Quickly," informed the ninja. The woman, alerted by her daughter, dropped her tools and called out to the villagers nearby. "Monster, run!" The villagers, heeding her warning, abandoned their tools, clutching their children or belongings as they fled. Little did they know, the magnificent figure in the sky was not a monster to be feared, but rather the revered fourth Hokage, EdwardNewgate, their protector and the herald of a new era. "Cough, cough. It seems my arrival has caused quite a stir," Edward remarked, hovering in the air, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. I should return to Konoha and see how they have fared. After a brief moment, he departed, resuming his swift journey through the skies. Konoha, after 3 years of continuous evolution, had transformed into a place reminiscent of the Boruto era, complete with even high-speed rail. The village was no longer burdened by the pressures of war or the specter of death. Continuous security patrols from the Konoha military organization ensured safety, while the Hyuga clan provided round-the-clock surveillance with their Byakugan. Consequently, Konoha had not seen a single thief in quite some time. An influx of merchants had further enriched the village, enhancing its prosperity. Countless joyful children dashed through the streets of Konoha, brandishing large spiral candies. In this moment, under EdwardNewgate's influence, the shinobi realm had undergone a profound transformation. They all know who has forged the current era of peace in the shinobi world. In Konoha village, one can easily find a villager who has enshrined a small statue of Edward at the center of their home. Huh, what is that? At this moment, several security ninjas patrolling Konoha spotted Edward appearing suddenly in the sky and hurriedly exclaimed, "What is that thing?" All the patrolling ninjas, upon witnessing this sight, drew their shuriken and kunai, preparing to confront the unknown presence above. Having endured the trials of war, they were acutely aware of the hard-won peace of the present era. In times of peril, they were ready to step forward as pioneers. Stop! That is Lord Yondaime Hokage. However, some sharp-eyed Hyuga and Konoha ninjas recognized the creature described by the patrol and shouted in unison. After years of reverence, how could they possibly fail to recognize Edward's visage? What? You mean that is Lord Yondaime Hokage? Upon hearing this, all the ninjas and nearby onlookers became agitated. Everyone, assemble, move in that direction. Yet, some rational ninjas promptly began to gather their ranks. Regardless of whether the figure in the sky was truly the Yondaime Hokage, their foremost concern was to ensure the safety of the villagers of Konoha. Edward, observing the flurry of activity below, mused to himself, "Ah, splendid. Only such rational ninjas are fit to ascend to greater heights." Unbeknownst to him, this ninja's actions would catch the attention of Yondaime Hokage Edward. Idaisin no Jutsu, Sai no Jutsu, Mangekyo Sharingan, Sunsin no Jutsu. Suddenly, as Edward hovered in the sky, 2 ninjas emerged beside him, their chakra flaring. The familiar blonde hair, the distinctive Hiraishin kunai, alongside another familiar Sharingan and Shunshin technique. These 2 were none other than Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shursui, effectively flanking Edward. Is Lord Yondaime Hokage. However, upon recognizing the 2, Edward was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of trepidation within. They had dared to adopt an aggressive stance against Edward, a figure of immense esteem within the ninja village. Ha ha ha, fret not, for it is precisely such actions that define you as true ninjas, Edward chuckled heartily, glancing at Minato and Shursui. I never expected you 2 little ones to have attained such extraordinary prowess. Truly, you are geniuses. He proceeded to lavish praise upon them. These 2, who had showcased their talents in the original narrative of Hokage, could be deemed the pinnacle of Konoha's strength. Yet, under Edward's influence and modification of events, they had not only retained their innate gifts, but had ascended to even greater heights. It seems I have underestimated. Geniuses will always be geniuses, Edward contemplated, a tinge of guilt washing over him as he regarded the 2. Had he known they would reach such a profound level, he would have been more attentive and supportive of them. Lord Yondaime Hokage, Minato, and Shursui, having misinterpreted Edward's words as reproach, bowed their heads in humility. All right, you 2 may depart. I must take a rest at the Hokage building. Understanding their inner turmoil, Edward waved his hand and departed, intending to check on Tsunade and Kakashi. Yes, Lord Yondaime Hokage. Relieved that Edward bore no ill will, the 2 exchanged slight bows before vanishing from the scene. They were eager to relay this exhilarating news to Tsunade, who awaited them in the Hokage office. Ah, it seems during my absence, Konoha has ascended to another echelon. Edward reflected as he swiftly traversed Konoha, his gaze gradually surveying the village. Much remained unchanged, with familiar structures and villagers. Yet some significant alterations rendered parts of the village unrecognizable to him. For instance, the The appearance of high-speed trains and communication towers, which he had only seen in Boruto, filled him with astonishment. If Konoha could continue on this path of development, he believed it would not be long before the gaming consoles popular in his previous life made their debut. A smile crept upon Edward's lips, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. This was the true era of peace he yearned for, a shinobi world devoid of war. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Tsunade-sama, Lord Yondaime Hokage, has returned. With the mastery of Hiraishin, Minato swiftly arrived at the Hokage office to deliver this news to Tsunade. What? Edward has returned? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth agape in astonishment. 3 years had passed since Edward had departed from Konoha, and she had received not a whisper of news from him. Had he not returned soon, she might have presumed him dead and was on the verge of appointing Kakashi as the next Hokage. Indeed, he must be patrolling Konoha at the moment, Uchiha Shursui added, lost in thought as he recalled Edward's words. Then where is he now? Tsunade inquired with growing excitement, directing her questions toward Minato and Shursui. Before she could finish, a surge of chakra stirred in the air beside her, from which emerged a tall figure. Ah, long time no see, Tsunade. You remain just as I remember. The imposing figure was none other than EdwardNewgate, now gazing down at Tsunade, whose eyes sparkled with amazement. You despicable man. Why have you returned only now? After a brief moment of astonishment, Tsunade's fists flew toward the giant, expressing her impatience for his long-awaited return. What is the matter? Despite Tsunade's punches being inconsequential to him now, Edward widened his eyes in surprise, questioning why she had transformed into such a furious state as if she were intent on taking his life. Hearing his voice, Tsunade gradually ceased her assault, letting her fists drop. With a huff, she turned and exited the office in silence. How peculiar. What has gotten into her? Have I placed too much pressure on her over the years? Edward pondered, furrowing his brow as he tapped the desk beside him. After a moment of awkwardness, Minato and Shursui exchanged glances and then quietly departed the office. Let us take a moment to observe the recent occurrences in Konoha. Edward, finding himself alone in the office, murmured to himself. He then settled back into the familiar desk and chair, deftly retrieving documents from the drawer and the stack beside him. Could it be that the research division had progressed to such an extent? The sight was indeed astonishing. Among the documents, it was not merely the surface of Konoha that had evolved significantly. Rather, it was the research division that Edward had consistently emphasized to Tsunade. The Ninja Academy had even dedicated a classroom exclusively for the research department, gathering all the academically gifted students within its confines. To date, the various technologies existing in Konoha were products of the research division's innovations, be it high-speed trains, signal towers, or computers. Presently, the research division was also engaged in the development of aerospace rockets. How remarkable! Edward chuckled, pleasantly surprised by Tsunade's achievements. He had anticipated her to falter as she had in the past. Curiously, he noted that the Uchiha clan excelled in this field, with Uchiha Itachi showcasing immense potential. The next moment, his gaze fell upon another document on the desk, eliciting a knowing smile from him. Soon enough, the Uchiha clan would transcend the research division's confines. The distinguished Uchiha, once they reached the cosmos, would not only unleash their scientific prowess, but also their formidable combat abilities. Suddenly, before Edward could peruse the remaining documents, the office doors swung open with a resounding crash. Tsunade, why have you returned? Edward questioned, perplexed upon recognizing the visitor, and he set down the papers in his hands. Edward, where have you been for the past 3 years? Tsunade's voice rose, filled with indignation, as she confronted him. During these 3 years, the burden left by Edward had been immense, and her heart had endured the torment of waiting for him. Cough, cough. Edward feigned a cough, fully aware of Tsunade's discontent. I am a man tasked with safeguarding the ninja world. I have been protecting it these past 3 years. The moment he spoke, his voice grew softer, gradually fading away. I have matters to attend to. Please continue with your work. Without further explanation, Edward vanished in an instant, leaving Tsunade alone in the office, baffled and disheveled. Edward! Tsunade's furious shout echoed through the Hokage building, causing the ninjas within to tremble. Gradually, The Hokage building returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, at Edward's villa, Kakashi continued his daily routine. Rising early alongside his uncle, Yamashita Kid, engaging in work, meals, and sleep. Interestingly, a new member had joined the villa, a black-haired girl with a distinctive mole on her face. She busily assisted with household chores, competing with Yamashita Kid and Kakashi for tasks. Consequently, Yamashita Kid brought various gifts in and out of the villa daily. Kakashi had met her shortly after Edward's departure, and only recently had they confirmed their relationship. Her name was Hualing. To elaborate, she was a kunoichi from Sakuzan village who had initially come to Konoha for intelligence gathering. However, due to the drastic changes in the ninja world and Konoha's reforms, coupled with Kakashi's persistent efforts, she ultimately chose to embrace Konoha and Kakashi, remaining in the village with his assistance. Thus, she became a new member of Edward's extended family. Kakashi, is that old man of yours truly the strongest in the ninja world? How is it that after all these years, I have yet to meet him? Hualing, nestled in Kakashi's embrace, looked up at him with a blissful expression, inquiring eagerly. I do not know where he has gone. Perhaps he will return soon, Kakashi replied, his voice imbued with nostalgia. Cough, cough, Kakashi, I am off to teach at the Ninja Academy. You two enjoy yourselves, Yamashita Kid announced as he emerged with a textbook in hand. Due to Kakashi's initial difficulties adapting to the teaching role, the two had swapped their occupations. Go on, Uncle Yamashita. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Take care, and by the way, did you bring lunch? Hualing, noticing Yamashita Kid's departure, quickly stood and rushed to the kitchen. Don't trouble yourself, Hualing. I can eat at school, Yamashita Kid interjected, feeling slightly embarrassed at her eagerness. Oh no, I must. The food at school is often unsatisfactory, as Kakashi frequently complains. Hualing was undeterred in her desire to prepare a meal for Yamashita Kid. It's all right. I am running late. Perhaps another time, Yamashita Kid said, waving his hand dismissively, preparing to leave the villa. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the villa, the cacophony disrupting the serene atmosphere. What on earth is happening outside? Why all the chaos? Kakashi, hearing the noise, turned to peer out the door, a look of confusion etched upon his face. However, the clamoring grew louder, and he could discern mentions of the fourth Hokage. Is it about Brother Edward? Yamashita Kid, with keen hearing, stepped outside, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Edward, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, Edward's towering presence unmistakable. All right, I will prepare your lunch at once, Yamashita Kid exclaimed, abandoning the textbook as he hurried back into the villa. As for teaching at the Ninja Academy, that could wait for another time. Is that my father? Kakashi, sensing the familiar chakra fluctuations, sprang up, gazing towards the source. Edward's imposing figure gradually came into view. Hualing, standing beside Kakashi, felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks, nervously gripping her clothing, as this was her first genuine encounter with her boyfriend's parent. Kakashi, who is this? Edward began to address his beloved son, only to be intrigued by the girl standing beside him. Cough, father, this is my girlfriend, Hualing. Noticing Edward's attention was directed towards his girlfriend, Kakashi immediately feigned a cough and spoke. Girlfriend? Gulu. It seems our family has gained a new member. Upon hearing this, Edward joyfully laughed heartily, placing his hands on his waist. Shanxiaofengya, it appears Kakashi has found a girlfriend. When will you find one? Edward then turned his gaze towards Shanxiaofengya with a peculiar expression. In his eyes, Shanxiaofengya was not unattractive at all. How could he not find a girlfriend? After all, decades have passed. How could one remain single? Hearing the remark, Shanxiaofengya mumbled under his breath and fled towards the villa. TSK. Observing Shanxiaofengya's retreating figure, Edward shook his head and chuckled. Today is indeed a delightful day. Let us discuss your girlfriend, Kakashi. He then redirected his attention to Kakashi and his girlfriend, engaging in a conversation about their relationship history amidst Hualing's blushing countenance. After a lively exchange, with the assistance of Hualing, an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines were presented on the table. Wonderful, better than the dishes made by Shanxia. Hualing. After conversing with Kakashi for quite some time, they finally shifted their focus to the culinary delights before them. This is merely what one ought to do. Upon hearing Edward's praise, Hualing's face flushed crimson, and she hastened her pace. Soon, even more dishes adorned the dining table. Finally, after a flurry of activity, Hualing and Shanxia concluded their cooking and joined the others at the dining table. This is the grand reunion I have always envisioned. Shanxia, you must strive diligently to add another member to our family. Edward began to indulge in a bounty of fine wine, the gurgling sounds resonating, while he playfully teased Shanxia. Cough! How annoying, Brother Edward. Upon hearing this, Shanxia covered his face, expressing his dissatisfaction with Edward. Laughter erupted from the table at this exchange. Today marked the most comfortable and joyful day they had experienced in many years, simply because Edward had returned to Konoha, to their beloved family. In December of the 62nd year of Konoha's establishment, it had been over half a year since Edward last returned to the village. After spending a few days with his family, Edward returned to the office in the Hokage building to take charge of numerous tasks. Several undeveloped projects received vigorous support and progressed rapidly. After many months, with Edward's assistance, the village successfully constructed a space rocket. The higher-ups of Konoha also devised a grand scheme to ascend into the cosmos and conquer the races beyond. Many of the top ninjas from a ninja world joined this plan, and custom-made spacesuits were delivered to them. All plans were moving swiftly. At last, the day arrived when the strongest ninjas of the ninja world gathered to board the space rocket. Thousands of ninjas stood tall, clad in their space combat attire, awaiting Edward's command. A closer look would reveal that the elite ninjas were assembled here, each brandishing upgraded chakra firearms and chakra shells. Kakashi, the future of Konoha rests in your hands. You must watch over it well. Having attained the 6th path level, Edward felt no fear of the vacuum of space. Thus, he entrusted Kakashi with these words. Kakashi, shortly after Edward's return to Konoha, had been appointed the 6th Hokage. Having acclimated to the responsibilities of his new position over the past few months, Edward felt confident in him. Do not worry, father. I will fulfill my duties as Hokage with utmost diligence. Hearing Edward's words, Kakashi nodded earnestly, his gaze resolute. All right. With that, Edward refrained from further sentimental exchanges with Kakashi and the others, turning and leading the ninjas onto the 3 towering rockets, each over 1,000 meters in length. Indeed, considering the vastness of the universe and the number of ninjas, Konoha constructed 3 rockets, now standing on the hillside, exuding an aura as if to pierce the heavens. Edward, is the realm beyond the ninja world truly as you described it? Beside Edward stood Shanxia and Tsunade, both gazing at him with eager anticipation. For this journey into the cosmos, not only were Shanxia and Tsunade aboard, but also the strongest of Konoha, including Bufing Shueimin, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Bido, and Hinata Hizashi. Indeed, other races beyond the ninja world have long sought to invade us. To prevent such occurrences, the best course of action is to strike first. Now, infused with the 6 paths power of the Sage of 6 Paths, Edward's presence was more commanding than ever, his tone resolute. However, it is regrettable that Edward's mastery remains stuck at 99, unable to progress further. All actions will follow Brother Edward's lead. Hearing Edward's voice, Shanxia smiled faintly, affirming his commitment. Subsequently, the thousands of ninjas began to board the rockets in a steady stream, their synchronized footsteps resonating with authority. After more than an hour, all the ninjas had boarded the rockets. Let us depart. This time, we shall succeed. Failure is not an option. In the control room of the rocket, Edward shouted emphatically as he initiated the launch sequence. The exhaust flames, infused with chakra, gradually erupted from the 3 rockets, ascending slowly into the sky before the captivated crowd. Wow, mother, is this our rocket? It's so large and impressive. The nearest onlookers from Konoha village, witnessing the rocket's ascent, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure despite their preparations. In comparison to the rockets, they felt like ants crawling on the ground. Meanwhile, the ninja soldiers aboard the rockets experienced a profound sense of awe. This was their first encounter with the sensation of flight, the first time they grasped what it meant to transcend. However, possessing high psychological resilience, they neither shouted nor panicked. They merely gripped their weapons tightly, sweat pouring from their brows. In the main control room of the rocket, having ascended into the sky, Shan Xiaofeng gazed out a small observation window, marveling at the swiftly retreating scenery. Now, he could finally comprehend the thoughts of Edward, who ruled the ninja world, and the legendary sage of six paths, Gulu Gulu. You haven't experienced this, have you? I too have never truly felt what it is like to be far removed from the ninja world. Sitting in the main seat, Edward quietly observed the landscape outside. Lost in his thoughts, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In fact, he had previously contemplated flying alone into the universe to resolve the troubles that plagued him. However, after much contemplation, he realized how utterly unrealistic that thought was. The possibility of getting lost in the vast cosmos was a daunting prospect. Even if he were to annihilate those troublesome races, it would offer no benefit to the shinobi world. Now that he regarded the shinobi world as his family, he naturally intended to lead his kin in pursuit of greater advantages for it. Do you not feel the same? How can you be certain of what lies beyond the shinobi world? As he spoke, Yamashita gazed at Edward with eyes brimming with anticipation. Gulalala, do you wish to know? Then go see for yourself. Only by witnessing it can you truly understand. Edward, feigning indifference, turned his attention back to the scenery outside the window, leaving Yamashita's inquiries unanswered. Very well. I shall observe what you have described about the world beyond the shinobi realm. Upon hearing this, Yamashita nodded lightly, fixating her gaze outside. The view outside transitioned rapidly from a bright white to an enveloping darkness. When they finally realized it, several hours had passed, and they had distanced themselves from the shinobi world, approaching the cosmos Edward had mentioned. Is this really the shinobi world? It's merely a small sphere? The passengers aboard the spacecraft expressed their disbelief upon seeing the diminutive form of the shinobi world. Gulalala, I've said it before, only what you see is truly real. Edward laughed heartily, unfazed by their astonishment. Had he not previously glimpsed the cosmos through screens in his past life, he too might have been left in a state of disbelief and awe. Our first objective is the moon. After his laughter subsided, Edward turned serious, addressing the multitude behind him with a solemn expression. Yes, the crowd responded with a spirited shout, saluting in unison. The ensuing time was filled with the hustle and bustle of daily tasks among the group. The spacecraft successfully exited the shinobi realm, entering the vacuum of space. Gradually, the initial shock wore off, and the crew adapted to the extraordinary environment. Finally, propelled by the rocket's fiery thrusters, they reached the moon. The three rockets landed gently on its surface, which possessed significantly weaker gravity than the shinobi world. Countless individuals emerged from the rockets, marveling at their surroundings while wielding chakra firearms. However, when they attempted to speak, they realized they could not hear one another, transforming their astonishment into panic. The reason for this was the vacuum's inability to transmit sound. Yet, despite their initial panic, they quickly regained their composure through Edward's chakra-enhanced voice. Everyone, if you wish to communicate, use chakra to convey your words. Edward projected his voice, imbued with the weight of his six-path power, to the thousands present. It really works. Gradually, they applied chakra energy to their throats and were able to speak as before, causing a cacophony of noise to erupt on the lunar surface. Silence. The next moment, Tsunade, unable to contain herself any longer, unleashed a powerful chakra-infused shout, bringing the crowd to a hush. As ninja soldiers, you must possess sufficient endurance, perseverance, and willpower. Following this, Tsunade began to reprimand the group of ninja soldiers, compelling them to lower their heads. Is this what you meant by the world beyond the shinobi realm? Edward, I never anticipated it would be like this. Hearing Tsunade's familiar scolding, Yamashita smiled faintly and approached Edward to voice her thoughts. This is my first time in space. I never imagined it would feel this way. Having resolved the issue of sound, Edward, without a spacesuit, began to appreciate every aspect of the scenery around him. Wasn't it said that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon had perished? Why does it seem as though there's still a presence here? Shortly thereafter, Edward's gaze shifted towards a particular direction, and he retrieved the Songyun Xie from his dimensional space. He sensed a chakra signature resonating with six-path energy, yet it was not from the six-path realm. Let us move in that direction. After a moment's thought, Edward waved his hand with the Tsungyun Xie in tow, leading the ninja soldiers forward, leaving a small contingent behind to guard the three rockets. On the opposite side of the moon, a figure arose from the ground, a man with alabaster skin and flowing white garments, emanating an ethereal aura. His hair a striking blue and white. He stood before two recently erected graves. These are the resting places of Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Yumura. This man was a descendant of Otsutsuki Yumura, a guardian of the moon through generations, known as Otsutsuki Sharon. Due to the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths on the moon long ago, he soon discovered the presence of this descendant. In a nostalgic exchange, the sage imparted some of the shinobi world's secrets to Otsutsuki Sharon before vanishing with a smile. In gratitude, Otsutsuki Sharon decided to lay him to rest beside his brother's grave, vowing to visit regularly. Until the arrival of the spacecraft, it had captured the attention of Otsutsuki Sharon, who was tending to the graves. Did Grandpa Yui not say that a giant named EdwardNewgate would arrive in the future and that I should assist him wholeheartedly? But what is happening now? Rubbing his eyes, Otsutsuki Sharon was filled with confusion. Initially, he had been engrossed in his own thoughts until the appearance of the Sage of Six Paths, who was also his great-granduncle, shifted his perspective, revealing that he was not alone in this battle. I should go see what this is all about. With a slight shake of his head, Otsutsuki Sharon floated into the air, making his way toward the source of the disturbance. Having resided on the moon for countless years, he could be considered its sovereign. Meanwhile, sensing the peculiar chakra signature drawing closer, Edward instructed the ninja soldiers to halt their advance. "Edward, is something the matter?" Yamashita Funya inquired with a look of concern. A formidable enemy approaches, but they are certainly no match for me," Edward replied with a playful grin, ruffling Yamashita Funya's hair. "That is a relief. As long as you feel confident, Edward." Upon hearing those words, Shanxia Funya immediately felt a sense of calm wash over him, and he hurried over to join Tsunade in organizing the ranks of the ninja soldiers. "Are they waiting for me?" As the charming Edward waited, he soon noticed the chakra presence that had been drawing nearer to him suddenly come to a halt, prompting him to murmur, "Ihi, let me see how formidable you truly are." It was evident that Otsutsuki Sharon was anticipating Edward's arrival, and with a slight exertion of his legs, Edward vanished into the midst of the ninja soldiers. "Where has elder brother Edward gone?" Shanxia Funya turned to the sky, his eyes devoid of spirit as he gazed at the spot where Edward had just been. At this moment, he increasingly sensed the vast chasm between himself and his elder brother Edward. In many instances, he felt utterly incapable of offering even the slightest assistance to Edward. Thus, he harbored a deep sense of inadequacy, fervently wishing to enhance his own strength to support his elder brother. Shanxiafi yearned for EdwardNewgate to no longer fight alone. Each time he lagged behind that colossal figure, it was an unbearable torment. Meanwhile, that immense silhouette had already raced far ahead, reaching the far side of the moon. The six-path aura, a towering figure of 6 meters wielding a great sword, must surely be you, EdwardNewgate. Here, Otsutsuki Sharon, who had been waiting for a long time, finally anticipated Edward's arrival. "Who are you? From the Otsutsuki clan?" Due to his unfamiliarity with Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, Edward could only speak in vague terms. "The Otsutsuki clan?" He indeed. At this, Otsutsuki Sharon lowered his head, lost in thought. Once, the Otsutsuki clan wielded immense power over the ninja world, yet now, he was the sole guardian of this realm. "How do you know my name?" Upon confirming the identity of the Otsutsuki clan member before him, Edward inquired further. "Shall we converse while we battle? If you lose, I shall fulfill my grandfather's dying wish and obliterate the ninja world." The melancholic gaze of Otsutsuki Sharon refrained from directly answering Edward's question. Instead, his eyes gleamed with a newfound resolve. This was his Rinnegan. Initially, he had intended to heed his grandfather Otsutsuki Yumura's final words to annihilate the ninja world. However, the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths had introduced a different perspective, plunging Otsutsuki Sharon into turmoil. Thus, he sought to determine who the true ruler was through combat. The unchanging truth remained. Only the strong could dictate everything. If Otsutsuki Shurin were to win this battle, Edward would suffer defeat, and Otsutsuki Shurin would proceed to honor Otsutsuki Yumura's legacy and annihilate the ninja world. Gulalala. Does everyone wish to test my strength? Edward mused, bemused by the declaration of war from Otsutsuki Shurin. Then allow me to demonstrate the power of the Gura no Mi in conjunction with my six paths power. In the blink of an eye, Edward dispersed the tremors into his hands, wielding the enormous Songyun Xie and striking downward. Rinnegan Gravity Activate. Otsutsuki Shurin, feeling a surge of pressure from Edward, charged forward, his eyes radiating brilliance. This level of gravity is only slightly superior to Pain's universal pull. However, upon sensing Otsutsuki Shurin's gravitational force, Edward couldn't help but chuckle. He truly could not comprehend why Naruto struggled so greatly against Otsutsuki Shurin and Boruto. The blade glimmered, the tremors erupted, and Edward swiftly broke free from the gravitational hold, continuing his assault on Otsutsuki Shurin. The surface of the moon bore deep craters from their clash, the shock waves rippling outwards, affecting the ninja soldiers 1,000 meters away. They believed their esteemed fourth Hokage was engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable adversary. Yet, the reality was that Otsutsuki Shurin was being overwhelmed by Edward's onslaught. The ethereal aura he once possessed shattered in an instant. If it were to end like this, the battle could conclude. Addressing the incessantly leaping figure before him, Edward raised his great sword towards Otsutsuki Shurin, who was still bracing against the residual tremors. Now, having merged the powers of Ashura, Indra, and the Sage of Six Paths, he had become significantly more powerful than before. How could a mere Otsutsuki Shurin withstand Edward's onslaught? Even a casual strike could compel Otsutsuki Shurin to expend all his efforts to defend himself. This is impossible. Rinnegan Chakra Mode. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Unable to bear the one-sided onslaught, Otsutsuki Shurin succumbed to despair, channeling the Six Paths Chakra into a concentrated blast aimed at Edward. His body gradually transformed to a verdant hue, flames of green blazing as chakra surged forth, showcasing his might. Is this all? Yet, before unleashing his true power, Edward's expression darkened upon witnessing such a rudimentary application of the chakra. With a casual swing of his sword, he shattered the gathered chakra blast. To wield the Six Paths power in such a trivial manner is a disgrace to your ancestors. If that's the case, allow me to show you the true power of the Six Paths chakra. With that, Edward summoned an abundance of chakra orbs behind him, merging them into countless blades that shot toward Otsutsuki Shurin's position. Damn it, this feeling. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. As the barrage approached, Otsutsuki Shurin's eyes widened in terror. He now understood the very essence of the threat of death. Should these chakra blades pierce him, his demise would be swift. Thus, he unleashed his strongest move, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, transforming the chakra into a colossal yellow sword of light, renowned for its capacity to cleave the moon in two. Edward's numerous chakra blades were swiftly dispelled, with only a few striking him. Now that feels appropriate. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, Edward's expression softened. The Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion was incomparably more powerful than its silver counterpart. In his eyes, this was the genuine application of the Six Paths power. Cough, I concede. Otsutsuki Shurin, having executed the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, found himself pinned to the ground by Edward's chakra blades, utterly immobilized. His eyes now vacant, he lay on the ground, impaled by the chakra blades, unable to summon any chakra. Yumura grandfather, it seems I cannot fulfill your legacy. Lying there, with empty eyes, Otsutsuki Shurin closed his eyelids. The green flames of his Rinnegan chakra mode gradually dissipating. He has accepted the reality of his defeat and come to terms with the inevitability of death. Rise and share with me the essence of this place. Yet, the endearing Edward harbored no thoughts of ending his life. Instead, he exerted a force to lift his body by withdrawing the Yuli blade. What is this? The bewildered Otsutsuki Shonin questioned Edward's actions. Surely, we have no enmity between us. And as for the legacy you speak of, It seems not to reflect your true sentiments. Edward casually remarked as he held up Otsutsuki Shonen, eager to incorporate this confused individual into his ranks. Pray tell, how did you come to know my name? Edward redirected the conversation to the initial inquiry he posed upon arriving at this realm. It was my great-granduncle, Otsutsuki Yui, who informed me. Otsutsuki Shonen lowered his proud head, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. The Sage of Six Paths, you have encountered him? Upon hearing this, Edward furrowed his brow, unleashing his observation haki. However, after an exhaustive search, he found no trace of Otsutsuki Yui or the residual chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. Yes, my great-granduncle has departed alongside my grandfather. At that time, he forbade me from using the power of the Six Paths to prolong his life. Remembering the detached figure of Otsutsuki Yui, who seemed to inhabit a realm apart from his own, Otsutsuki Shonen expressed his regret. Is that so? I understand. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Shonen's words, Edward grasped the sequence of events. Approximately 6 months prior, with his assistance, the Sage of Six Paths had arrived on this planet and discovered the remnants of the Otsutsuki clan, ultimately finding him and departing with a smile after their conversation. This must have been a source of great joy for him. Reflecting on the sage's profound affection for the ninja world, yet apparent indifference, Edward mused. Indeed, I interred him beside my grandfather's grave. Otsutsuki Shonen gestured toward a certain direction as he spoke to Edward. Let's go and see. Hearing Otsutsuki Shonen's words, Edward turned to follow his gaze. Very well. In that moment, both cast aside their other thoughts and soared towards the location indicated by Otsutsuki Shonen. After a swift journey, Edward successfully arrived before the two graves under Otsutsuki Shonen's guidance. Is this the resting place of the two of them? Observing the modest mounds of earth and the dilapidated structures surrounding them, Edward inquired of Otsutsuki Shonen. Regrettably, our Otsutsuki clan is no longer as it once was. Otsutsuki Shonen averted his gaze, speaking with indifference. His heart was filled with a tumult of emotions for the land that had nurtured him. Very well. May the two rest in peace. Seeing this, Edward ceased his inquiries, slowly settling onto the ground as he regarded Otsutsuki Shonen. What do you intend to do? Where I sit is far beneath your stature, and Otsutsuki Shonen felt a surge of pressure. Nothing much. I simply find it uncomfortable to converse while standing. This position feels more suitable, Edward explained, as his towering frame often made conversations feel akin to speaking with a small creature. A discomfort that led to his habit of sitting on the ground, allowing him to engage with another human. Very well, I cannot overpower you. So you may do as you wish. Otsutsuki Shonen relinquished his reservations and gazed directly at Edward. Let's converse. What is it that you protect? And why do you desire to obliterate the ninja world? Edward shifted the topic, addressing Otsutsuki Shonen once more. Why protect? At Edward's inquiry, Otsutsuki Shonen fell into contemplation. What the Otsutsuki clan safeguards is merely the moon beneath their feet in the ninja world. Misinterpreting his grandfather's legacy, Otsutsuki Shonen became entangled in the paradox of wishing to destroy the ninja world. Indeed, if the Otsutsuki clan protects the moon, why then seek to annihilate the ninja world? The moon secretly safeguards the ninja realm from countless meteorite impacts. Edward gestured with open hands to illustrate his point. I do not know. I merely follow the wishes of my ancestors. Otsutsuki Shonen shook his head, bewildered. It appears you have misunderstood. Did not the Sage of Six Paths elucidate this to you? Edward probed, having grasped the entirety of the situation. It was made clear. Hence, I await your arrival in silence rather than launching an immediate attack. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Shonen closed his eyes, speaking with an air of benevolence. Since that is the case, further dialogue is futile. Why not join us? Trust me, you will not be disappointed. With that, Edward concentrated a surge of Six Paths power and directed it towards Otsutsuki Shonen's mind. What is this? The surge of Six Paths power vividly encapsulated the recent events within the ninja world. After absorbing the changes within the ninja realm, Otsutsuki Shonen finally comprehended his missteps. Such a life was one he had never experienced yet deeply yearned for. How does it feel, having witnessed these revelations? Do you now grasp the true essence of your ancestors' legacy? Edward teased, proudly showcasing the trials he endured to attain this knowledge. How could this be? Is this truly the significance of what he spoke? Upon receiving the memories transmitted by Edward, Otsutsuki Shonin collapsed to his knees, supporting himself on the ground while murmuring in a daze. Yet, all of this is meaningless. If so, what then is the purpose of my existence? After a brief moment, Otsutsuki Shonin regained his composure, standing once more. You have yet to witness the entirety. Do you understand the significance of my constructing a spacecraft? The universe encompasses more than just the ninja realm. Observing the transformation of Otsutsuki Shonin, Edward furrowed his brow and admonished him. Yet the Otsutsuki clan has perished, leaving only me, the last of the Otsutsuki, the ultimate guardian of the moon. However, Otsutsuki Shonin stood there, oblivious to Edward's intentions, emanating a profound solitude. Upon absorbing all that had transpired, Otsutsuki Shonin realized that his existence was solely to safeguard the moon and protect the ninja world. This revelation shattered all his prior thoughts and plans in an instant, leaving him to feel that the remainder of his life held no significance. You must regain your senses. Upon witnessing the dismal state of Daytomu Sharon, Edward could no longer restrain himself and struck him across the face. At this moment, he yearned for Daytomu Sharon to comprehend the truth, to grasp the true visage of the Daytomu clan that traverses the cosmos. Does your current demeanor not evoke a sense of shame towards the legacy of your ancestors? After delivering the slap, Edward continued to reprimand him. It is astonishing that my mission has been reduced to this. Very well, I understand now. Although Daytomu Sharon did not awaken from his stupor, a flicker of change stirred within him. However, two choices now lay before you. One is to remain confined to this moon, awaiting a solitary demise. The other is to join me in conquering this universe and behold its true nature. Observing Daytomu Sharon's slight shift in attitude, Edward immediately offered him a glimmer of hope, enticing him with his words. A person on the brink of death is not truly fearsome. It is the one who has lost all hope, wandering on the edge of death, who is genuinely terrifying. Without hope, they may resort to the most insane and dreadful actions to satiate their inner turmoil. Can I truly do this? But if I leave the moon, who will safeguard it? Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Daytomu Sharon's eyes. Anyone would find it unbearable to be alone in this desolate place. Fear not, for I have come here to resolve this matter. With my current strength, I may not be able to vanquish the sealed demons within the moon, but at the very least, I can reinforce the seal to prevent their escape. As he spoke, a vast amount of Six Paths energy coalesced in his hands, and with a sweeping motion, he directed this energy towards the moon. The moon began to tremble, and debris floated as the Six Paths energy surged within it. Meanwhile, the ninja forces sensed the moon's anomaly. What is happening? What has transpired? Where is the fourth Hokage? Many ninjas' expressions shifted upon sensing the moon's disturbance. They were powerless against such overwhelming, unnatural calamities. Quickly, enter the spacecraft. Following this, Tsunade and Yamashita, Kid, promptly organized the ninja soldiers to board the spacecraft. They were well aware of Edward's prowess, so their focus was solely on managing their own personnel. Yes, the obedient ninja soldiers swiftly lined up and entered the three spacecraft in an orderly manner. In an instant, the moon was enveloped in a cloud of dust, as if something monumental was underway. On the other side, Daytomu Sharon, who had witnessed Edward manifesting the Six Paths energy, understood why he was no match for him. Seeing such power, he bowed his head in realization. Every day, he barely managed to maintain control over the moon with a meager Six Paths energy within him. Yet, Edward's arrival allowed for the sealing to be perfected. Subsequently, under Edward's energy transmission, runes began to appear, solidifying the surface of the moon. This should suffice for the time being. Having completed the reinforcement of the seal, Edward remarked, feeling the depletion of his Six Paths energy. It seems I must take the time to recuperate and restore my lost energy. The next moment, Edward stretched his body and spoke with a tone of resignation. Will you take me away? At this juncture, Daytomu Sharon, unable to contain his eagerness, gazed at Edward with longing. Of course, my dear family has gained a formidable ally. This is a dream come true for me. Hearing this, Edward burst into laughter. His spirits lifted as he addressed theStrongest. Very well, let us depart at once. Observing Edward's acceptance, theStrongest's previously tense heart relaxed, and he walked ahead of him. Are you so eager? Edward, still chuckling, playfully teased him. I wish to linger here no longer. Sensing the jest in Edward's words, theStrongest turned his head away, murmuring in discomfort. Very well, let us proceed. Are you prepared? Afterward, Edward did not ask further and took large strides ahead, leading the way. I have been ready for a long time. theStrongest followed closely behind Edward, reflecting inwardly. The scene shifted to the three spacecraft quietly resting on the moon's surface. The ninja soldiers had completed their evacuation and entered the spacecraft, leaving the moon's surface in silence. Should there be any further anomalies, the spacecraft would initiate and depart from the moon. Edward, where are you? Has something occurred? In the main control room of the spacecraft, Yamashita Kid and Tsunade anxiously awaited the return of that familiar figure. If Edward does not return soon, I will go search for him. Tsunade could no longer remain seated, standing up earnestly to address Yamashita Kid. There is no need. I believe Edward will certainly return. Moreover, with our strength, if he truly encounters trouble, we would be of little assistance. Yamashita Kid expressed his unwavering faith in Edward's capabilities, speaking solemnly to Tsunade. Even so, we cannot abandon him, Tsunade retorted, unable to suppress her concern. Although she acknowledged Yamashita Kid's many points, she remained restless. Report. Lady Tsunade, Lord Yamashita Kid, we have news regarding the fourth Hokage. At that moment, an information ninja rushed in to report to them. What news? Speak quickly. Tsunade, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired eagerly. Yamashita Kid also gazed intently at the information ninja, hoping for favorable news regarding Edward. Report. The fourth Hokage has returned with a peculiar man clad in tattered white garments. The guards below are currently welcoming him. Recalling the unsettling aura emanating from that strange man, the ninja felt a shiver run down his spine. A strange man has returned? How can this be? Does this universe truly harbor other races? Upon hearing the information ninja's report, both Tsunade and Yamashita Kid widened their eyes in disbelief. It must be noted that within this moon, in this universe, there is no oxygen like in the ninja realm, only a vast vacuum. Even beings of their caliber require space, suits, to survive safely in the cosmos. I am uncertain, yet I perceive a formidable aura emanating from him, akin to that of the esteemed fourth Hokage. The intelligence ninja recalled the previous scene and related truthfully to the two individuals. Hasten, let us behold this together. Overwhelmed by astonishment, the two immediately urged the intelligence ninja. If this is indeed the case, it signifies that Edward has returned with a formidable ally of comparable strength. Esteemed lords, please follow me. The intelligence ninja promptly began to lead, positioning himself ahead of the two. Stay close to him. Upon observing the intelligence ninja's movement, Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she and Yamashita Kid followed closely behind. Soon, amidst a flurry of activity, the intelligence ninja guided them back to the earlier location. There, a group of ninja soldiers armed with chakra firearms had gathered to welcome Edward and the newly arrived strongman. Gulalala, have you two arrived? Edward shouted, sensing Tsunade and Yamashita Kid's chakra signatures drawing closer. Splendid. I knew you were safe. Hearing the familiar voice, Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her. Clasping her hands and standing in place, whispering softly, Brother Edward, who is this beside you? Yamashita Kid, having observed the scene, turned to inquire about Otsutsuki Shoten. In his heart, he firmly believed in the strength of the giant before him. Thus he harbored no fear of an unwarranted defeat. Allow me to introduce. This is the last guardian of the moon, Otsutsuki Shoten, a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, Edward stated, wiping his mouth as he shared Shoten's lineage with the group. Remarkable. A descendant of the Sage of Six Paths. No wonder his aura is so fearsome. The surrounding ninja soldiers began to murmur, having lived their lives immersed in the legends and myths of the ninja world. The tales of the Sage of Six Paths were among the most prominent, widely known by many. Is this what you refer to as a large family? Why does each chakra signature seem so feeble? Otsutsuki Shoten stood immobile, gazing at the advanced technology of the spacecraft, having never encountered such peculiar devices during his time on the moon. Hey, what are you implying? Are you looking down upon us? Tsunade and the others immediately bristled upon hearing Shoten's initial remark, glaring at him with intensity. In my view, they're no different from mortals, regardless of their inner turmoil. Otsutsuki Shoten unabashedly continued to express his opinions. Bakayero, what are you saying? Some ninja soldiers could no longer restrain themselves and stepped forward, eager to challenge Shoten. For them, the opportunity to confront such a powerful being was a source of both enjoyment and honor. With such an opportunity at hand, how could the glory-seeking ninjas resist? The prospect of battling a formidable opponent was enough to fuel their boastfulness for years to come. Enough. I am still here. What are your intentions? Witnessing the fracturing of the family he had painstakingly assembled, Edward felt displeased and intervened. He yearned for a harmonious family, devoid of internal strife and betrayal, rather than one that devolved into conflict upon the arrival of a newcomer. Yes, fourth Hokage-sama, the ninja soldiers, sensing Edward's anger, retreated and lowered their heads. Otsutsuki Shoten also let out a cold snort, feeling a surge of different emotions within. Shoten, quickly change your attire and tidy yourself up. Ensure that such incidents do not recur, Edward admonished sternly, his brow furrowed. Understood, as long as they do not provoke me, Shoten replied, soon conceding and bowing his proud head to Edward. Subsequently, he was led away by the reluctant ninja soldiers. After the intense battle with Edward, Shoten was indeed in a disheveled state, his garments tattered. Brother Edward, what about that one? Upon seeing Shoten being escorted away, Yamashita Keed stepped forward to inquire of Edward. Do not worry. As long as I am here, there will be no disturbances. Sensing Yamashita Keed's unease, Edward reassured him as they ascended into the upper levels of the spacecraft. That is good. In that case, has Brother Edward made any other discoveries here? With Edward's words providing reassurance, Yamashita Keed promptly followed up with another question. Though he firmly believed in Edward's previous statements, the gravity of the situation had not fully sunk in until now. He was finally convinced that other races could indeed survive in this universe, which also filled him with a sense of sorrow. Upon seeing Otsutsuki Shoten, he fervently wished that Edward's earlier claims were mere fabrications. For if they were true, it would confirm that races existed in this universe that viewed their ninja world as mere prey, ever watchful. Nothing more. That is all. I merely wished to visit this place and did not anticipate such significant findings, Edward remarked, recalling his acquisition of Otsutsuki Shoten, a smile of delight crossing his face. I, too, did not expect to witness other races from different planets so soon, Yamashita Keed replied with a wry smile, echoing Edward's sentiments. Edward, what do you make of his expression? Was it truly wise to subdue him? What if? Before Edward could finish his thought, Tsunade interjected, continuing from Yamashita Keed's concerns. Gulalala, do not fret so much. If you were aware of his past experiences, you would never contemplate his actions in such a manner. However, Edward simply chuckled and chose to disregard their worries, gradually striding away. TCH, arrogant fool. Observing Edward's demeanor, Tsunade refrained from further inquiries, muttering under her breath as she turned her head away. All right, you two, go attend to the internal affairs. There is still much work to be done. With that, Edward concluded the conversation with the two and returned to his designated quarters. Due to Edward's imposing stature, 3 spacecraft had undergone spatial modifications. The vessels, named White Whale, Black Shark, and Dolphin, each held unique meanings and purposes. Consequently, the White Whale had been altered most dramatically, serving as Edward's primary abode, spacious and filled with a variety of ninjas and provisions. The Haishahao symbolizes external warfare, naturally carrying with it the esteemed Uchiha clan and a cadre of fierce ninjas. In contrast, the Dappingeo represents internal peace, embodying figures such as Bofo Minato, the Hyuga clan, and the Saratobi clan, thus preventing any potential conflicts among them. The 10-meter-high internal space provides Edward with utmost comfort, allowing him to walk here with an air of confidence. However, this poses a dilemma for the other ninjas, who often feel as though they have entered a land of giants, acutely aware of their own insignificance. Yet, none of this matters much to them, as their only concern is the comfort of their fourth Hokage. Under the organization of Tsunade and Yamashita Kid, the three spacecraft, by Jinghao, Haishihao, and Dapengeo, swiftly departed from the moon, floating amidst the cosmos. At that moment, the three spacecraft resembled fish swimming freely in the ocean of the universe. Days passed, and thanks to the replenishing chakra of the ninjas and Edward's six paths power, the energy consumption felt negligible. However, this also resulted in a slow recovery of their chakra and Edward's six paths power, as they were no longer within the confines of the ninja world. The six paths power and chakra could not replenish as freely as before. They could only rely on external energy supplies and the transformation of their own bodies to regain their familiar strength. If this continued, the food stored in their supplies would be depleted in no time. One day, seated in the control room, Yamashita Kid gazed at the dwindling food supply list with a headache, expressing his concern. If the supplies ran out, they would have no choice but to return to the ninja world. Tsunade, equally troubled, cast a sidelong glance at Edward, quietly waiting for a solution. Meanwhile, Edward, seated on a large chair and looking down at them, appeared utterly unconcerned. This was of little consequence. They could explore other planets. After all, it had been quite some time since their only excursion beyond the moon. Moments later, Edward's resonant voice broke through their thoughts, jolting them back to attention. Shall we procure supplies from other planets? That indeed was a splendid idea. Upon hearing Edward's suggestion, their eyes brightened, fixated on him. Let the Haishihao handle this. After all, Otsutsuki Shurin has recently been assigned as its commander. Yet, Edward, showing no interest in such trivial matters, issued commands to the two. Very well. I will immediately notify Otsutsuki Shurin aboard the Haishihao. Following Edward's directive, the two rushed to the control panel to establish contact with the Haishihao crew. Before long, arrangements were swiftly made, and after Edward selected a suitable planet, the three spacecraft descended. The Haishihao, entrusted with the entirety of these affairs, prepared its ninjas for descent, while the Bai Jinghao and Dapengeo remained inactive. Everyone, descend in an orderly manner and gather your supplies and ninja tools, exclaimed a respected elder of the Uchiha clan to the descending crowd. A new planet? Yet, why do I sense a familiar aura here? Otsutsuki Shurin, surrounded by several companions, slowly made his descent. Although Edward had explicitly forbidden internal strife, once aboard the Haishihao, Otsutsuki Shurin found himself ignited with fury amidst the suspicious gazes of the Uchiha clan. Thus, under the pretext of mutual sparring, he showcased his absolute strength, winning the acknowledgement of the crowd. Lord Shurin, what should we do next? Several ninjas approached him after his arrival, seeking his guidance. In accordance with Edward's orders, swiftly replenish the food supplies and send reconnaissance ninjas to scout the area, instructed Otsutsuki Shurin after observing one of the ninjas. Yes, we vow to obey the fourth Hokage's commands. The ninjas responded, saluting towards the Bai Jinghao. Once they completed their salutation, the group sprang into action, some ninjas seizing their tools and sprinting into the distance. This aura, while familiar, also felt strange. What could it be? Yet, Otsutsuki Shurin remained still, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he quietly murmured. He sensed an aura that resonated with his own bloodline. As time flowed by, the ninjas aboard the Haishihao, having collected an abundance of plants and edible resources, prepared to return to their spacecraft. However, on one fateful day, the deaths of several ninjas captured their attention. To their surprise, this place held not only vegetation, but also living beings. Observing the injuries on the fallen ninjas, Uchiha Itachi remarked with a frozen expression, "These are clearly claw and bite marks, inflicted by some wild beast." "Itachi, should we report this to Lord Shurin?" asked Uchiha Shursui, standing nearby while rummaging through his tool pouch. Let Shursui decide," replied Itachi, uncertain. "After we collect the edible plants here, let us return to report this important intelligence." After a brief discussion, the two began sealing the bodies of the deceased ninjas within sealing scrolls, working with unprecedented speed. "I filled the scroll. How about you, Itachi?" After a considerable amount of time, Shursui finally secured his belongings and addressed Uchiha Itachi. I'm nearly done. Let's head back and deliver the information. Upon hearing this, Itachi ceased his busy work, redirecting his gaze toward the spacecraft. Be cautious, Itachi. Sunsin no Jutsu. But in an instant, the harmonious atmosphere shifted dramatically. 3 peculiar, blood-red dogs with strange eyes suddenly ambushed them from behind. Substitution Jutsu. Quickly reacting, Itachi executed the technique and switched places with a nearby tree. Crack! The tree that had replaced him was swiftly torn to shreds by the 3 blood-red beasts, which growled, baring their sharp teeth. Their eerie crimson eyes fixed on the 2 ninjas. Were these creatures? They pondered, feeling an overwhelming pressure from the blood-red dogs. Regardless of their current strength, the mere presence of these beasts was enough to indicate their formidable power. Those are the Rinnegan with 9 tomo. I once beheld this, while ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Yujiro Boyo swiftly reacted, realizing that the 3 blood-red hounds before him were evidently under the control of a force reminiscent of the past infinite Tsukuyomi. How peculiar that the 9-tailed Sharingan would manifest here. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui's heart raced, prompting him to prepare for battle. I don't know, but we must eliminate them first and discuss later. Gaton, Senka no Jutsu. Uchiha Itachi initiated an attack on the 3 hounds, unleashing the technique that spread like a celestial shower towards the beasts. Shunshin no Jutsu. Kaze no Kin, Nikara no Mai. Uchiha Shursui followed closely, their combined assault appearing capable of overcoming any peril that stood before them. Roar! The massive hound let out a deafening howl, effortlessly shattering the Hosenka no Jutsu with a swipe of its paw as the 3 hounds encircled the duo. How could mere beasts compare to the illustrious name of Uchiha? As the hounds spread out, Uchiha Shursui locked his focus onto one, inflicting numerous wounds upon its form. Curse it! Do these creatures possess such formidable defenses? Moments later, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi distanced themselves from the controlled hounds, their gazes fixed upon them. Brother Shursui, it seems this world is far more complex than it appears. Uchiha Itachi lowered his weapon and placed a hand over his Leaf Village headband. Are you about to employ that jutsu? Uchiha Shursui inquired, instantly grasping Itachi's intent upon observing his gesture. Yes. Itachi nodded slightly, beginning to channel his chakra. Be cautious. Shursui retreated to a nearby tree, watching as Itachi prepared to face the 3 hounds. He understood that Itachi was about to unleash his formidable technique. Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu. At last, realizing that conventional jutsu had no effect on the beasts, Uchiha Itachi revealed his true power. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun, summoning a torrent of black flames that descended upon the hounds. Awu! The hound ignited by Amaterasu collapsed, writhing in agony as it sought to escape the unquenchable black fire. Yet, how could flames renowned for their eternal nature be so easily extinguished? Soon, the black flames engulfed the hounds, nearly incinerating them entirely. Remarkable Itachi. Observing Itachi's triumph over the hounds, Uchiha Shursui leapt down from the tree, expressing a hint of envy. Do not say that, Brother Shursui. Your power far exceeds mine. Hearing the admiration in Shursui's voice, Itachi rubbed his head in exasperation. Let us retreat quickly to avoid further complications. Ignoring Itachi's words, Shursui sealed the charred hounds into a scroll and prepared to leave. However, the next moment, countless pairs of eyes identical to those of the previous blood-red hounds emerged from the forest. It seems we cannot leave, Brother Shursui, Itachi stated, halting in his tracks with a sigh. Curse it! Has this world also succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi as we once did? Shursui's eyes gradually transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, whispering in a voice laden with complexity. Growl! Gradually, the controlled beasts concealed within the forest revealed themselves. Giant insects, enormous birds, and creatures hitherto unseen in the ninja realm. Yet, they all shared the same crimson-eyed control of the 9-tailed Sharingan, letting out a chorus of growls that tensed the bodies of both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, ready to unleash their ultimate techniques at any moment. Who are you, and why do you appear here? Suddenly, the beast spoke in a unified voice, leaving Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi astounded. What is the meaning of this? They exchanged bewildered glances, shocked to hear familiar language and tones emanating from the beasts. This revelation filled them with confusion and an urgent desire to uncover the truth. Tell me, who are you and why are you here? When the Uchiha duo remained silent, the beasts repeated their inquiry. What are you? Are you the ones controlling this place? Gradually accepting their situation, Uchiha Shursui pressed for answers. Ha, foolish lower beings, allow me to address you myself. The beasts, displeased by the Uchiha's audacity to question, shook their heads and charged at them with a ferocious roar. One by one, the beasts surged from the forest, their powers significantly enhanced under the control of the nine-tailed Sharingan. Itachi, prepare yourself. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. With the horde of beasts advancing, Uchiha Shursui could no longer remain passive. A green skeletal frame enveloped him as a colossal armored figure materialized. Susanoo. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi unleashed his own Mangekyo Sharingan, forming a red armored giant that stood shoulder to shoulder with Shursui's green counterpart as they prepared for battle. Jata no Kagami, Ketsu no Ken. The clash commenced, with the two armored giants confronting the throng of controlled beasts. Blood spilled upon the earth, staining the ground crimson as the very heavens appeared to shift in color. Roar! Yet, this did not deter the relentless fury of the beasts. Even as the front ranks fell, the rear ranks surged forward. Can you endure, Itachi? Gradually, the movements of the armored giants slowed, a consequence of their dwindling chakra reserves. Yada no Kagami, fear not, brother Shursui. I shall not fall until every last beast is vanquished. Responding to Shursui's concern, Uchiha Itachi intensified his power, launching a colossal sphere toward the horde. Countless beasts were obliterated, reduced to crimson remains upon the battlefield. Yet, even amidst such devastation, it seemed an endless tide of reinforcements continued to pour forth, overwhelming the two armored giants. Where did these two come from? I recall that no living entities were present on this planet prior. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, two men clad in white garments, their entire forms pale and adorned with small horns atop their heads, conversed. One bore two small horns, while the other had but one, and their eyes were strikingly unique. I find myself perplexed, as the fruits of the Chakra Divine tree are on the verge of coalescing, yet an unforeseen anomaly has arisen. Soon, another man scratched his head and gazed into the distance, addressing his companion amidst the ongoing battle. Fortunately, their strength is not formidable, otherwise, we would be in dire straits. The man then turned to his companion, saying, Yuan Sure, you should deal with them swiftly. Upon hearing these words, the person who had been listening nodded and promptly initiated his commands. Very well, I shall act expeditiously. With that, the man named Yuan Sure vanished in an instant. The two of them represent the so-called guardian and protected of this planet. Within the Otsutsuki clan, there exists a strict hierarchy of guardians and protected. The protected hold a superior status, capable of commanding the guardians to undertake any task, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. Just as in this moment, the man who is the protected can direct Yuan Sure, the guardian, to perform any action. Indeed, the relationship between the protected and the guardians is one of stark severity. The distinction between the two is marked by the horns atop their heads and the nature of their eyes. A man possessing two horns and the Rinnegan is classified as protected, while one with a single horn and devoid of the Rinnegan is deemed a guardian. Meanwhile, the Uchiha brothers continue their fierce battle against the beasts. Brother Shursui, this horde of creatures should be nearly vanquished, do you not think? Uchiha Itachi, whose eyes streamed with blood and whose body ached with torment, inquired. Indeed, Itachi, how fares your condition? Perhaps I should bear this burden alone, replied Uchiha Shursui, observing his brother's heavy load with concern. Though he too shared similar afflictions, with blood trickling from his own eyes and his body on the brink of collapse. I am fine. How could I possibly leave all this trouble to you, brother Shursui? Itachi gently shook his head, intensifying his assault as he wielded the Tenkyuken, unaware of how many beasts he had slain. Alas, Susan, 99, with a deep sigh, Uchiha Shursui summoned his Susanoo, exerting himself even more than Itachi. The green aura of his Susanoo erupted with countless beams of light, annihilating the relentless horde of beasts. At long last, the battle concluded. After a considerable duration, the battlefield bore no traces of the beasts, and the two brothers released their Susanoo, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Brother Shursui, this is not the time for rest. We must swiftly return to our base and report this incident. Yet before they could recline for long, Uchiha Itachi mustered his strength to rise, pulling Shursui up alongside him. I understand. Let's make our hasty retreat. Shursui, feeling weakened from expending more ocular power than Itachi, spoke. Just as they regained their footing, a man with alabaster skin, garbed in white, and adorned with a single horn appeared before them, obstructing their path with an incredulous expression. You two inferior beings are not permitted to leave. The man was none other than the guardian of this world, Otsutsuki Yuan Shur. Who are you? Why do you resemble Lord Otsutsuki so closely? Itachi exclaimed, his eyes widening as he struggled to support the faltering Shursui. Listen well, you are in the presence of this world's overseer, Otsutsuki Yuan Shur. With a slight smile, Yuan Shur's Byakugan flared open. In the blink of an eye, two black rods, forged from the Yin-Yang release, pierced their shoulders, pinning them to the ground. Oh, the pain! My chakra! The two, impaled by the black rods, struggled in vain, their chakra sealed and rendering them mere mortals. Tell me, who are you, and why have you come here? Yuan Shur began his inquiry, dismissing their inability to resist. Brother Shursui, it seems we are destined to perish here. I never imagined we would not accompany Lord Hokage to the end of this journey. Itachi lamented, but at least it is a fine choice to depart together, is it not? The two paid no heed to Yuan Shur's questioning, closing their crimson eyes and speaking to one another. Your eyes, why do they seem so familiar? Yuan Shur, upon noticing their closed eyes, felt a jolt of recognition. Earlier, when their eyes were open, he had not sensed anything amiss, but at that moment, the familiarity struck him. It was the gaze of the protected, fixated upon him. Since he refused to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands, foolish beings. Soul absorption. Ultimately, a tremor passed through Yuan Shur's lips as he gathered his power to strike at their heads, intending to extract their souls. Song Yun Xie. At that critical moment, an enormous blade soared through the air. With a sickening sound, Yuan Shur's hands were severed, blood spraying forth as he stared in disbelief. It is the fourth Hokage. The two brothers, recognizing the familiar voice, opened their eyes wide and turned toward the source. They understood that it belonged to the revered fourth Hokage, EdwardNewgate. Who goes there? After losing his hands, Yuan Shur retreated hundreds of meters, realizing that this individual possessed the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Are you two unharmed? Without responding to Yuan Shur's inquiry, Edward landed heavily beside the Uchiha brothers, stirring up a cloud of dust. They're not dead yet. The fourth Hokage's aide, Shiranui, accompanied him, swiftly removing the black rods from the Uchiha brothers. Lord Shiranui, Lord Hokage, this individual claims to be Otsutsuki Yuan Shur. The two, now freed from the black rods, shared all the information they possessed without hesitation. They understood that in this battle, they would be of no use, and thus sought to assist in any way possible. Understood, proceed that way. There should be ninjas arriving soon. After absorbing the information, Edward nodded gravely and pointed in a direction. Yes. The two brothers quickly leaned on each other and retreated from the scene, leaving the three still engaged in confrontation. Hey, it seems you have completely disregarded my presence. At this moment, Otsutsuki Yinshiki, who had previously been deprived of his hands, had regained them, his fingers cracking ominously as he expressed his fury towards Otsutsuki Shurin and Edward. This fellow seems to possess considerable strength. Despite Yinshiki's mounting anger, Edward regarded him with indifference, swiftly retrieving Kanji-Unki into his grasp and addressing Otsutsuki Shurin. The Otsutsuki clan? Why do they still exist? Yet Otsutsuki Shurin paid no heed to Edward's words, his mind fixated on the earlier utterances of the Uchiha duo. These two damned inferior beings dare to disregard me, Byakugan. Witnessing Edward and Otsutsuki Shurin engrossed in their own affairs, Yinshiki could no longer contain himself. his eyes widening as he struck out. Byakugan? It should serve as an excellent means of surveillance. The familiar sound of Byakugan activation elicited a chuckle from Edward, who then engaged Yin-Shiki in combat. This colossal being, how is it that your physique is so towering? However, as the battle commenced, Yin-Shiki found himself thoroughly suppressed by Edward, his hands tirelessly defending against Edward's relentless assaults. Is this something you can inquire about? Are you aware that you nearly killed 2 supernovas within my Konoha village? In response, Edward intensified his attacks, wielding Kanjiunki as if in a dual-mode frenzy, creating afterimages. How infuriating, Cross-Eye! Realizing he was at a disadvantage, a beleaguered Yin-Shiki resorted to his ultimate technique. A unique eye, though its power is only marginally superior to that of Otsutsuki Shurin. Observing Yin-Shiki utilize the ability of his other eye, Edward, constrained by an unknown energy, remarked, "Shockwave punch." Yet in the next moment, Edward's fist seemed to transcend this unknown energy, striking Yin-Shiki and causing numerous fissures to erupt. In an instant, Yin-Shiki was sent soaring into the sky, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. Reincarnation, Eye Chakra mode. However, upon witnessing Yin-Shiki propelled into the air by Edward, Otsutsuki Shurin could no longer remain passive. He activated his special mode and appeared behind Yin-Shiki to catch him. Oh, Edward, who had intended to continue his assault, halted in his tracks, intrigued by the unfolding scene. He understood that Otsutsuki Shurin sought to unravel his own origins. "Tell me, why do you bear the name Otsutsuki?" With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Otsutsuki Shurin tightly grasped Yin-Shiki's throat, his eyes bloodshot as he questioned him. "What are you, a failed specimen with diluted bloodlines? Get away from me, Cross-Eye." Completely disregarding Otsutsuki Shurin, Yin-Shiki closed his eyes, unleashing a surge of unknown energy that sent Shurin flying. A failed specimen with diluted bloodlines? That is impossible. Grasping the keywords from Yin-Shiki's words, Otsutsuki Shurin stood up and clutched his head in agony. Since his birth, he had been told he belonged to a clan tasked with guarding the moon's seal. He had borne the will of this guardianship until the very end. It was only one day, upon realizing the ancestral will, that he sought to obliterate the shinobi world. Ultimately, the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths and Edward corrected his path, reshaping his worldview. Yet today, he encountered a kindred spirit who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This shattered his previously held beliefs. The scene shifted back to Yin-Shiki, who had now healed significantly and was fixated on Edward. Where did these two come from? After sending Otsutsuki Shurin flying, Yin-Shiki's gaze remained locked on the giant watching the spectacle, his heart taut with unease. To him, that failed specimen with diluted bloodlines was inconsequential. The true threat lay in the giant before him. "Hey, Shurin, you won't just be defeated like this, will you?" Yet Edward, regarded as the greatest threat, dismissed Yin-Shiki entirely, merely glancing at Otsutsuki Shurin as he inquired, "Cough, how could I possibly be vanquished so easily? Now I finally comprehend the words you once spoke." Hearing Edward's concern, Otsutsuki Shurin brushed off the dust from his clothes, redirecting his gaze toward Yin-Shiki, his tone laced with pain. At this moment, he finally grasped Edward's advice to seek the truth for himself. However, accepting the truth was a burden he struggled to bear. "Then let us fight. I entrust him to you." Observing Shurin's pained expression, Edward subtly shook his head, channeling the power of the Six Paths into Shurin. "This is the strength I lend to you, and once you have vented your emotions, I shall reclaim it." "Thank you." Edward's gesture undoubtedly warmed Shurin's heart, as he clutched his chest, murmuring, "You two actually disregard my presence." Yet Yin-Shiki erupted with fury upon witnessing this scene. He had once governed all things, wielding the power over life and death, and no one had ever treated him in such a manner. Regardless of Yin-Shiki's emotional outburst, Edward, observing from the sidelines, remained unperturbed. He had fully entrusted the battle to Otsutsuki Shurin. In his eyes, this was the perfect opportunity for Shurin to hone his skills, both in combat experience and within his heart. "Your opponent is me." Infused with Edward's expectations, Otsutsuki Shurin quickly regained his composure, gazing at Yin-Shiki with a cold demeanor. "Huh, Overestimating oneself. Cross-eye. Rotate. Witnessing Otsutsuki Shurin challenge him, Yanshiki widened his eyes in disbelief, swallowing hard before launching an attack. Reincarnation Eye, 6 paths, silver wheel, reincarnation explosion. However, now empowered by Edward's 6 paths energy, Otsutsuki Shurin was transformed, unleashing a force that matched Yanshiki's might. Bang! The two forces collided, unleashing an overwhelming force. A wave of energy radiating across the terrain. Following this, a relentless exchange of blows ensued, each landing with precision upon their respective bodies. Yet at this moment, it was Otsutsuki Shurin who found himself at a disadvantage, his injuries far exceeding those of Yanshiki. I can sense an even greater power over there. What could it be? Observing the fierce battle between the two, Edward pursed his lips, showing no inclination to intervene. Upon arriving on this planet, he had initially been seated comfortably in the spacecraft Beijing Hao, reflecting on matters. Yet Otsutsuki Shurin had suddenly approached him, claiming to sense a familiar bloodline aura on this planet. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to exit the Beijing Hao and set foot upon this land. However, the moment he touched the ground, he and Otsutsuki Shurin simultaneously sensed the peculiarities of this planet. The peculiar spectacle resembled the state of being controlled by the infinite Tsukuyomi within the shinobi world. Soon, a tremendous uproar erupted from the clash between the two Uchiha, capturing the attention of Edward and Daitomu Sharon. This timely distraction allowed them to arrive and rescue the Uchiha from their perilous predicament, with one still engaged against Daitomu Yuan-Shur. Alas, it seems Daitomu Sharon is not a match for that individual. In the next moment, Edward returned to reality, turning his gaze towards the conflict between Sharon and Yuan-Shur. At that moment, Daitomu Sharon had unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kinrin Tensei Baku, clashing with Daitomu Yuan-Shur. Strangely, no matter the extent of the damage inflicted by Sharon on Yuan-Shur, he would swiftly recover moments later, as if this planet were continuously supplying him with energy. Allow me to lend you a hand. Observing Sharon on the brink of defeat once more, Edward could no longer contain himself. He understood that if Sharon were to fall before Yuan-Shur again, it would inflict immense psychological harm upon him. As Edward uttered these words, a surge of power, imbued with the essence of Hao Shou, descended upon him. What is this? Daitomu Sharon, engaged in battle with Yuan-Shur, glanced at the red aura entwined around his hand. Astonished, it was a force he had never encountered or sensed before, seemingly foreign to their dimension. Ah, what is this? How can it sever the chakra tree S supply to me? Soon, with the temporary enhancement of the Hao Shou, Yuan-Shur's injuries appear to be beyond recovery. Stagnating there. Tensigen, new Kinrin Tensei Baku. At last, in a perfectly opportune moment, empowered by the Hao Shou, Daitomu Sharon unleashed a formidable attack upon Yuan-Shur. What is this? As the Hao Shou infused new Kinrin Tensei Baku struck him, Yuan-Shur could no longer withstand the force and shattered into fragments. Thank you. After vanquishing Yuan-Shur, Daitomu Sharon's body relaxed, the borrowed strength returning to Edward. For him, contending with such a powerful adversary would have surely led to his swift defeat without Edward's intervention. No, he is not dead. However, upon witnessing Yuan-Shur's disintegrated form, Edward shook his head. He could perceive the lingering chakra aura of Daitomu Yuan-Shur through his kin Bunchika Haki. Perhaps soon, Yuan-Shur would reconstruct his body and revive. Are you certain? Can he truly survive such an assault? Hearing this, Daitomu Sharon's body tensed once more, perplexed by Edward's assertion. Of course, upon seeing his fragmented body, sensing the disbelief in Sharon's voice, Edward pointed to the remnants of Yuan-Shur's form. This is the fragments of Yuan-Shur's body, which Edward indicated were gradually dissipating, as if returning to the essence of this world. Look, this planet is sustaining him. Subsequently, both turned their gazes towards a particular direction, the very center of this planet. In that moment, they beheld an enormous tree, sprawling with countless branches connecting with the planet, enveloping numerous figures. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the forms ensnared within the branches were the beasts and other life forms native to this planet. This colossal tree continuously siphoned energy from these beings, embodying the so-called chakra tree. How pathetic to think you succumbed to these inferior creatures. Within the heart of the tree, a figure clad in white, looking down with disdain, observed the slowly reconstituting body of Daitongmu Yuanshi. This is impossible. How could I lose to a failed experiment? Soon, Daitongmu Yuanshi fully materialized, his heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to confront the man before him. Losing is losing. Had you not been my guardian, you would have long since become sustenance for the chakra tree. Gazing upon this utterly inadequate guardian, the man fixed his gaze upon him, contemplating reducing him to mere nourishment for the chakra tree. Grant me another chance. I shall eradicate them all and transform them into part of the divine tree. Hearing this, the still determined Daitongmu Yuanshi gritted his teeth. Very well. They have just arrived. Do not disappoint me this time. Closing his eyes, lost in thought, the man unleashed a surge of energy into Daitongmu Yuanshi's form. Understood. Merely uttering that word, Daitongmu Yuanshi became a blur and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Edward and Daitongmu Sharon had finally located the base. Sharon, if my assumptions hold true, this should be their stronghold. Indeed, Brother Edward, I concur. The two, one large and one small, soared through the air, conversing. At this moment, Daitongmu Sharon, having triumphed in that battle with Edward's aid, now truly regarded Edward with reverence, affectionately referring to him as Brother Edward, which sounded quite endearing. We have found it. Surprisingly, it resembles the chakra tree from the shinobi world. It seems the Daitongmu clan is far more complex than it appears. After soaring through the skies for a considerable time, they finally discovered the gargantuan chakra tree that governed the entire planet. Brother Edward, what should we do next? The inexperienced Daitongmu Sharon inquired of Edward. Quite simply, we shall identify and capture the puppet masters controlling this tree. Edward, descending confidently onto the tree with a large blade, proclaimed. Is it truly that straightforward? Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Daitongmu Sharon's face. Do not speak, he approaches. Just then, Edward raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. As he turned his face towards a particular direction, there stood Daitongmu Yuanshi, now fully restored, glaring at them with a menacing gaze. Yuanshi, I did not expect you to recover so swiftly. Despite his mental preparation, Daitongmu Sharon was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the intact Yuanshi before him. As long as the chakra tree stands, I am invincible. Yuanshi viciously pointed at the sphere coalescing in Sharon's hand. Unbeknownst to him, an attentive ear had caught his words, gleaning vital information. How confident you are. However, this tree is indeed different from the one in the shinobi world. Edward scoffed at Yuanshi's declaration, regarding the mere Daitongmu Yuanshi with indifference. What truly captured his attention was the figure standing behind Daitongmu Yuanshi. The two inferior beings, wielding the condensed energy of Daitongmu Yuanshi, did not linger any longer, with a mere wave of his hand. The attack was directed towards Edward and his companion. Quake! Upon seeing the energy sphere, even Edward prepared himself for the impending clash. As the force of Tsung Yun Chia struck fiercely against the energy ball. Boom! The moment the blade collided with the energy sphere, a massive shockwave erupted, allowing Yuanshi to surge forward and strike at Edward. Gulalala, you are not even a match for my attendant. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Edward declared, brandishing his colossal fists to deflect the countless assaults from Yuanshi. With the support of the chakra divine tree, what are you even worth? However, Daitongmu Yuanshi remained audacious, continuing to engage Edward in a cacophony of attacks. Observing this chaos, the Daitongmu Sharon, stripped of Edward's six paths power, could only retreat several thousand meters, silently watching the duel unfold. Simultaneously, his heart yearned desperately for strength, hoping to gain power to assist Edward. Crush! Amidst the continuous exchange, Edward seized the opportunity to grasp Yuanshi's head, delivering a devastating blow that made him experience the sensation of explosion. In an instant, Yuanshi's head was crushed, and his body spun in place, unable to react as his fists continued to flail. Is he dead? Over there, Daitongmu Sharon, who witnessed the entire battle, whispered with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Yet his hope was short-lived. Within less than a second, Yuan Shi's head reformed, and he resumed his assault against Edward. Ha ha ha! Did you not expect this? Here, I am immortal. The reconstituted Daitongmu Yuan Shi roared triumphantly. Quake! But the next moment, Edward's fist struck him, scattering his form into fragments. From beginning to end, Daitongmu Yuan Shi was in a state of being overwhelmed. However, thanks to the regenerative abilities bestowed by the Chakra Divine Tree, he managed to survive. The cross eye, the cross of death. At last, in a moment of desperation, Daitongmu Yuan Shi unleashed a dazzling transformation in his cross eye, pulling Edward's consciousness into its depths. Is this an illusion? Edward, now trapped, quickly discerned the nature of his predicament. His colossal body was nailed to a cross, while Daitongmu Yuan Shi loomed above him in the air. If one were to describe it, the realm Edward found himself in bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi space. Ha ha! How does it feel to experience the mightiest illusion? Once Edward's consciousness was ensnared within the cross space, Daitongmu Yuan Shi went into a frenzy. No one had ever escaped from his cross space before. The mightiest? Huh. In comparison to another's illusion, you are still far from it. Upon hearing this, Edward scoffed dismissively, exerting strength to liberate himself from the cross's confinement. This is impossible. Kill him. Daitongmu Yuan Shi's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him, emotions swirling within him. Today had brought him far too many surprises, leaving him momentarily stunned. After uttering the command kill, countless black rods and blades were unleashed towards Edward's massive form, just like Itachi's Tsukuyomi space. Observing the endless onslaught of blades and rods, Edward murmured, and his entire being broke free. Huh! With a mere wave of his hand, he dispersed the myriad of blades and rods. No, how can you still possess your original strength within my cross space? Witnessing this, Daitongmu Yuan Shi could no longer bear it and abruptly severed the cross space. At that moment, he fully realized he was no match for the giant before him. Even with the immortality granted by the Chakra Divine Tree, he could only be crushed, continuously depleting its chakra. It would be wiser to retreat and leave the matter to his superiors. This illusion is nothing significant in the ninja world, Edward proclaimed as he exited the cross space. Despite the chaos that had transpired within the cross space, in reality, only a second had elapsed. Damn it, you will surely regret this. The Wu Shi will hollow out your body and merge you into the Chakra Divine Tree, sacrificing the last of your strength for the impending fruit. After casting one last glance at Edward, Yuan Shi's body disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind a scene of devastation. He fled? Pursue him. Upon witnessing Daitongmu Yuan Shi's vanishing figure, Edward's pupils constricted, gripping his blade tightly as he addressed Daitongmu Shi. Understood. In response, Daitongmu Shi swiftly followed Edward, searching for traces of Yuan Shi within the heart of the Chakra Divine Tree's internal space. It appears you have failed again. The familiar figure, a man of cold demeanor, gazed impassively at the half-recovered Daitongmu Yuan Shi. I apologize. I am too weak and could not eliminate them, Yuan Shi declared. Wu Shi, I willingly offer myself as part of the Chakra Divine Tree to further aid in the formation of the chakra fruit. Daitongmu Yuan Shi spoke slowly, his eyes fixated on the cold man before him. He had always aspired to surpass this superior being. Yet, the chasm between their bloodlines and stages felt insurmountable, leaving him disheartened. Yuan Shi, you have greatly disappointed me. Upon hearing Daitongmu Yuan Shi's words, Wu Shi sighed softly, extracting the essence from within Yuan Shi's body and holding it in his hands. As the guardian, you have failed to protect me. This is a grave offense. Gazing at the orb of essence in his hand, Wu Shi contemplated. However, he had no intention of consuming or merging the essence into the Chakra Divine Tree just yet. He planned to wait until the Chakra Divine Tree reached its final critical point before integrating Yuan Shi's essence. I willingly accept punishment. Hearing this, Daitongmu Yuan Shi uttered one last time before falling silent. But do not rush to accept your punishment. I am currently unable to move within the divine tree and can only rely on my clones for sustenance, Wuxia said, his voice laced with a hint of reluctance at the thought of Daitongyu Yuan Shi's demise. Now, grant me your aid and allow me to form a body. With that, Wuxia's eyes widened, and a being reminiscent of a white Zetsu from the ninja world materialized before him. Enter, and together we shall merge. Following this, both Wuxia's clone and the orb of Yuan Shi's essence entered the newly formed entity. This sensation, after a millennium, has finally returned. It is truly delightful. At long last, beneath the contorted visage and form reminiscent of Baiju, a man enveloped in an aura of boundless authority, clad in a flowing white robe, materialized before them. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that he bore 2 horns and possessed the 9 Tomo Rinnegan. He was none other than the individual whom Otsutsuki Moto had steadfastly protected, Otsutsuki Mu. Let us resolve this swiftly. Aside from these few, I sense 3 colossal technological entities lurking 1,000 miles away. Otsutsuki Mu spoke coldly, twisting his body and flexing his hands. He then melded into the god tree, drifting freely within its vast trunk. Outside the heart of the god tree, it appeared that the entity they sought was indeed concealed within this grand arboreal structure. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, the 2 finally pinpointed the locations of Otsutsuki Moto and another individual. Let us proceed. We shall breach this barrier, Edward remarked gravely, gazing at the immense tree towering over them, far surpassing even the god tree of the shinobi world. The adversary he was about to confront might prove exponentially more formidable than Otsutsuki Moto. Inheritor of the Rinnegan, Chakra Mode, Silver Tomo Rinne Explosion. Upon hearing Edward's command, Otsutsuki Sharon erupted in green flames, concentrating his energy to unleash a powerful strike. Are you searching for me? Yet in the next instant, the Silver Tomo Rinne Explosion that Otsutsuki Sharon had yet to release was abruptly interrupted by a figure. What is this? Otsutsuki Sharon stood frozen, gazing at the man in white robes before him, who exuded an ethereal presence far surpassing that of Otsutsuki Moto. At last, the hidden figure behind Moto has appeared, Edward thought, his eyes filled with trepidation as he felt an overwhelming threat emanating from this individual. I'm a master of this world, Otsutsuki Mu. Welcome to my realm. Unknown one. The 4 exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity before Otsutsuki Mu finally broke the silence. However, as he spoke, the branches of the god tree, under his command, transformed into several massive dragons that lunged at Edward and Otsutsuki Sharon. This was Otsutsuki Mu's probing assault upon the duo. Such immense vitality. The power of these dragons rivals that of Senju Hashirama's would release. True thousand hands, Edward mused, his brow furrowed deeply as he observed Otsutsuki Mu effortlessly wielding such strength. Leave these dragons to me. Golden Tomo Rinne Explosion. Otsutsuki Sharon, eager to prove himself, quickly positioned himself in front of Edward, attempting to shield him from the onslaught of dragons. If you believe that the power of the chakra god tree is limited to this, you are gravely mistaken. Otsutsuki Mu, now with arms crossed and a look of disdain, watched the scene unfold. Originally intent on a swift conclusion, he now found amusement brewing within. Having been confined within the god tree for a millennium without unleashing his true potential, relying solely on his clones to interact with the outside world. Curse it! What is happening? Why can't I obliterate them? Otsutsuki Sharon, exerting all his strength, found himself in a comical predicament, as the wooden dragons seemed to possess an immortal essence akin to that of Otsutsuki Moto. No matter his efforts, he could not shatter them completely. Enough. Do not waste your energy. The only way to destroy these dragons is by eradicating the chakra within the god tree. Edward finally spoke after observing the futile attempts for a considerable time. Haha, clever one. Before we engage in battle, might you share your origins with me? Otsutsuki Mu inquired, his gaze fixed on Edward. Origins? I am the white beard of Konoha. Having declared this, Edward felt a surge of primal power course through him, sending tremors through both their hearts. In the next moment, Edward leaped into the air, brandishing his blade, Song Yun Chia. and unleashed a shockwave that obliterated the wooden dragons into splinters. Impressive. Only such power grants you the privilege to contend with me. Witnessing this, Otsutsuki Mu retracted his expression of disdain, conjuring a black staff in his grasp, ready to engage Edward in combat. They unleashed an array of dazzling and lethal techniques upon one another, the residual energy forcing Otsutsuki Sharon, who still wished to observe, to retreat several thousand meters. Excellent. It has been over a millennium since I last savored the thrill of battle. After an extended skirmish, Otsutsuki Mu, seemingly intoxicated by the encounter, laughed heartily. I never anticipated that my arrival on this planet would yield such substantial rewards. Edward, equally entranced, replied, his muscles quaking with excitement. At this moment, both had acknowledged each other's prowess. Allow me to demonstrate my technique, giant. 9 Tomo, 6 Paths, Rinnegan, Illusionary Rebirth Technique. As he uttered these words, time appeared to freeze at that instant, with only the third eye on Otsutsuki Mu's forehead wide open. Engaged in battle, Edward suddenly found himself suspended in time, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the figure before him, unaware that his consciousness had been ensnared by Otsutsuki Mu's 9 Tomo Rinnegan. His mental realm reverberated with the incantation of the 9 Tomo 6 Paths Rinnegan Illusionary Rebirth Technique, causing his thoughts to drift aimlessly while his body was halted in that fleeting moment. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly, and birds chirped among the trees. Fish danced in the pond, creating a symphony of splashes. The sounds of students playing on the playground and teachers instructing in the classroom mingled harmoniously, flooding into Bai Hua's ears, prompting him to lift his head from his desk. Where am I? With saliva trailing from the corner of his mouth, Bai Hua gazed around in bewilderment at the familiar yet strange surroundings. Bai Hua, hurry up. Don't sleep. The teacher will call the roll soon. His desk mate and roommate nudged him awake, snapping him from his reverie. Huh? Did I wake up? Rubbing his eyes, Bai Hua looked at the familiar yet distant faces beside him. Are you asking me? His desk mate, momentarily taken aback, responded, incredulity lacing his tone. All right, it's nothing. You need not concern yourself with me. This response finally roused Bai Hua from his confusion. Are you all right? Do you want me to call a doctor? His desk mate teased him before wandering off to play with others. Was all of that just a dream? The white beard of Konoha, Bai Hua mused, patting his still-dazed head. Presently, he was his true self, a soon-to-be graduate of an undergraduate program. Yet, was this dream not excessively long? Reflecting on the past, Bai Hua shook his head in distress. The bell rang incessantly. Classmates, the lesson has concluded. Let us prepare for the upcoming professional course. As the bell chimed, the teacher's stern voice resonated in the ears of every student. Ah, class is over. I feel so drowsy. I shall take a brief nap. I played through the night on Hoing, but thankfully my efforts were not in vain, and I finally achieved the rank of Chowing. Suddenly, the classroom was filled with the cacophony of students. Some sought to visit the restroom, others wished to smoke, and many desired to purchase items. This was the essence of university life, vividly reflected in Bai Hua's eyes. Bai Hua, shall we go to the supermarket to buy something? A voice interrupted Bai Hua's reverie, pulling him from his thoughts. No, you go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. Upon glancing up, he recognized his roommate, but in his current state, Bai Hua had neither the time nor the inclination to accompany him. All right then, I shall go alone. Noticing Bai Hua's disinterest, his roommate replied and promptly departed. Go on, Bai Hua murmured as he remained seated, now alone in the classroom. He then fixated on the pages of his book, turning one after another. This was familiar, yet strangely alien, inducing a sense of unreality about the world around him. I want to take a leave, return home. Finally, Bai Hua slammed the book shut, a wave of turmoil stirring within him. Bai Hua, what is wrong with you today? Observing Bai Hua's unusual demeanor, his classmates began to express their concern. I'm fine, he replied softly before striding out of the classroom with purpose. What could possibly be troubling Bai Hua today? His classmates gathered, whispering amongst themselves as they watched him leave. Outside the teaching building, Bai Hua retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a leave request to his advisor, dismissing any thoughts of school matters. Should I call? I wonder if Dad is busy right now. Standing at the entrance, Bai Hua scrolled through his contacts, murmuring to himself. Beep, beep, beep. Within moments, he could no longer resist pressing the number, and the phone rang. Hello? Is this my son? The familiar, weary voice of his father greeted him on the other end. Dad. Where are you now? Upon hearing the word son, a tear trickled down Bai Hua's cheek as he responded. I'm at the company, son. What's wrong? Do you need something? His father's tone shifted to concern upon sensing the complexity of emotions in Bai Hua's voice. I'm fine, really. I just miss you. Please continue with your work, Dad. Bai Hua quickly reassured him after sensing his father's anxiety. How peculiar. If something's wrong, you must tell your old man. I am your greatest support. His father chided lightly, yet his heart softened at Bai Hua's earlier words. All right, I know. Actually, I'm a bit short on living expenses lately. Haha. Knowing he was speaking to his closest confidant, Bai Hua finally broached the topic of financial assistance. I knew you were up to no good. How much do you need? Is 2,000 enough? His father chided again, but was ultimately moved by Bai Hua's sentiment. That is sufficient, thank you. Don't forget to transfer it to me. I'll hang up now. After a smooth conversation, Bai Hua smiled sweetly as he ended the call. Ding dong, ding dong. Shortly after, a notification chimed on his phone. It was his father transferring the money. So, if you run low on funds, remember to ask your dad. Don't go hungry at school. After accepting the transfer, Bai Hua's father sent another voice message. All right, I understand, Bai Hua replied after messaging his father again, abandoning his earlier thoughts of returning home. However, since he had already requested leave from his advisor, he decided to rest in his dorm for a while. Yet, upon seeing the irrevocable leave message on WeChat and his advisor's response, Bai Hua could only sigh in resignation. He then took large strides back to his dormitory. His dorm was on the 6th floor, and without an elevator, it took him considerable time to reach. Phew, I'm so exhausted, yet I feel oddly refreshed. Once back in his empty dormitory, Bai Hua lay on his bed, his mind blank. Well, I might as well freshen up. I didn't brush my teeth this morning. But after lying for a while, Bai Hua rose and hurried to the windowsill to wash up. The scene was so familiar, reminiscent of the Hokage building in Mai. As he washed, he approached the windowsill, gazing at the view from the 6th floor. What am I even thinking about? Realizing he was slipping back into that state of mind, Bai Hua shook his head, resolutely focusing on his hygiene once more. Edward, is this the truth you spoke of? He mused, and at that moment, two familiar voices echoed in his mind, jolting him awake. Is that Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru? Bai Hua gasped in disbelief as he recognized the voices. Do not lose yourself in this world. Return, Edward. There are many waiting for you outside. The voices enticed him further, their familiarity both comforting and unsettling. What? So, my dream was indeed real. After calming his thoughts with deep breaths, Bai Hua examined his hands. But how can I return? He inquired once more, seeking guidance from the two voices. Open the window in front of you and jump. Time is of the essence. But the voices fell silent, persistently beckoning him to undertake something dreadful. Should I jump? As the temptation of the voices enveloped him, Bai Hua subconsciously opened the window, gazing down at the ground several stories below. Yet deep down, he had no desire to leap, no wish to abandon this world, causing him to hesitate. As memories of the past flooded his mind, Maple Leaves, Kakashi, Tsunade, Bai Hua's resolve strengthened. With a determined breath and a firm grip on his fears, he leaped from the height of the building. Thus, at that moment, Bai Hua found himself in the world of Hokage. After Edward's consciousness was drawn into the Nine Tails, Six Paths, Reincarnation, Illusionary Sealing Technique, countless events had transpired here. Why are you still alive? Just die. Otsutsuki Kinshiki repeatedly thrust a black rod into Edward's massive form, producing a series of sickening sounds. Blood pooled around them. While nearby, Otsutsuki Shoten lay unconscious, murmuring Edward's name in a state of oblivion. What is happening? Such a formidable being possesses a dual personality? As Kinshiki continued his assault, he suddenly sensed something and quickly distanced himself from Edward. The Nine Tails, Six Paths, Reincarnation, Illusionary Sealing Technique was the pinnacle of illusionary arts birthed from the power of the Rinnegan. It could ensnare the victim within their own sealed memories, allowing them to remain trapped in that realm. Furthermore, it could genuinely alter the subject's memories, thereby indirectly influencing the reality within their mind. The only means of escape was for the victim to recognize their condition within that world and possess a strong desire to return to reality, ultimately relying on death to achieve true liberation. Such conditions were exceedingly arduous to fulfill. Yet, this towering giant turned out to be mentally unstable, harboring a dual personality. Kinshiki initially intended to confine Edward permanently in that world, manipulating him through the influence of memory to battle on his behalf. However, he was taken aback when Edward displayed awareness of his illusory predicament. Thus, Kinshiki seized the opportunity to attack Edward's essence, aiming to obliterate him completely. But the emergence of Edward's dual personality disrupted all of Kinshiki's plans. Ouch! Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, was it you who saved me? Edward, fully aware of the illusion's potency, murmured as he clutched the numerous wounds on his body. Tell me, where does such a powerful being acquire a dual personality? It is utterly disappointing. Seeing Edward regain consciousness and return to reality, Kinshiki was filled with exasperation. A dual personality? No wonder the deceased Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru appear to remind me. It was my own dual personality all along. At these words, Edward's heart trembled as he returned to reality, realizing that the roots of his earlier affliction had ultimately saved him. How fortunate! If it were not for that so-called dual personality in those individuals, you would have perished long ago, Kinshiki remarked ominously, pointing towards the unconscious Otsutsuki Shoten. Otsutsuki Shoten, Edward's pupils constricted as he tightened his grip on the sword, shouting, "Unforgivable! You shall perish!" The fury within him blazed fiercely, as if it were about to pierce the heavens. In the next moment, he began to shift his position, wielding his great sword, creating countless afterimages that charged toward Kinshiki. Is it truly worth this rage over a mere insignificant being? How can you claim to deserve such strength? Kinshiki lamented as he engaged Edward in combat, the sound of explosive clashes echoing around them. How can a heartless being like you comprehend the essence of emotion? As they fought, their words became a debate. Sometimes, the outcome of power matters less than the clash of ideologies. If one can alter the other's beliefs, they may draw them into their own fold, becoming part of their strength. Thus, the stakes of verbal debates can be far more perilous than those of physical battles. Heartless? Those who are emotional are also losers. Such a simple truth should not elude you. In response, Kinshiki bared his teeth in a mocking grin, unleashing a torrent of white, long worms that latched onto Edward's body. What are these? They can drain my chakra and Six Paths power. Edward's eyes widened in shock as he realized the speed at which his strength was being depleted. Ha ha ha, can you feel it? This is the power of the chakra god tree. Kinshiki cackled maniacally as he absorbed Edward's power. The chakra god tree? I never imagined it could grow so powerful. Even I cannot escape its grasp. He blocked Kinshiki's assault with one hand while desperately trying to tear away the white worms with the other. But they clung to him as though they had taken root. The two remained locked in a peculiar stance. Six Paths reversal technique. Finally, recalling Uchiha Madara's power, Edward successfully unleashed the jutsu, shifting the balance of their struggle. Quite an impressive technique. From where did you acquire it? Kinshiki remarked enviously, his eyes gleaming with desire as he beheld Edward's return to form. This power comes from a friend. Prepare to meet your end. Six Paths reincarnation yin-yang technique. Edward's eyes twisted into the Rinnegan as he focused intently on Kinshiki, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's gaze. What is this? Are you attempting to challenge me with the power of the Six Paths? Do you not realize that the chakra god tree stand behind me? Kinshiki faltered for a moment, feeling the ceaseless drain of his Six Paths power. Damn it, this technique is futile. I cannot contend with him. Hearing this, coupled with the immense energy Kinshiki possessed, Edward quickly abandoned the technique, engaging in a battle of attrition with Kinshiki, who commanded the chakra god tree, was beyond his capabilities. However, he acknowledged the brilliance of the technique's creator. Feeling the Six Paths power slipping away like sand through my fingers, Kinshiki mused, shifting his strategy to claim Edward's strength as his own, converting it into his own power. You are indeed formidable to allow me to wield such strength without suffering any loss." In response to Kinshiki's praise, Edward retorted in kind, "But if it is merely so, then let it become a part of my being." The next moment, Kinshiki licked his lips, greedily charging toward Edward. "Not a chance," Edward retorted before dashing forward to meet Kinshiki. The two clashed fiercely, the air vibrating with their confrontation. "Edward, brother." Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Shoten, lying on the ground in a state of oblivion, gradually regained consciousness, struggling to rise to his feet. Due to the residual power of the six paths within him, he was able to mend his bodily injuries and recover. However, this recovery depleted all of his six paths power. Should he suffer such grievous injuries again, he would succumb to death without the hope of revival. How is it that this insignificant creature has not perished? The Otsutsuki Musashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Shiran, who had managed to rise to his feet after battling with Edward. "You are overly arrogant, Otsutsuki Musashi." Yet, in that moment of distraction, a colossal fist struck him squarely in the face. Ugh! This blow sent him hurtling over 1,000 meters, leaving his body battered and torn. Indeed, engaging in a contest of strength with you was a grave miscalculation. After a prolonged pause, Otsutsuki Musashi staggered to his feet once more. "Gulalala, you can only rely on the chakra god tree." Edward, having regained his composure from the earlier assault, laughed heartily. He had truly tasted the essence of death within the illusion known as the Nine Tails Eternal Six Paths reincarnation technique. "Ignorance," Otsutsuki Musashi retorted, shooting a glance at Edward before soaring toward the chakra god tree. "I must uncover his weaknesses. I cannot allow this to continue." Observing Musashi's departure towards the chakra god tree, Edward muttered in frustration. He then followed closely behind, issuing a command to Otsutsuki Shiran along the way. "Understood, Brother Edward. I should do my best." Otsutsuki Shiran nodded in acknowledgement before departing, for in his current state, he was ill-suited to remain on the battlefield. "Come forth and witness the true extent of my power." With Shiran now gone, Edward, fully harnessing the power of his shockwaves, hovered in the void and shouted at Otsutsuki Musashi. He would exert all his strength to probe Musashi's vulnerabilities. If all else failed, Edward would consider fleeing this planet. Otsutsuki Shiran had just returned to the spacecraft, organizing its departure from the planet. "Ha, giant, do not be overly confident in your power, chakra god tree." Otsutsuki Musashi also hovered in midair, now positioned before the god tree. As he spoke, the branches of the chakra god tree began to entwine around him. His originally towering figure of over 2 meters gradually ascended to match Edward's height. "You wish to compete in strength? Let us see what you are capable of." Otsutsuki Musashi, now of equal stature to Edward, spoke slowly. Chakra god tree entwining. Earthquake. Heaven shaking. With those words, neither party hesitated any longer. Colossal forces of attack surged forth from their hands. The thunderous punches and kicks tore at their flesh like a raging flood, producing a cacophony of ominous sounds. Blood and various other stains adorned their bodies, rendering their faces grotesque. The cracking sounds of the fracturing space underscored their immense power. Bang! After a lengthy battle, both figures retreated to a considerable distance, staring motionless into each other's eyes. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, large and small, as they bore the marks of their fierce confrontation. "Do you see? This is the true application of the chakra god tree." Running his fingers over the gaping holes in his body, Otsutsuki Musashi's injuries swiftly healed, restoring him to his peak condition. "It seems I must change my strategy, otherwise I cannot hope to defeat him," Edward murmured, feeling a pang of regret. God tree's hand. Yet before Edward could catch his breath, the chakra god tree, under Otsutsuki Musashi's command, transformed into a massive hand that reached for Edward. Such immense power. Underneath this hand, Edward felt like an ant in its shadow. Shatter. At the last moment, as the hand neared to grasp him, Edward unleashed his shock waves, obliterating the massive hand. However, that was not the end of Musashi's assault. He had concealed himself behind the hand. As Edward shattered it, Otsutsuki Musashi's figure became fully visible, wielding a black spike aimed directly at Edward. A deadly strike? Upon seeing the black spike, Edward's pupils contracted as he swung his weapon, Song Yun Xie, to block it. Oomph, how fortunate for you. Your weapon possesses considerable strength. Musashi growled in frustration as Edward's blade successfully thwarted his attack. What is this? Edward, narrowly avoiding the black spike, scrutinized it warily. I never expected you to recognize its uniqueness. Listen closely. Its name is Assassination. Otsutsuki Musashi boasted, brandishing the weapon. This blade was forged through arduous trials, melding the metals of countless worlds. Previously, it had claimed the lives of innumerable strong foes, yet now it faltered against Edward. Assassination? Quite an extraordinary name. Upon hearing Musashi's words, Edward swung his blade, forcing Musashi back several meters. Ha ha! Behind this lies the blood of countless lives. Musashi shouted, aiming the assassination at Edward. Is that so? With that, Edward charged forward, brandishing Song Yun Xie. How could your mundane weapon possibly compare to my divine artifact? Musashi met Edward's approach, preparing for renewed combat. The tension in the air reached a breaking point, as if they might pierce the very heavens. Heaven's domination. In the next moment, Edward's voice rang out with unmatched bravado, unleashing his conqueror's haki like a torrential flood. What is this? Musashi gasped, momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming force enveloping him. Seizing the opportunity, Edward's eyes widened as he swung Song Yun Xie with great precision. He aimed to exploit this moment to expose Musashi's weaknesses. Slash! With that utterance, Musashi's body was cleaved asunder, resembling decayed timber. Now it was the moment. Shatter! Observing Musashi's form split in two, Edward unleashed his shockwaves, disintegrating the remnants into fragments. Yet, this was not Edward's primary objective, because if it were merely this way, it would not be long before Daitomyu Wusher's body would restore itself. Thus, his primary objective lies in the colossal divine tree behind Daitomyu Wusher. Seizing the moment when Daitomyu Wusher lacks the strength to resist Edward is imperative. What? Daitomyu Wusher, whose fragmented form still retained a semblance of consciousness, gazed in astonishment at Edward's actions. However, what followed shattered his inner composure. Under the impact of Edward's tremor-inducing assault, the chakra tree was violently shaken, causing a significant portion to be displaced. While this did not inflict severe harm upon the chakra tree, it would result in a substantial loss of energy, a critical blow to Daitomyu Wusher, who had been waiting for a millennium. You detestable lowly creature, you have ignited my wrath. Upon uttering this, Daitomyu Wusher disregarded his shattered body and transferred his consciousness into the chakra tree. His true essence had long been concealed within the chakra tree, quietly nurturing its energy. However, Edward's actions had irreparably crossed his threshold. Subsequently, amidst a violent tremor of the chakra tree, a radiant Daitomyu Wusher manifested as if a deity emerging from the tree's core. What is this? Edward halted, gazing at the towering figure of Daitomyu Wusher, which loomed over 1,000 meters. At this moment, Daitomyu Wusher surpassed even Daitomyu Kagaya, possessing immense combat experience. This power was insurmountable for Edward, leaving him with only two choices: to hastily retreat from this terrifying place or to continue the battle with the resolve of certain death. Hoping for a slender chance of victory. I cannot perish now. I bear the weight of countless lives behind me, Edward thought, gripping his sword, Song Yun Xie. You hideous creature. Yet, Daitomyu Wusher afforded Edward no opportunity for escape. Numerous energy-formed blades, each 100 meters long, surged toward him. Cursed 6 paths of reversal. Song Yun slash. Held captive by Daitomyu Wusher's relentless assault, Edward found it impossible to flee and could only defend against the onslaught of blades while seeking an opportunity. You stand no chance against me. Submission is your best choice. Observing Edward's tenacious resistance, Daitomyu Wusher recalled the feeble guardian, Yuan Shi, and a novel thought emerged. Is this the power of Daitomyu Yuan Shi? At that moment, Edward paid no heed to Daitomyu Wusher's words, instead turning his gaze to a nearby direction in astonishment. There floated the essence previously condensed by Daitomyu Yuan Shi, now aimlessly adrift in the air due to Daitongyu Wusher's abandonment of his avatar in favor of his true form. You foolish wretch, must you create problems for me even unto death? Spotting the floating essence, Daitongyu Wusher's eyes narrowed as an invisible hand reached out. He aimed to seize the essence before Edward could. Come here. However, Edward, faster than Daitongyu Wusher, grasped the essence and sealed it within himself. Retreat. Shatter space. Swinging his fist after absorbing the essence, Edward created a gaping rift in the surrounding space, allowing him to vanish within. Escaped? An alternate dimension? Daitongyu Wusher, now exposed in his true form, paused momentarily at Edward's disappearance. You cannot evade me, hideous giant. Yet, in the next instant, a glimmer sparked in Daitongyu Wusher's eyes, and countless clones erupted forth. Bound to nurture and protect the chakra tree, he had no choice but to emit signals to summon other members of the Daitongyu clan. Meanwhile, Edward found himself amidst a violet forest, surveying his surroundings. Have I already distanced myself from the chakra tree? He mused, apprehensive about the dire consequences should he fail to locate Daitongyu, Shi-Run, and the others. The ninja army he led paled in comparison to Daitongyu Wusher and Yuan Shi, rendering them woefully inadequate. Found them. Have they already left this planet? Edward, utilizing his observation hotkey, detected the presence of a spacecraft overhead. Hideous giant, you cannot escape. Yet, in the next moment, a luminous white glow emanated from beneath Edward as Daitongyu Wusher gradually ascended. How swift! Edward felt a twinge of shock upon witnessing Daitongyu Wusher's imposing figure materialize before him. Assassinate! At his command, Daitongyu Wusher unleashed countless blades from the air, aiming to pierce Edward. This is troublesome. As a multitude of blades surged toward him, Edward had no choice but to raise his sword in defense. I must find a way to escape. While fending off the blades with his weapon, he contemplated alternative means of evasion. You cannot flee. Black hole! Daitongyu Wusher repeated his earlier proclamation fervently. If he could ensnare Edward at this moment, it would be ideal. Otherwise, capturing him post-escape would prove exceedingly challenging. Shockwave. As Daitongyu Wusher uttered black hole, several dark spheres materialized around Edward, threatening to draw him in, compelling him to retaliate with all his might. Ha! Descend into the abyss of death. With Edward ensnared by the black hole, Daitongyu Wusher swiftly reformed the previously scattered assassination blades, directing them toward him. Is my power still insufficient? If only my strength were greater. These relentless strikes plunged Edward into a dilemma, causing him to ponder deeply. Nevertheless, even while contemplating, he did not neglect to counterattack with his sword, producing resounding clashes. The forest around them began to succumb to their destructive forces, as if fabricated. Earthquake. Having successfully thwarted the barrage of strikes, Edward immediately launched a counteroffensive, denying Daitongyu Wusher any opportunity. When the world, Daitongyu Wusher, now feeling the urgency, found himself unexpectedly ensnared in the earthquake, his energy gradually depleting. Retreat. Edward, unyielding in battle, swung his sword, sending a blast toward Daitongyu Wusher, and leaped into the air. Cursed, I shall pursue you to the end, you lowly, hideous, repugnant giant. Upon witnessing Edward ascend into the sky, soon to depart from him, Daitongyu Wusher shouted in a fit of frustration. Next time, it may not be I who emerges defeated. Edward, soaring amidst the clouds, glanced down at Daitongyu Wusher's exasperated expression and let out a mocking laugh. In an instant, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a series of sonic booms as he departed from the planet. Now in possession of the essence of Daitongyu Yuan, he needed to hasten the process of assimilating this essence to regain his strength. In outer space, 3 colossal spacecraft hovered silently. Inside, a multitude of discussions erupted. Why hasn't he, the 4th Hokage, returned? Could he be in danger? Impossible. The 4th is incredibly powerful. Do not speak nonsense. No, I must return to assist the 4th Hokage. The ninjas exchanged anxious words, their eyes glistening with concern. This anxiety stemmed from the recent return of Daitongyu Sharon, who bore injuries that prompted their evacuation from the planet. It left them feeling unmoored, as if their anchor had been lost. Enough. Everyone be quiet. At last, Tsunade, who remained in the main control room, could no longer contain herself and shouted into the intercom. Upon hearing her voice, the commotion ceased, and all eyes turned to the woman who commanded such authority. She was the fifth Hokage, a figure of power nearly equal to Edward. Sharon, what transpired? What exactly happened to you? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed as she regarded Daytomu Sharon, who was tending to his bandaged arm, quietly recovering from his wounds. Sigh, I'm not entirely certain. I only know that I suddenly encountered two formidable adversaries. In terms of combat prowess, I was no match for them, Sharon reflected, gazing at the bandages wrapped around his arm. Two formidable adversaries? Are there still others on this planet? Tsunade fell silent, contemplating as she gazed out at the verdant planet below. She had always believed this world to be merely abundant in flora, and indeed, she was among the first explorers to set foot on it, finding no signs of other life forms at that time. I am unsure. Let us wait for Edward to return, Daytomu Sharon said, tightening his bandages as he looked hopefully at the green planet. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, a dark spot emerged in Sharon's vision, prompting him to widen his eyes in curiosity. It is Edward, he exclaimed, finally recognizing the figure. What? Edward? Tsunade leaned closer, her voice rising. It really is Edward. Quickly, relay my orders to open the hangar doors and allow him entry. After observing closely, Tsunade swiftly instructed those below. Phew! I knew my brother Edward would return, she declared, her orders bringing a sense of relief among the crew. The following moments were filled with bustling activity as Edward's massive form finally entered the spacecraft. Edward, what happened to you? The first to greet him, Yamakita Keed, expressed concern at the sight of his numerous wounds, which were alarming to behold. I am still too weak. My power is insufficient, Edward murmured, seemingly oblivious to Keed's concern. Edward, Tsunade and Daytomu Sharon rushed over, their expressions filled with worry. You needn't concern yourselves. I am fine, Edward replied, waving his hand dismissively. He still possessed the essence of Daytomu Yuan within him, awaiting assimilation, and was not inclined to engage in trivial matters. Are you truly all right? Do you not require medical attention? Tsunade asked, her worry evident. I am fine. Everyone, please leave. Relay my orders to depart from here. We should have gathered enough resources by now, Edward stated, signaling that he was untroubled. Without regard for the sentiments of those around him, he strode confidently away, intent on retreating to his quarters to digest the essence of Daytomu Yuan. Edward, however, he remained unaware that someone in the corner watched all of this silently. Edward had not acknowledged a single word from this individual, leaving them feeling profoundly saddened. I am truly useless, unlike Sharon. I'm unable to assist my brother Edward at all. Feeling the weakness within, Yamakita Keed was engulfed in self-reproach, wishing he could strike a deal with death itself to gain temporary strength to aid Edward. Regardless of Keed's turmoil within Edward's chamber, the essence of energy was abundant. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on assimilating the essence within him. This energy even surpassed that of the Sage of Six Paths, brimming with immense potential. Yet, regrettably, the Daytomu Yuan style seemed not to allow for precise manipulation of every fragment of this energy. He could only control it with his limited vision. Will I be able to access the memories of Daytomu Yuan through this energy? If so, with this thought in mind, Edward concentrated all his attention on the task at hand. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. Days may have passed, perhaps a week or even a year, but Edward felt as though only a few hours had elapsed as he digested the essence of Daytomu Yuan. In the process of assimilation, he finally accessed fragments of Daytomu Yuan's memories. However, it was unfortunate that due to the essence's transformation, he could only grasp remnants of those memories. It was revealed that the Daytomu clan originated from a distant planet, possessing lifespans of thousands of years and the ability to reincarnate using the wedge, transcending death itself. They were inherently powerful beings, requiring no arduous training like mortals. The clan commanded immense creatures known as Ten Tails, utilizing them as tools for invading other planets. Members of the clan bore distinctive horns, silver hair, and donned white garments. Those with pure bloodlines naturally possessed Byakugan and lived for millennia, obsessively collecting and consuming chakra fruits, willing to go to any lengths to attain them with the aim of becoming the supreme gods. Each Daitongyu could levitate and navigate freely through the cosmos, viewing Earth's inhabitants as inferior beings, holding themselves in divine esteem. The Daitongyu clan cultivated god trees on foreign planets through the young 10 tails, consuming all life to obtain chakra fruits, which contained vast energy and genetic information, including the life forms of many planets floating in this universe. The members of the Otsutsuki clan, upon consuming the elixir refined from the chakra fruits born of the divine tree, will continually evolve until they reach the unparalleled state of God. Is that truly the case? After perusing the remnants of Otsutsuki's memories, Edward, seated cross-legged upon his grand bed, gazed out the window and murmured to himself. At last, he had begun to uncover some of the hidden truths. He had not anticipated the existence of such formidable races beyond the ninja world. It seemed his previous arrogance had clouded his judgment. Reflecting on the remnants of Otsutsuki's memories, Edward lamented that he had learned the clan possessed numerous members, some overtly known, while others remained shrouded in mystery, concealed in the shadows. Yet, they all shared a common trait. They were dispersed across various planets, gradually cultivating the chakra trees to harvest chakra fruits. Although, with the prowess of Otsutsuki's original form and its variations, they could be deemed as high-tier combatants, there were even more troublesome and powerful entities above them. Not to mention the Otsutsuki deity itself. Now that I have absorbed the energy of Otsutsuki's original form, am I capable of contending with these beings? Edward pondered, recalling his battle with Otsutsuki's variation, as he pressed his wrist, which buzzed ominously. No, it is insufficient. With this power, I could scarcely defeat that Otsutsuki who possesses the chakra tree. Yet, in the next moment, Edward shut his eyes tightly, troubled by his thoughts. Fusion panel, can you assist me? He suddenly opened his eyes, as if struck by an epiphany, whispering to himself. However, disappointment washed over him as he closed his eyes once more. For the fusion panel remained unchanged, stuck at a fusion degree of 99, unable to progress further. Could it be that the intermittent changes I experienced, causing me to deviate from my original Whitebeard form, are the reason the fusion panel is stuck at 99? As this realization struck him, Edward opened his eyes anew. Had he maintained a steady development without becoming Hokage and enacting those groundbreaking policies to alter the ninja world, he might have truly achieved a fusion degree of 99, becoming that Whitebeard of the Great Ninja War. Alas, it was now too late. Never mind, I must rely on myself. If they can stand invincible through the chakra tree, then I can as well. Edward's gaze turned towards a certain direction, his mind recalling the hidden chakra tree within the ninja world. He now understood the path he must tread and how to augment his strength. Edward, you have awakened? At that moment, Tsunade, who had been vigilantly watching over Edward, burst in due to the commotion caused by his awakening. How long has it been? Edward asked, staring intently at Tsunade. Well, if the time on the rocket is accurate, it's been over a year. We've been resupplying for the past 2 weeks. Tsunade reminisced about their interstellar journey over the past year. Over a year? I wonder how the ninja world is faring now. Why not return to the ninja world? Edward responded, somewhat astonished. Without your orders, we would not dare to return to the ninja world. Tsunade replied with a wry smile. Speaking of authority, Tsunade indeed held a position just below Edward's. Yet in terms of strength, her influence paled in comparison to his, even falling short of Otsutsuki Shoten. Relay my command. Return to the ninja world. After a prolonged silence, Edward, unsure of his feelings, could only issue the order decisively. Understood. Tsunade's eyes sparkled, her face alight with excitement. They had been traversing the cosmos for quite some time. It was impossible not to feel homesick. Let us set the orders in motion immediately. Upon uttering these words, Tsunade swiftly exited to relay the command. What? We're going home? Is that true? We are returning to the ninja world? Splendid. The crew aboard the spacecraft erupted with excitement at Tsunade's announcement. That day, the personnel aboard the rocket unconsciously held a small celebration to release their pent-up emotions, each one yearning for home. Finally, They would no longer wander through the vastness of space, but could return to their homeland. Subsequently, the crew began to toil diligently, working hard to contribute to their return. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, in Konoha village, a voice resonated within the Hokage building. Hey, Kakashi, the sixth Hokage, seems to be living quite comfortably. It was Uchiha Obito, a subordinate of the sixth Hokage, Kakashi. Speak, what has transpired? Kakashi inquired, adjusting his Hokage hat as he regarded his longtime friend. Nothing much. Just that Rin and I are about to get married. Here, the wedding invitation, and you must come, Obito stated, feigning a cough as he presented the invitation with a hint of embarrassment. It was quite the development. Ever since Kakashi had become involved with Hanar, Obito had intensified his pursuit of Rin, and now he had finally succeeded. Is it progressing so swiftly? Congratulations, Obito, Kakashi remarked, examining the invitation on the table. Thanks, Kakashi, Obito replied, scratching his head, his face slightly flushed, his gaze flickering. Why thank me? You should commend yourself for your years of effort. Kakashi brushed aside Obito's words without a second thought. Well, you get back to your duties. I must take my leave. You must attend my wedding. Otherwise, I will hunt you down, Obito declared emphatically before departing. Sigh. Obito remains unchanged, Kakashi mused, shaking his head as he sat in the Hokage's office chair. Over the years, since he had assumed the role of the sixth Hokage, Kakashi had matured rapidly, displaying a newfound maturity. This maturity had been beneficial, allowing him to manage the Hokage responsibilities with remarkable efficiency, garnering the villagers' admiration. I wonder where my father is now and how they are faring. After dismissing thoughts of Obito, Kakashi stood up, quietly observing the significantly transformed Konoha village. Towering buildings now reach for the sky, and high-speed railways have become widespread. In fact, the entirety of Konoha had been integrated with high-speed rail, with tracks crisscrossing everywhere. This development had undoubtedly enhanced the convenience for the villagers, allowing them to traverse the village within an hour. Beyond the borders of my village, significant transformations have unfolded, and the term war has become obsolete. With a widespread promotion of education, countless individuals in the shinobi world have begun to embrace the tenets of civility and politeness. One cannot help but wonder if Kakashi's father would feel a sense of solace upon witnessing the present state of my village. Kakashi, with his hand over his heart and eyes closed, mused, I am so tired. Perhaps I shall rest for a while. Tomorrow, I shall take a break. Shortly thereafter, he reclined once more in his chair, his thoughts meandering. During this period, his body and mind had endured considerable strain for the equilibrium of my village, leaving him in constant need of respite. Yet, this was merely a fleeting expression. In reality, he had never truly allowed himself to rest, even neglecting Hualing, who was left alone at home. Report. Before Kakashi could settle into his chair, the office door was abruptly flung open. A ninja rushed in, his expression brimming with excitement and fervor. Sarutobi Shin, what brings you here in such a flurry? I have never seen you in such a state before, Kakashi exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. They have returned. The white whale, the black shark, and the dolphin all have come back from their journey through the cosmos, Sarutobi Shin declared, his eyes wide with exhilaration. What? Why is this only now being mentioned? Kakashi responded, slamming his hand on the desk and rising with fervent enthusiasm. Since the departure of Edward and his team, many had yearned for their return, including Kakashi himself. You just said I was the one who was excited, Sarutobi Shin retorted, somewhat speechless as he regained his composure. Now, let us hurry and find them. Kakashi interjected, waving his hand to cut off any further complaints from Sarutobi Shin. Yes, Lord Sixth Hokage, Sarutobi Shin replied, standing tall and alert. Outside my village, at the landing site of the spacecraft, the ninjas swiftly mobilized upon the arrival of the vessel, preparing the area to welcome their esteemed guests. The fourth Hokage is returning. Long live the new god of the shinobi world, the fourth Hokage. They shouted in unison as the spacecraft touched down with a resounding thud. With a crack, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, revealing the silhouettes of Edward, alongside Yamashita Kid and Tsunade. It is the fourth Hokage. The ninjas erupted into cheers, pointing excitedly at the figures emerging from the craft. Ah, we are finally back. I wonder how Kakashi is faring, Edward remarked, gazing calmly at the throng below, calling his name. It has been so long since I inhaled such fresh air. It feels utterly delightful, Tsunade exclaimed, shedding her space combat suit to savor the atmosphere. Edward, are we heading straight back to my village? Yamashita Keed inquired, turning to Edward. Yes, but you and Tsunade should first organize the ninjas from the spacecraft here before returning, Edward instructed, nodding in affirmation. Understood, Edward, Yamashita Keed replied, feeling a sense of fulfillment in being able to assist Edward, believing himself to be more useful here than in the vastness of space. All right, I shall attend to other matters. Take your time, Edward said, casting a glance at Yamashita Keed before launching away with a sonic boom. He needed to swiftly ascertain the state of the shinobi world and locate the Chakra God tree and the Ten Tails. Shortly thereafter, Edward arrived at the Hokage building, looking up to see Kakashi. Is that you, Kakashi? One unexpected encounter, Edward remarked as he stood upright, assuming a dominant posture. Father? What's going on? What are you doing up here? Kakashi, who had just stepped out of the Hokage building to greet the returning crew, was taken aback. A great many events transpired en route, necessitating a premature return to the shinobi world, Edward summarized, struggling to find the right words. Did you encounter any difficulties? Kakashi inquired, piecing together the implications of Edward's words, which sent him into deep contemplation. Indeed, I require your assistance. Have any unusual occurrences transpired in the shinobi world lately? Perhaps involving individuals clad in white? Edward mused, recalling the terrifying legacy of the Otsutsuki clan, who had made their presence known in the shinobi world in the Boruto saga. Individuals in white? None that I am aware of. Under my management, the shinobi world has remained quite stable, with no significant events occurring, Kakashi boasted, sifting through his memories without recalling the figures Edward described. Very well, then. Go quickly to welcome Tsunade and Yamashita Keed. I have other matters to attend to, Edward stated before striding into the Hokage building, leaving Kakashi behind. Father, Kakashi murmured, turning to watch Edward's retreating figure, feeling a multitude of words unspoken within him. Everyone, follow me to the back mountains of my village to welcome the fifth Hokage, Kakashi commanded, rallying those around him as they departed. He sensed that his father must be dealing with some urgent situation to warrant such a demeanor. Meanwhile, Edward was diligently searching through documents in the Hokage office. It appeared that there were truly no troubling developments, as there was no trace of the Otsutsuki clan. After perusing the files, Edward closed the folder. The fastest way to gain insight into the shinobi world was to scour these records, which chronicled significant events within the realm. Surely, no major incidents could have been overlooked. Well, it seems I must hasten to locate the Chakra God tree and the Ten Tails, he thought. He recalled absorbing the power of the Ten Tails. Yet according to the memories of the original form, the Ten Tails, as a biological weapon, was intrinsically linked to the Chakra God tree. Edward pondered deeply, reflecting on the nature of the Ten Tails and its connection to the Chakra God tree. Based on his recollection, he understood that the Ten Tails was indeed a manifestation of the Chakra God tree, though the tree itself was an evolution of the Ten Tails. However, after this evolution, the Ten Tails could exist independently from the Chakra God tree, leaving Edward perplexed about the whereabouts of the Ten Tails' power absorbed within him. Could it be that I am now the Ten Tails? No wonder I am able to absorb both great and small powers. I initially believed it was due to the fusion with the box of Ultimate Bliss, Kanjiunki. Finally, with a sudden realization, Edward's heart found peace as he understood everything. Unlike Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru, perhaps due to the differing nature of their physical systems, he absorbed the full power of the Ten Tails. In contrast, Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru sealed the power of the Ten Tails within themselves for their own use, resulting in significant differences between the two methods. The only thing left was the Chakra God tree. Its whereabouts remained a mystery. Subsequently, Edward departed from the Hokage building, his body floating in the air amidst the astonished gazes of the villagers of Konoha. Hey, was that the fourth Hokage just now? Am I seeing things? I don't know. I think I saw it too. Could it be that we missed the fourth Hokage so much? Although he appeared for merely a second. The villagers of Konoha whispered among themselves, having witnessed the fleeting sight. At the Reikage Valley, the site where Orochimaru declared war for the Fourth Shinobi World War, the area remained unchanged. Since the end of that war, it had become a desolate wasteland. Gazing at the barren ground below, Edward murmured to himself. However, his presence there was not without purpose. It was in this vicinity that Uchiha Madara once summoned the Chakra God Tree, relying on it to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. But where was it? After searching for a while, Edward found himself at a loss. Since the disappearance of the Chakra God Tree, it seemed to have vanished completely, never to reappear. Perhaps I can find the answer within Uchiha Madara's memories. After a fruitless search, Edward settled down in a quiet spot to delve into Madara's memories. It should be noted that Uchiha Madara once summoned the Chakra God Tree. So that was it. It required the power of the 10 Tails and the Sage of 6 Paths. After rummaging through his mind, Edward finally found the answer tucked away in the corners of his memory. Summoning the Chakra God Tree necessitated a specific technique and method. At that moment, the Chakra God Tree was hidden in an alternate dimension, silently supporting the shinobi world. Yet, Edward felt a twinge of anxiety. Would he be able to summon the Chakra God Tree without the physical form of the 10 Tails, possessing only its power? Chakra God Tree. He resolved not to hesitate any longer, standing up and thrusting Kanji-Unki into the charred earth, shouting fervently. The various powers within him converged, transforming into a unique seal that was unleashed. Here it comes. Soon, the scorched ground began to tremble, and numerous branches and trunks emerged from the seal's ruins. The massive trunk of the Chakra God Tree squeezed forth from the array of symbols. Once again, we meet Divine Tree. Standing before the immense tree, Edward found his thoughts drifting into profound contemplation. He began to circle the magnificent tree, seeking a breakthrough to gain control over it swiftly. According to Madara's memories, he should first establish a chakra link with the tree. After flying around the tree for a while, Edward paused mid-air, rummaging through his recollections. If that's the case, then let us give it a try. I must master this tree today. Suspended in the air, Edward gazed at the tree, resolved to forge a connection with it. Countless filaments of chakra linked to the tree. Time slipped away as he engaged in various attempts. Fortunately, with the power of the 10 Tails and Uchiha Madara within him, he succeeded in gaining control over the Chakra God Tree before him. So this is it. To plunder and absorb is the essence of the Chakra God Tree. Realizing how to wield the tree, Edward halted his movements and remained still. If I am to utilize this Chakra God Tree, must I do it this way? Reflecting on a method of employing the Chakra God Tree, Edward looked up at the sky, pondering with a hint of melancholy. According to the memories of Otsutsuki Kagaya, this entire star system was dominated by the Otsutsuki clan to cultivate fruits. If Edward wished to produce a chakra fruit, he would have to envelop the people of the shinobi world, extract their chakra, and then condense it. Yet this fundamentally contradicted his original principle of protecting the shinobi world. How could he deplete the chakra of the people to enhance his own power? Thus, this plan was swiftly discarded, compelling him to seek alternative methods. No, there is still a way. It involves extracting the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan to obtain the chakra fruit. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Edward exclaimed, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. If he could drain the chakra of the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya from the moon to condense a chakra fruit, he could rapidly elevate his strength. Otherwise, he would have no other means to enhance his power, though the power of the 10 Tails resided within him. The method was still too slow. Following this approach, he could not fathom when he would be able to overcome the formidable Otsutsuki clan. Just bite, Otsutsuki clan. I shall claim all your powers as my own and become the Otsutsuki god you so revere. With everything clarified, Edward murmured to the Chakra God Tree before him. Should this method prove viable, he could truly become a dominator, ruling over this universe. In the cosmos, upon a violet-hued planet, a man with pale skin and grayish-white hair, devoid of eyebrows and adorned with 2 circular markings on his forehead, looked disdainfully at the sky. He bore rabbit-like ears, white eyes, and red rinnegan in the palms of his hands, dressed in noble attire and high wooden sandals, draped in feathered clothing. According to the tracking left by Otsutsuki Kinshiki, it seems to be on the planet of the traitor Otsutsuki Kagaya. He mused, a hint of amusement in his voice. I never expected you, Kagaya, to cause such consequences due to your foolishness. Then, recalling something, the man raised an eyebrow. How fortuitous. I was just about to deal with Kagaya. This individual was Otsutsuki Mamashiki, and he gazed at the heavens with an arrogant demeanor, his hands clenched, prepared to take action. Kinshiki, we have work to do. Stop engaging in such perverse activities. In the next moment, Daitong Taoshi suddenly addressed Daitong Jinsi, who stood behind him. Oh, understood. Upon hearing this, Daitong Jinsi, who was not far from Taoshi, set aside the living entity he held and turned his head to respond. Very well. Let us proceed at once and swiftly resolve this matter. Hearing his partner's words, Daitong Taoshi grinned, for it had been quite some time since he had felt the exhilaration of battle. With that, Daitong Taoshi and Daitong Jinsi departed from the planet, soaring into the cosmos in search of something. Meanwhile, on Edward's side, he finally seemed to have fully mastered the Chakra God tree. Gazing at the magnificent tree before him, he casually manipulated its branches and trunk, declaring, Now it only remains for you, Daitong Kagaya. Raising his head to gaze at the moon, Edward spoke slowly. In the next instant, his body flickered and shot into the sky, unleashing a series of sonic booms. Come forth. Let me experience the power of the progenitor of chakra. Ascending into the heavens, Edward expressed a serious demeanor, recognizing the urgency of acquiring strength to confront the Daitong clan. Otherwise, should they invade the shinobi world, Edward would be defenseless. After a brief while, Edward, racing through the sky, reached the moon. Tremor power, shatter for me. Channeling the Six Paths power, Edward unleashed a powerful punch upon the lunar surface, causing countless cracks to appear. Boom, boom. Yet, the moon remained unshattered, prompting Edward to unleash an even mightier attack until, at last, he obliterated it. Various fragments floated in outer space as the moon instantaneously lost its gravitational hold. From the shattered moon, a bewildered silhouette emerged before Edward, stretching its body freely. What is the meaning of this? Has the plan succeeded? Daitong Kagaya, who was well-versed in many matters of the shinobi world, pondered aloud. However, after glancing around for some time without spotting anyone familiar, she only saw a man staring intently at her. So this is the so-called progenitor of chakra, Daitong Kagaya. After releasing Daitong Kagaya, Edward compared the power coursing through him with that of the woman before him, stating, Who are you? Why are you here? Noticing Edward's intense gaze, Daitong Kagaya, somewhat perplexed, radiated a white aura as she spoke. I am a challenger from the shinobi world. Come forth, Daitong Kagaya. Edward, feeling empowered after merging with Daitong Yuan, shouted, convinced that his strength surpassed hers. The now sealed Daitong Kagaya was inferior in power, and he believed he could triumph over her. What? There are actually those who wish to challenge me? Daitong Kagaya, feeling a pang of disappointment, clutched her chest and murmured. Yet Edward remained unfazed, launching a punch toward her, confident in his superiority. The weak have always been subjugated by the strong, existing in their shadows. Tremor power, transform into chakra fruit for me, Edward exclaimed as he struck Daitong Kagaya. 80 God airstrike. How dare you treat me this way? I will make you regret it. Daitong Kagaya cried in agony. Despite having been sealed for over 1,000 years, her memories remained vivid. Resentful of those who had sealed her, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for the shinobi world. If given the chance, she yearned to obliterate it entirely. Is this the extent of the progenitor of chakra's power? Edward remarked, easily shattering Kagaya's attacks with a wave of his blade. Alas, where do I stand, having betrayed the Daitong clan? Upon witnessing her skills so effortlessly dismantled, Daitong Kagaya expressed her astonishment, lowering her attacks. Now, having betrayed her clan, she felt lost, contemplating whether to abandon her resistance and accept a reality. After all, these were her descendants, the very individuals who had brought her into existence. Did I truly err in my decisions? I never expected such a formidable opponent to arise. As her abilities crumbled before her, Daitong Kagaya was engulfed in conflicting emotions. The immense toll of her long-standing seal had significantly weakened her, and she recognized she was no match for Edward. Is this all there is? Edward, now wearing a grave expression, floated in space and inquired, "Who are you? Can you inform me of the current state of the shinobi world?" After halting her attacks, Dayton Kagaya gazed quietly at Edward. "The shinobi world is flourishing through my efforts. True peace has been realized," Edward explained, casting his eyes downward at the verdant planet below. "Is that so? Excellent. I no longer wish to partake in these conflicts. What is your objective? Do you seek to possess my power?" Upon hearing this, Dayton Kagaya lowered her proud head. In the past, she would have fought Edward to a decisive conclusion. However, after a millennium of reflection, she no longer desired to continue in this manner. "Indeed, your clan has set its sights on me. I require your power. Surrender it to me, Dayton Kagaya," Edward implored, witnessing her change in demeanor. "Huh, so you still fear my power? But how can I trust you?" Memories of the past flooded Dayton Kagaya's mind, recalling a man who had wounded her deeply, leaving her hesitant to endure any further pain. "Because of your Dayton clan, the entire universe has suffered immensely," Edward stated gravely, observing Kagaya lost in her memories. Had Dayton Kagaya altered her mindset back then, the shinobi world would not have plunged into chaos. Then let us see if you can bear the weight of it all. Finally, after listening to Edward, Dayton Kagaya waved her hand, summoning various blades of light around her. "If you cannot withstand my power, then perish," she proclaimed defiantly, staring at Edward. "Then come forth, Tremor," Edward replied, summoning his inner strength to counter Kagaya's attack. A decisive battle loomed between them, for only the victor could determine the fate of all. Boom! As the waves of the attack surged forth in the cosmos, ripples of power emanated through the air. In this tumultuous exchange, both combatants unleashed their might, engaging in a true contest of strength. The lack of battle experience was evident. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Observing the increasingly overwhelmed Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward proclaimed with unwavering confidence, "I have yet to unleash my true power. Prepare to experience the might of the Otsutsuki clan, Byakugan Rabbit Hair Needle." With eyes filled with explosive determination, Otsutsuki Kagaya unleashed her Byakugan. Time seemed to freeze as countless needles surged toward Edward. This sensation, Edward halted mid-air, wielding his Tsungyun Chia to block the onslaught. Should these needles find their mark, Edward would surely find himself at a disadvantage in an instant. "Perish, Rinnegan!" Witnessing his attack restrain Edward, Otsutsuki Kagaya called forth her strength once more. "Gulalala, if that is all you possess, then you shall not move me." With a powerful punch, Edward scattered the needles, asserting his dominance. The clash of various attacks erupted in the vastness of space, and it was uncertain how long they remained locked in confrontation. "How is it that you possess such power?" "This is not the manifestation of my strength." Observing Edward's explosive force, Otsutsuki Kagaya remarked solemnly. As the progenitor of chakra, she was immune to any ninjutsu. Yet Edward's power was capable of inflicting damage upon her. "Gulalala, this power is derived from my ancestors. How can you withstand it?" Otsutsuki Kagaya. Noting that a shockwave was countered, Edward furrowed his brow in disappointment at the unexpected dissolution of his attack by Otsutsuki Kagaya. "Heaven-shattering, earth-rending. Witness this power and tell me how you shall resist." After witnessing his strength dissipate, Edward once again conjured a shockwave imbued with Conqueror's Haki, aimed directly at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Airstrike. As the attack approached, Otsutsuki Kagaya waved her hands, summoning several light blades to meet it. Boom! The two attacks collided, unleashing yet another wave of energy. Their combined might resonated throughout the cosmos. Such momentum. "Reveal to me the origin of your power." Otsutsuki Kagaya pressed, her brow furrowed at Edward's Conqueror's Haki. "Gulalala, submit to me and become my strength." Progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Edward chose not to disclose the origins of his power, instead laughing heartily and stating, "If I could assimilate you into a part of my being, it would be a fine choice indeed." The proud Otsutsuki Kagaya, unable to endure such humiliation, unleashed countless photons towards Edward. So feeble. Is this all you can muster? Edward, unperturbed by the oncoming photons, swung his blade, scattering them with ease. You have successfully ignited my wrath. With that, Otsutsuki Kagaya intensified her strikes, the photons turning crimson as they barreled toward Edward. Yet, such straightforward tactics were no match for the battle-hardened Edward. With his Songyun Chia swirling like a propeller, he shattered the photons, steadily closing in on Otsutsuki Kagaya. Cease this. At a pivotal moment, having obliterated the photons, Edward brought his blade down upon Otsutsuki Kagaya, cleaving her in two. Was this truly the end? After bisecting her, Edward paused, watching the two have suspended in the air. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they fused back together, restoring her form. As the progenitor of chakra, I am immortal. Unless the chakra essence of my being is entirely eradicated from the ninja world, you cannot kill me. Otsutsuki Kagaya proclaimed from her elevated stance, for she was a woman possessing an undying form within the ninja realm. Is that so? I anticipated this would not be a simple conclusion, Edward murmured, turning his gaze toward the ninja world, having gleaned crucial information from Kagaya's words. To eliminate her, he would need to eradicate all chakra traces associated with her in the ninja realm, particularly from clans like Uchiha and Hyuga. Even if she were shattered into fragments, she could gradually recover using their chakra. What will your choice be? Otsutsuki Kagaya, sensing victory leaning toward her, surveyed him from her lofty position. Yet within her heart, there lay an emptiness, a loneliness. She did not desire this so-called immortality. I shall seal you within my being, Edward asserted, having comprehended the situation. He dismissed the notion of transforming Kagaya into a chakra fruit, realizing that sealing her would compel him to rely solely on the power of the 10 tails within him to absorb her strength. What? Seal, do you comprehend the words you utter? You wretched creature! Kagaya erupted in fury, for she feared an eternity of waiting far more than death itself. Despite being from the Otsutsuki clan, her emotions were not entirely devoid of human-like complexity. She was indeed a being of profound thought. However, for a combat-oriented race, like the Otsutsuki, possessing an extraordinary intellect proved fatal. They dreaded the prospect of sealing, of being confined within an endless void with only their thoughts to occupy them. C'est pas sealing technique. Regardless of Kagaya's protests, Edward, burdened with a heavy heart, executed a series of hand seals to initiate the sealing technique. Deep down, he did not wish to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, given the choice. He would prefer to crystallize her essence into a chakra fruit. What is this? Is it akin to the 6 paths, heavenly star technique? Kagaya trembled, recalling the sealing techniques employed by her 2 offspring. Otsutsuki Kagaya, I apologize, but one with such power as you must vanish, Edward expressed with a hint of remorse, recalling the struggles of this woman, who had been betrayed by her husband, friends, and children, ultimately leading to her sealing. I am sorry. After uttering those words once more, Edward's 6 paths power began to surge with unprecedented speed. Now endowed with the formidable powers of Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, the sage of 6 paths, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, he is far superior to Otsutsuki Kagaya herself. No! With that exclamation, the surrounding space began to whirl, drawing the helpless Otsutsuki Kagaya into Edward's navel. This should suffice. But how can I successfully absorb her power? Previously, the essence of Otsutsuki Kagaya was easily absorbed by Edward due to the concentrated nature of Otsutsuki's essence. However, even that took him over a year to fully assimilate. Not to mention the complete embodiment of Otsutsuki Kagaya. It is estimated that Edward would require over a decade to properly absorb her powers. I must find alternative methods to enhance my strength otherwise. The thought of the insufferable Otsutsuki Kinshiki filled Edward with a sense of pressure. Otsutsuki Kagaya, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Subsequently, Edward focused his mind and entered a different space. Now, having sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward felt akin to a Jinchuriki, able to traverse this space at will. There is nothing left to say. You will surely regret your actions. The likes of Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki cannot tolerate the noble Otsutsuki clan being confined in such a manner, Kagaya remarked, closing her eyes. She had come to terms with this reality and no longer wished to expend futile effort. I am unaware of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, but I have indeed encountered that scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Edward recalled the rogue man with the chakra god tree and expressed his indignation. You actually faced Otsutsuki Momoshiki? His strength is quite formidable. Otsutsuki Kagaya was taken aback. The Otsutsuki clan has its hierarchy, and both Momoshiki and Kinshiki surpass her. Indeed, had he not possessed the chakra god tree, perhaps I could have held my own against him. Reflecting on the strength of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Edward's expression grew serious. Momoshiki's prowess is indeed impressive, especially with his nine-tails Rinnegan technique, which could thrust him into a life-and-death predicament. Were it not for the dual personalities of Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru rescuing him, he might have succumbed to Momoshiki right from the outset. I never anticipated that you would confront him and survive. It seems you are quite the character. After absorbing this information, Otsutsuki Kagaya turned her head, lost in thought. However, if you were to face them again, I sense you would surely be defeated, she countered. Just watch and see who emerges victorious in the end. With that, Edward exited the ceiling space and returned to reality, at a loss for what to do next. He simply floated in the void of space, observing the drifting stones nearby. Sigh, I must restore the moon. After all, the absence of that resplendent moon in the ninja world feels akin to a great loss. After gazing at the floating stones for a while, Edward regained his focus and declared, 6 paths, reversal technique. In the next moment, he clasped his hands together, and time seemed to rewind, with the surrounding stones coalescing into a large sphere. The moon has returned. Gazing at the luminous moon, Edward could not help but feel a tinge of sadness. It reminded him of his previous life, a time of peace and tranquility. In that era, he had parents, friends, and brothers, and they would occasionally gather for a drink. Unlike now, where the weight of pressure leaves him perpetually fatigued. I wonder how they are faring now. Ever since I fell into that illusion, I find myself missing them. Edward murmured, reminiscing about the past. Yet, he knew he could not dwell on these thoughts. He must prepare to acquire formidable strength and cannot afford to remain idle. I recall there were several pivotal moments in the original work regarding the dragon vein. Suddenly lifting his head, Edward squinted, his voice trembling with excitement. Does this signify my chance to return to other parallel worlds and acquire the powers of those formidable beings? Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I must not abandon it. Edward then turned and soared back toward the Azure Planet, determined to seize that thread of life. In a ninja world, amidst a vast desert, the dragon vein nearby flowed, long and winding, with towering peaks piercing the sky and steep ravines filled with rushing waters. The mountains were adorned with exquisite herbs in the foreground and vibrant flowers in the background. Ancient pines, old cypress trees, and towering bamboo made this place the location of the dragon vein from the Naruto movie. Is this the dragon vein? The chakra energy contained within is truly wild. Observing the continuous mountain range before him, Edward spoke with a tone of depth. It seems I must tread carefully if I am to utilize this dragon vein. The dragon vein is the lifeblood of the earth, harboring chakra that far surpasses other regions. If mishandled, it could potentially annihilate the entire land. Hence, Edward spoke with gravity. If the Wind Country is destroyed, will the plot of the Naruto original story be altered too much, preventing the events of the Dragon Vein movie from occurring? After contemplating many aspects, Edward rubbed his temples and tightened his grip on Tsong Yunxia. Let us proceed. I must find that entrance. With that, Edward shifted his form and unleashed his observation haki to search for the ruins of Lulon within the Dragon Vein. Before long, Edward successfully located the so-called Lulon ruins using his observation haki. It was well concealed. I never expected it to be here. With a punch, he shattered the mountain wall and gazed at the revealed array altar. This area is the so-called Lulon ruins, the place meant to control the violent chakra of the Dragon Vein. I wonder how to utilize this. It seems a misstep could lead to the destruction of the entire ninja world. With that, Edward extended his hand and began fiddling with the array altar before him. Possessing the power of the 6 paths, he was not afraid of the violent chakra erupting. If he could tame this wild chakra and absorb it into himself, It would indeed be a splendid achievement. With other thoughts in mind, Edward fiddled with the stones of the array altar. However, after several attempts, he abandoned those thoughts. Such violent chakra is beyond my capacity to absorb at present. Otherwise, it might trigger a chain reaction and detonate the entire dragon vein. Gripping Tsong Yun Xie and clutching the stones of the altar, Edward spoke slowly. Let us see if I can be transported back. What must I do to activate this altar? Edward then shifted his mindset, beginning to search for a way to activate the altar. The Lulan dragon vein possesses the ability to reverse time and can send individuals into the past. It seems there are specific requirements to unlock it. After a fruitless search, Edward decided to abandon his quest to traverse back to the original storyline. Instead, he resolved to harness the power of the six paths. With precise control, he believed he could navigate the situation without issues. Ultimately, Edward was reluctant to continue in this manner. He concentrated and summoned a sphere of energy, placing it directly in the center of the magical array. With a hissing sound, the magical array began to emit light, enveloping Edward in a radiant glow. Had the external force triggered the protective mechanism of this array? As he felt the surrounding space and time begin to shift, Edward pondered aloud. He cannot simply return. He needed to prepare a contingency. Sipas, Shadow Krun Technique. At the moment the teleportation array activated, Edward swiftly formed a seal, leaving behind a doppelganger that mirrored his appearance, seated calmly on the ground. Meanwhile, Edward's true self vanished into the array, entering an endless twist of time and space. The pressure was overwhelming. Was it attempting to compress him into a mere sheet of paper? Edward found his body struggling to adapt to the temporal distortion. Perhaps it was due to his immense strength that the experience was far more jarring than what the protagonists of the original narrative encountered. The entire fabric of time and space seemed to be constricting around him, as if trying to expel him from this realm. I cannot endure this any longer. I must escape. Unable to contain himself, Edward struck the adjacent space with a powerful punch, shattering it and stepping through the breach. The sensation was excruciating, and he had no desire to remain there. Prolonged exposure could result in an even greater compressive force, potentially leading to his demise. Where's this place? Wasn't the city of Lulan intact upon my return? Upon prematurely emerging from the temporal distortion, Edward found himself in the very same Lulan ruins as before. Even the surrounding flora appeared unchanged, albeit more lush and youthful. Could it be that my early emergence prevented me from reaching the ancient Lulan of the original tale? After contemplating for a moment, Edward seemed to comprehend something. So this place is. He continued to survey his surroundings, deep in thought. The magical array still existed. Could he venture into it again? Lowering his gaze to the array beneath his feet, Edward mused aloud. No, this energy is insufficient to support my entry. If I wish to traverse again, I must wait some time. After a thorough assessment, he shook his head in disappointment. If only I could continuously access it and traverse to other parallel worlds, this magical array would be akin to a bug in the system. However, that does not align with the original narrative, as Naruto and his companions traverse to the past, not to alternative realities. In the next moment, an idea struck Edward, and he lifted his gaze toward the horizon. If that is the case, and the timeline is accurate, there should be another Edward influencing this time. Regardless, it is best to investigate further. I shall depart from here and explore other locales. The six paths, shadow clone technique poses no issues. I can simply switch places with my clone to leave this area. Confident in his contingency plan, Edward felt no trepidation. He intended to undertake a significant endeavor in this world, one that would impact the ninja realm profoundly. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Danzo Shimura spoke in the Hokage's conference room, his arms and eyes bandaged. The fox spirit should rightfully belong to my root organization, and it must undergo our rigorous training. If one looked closely, they would notice the elderly Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Danzo, Tsunade, and Mito Menju seated within the room. I cannot agree to that. Let us refrain from discussing this matter in the future, Danzo. Hiruzen, seated in the main chair, took a puff from his pipe and promptly dismissed the suggestion. If we continue to allow that fox spirit to run rampant, calamity will surely ensue. Do not regret it, Hiruzen. Hearing this, Danzo huffed disdainfully, turning his head. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own judgment. However, Hiruzen paid no heed to Danzo's words, engrossed in his smoking. Let us return to pertinent matters. Danzo, Hiruzen, Mito, the Cloud and Rock ninjas have begun to demand compensation again. Should we acquiesce? The scene shifted as Tsunade, with a benevolent expression, addressed the assembly at the table. Given the current situation in Konoha, we should agree. Peace is essential in the ninja world. As Tsunade's words resonated, the attendees fell into contemplation, with only Hiruzen ultimately speaking up. That group of brutes and bumpkins is not worthy of our compensation. However, Danzo interjected with a tone of scorn. What better solution do you propose? Hiruzen turned to face Danzo. At that, Danzo fell into silence, unable to respond. Very well, it is settled. Remember, peace is paramount in the ninja world. After a final glance at the silent Danzo, Hiruzen rose to his feet. Danzo, you may proceed with the arrangements. With the meeting's objectives resolved, Tsunade and Mito exchanged satisfied smiles as they stood. Both yearned for a tranquil Konoha, wishing to spend their twilight years in peace. Thus, the meeting's conclusion brought them great contentment. Let us disperse. With that, Hiruzen was the first to exit the conference room, followed closely by Tsunade and Mito, leaving Danzo alone at the table, motionless. Such weakness. The position of Hokage will ultimately be mine. Just wait, Hiruzen. I shall achieve greater things than you. After observing their departures, Danzo contemplated, his hand resting on his bandaged eye, which concealed the Sharingan he had recently acquired from Uchiha Shursui. Root, issue the command. The night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation is set for tomorrow. Concluding his thoughts, Danzo exited the conference room, addressing the two Root ninjas awaiting him. Yes, Lord Danzo. The emotionless Root operatives nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let us return. Satisfied, Danzo nodded and strode out of the Hokage building, intent on returning to his base, Root. If I were Hokage, I would ensure that Konoha held the most significant power and influence. Moments later, Danzo finally arrived at Root, settling into his designated chair, murmuring with resolve. Yanfei Rujan's choices consistently lead to his disappointment, hastening the dark plan for assassination that brews within him. Gulala, he mutters, you have finally returned. Tawanzo. Who? At that moment, an extraordinarily peculiar sound emerged, causing Shimura Tawanzo to whirl around and draw his kunai, entering a state of alertness. Bang! I am here. As he spoke, the wall before him shattered into debris, revealing an enormous figure. This individual was none other than EdwardNewgate, who had traversed time to arrive in a different world. Were you? How can a human be so towering? Is this a mutated being engineered by Orochimaru? Upon witnessing the colossal Edward, Shimura Tawanzo was instantly taken aback, gripping his kunai, uncertain of how to defend himself. Umbu, move. In the next moment, Tawanzo commanded the Umbu ninjas beside him with a tone of authority. Yet, regardless of his orders, the ninjas remained still, their heads bowed as if lifeless. Is this an illusion? I cannot believe this fellow's mastery of Jinjutsu is so profound. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Aware of the advantageous position he held, Tawanzo ceased to command his Umbu and instead exhaled a wind bullet towards Edward. Such ninjutsu is futile against me. However, the giant merely raised a hand and effortlessly dispersed the wind bullet, sustaining no harm. This is impossible, Tawanzo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he witnessed his once reliable wind techniques being so easily neutralized. Nothing is impossible. Tell me where Orochimaru is. I seek him. After dismissing the wind technique, Edward expressed his desire to leave, his gaze fixed on Tawanzo. His objective was clear, to ascertain the current state of the ninja world and to find Orochimaru to explore further inquiries together. Upon encountering Tawanzo, he instantly grasped the dire nature of the ninja world, feeling an overwhelming aversion. Are you in search of Orochimaru? Is there enmity between you? Upon hearing this, Tawanzo lowered his kunai, feigning a casual conversation as he untied the bandages obscuring his eyes. Realizing the vast chasm in strength between them, he conceived a reckless notion. Even at this juncture, you still wish to engage. However, It is true. Your age self pales in comparison to your youthful vigor, in mindset and in other aspects. Acknowledging the weight of Tuanzo's actions, Edward spoke with a heavy tone. At this stage of his life, Tuanzo was repugnant, having committed heinous acts that garnered widespread disdain. I do not comprehend your words. You would do well to succumb to my power, Bansho Tenin, with a sense of foreboding. Tuanzo unraveled the bandages from his eyes and fervently exclaimed. If he could control the giant before him, he believed the position of Hokage would be within his grasp. Enough. You shall remain buried in the old era. 6 paths, rebirth. Following this proclamation, Edward ceased further dialogue, his eyes contorting as they transformed into the Rinnegan, locking onto Tuanzo. This cannot be. Why do my eyes have no effect on you? Has that fool Shursui tampered with them? Tuanzo shouted, his attempts to utilize Bansho Tenin yielding no result. Simultaneously, he could feel his lifespan rapidly diminishing. Should his life force be entirely depleted, he would meet death, unable even to utilize his Anaji to revive himself. I never anticipated this world would elude my control. Am I truly but an outsider? As Edward employed the 6 paths, rebirth, he disregarded Tuanzo's struggles, lost in his own thoughts. Spare me. What do you desire? I will give you anything. Tuanzo, now teetering on the brink of death, felt his hair fall and wrinkles multiply, even the power of his Sharingan waning. No need. I shall take matters into my own hands. Soul absorption. With those words, Edward placed his hand upon Tuanzo's head, extracting his memories. Indeed, this world mirrors the original narrative. As for Orochimaru, after perusing Tuanzo's memories, Edward casually discarded the lifeless form of Tuanzo onto the ground. The Sound Village, is it? He murmured, and in an instant, his immense form vanished from sight. Now, possessing the power of the 6 paths, he could swiftly traverse the ninja world. If he truly wished to find Orochimaru expeditiously, he could unleash his observation haki to cover vast expanses of the ninja realm in search of him. However, such an endeavor would greatly deplete his mental energy, akin to sifting through a sea of people, leaving him fatigued. Moreover, his desire to encounter Tuanzo prompted him to wait for the latter's arrival at the Umbu's headquarters. Yet upon meeting him, Edward was sorely disappointed. This was not the Tuanzo he wished to converse with, having succumbed entirely to the allure of the Hokage position. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Sound Village, Edward activated his observation haki after soaring for some time, concealed so deeply, truly deserving of the title White Snake of the ninja world. After conducting a thorough search, Edward's gaze settled upon a secluded area housing a secret base, constructed from materials resistant to prying eyes. Who approaches? It seems the visitor bears ill intent. Orochimaru, sensing Edward's presence within his awareness, raised his head and addressed the ceiling with a hoarse voice. Shall we intervene? Lord Orochimaru asked his subordinates, kneeling on one knee. This matter does not concern you. That individual is not one you can withstand. Ho ho ho. With a single leap, Orochimaru melded into the wall, leaving behind his ominous words. It appears Lord Orochimaru requires no assistance, murmured several subordinates, their voices echoing within the base. Should we? They began, but a chill ran down their spines, prompting them to busy themselves with tasks once more, for they were not keen on becoming Orochimaru's test subjects. Ah, you have arrived, Orochimaru. Edward descended from the sky, quietly observing the puzzled Orochimaru before him. Who are you? You seem familiar, yet I do not recognize you. Moreover, this chakra. Orochimaru stroked his chin, feigning seriousness. Gulala, I am the new god of the ninja realm from another dimension, the 4th Hokage, the mightiest man in the ninja world, EdwardNewgate. Gazing at the utterly unperturbed and solemn Orochimaru before him, Edward spoke in an intriguing tone, posing the question, another ninja world? What does that imply? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with interest as he had gleaned critical information from Edward's words. Do you not believe me? Edward grinned after a moment of scrutiny, his shoulders beginning to twitch. This is... Soon, a countenance began to emerge from the movement of Edward's shoulders. A closer inspection would reveal that this visage bore a striking resemblance to the Orochimaru standing before him, resembling the formidable pseudo-six paths from the previous ninja world. Familiar, is it? This is you from the ninja realm, and he is far superior to your current self, Edward teased, addressing Orochimaru. Oh, you must admit, you have piqued my curiosity. Let us converse, curious giant. Following Edward's words, Orochimaru gestured for him to proceed ahead, indicating that he wanted Edward to follow. Regardless, you still maintain this fearless demeanor, Edward mused as he moved to keep pace with Orochimaru, murmuring under his breath. Yet, he understood all too well the reason behind Orochimaru's audacious front. His myriad of life-preserving techniques instilled in him a confidence that he could evade Edward's grasp. As they continued their exploration, Orochimaru led Edward into a concealed chamber. It is quite cramped. This place is exceedingly uncomfortable, Edward remarked, bending his body slightly as he traversed the narrow passage. Ho ho ho, just a bit further, and it shall improve, Orochimaru replied, casting a fleeting glance over his shoulder. It is best that it does, or I may be compelled to resort to certain measures. Their conversation concluded here, and they advanced further. Indeed, after traversing a short distance, they arrived at a vast cavern with a height of at least several meters, allowing Edward to stretch his limbs freely. Does the Orochimaru from the ninja world have anything to convey to me? Upon entering the cavern, Orochimaru wiped his moist lips and addressed Edward. No, but I can speak on his behalf, Edward replied, recollecting the actions of the pseudo-six paths, Orochimaru from his memories. Oh, then please do, I'm all ears. With a glimmer of interest in his eyes, Orochimaru encouraged Edward to share. In that case, I wish to express that immortality can be a profound solitude. Sometimes, it is better to adhere to the natural order. After summarizing his thoughts, Edward suggested this to Orochimaru. Upon hearing this advice, Orochimaru immediately lowered his head, lost in deep contemplation. The Orochimaru from another ninja world could be seen as a representation of his future, meriting thorough reflection. So, what brings you to seek me? After a lengthy silence, Orochimaru finally composed himself and inquired of Edward. This imposing figure before him could not possibly have approached him merely to discuss such matters. Edward sensed the depths of his formidable power. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I require your assistance, Orochimaru. With that, Edward infused a memory into Orochimaru's mind, granting him insight into certain secrets. The Shikigami sealing technique conceals something of such magnitude? Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished after glimpsing the memory Edward had imparted. Certainly, I possess little understanding of this. If possible, I would like you to examine it. Straightening his posture and stretching his body, Edward declared after the infusion. However, beneath the surface, he felt a disquieting falseness emanating from Orochimaru. Not only Orochimaru, but the entire world felt insubstantial to him, perhaps due to its divergence from the world he once knew. This disconnection prevented him from feeling any semblance of affection for this realm. Even his desire to observe Orochimaru and reflect on Uchiha Madara dissipated. I must apologize. I, too, delved into the secrets of the Shinigami, but with my current strength, I am unable to effectuate anything. Upon receiving Edward's response, Orochimaru, after a moment of silence, spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Very well, Orochimaru, I shall take my leave. Just as Edward felt the urge to voice further thoughts and engage in discussion with Orochimaru, he abruptly halted and departed the scene. This world was not one he recognized, leaving him devoid of the inclination to converse with Orochimaru. How curious, yet what of my future self? How intriguing. I wish to possess such formidable power. After Edward vanished, Orochimaru stood still, lost in contemplation. Edward, having distanced himself from Orochimaru, soared towards Konoha, transforming into a tall man of approximately 1.7 meters to blend in. Still the same. It has not changed at all, Edward mused, surveying the various structures of Konoha with a sense of nostalgia. Halt! Who are you, a civilian? After some time within Konoha, a squad of Uchiha guards intercepted Edward, surrounding him with inquiries. They had long noted Edward's suspicious demeanor. Should he exhibit any sign of anomaly, they would swiftly apprehend him. Who are you? Apologies, I am here to find a relative. Edward feigned a hint of panic, addressing the Uchiha guard surrounding him. A relative? You say? What is their name? I can assist you in your search. One of the guards responded, producing a sealing scroll that revealed several rosters. These rosters documented the names of various individuals within Konoha. His name is Yamashita Koha, my long-lost brother, Edward recalled fondly, a hint of nostalgia gracing his expression. Yamashita Koha? Who is that? I have not heard of him, a guard remarked, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he began to search through the roster. Despite their efforts, they could not locate the name Yamashita Koha within their records. Here, check this roster. He appears to be of considerable age. So we should find him in the older records, suggested the Uchiha guard captain, hesitating before retrieving another roster from the sealing scroll. This older roster contained the names of many individuals from previous generations. Yamashita Koha? Unfortunately, he was honored to join Danzo's route at around the age of 9. But he perished during the training process due to unforeseen circumstances. After a considerable search, the members of the Konoha Guard finally located the personal information of Shansha and began to relay it to Edward. What? How can this be? Upon hearing this, Edward's eyes widened, and the inhabitants of Konoha stood frozen in place. He snatched the roster and began to peruse it. Shansha, male, with exceptional chakra attributes, wind, lightning, and fire, selected into the route, but perished due to insufficient physical strength at the tender age of 9. Soon, Edward finished reading the text on the roster, leaving him utterly stunned. To think that my unintentional actions saved Shansha. After finishing the roster's contents, Edward's countenance darkened significantly. This revelation deepened his disdain for the world before him. Is this truly the reality of the ninja realm? Without my presence, would it descend into chaos? Contemplating this, Edward sighed. However, internally, he vehemently rejected this notion. In his heart, the ninja realm he controlled was truly his home. Subsequently, having comprehended everything, Edward departed from that place without a trace of nostalgia, for in his eyes, this world was but an illusion. What happened to that person just now? Time swiftly resumed, and several members of the Konoha Guard exchanged bewildered glances. Was it an illusion? Should we report this? Another guard muttered. Forget it. Konoha isn't worth our time right now. There's something significant happening tonight. Yet, in the next moment, their captain, with a resolute tone, led them away from the scene. Meanwhile, in the realm of ninjas, on the moon, Edward, who had just departed from Konoha, gazed intently at the radiant orb before him. Edward, does my existence resonate within this world? The familiar voice of Oitsutsuki Kagaya inquired from within Edward. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps I do exist, but what of it? As you mentioned, I cannot eliminate you. After some contemplation, Edward replied with a note of resignation. No, you can indeed end my existence, provided you absorb all the chakra from this realm. I sense your hesitation. Kagaya's voice, laced with temptation, echoed within Edward. Their states resembled that of Jinchuriki, and Kagaya was well aware of Edward's innermost thoughts. She understood that his concern lay solely with the individuals within the ninja realm, not the realm itself. This emotional entanglement rendered Edward incapable of eliminating her. However, the situation had shifted. Edward harbored no sentiments towards this ninja world. Should he eradicate everything within it, he could transform the progenitor of chakra into chakra fruits for his consumption. Hesitation? What ought to be done and what should not? I alone possess the discernment. After a moment of silence, Edward spoke in a tone devoid of fervor. Whitebeard would never harm the innocent for the sake of power. Yet, he is not the true Whitebeard. He is merely a fortunate soul who acquired immense power through a system traversing into the ninja realm. You and I are alike. If you wish to act, then do so, Kagaya remarked, having grasped Edward's thoughts. Through their time together, she discerned that this man was not as domineering as he usually appeared, a fact supported by various reasons. The lingering duality of his personality and the unresolved sentiments from his past life serve as testament to this. Everything is for my family. After considering Kagaya's advice, Edward remained on the moon for a protracted period before finally uttering his thoughts aloud. Having confirmed the disconnection between the ninja realm in his control and the one before him, he resolved to act. After lingering for a while longer, Edward cast a lingering glance at the moon before returning to the ninja realm. Chakra God Tree. Arise. Previously, having summoned the Chakra God Tree, Edward had confined Kagaya to a ceiling space, allowing him to manipulate the Chakra God Tree at will. This was the expression of true strength. Within the ceiling space, Kagaya observed the disappearance of the Chakra God Tree behind her and remarked, "Forgive me, Tsunade, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others in this world. Though the inhabitants of this ninja realm are innocent, the mere thought of Shan Xiaofengye, who perished at the age of 9, brings pain to my heart. Infinite Tsukuyami, let the suffering within the pain of the Sharingan become my power." Edward then slowly floated above the Chakra God Tree, his eyes contorting into the blood-red shape of the Sharingan. At this moment, he aimed to utilize the Chakra God Tree to absorb all chakra from the ninja realm to crystallize chakra fruits. Should his plan succeed, with Kagaya sealed on the moon, he could potentially crystallize 2 chakra fruits. In a swift motion, under the reflection of Edward's Sharingan, the moon transformed into a crimson hue, casting a scarlet light upon the land of the ninja realm. The entire landscape was engulfed in a wash of red light, compelling every individual to gaze upward at the now scarlet moon. What is happening? Why has the moon turned red? What is this? My head aches. At that moment, the ninja realm seemed to revert to the state when it was under Uchiha Madara's dominion. However, the one now controlling the ninja realm was not the arrogant Madara, but another individual. Within a cavern, a figure exclaimed, "What is going on? Who has activated Infinite Tsukuyami? Is it Mother's will?" Upon witnessing the return of the ninja realm to a familiar visage, Black Zetsu expressed astonishment. Gradually, under the illumination of the crimson light, the eyes of all beings in the ninja realm dulled, slipping into a state of vacuity. They fell into the illusion of Infinite Tsukuyami, except for one entirely black entity, who muttered in confusion, "Is this truly Mother's will? Why does this power feel so wrong?" This entity was none other than Black Zetsu, the manifestation of Kagaya's will within the ninja realm. Hence, he was not drawn into the Infinite Tsukuyami. "No, this is not my mother's essence. Who has interfered with my plans?" The next moment, sensing a different aura, Black Zetsu erupted in fury, merging into the earth. Back with Edward, who controlled the Chakra God Tree. He pondered, "Have I succeeded? If I can envelop them within the God Tree and drain their chakra, it will be complete." Observing the Chakra God Tree beneath him beginning to activate, Edward's expression turned multifaceted. Because of Mingrun, Sasuke has yet to fully develop, and in this world, there exists no one who can rival Edward in strength. Thus, there are no so-called protagonist teams to impede him. I have begun to gradually appreciate you, Edward. The Otsutsuki Kagaya sealed within Idiwa's body also began to echo this sentiment. In their Otsutsuki clan, being troubled by love is a sign of weakness. The speed at which this chakra fruit is condensing is truly slow. Ignoring Kagaya's words, Edward expressed his frustration. In his gaze, the chakra divine tree appeared as a press, squeezing the chakra from all individuals in the ninja world into droplets that slowly solidified into chakra fruits. If this pace continues, it would take at least 100 years, or even thousands, to complete. Finally comprehending the operational process of the chakra divine tree, Edward remarked, "Is this slow? Do you know how much chakra you will gain from condensing a chakra fruit?" Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately responded with a look of exasperation within Idiwa's internal space. "However, I am in desperate need of time," Edward stated, knowing that in the near future, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki will invade the ninja world. If it truly takes this long, should Edward be defeated by Momoshiki and his ilk, would that not simply serve as a gift for them? Time? This world is not like your previous one. However, if you truly are pressed for time, I can offer you a splendid suggestion. Seemingly having thought of something, Otsutsuki Kagaya shifted her words to Edward. "What suggestion? Speak." Upon hearing this, Edward perked up his ears, eager to listen to the words of Otsutsuki Kagaya sealed within him. "That is to capture me in this world and seal me within the chakra divine tree for its absorption. This way, you can complete the condensation of the chakra fruit in a very short time." The only downside is that such an operation would waste a significant amount of chakra energy. Your initial plan to condense 2 chakra fruits would only yield 1. In one long breath, Otsutsuki Kagaya articulated her thoughts. A fine suggestion indeed. But how can you be certain I want to seal you within the chakra divine tree myself? Edwa, peering into the sealed space and fixating on Otsutsuki Kagaya, spoke with a chilling tone. True strength does not fear death. After all, I have lived long enough, and I hold no attachment to this world. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya's heart trembled slightly, but she quickly composed herself and responded calmly. For this woman, who has suffered greatly and has been sealed on the moon for thousands of years, sometimes death is a form of liberation. Rest assured, I will not kill you so easily. In response, Edwa merely withdrew his consciousness from the sealed space and stated, for him, killing Otsutsuki Kagaya now would yield no benefit. Most importantly, if he were to kill her, she might unwittingly resurrect in the ninja world. This was what truly frightened Edwa, prompting him to immediately dismiss this notion. Within him, there was a scent reminiscent of a mother, akin to that of a Jinchuriki. How strange. Meanwhile, as Edwa busied himself, a tremor in the earth revealed a black head that spoke in a peculiar tone. This black head belonged to Kurizetsu, who quickly located this place. Kurizetsu? However, before Kurizetsu could fully emerge, Idewa's sharp gaze was already directed at that location. Not good. I've been discovered. What is this? Kurizetsu exclaimed in shock, attempting to meld into the earth to escape. Yet, Edwa was swifter, soon capturing Kurizetsu with his Haushiko haki. Kurizetsu. Seeing Kurizetsu captured, Otsutsuki Kagaya within Edwa immediately expressed her emotions. This is not the Kurizetsu from our ninja world. That Kurizetsu has already been eliminated by me. Hearing Kagaya's emotional tone, Edwa replied disdainfully. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for Kurizetsu, viewing him as a disruptor who had plotted against the entire ninja world. I understand. Kagaya nodded in response. Remaining still, Kurizetsu was merely an embodiment of her will, and she held no deep feelings for him, only a complex sentiment regarding his actions. Why do you carry the scent of a mother within you? Once captured, Kurizetsu no longer concealed himself, shouting loudly. The scent of a mother? Is it her? With that, Edwa half revealed Otsutsuki Kagaya within him. What is this? Kurizetsu's eyes widened in astonishment. Kurizetsu, give up resisting. Otsutsuki Kagaya said, wishing to prevent Kurizetsu from meeting his end. No, you're not my mother. I can sense that my true mother resides on the moon. But suddenly catching a whiff of something, Kurizetsu began to struggle violently. Sigh. Witnessing this scene, Otsutsuki Kagaya could only let out a faint sigh before disappearing. She had granted Kurizetsu his last opportunity, yet he failed to seize it. Vanished completely. As Otsutsuki Kagaya returned to the sealed space and concluded her conversation with Kurizetsu, Edwa could no longer contain himself. The power of the 6 paths erupted, compressing down upon Kurizetsu and reducing him to dust, just as he had done to the previous Kurizetsu. Ridiculous. How could such a small entity contend with me? After vanquishing Kurizetsu, Edwa shifted his gaze upward to the bright moon in the sky. If I were to shatter that moon, would the infinite Tsukuyami not come to an end? Given that the method of the divine tree absorbing chakra is only that which exists in Uchiha Obito's memories of the infinite Tsukuyami, Edwa pondered this. Deep down, he understood that the infinite Tsukuyami is merely a flawed version of a technique to utilize the divine tree. There must be a superior technique suited for mastering the divine tree, though Edwa was unaware of it. By the way, Kagaya, do you know how to directly control the divine tree? Remembering that Otsutsuki Kagaya was the original user of the divine tree, Edwa suddenly smacked his forehead and inquired of her in the sealed space. It's quite simple. Just use your Rinnegan with 9 Tomo, and you will gradually master it. Otsutsuki Kagaya, with her eyes closed, spoke slowly, seemingly lost in thought. Is that so? Is it that simple? Upon hearing this, Edwa reflected for a moment before saying, then let me give it a try. Infinite Tsukuyami. Subsequently, Edwa withdrew from the sealed space, focusing all his attention on the moon, meticulously attempting to control it. No, Your focus should be on the divine tree, not that useless moon. It's merely a slightly larger stone. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealed within the dimensional space, unexpectedly uttered, Thank you." Upon hearing this, Edward, realizing his error, promptly shifted his focus to the divine tree. To master the divine tree and absorb the chakra of this ninja world, one must wholly devote both body and spirit to the chakra of the divine tree. Have you witnessed how Otsutsuki utilized the divine tree during your previous encounter? Noticing Edward beginning the operation based on his hints, Kagaya continued. The method employed by Otsutsuki seems to involve a complete merging with the divine tree, rendering the body immobile. Remembering the state of Otsutsuki during their battle, Edward hesitated, saying, if that is the case, how can he resist the impending invasion of Otsutsuki Kagaya and others? Must he truly create a clone to engage in battle like Otsutsuki? Indeed, only in such a manner can one fully master the divine tree and maximize its potential, replied Kagaya upon hearing Edward's murmurs. In that case, let us postpone this for now. Once I capture you in this ninja world, I shall contemplate the matter of the divine tree. Having gained some understanding of the operation method of the divine tree, Edward stated, I cannot afford to be ensnared within the divine tree at this moment. Subsequently, he ceased to dwell on these futile thoughts, his body flashing into the air, heading toward the moon to confront Kagaya. Here we are. Within lies another version of you. Are you looking forward to it? Edward soon arrived before the moon, gazing at the great orb. There is some anticipation, isn't there? Kagaya murmured, her thoughts a swirl of uncertainty. Then let us commence, Edward declared, and without further ado, the power of the six paths surged within the Dunjun Gusher, unleashing a tremendous explosion that shattered the moon into countless cracks. What is the situation in the ninja world? How did this man appear? As the moon fragmented, Kagaya slowly emerged, uttering, due to the manifestation of Black Zetsu's will, I sometimes become aware of the ninja world's circumstances. However, during this period, I only know that an uninvited guest has suddenly arrived, and beyond that, I have no further information. Even my Black Zetsu's will has been extinguished. Are you the progenitor of chakra in this ninja world? Otsutsuki Kagaya? Upon releasing her, Edward unleashed his formidable power, inquiring, Who are you? Why do you appear here? What is your purpose? Hearing such disrespectful words, Kagaya's eyes widened in shock. How could anyone have the audacity to address me in such a manner? Those who dared have long been eliminated. Enough talk. Let us see the truth in action. Six-path shockwave. Edward roared, revealing dozens of small black spheres in his hands. This was a new technique he had cultivated during his recent seclusion, perfectly integrating the power of the six paths into the Junjun Gushe, forming black spheres. Each sphere harbored energy equivalent to that of several dozen nuclear bombs, not to mention the multitude he now wielded. Such terrifying energy. 80 God's airstrike. Kagaya's face turned pale upon sensing the black spheres in Edward's hands. While she did not fear death, after being sealed for a millennium, she wished to understand it clearly. With a resounding boom, the multitude of black spheres collided with Kagaya's 80 God's airstrike, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The entire universe seemed to tremble, and waves of residual energy rippled outward. Ultimately, Kagaya coughed up blood and was propelled backward. How could you possibly defeat me? The one who harbors another version of you within me? Edward said, placing a hand on his chest, which was the very seal containing Kagaya. Through their gradual communication, Edward's charisma had begun to influence Kagaya, leading her to lend him her strength and enhance his power. This chakra feels so familiar. After being propelled for a considerable distance, Kagaya finally stabilized her body, murmuring as she assessed her injuries. It is I. But the next moment brought a shocking realization for Kagaya. The Kagaya from within Edward's sealed space slowly emerged, gazing at her with complex emotions. Who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely? Are you a clone of the Otsutsuki clan? The astonished Kagaya exclaimed. No, I am merely another version of you from a different world, so there is no need for such surprise, she replied after observing Kagaya for a moment. You're not a match for this giant. Thus, I can attest to that. After contemplating, she continued, not intending to dissuade the Kaguya before her, as she understood her own character. Though her emotions appeared mixed on the surface, she concealed a persona that was lofty and impervious to infringement. How repugnant. I never imagined that my future self would attempt to dissuade me. Kaguya frowned at this statement. Alas, she sighed, and then the other Kaguya remerged into Edward, her power surging back into him. 6 paths shockwave slash. Gripping the Tsongyun Chia, Edward swiftly mounted Kaguya's head and delivered a fierce strike. An opening. Kaguya, forced into a corner, struggled to defend using chakra. Yet, with her limited combat experience, she stood no chance against Edward. As she attempted to block, Edward split into 3 clones, encircling her. You're no match for me. Slash. Declaring this, Edward hesitated no longer as all clones swung their swords in unison. With a series of swift strikes, Kaguya's body was cleaved apart, her limbs shattering. Progenitor of chakra, grant me your power, Edward commanded, sweeping his hand to absorb her dismembered parts into the sealed space. For him, these were glimmering chakra energies too valuable to waste. If he could absorb all of Kaguya's chakra, he would subsequently drain the chakra from the ninja world, preventing Kaguya from utilizing it for her resurrection. So formidable, even more so than Otsutsuki Momoshiki and others. Kaguya, having lost her arms, swiftly escaped Edward's encirclement, her expression grave. Am I truly to perish here? I can feel that the divine tree of the ninja world has already fallen under his control. Gazing quietly at Edward, Otsutsuki Kaguya felt a tinge of sorrow. If she were to perish at Edward's hands, it would indeed mark a disgrace for the Otsutsuki clan. No, I cannot succumb to death so easily. The Otsutsuki clan still needs me. Suddenly recalling something, Otsutsuki Kaguya lifted her head, her anger visibly flaring. Being sealed for a millennium was one thing, but to be attacked immediately upon her release and potentially die at the hands of another was utterly unacceptable to her. Should she re-establish connections with the Otsutsuki clan? It had been quite some time since that had last occurred. Reflecting on those familiar faces, Otsutsuki Kaguya hesitated, sensing a surge of energy within her as she muttered die. However, Edward showed her no mercy, relentlessly striking with blade after blade. Inferior, lowly creature. Ultimately, having discerned Edward's true nature, Otsutsuki Kaguya opened the chakra connection, establishing a link with the rest of her clan, who were thousands of miles away. On a cerulean and violet-hued planet, Otsutsuki Kaguya's name echoed. Was she not the traitor? How could she possibly reforge the chakra link with our Otsutsuki clan? As before, she bore pale skin and long, ash-white hair, devoid of eyebrows. With 2 circular marks on her forehead, 2 rabbit-like ears adorned her head. Her eyes were the Byakugan, and each palm bore a crimson rinnegan. With her left hand clad in a black glove, draped in noble attire and high wooden clogs, a man with feathered garments spoke. However, unlike before, his demeanor had shifted from arrogance to confusion. Behind him stood a rotund and peculiar man, known as Otsutsuki Kaguya's kin, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, with Otsutsuki Kinshiki by his side. According to Otsutsuki Kaguya's location, they were still on that very planet. Kaguya, this saves me the trouble of searching for you. Prepare to face the judgment of the Otsutsuki clan. Feeling the chakra link with Otsutsuki Kaguya, Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed boastfully. Regardless of your desire to reintegrate with the Otsutsuki clan, betrayal is betrayal, no matter your former standing. With an air of arrogance, he gazed skyward, his hands clenched, intent on pursuing some objective. He was on the verge of condensing a chakra fruit, and soon he would be able to manifest it anew. With the chakra fruit freshly formed, he had nothing else to occupy his time, so he intended to venture into the shinobi world. Kinshiki, I truly wonder where you learned that perverse habit of yours. Otsutsuki Momoshiki turned his gaze to Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was currently suppressing numerous humans, his body punctured by countless white tendrils. Very well, Kinshiki replied, nodding in acknowledgement, hastening his pace, causing the humans beneath him to suffer immensely. This was the mundane routine he adhered to within the tedium of the shinobi world. I must hasten the condensation of the chakra fruit. It has been far too long since I last engaged in physical activity. With Kinshiki's affirmation, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's clone dissipated, focusing intently on controlling the divine tree to produce the fruit. Meanwhile, Edward had completely subdued the inexperienced Otsutsuki Kagaya. You cannot kill me, human. With her limbs severed and ensnared by the overwhelming power of the six paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya lamented her dire predicament. Yet, what truly tormented her was the prospect of being defeated by this giant before her. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Initially, she had resolved not to partake in such futile battles any longer. However, reality relentlessly cornered her, continuously challenging her limits, pushing her to the brink of despair, ultimately leading her to choose a path of mutual destruction. How then shall I harness her energy for myself? Yet, being from another world, Edward did not regard the subdued Otsutsuki Kagaya as an equal being. Instead, he diminished her to a miniature figurine, manipulating her in his grasp. You shall surely regret this. How dare you treat the Otsutsuki clan in such a manner? They will make you understand what true suffering is. Enduring humiliation as she was toyed with, Otsutsuki Kagaya retorted vehemently. Then let us eliminate her and channel her energy into the divine tree. Edward, however, paid no heed to her indignation. After extinguishing her will with the power of the six paths, he transported her remnants back to the shinobi world. Divine tree, accept me. Edward soon returned to the pinnacle of the divine tree, speaking solemnly to it. Mirje. In the next instant, he integrated the remnants of Otsutsuki Kagaya into the chakra divine tree. Simultaneously, Edward's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan with 9 tomo, and his massive form gradually melded into the trunk of the divine tree. Now, he sought to control the chakra divine tree as Otsutsuki Kagaya once did. Finally, he had received the divine tree's power. With Otsutsuki Kagaya's essence guiding him, Edward swiftly seized complete control over the divine tree, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. The Otsutsuki Kagaya of this world shall become my offering. Immediately after accepting the divine tree's energy, Edward focused his attention on the remnants of Otsutsuki Kagaya that lingered within the divine tree. If he could condense her chakra into the chakra fruit, the process would accelerate significantly, allowing success in a remarkably brief period. You're already halfway there, as you desired. But previously, I sensed the chakra link established between this world's Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Otsutsuki clan. Within the sealed space inside Edward, Otsutsuki Kagaya, astonished by the re-establishment of the link, remarked incredulously. It was an unfathomable irony that she would reconnect with the very clan she had betrayed. So, you have forged a link with the Otsutsuki clan? Listening to this, Edward fell into contemplation. This signifies that perhaps in the future, the Otsutsuki clan may send envoys to confront you. Recalling the merciless, hierarchically superior Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya stated, "Is that so? Yet I shall not cower." Instantly enlightened, Edward closed his eyes and declared, "At this moment, I too possess the essence of the chakra divine tree. As long as the energy within is sufficient, I can rely on its chakra for infinite resurrection." How long have you known this? In response, Otsutsuki Kagaya in the sealed space merely chuckled lightly, teasingly. She was acutely aware of the man's extraordinary confidence. Apart from the ninjaverse, he exhibited no fear of anything in the world. However, this did not imply that he was superior to the formidable members of the Otsutsuki clan who had come before him. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, and Otsutsuki Kagaya were all individuals endowed with immense power, not to mention the revered Otsutsuki god, whose might was unparalleled. Although she had not truly witnessed the divine power of the Otsutsuki god, it was rumored that annihilating a planet was a mere triviality for such a being. Well, that shall suffice. Please do not disturb me any further. After concluding her conversation with Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward closed his eyes, focusing intently on controlling the chakra god tree. His primary objective was to condense the chakra fruit, as enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. Otherwise, everything else would be rendered meaningless. Only power could serve as the most sincere confession to him. In the days that followed, Edward devoted himself entirely to mastering the chakra god tree. All life forms in the ninjaverse had been enveloped by the chakra god tree, their chakra being absorbed by the divine tree. Time seemed to pass without value. And due to the absence of timekeeper, no one knew how long had truly elapsed. Only the remnants of once human structures began to crumble and accumulate dust, indicating that perhaps over a decade had passed. If an observer were to gaze upon the current ninjaverse, they would find it akin to a desolate wasteland. Even the growth of plants was suppressed due to the absorption of chakra. Cough, how long has it been? Finally, one day, a series of coughs emanated from within the god tree, shattering the tranquility of this world. I do not know, having spent over a millennium in a sealed space. I have become indifferent to time. A voice immediately responded, both unfamiliar and distant. These two voices belonged to Edward, merged with the essence of the god tree, and the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya within him. Over a millennium? How tragic. Upon hearing this, Edward, feeling the passage of time weigh upon him, expressed a semblance of empathy. Merely a decade had been unbearable for him, let alone the hundreds or thousands of years that Kagaya had endured on the moon. Such a burden was almost unbearable. The erosion of time could extinguish any soul. As the chakra fruit nearly reached completion, Edward then shifted his focus back to the god tree, muttering to himself, this pace is still insufficient. According to my third intuition, I sense that Momoshiki and the others are on their way. I believe they will arrive here in a few years. Upon hearing Edward's musings, Kagaya, sealed within, cautioned, this speed is not enough. What should be done? Upon hearing Kagaya's voice, Edward's thoughts raced. At this point, he had already exerted his utmost effort to accelerate the condensation of the chakra fruit. If this pace was still inadequate, there were no other options. Indeed, it is far from enough. You cannot comprehend the swiftness of our Otsutsuki clan. Remembering the familiar faces, a surge of battle intent surfaced within Kagaya as she spoke. I did not expect to evade you. Very well. If it is insufficient, let them come for a battle. With that, Edward chose to ignore Kagaya and concentrated solely on controlling the chakra god tree. Now, possessing such a powerful tree brimming with chakra, he felt confident in his ability to defeat those so-called Otsutsuki. Fool. Kagaya, having heard Edward's voice from the sealed space, let out a cold snort and spoke. After that, the two fell silent. Edward was engrossed in controlling the god tree, while Kagaya remained as quiet as the grave. Days passed, and the ninjaverse had become unrecognizable under Edward's influence. In the blink of an eye, several more years slipped away, and no one knew what the ninjaverse had once been. All that remained was a swirling tempest of sand, casting the entire realm into a wasteland. The apocalypse had manifested here, and now not a single life form existed in the world. Finally, one day, two swift figures broke the silence of the ninjaverse. They were two individuals clad in white robes, their skin pale and their eyes peculiar, one large and one small. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these two were none other than Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki from the earlier celestial body. They had completed their business on that planet and brought their chakra fruit to Edward's domain in the ninjaverse. Is this the realm governed by Otsutsuki Kagaya? Where's that traitor? The first question, infused with confusion, came from Momoshiki. I do not know. You might utilize your Rinnegan to investigate the area, Kinshiki suggested, eager to have Momoshiki probe the surroundings. Intelligence is crucial before any confrontation, especially when two opponents possess comparable strength. It seems this planet is under the control of the chakra god tree, but I recall Kagaya being labeled a traitor. Is there more to this story? Momoshiki activated his red Rinnegan, observing the area with intense scrutiny. I have a hunch that a formidable adversary is awaiting us here. Kinshiki also employed his probing abilities, gradually merging with the earth. Kinshiki, do you think another Otsutsuki clan member has arrived here before us to address this issue? Perhaps it is Otsutsuki Kinsuki and his companions? Momoshiki suddenly recalled something. That should be impossible. Otsutsuki Kinsuki's fruit condensation speed cannot match ours. As for Yurashiki, Kinshiki reminisced about these clan members. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he could not deduce that any member of the Otsutsuki clan had arrived before them. Very well, let us gather intelligence and survey this place. Upon this thought, Momoshiki ceased his inquiries with Kinshiki, initiating the operation of his blood-red Rinnegan. Kinshiki fully immersed himself in the earth, utilizing his unique methods to comprehend this world. Their skills rapidly expanded, covering vast areas of the ninjaverse, extending from hundreds of miles to thousands, and eventually to tens of thousands. In that fleeting moment, they discovered the Chakra God Tree, unmasked in the very heart of the ninjaverse, leaving them both perplexed. Could it be that an Otsutsuki clan member has indeed come here to resolve the matter concerning that traitor? After detecting the Chakra God Tree, they both retracted their abilities, exchanging bewildered glances. I'm not entirely certain either. The towering figure of Otsutsuki Kinshiki responded, "Fool, let us go and take a look. If it is a member of our Otsutsuki clan, we must greet them properly." A smile appeared on the face of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, whose entire being radiated a fierce battle intent. He had not experienced the thrill of combat for over 1,000 years. Only during idle moments would he use a shadow clone to exchange a few blows with Kinshiki. Though they were not a particularly warlike race, a millennium without battle had stifled their spirits. Soon, the two were swiftly traversing the skies of the shinobi world, gliding over crumbling edifices and lifeless forests. Evidently, this planet had once been inhabited by humans. Reflecting on this intelligent yet fragile species, Otsutsuki Momoshiki remarked with disdain, "Those inferior beings? Our experimental subjects." Hearing Momoshiki's words, Otsutsuki Kinshiki cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the dilapidated structures below. They indeed resembled the creations of those bipedal primates. After surveying the scene, Kinshiki withdrew his gaze and spoke with a tone steeped in contempt. The two then departed without a second glance, for in their eyes, the human race was beneath them, mere playthings. However, as they flew away, a closer inspection of the buildings below would reveal a flag proudly fluttering, emblazoned with the words "Will of Fire." After a considerable flight, the duo finally arrived at the location of the Chakra God Tree within the shinobi world and came to a halt. "This is the place. Let us unveil the mystery," said Otsutsuki Momoshiki, trembling with anticipation. Yet, this tremor was not born of fear, but rather of fervent excitement. He could hardly contain the battle spirit igniting within him. "Momoshiki, do not be so hasty. I sense a peculiar aura emanating from this god tree," Otsutsuki Kinshiki cautioned, exhibiting a calmness unlike his battle-ready companion. Unlike Momoshiki, Kinshiki preferred to manipulate the bodies and souls of living beings rather than engage in combat. "Peculiar? Huh. I perceive nothing amiss," retorted Momoshiki dismissively. He held Kinshiki in low regard, viewing him merely as a temporary resource. "Come, let me see who controls this god tree." With that, Otsutsuki Momoshiki floated into the air, excitement etched upon his face as he approached the Chakra God Tree, oblivious to the consciousness watching him intently from within. The Chakra God Tree bore the essence of the Otsutsuki clan. However, upon reaching the apex, Momoshiki tore off a piece of bark and inhaled its scent deeply. This was the simplest and most direct method for members of the Otsutsuki clan to identify one another. Is it Otsutsuki Kagaya, who has infused her chakra into this god tree? After this revelation, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression shifted to one of alarm. He became acutely aware of his surroundings, tensing up and preparing to flee. The Otsutsuki clan dealt with traitors in a manner far more severe than this, as it was an extremely taxing method of chakra expenditure. In contrast, they would opt for a more brutal approach that wasted less chakra in dealing with Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hand of the God Tree. Just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki intended to leave, a multitude of runes erupted beneath his feet, accompanied by a resonant sound. The entire god tree began to tremble, and countless branches ensnared Momoshiki's limbs, binding him in midair. It was Edward, concealed within the god tree, who had been waiting for this very opportunity. The hand of the god tree was a super sealing technique he had meticulously prepared, gathering vast amounts of energy, capable of sealing Otsutsuki Momoshiki momentarily. Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, witnessing the commotion, immediately reacted, intent on aiding his companion. Six paths god, tree, chakra, fusion giant. However, Edward would not grant Kinshiki the chance. The god tree shook violently, and a massive wooden giant emerged. Upon closer examination, One would find this giant bore a striking resemblance to the previous shinobi world deity Senju Hashirama's would release. Yet, when compared, Hashirama's would release paled in comparison to this giant, as it originated from the chakra god tree itself. Who dares to attack our Otsutsuki clan? Upon seeing the giant emerge from the god tree to confront him, Otsutsuki Kinshiki quickly conjured a shield and axe resembling red lasers to defend himself. Roar! Yet the giant, a fusion of the six paths and the chakra from the god tree, did not respond but charged straight at him. A mere puppet cannot hope to withstand me. In an instant, their battle intensified, each unleashing countless attacks upon the other. Gradually, the god tree giant found itself at a disadvantage. It was no match for Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I have won, Kinshiki declared heavily after a time, having forced the giant back. Daiha? Just as he prepared to eliminate the god tree giant before him. The chakra god tree trembled once more, and two more giants identical to the first charged at him. The battered god tree giant seized this opportunity to retreat and join the other two. The situation now saw three god tree giants confronting Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Regardless of the outcome, these three giants could delay Kinshiki significantly. However, Edward's primary objective today was not Kinshiki, but rather the bound Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Who are you to dare to consume the treasures of our Otsutsuki clan? Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Otsutsuki Momoshiki began to struggle fiercely, attempting to break free from the binding. Yet, this super sealing technique, meticulously crafted by Edward, was not so easily escaped. No matter how he fought, he could not free himself. Damn it! It seems I must resort to the power of the six paths to extinguish it. After a prolonged struggle, Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally ceased his efforts, adopting a serious demeanor. He could only blame his own arrogance and impatience for seeking out a confrontation with Edward, which led to his ensnarement. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Suddenly, Edward's voice resonated in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's ear from within the god tree. Who are you? Taken aback by the voice, Otsutsuki Momoshiki quickly regained his composure and shouted, a being from beyond, possessing profound knowledge connected to your Otsutsuki clan, spoke these words, and in an instant, numerous photon blades descended from the sky, striking Otsutsuki Momoshiki. This was the power of Otsutsuki Kagaya, that traitor. After being pierced by the photon blades, Otsutsuki Momoshiki howled in agony. How could he not comprehend the current scene and its implications? It could only mean that Otsutsuki Kagaya had allied herself with this enigmatic figure, or that this otherworldly being had seized control of her powers for his own use. The six paths, 80 God airstrike. Hearing this, Edward paid no heed to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Instead, he concentrated and conjured even more photon blades infused with diverse energies. He intended to inflict as much damage as possible during the time Momoshiki was sealed, even aiming to eliminate him. The blades swiftly struck Momoshiki's form, producing sounds that echoed the tearing of flesh and the shattering of bones, leaving numerous gaping wounds in his body. Yet, after a brief moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki began to regenerate, returning to his prior state. You cannot kill me. I possess this immortal body. He taunted, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The six paths, 80 God airstrike. Nevertheless, Edward remained unperturbed, unleashing more photon blades towards him. Having previously battled Otsutsuki Kagaya, he was well acquainted with this so-called immortality, which merely relied on energy replenishment. There are three methods to maintain such an immortal state. The first is to control a chakra god tree, utilizing its chakra to continuously restore oneself, allowing even for resurrection from utter destruction. The second involves using one's own six paths power and chakra to heal injuries and revive. The third method, employed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, involves sowing her chakra seeds. As long as there is chakra from her in the ninja world, she can resurrect infinitely. However, this method has its drawbacks. The resurrection speed is too slow, and the process of sowing chakra seeds is prolonged. At this moment, it was evident that Otsutsuki Momoshiki was employing the second method. If Edward could deplete his six paths power and chakra, he would be able to eliminate him completely. This task was not insurmountable for Edward, as he currently commanded a chakra god tree for his own use and revival. What kind of energy is this? It can actually deplete my chakra. The 6 paths 80 god air strike unleashed by Edward swiftly descended upon Otsutsuki Momoshiki, inflicting substantial damage. This question had been posed by countless individuals before. Upon hearing Momoshiki's cries, Edward chose to ignore him and murmured under his breath before launching more airstrikes. I cannot continue like this, otherwise I will inevitably be drained here. Kinshiki, that fool, what are you doing? Sealed and subjected to relentless damage. Otsutsuki Momoshiki could only suffer passively, directing his frustrations towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki. If Kinshiki could muster a little more strength, he could break the seal and free him. Together, they would not fear even a mysterious figure who dared not reveal himself. Conversely, Kinshiki was currently restrained by 3 colossal god tree giants, wielding a massive red axe that radiated power. To speak seriously, this axe was a unique weapon inherited from his ancestors, known as Boishan. It could generate various weapons from chakra, and each one, when fully activated, held the immense capability to cleave through the heavens and the earth. Such formidable defensive and regenerative capabilities, they're almost on par with my own, Otsutsuki Kinshiki observed, trapped at the center of the giants. The situation with Momoshiki had become dire. He had to eliminate these giants swiftly. Boishan, Byakugan Hyuka? Otsutsuki Kinshiki invoked Boishan, summoning red weapon blades, while his Byakugan widened, aiming to absorb the god tree giants. Hyuka is a unique space-time ninjutsu of Kinshiki's Byakugan, granting him the ability to traverse dimensions freely, enabling him to enter alternate spaces and even render himself intangible. He could transfer himself or other objects back and forth between the realms of reality and the void. His current objective was to employ this skill to draw the 3 god tree giants into the void, thereby restraining them. Impressive skill, quite reminiscent of Obito's Kamui. However, Edward, who was attentively monitoring Kinshiki, would not permit him to succeed. The god tree immediately unleashed countless tendrils to ensnare him. Damn it, my Hyuka was interrupted. Jashu. Seeing his technique interrupted by the branches, Otsutsuki Kinshiki immediately unleashed a powerful attack to cleave through the tendrils. Chakra gathered at his fingertips, forming a fiery red shadow-like energy, which he unleashed upon the tendrils. Kinshiki, you fool, can you not handle these things? Just give your power to me. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was being restrained, could no longer afford to wait. He was being pierced by countless blades that drained his strength, and if this continued, he would surely be exhausted. Upon hearing Momoshiki's complaints, Otsutsuki Kinshiki fell silent, yet his axe continued to swing relentlessly. He had never faced such a troublesome opponent before. He had always ended battles with overwhelming force until encountering Edward. 10 feather arrows. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Otsutsuki Kinshiki seized an opportunity. Swiftly, he launched multiple weapons in a singular direction, intending to rush forward alongside them to rescue Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Truly, as members of the Otsutsuki clan, their mastery of techniques and combat experience was remarkable, yet you are nothing like them. Noticing Kinshiki's unexpected escape, Edward furrowed his brow and retorted to Otsutsuki Kagaya. I'm nothing like them. They are merely a bunch of battle maniacs. In the seal space, upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately retorted, her face betraying her displeasure. Unfond of combat and having a protector like Otsutsuki Ishiki clearing the way for her, she had rarely engaged in battle. Ha! This indirectly illustrates one of the reasons you will lose to me. In response, Edward chuckled softly, his spirit renewed as he gazed towards the pinnacle of the god tree. There, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had been rescued by Kinshiki, and the two swiftly retreated several kilometers, hovering silently in the air. Remarkably, you have compelled us to such an extent that your prowess has earned a place of recognition in my heart. The figure of Daitongyu Tao sure floated in the air, speaking through clenched teeth. Although this predicament was purely accidental, having experienced the pain, he would not let Edward escape so easily. As anticipated, you have managed to survive. Edward, after gazing at the two for a moment, began to mutter to himself. Subsequently, his body slowly ascended into the sky, much like the grand entrance of Daitongmu Wushi. You, who have pilfered the secrets of our Daitongmu clan, shall experience torment akin to that of purgatory. Witnessing this, Daitongmu Taoshi's hatred intensified as he spoke. A glance revealed that the mysterious figure before them had completely mastered the chakra god tree. For the self-important Daitongmu clan, this was unforgivable. Meanwhile, Edward had ascended to the heavens, his colossal ethereal form appearing before them. As he needed to control the god tree, his true form could not yet be revealed. If he were to unveil his true self, the power derived from the god tree would diminish significantly. How repulsive the power of the six paths. After uttering this, the group simultaneously unleashed their powers against one another. Their differing allegiances had already predetermined a confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the battle commenced. The reverberations echoing throughout the entire shinobi world centered around the chakra god tree. Even distant villages, miles away, were affected by the aftermath, reduced to ashes, showcasing the magnitude of their might. Chakra god tree clones. With that, Edward summoned an endless array of ethereal clones from the god tree, launching an assault from all directions toward Daitongmu Taoshi and Jinshi. Jinshi advance. Upon witnessing these clones, Daitongmu Taoshi remained unfazed, opting instead to restore his six paths energy while permitting Jinshi to charge ahead. In his view, regaining his strength was far more crucial than engaging in futile battles. Understood, Jia Chue. Following Daitongmu Taoshi's command, Jinshi immediately concentrated chakra at his fingertips, releasing it in fiery form toward the surroundings. As his guardian, he needed to fulfill his role at this moment. Shok. Yet, these endless ethereal clones of Edward simultaneously employed the powers of the shock fruit, creating an overwhelmingly formidable force. No, we cannot withstand this. The thief of the god tree. Enveloped by the shock power, Daitongmu Jinshi's eyes widened in disbelief, his body swelling as he attempted to shroud Daitongmu Taoshi within, seeking to escape through the ethereal realm. With the chakra god tree at my disposal, how will you contend with me? Observing this, Edward squinted, invisibly employing the power of the six paths to hinder Daitongmu Jinshi's ethereal transformation. Damn it, I must endure. The divine shield of power. Daitongmu Jinshi, unable to evade the attack, could only forcibly brace himself, activating the weapon behind him. Heck, Kagaya, what do you think? Upon seeing Daitongmu Jinshi's shield, Edward remained indifferent, recognizing him as inconsequential, merely a pawn in this battle. Do not grow too complacent. Be wary of Taoshi, for he has yet to make his move. Daitongmu Kagaya, sealed in the spatial realm, responded with a note of caution. Oh, how does Taoshi compare to Wushi? With that, Edward's ethereal form began to shimmer in the air, as the chakra god tree instantaneously sprouted countless branches to ensnare Jinshi and the others. Impossible. Soon, under the relentless barrage, Daitongmu Jinshi's shield began to falter and shatter, ensnaring the protected Taoshi in the process. You useless fool. Daitongmu Taoshi, caught in the crossfire and interrupted in his recovery, erupted with anger, his dissatisfaction with his longtime protector growing ever stronger. Daitongmu Jinshi, sensing the shift in power, was violently thrust to the ground by Edward's assault, leaving him in a state of disarray. Allow me to take matters into my own hands. You will regret this. Time freeze. Unable to tolerate the sight of Jinshi sprawled on the ground, Daitongmu Taoshi officially joined the fray. As he did so, the scene appeared to freeze, immobilizing all present. Under my true power, even with control over the god tree, you are rendered useless. Witnessing Edward suspended in time, Daitongmu Taoshi grinned malevolently. Yet, before he could relish his triumph, reality abruptly interrupted him, for Edward had begun to move once more. Time freeze? How have you mastered such power? As Edward regained mobility, he murmured a few words, and reality resumed its course, photons and branches of the god tree launching toward him. This is utterly impossible. No one can survive under my ability. Freeze time. Freeze time. Witnessing this, Daitongmu Taoshi was filled with disbelief, attempting to invoke the time freeze once more. Regardless of how many times he tried, the outcome remained unchanged. Edward shattered the temporal stasis. Guh la la, the hand of the god tree. With a derisive laugh directed at Tao Shi, Edward commanded the god tree to strike relentlessly at him, tossing his body through the air as if playing a game. Outer path technique. Ultimately, Datomu Tao Shi was forced to confront this harsh reality, his Rinnegan glaring as countless black rods shot forth to restrain the branches. A familiar technique, yet it is futile against me. Upon witnessing the branches of the god tree ensnared by the black rods and rendered limp, Edward silently mused. In the next instant, the branches sprang back to life with newfound vigor, the black rods dislodged and tumbling to the ground. Damn it, Inuzuka Kenmei. Kizukuri. Observing this, Tao Shi immediately utilized Earth-style chakra to manifest serpentine creatures and Fire-style chakra to conjure birds, directing them at the branches. Fully aware of the god tree's might, he understood the urgency of eliminating it. Thus, earth and fire techniques were most suitable for countering the god tree. Shinra Tensei. However, Edward would not idly allow the fire and earth combination to scorch his god tree. Recalling the method of Shinra Tensei, he unleashed it. You damn thief. Did you also steal the Rinnegan from our Datomu clan? Realizing the situation, Datomu Tao Shi understood everything, exclaiming with a mix of hatred and frustration. He had entirely regarded Edward as a petty thief pilfering their clan's power. Universal Pull, 6 Paths Shockwave. Yet Edward held a different perspective. Any skill that could enhance his strength was worth employing. Regardless of how it was acquired, he accepted it without hesitation. Yuan Yen. Upon witnessing Edward employing the Universal Pull, Tao Shi immediately harnessed the elemental chakras of fire and earth to conjure a colossal lava titan, merging himself within it while simultaneously ceasing his loud outcries. Merli Trivial Technique. The 6 Paths Reversal Technique. However, Edward, observing Datomu Tao Shi merging into the titan, ironically shouted as he raised his left hand to unleash his power. The surrounding space began to distort gradually, and the lava giant swiftly disintegrated into dust. Are you certain you wish to merely engage in a contest of techniques with me? You inferior being? Unable to contain himself any longer, Datomu Tao Shi unleashed the full extent of his physical prowess, bellowing, "Survival of the fittest." Do you not grasp this fundamental principle? Edward, suspended in the air, began to channel a vast array of energies, forming an immense energy sphere. From the current battlefield advantage, Edward maintained the upper hand, pressuring Datomu Tao Shi and Jin Shi. However, all of this was attributed to Edward's possession of the Chakra Divine Tree and the power lent to him by Datomu Kagaya. Absent these advantages, a confrontation with Datomu Tao Shi would undoubtedly be far more formidable. Jin Shi, merge with me. The bellowing Datomu Tao Shi released a force that created an attraction stronger than the universal pull, drawing the incapacitated Datomu Jin Shi towards him. As for Datomu Jin Shi, who had already foreseen his fate, he remained silent, choosing to silently accept this reality. There was no alternative. For Datomu Tao Shi was his superior, possessing greater strength, while he was merely a guardian. Do you wish to evolve? Let me sever that. The situation shifted dramatically, catching Edward off guard. Ultimately, he could only wave his hand as various spatial rifts surged towards him. Yet these assaults could not disrupt Datomu Tao Shi's transformation, as a barrier emerged to thwart Edward's spatial rifts. Transformed, you shall soon face the true form of Datomu Tao Shi. Observing this scene from within the ceiling space, Datomu Kagaya immediately furrowed her brow and remarked, "Each member of the Datomu clan possesses a unique inheritance. Just as Datomu Jin Shi embodies the power of the god of waves, every Datomu has their own exclusive abilities. Let's wait and see." Upon hearing this, Edward replied nonchalantly, for he did not believe that someone who had previously fallen to him could triumph again. Allow me to remind you, it is highly probable that Datomu Tao Shi is currently harboring a fully formed chakra fruit. This is because our Datomu clan cannot indiscriminately consume the fruit, but must return it to our homeland for the upper echelons. After a moment of contemplation, Datomu Kagaya spoke again, this time leaning towards Edward's perspective. Oh, it seems I may indeed be fortunate this time. With that, Edward turned his gaze towards the transforming de Tongmu Tao Shi. If he were to defeat and slay de Tongmu Tao Shi, he might acquire another chakra fruit. Meanwhile, de Tongmu Tao Shi's eyes transitioned to a golden hue, his forehead revealing a golden rinnegan, and the rinnegan in his palms mirrored this transformation. His hair elongated, and dark stripes appeared across his body and face, while his horns stood upright, resembling a death deity. This was the transformation de Tongmu Tao Shi underwent after consuming de Tongmu Jin Shi's chakra fruit, temporarily dubbed the Death God form. Jin Shi still possesses some utility. In his Death God form, de Tongmu Tao Shi scrutinized himself, acknowledging this inheritance from his ancestors, which enabled him to adeptly assume a combat form. Perish, can you withstand me in this form? In the next instant, de Tongmu Tao Shi, now in his Death God form, fixed his gaze upon Edward and lunged towards the divine tree with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, the rinnegan in his hands and forehead turned crimson, signifying another of his techniques. His rinnegan could absorb all ninjutsu and chakra. The techniques and chakra siphon could restore his own strength and also be used to unleash black rods to confine his opponent's movements and chakra from a distance. Furthermore, the rinnegan in his left hand could amplify the power of absorb techniques before countering. However, one particular characteristic is that when absorbing and releasing ninjutsu, the rinnegan on his forehead and the palms of his hands would instantaneously switch to red. Do you think you can consume the chakra within my divine tree? Do you think you can handle it? Witnessing de Tongmu Tao Shi charging towards the divine tree while activating his unique skill, Edward murmured. Realizing that de Tongmu Tao Shi intended to drain the chakra from the divine tree entirely. Divine Tree Dragon. Edward then commanded the chakra divine tree to solidify, creating a titan entwined with a colossal dragon. These things are futile against me. Chakra energy cannon, transformed into the Death God form. The Tongmu Tao Shi exhibited an unprecedented increase in attack power, speed, and explosive force. Roar. The ensuing energy cannon struck the titan entwined with the dragon, obliterating most of its form. Absorb for me. After the energy cannon impacted the titan, de Tongmu Tao Shi shifted his focus, diligently absorbing the chakra from the divine tree. Divine Tree Hand. Divine Tree Dragon. Sensing the urgency, Edward promptly began to utilize the chakra divine tree, solidifying more colossal dragons and titans to assault de Tongmu Tao Shi. Yet the current de Tongmu Tao Shi seemed to have entered a frenzied state, shattering all of the divine tree dragons and titans with relentless punches. He cannot be allowed to continue this way. At this rate, he will soon drain a significant portion of the chakra from the divine tree. Having discerned that the Tongmu Tao Shi was absorbing the sealed chakra, Edward finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Absorbing sealed chakra implies that he aims to transform himself into a vessel, akin to the divine tree. Should he lose the divine tree, it would be catastrophic for Edward. He would be left with no choice but to flee in a desperate bid for survival, forever living in the shadow of the de Tongmu clan. My true self materialize. Without hesitation, Edward's ethereal form flickered and entered the chakra divine tree. Shortly after merging with the divine tree, a more powerful and imposing entity emerged. This was Edward's true form. He had chosen to forego controlling the divine tree and instead wield his own strength against the Tongmu Tao Shi. Is this truly your essence? I have finally compelled you to reveal yourself. Chakra energy cannon. Upon the manifestation of Edward's true form, he instantly captured the Tongmu Tao Shi's attention, as he unleashed an immense shockwave with both hands. Six pads tremor. Yet now, Edward was far from an opponent who could be dealt with by a mere shockwave. Grasping the Tsong Yun Chia, he cleaved the shockwave in twain. Simultaneously, Idiwa's power of Lu Dao Zhenjin surged forth, striking towards de Tongmu Tao Shi. Aim Fudiotorines. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. The Death God form of de Tongmu Tao Shi flickered and evaded the residual waves, appearing before Edwa to initiate close combat. The Death God. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of de Tongmu Tao Shi in his Death God form, Edwa swiftly engaged, clashing his kanji-yunki with his claws. This was the power of the Jin style, Boishin. However, it was not long before Daytong Taoshi's lack of weaponry became a disadvantage, and his claws were severed, forcing him to retreat hundreds of meters from the center of combat. Distanced from a battlefield, he conjured a crimson scythe in his hand. Having absorbed Daytongmu's Jin-style power, he was now adept at wielding all the forces of a Jin style. Come, this is the battle I seek. With that, Daytong Taoshi surged forward, scythe in hand, clashing once more with Edwa. The residual waves of their battle instantaneously manifested an irreparable force upon the entire shinobi world. If one were to compare the current shinobi world with that of decades past, it would appear as if they were two entirely different realms. Bang! Bang! A multitude of resounding impacts echoed as their weapons collided. Lu Dao Song Yun Jinji Zhan. Edwa glared fiercely, bringing down his great sword with ferocity. As it stood, Daytong Taoshi could hold his own against sheer force. However, let us not forget that behind Edwa stood a colossal chakra god tree, thus sealing the outcome from the very beginning. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Yet, Daytong Taoshi appeared undeterred, unleashing a flurry of blade energy from his scythe. These energy blades collided with Idewa's Jinji Zhan, enveloping the entire shinobi realm in a blinding white light. If it were to continue this way, you would soon find yourself defeated. After a prolonged confrontation, both adversaries began to exhibit signs of fatigue, momentarily parting to face each other. Defeated? Impossible. I am of the Daytong clan. Behold this technique. Deep Crimson Spiral. In the next instant, Daytong Taoshi unleashed an attack resembling an enormous Udama Rasengan. This dark red sphere, brimming with chakra, could expand infinitely until it enveloped Edwa entirely. Lu Daoxin Tian Sui Di. Upon witnessing the colossal deep crimson spiral, Edwa steeled himself, swinging his great sword upward. The blade, infused with countless shockwaves, erupted in collision with the deep crimson spiral. In that moment, the space between their attacks was consumed by blinding white light, an overwhelming heat saturating the area. Such immense energy. Realizing the threat of the deep crimson spiral, Edwa instinctively retreated, murmuring softly. Should this deep crimson spiral connect, it would undoubtedly inflict harm upon him. But it was not over. Deep crimson spiral. In the following moment, Daytong Taoshi, clutching the deep crimson spiral in one hand and the crimson scythe in the other, advanced toward Edwa. Seizing the opportunity to strike while you're vulnerable is universally acknowledged. Bang, bang, bang. The two resumed their fierce clash, each strike resonating with tremendous power, surpassing even the strength of the Lu Dao. Time freeze, second style Rinnegan. As their battle raged on, the entire realm dimmed, enveloped in darkness. What is this? Edwa, shrouded in darkness, immediately became vigilant, brandishing his kanji-yunki defensively. This is a branch of the time freeze second style, capable of obscuring your perception. Next comes the true hunting moment. After declaring this, Daytong Taoshi created several clones, all wielding scythes, striking at Edwa from all directions. Is that so? Yet under absolute power. What do these clones signify? Luda okan kun nuvan teknikue. With that, the darkened realm was inverted, transformed into a realm of white light. What is this? The white light illuminated the forms of the death god clones of Daytong Taoshi. Bring me destruction. Lu Dao Xiang Cheng Nyo Zhuan technique. Edwa then employed a branch of the Lu Dao Nyo Zhuan technique, seizing control of Daytong Taoshi. Why is my body being controlled? Daytong Taoshi, astonished, found his death god clones returning to him, diminishing his chakra. Lu Dao Hui Xian Nyo Zhuan technique. But this was not the end. Edwa unleashed a continuous technique he had devised, firmly restraining Daytong Taoshi in place. Do you think it is easy to escape my death god form? Daytong Taoshi, trapped in place, felt his body constricting as if he were reverting to his previous state. At present, he was exerting all his strength to resist the bindings of this Lu Dao power. Song Yun Jinji Zhan. However, Edwa would not squander such an opportunity for retaliation, bringing down his great sword with intent. With a swift action, Daytong Taoshi was cleaved in two by Idewa's kanji-yunki, the sound of his body shattering echoing through the air. Damn it, Inferior being, you have successfully enraged me. Detamu Taoshi, now bisected, felt a deep sense of humiliation, and like a cicada shedding its skin, he retreated, leaving behind his severed remains. I underestimated you. It seems the only way to conquer you is to consume it. Detamu Taoshi swiftly retreated thousands of meters until he was entirely distanced from Edwa. In his hand, he revealed a fruit brimming with chakra energy. What is this? The chakra fruit. Upon seeing the radiant fruit in Detamu Taoshi's hand, Idewa's eyes widened in astonishment. Inferior being, Detamu Taoshi merely cast a glance at Edwa before preparing to swallow the chakra fruit whole. Liu Dao and Yuzuyon technique. Just then, the power of the Liu Dao erupted from the air, separating the chakra fruit from Detamu Taoshi's grasp. My fruit. Witnessing this, Detamu Taoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. Fortunately, I heeded Kagayaheim's warning and remained vigilant. Otherwise, observing the chakra fruit now at the center, Edwa murmured to himself, "Return it to me. This is my power." Subsequently, both adversaries leapt into motion, extending their hands towards the coveted chakra fruit. The current scenario dictated that whoever claimed the fruit would possess the power to alter the course of battle. Only the worthy should possess it. In their struggle for the chakra fruit, the two soon became entangled in a fierce clash, their limbs locked in a fierce contest. You inferior being, wretched thief, I shall not let you escape. Detamu Taoshi bellowed fiercely, locked in combat. In moments of dire urgency, those of the Otsutsuki clan, being of high rank, indeed possessed the authority to consume the fruit. However, should the fruit be stolen and devoured by another, the consequences would be markedly different. In the event of such a theft, the supreme leaders of the Otsutsuki clan would undoubtedly deem the perpetrator unworthy of their power and strength, leading to the inevitable reclamation of all that they possess. When will you, the lofty Otsutsuki clan, ever comprehend our thoughts? You have long exerted your tyranny over us, and I shall make you aware of the taste of oppression. Edward, standing in opposition, intensified his force, leaving Otsutsuki Momoshiki gasping for breath. Having exited his Shinigami form, he found himself inferior to Edward the Giant in terms of power, speed, and physique. Boom! Ultimately, Otsutsuki Momoshiki managed to activate his Rinnegan, unleashing a crimson spiral that repelled Edward, although he himself crashed heavily to the ground. A formidable power, but what of it? Lowering his gaze to his chest, where a gaping wound had formed, Edward spoke slowly. Before long, he utilized the chakra of the divine tree to heal his injuries. The situation had become exceedingly precarious. Without the chakra fruit, I could not continue in this manner. Upon witnessing Edward's instantaneous recovery, Otsutsuki Momoshiki could only muster the strength to stand awkwardly. Time! Revert to its former state. He then extended his arms, merging the six paths power within him with chakra, releasing a white space. This white space rapidly enveloped the entire ninja world, reverting all changes to their previous state. What is this phenomenon? Edward exclaimed in disbelief as he sensed the surroundings swiftly transforming. To think that this technique could actually rewind time to an earlier point, quite impressive indeed. Gradually, the chakra fruit placed at the center vanished, evidently returning to Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body. Edward was forcibly returned to the divine tree, with his internal consumption seemingly unchanged. Only Otsutsuki Momoshiki remained in his prior position, breathing heavily after expending this technique. I never anticipated I would be defeated by him, yet I must depart quickly. The depletion is far too great. After a prolonged moment of catching his breath, Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally stood upright, gazing towards the divine tree. This technique has the ability to revert everything enveloped by the white space to a certain point in time, provided Otsutsuki Momoshiki's strength is sufficient. He could even restore the entire ninja world to its prior and scathed condition. Attempting to flee is not that simple. Divide. Edward would not grant Otsutsuki Momoshiki this opportunity. He immediately separated from the divine tree, lunging towards Momoshiki with overwhelming force. Void. Realizing Edward still intended to engage in battle, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression changed drastically as he hastily employed the technique of Kinshur to escape. Edward's massive hand grasped nothing but air. Is this technique again? Yet I've already seen through everything with my Sharingan. Upon uttering these words, Edward swung his hand, shattering the space, and his hand plunged inside. In that moment within the alternate dimension, what is this? To think he could locate me in this alternate space. Otsutsuki Momoshiki exclaimed in panic as he saw the hand extending from the shattered ceiling. Indeed, he had begun to feel fear, exhausting all his strength yet still failing to avert the crisis. Fear, a sensation the Otsutsuki clan had not encountered in ages. He was accustomed to conquering others' planets, crushing them, and even torturing them for power. When had he ever faced such a daunting adversary? Otsutsuki Kagaya, the disgrace of the clan. What has transpired with the planet? Soon, that hand grasped the powerless Otsutsuki Momoshiki, dragging him out as he screamed in desperation. Found the little mouse. On the other hand, Edward, having captured Otsutsuki Momoshiki, appeared exceptionally exhilarated, squeezing and tormenting his form. Thanks to your ability, both the divine tree and my condition have returned to their peak. I truly appreciate it. Edward then brought Otsutsuki Momoshiki before him, teasingly pinching him. You will regret this. You certainly will. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, caught and struggling, shouted in despair. This was his first encounter with the terror of death, stripping him of his previous lofty demeanor. Regret? From the moment I was born, I have never known what regret is. Edward gradually increased his grip, observing Otsutsuki Momoshiki with a scrutinizing gaze. He was examining Momoshiki's body, searching for the location of the chakra fruit. Damn, freeze time. Seeing this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki ceased to speak further, attempting to unleash a technique with his body. However, the exhaustion of his six paths power and chakra caused him to falter, only managing to release half of it before failing. Grr, you no longer possess the strength to resist, do you? Edward tightened his grip, leaving Otsutsuki Momoshiki gasping for air. No matter how much Otsutsuki Momoshiki tried to fend off, he could not match Edward's current state. Where did you hide the fruit? Edward inquired again, alternately squeezing and releasing his hold on Momoshiki. Yet no matter how Edward questioned him, the humiliated Otsutsuki Momoshiki would never submit. Give it up, they will not be like me. Observing this scene from the ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya could no longer restrain herself. No need, for I've already found it. In response, Edward fixed his gaze on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's chest, murmuring. The next moment, Edward's hand transformed into a sharp point and plunged into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's chest, eliciting a cry of agony. After rummaging within Momoshiki's ribcage for a time, Edward withdrew a glowing orb. This was indeed the chakra fruit from earlier. You will not escape the Otsutsuki clan's retribution. Otsutsuki Momoshiki could only helplessly watch this unfold, powerless to resist as he repeatedly uttered his words. Grr, I shall gladly accept this chakra fruit. With that, Edward disregarded Otsutsuki Momoshiki and swallowed the chakra fruit whole. No. After Edward consumed the fruit, Otsutsuki Momoshiki immediately began to struggle violently, attempting to escape Edward's grasp. But Edward would not grant him such an opportunity, preventing his escape. Do you see? This is the suppression of absolute power. Whether addressing Otsutsuki Momoshiki or Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward shouted loudly. Simultaneously, he attentively sensed the changes within his body. If someone were to observe his internal state at this moment, they would be astonished to discover that the chakra fruit was lingering in the initial stages of melting within his stomach. A vast reservoir of chakra energy had seamlessly integrated into every corner of Edward's body, causing him to undergo constant transformation. Is this the power of the chakra fruit? If not, then what could it be? Edward pondered, acutely aware of the changes within him, feeling as though he were an engine, lubricated by the chakra fruit. Should he face Otsutsuki Momoshiki again, he was confident he could swiftly defeat him. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was still preoccupied with the image of Edward consuming the chakra fruit, murmuring to himself incoherently. As for your words, they shall become my power, Edward declared, before fiercely crushing Momoshiki's body, absorbing the floating energy into himself. The concept of power inheritance? How intriguing. Upon completing the absorption, Edward opened his eyes, radiating brilliance as he spoke. Yet this is merely the tip of the iceberg. As time progresses, Edward will undergo a true transformation. You have truly achieved this. With your newfound strength, I believe that Wusher and the others are no longer your adversaries. Otsutsuki Kagaya remarked from her sealed space, observing everything unfold. So what if I have succeeded? What does it matter if I have not? Edward retorted with a hint of disdain. Not much at all, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied. Having said this, Edward did not linger any longer, his body floating towards the chakra god tree. He needed to continue nurturing the fruits within his chakra god tree to maximize his gains. I can sense that the chakra fruit within me is far more than this. Upon reaching the chakra god tree, Edward melded with it, carefully observing his body. He felt that with each passing second, his strength grew more formidable, and the techniques he unleashed became increasingly potent. To deplete this energy completely would require a considerable amount of time. Otsutsuki Kagaya commented from her sealed space. No wonder the chakra fruit is so vital to your Otsutsuki clan. Possessing it is akin to having an inexhaustible supply machine, Edward remarked, his voice tinged with excitement. It is known that another chakra fruit is brewing within the chakra god tree. Should I absorb that as well, my power would surge beyond what is now. Otsutsuki of the divine? I wonder when I might reach such a level. Edward then closed his eyes and, having uttered this final thought, began to concentrate on the chakra god tree to solidify the fruit. As time hurried past, many years later, the chakra god tree suddenly began to wither. Has it finally come to fruition? However, it is somewhat regrettable that a single chakra god tree can only produce one chakra fruit. With a touch of regret, Edward gazed at the withering chakra god tree. He then struck the tree with a powerful punch, extracting a translucent fruit from within. This is the chakra fruit I have solidified. I wonder what changes it will bring me. Having said that, Edward began to meticulously sense the power within him, his face alight with anticipation. After all these years, Edward had fully digested the previous chakra fruit bestowed by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. To his astonishment, upon digesting that fruit, he had comprehended a formidable technique, aptly named infinite chakra form. In this form, Edward could utilize the minimal amount of chakra to unleash a far greater power. With such a reservoir of chakra, he could maintain his strength for years without significant change. This is the infinite chakra form, uniquely belonging to Edward, rivaling even Otsutsuki Momoshiki's death god form and surpassing it by several tiers. You have acquired what you desired, Edward. Otsutsuki Kagaya, still confined within the sealed space, could no longer contain herself. Having spent so long in that sealed space, she had become quite lonely and often sought Edward's company. Have I truly acquired what I desired? Yet, this is still far from sufficient. In response to Kagaya's words, Edward replied, if these two chakra fruits are all I possess, they would still be inadequate against the Otsutsuki clan over there. What are your plans next? I have no idea how long I have been here. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke again. Well, I plan to return to my ninja world. I wonder what changes have occurred there. Reflecting on the ninja world he had protected, Edward felt a wave of nostalgia. Very well, then let us return, for that is truly our home, Kagaya stated. Yes, I understand. After their conversation, Edward immediately took to the skies, preparing to return to the ninja world. I wonder how the god tree in that ninja world is faring, should it still exist. Suddenly, Edward halted midair, recalling a crucial fact. He had previously utilized the chakra god tree from his own ninja world to solidify the fruit. Yet this ninja world-esque god tree had yet to be utilized. Let us give it a try. With a glimmer of anticipation, Edward descended to the ground. Summon. A complex series of hand seals were formed, connecting with the chakra threads in the void, causing the earth to tremble. After a prolonged wait, the ground began to quake, and the chakra god tree of this ninja world slowly emerged. It truly exists. How splendid, Edward exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with expectation as he contemplated what might transpire next. Soon, the chakra god tree of this ninja world was fully revealed, and with a wave of his hand, Edward drew it into his sealed space. The chakra god tree? Indeed, these two ninja worlds are entirely unrelated. However, do you not realize that your actions have undoubtedly led to the annihilation of this planet? Otsutsuki Kagaya remarked, witnessing all that Edward had done. Annihilation? But what does that matter to me? If I lack power, what will become of my home? Hearing Kagaya's voice, Edward immediately began to argue with her. Throughout it all, Edward's core belief had never wavered. He had always sought to protect his home and ensure its prosperity. To that end, he had no choice but to engage in the very actions akin to those of the Otsutsuki clan. Each individual possesses their own convictions and choices. Thus, while their actions may be deemed immoral, they all have justifications that propel them forward. After Edward articulated his thoughts, Daitamyu Huieji closed her eyes and spoke. In truth, she did not blame Edward. Her words were merely spoken without intent. Upon absorbing the chakra from the divine tree of the shinobi world, Edward swiftly returned to the dragon vein. Was the energy still as tumultuous as before? It lacked any gentleness. Upon his arrival, he began to scrutinize the dragon vein closely. However, to his disappointment, the dragon vein remained as it once was, even more violent and damaged, rendering it impossible for him to absorb. He could not even activate the formation to return to his home. If this were the case, it seemed he would not need it anymore. Fortunately, he had previously prepared a contingency plan. After saying this, Edward opened his mouth wide and absorbed all the chaotic and damaged chakra before him into his body. Although he could not fully absorb it, he could save it for later use. Savoring the chaotic chakra he had calmed within himself, Edward spoke with satisfaction. It was time to return. Although this would cost him some of his Six Paths power, there was no alternative. Six Paths clone exchange technique, Edward whispered, feeling the intangible presence of his clone. This technique allowed him to swap positions with his main body under his special control. The drawback was that the Six Paths power he left with that clone could not be reclaimed. With a swift motion, he connected with the distant clone, and in an instant, he vanished from the location. Soon, he would return. He eagerly anticipated the transformation of his shinobi world. As he exchanged positions, Edward closed his eyes, filled with excitement. Suddenly, he felt an unfamiliar pressure. The next moment, sensing something amiss, Edward opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered he had not returned to the shinobi world he once knew. This was the temporal space. This was indeed troubling. Edward gasped in disbelief. Where's my clone? He then shifted his focus to the Six Paths clone. However, the clone had successfully exchanged positions with him and was now in the destroyed shinobi world. Shortly after arriving, the clone could no longer withstand the pressure of the temporal shift and began to self-destruct, vanishing completely from that realm. It appeared that something had gone awry. Perhaps the Six Paths power he left with the clone was insufficient, preventing a successful return to their shinobi world. At that moment, Daitamyu Huieji in the ceiling space could no longer contain her analysis. Indeed, it seemed that they must brace themselves for the next challenge. Otherwise, they might face dire consequences. Edward hesitated to continue speaking, as it was clear to any discerning observer that if he failed, he would never return to his original timeline. Indeed, Daitamyu Huieji replied, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Ninetales Six Paths, Reincarnation, Infinite Chakra Form. Six Paths, Ultra Observation, Haki Perception. Edward then activated his most potent state thus far, for he must endure the pressures of the temporal space to locate his original timeline. A moment's inattention could result in his total obliteration here. The temporal space was undoubtedly a realm that the strongest feared confronting. Even he could hardly withstand such pressure. Reaching the zenith of his power, Edward began his search for his timeline. However, before long, his body succumbed to the relentless pressure, fracturing under the strain. Blood flowed from his ruptured skin, covering him entirely and rendering him a figure of crimson. He must locate his shinobi world swiftly. The thought of the horrifying reality weighed heavily upon him. If Edward failed to find his shinobi world and was instead transported to another realm, he would have to rely solely on his strength to reopen the temporal space and return to the past. Yet, achieving that was no simple feat. The pressure was immense. Was this the chaotic flow of time? His body was nearing its breaking point. Edward gazed at his shattered form, his expression grave. He both feared and dreaded the chaotic flow of time, wishing to avoid it at all costs. The so-called chaotic flow of time was the uncontrollable power of time itself. Should it ensnare Edward, his body and soul would be irrevocably torn apart, leaving him lost within the temporal void. I cannot continue like this, he thought. The pressure intensified, and the chaotic flow of time drew nearer. Despite his relentless search for his shinobi world, he yielded no results, merely grazing the edges of temporal existence. The mounting pressure and the impending chaotic flow became an overwhelming burden. Edward, you must leave this place, or we shall both perish here. Huyeji, witnessing the unfolding events from a ceiling space, became increasingly anxious. Although she could resurrect him using the chakra of their progeny from the original shinobi world, she had developed a bond with this giant who had been sealed and yet remained by her side. She did not wish for him to perish here. I know, but I have yet to find my home. I have a feeling it is nearby. Edward coughed painfully, expelling blood and internal organs. He understood the consequences of his predicament, but refused to surrender. No, I possess a chakra fruit that can grant me a little more time. With that, Edward intended to retrieve the chakra fruit from the ceiling space to buy himself some time. Are you mad? That fruit was hard-earned. It must not go to waste. Huyeji halted his action, causing him to falter. However, in that brief moment, the chaotic flow of time approached him, forcing him to withdraw his body to evade the impending harm. I cannot endure any longer. Ultimately, the trailing edge of the chaotic flow grazed his form, enveloping him and whisking him away into the endless river of time. Within a very primitive village, the structures were supported by rudimentary wooden frames topped with thatched roofs. Nestled by mountains and waters, the village was alive with the sounds of daily life. Children played joyfully, embodying a serene paradise. Daddy, what is that? A child, frolicking by the riverside, suddenly pointed at a large mass in the riverbed. In that fleeting moment, the attention of the farmers tending to their crops was abruptly captured. However, when they turned to the direction indicated by the child, they were met with the horrifying sight of a massive, blood-soaked mass towering over 4 meters high. What is that? A monster. The farmers, upon witnessing the grotesque sight, screamed in terror and fled the scene. Only a few intrepid villagers remained, unsure of how to proceed. Quickly, summon the esteemed ninjas to investigate. Very well. I shall hasten to Konoha village at once. The courageous villagers quickly devised a plan and departed, leaving behind 2 trembling souls to guard the grotesque mass. Time passed, and eventually 2 ninjas were brought to the scene by the villagers. Is this the place? The ninjas inquired. Yes, it is that terrifying entity, the villagers stammered, pointing at the mass with trembling hands. Upon hearing the villagers' words, the ninjas approached cautiously to examine the grotesque form. There's a heartbeat, a chakra presence. Could this be a tailed beast or something else? After a prolonged examination, one ninja voiced his confusion. Should we report this to the god of shinobi? I can sense an unstoppable force emanating from this mass. Another ninja, trembling similarly to the earlier villagers, replied. As a reconnaissance ninja, he possessed extraordinary sensory abilities, allowing him to detect many concealed presences. Might we trouble the god of shinobi too much? During this period of Konoha's establishment, he has been exceedingly occupied with various matters. The first ninja expressed discontent, noting that due to Konoha's nascent state, many issues had required the direct intervention of Senju Hashirama through his clones. There is no other option. Even I cannot discern what this entity is, let alone those from my clan, he lamented, reflecting on his family. Many clans have dwindled in strength due to the previous wars, leaving us with scant ninja power. Very well. Shall I return then? Withdraw. After hearing the first ninja's words, the second ninja contemplated following his suggestion to report the matter to the god of shinobi. However, before he could act, the mass began to stir. Gradually, the grotesque form extended limbs and a head, revealing itself as a giant that had been coiled up. A giant! The 2 ninjas gasped, retreating in dread at the sight of the transformed mass. Cough, 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 where's this place? The giant, evidently the Edward who had been harmed by the time distortion, was regaining his composure thanks to the remnants of the 6 paths power within him. Is this my only remnant of Six Paths power? Fortunately, I had exhausted it earlier to alter the situation. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences, Edward mused. His misfortune was palpable, having encountered the rare phenomenon of time distortion. What are you? Why does such a creature exist in this world? As Edward pondered aloud, the two ninjas suddenly called out to him. Huh? Where's this place? Can you enlighten me? Edward's attention was now captivated by the ninjas. Who are you? Yet, the ninjas did not respond. Instead, they readied their kunai in defense. I am EdwardNewgate, the mightiest man from the future of the shinobi world, he declared with pride, straightening his posture and gripping his weapon tightly. What? The future? The ninjas exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Yes. Now can you tell me where I am? Edward pressed on. Should we report this to the god of shinobi? He claims to be from the future. I don't know. Perhaps we should report it. The ninjas deliberated, seemingly ignoring Edward's inquiry. Huh? You show me no respect. This instant ignited Edward's ire. In his shinobi world, anyone he encountered would respectfully address him as the fourth Hokage. How could he be treated with such disdain? I apologize for overlooking you, but please cooperate with us. Seating technique. After exchanging glances, the two ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, and countless chains ensnared Edward. The ignorant fear nothing. Witnessing this, Edward's fury ignited, and with a powerful grip, he shattered chains. Such power. The ninjas stood frozen in shock, unsure of how to react. They had never witnessed such overwhelming strength capable of obliterating sealing chains. In the shinobi world, only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could rival such might. Stay alert. After Edward destroyed the chains, the ninjas rapidly retreated. They had intended to seal Edward's movements before bringing him back to Konoha for questioning. However, witnessing his formidable power instilled fear in them. I have been patient enough, yet all I receive is your disrespect. Now, I shall consume your souls. Edward's eyes darkened, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, an invisible force drew the two ninjas towards him, extracting their souls. He would not let those who dared to attack him escape unscathed. That was his bottom line. Is that so? I never expected to be transported to this era. After absorbing the memories of the two ninjas, Edward cast their lifeless bodies aside, murmuring, "Ah, a demon." The villagers nearby shrieked in terror and fled from the scene. However, Edward paid them no mind, allowing them to escape. Poor, fearless souls, he remarked, shaking his head slightly. Suddenly, the space began to mend, and the two ninjas, who should have perished, gradually returned to their previous, unharmed state. Stay alert. The ninjas instinctively resumed their earlier defensive postures. Strange, Kagaiheim, what do you think? How should I return? This journey to this place does not bode well. After a prolonged silence, Edward inquired of the Otsutsuki Kagaiheim, sealed within the space. I am uncertain, but this shinobi world feels familiar. As if it resembles the one we inhabited, Kagaiheim responded, utilizing her sensory abilities to perceive the surroundings. I too share this sentiment. Do you not believe that the Shinju, indeed, is our Shinju, albeit at an incorrect temporal juncture? Upon hearing these words, Ai Dahua furrowed his brow and remarked, It is quite possible. Are we perhaps situated within a third quadrant? Otsutsuki Kagaya began to analyze. A third quadrant? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Ai Dahua's expression grew serious as he inquired. Precisely. In my perspective, the third quadrant embodies the memories of our former Shinju. We are currently ensconced within this recollection, visible and tangible, yet incapable of instigating significant alterations to this Shinju. Otsutsuki Kagaya earnestly recounted her understanding of the so-called third quadrant. Is that so? I comprehend now. We are merely in our ancestral realm, awaiting the quiet passage of time until I can merge with my true self. After listening to Otsutsuki Kagaya's explanation, Ai Dahua spoke with a grave demeanor, yet felt a sense of relief within. However, if that is the case, does it mean my powers cannot be utilized? With that, Ai Dahua commenced an experiment, unleashing his strength to shatter the space. Yet after the space was obliterated, it reverted to its prior, unbroken state. Indeed, I cannot effectuate any substantial changes to this Shinju. its memories self-repair, rendering me akin to an invisible man. AI, Dahua muttered, somewhat vexed. Yes, but that is rather favorable. Certainly better than being transported to another world. We might as well remain here. Otsutsuki Kagaya replied nonchalantly. Presently, the situation is such that AI, Dahua, resembles a transparent being devoid of true visibility. He must wait for time to gradually flow to his era before he can regain dominion over the Shinju and influence it. Thus, Otsutsuki Kagaya, accustomed to the passage of time, harbored no fear, merely awaiting the flow of decades. Very well, let us remain here. It shall afford me the opportunity to restore my waning power of the six paths, which is indeed a commendable choice. Idewa chuckled softly. Who are you, to possess the ability to shatter our chains? Nearby, two oblivious ninjas shouted at him. Umph. Upon hearing their outcry, AI Dahua cast them a glance and then vanished from sight. Huh, where'd he go? After witnessing AI Dahua's disappearance, the two ninjas cautiously scanned their surroundings. We must seize this opportunity to locate Lord Shinju and report this matter to him. One ninja, disregarding the others, suggested seriously to his perplexed companion. Very well, let us set forth. Indeed, let us hurry. Following their conversation, the two swiftly employed their body flicker technique and vanished from the scene. At this moment, the newly established Konoha village echoed with laughter. Ha ha! Have we truly entered an era of genuine peace? Senju Hashirama laughed heartily at his side, addressing Uchiha Madara. Umph, that is merely your interpretation of a peaceful era. Uchiha Madara turned away, lost in his own thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock resounded at the office door. Lord Shinju, Lord Madara. The two ninjas who had previously utilized the body flicker technique entered, greeting Senju Hashirama. Umph, another inconvenience. This Hashirama truly has no standards. Observing this scene, Uchiha Madara departed with a displeased expression. Ha ha ha, do not mind him. Pray tell, what brings you here? Senju Hashirama responded kindly, inquiring about the two ninjas' needs. What was it again? I cannot recall. However, as the two ninjas attempted to report on AI Dahua, they found their memories astonishingly hazy. What was it? Seeing this, Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow. Currently, he is capable of addressing various matters within the ninja village. Yet, this does not imply that just anyone may approach him. The memories are so vague. Despite their mutual nudging, the two ninjas could not unearth any fragment of information regarding AI Dahua from their minds. Alas, you may leave now and return once you have confirmed the details. Witnessing this, Senju Hashirama could only sigh, waving them off. My apologies, Lord Shinju. Ultimately, the two exchanged awkward farewells and departed, continuing to discuss their earlier conversation along the way. It seems I must seriously contemplate Madara's words about establishing a Konoha guard. Senju Hashirama could only lament these thoughts. Above Konoha village, is this truly the newly established Konoha? How familiar it feels. AI Dahua murmured as he gazed at the ongoing construction below. Familiar, indeed. This was once your homeland. Otsutsuki Kagaya floated beside him. After discussing various topics, AI Dahua ultimately decided to release Otsutsuki Kagaya from her sealed space. Having grown accustomed to her presence, he saw no reason to continue her confinement. Yes, it evokes a sense of nostalgia. AI Dahua felt the gradual restoration of his power of the six paths within him. Alas, we must expedite the recovery of your strength. Otsutsuki Kagaya sighed and stated, Very well, let us depart and await the passage of decades. With that, AI Dahua took the lead in leaving the newly established Konoha village. The scene shifted to a cave within a mountain peak. Gulalala, this place should suffice. A slight arrangement will do. Surveying the various artifacts developed through ninjutsu, as well as a grand bed, AI Dahua laughed heartily. Such a style is rare. Previously, I had but a grass mat to rest upon. Otsutsuki Kagaya observed the room fashioned by AI Dahua. Then let us remain here, Gulalala. After their dialogue, both seated themselves upon the grand bed, commencing the gradual restoration of their powers. However, not long after, the beds began to vanish, leaving only two bewildered individuals staring at one another. Is this not permissible? AI Dahua frowned in confusion as he regarded the disappearing surroundings. It is time to properly restore our strength. Cease these futile endeavors. Otsutsuki Kagaya shook her head, expressing her disinterest. Very well. Hearing this, AI Dahua nodded slightly and settled down on the ground to rest. He remained in this state for an indeterminate time, only aware that the former Shinju had perished and the Shinju had entered an era governed by the third Hokage. Sadly, ensconced within the third quadrant, neither AI Dahua nor Otsutsuki Kagaya could effectuate any change. Awake, are you? I have awaited you for quite some time. On this day, Otsutsuki Kagaya gazed intently at the towering figure before her. Edward, having awakened and nearly restored his internal power of the six paths, sighed as he rubbed his brow. Now, I must have traversed into this world. Let's take a look. Suddenly recalling something, he stood up and tugged at the side of Otsutsuki Kagaya. All right, let us go and see, Kagaya responded, her expression slightly changing before soon vanishing from sight. With that, Edward grasped Kagaya's hand and soared into the sky. Arriving at Konoha village. Can they no longer see us? I hadn't anticipated the increasing influence of the third quadrant. Edward mused upon landing in the village, observing the townsfolk who were oblivious to his presence. Indeed, Kagaya nodded in response to Edward's musings. This is the place. This is me. He guided Kagaya to a building, which was the very abode he had previously occupied. Oh, is that the muscular young man working out? He seems quite different from you now, Kagaya remarked with a slight smile, her eyes rolling. Are you looking down on me? Edward teased, pulling Kagaya closer and locking eyes with her, his gaze heavy with emotion. No, Kagaya stammered, avoiding his gaze. Ah, you truly cannot withstand provocation. Edward chuckled heartily and released her. Once freed, Kagaya fell silent, nostalgia washing over Edward as he gazed at the boy within the house. How I long for those days. I was once exceptionally wary of this world, he reflected. Ah, Kaguya rapia nonchalantly. But now, I certainly need not remain so vigilant. In the next moment, a domineering light glimmered in Edward's eyes as he proclaimed boldly, All right, I understand. Seeing Edward slip back into his previous state, Kagaya helplessly shrugged. Let us not linger here. There is nothing worthwhile. Let us head to the Dragon Vein. After a final glance at the young man exercising indoors, Edward closed his eyes, no longer interested in him. I will follow your lead, Kagaya affirmed, supporting Edward's decision, as she lacked direction and was not as intrigued by the notion of power as he was. Very well, let's take flight. With that, Edward soared away from Konoha village, Kagaya closely following behind. After a considerable flight, they traversed countless mountains and rivers before finally arriving at their destination. The ancient kingdom of Lulon had yet to face destruction. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Edward was struck by the realization of its intactness. Indeed, it has not been destroyed, Kagaya echoed beside him. I wonder if the sacrificial array has been constructed. If it has, might we have an opportunity? As he contemplated the enigmatic sacrificial array, Edward's eyes lit up with excitement. In truth, he could construct a sacrificial array relying on the unique energy of the Dragon Vein. However, being in the third quadrant, he was unable to effect significant change in this world, which quelled his inner thoughts. Edward, I sense a distinct energy fluctuation here. Apart from us, Kagaya, who initially intended to echo Edward's sentiment, suddenly turned her gaze in a specific direction. Distinct energy fluctuation? Hearing this, Edward immediately concentrated his observation, striving to detect the source of that energy. There, over there. Within moments, Edward successfully pinpointed the energy fluctuation, causing his body to tense with anticipation. He could sense formidable power radiating from it. Although his internal six paths power had nearly returned, he still required time for recuperation, which meant his strength would be considerably diminished. Could it be the Otsutsuki clan? Let us proceed. After their exchange, both flew toward the source, their presence commanding. They were acutely aware of the challenges they were about to confront. Meanwhile, in the direction of Konoha, a man with pale skin and long, light blue hair tied in a high ponytail, devoid of eyebrows, with two circular markings on his forehead and horns resembling headbands, scrutinized the village with a discerning gaze. clad in white and carrying a red fishing basket and rod. He expressed frustration. How unfortunate. I did not expect to encounter temporal turbulence during my traversal. I wonder which fool caused this. Do they not realize that brute force can disrupt the space-time continuum? After a lengthy observation, the man suddenly erupted in anger. A closer look would reveal that he was the Otsutsuki Purushi, mentioned by Otsutsuki Momoshiki. It is truly regrettable. I never anticipated that Momoshiki and Kinshiki would perish in battle. Such a pity. Maintaining his anger for a moment, Purushi soon adopted a mournful expression. After receiving notice from Otsutsuki Kagaya, he had intended to follow closely behind Momoshiki and Kinshiki into that world. However, upon arrival, he was utterly astounded to learn of their demise, igniting his fury and compelling him to seek out the mastermind behind it all, vowing to annihilate the ninja world. Yet, just as he was poised to execute his plan, he discovered that his own kin, Otsutsuki Shorin, resided in this ninja realm. This realization prompted him to abandon thoughts of destruction, and after some dialogue, he prepared to depart. Once he regained his composure, he pondered the implications. If Momoshiki and Kinshiki had fallen to the hands of the hidden orchestrator, how could he, Purushi, possibly be their match? Thus, he devised a direct approach, utilizing the Otsutsuki clan's treasure, the plow, to traverse back in time and eliminate the mastermind in their youth. This way, he could resolve the conundrum without exerting any of his own strength. Additionally, harboring deep regret for the Otsutsuki clan, he also planned to travel back to the time when Kagaya first arrived in this ninja world, hoping to persuade her to return with words. However, this entire plan was thwarted during his temporal traversal due to an unexpected event. He never anticipated that an inept individual would inadvertently trigger temporal turbulence, pulling him into the recollections of this ninja realm. Under normal circumstances, I should have arrived at the correct moment. Curse that fool. Purushi seethed, gripping the red fishing rod tightly. Sigh, perhaps it is best to wait until the Lee has recharged before escaping this era of memories. After being consumed by anger for a time, Datomu Pushi finally set aside his fury and calmed his thoughts. But wait, something is amiss over there. Datomu Pushi's expression changed dramatically as he turned towards a particular direction, astonished. That direction was none other than where Edward and Datomu Kagaya were approaching. Is that Kagaya? The very figure described as the mastermind behind their troubles. Upon recognizing their appearances, Datomu Pushi took a step back and spoke. He was not eager to confront such a formidable duo, for he knew that defeat would surely be his fate. Kagaya, who is this individual? Is he also of the Datomu clan? At last, Edward and Kagaya landed gracefully before Datomu Pushi, gazing at him intently as Kagaya murmured, Datomu Pushi, why have you come here? However, Datomu Kagaya did not respond to Edward first. Instead, she inquired of Datomu Pushi. If possible, she wished to spare this rare, non-violent member of the Datomu clan from harm. Have you truly betrayed the Datomu clan? You traitor! Datomu Pushi, upon seeing Kagaya alongside the giant, was instantly consumed with rage. The thought of returning to the time when Kagaya had been present and attempting to dissuade her vanished in an instant. Think as you wish. It is impossible for me to return to the Datomu clan now. Datomu Kagaya lowered her head, casting a glance at Edward before resolutely declaring, I no longer wish to return to a life that can find my freedom, a life dedicated to producing chakra fruits for the Datomu god. If I could, I would prefer to remain by Edward's side, living freely. Why betray the Datomu clan, you scoundrel? Datomu Pushi's eyes began to waver upon hearing her words. He remained perplexed as to why Datomu Kagaya had genuinely turned against the clan. Very well, since we are now on opposing sides, let us meet our demise. Senju crane form. Upon uttering these words, Pushi consumed a red glowing fish basket and activated his Rinnegan, transforming into a new form. His Byakugan turned golden. A golden Rinnegan emerged on his forehead, and multiple black stripes appeared across his face, while two massive bird-like wings sprouted from his head. His feet morphed into black claws, and his arms could transform into wings for flight. This was the newly transformed Pushi, now immensely powerful in both taijutsu and strength, capable of utilizing Shinra Tensei, devouring ninjutsu, and creating black rods. What is this? Is it akin to Daitonmu Momoshike's death god form? Quite intriguing. It seems the current generation favors transformations. Witnessing this spectacle, Edward fell into deep contemplation. Yet if that is the case, then it is time for the infinite chakra form. 6 paths domination. With that declaration, black and red energy enveloped Edward, an overwhelming surge of chakra and 6 paths power emanating from him. This was the most potent state he had achieved thus far. And upon entering this form, Edward's aura began to overpower the transformed Daitonmu Pushi. Is that all? Ha ha ha. I will tear your flesh piece by piece and devour it. Once transformed into the Senju crane form, Daitonmu Pushi's demeanor became exceedingly violent and arrogant, his speech turning crude as he bellowed. Such vulgarity. Edward felt a surge of discontent at those words, and with a wave of his hand, countless fissures surged towards Pushi. In his normal state, he would not have acted this way. It was solely due to entering this form. Daitonmu Kagaya, who had previously witnessed Pushi's transformation into a crude state, could only sigh. Ha ha! Daitonmu Pushi, still brimming with arrogance and crude bravado, clashed his tearing claws against the spatial fissures. Yet upon contact, his expression shifted drastically as his claws were shattered. Ridiculous! My power is beyond your ability to resist. After uttering these words, Edward pressed forward, wielding his sword, Songyun Xia, and cleaving a portion of Pushi's body in half. Ha ha! Is this the extent of your power? You are far from capable of killing me. Witnessing his severed form, the arrogant Daitonmu Pushi roared defiantly. Ignorant fool! Armed color energy, sword aura slash. As Edward's gaze grew indifferent, he unleashed a myriad of sword auras that surrounded Pushi. You cannot catch me. However, due to his heightened agility in the Senju crane form, Pushi was impervious to the sword auras and charged toward Edward, their fists colliding. Pushi's form twisted around Edward like a small bird. What is this power? It hurts. After a brief exchange in close combat, Daitonmu Pushi sensed something was amiss, observing the mysterious force that was shattering his flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Edward, shrouded in black armed color energy, remained unharmed. Gahaha, you are ignorant. Yet Edward had no interest in explaining himself to Daitonmu Pushi. Instead, he laughed heartily and swung his weapon once more. A clone? With that swing, Daitonmu Pushi was cleaved apart like tofu, causing Edward to furrow his brow. Has he fled? But escaping is no easy feat. He then turned towards the direction Pushi had taken, murmuring to himself as he began to pursue. That direction was where Daitonmu Pushi was currently fleeing, fully aware that he was outmatched and had abandoned any intention of battling Edward. 3,000 black rods. As he sensed Edward closing in behind him, Daitonmu Pushi's heart raced, and he unleashed countless black rods from his wings in an attempt to impede Edward's advance. At this moment, he had resolved to forcibly utilize the Daitonmu clan's treasure, Li, to traverse other worlds and escape this place. Otherwise, remaining here would undoubtedly lead to one fate, death. Black rods? Those are ineffective against me now. As the black rods approached, Edward effortlessly deflected them with a swing of Songyun Xia, declaring, "What?" Daitonmu Pushi's heart sank at the realization that his 3,000 black rods had been so easily thwarted by Edward. Li, open for me. Resolving to act, he decided to utilize the treasure Li to tear through the fabric of space and depart from this location. What kind of treasure is that? It can manipulate the powers of time and space. I must acquire it. Upon witnessing Daitonmu Pushi's actions, Edward's heart raced with determination. He knew that he must acquire such an extraordinary artifact. The treasure of the Daitonmu clan, Li, could manipulate the forces of time and space, even enabling one to traverse back to their childhood and eliminate themselves. He had to stop Pushi. Meanwhile, Daitonmu Kagaya, who had initially believed Edward would easily capture Daitonmu Pushi, joined the fray. Because she understood the significance of that treasure, she realized that if they let Otsutsuki Purushur escape now, their time would be severely limited. Spatial Rift. The 80 Gods Void Strike. At that moment, both of them unleashed their full power towards Otsutsuki Purushur, who was about to step into the time-space and depart. No matter what, they had to keep Otsutsuki Purushur here today. Ha ha ha. Farewell. I will not let you go. However, Otsutsuki Purushur had already stepped into the time-space, leaving only half of his body behind. He still managed to escape. Looking at the remnants of Otsutsuki Purushur left on the ground, Otsutsuki Kagaya sighed helplessly. It seemed that they could no longer afford to be idle. She had to take action. Edward also furrowed his brow, his mind troubled. The escaped Otsutsuki Purushur was a significant concern for him, filling him with immense worry. According to Otsutsuki Kagaya, he could even traverse back to Edward's childhood to eliminate him, which posed the most perilous threat. Edward, hurry and enhance your strength. While that treasure is in a lull, you can attempt to breach the time-space and capture Otsutsuki Purushur, Otsutsuki Kagaya suggested earnestly, not wanting to lose the giant she had just begun to understand. A lull, you say? I see, it seems I still have some time, and I have a chakra fruit that remains unused. Perhaps it will bring me some surprises. Remembering the chakra fruit sealed within his space, Edward spoke with a hint of excitement. Initially, he intended to nurture the fruit within himself to better absorb its power. However, given the current situation, he could no longer wait that long. Let's return to the cave. Edward then turned and flew back to the previous cave that had accommodated him. He planned to return to that cave to quickly recover and enhance his power by consuming the chakra fruit, hoping to break through the time-space. Nevertheless, the likelihood of achieving that was exceedingly slim. Sigh. After a deep breath, Otsutsuki Kagaya followed closely behind Edward, unsure what to say. Inside the cave, Edward sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the chakra fruit in his hand. I hope you can bring me surprises. Now, back in his cave, he was determined to utilize this idle time to elevate his strength. With a swift motion, he tossed the chakra fruit into the air, watching it arc gracefully before landing in his mouth. The familiar surge of energy returned. It was the power of the chakra fruit. After consuming it, Edward narrowed his eyes, meticulously sensing the situation within his body. Having previously consumed a chakra fruit, he quickly began to channel the energy throughout his entire being, facilitating a better absorption process. I hope I can digest the energy of the chakra fruit swiftly during this time. Please do not let me down. With that, Edward focused on directing the energy flow within him, striving to shorten the time needed to fully absorb the chakra fruit. I must hasten. Nothing else must go awry. I cannot afford to lose anything more. Beside him, Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered her head, her chakra energy fervently coursing into Edward's body. She sought to expedite Edward's absorption of the chakra fruit's energy, aiming to swiftly resolve the burden that weighed heavily on his heart. Time passed slowly as the two maintained their positions, facilitating Edward's absorption of the chakra fruit's energy. Ultimately, their efforts bore fruit. Within just a year, Edward managed to absorb most of the energy from the chakra fruit. On that day, they both opened their eyes simultaneously. How long has it been? Edward exclaimed, his face flushed with vitality. It must have been about a year, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, her complexion pale and weary. During that year, she had continuously channeled her chakra to ensure Edward could better absorb the energy from the chakra fruit. Thank you for your hard work, Kagaya. Observing her weary face, Edward nodded, a complex expression crossing his features. At last, he had come to accept this woman, this pitiful being who had been sealed away. It was no trouble. After saying this, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly closed her eyes and rested her head against Edward's chest. Due to Edward's height, she had utilized her six paths power to adjust her height to 6. Then, let's have a good rest. When you awaken, all will be well. With that, Edward made no further movements, cradling her for a moment before sealing her into the space of the seal. Let me see what power this chakra fruit has bestowed upon me. Edward then turned his gaze inward, examining his body closely. Fascinating. I did not expect it to grant me such abilities. After contemplating for some time, Edward nodded in satisfaction. The chakra fruit he had absorbed had not disappointed him, bestowing him with a formidable power. Yet, this newfound strength seemed ineffective against his current predicament. He needed to act swiftly. Suddenly, Edward's expression shifted as he recalled the fleeing Otsutsuki Purushur. He was acutely aware that an unseen Otsutsuki Purushur constantly threatened him. It was possible that at any moment, he could find himself undone by Otsutsuki Purushire's actions in his childhood, causing him to fade into oblivion. I should check the dragon vein. I wonder if I can traverse time-space through it now. With that, Edward's gaze shifted in a particular direction, murmuring softly. During the year of recuperation, he had not only absorbed the chakra fruit's energy, but had also fully restored his six paths power, achieving a true peak state. If he were to return to the moment he encountered Otsutsuki Purushire, he was confident that he would not allow Purushire to escape again. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Purushire was recovering. Cough, cough, I have finally recovered. Since that battle, I've only just now regained the ability to wield the plow. Holding his mouth, a faint pain coursed through his chest as Otsutsuki Purushire spoke. The urgency with which he had invoked the plow during their previous battle had resulted in an agonizingly slow recovery for this treasure. The matter is urgent. We must swiftly eliminate that detestable giant. As for Kagayaheim, recalling that woman from the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Urashiki remarked with a meaningful expression, "We shall deal with you afterward." Finally comprehending the situation, Otsutsuki Urashiki allowed a smile to grace his lips and set this matter aside. Break. With that, Otsutsuki Urashiki raised the treasure plow in his hand and directed it toward the location before him, unleashing its power. Although it was not fully charged, traversing back to the giant childhood should pose no problem. Observing the treasure plow in his hand, Otsutsuki Urashiki spoke with a hint of anticipation. After all, his treasure plow was not omnipotent and required meticulous control. Otherwise, even minor errors could lead to significant consequences, potentially causing time and space to unravel. After a series of operations with the treasure in Otsutsuki Urashiki's grasp, the space before him tore open, just as it had before. He chuckled softly. Success had come, depleting its final shred of energy. With a sinister smile, Otsutsuki Urashiki stepped through the rift. Upon entering, he found himself in an incredibly dense forest, where a few civilians were pushing carts as they walked by. "Hello, may I inquire where I am?" Upon emerging from the rift, Otsutsuki Urashiki opened his eyes and began to question the civilian he encountered. Typically, he was quite peaceful, treating everyone with utmost kindness. "Who are you?" The civilian, upon seeing the figure clad in white, exhibited a look of panic. Just moments ago, he had been alone, and this man had silently appeared behind him. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki's gentle and amiable words, coupled with the supplies in the cart, assuaged his instinct to flee. "My name is Otsutsuki Urashiki. Could you please direct me to Konoha?" Without any disdain for the civilian's demeanor, Otsutsuki Urashiki continued his inquiry. "Ahem, this is the border of the Land of Wind. If you wish to reach Konoha, it will be rather troublesome." Coughing twice, the civilian, still showing traces of fear, tightly gripped his cart as he spoke cautiously. The supplies within were all the food for his family for the upcoming month. For him, there could be no room for error. If they were stolen or lost, given the arid landscape of his homeland, it would be akin to a death sentence. "No worries, just provide me with the general direction and route." Unbeknownst to him, Otsutsuki Urashiki expressed no concern about the inconvenience. "If you truly wish to go, that path should lead you back to Konoha." The civilian gestured toward a direction, albeit with slight uncertainty. "Oh, I am truly grateful. You have been a great help." Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Urashiki rubbed his chin, gaining a clearer understanding of his location. Had this civilian not informed him, he would have spent considerable effort searching for Konoha. "Not at all. If there is nothing else, may I take my leave?" The civilian, upon hearing Otsutsuki Urashiki's gratitude, spoke with a slight tremor in his hands as he clutched the cart. Of course." In response, Otsutsuki Urashiki stepped aside to create a path. Initially, he had considered bestowing some power upon this civilian, envisioning him as a companion in this world. However, the civilian's eagerness to depart indirectly extinguished that thought from Otsutsuki Urashiki's mind. Sometimes, such things are mysterious. What is meant to be will manifest without reason, while what is not destined to be cannot be obtained, no matter the effort. All right. Seeing the path cleared by Otsutsuki Urashiki, the civilian hurriedly pushed his cart away. At that moment, his mind was solely focused on the supplies within. There could be no mistakes. Poor human, Otsutsuki Urashiki murmured as he observed the civilian's hurried departure, having gleaned a glimpse of his situation through mind reading. Yet, he would not grant that civilian another opportunity. Sometimes, one chance is sufficient. Konoha, here I come. Subsequently, Otsutsuki Urashiki levitated into the air, utilizing his sensing abilities to scan the route indicated by the civilian, soaring forth. It proved to be less troublesome than he had anticipated. After flying for a considerable time, Otsutsuki Urashiki discovered a great ninja village, feeling a surge of joy within. Is this Konoha? Why does it appear so different from the Konoha I encountered before? The surroundings are even surrounded by cliffs. However, upon descending into this great ninja village, he felt a sense of peculiarity. This ninja village bore a six-part resemblance to Konoha, the familiar Hokage building, recognizable architecture, and the familiar Hokage rock. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was entirely distinct. Never mind. Asking will clarify everything. Shaking his head, Otsutsuki Urashiki immediately dispelled the thoughts swirling in his mind. However, upon posing his inquiry, his anger surged dramatically. How dare that civilian deceive me? If it weren't for his deception, I would have already eliminated the giant in his childhood. With fury igniting in his eyes, Otsutsuki Urashiki's heart screamed in frustration. Through his inquiries, he discovered that this place was the so-called Iwa Ninja Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, just as renowned as Konoha. Tensri no me. Unable to contain himself any longer, Otsutsuki Urashiki unsheathed the weapon from his back, the red light fishing rod, unleashing a barrage of red light fishing hooks as a long-range assault upon this ninja village. Boom! Boom! These red light fishing hooks swiftly exploded within Iwa Ninja Village, unleashing tremendous destructive force. Various structures within the village crumbled, subjecting Iwa Ninja Village to an unforeseen disaster. This calamity stemmed solely from the uncertain directions provided by a civilian. Ah, that feels delightful. Now, time to attend to serious matters. After venting his frustrations, Otsutsuki Urashiki stowed away the red light fishing rod, soaring back into the air, heading toward the direction of Konoha he had previously inquired about. The scene left behind was one of devastation, plunging Iwa Ninja Village into chaos. Meanwhile, within Konoha at the Ninja Academy, 2 boys of vastly different heights were engaged in conversation. Brother Edward, we still have class later. Please don't drag me off anywhere. These 2 boys were the youthful Yamanaka Kid and Edward. At that moment, Yamanaka Kid was attempting to extricate himself from Edward's grasp. For today, Edward wished to take him into the forest for some undisclosed activities. It's merely a self-study session. Sitting there is a waste of time. However, Edward paid no heed to Yamanaka Kid's words and directly pulled him out through the back door of the Ninja Academy. Sigh, Brother Edward, Yamanaka Kid sighed, conceding without further protest. Trust me, learning these hunting skills is far more beneficial than sitting idly in that classroom. Observing the reluctant expression on Shanxia Fengye's face, Edward sighed with a sense of helplessness. To him, the ninja world was fraught with peril. Konoha Village merely sought to use them as tools and cannon fodder, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. Thus, Edward was eager to swiftly cultivate Shanxia Fengye, enhancing his strength. All right, I'll listen to you, Brother Edward. Shanxia Fengye conceded with a nod. The 2 then made their way into the forest behind the Ninja Academy, where, although it was not true wilderness, capturing some small beasts should provide Shanxia Fengye with some battle experience. With a serious demeanor, Edward placed his hands on his hips and stated earnestly, "If you observe closely, you'll notice that I appear to be around 10 years old. My physical strength, while not vast, is not insignificant either. It is worth noting that at this age, Edward had already unlocked the fusion panel, possessing the power of a genin, if not a chunin. However, disappointment soon washed over Edward as he realized that Shanxia Fengye couldn't even catch a small mouse. Sigh, I was too hasty. Perhaps this matter should wait for another time. Seeing Shanxia Fengye in such a pitiful state, Edward could muster no anger and merely sighed. Let's return to the academy. There's no need to linger here. With that, Edward's desire to impart combat experience to Shanxia Fengye vanished, and he began to stride away. "Hey, wait for me, Brother Edward," Shanxia Fengye exclaimed, his eyes suddenly shining with determination as he hurried after Edward. Suddenly, Edward halted, his senses alert as he scanned the surroundings. "Brother Edward, what's wrong?" Shanxia Fengye, who had been closely following, bumped into him, puzzled. At that moment, Edward could not afford to ponder anything else. He sensed a mysterious force watching him. This made him feel profoundly uncomfortable, yet he could not pinpoint the source of this surveillance. "Hello there," a voice emerged from above, from the great tree overhead. It became evident that this mysterious person had been monitoring him all along. "What is this?" Upon hearing the voice, Edward immediately looked up and hurled a kunai from his waist. However, the kunai seemed devoid of any potency as the mysterious figure effortlessly caught it. "No matter how powerful you may become in the future, you are merely a toy in my hands at present." With those words, the enigmatic figure revealed himself, tossing the kunai back at Edward. This figure was none other than Otsutsuki Urashiki. How swift! Edward's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the revealed figure. Just as the kunai pierced his chest, "Brother Edward," Shanxia Fengye cried out, alarmed at the sight of his revered elder injured. "Don't mind me. Run as far as you can," Edward shouted back, pulling the kunai from his chest. As a traveler from another world, he quickly recognized the identity of the individual before him. What perplexed him most was why this person had chosen to attack him. "Brother Edward," upon hearing his shout, Shanxia Fengye, knowing he could do little, cast one last look at Otsutsuki Urashiki before turning to flee. "You've got some spirit. You truly are that man," Urashiki remarked appreciatively as he observed Edward withdraw the kunai. He paid no mind to Shanxia Fengye's retreat. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Edward demanded through gritted teeth, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from this man, which filled him with despair. "Who am I? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Merely know that I am in a pleasant mood and can indulge you for a while," Urashiki replied with a playful grin, as if he had just thought of something amusing. "Why is this happening? What have I done wrong?" Edward pondered, his head bowed in contemplation. "How pitiful. I truly apologize. But do you have any idea of the devastation your future self will bring upon our Otsutsuki clan?" Urashiki's words dripped with a mocking sympathy as Edward's head hung low. "Future me? Otsutsuki clan? What does that even mean?" Edward exclaimed, his shock evident as he raised his head. Having acquainted himself with the chaotic narrative of the original Hokage storyline, he began to glean some understanding from Urashiki's words. "Indeed. Let me clarify this for you. I hail from the noble Otsutsuki clan, and my name is Otsutsuki Urashiki, sent to eliminate you in this timeline," Urashiki declared, hovering in midair. "Otsutsuki Urashiki? But what exactly has my future self done to warrant such treatment?" Edward clenched his fists, feeling utterly powerless to resist. At that moment, he longed for strength, for a more formidable power within him. "Your future self? He is a terrifying figure," Urashiki mused, recalling the fearsome entity he had encountered. "Can you tell me what my future self is like?" Edward inquired, falling into deep contemplation, eager for more information. Greedy human. Enough of this. It's time to conclude this. I have far too much to attend to. Yin-Yang release. Black Rod. Urashiki, losing interest in further conversation, resolved to end Edward's life. With a wave of his hands, countless black rods materialized in the air, raining down upon Edward like a torrential downpour. "This is it. I can't evade this." Edward felt his pupils constrict in terror at the sight of the descending black rods. As a traveler, he could not simply perish without understanding the reason behind his demise. Fire style, fire dragon bullet. Earth style, earth wall. Just then, a massive fire dragon surged forth, accompanied by a colossal stone wall that shielded him from the black rods. "Is it the third Hokage?" Edward murmured in astonishment upon recognizing the familiar face. He had not anticipated that the very figure he had been wary of would come to his rescue. "Brother Edward." Beside the third Hokage stood Shanxia Fengye, clearly having summoned him for assistance. It was fortuitous that the third Hokage had come to inspect the ninja academy that day, only to be informed by a frantic Shanxia Fengye of their ambush. After perceiving the fluctuations of battle from afar, I rushed here without hesitation. "May I ask who you are?" Upon seeing the middle-aged man who interrupted his plans, Daitonmu Pushi furrowed his brow and inquired with a hint of impatience. Where the leaves danced, the flames also flourished. The firelight would continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. I'm the third Hokage of Konoha, and I shall not allow you to harm the new blossoms of our village. Fixing his gaze on Daitonmu Pushi, the third Hokage summoned his golden staff, ready for confrontation. At this moment, he did not consider himself old, believing he could easily defeat the enemy before him. What foolish words! Daitonmu Pushi, momentarily stunned by the third Hokage's mention of the will of fire, was bemused. After all, he was not someone who had grown up in Konoha, so how could he comprehend the words of the third Hokage? It would be better to prove it through action. Water Dragon Jutsu. Lightning Release. Without waiting for Daitonmu Pushi to regain his composure, the third Hokage unleashed a fierce dragon towards him. The lightning coiled around this dragon, enhancing its terrifying presence. Chakra Ninjutsu? While somewhat powerful, it holds no value against me. With a swift motion, Daitonmu Pushi dispersed the lightning dragon. How could this be possible? The third Hokage exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he witnessed his water dragon jutsu being so easily dismantled. There is nothing impossible. After uttering these words, Daitonmu Pushi drew forth a red glowing fishing rod and struck at the third Hokage. Golden Staff. Sensing the incoming attack, the third Hokage immediately raised his golden staff to block. Thud! In the next moment, the third Hokage was sent flying, his staff knocked away and lost from sight. He is formidable. I cannot remain idle any longer. Fire Release. Great Fireball Jutsu. This secret fire technique has been passed down through the Sarutobi clan, unleashing a torrent of flames. Yet that was not all. In the following moments, the third Hokage unleashed several additional jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Wind Release, Gale. Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu. Lightning Release, Thunderclap. These techniques formed a surrounding barrier, entrapping Daitonmu Pushi with no escape. Surrender. These techniques are futile against the Daitonmu clan. Undeterred, Daitonmu Pushi waved his red glowing fishing rod, dispersing all the jutsu before the astonished gaze of the third Hokage. The third Hokage, still in shock, was uncertain how to respond. However, the fishing rod in Daitonmu Pushi's hand showed no mercy, striking him hard on the skull. Lord Third Hokage. From below, Funya watched in disbelief as the third Hokage was sent crashing into the trees, falling silent. How dull. Observing his effortless victory over the enemy, Daitonmu Pushi spat dismissively. Next, it is your turn. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he swung the red glowing fishing rod towards Edward, who was attempting to flee. Damn! The third Hokage's effort was far too brief. As the fishing rod came crashing down, Edward, feeling helpless, recalled countless memories and simultaneously cursed the third Hokage. At this critical moment, the air twisted and a large hand emerged, grasping the fishing rod. Apologies for the delay. A voice, heavy with assurance, resonated. This was Edward, who had just devoured the chakra fruit. Daitonmu Pushi, are you ready to embrace your end? Upon uttering these words, the future version of Edward appeared before the astonished gaze of the younger Edward. Is this what I will look like in the future? Seeing his strong and towering self, the youthful Edward felt a surge of excitement. What? How did you come here? You lack the ability to traverse time and space. Witnessing the familiar, immensely powerful Edward, Daitonmu Pushi took a step back in disbelief. I certainly did not possess that ability before, but after consuming the second chakra fruit, everything changed. With a sinister smile, Edward brandished his sword, cutting through the fishing rod, and swiftly approached Daitonmu Pushi. Indeed, arriving here was thanks to the capabilities bestowed by the second chakra fruit, enabling his passage through the dragon vein. Otherwise, I might have missed my chance entirely. No, seeing the giant appear before him in an instant. Daitonmu Pushi screamed in a frenzy. Yet, despite his cries, Edward's fist landed heavily on his face. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Daitonmu Pushi was sent soaring into the sky. Surely, the third Hokage will be fine. He has merely lost consciousness, so take care of him. After launching Daitonmu Pushi skyward, Edward turned to address the two remaining individuals. He then disregarded them, propelling himself into the sky. Who is that behemoth? The young Phineas shuddered and whispered to the young Edward beside him. Shoo, do not ask. We must quickly awaken Lord Third Hokage. However, knowing some truths, the young Edward chose not to divulge too much to Phineas, instead hastening towards the unconscious Third Hokage. In the sky above. How could you traverse time and space to arrive here? This defies all logic. Daitong Pushi, having regained some composure, questioned in disbelief. I owe it all to the new powers granted by another chakra fruit. Would you care to experience it? Edward grinned mockingly. 6 paths, tremor, 3 colors, infinite chakra form. Activate. Instantly, Edward unleashed his most potent and ferocious power ever. Under normal circumstances, he would struggle to control such overwhelming force. However, thanks to the new ability granted by the chakra fruit, balance, he could fully master this wild power. Furthermore, the dragon veined chaotic chakra was subdued under Edward's balance, allowing him to traverse time and space. No, upon witnessing Edward unleash this ferocious power, Daitong Pushi's face turned pale as he cried out. Yet in the next instant, his scream morphed into a wail as his body was reduced to a mist of blood. So fragile, covered in blood mist, Edward surveyed his surroundings with bloodshot eyes. He knew that Daitong Pushi, possessing the power of the 6 paths, would undoubtedly recover soon. I will not let you escape. Sage crane form. 1,000 paper cranes, instantaneous movement. Indeed, not long after, the figure of Daitong Pushi reappeared in midair, even manifesting his shiver form along with his techniques. His ability was derived from his azure, which allowed him to transform into several red glowing and vanish from the enemy's sight in an instant, reappearing at will. Bang! Bang! What followed was a relentless pursuit between the two, yet due to Daitong Pushi, Edward was momentarily unable to grasp him. Got you, Edward declared with a calm demeanor. His massive hand enveloped in red ba-cheat and armed color, seizing Pushi's ankle. Here comes the Tiansu Bow Red Light Sphere. In response, Daitong Pushi could only wield a red glowing fishing rod to summon a colossal, transparent red sphere to shield himself from Edward's assault. Quake! Yet how could this red, transparent sphere withstand the might of Edward's Junjun Drili? It soon shattered under the force, and Daitong Pushi was violently slammed to the ground. You have been defeated. Now merge with me. Upon uttering these words, Edward opened his mouth wide, resembling a fearsome demon. Do you intend to seal me or devour me? Daitong Pushi's face finally betrayed a look of terror as he grappled with disbelief. At this moment, he could no longer discern whether Edward sought to imprison him or consume him outright. Gulalala, perhaps you are unaware that I possess the power of the 10 tails within me. After Daitong Pushi narrowly evaded Edward's grasp, Edward laughed heartily. You claim to harbor the power of the 10 tails? Hearing this, Daitong Pushi's eyes widened in shock. On their planet, the 10 tails were merely a tool in the eyes of the Daitong clan. No one would absorb the power of such a tool to become one themselves. However, Edward was entirely different, for he was not of the Daitong lineage. Indeed, so merge with me. After reiterating, Edward's hand tightened around Daitong Pushi's form as he opened his gaping maw. No, don't. Seeing the giant before him open his mouth, Daitong Pushi screamed in desperation. Yet in this form, Edward rendered any struggle futile, and soon Daitong Pushi's entire being was engulfed within Edward's mouth. Choking slightly, Edward remarked, I need to break him down quickly. After consuming Daitong Pushi, Edward promptly sat on the ground and forcefully compressed his internal stomach pouch to digest him. Simultaneously, he expelled Daitong Pushi's weapon, the red glowing fishing rod and the red glowing fish basket, along with the treasure of the Daitong clan, the plow. Quite remarkable, Edward mused, as he tossed everything into the space of his Kanji-Yunki ninja tool. He intended for Kanji-Yunki to digest all of these items. The pressure is still too great for Kanji-Yunki, if that is the case. However, Edward soon recognized Kanji-Yunki's limited energy, and the power of his Vudak surged into Kanji-Yunki. This should suffice. Do not disappoint me. He grinned as he held Kanji-Yunki. Edward had never forgotten this loyal companion who had fought alongside him. Now it is your turn. Daetong Yu Pushi, I will digest you slowly, allowing you to perish in fear. Edward then focused his attention on the stomach pouch within him. It should be noted that Daetong Yu Pushi had posed the greatest threat to Edward since he entered the realm of the Da. It had been a close call, just a hair's breadth, and Edward would have been eternally lost in the endless tide of time. Are the memories reassembling? Thanks to that misguided commoner in the third. Otherwise, Edward reflected as he digested Daetong Yu Pushi within his stomach. At this moment, Daetong Yu Pushi had completely lost consciousness, reduced to a mere possession of Edward. I should leave this place quickly. Otherwise, I fear it may impact reality. Edward did not linger, and with a swift movement, he vanished from the location. Staying here even a second longer could alter the course of the future. He believed remaining here would not pose much of a problem. After distancing himself from the land of fire, Edward carved out a cave to reside in. He needed to absorb Daetong Yu Pushi's power during this time, and allow Kanjiunki to absorb the powers of those weapons. Edward wondered if anything would change after Kanjiunki absorbed the treasure of the Daetong Yu clan, the plow. With a hint of anticipation, Edward gazed intently at Kanjiunki, murmuring. Afterward, Edward remained in the cave for countless years, awakening only after thoroughly digesting Daetong Yu Pushi's power. You have awakened, Daetong Yu Kagaya. Edward scrutinized the being sealed within his internal space. I have long been awake. I simply remained here without making any moves. Daetong Yu Kagaya murmured softly within the sealing space. Oh, I see, to you. Time must have become a familiar passage. At this, Edward gave a wry smile and exited the sealing space back into reality. Is Kanjiunki nearly ready? Allow me to lend you my strength. He then turned his gaze toward Kanjiunki, stating, in the next moment, after Edward's declaration, the power of his Ryudak and balance surged into Kanjiunki. He aimed to provide Kanjiunki with additional energy, while it was overflowing with the energy of Daetong Yu Pushi. This way, he could completely digest all of Daetong Yu Pushi's energy without incurring any losses. Just a bit more. Only the plow of the Daetong Yu clan remains. Once absorbed, I feel Kanjiunki will undergo a transformation. Edward's serious gaze fixated on Kanjiunki, murmuring, if Kanjiunki successfully transformed this time, it would undoubtedly bolster Edward's strength significantly. Has a new energy been born within Kanjiunki? Finally, with Edward's assistance, Kanjiunki shattered and absorbed the plow of the Daetong Yu clan, giving rise to a new energy that captivated Edward's attention. This energy resembles that of space-time, Edward observed, scrutinizing Kanjiunki. He could now ascertain that Kanjiunki had likely acquired a power akin to that of the Daetong Yu clan's plow. However, this transformation was not yet complete. It still required something. In the next moment, Edward intensified the transmission of his Ryudak and balance powers. He could sense that Kanjiunki was on the verge of a critical step. It worked. Not long after, Edward suddenly halted the flow of energy, exclaiming in surprise. This was because Kanjiunki's transformation had been completed successfully, elevating it to a new height. Regardless of sharpness, hardness, or the fusion with my strength, has everything reached a new pinnacle? Observing the radiant Songyun Chia in his hand, Edward could not help but exclaim with surprise. No, the most significant aspect is still the shattering. Yet this is not the end. In the next moment, Edward lifted the Songyun Chia and unleashed the energy within, cleaving through the air. The space shattered, time trembled, as if the entire world could not withstand the might of the Songyun Chia. This was merely Edward employing half of his power. Should he unleash his full strength, it would be truly unimaginable. I can sense it. Possessing the Songyun Xie, I no longer require the Long Mai for teleportation. A bold expression graced Edward's face as he contemplated. Open. In the next instant, Edward raised the Songyun Xie, channeling its energy to carve a fissure in the space before him. Has the fabric of time and space been so easily breached? Observing the gentle time and space compared to the Long Mai, Edward stepped inside, stating, I will proceed. Subsequently, safeguarded by the energy of its Songyun Xie, Edward remained unscathed within. I had not anticipated the energy would be harnessed in this manner. A flicker of excitement surged within. Edward declared, I must locate my rightful world before the energy of its Songyun Xie is depleted. Kinbun. Edward ceased his words, fully releasing his Kinbun haki, his keen senses scanning the surrounding worlds. Found it. In no time, Edward discovered his original world, exclaiming with exhilaration. This time, he was no longer battered and bruised, nor was he subjected to the pressures of time and space as he sought the world he desired. Is this the boon granted by your Otsutsuki clan's treasure? How formidable! Yet Edward understood that all of this was bestowed upon him by the treasure consumed by the Songyun Xie. Had the Songyun Xie not absorbed that treasure, Edward would not have so easily found his world. Indeed, can you feel it? This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the adversaries you shall confront. Observing Edward's actions with a sense of satisfaction from within the ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya remarked, "Is it merely the tip of the iceberg? Regardless, I shall unleash my fists upon the foes to come." Upon hearing this, Edward responded with unyielding determination. He then halted his dialogue with Otsutsuki Kagaya and stepped forth from the time-space, arriving back in his original world. The familiar scent enveloped him. Though he was uncertain of the changes that had transpired, Edward remarked as he emerged from the time-space. It had likely been decades since he had departed this world. If indeed decades had passed, he could only wonder what the shinobi world had transformed into. Fear not, it shall not have been too long, at most. Only a few years have elapsed, as time will gradually correct itself. Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke with an air of control. Is that so? Then it seems I have been overly concerned, yet a few years is not a trivial span. Hearing this, Edward finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning towards a direction. Indeed, for you, it may not seem short. Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, "Allow me to return and reunite with them. It has been far too long, and I miss them dearly." After uttering this, Edward activated his Kinbun haki, locking onto the general direction of Konoha and soared forth. In this world, the only thing that piques my interest is that Otsutsuki Shuren you once mentioned. Reflecting on their earlier conversation while in the ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke with a distinct emotion. Even though her two descendants had sealed her for generations, it still evoked a unique sentiment within her. Perhaps this is love. Were I in your position, I would not forgive them. Upon hearing this, Edward gestured towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Haha, you do not understand. I have long since become indifferent to the meanings represented by sealing and harm. Otsutsuki Kagaya shook her head within the ceiling space. Very well, whatever you wish to perceive is as it shall be. In response, Edward was not inclined to further discourse with this woman. A mere pretense. Hearing Edward's reply, Otsutsuki Kagaya let out a displeased snort and chose to disregard him. Evidently, she was dissatisfied with Edward's response. Think as you will. I merely wish to see those I cherish. Remembering his brother Yamashita Kid and Kakashi, Edward spoke with a nostalgic tone. Meanwhile, in Konoha, towering skyscrapers loomed, and the village had expanded significantly, nearly doubling its previous area. The only constant was that the Hokage building remained unchanged. However, the village's transportation had evidently ascended to a new level, as evidenced by the newly invented energy vehicles and the convenient buses traversing the streets, clearly showcasing the progress of Konoha. In the Hokage office, Dad Kakashi sat in the Hokage chair, holding a photograph and murmuring nostalgically. Kakashi, do not overexert yourself. I would be quite distressed, stood beside him his wife, Hanar, cradling a child in her arms. It was evident that they had married and welcomed a son during Edward's absence. Yet for Kakashi, the true wedding had yet to occur, as one vital figure was missing. I'm fine, do not worry about me. You must care for the child, and need not come here every day on my account. Kakashi waved his hand, a gentle look in his eyes. The couple, indeed a perfect match, lived each day filled with sweetness and joy. Yes, I understand. Hanar nodded slowly, cradling the child. By the way, when you return home, please ask Uncle Yamashita to prepare some ingredients. Tomorrow is a significant holiday. Suddenly recalling something, Kakashi sweetly remarked. Tomorrow marked their 3rd wedding anniversary. Uncle Yamashita? He should be teaching at the ninja school now. I will prepare later. However, Hanar seemed reluctant to trouble Yamashita Kid. Are you not tired? You still have to look after the child. Upon hearing this, Kakashi rubbed his weary eyes. Shadow clone jutsu. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal, and a similarly fatigued Kakashi appeared. You need not do this, your body, Hanar murmured, pursing her lips at the sight of the clone. It's fine. I will have the shadow clone prepare the ingredients. You should head home and rest. You have been quite tired these past few days. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Hanar, no longer insisting, nodded and planned to leave with the child in her arms. She had specifically come over during this time to deliver lunch to Kakashi. Gulalala, I heard someone misses me, but in the next moment, both of them felt a distortion in the void behind them, and a shadow enveloped them. Dad, you're back. Upon hearing that familiar laughter, Kakashi's eyes widened as he called out. However, having grown accustomed to the comings and goings of Edward, he was not as surprised as before. Gulalala, I'm back. I was delayed by some matters, my apologies. Edward maintained his usual demeanor, and after his apology, he found his designated seat and settled into it. This chair hasn't been moved out yet? Sitting comfortably in the chair, Edward stretched his body and spoke. This chair has always been here to welcome you, Dad. Kakashi smiled and stretched out his own body. Meanwhile, Hualing, sitting beside them, was momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Edward. The thoughts in her mind vanished in an instant, and her body stiffened. Is this my daughter-in-law? Gulalala, I can sense your essence in both of them, Kakashi. Edward grinned as he looked at Hualing and the child in her arms. Hearing this, Hualing's face instantly flushed. Cough, cough, Dad, Kakashi said, unsure how to react as he covered his forehead. All right, I'm just joking. Hualing, you can call me Dad, just like Kakashi does from now on. Edward then ceased his jest and turned his gaze to Hualing. Okay, Dad. After her face turned red, Hualing nodded earnestly. Come, let me see my grandson. Hey, little one. Edward then stretched out his large hand and took the child from Hualing's arms, playfully engaging with him. Gulalala. The child, seeing the giant before him, laughed out loud without any fear, sensing the immense kindness radiating from him. How adorable. What is his name? Edward inquired as he made the child laugh. His name is Edward Kakashi. Kakashi and Hualing responded in unison upon hearing Edward's question. Kakashi, is it? What a lovely name. Thankfully, you didn't name him something like Kakashi Dong or Kakashi something, as that would be dreadful, Edward said half-jokingly while recalling a joke from his past life. Ha. Upon hearing Edward's words, the group burst into laughter. Dad, tomorrow marks the 3rd anniversary of Hualing and my wedding. I hope we can hold another ceremony with your witness. After their laughter subsided, Kakashi suddenly spoke with a serious expression. A wedding? That is fine. Edward nodded in response. At that moment, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness to Kakashi, realizing he had spent far too little time with his son, even missing their wedding. All right, it's settled then. Kakashi nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with joy. Well, I'll head home to rest for a bit and check on my maple trees. After saying this, the space behind Edward began to twist, pulling him back in. Dad's power has grown stronger again. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Kakashi's face, for he knew that with Edward's return, he could finally ease his burdens. The next day, the wedding was held quite discreetly, without much fanfare. The attendees included Tsunade, Otsutsuki Shurin, Jiraiya, and a few others. This time I must eat and drink heartily. I specifically rushed back for this. Tsunade shouted from her seat in the garden of the villa. Edward's son, huh? Otsutsuki Shurin remarked solemnly beside her. They had been unaware of Edward's return prior to arriving, with only the maple tree and Kakashi and Hualing being informed. Thus, they felt quite perplexed as to why they were summoned for a wedding anniversary. However, they would come whenever Kakashi invited them, simply because he was the strongest ruling figure of the age, the son of the world's mightiest man, EdwardNewgate. Gulalala, look who has arrived. Just a few moments after Tsunade's shout, a bold voice rang out. This is, at the sound, those unaware turned their heads toward the source. Is that Brother Edward? Otsutsuki Shurin said with a hint of anticipation. Although he had now integrated into the ninja realm, he only bowed to one man, the one who had defeated him, Edward. Indeed, it is Brother Edward. Meanwhile, amidst the astonished gazes, the maple tree accompanied a colossal figure walking out. That colossal figure was none other than EdwardNewgate. Hey, where'd you been all this time? Super strength fist. However, before long, Tsunade shouted angrily, swinging her fist toward him. She was quite furious with this person who had always vanished silently from the ninja world. Cough, cough, calm down, little Tsunade. Edward easily caught her fist in his large hand, lifting her up as he spoke. Let me go. Tsunade struggled vigorously as she was lifted. All right, but you must remain calm. Otherwise, I'll keep you like this all day. With a mischievous grin, Edward said. Okay. Finally, unable to match Edward's strength, Tsunade nodded heavily in submission. She then landed back on the ground with a thud. Edward, you really are quite rude. Seeing this, Jiraiya rushed over to help Tsunade up. Gulalala, Shuren, I believe you have many questions you wish to ask, don't you? However, regardless of what Jiraiya said, Edward entirely ignored him and turned his attention to the now silent Otsutsuki Shuren. Indeed, I have many questions. This ninja realm is different from what I had envisioned. The still silent Otsutsuki Shuren recalled his memories of the ninja realm throughout this time. Before encountering Edward, he had perceived the ninja realm as dirty and foul-smelling. However, after meeting Edward, he felt that this realm was entirely different. It even maintained a true sense of peace, something his ancestors had never achieved. After discovering the true reason, he had taken the time to enhance his strength, planning to improve the ninja realm even further after Edward. Gulalala, what do you think? Have you grown fond of this place? Edward responded with a hearty laugh. It's not bad. I truly appreciate your rescue. Otsutsuki Shuren said sincerely. Gulalala, I shall accept this gratitude. Edward began to laugh heartily again. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Shuren also expressed his happiness. He indeed acknowledged his fondness for the accepting Idua, planning to assist him in achieving greater success within the shinobi world. Gulalala, I suppose I will remain in the shinobi world from now on, so you need not worry any longer. After a brief moment of tension between the two, Idua approached Otsutsuki Shuren and comfortingly patted him on the shoulder. My strength can equally safeguard the shinobi world. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Shuren defiantly retorted. All right, let me show you who this is. Kagaya-hime, please come forth. Idua suddenly shifted the topic and spoke to the Gonjon. Kagaya-hime, both Otsutsuki Shuren and the others expressed their confusion simultaneously. Yet, their bewilderment was short-lived, as an exceptionally noble and cold woman materialized in the Gonjon. This woman was none other than Otsutsuki Kagaya-hime, who had been sealed within Idua's space. This is what I have been guarding. Upon seeing her, Otsutsuki Shuren exclaimed in surprise. Do not worry. She is now under my protection. There is no need for alarm. Idua waved his hand, signaling Otsutsuki Shuren to cease his shouting. Who is this woman? Tsunade, standing nearby, seemed to express a hint of jealousy. She is the progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya-hime, the original developer of our chakra powers. Otsutsuki Shuren slowly articulated. Indeed, Otsutsuki Kagaya-hime raised her hand in acknowledgement. Stay alert. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately became vigilant, fearing that Kagaya-hime intended to take action. Gulalala, I have not yet moved. Look at how frightened you are. Idua calmly reassured them, showing no sign of panic regarding Kagaya-hime's intentions. Hearing Idua's words, the group gradually relaxed. After all, the strongest among them, Idua, had not yet acted. So why should they panic? I shall show you something. Accept me. Kagaya-hime slowly approached and placed her hand on Otsutsuki Shuren's head as she spoke. In truth, she had many words she wished to express prior to this moment, but upon seeing Otsutsuki Shuren, her thoughts were stifled. Now, she felt that certain revelations directed towards Idua would suffice. Thus, she intended to let Otsutsuki Shuren witness some truths before returning to Idua's being. I never imagined it would be like this, Otsutsuki Shuren remarked, feeling Kagaya-hime's hand on his head as he received knowledge of their lineage through her deliberate memory transfer. All right, I have revealed all the truths to you. As the last true descendant of mine in this shinobi world, Kagaya-hime declared after transmitting her extensive memories. She then expressed her reluctance to remain any longer, vanishing back into Idua's sealed space. She disappeared. Tsunade and Jiraiya were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. They had never witnessed such power, nor had they sensed any energy fluctuations prior to this moment. Did you see everything? What are your thoughts? Idua inquired, unperturbed as he gazed at Otsutsuki Sharon. He understood that Kagayaheim had little to say to this younger generation. No particular feelings, merely a sense of frustration at my own inadequacy. I had not anticipated the origins of everything and the truth surrounding my ancestors to be such, Otsutsuki Sharon responded calmly, his earlier joy replaced by a somber expression. Oh, then, in that case, you must hasten to elevate your strength, Idua said with a slight smile, offering his support. However, no matter how much Otsutsuki Sharon enhanced his abilities now, it was unlikely to surpass Idua's prowess, and even keeping pace with Idua's shadow would prove exceedingly difficult. All right, I understand. I shall not linger here any longer, Otsutsuki Sharon said, covering his eyes, feeling disheartened and troubled. Through Kagayaheim's specific memory transfer, he had learned of her origins and the birth of their ancestors. To him, all of this felt exceedingly surreal, prompting a need for time to digest this information. Very well, Idua nodded in agreement, recognizing Otsutsuki Sharon's discomfort. He had originally intended to invite Otsutsuki Sharon for a heartfelt conversation with Kagayaheim before formally attending Kakashi's wedding. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Otsutsuki Sharon left without uttering a word, appearing quite desolate. It was evident that he was in distress. The remaining individuals, including Tsunade and Jiraiya, began to discuss. Well, your primary purpose for being here today is to witness Kakashi's wedding. Meanwhile, Yamashita Akid, who had been inactive for a considerable time, suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Wedding? Hasn't their wedding already taken place? Jiraiya exclaimed loudly upon hearing this. Fool! Can a wedding without Idua truly be considered wedding? Tsunade, unable to contain herself, delivered a punch to his head. Ouch! You are still as violent as ever, Jiraiya lamented, clutching his head, which had swollen from the blow. Despite this, they were accustomed to such interactions, and after Tsunade's cold huff, they returned to their usual demeanor. At that moment, Kakashi emerged with his wife, both dressed in remarkably simple attire, as if they were in everyday clothing. Thank you all for coming to our wedding. The couple exchanged knowing smiles before Kakashi spoke. Initially, they had intended to invite more guests for an extravagant second wedding. However, due to Idua's suggestion, Kakashi abandoned that idea, ultimately inviting only 3 individuals, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Otsutsuki Sharon. Following the dismissal of Otsutsuki Sharon, the only attendees remaining, apart from Idua's family, were Tsunade and Jiraiya. Gulalala, let us begin. The next moment, Idua brought forth a large chair and seated himself, observing the couple. Nonetheless, he harbored other intentions. He hoped to use this opportunity to bring Tsunade and Jiraiya closer together. Otherwise, he would not have urged Kakashi to invite them. Although Idua was aware of Tsunade's affections towards him, he had always regarded her as a daughter and would never reciprocate her feelings. As the scene shifted, Kakashi and Hanar stood before Idua, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Beside them stood Yamashita Akid, cradling their child. Come, this time is indeed our most official wedding. As the words left his lips, Kakashi and Hualing ceased their tender gaze, and he retrieved a ring from his pocket, adorning her hand with it. Upon seeing the ring Kakashi produced, Hualing was unable to contain her tears. This was the first time Kakashi had placed a ring on her finger, previously due to Edward's absence. They had not exchanged rings. Father, this time, with you as our witness, we hope you will bless our love. Subsequently, the two, hand in hand, approached Edward and earnestly declared their intentions. Gulalala, I agree. Edward erupted into joyous laughter, and the atmosphere became harmonious. Thank you, Father. The couple embraced, feeling their earlier tension dissipate. After all, this was their first formal meeting with parents and the commencement of their wedding. Come, let's drink. After confirming their relationship, Edward led everyone to an enormous dining table, producing several barrels of exquisite wine and a variety of delectable dishes. Fine wine. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands itching to partake. Eat, drink. At Edward's command, the diners could no longer restrain themselves, indulging in hearty portions of meat and drink. Edward, where have you been all these years? As they feasted, Yamashita Akid suddenly inquired. A great deal has transpired, and I have vanquished many foes, yet it remains insufficient. Edward responded, a somber expression enveloping his face. Reflecting on the multitude of events that had transpired during his absence, he remarked, "It feels as though I've been gone for decades." Observing Edward's grave demeanor, Tsunade cast a sidelong glance, her lips pursed in discontent. Though Edward's journeys were inconsequential, she longed to accompany him, wishing to be by his side. "You don't understand. This is the nature of a man." At this, Jiraiya leaned in with an expression of understanding, attempting to jest. "What do you mean? Don't project your sordid thoughts onto Edward." Tsunade immediately retaliated with a punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Gulalala, let us continue drinking." Meanwhile, Edward remained unfazed, continuing to sip his wine, accompanied by the sounds of hearty drinking. "Father, to what extent has your power grown? Could you enlighten us?" Kakashi interjected. "My power? Would you like to witness it?" Upon hearing this, Edward regarded Kakashi and the others with a significant expression. MHM. In response, they nodded eagerly, full of anticipation. Then behold, Conqueror S. Haki. With those words, a dark crimson aura enveloped Edward's hand, radiating immense intimidation. As this aura erupted, all present felt an overwhelming pressure, pinned to the table, unable to move. Their thoughts froze, and they could only stare at the table in silence. "Gulalala, do you feel my power?" "Release." As Edward relinquished the oppressive force, they finally lifted their heads. What just happened? They appeared bewildered, utterly unaware of the incident that had transpired. They only remembered their heads hitting the table, as if consciousness had momentarily escaped them. Could it be that mere intimidation could have such an effect on them? They murmured in confusion. "Would you still like to test my strength?" Edward asked, a hint of pride in his voice. No, let's not." They quickly gestured, fear creeping into their hearts, deterred from challenging Edward's might. "Gulalala, let's leave it at that." After uttering this, Edward returned to his seat as if nothing had occurred. "All right." The others resumed their feasting, seemingly unaffected, though the previous exuberance at the table had diminished significantly. Upon reflection, it was understandable. They were all formidable figures in the shinobi world. Should others discover that they had been rendered unconscious merely by Edward's presence, they would be the subject of mockery. "Hey, why is everyone so quiet?" After consuming countless cups, Edward, feeling unsatisfied, lifted a barrel of wine. "Cough, cough, it's nothing, just drink," they replied, maintaining their solemn expressions. "Gulalala, Tsunade, you're not getting any younger. Isn't it time to find a partner?" Suddenly, Edward directed a question at Tsunade. "A partner? Have you had too much to drink, Edward?" Tsunade blushed furiously and slammed her hand on the table, raising her voice. Meanwhile, Jiraiya turned away, lost in his thoughts. What they did not realize was that his invitation had been a ruse to facilitate their union. "I'm not intoxicated. Let us seize this opportunity to share our hearts. Tsunade, we can sense your feelings for me." Edward's tone shifted as he addressed her directly. "What feelings? What are you talking about?" Tsunade's expression shifted, her hands fidgeting awkwardly. Edward's words struck deep within her heart, touching a sensitive spot. "Tsunade, I harbor no feelings for you. It's time to let go." Observing Tsunade's reaction, Edward lowered his gaze, unwilling to prolong her suffering in this peaceful era of the shinobi world. He sought to prevent her from harboring regrets, believing that the sooner the truth was revealed, the better for both of them. Boom! Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's expression darkened entirely, and she struck the table with such force that it shattered. After casting a piercing glance at Edward, she turned and left without hesitation. Tsunade, witnessing this, Jiraiya could no longer remain seated. He sprang into action, intent on pursuing her. He felt that this was a golden opportunity given by fate. If he failed to grasp it now, it might never come again. "Isn't your behavior a bit excessive? You've wounded her heart." Observing the departing figures, Otsutsuki Kagaya chuckled softly from the ceiling space. "Wounded? I know not. All I comprehend are two words: power. Without those words, I would likely be dead by now." In response, Edward turned his thoughts back to the ceiling space, candidly sharing with Kagaya. "Power, is it? Truly fitting of your persona, a giant who disregards everything for the sake of strength." Da Tong Mu Hui Yiji jestingly remarked to Edward he. However, shortly after Edward's laughter echoed, his consciousness withdrew from the sealed space, returning to reality. Old man, this dining table. The individuals present in reality were at a loss, standing frozen in place. There was no remedy. That was just her nature. Let us clean it up. I was too hasty. Shaking his head in disbelief at having ruined the entire wedding banquet. Edward chuckled ruefully. Indeed, he had been too eager. He had intended to gradually discuss the matter with Tsunade after the feast, gently guiding her towards acceptance. Yet, with the atmosphere having reached such a peak, waiting any longer was not feasible. You all go rest. I'll take care of the cleanup. At that moment, Yamanaka Keed stepped forward, handing the child to Hualing before taking the broom and commencing to sweep the scattered food remnants. She utilized a sealing technique to stow away the damaged dining table. All right, take a good rest. Kakashi, this is a rare day off for you. Observing Yamanaka Keed taking the initiative to tidy up, Hualing gently caressed Kakashi's chest, soothingly saying, "Rest assured with the old man here. I will have ample time to accompany you all in the future," Kakashi replied, tenderly ruffling Hualing's hair. After Yamanaka Keed had finished cleaning, the villa returned to a state of tranquility. Kakashi and Hualing also returned to their home. This marks the end. I suppose this is my final moment of relaxation, Edward murmured, swaying slightly while clutching a barrel of wine, feeling somewhat tipsy. In truth, if he wished, even 1,000 barrels of wine would not intoxicate him. However, it was precisely because he desired to feel inebriated that he appeared somewhat tipsy at that moment. Well, what do you plan to do next? Only Otsutsuki Kagaya heard his murmured words and responded to Edward. To battle alone against the Otsutsuki clan and enhance my strength. Pondering the Otsutsuki Kagaya who had once defeated him, Edward lowered his head, his expression darkening. You remain unchanged. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya sighed. Let us aim for a good night's sleep tonight. Their conversation concluded there, and Edward swayed into his room. The familiar scent. Upon seeing the arrangement of familiar items and the large bed before him, Edward reminisced fondly. Time for sleep. He then lay down on the bed, feeling the disarray in his mind, gradually drifting into slumber. Elder brother Edward has fallen asleep. Outside the door, Yamanaka Keed observed this and slowly closed the door, murmuring to herself. This slumber lasted a long, long time, and it was not until the afternoon of the third day that Edward finally awakened. How refreshing. It has been ages since I enjoyed such a comfortable sleep. The morning light graced his face as Edward stretched his body, expressing his satisfaction. You have been asleep for 3 days. I did not expect you to be able to sleep so soundly in this state. It's quite shameful. At that moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealed within Edward's consciousness, remarked with some incredulity. She believed that beings of their caliber did not require sleep and could even remain vigilant for 24 hours straight. You do not understand. Sleep is an indispensable part of human existence. Hearing the incredulous tone in Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice, Edward chuckled. He then rose to wash up, dressed himself, and exited the door. Old man, you're awake? The first person he encountered outside was Hualing, who greeted him while cradling the child. Indeed, this sleep has replenished all my previous energy, Edward replied, looking invigorated. That's good. Kakashi, come see your grandfather. Hualing gently addressed the child in her arms. Gulalala, is this my grandson? I must see who dares to bully him in the future. Laughing heartily, Edward declared with a fierce countenance. Should anyone from the shinobi world dare to bully Kakashi, Edward would ensure they experienced what it meant to confront the strongest man in existence. By the way, where are Kakashi and Yamanaka Keed? After jesting with Hualing about Kakashi, Edward's thoughts shifted. Well, Kakashi should be at the Hokage office, while Uncle Yamanaka is teaching at the Ninja Academy, Hualing replied after pondering for a moment. Really? I didn't expect both of them to have stable jobs. But Kakashi is truly inconsiderate for leaving you at home, Edward remarked, feeling a slight headache. He understood the burdens of being Hokage. The workload was immense, with various critical matters requiring the Hokage's attention. It was precisely for this reason that he had established the Hokage's advisory group, delegating all affairs to them for handling. What about the advisory group? Did Kakashi dissolve that department? Why is he so busy? Reflecting on the advisory group's role, Edward voiced his dissatisfaction towards Hualing. No, the advisory group still exists, but Kakashi has voluntarily taken on some of its responsibilities. Noticing the discontent on Edward's face, Hualing echoed his frustration. This is unacceptable. I will call him back. Has he forgotten the original purpose of the advisory group? Edward shouted, increasingly agitated. He harbored a deep disdain for men who left their wives to manage children alone. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Kakashi was immersed in a stack of documents, his expression grave as he analyzed the situation regarding the southern region. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed in his mind. Kakashi, hurry back here. This voice was none other than Edward's, who was attempting to summon Kakashi back from the villa. It's the old man. What is wrong? Hearing the shout, Kakashi stood up abruptly, his eyes wide with concern. Have I done something wrong? No, that sounded like the old man's voice was directed at me. Furrowing his brow, Kakashi stood still, momentarily uncertain of what he had done wrong. Multi-shadow clone technique. He swiftly performed a jutsu, creating a clone, then leaped through the window, departing from the Hokage office. He was determined to find his old man. In the villa's small garden, Hualing, still holding the child, expressed her concern. Old man. Will shouting like that frighten Kakashi? Humph, I cannot stand how Kakashi treats you, Edward replied, reclining in his chair with the wine barrel, relaxed and unfazed. All right, I will heed the old man's wishes. Upon hearing this, Hualing chose to remain silent, quietly holding the child as they awaited Edward. She dared not speak further, for he was the most respected figure in their family. The two then engaged in their respective activities, remaining in the garden for a considerable time. He.S. here. Suddenly, Edward opened his eyes, announcing with anticipation, only because Kakashi from over there has returned here. Father, did you call for me? Kakashi inquired somewhat perplexedly upon his return. Overbearing color. However, Edward chose not to elaborate further, as a dark crimson aura descended upon Kakashi. Yet, compared to the overbearing color he had previously unleashed, this time it was evidently weaker, merely capable of suppressing Kakashi. Father, what are you doing? Kakashi, feeling somewhat breathless under the weight of the overbearing color, voiced his discomfort. Do you know that your father despises men, like you, who neglect their families? You may betray the entire shinobi world, but you cannot betray those who love you, Edward exclaimed, fury etched upon his face as he endeavored to educate his son, Kakashi. Father, upon hearing Edward's words, Kakashi fell into a profound silence, unsure of how to respond. Do you have an objection to what I said? Noticing Kakashi's silence, Edward's expression darkened. No, you're absolutely right. This is all my fault. But Konoha still needs me. After a brief pause, Kakashi lifted his head and began to speak again. He wished to prove his worthiness, aiming to enhance Konoha through his own efforts. Enough talk. This is futile. Spend some time with Hualing these days. She needs you, Edward remarked, his anger dissipating as he withdrew the overbearing color back into his being. He understood what Kakashi was thinking. They were both striving for the shinobi world. But Konoha still. Kakashi seemed reluctant to heed Edward's words and began to argue. Be quiet and listen to me. In the next moment, Edward cast an irresistible glare at him, compelling Kakashi to swallow his words. All right, I understand. Ultimately, Kakashi had no choice but to comply with Edward's wishes and move beside Hualing. By the way, you should also dispel your shadow clone over there. I've already informed the think tank, otherwise this will be exhausting. Edward then abruptly turned to him and said, Hearing Edward's voice, Kakashi could only take Hualing's hand in agreement. That's my good child. Upon seeing Kakashi's countenance, Edward's face broke into a smile once more. He then paid no further attention to the sweet couple behind him and reclined back into his seat with a barrel of wine. Kakashi, as long as I am here, I will not let you suffer. Lying back in his chair, Edward closed his eyes, tormented thoughts swirling in his mind. He wished to bear all the pain, solely to bring happiness to those he protected. Let me stay for a few more days, then I will seek out that enemy who once defeated me. Subsequently, Edward shook his eyes, his consciousness drifting to unknown realms. He intended to find Otsutsuki Kagaya, to seize Otsutsuki Kagaya's chakra fruit to enhance himself. Edward, do not forget that Otsutsuki Momoshiki Kinshiki, and Urashiki in this world are still alive. However, not long after, Otsutsuki Kagaya's voice emerged from the ceiling space. She clearly remembered that the enemies of the Otsutsuki clan they had eliminated were not from this timeline. This also meant that soon, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki might descend into this world. Rest assured, I am acutely aware I will eradicate these threats. Edward, appearing unfazed, closed his eyes to recuperate. His strength had surpassed those Otsutsuki by an unmeasurable margin. Encountering them now would simply be a matter of crushing them. You know that, but I fear your memories may be disrupted by the currents of time. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Kagaya felt a sense of relief. She did not wish for the shinobi world Edward had painstakingly nurtured to be destroyed so easily. By the way, I recall that Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki should appear after Boruto's birth. After pondering for a moment, Edward recalled the plot of Boruto in the original Naruto series. Speaking with some curiosity, if that is indeed the case, it implies that there are many years before the invasion of Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki, allowing me to refrain from feeling so rushed. Never mind, I shall leave a few Six Paths clones here for my own peace of mind. Edward then expressed his unease once more. You are quite concerned about this shinobi world, remarked Otsutsuki Kagaya, aware of Edward's thoughts. Of course, after all, the shinobi world is my second home, Edward replied to Otsutsuki Kagaya, sensing something profound. Second home? What is your first? Upon hearing Edward's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya became intrigued. Yet, no matter how she probed Edward's heart, she could not discern what he was currently thinking. Guess, Edward teased, finding amusement in the exchange. You want me to guess? How intriguing, Otsutsuki Kagaya said, raising her alluring eyebrows. I believe I should have mentioned this before. I am not from this world. Having reached such a level of power, Edward no longer wished to conceal anything. You are not from this world? You never mentioned that, Otsutsuki Kagaya replied, reflecting on her past conversations with Edward, perplexed. It seems I must have remembered incorrectly, I told Madara. Hearing this, Edward began to reminisce about past memories, fondly recalling his old friend. It was indeed true that Uchiha Madara was the first person with whom Edward truly opened his heart, leaving a lasting impression. Yet, no matter how fondly he thought of Madara, Edward would not pursue the idea of resurrecting him now. Do tell me, from which world do you hail? And how did you come to be here? Otsutsuki Kagaya, intrigued, inquired with a profound expression. I hail from a distant azure planet, and I shall return there one day, Edward declared with a resolute and weighty tone. Is that so? It appears the Otsutsuki deity was correct. Time and space are infinite, and your growth to this extent is no mere coincidence. After listening to Edward's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya closed her eyes, reminiscing, a tear sliding down her cheek. I never expected that the Otsutsuki clan could possess emotions. How amusing. As his consciousness shifted back to the ceiling space, noticing the tear from Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In his perception, he had always viewed the Otsutsuki clan as heartless and detached. Yet, Otsutsuki Kagaya's display altered his rigid understanding of the Otsutsuki lineage. Emotions? That is merely something we strive to cast aside. Some have succeeded, while others have not. Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke with a deep, resonant voice. It appears that every individual and every race harbors their own stories. Surely, your Otsutsuki deity must also be a figure with a narrative of his own. Upon hearing these words, Edward shook his head and chuckled. Datomo no Kami? That is a heartless individual. At this point, a flicker of fear crossed Daitonmu Kagaya's eyes. If she were indeed destined to confront that Daitonmu no Kami in the future, she would prefer to embrace death. After all, Daitonmu no Kami is reputed to possess the power to annihilate a planet with a mere flick of the wrist. The sheer force of a full-scale eruption would be terrifying, leaving one to wonder about its devastating impact. Is that so? No wonder your Daitonmu clan venerates the abandonment of emotions, Edward replied in conversation with Daitonmu Kagaya. Yes, that is likely the case. Following their dialogue, Edward rose from his reclining chair, directing his gaze upwards. Is that the enemy I am soon to face? He muttered to himself, recalling some unsettling memories. Let me not dwell on such matters for now. However, shortly thereafter, Edward shook off those thoughts and returned to his villa. If he were truly to confront them, he must preserve his strength and attain his peak condition when the time comes. As Edward entered his room, he contemplated Kakashi. I shall remain in my room for a while. You must keep an eye on everything. He then transmitted his thoughts to Kakashi, entering a meditative state. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who received the message, sighed, "Oh, father is making moves again." Feeling somewhat troubled, he rubbed his temples. Is he entering that so-called seclusion period once more? Observing the scene, Hualing comforted him, as they had only just reunited and it seemed they were to part ways again. It's all right. This time, father is secluding himself nearby. So there's no need for concern, Kakashi reassured, glancing towards Idiwa's room. However, another individual silently observed these events, Yamashita Kid, who had fallen behind Edward since his power had diminished to a point where he could no longer catch up. He had just finished teaching, purchased groceries, and returned home. Since Edward entered the realm of the Six Paths, Yamashita Kid had become nothing more than a mere backdrop, contributing less than the current Daytime Sharon. Alas, strength. Yamashita Kid sighed helplessly and distanced himself from the scene, heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal, as he had returned just in time for lunch. Afterward, he would need to return to the ninja school. Meanwhile, Idiwa's seclusion extended indefinitely, enveloping the ninja world in tranquility. Have you awakened? At last, one day, Daytime Kagaya suddenly opened her eyes and spoke. Indeed, this period of seclusion has further solidified my power. The consciousness born of my split personality has now fully merged with my being, allowing me to reach my pinnacle. Edward also opened his eyes, emanating a force akin to that which could shake the heavens and the earth. Knowing he would soon face Daytime Mashiki, he had no intention of eliminating his split personality. However, as his strength grew, he increasingly regarded Daytime Mashiki with disdain. Shall we begin? You have awaited this moment for quite some time, have you not? Daytime Kagaya said, pursing her lips. She was on the verge of reuniting with her true old friend in this world and eagerly anticipated their expressions upon meeting. Let us commence from Konoha. Six Paths of Heaven and Earth, Space-Time Distortion, Shadow Clone Technique. With that, Idiwa's eyes blazed as Konoha materialized in his hand, his form shifting to manifest three versions of Edward. Simultaneously, he swung his great blade, shattering the fabric of space-time before him. Under his control, the space-time drew him in, leaving only one Edward, his eyes closed in meditation. Meanwhile, at Daytime Mashiki's location, is at the scent of space-time, the consciousness of Daytime Mashiki, having returned from the God Tree, murmured upon detecting a different aroma. The previous devastation wrought by Edward had completely altered this place, and to expedite the crystallization of the chakra fruit, Daytime Mashiki had even infused part of his own power into the process. Just as the crystallization was nearing completion, he discovered that the space-time before him had fractured, revealing a colossal figure emerging from within. What? That grotesque giant? Recognizing the familiar massive silhouette, Daytime Mashiki seethed with hatred. It was this giant who had thwarted his plans, reducing his power to its lowest tier. I cannot believe you dare to come here. You shall remain here forever. I am on the cusp of successfully crystallizing the chakra fruit, with a deep-seated loathing for Edward. Daytime Mashiki's ethereal form hovered above the God Tree, its myriad hands reaching out to grasp Edward. Old friend, is that the one you recognize? Kagaya said. Indeed, it is him, Daytime Mashiki. Yet I find myself puzzled. Where is his guardian, the one known as Yuan Shi? Kagaya mused, observing Daytime Mashiki before Edward. That one-horned fellow? He has perished. With that declaration, Edward swung Konoha fiercely forward, severing countless hands of the God Tree, shattering them. The Edward wielding Konoha was indeed the true Edward, while the other two were mere clones. Now, Edward harbored the utmost respect and fighting spirit towards Daytime Mashiki, who commanded the chakra of the God Tree. What? Your power has increased again? Daytime Mashiki growled, clenching his teeth at the sight of his controlled hands being shattered. Indeed, infinite chakra form. Balance of power. Six Paths power. Edward shouted, his strength erupting forth as he sought to awaken Daitongyu Mashiki with his actions. He aimed to convey to Daitongyu Mashiki that they no longer existed in the same realm. Damn it, just a few years have passed, and your power has grown to such an extent, Daitongyu Mashiki said with a hint of trepidation as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Edwa. He no longer regarded Edwa as an easy target, but rather as an equal opponent. Yet, was this truly the case? In the next moment, Idewa's swift afterimages revealed the answer to Daitongyu Mashiki. The chakra divine tree shattered instantaneously under the force of Edward's punch, releasing an overwhelming surge of chakra energy. "No, my chakra divine tree," exclaimed Otsutsuki Mushi in disbelief upon witnessing the destruction. Simultaneously, his true form rapidly materialized, revealing his authentic visage. However, this was still under Edward's deliberate control of his power. Had Edward unleashed his entire strength, the chakra divine tree would have been utterly obliterated by now. Shattering the chakra divine tree was not his true objective. Rather, it was to compel Otsutsuki Mushi to reveal his true form. Edward had already deemed the chakra divine tree to be as good as his own. "Cursed be you! I shall make you, this wretched, hideous, and malevolent giant, pay dearly." The words that had echoed in Otsutsuki Mushi's mind for an indeterminate duration finally escaped his lips. Hideous? Malevolent? Is that not the very essence of your Otsutsuki clan? With that, Edward wielded the Tsongyun Xia with renewed vigor and launched a flurry of strikes, leaving Otsutsuki Mushi defenseless. This speed, I cannot react in time. As the onslaught of strikes approached, Otsutsuki Mushi's body was swiftly cleaved apart, his limbs scattering through the air. This was an unstoppable force, and all that remained in his mind was sheer terror. Fortunately, he possessed the chakra divine tree, granting him the ability to heal infinitely. Yet, due to the presence of the chakra divine tree behind him, he soon recovered most of his injuries. Did you not expect this? When we meet again, it shall be our final farewell. Edward laughed heartily, continuously swinging the Tsongyun Xia as he spoke. Final farewell? Even if it is a farewell, it shall surely be yours. Otsutsuki Mushi retorted defiantly, unleashing various techniques to thwart Edward's attacks. The true clash between the two commenced at that moment, with explosive sounds resonating as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of rupture. Now is the moment. Experience my ocular prowess. The Ninetales Six Paths Rebirth Sealing Technique. After an indeterminate period of battle, Otsutsuki Mushi finally discerned a flaw in Edward's defenses. His Rinnegan began to whirl as 9 Tomo coalesced into a vortex, attempting to draw Edward within. "You cannot ensnare me with your technique. Kenbunshika Haki." However, Edward had anticipated this and would not be so easily ensnared by Otsutsuki Mushi's ocular prowess. Although this illusion technique was indeed formidable, it bore a critical flaw. It required direct eye contact between the illusionist and the target. If one did not make eye contact, how could one be trapped within the illusion? Edward possessed the ability to perceive his surroundings without opening his eyes, thanks to his Kenbunshika Haki. This meant that as long as he maintained this heightened awareness, he could effectively immunize himself against Otsutsuki Mushi's Ninetales Six Paths Rebirth Sealing Technique. "Why won't you open your eyes?" Otsutsuki Mushi, employing his illusion, desperately attempted to fend off Edward's relentless assaults. If only Edward would open his eyes, Otsutsuki Mushi believed he could pull him into the illusory realm. Perish! Tremor. In a moment of uncontrollable fury, Edward's fist collided with Otsutsuki Mushi's chest, obliterating him completely. Yet this was not the end. If it were merely that, Otsutsuki Mushi would soon revive due to the divine tree's influence. Thus, Edward resolved to undertake a bold decision. He would absorb all of Otsutsuki Mushi and the chakra divine tree's energy into his own body, intending to digest it slowly. "Have you lost your mind?" Otsutsuki Mushi, now conscious and witnessing Edward's gaping maw absorbing all energy, screeched. "I am not mad. You simply do not comprehend the extent of my power." After uttering these words, Edward accelerated the absorption process, drawing Otsutsuki Mushi and the chakra divine tree entirely into the sealing space. Within the sealing space, upon their complete absorption, it split into 2 halves. One half housed Otsutsuki Mushi, burdened by the divine tree, while the other contained Otsutsuki Kagaya, similarly accompanied by the tree. However, the tree behind Kagaya was from another world, sealed by Edward and devoid of chakra energy. Who are you? Otsutsuki Kagaya. Could it be that you did not betray us, but were instead controlled by this grotesque giant? Otsutsuki Mushi remarked incredulously upon seeing Kagaya sealed in the distant half of the space. Upon further reflection, he realized the truth. After all, she was an adversary he could not defeat, let alone Otsutsuki Kagaya. Long time no see, Otsutsuki Mushi. Kagaya smiled at him, seemingly unfazed by his earlier comments. What has transpired with you? I cannot believe you have become this way, Otsutsuki Mushi lamented, noticing Kagaya's apparent ease with their confinement. The Otsutsuki clan had never endured such humiliation, all due to that giant. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Otsutsuki Mushi's mindset shifted dramatically as Edward's consciousness manifested beside Kagaya. It is not as you imagine, Otsutsuki Mushi, Kagaya stated, leaning against Edward's consciousness. What do you mean? What has happened to you? This inquiry ignited Otsutsuki Mushi's curiosity, causing him to widen his eyes. I have allied with him. After a brief silence, Kagaya finally revealed this truth. What? You have allied with him? Are those powers also granted by you? Otsutsuki Mushi's voice rose in disbelief. Not at all. Those powers were earned through his own efforts, and I had little to do with it, Kagaya replied, glancing at Edward's consciousness with a slight shake of her head. Upon hearing this, Otsutsuki Mushi's body froze, his mind racing with thoughts. To think that someone could achieve such heights without relying on race or bloodline is truly astonishing. After remaining rigid for a considerable time, Otsutsuki Mushi sighed and slumped to the ground. It is precisely because of this mentality within your Otsutsuki clan that you have met with failure. At this moment, Edward, who had been standing silently, finally spoke. Had each member of your clan exercised caution and dedication to even the smallest matters, I would not have reached this pinnacle. Unfortunately, whether it be Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Tsukuyumi, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, or even Otsutsuki Mushi, Mamashiki, and Urashiki, despite possessing their independent personalities deep down, they all harbored an unshakable sense of superiority. Enough of this pointless chatter. Defeat is inevitable, yet you shall await your fate. When the time comes, we of the Otsutsuki clan shall ensure your execution. After sitting on the ground for a prolonged period, Otsutsuki Mushi suddenly regained his composure and shouted at Edward. Gulalala! How uninteresting! Yet I must express my gratitude for this divine tree. It shall serve as a source of sustenance within my body, Edward remarked with a smile, clearly pleased. Edward, has the battlefield over there concluded as well? Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly inquired, recalling something. The battlefield? Are you referring to my other clone? Edward responded, coming back to his senses. Previously, in his abode within Konoha, aside from his main body, he had created 2 clones. One clone remained in Konoha, continuing to safeguard the village, while the other ventured into the vast cosmos, seeking the violet planet they currently inhabited, guided by the memories absorbed from the devoured peach. The battle should be commencing soon. I cannot say for certain. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, Edward declared, recognizing the moment was ripe. With that, he surged upward into the sky. Meanwhile, on the violet planet, events were unfolding. Kins, our chakra fruit, is on the verge of successful crystallization, Otsutsuki Peach stated, residing within the chakra god tree, while an ethereal form materialized beside Otsutsuki Kins for discourse. All of this is thanks to Lord Peach. The Otsutsuki deity shall undoubtedly reward you for your contributions. Upon hearing these words, Otsutsuki Kins turned his massive form towards Otsutsuki Peach, responding with respect. Ha ha, Kins. You always know what to say. The ethereal form of Otsutsuki Peach laughed heartily. As the guardian of Otsutsuki Peach, Kins had always stood silently by, never daring to contradict her, which brought satisfaction to her heart. Their relationship was harmonious, as was typical among guardians of the Otsutsuki clan, with only rare instances of Kins' actions inciting Peach's discontent. I shall always protect you, Lord Peach. However, Kins was acutely aware of Peach's ruthless nature and continued to flatter her. Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. Though aware of certain truths, the joy in Peach's heart remained. By the way, once we conclude our matters with Kagaya, let us swiftly resolve this issue. After dealing with the traitor Kagaya, we shall return to our planet, Otsutsuki Peach said, her face aglow with smiles, buoyed by the impending success of the chakra fruit crystallization. All shall be as you say, Lord Peach, Kins complimented. Very well, it is decided. I shall now exert my full control over the chakra god tree. You may amuse yourself elsewhere. With those words, the ethereal form of Otsutsuki Peach vanished into thin air. All shall be as you say, Peach, Kins murmured, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he watched her disappear. He then stepped forward, crafting a few puppets to entertain himself, one of the few diversions he allowed himself. What is that in the sky? Something is stirring. Just as he began to manipulate the puppets, Kins' gaze was drawn skyward, his heart racing. He beheld a figure hurtling down like a meteor, creating a vast crater upon impact. Could it be a fellow clansman? Have they come to seek us out for the crystallization of the chakra fruit? As white smoke billowed from the crater, Kins recalled several figures. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. I should approach and investigate. After murmuring to himself, Kins trudged toward the crater, advancing cautiously. What is this? Suddenly, the figure within the crater stood, enveloped in smoke, eyes gleaming with crimson light. Gulalala, it seems my main body has dealt with Otsutsuki Mushi. Now, only this remains. The figure declared, revealing itself to be Edward's clone, his rinnegan swirling as he gazed at Otsutsuki Kins. Following a hearty laugh, Edward's clone charged forward, swinging a fist towards Kins. What? So swift. Observing the afterimages and spatial distortions created by Edward's movement, Kins was taken aback. He quickly deduced that this individual was not a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, only one conclusion remained. This being was a vengeful entity from another planet. Indeed, our clan has committed numerous malevolent acts throughout the cosmos. It is only natural that some intelligent life forms would seek vengeance. A vengeful spirit, you say? Come forth. Let me witness your strength. Upon uttering these words, Kins began to fade, evading Edward's assault. This technique again? How tiresome, the spatial phasing. Edward sighed in resignation as his fist struck empty air. Since you employ phasing, I shall not hold back. Space-time power. With that, Edward channeled the energy transported from his main body, infusing his clone with the space-time power of Songyun Xie. Against those who wielded phasing and spatial manipulation, Edward deemed it necessary to respond with force. The surrounding space began to fracture, manifesting explosive sounds and ruptures. How is this possible? You possess such power. Is this not the power of our Otsutsuki clan's artifact? Kins exclaimed in horror, having been thrust from the alternate dimension. Gulalala, you have keen insight, indeed. This is the very power of your clan's artifact, Edward proclaimed, laughter escaping his lips as he pointed at Otsutsuki Kins. Damn it, has Purushi been captured by you? The mention of the amiable Otsutsuki Purushi ignited a surge of fury within Kins. Purushi was one of the few benevolent members of their clan, maintaining amicable relations with many, including Kins himself, whose bond with Purushi was particularly strong. Thus, upon hearing Edward's acknowledgement, Kins could no longer contain his wrath. Bowie God, you grotesque creature, you lowly beast. Kins unleashed his fury, summoning Bowie God to manifest 2 crimson axes aimed at Edward. So, you wish to challenge me directly? How feeble. Edward scoffed, unfazed by Kins' aggression. Though this clone lacked Songyun Xie, subduing an Otsutsuki Kins was still a trivial endeavor. Vibration force, perish. Immediately, the tremor within Ide Hua began to manifest in his hands. With a swift motion, he clashed against the crimson-hued axe wielded by Datomu Jinshi. How is this possible, my Poation? In an instant, the axe in Datomu Jinshi's grasp was shattered by Ide Hua, leaving him profoundly astonished. Is this all the strength you possess? How feeble, barely a fraction of my power. After obliterating the axe, Ide Hua approached him with an oppressive aura. Such a formidable avenger. It seems I must summon all my strength. Observing the overwhelming presence of Ide Hua, Datomu Jinshi braced himself and declared, Tianyu, you sure? In the following moment, Datomu Jinshi unleashed multiple weapons in a single direction, his body following suit to launch a surprise attack. Oh, what does he intend? Idehua felt a flicker of confusion at Datomu Jinshi's actions, halting his own movements. He was curious to see how Datomu Jinshi would retaliate. With a wave of his hand, Idehua sent the weapons crashing to the ground. Shinju, as Datomu Jinshi witnessed his attacks dispelled so easily, he transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, charging towards his opponent. He needed to seamlessly continue his assault, aiming to leave Idehua breathless. Jiachue, fall before me. Datianiji mujien shidash de bezide Idehua. Chakra coalescing at his fingertips into flames, his 5 fingers emanating a red glow as they struck the ground. This was a formidable taijutsu attack with an extensive range, capable of inflicting significant harm on its victim. Should it connect, the target would suffer internal injuries, potentially irreversible damage. Upon impact with the ground, the force of the blow reverberated through Idehua. Is this all you've got? Yet Idehua felt no trace of that power, looking at Datomu Jinshi with an indifferent expression. Surely not? How can such an attack leave you unscathed? Have you truly ascended to that level? Witnessing Idehua's body as unyielding as rock, Datomu Jinshi retreated hundreds of meters, murmuring in disbelief. What level do you refer to? Upon hearing this, Idehua's interest was piqued. How infuriating! You regard me with such disdain. Seeing Idehua still had the time for conversation, Datomu Jinshi seethed with anger. I must awaken Datomu Tia with the Kyuto sure, or I shall never be a match for this fiend. Datomu Jinshi thought, his mind unusually clear. He then bolted towards the direction of the chakra tree. Gulalala, you haven't yet answered my question. Idehua laughed at the disheveled Datomu Jinshi. He surged towards Datomu Jinshi, seizing him in his palm. Let me go! Let me go! You will regret your actions. Datomu Jinshi screamed frantically, trapped in Idehua's grasp. Regret? I have no such feelings. You lack any understanding of me, weakling, Idehua replied, tightening his grip. His palm erupted with a powerful suction, gradually drawing Datomu Jinshi into his hand. What do you intend? Do you wish to consume me? Datomu Jinshi panicked as he beheld his body slipping beyond his control. He realized that if this continued, Idehua would absorb the essence of his being, potentially rendering him irretrievable. What do you think? It is only by consuming you remnants that I can fulfill my obsession. Hearing this, Idehua intensified the suction in his palm, gathering all of Datomu Jinshi's energy and essence. Unlike Datomu Wushi, Datomu Jinshi would transform into a pure energy, absorbed by Idehua. This exemplifies the disparity in power, the distinction between the strong and the weak. If Datomu Wushi possessed only the strength of Datomu Jinshi, Idehua would treat him likewise. No, spare me. At this juncture, Datomu Jinshi could only futilely struggle. What has happened to Datomu Jinshi? Why does it feel as though his essence is waning? At that moment, Datomu T with the Kyuto Shi, nestled within the chakra tree, suddenly opened his eyes, startled. He could distinctly sense the vitality of Datomu Jinshi plummeting irretrievably. Should Datomu Jinshi's life force vanish entirely, even Datomu Tia with the Kyuto Shi, with the chakra tree, will be unable to resurrect him. I must see what transpires. With that, Datomu Tia with the Kyuto Shi transformed into a spectral form, extending beyond the tree's confines. Upon witnessing the scene outside, his eyes widened in astonishment. He saw a giant slowly absorbing Datomu Jinshi into his palm. Stop! Without hesitation, Datomu T with the Kyuto Shi rushed forward, intent on halting the giant's actions. Oh, a true prey has appeared. Soon enough, Jinshi was consumed by Idehua, who then turned to glare menacingly at Datomu T with the Kyuto Shi. How dare you, you lowly creature, refer to me as prey? Datomu T with the Kyuto Shi, with keen ears, heard Idehua's words, his anger flaring, while he lamented Datomu Jinshi's demise. It was Idehua's audacity that incited his fury. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? An avenger, perhaps? Datomu Tia with the Kyuto Shi pressed Idehua with his inquiries. He sought to gather information swiftly, intending to tear Hua apart and offer him as sustenance to the chakra tree. An avenger? You may interpret it as such, Jinjin. Upon hearing the term avenger for the second time, Hua pondered briefly before responding. After his reply, an immense wave of tremors coalesced into a massive sphere, hurtling towards the Tonmu Tia with the Kyoto Sure. It appears to be true. Then prepare to meet your end. Upon seeing the enormous sphere, Tonmu Tia with the Kyoto Sure smirked wickedly, commanding the tree behind him to obstruct the sphere. Countless wooden tendrils erupted from the earth, forming a thick wooden wall. Yet in the next moment, the wall was shattered by Hua's tremor sphere. Quite impressive. You are indeed a notable figure. Now how about this? The tree behind Tonmu Tia with the Kyoto Sure summoned numerous giants to charge at Hua. A familiar technique, but it shall be of no use to me. Jinbeng. With that, Hua's entire being erupted with powerful tremors, enveloping him like armor. Simultaneously, his physique began to expand, matching that of the giants. Bang! Immediately, the expanding Edward collided with the towering giants, producing a resounding roar. Weakling echoed the disdainful voices as Edward's fists, imbued with shock waves, relentlessly struck the giants. The thunderous sounds reverberated once more, as several giants were utterly obliterated by Edward's powerful blows, leaving the distant Otsutsuki Momo in utter astonishment. What kind of power is this? Such formidable force contained within. Otsutsuki Momo murmured, his expression shifting. Yet, I can sense that the energy within you is dwindling, poor avenger. Gazing at Edward, whose fists unleashed tremendous might, Otsutsuki Momo smiled slyly. Indeed, the energy sustaining this clone is noticeably diminished. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Momo's words, Edward reflected on his own condition. The reason he had expended so much energy previously against Otsutsuki Kinshiki was due to his unrestrained use of techniques. Nevertheless, against a mere creature like you, it should suffice. In the next moment, after shattering the final divine tree giant, Edward charged towards Otsutsuki Momo. Oh, how intriguing! Otsutsuki Momo murmured in confusion at Edward's disregard for his own energy reserves. Yet before long, that perplexed expression vanished, as Edward's fist struck him in an instant. Such speed! Upon being hit, Otsutsuki Momo could hardly believe it. Shockwave fist! Edward offered no time for contemplation, as more fists rained down upon him. The relentless assault caused his ethereal form to shatter and dissipate. I warned you, even though this is merely a clone, it is more than adequate to deal with you. After obliterating Momo's phantom, Edward turned his gaze towards the chakra divine tree. Cursed! Cursed! You wretched, lowly creature! After his ethereal form was destroyed, Otsutsuki Momo had no choice but to reconstitute another phantom, shouting die, hand of the infinite chakra divine tree. Without hesitation, Otsutsuki Momo unleashed a vast amount of chakra from the tree. The ground trembled as the chakra divine tree responded, countless branches extending like tentacles towards the colossal Edward. It seems the humiliation has ignited his fury. Observing this, Edward regarded the spectacle with disdain. However, considering the sheer volume of chakra, it was necessary to endure until my true form arrives. With a soft sigh, Edward unleashed shockwaves to meet the hand of the divine tree. The air filled with explosive sounds, the cracking of branches, and the shattering of earth as chaos ensued. The very fabric of reality began to shift as their attacks rent the world asunder. Is it truly impossible to compete with him in terms of energy? Ultimately, it was Edward's insufficient energy that led to him being ensnared by the hand of the divine tree, bound tightly. This was indeed the most despicable aspect of the chakra divine tree. Edward's clone could hardly compare in energy to a tree of such magnitude. However, if Edward's true self were present, none of this would hold any significance. Ha! You have fallen to my hand, lowly creature seeking revenge. Even though the energy expenditure from the chakra divine tree is immense, Otsutsuki Momo laughed heartily, reveling in the thrill of battle once more. After a few centuries, it would merely take time to manifest chakra fruits. None of this mattered. Binding Edward, Otsutsuki Momo turned to the chakra divine tree, murmuring, "Hee hee, do you think you've won?" Yet at that moment, The bound Edward interrupted Momo's self-indulgent musings. What do you mean by that? Momo inquired, puzzled by Edward's words. Look above your head. Without directly answering, Edward left him in suspense. What? Momo gasped in astonishment as the bound Edward erupted in a cloud of smoke and vanished. How is this possible? What was that above? Staring at the vanishing figure of Edward amidst the smoke, Otsutsuki Momo's eyes widened in disbelief. A meteor? The instant Momo uttered those words, a colossal object descended from the sky, shattering his ethereal form. Well done, Edward's true self chuckled, pleased that his clone had not brought him shame. He could have directly shifted his clone's position to transfer his essence, but such an act would waste precious energy, and the clone's energy would also dissipate. Thus, Edward opted for this method of return. Fortunately, the clone had not failed Edward's expectations. Were you? On the other side, Otsutsuki Momo, now reconstructing his ethereal form using the Chakra Divine Tree, exclaimed in shock. I am the Avenger you spoke of. With that declaration, Edward's true form unleashed an explosion of power directed at him. In a single punch, Otsutsuki Momo's phantom was shattered. Shockwave Fruit, infinite chakra form, power to shatter space-time. In the next moment, Edward wielded Songyun Xie and cleaved the entire massive chakra divine tree in two. So strong, the true form of Otsutsuki Momo, witnessing this, had no choice but to reveal himself, retreating from the vicinity of the chakra divine tree, gazing at Edward from afar. Come, become my strength, Edward commanded, as he noticed Momo's departure from the tree. As long as Momo was not within the tree, controlling it, the divine tree could be considered a masterless entity, easily manipulated by Edward. Drawing from his prior experience, sealing Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Edward swiftly unleashed the absorption hole, intending to consume the divine tree. A black hole erupted from his chest, slowly drawing the entire tree into his being. How is this possible? What manner of creature are you? Momo, having been astonished countless times already, shouted in disbelief. Yet this could not hinder Edward's actions. Soon, the Chakra Divine Tree was entirely absorbed. Now it is your turn. In Momo's astonished gaze, Edward revealed a devilish grin as he moved beside him, grasping him firmly. Absorb, Edward laughed, unleashing a powerful suction from his palm, rendering Momo utterly defenseless. No. In a scream of despair, Otsutsuki Momo was drawn in before he could even react. It is over. As Edward gazed upon the scene before him, he declared with an air of dominance that the battle had concluded. This, indeed, was the formidable power he now possessed. The once mighty Otsutsuki clan, who had loomed above him, could not even compare to his strength. Even those capable of contending with him could not endure for long. So powerful, remarked Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed within his inner space, her voice trembling slightly. Despite having witnessed Edward's might on numerous occasions, she found it difficult to believe he had grown to such an extent. Within the confines of the sealing space, both the Chakra God Tree and Otsutsuki Kagaya were imprisoned alongside Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The sealing space had even created a position for him, allowing him to face Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Both remained silent, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Is it Momoshiki? Why have you come? Kinshiki finally spoke, his voice weak. Indeed, it seems we have encountered a formidable foe, Momoshiki acknowledged, feeling somewhat relieved by Kinshiki's presence. Yes, I have battled him for quite some time, Kinshiki replied, recalling his own humiliating defeat. Unbeknownst to him, Momoshiki's expression changed upon hearing his words. Ahem, I too have had my share of encounters, though ultimately he bested me. Otherwise, victory would have been mine. Momoshiki lamented silently after a brief pause. What? You merely lost by a slight margin? Kinshiki was taken aback, his face revealing a change of color as he uttered words he would later regret. The two continued their banter, oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Is this what you call the esteemed Otsutsuki clan? Truly laughable, Edward remarked, having transformed into a conscious entity beside Kagaya, his expression cold as ice. His seething hatred was palpable. How could such individuals, whose will and convictions paled in comparison to the ninja of the shinobi world, possess such power? This universe is immoral. bestowing the strength of the strong upon the weak, and the frailty of the weak upon the strong. Indeed, they are born with such power, Kagaya admitted, somewhat embarrassed. If we were to analyze their psyche, they would merely be considered ordinary. Yet it is this very power that has transformed them, rendering them neither human nor ghost. I understand, Edward finally uttered after a prolonged period of contemplation, his form vanishing from the ceiling space. He was determined to alter this abhorrent reality, to change the universe that had fallen under the dominion of the Otsutsuki clan. In the shinobi world, after Edward concluded his grievances with Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki, he remained inactive. Time swiftly passed, and no one knew what had transpired with Edward. The shinobi world was rapidly evolving. Skyscrapers had become commonplace, and innovations such as computers and video games emerged under Edward's subtle influence. It appeared as though the shinobi world had transformed into the peaceful realm Edward once knew. However, unlike the small blue planet, the shinobi world had achieved genuine tranquility. One fateful day, the arrival of a figure shattered this peace. "Is this the place?" The descending figure mused, surveying the shinobi world from above. "Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to Konoha village?" He casually inquired of several fortunate passers-by. "Huh, what are you?" The bewildered civilians wondered, gazing at the man with alabaster skin clad in a regal white robe. Due to the shinobi world's embrace of peace, its citizens had become aware of its mysteries, including the existence of peculiar races, such as the Jonin and the Snake People. Hence, they no longer found such terrifying beings alarming, understanding that these entities posed no unwarranted threat. Otherwise, the formidable military organization centered in the heart of the shinobi world, Konoha City, would relentlessly pursue them. "Interesting. They do not fear me." The man chuckled upon witnessing their reaction. "Why should we fear you? By the way, Konoha village has been renamed Konoha City. It's in that direction. Do not stray." The civilians pointed in a certain direction, their expressions tinged with curiosity as they spoke. "He must be a simpleton. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us be on our way." With that, the civilians departed, conversing in a language the man could not comprehend. How intriguing! What manner of world is this? He pondered aloud, recalling the information provided by Momoshiki and Kinshiki, which suggested that the Avenger should be nearby. Indeed, this figure was none other than Otsutsuki Urashiki, who, wielding the Otsutsuki clan's artifact, the plow, believed himself unafraid of the Avenger who had defeated Momoshiki and Kinshiki. "Is it in that direction? Let me gauge your strength," he proclaimed, soaring into the sky towards Konoha City. After a considerable flight, Otsutsuki Urashiki reached the location indicated by the civilians. Unlike his previous encounters, this time he did not lose his way and arrived effortlessly at Konoha City. The city had truly transformed into a colossal steel metropolis, with iron flying machines soaring through the sky and round egg-like vehicles whizzing past on the ground. These represented the technological advancements of the new era in Konoha City. Urashiki's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless by the stark contrast between Konoha City and the rural villages he had previously visited. It was akin to traveling from a backward hamlet to a futuristic city. "Halt! Who are you?" Several vigilant Konoha guards swiftly approached Urashiki, piloting gliders. "What has transpired in this world? How can ordinary people soar freely?" Urashiki mused, his expression grave as he observed the guard approaching on their gliders. "Halt! This is your second warning," the guard shouted, brandishing cylindrical devices at Urashiki. "Oh, what are those?" Urashiki murmured, moving closer to them. "Boom! Boom!" This prompted an immediate counterattack from the Konoha guards, who fired beams of either blue or red laser from their devices. Indeed, these are the newly modified chakra firearms, now referred to as chakra tubes, a barrel capable of emitting chakra projectiles according to the unique chakra attributes of each ninja. "Is this a chakra energy sphere?" Observing the gaping wound in his chest, Daytime Pushi remained suspended in midair, unperturbed. "Leave it to me." In the next moment, Daytime Pushi's injuries healed, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, an invisible shockwave surged toward the several guards. "What is this?" "Retreat." Upon witnessing the shockwave, the Konoha guards hastily attempted to flee. Yet, How could the power of the Daitamyu clan be resisted by mere ninjas possessing chakra? In mere moments, several guards and their gliders exploded in mid-air, leaving only a few barrels floating in the sky. What on earth is this? A mere object possessing such astonishing power. Reflecting on the wound he previously sustained, Daitamyu Pushi slowly maneuvered the barrel before him, caressing it gently. If I could modify it, then our Daitamyu clan would, haha. Lost in his fantasies, Daitamyu Pushi laughed heartily, oblivious to the calamity he had provoked. The deaths of those two Konoha guards sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Konoha. It had been an eternity since the last display of military might in the ninja world, yet here they were, challenged once again. A multitude of hovering aircraft descended from the sky like a swarm of locusts before Daitamyu Pushi. You have violated the first untouchable treaty of Konoha. Execute without mercy. Upon uttering these words, the commander aboard the aircraft commanded the fleet to lock onto Daitamyu Pushi and unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets. How dare they attempt to suppress me with such firepower? Time stopped. As the bullets rained down, filling the sky, even Daitamyu Pushi felt a hint of pressure. Ultimately, he had no choice but to reluctantly unleash his skill against this multitude. Using the time stop ability, I absolutely cannot allow Daitamyu Momoshiki and the others to discover this. With a face flushed with humiliation, Daitamyu Pushi gritted his teeth and shouted. Unbeknownst to him, this skill he invoked had awakened a truly terrifying entity. In a grand castle situated in the heart of Konoha, a colossal figure meditated with immense presence. Have they arrived? He murmured as he slowly opened his eyes. He was none other than Edward, who had been here for decades, absorbing the powers of Daitamyu Momoshiki, Daitamyu Kinshiki, and the two divine trees. Since the last encounter, his strength had ascended to unfathomable heights. Even in a meditative state, his aura radiated authority. You have finally awakened. It has been an eternity. Within the ceiling space, Daitamyu Kagaya also opened her enchanting eyes and spoke. Before her lay two figures reduced to mere sticks, alongside two withered trees. Cough, cough. Has that foolish Pushi come here alone? After a heavy cough, Daitamyu Kinshiki helplessly slumped to the ground, murmuring, I do not know. Daitamyu Momoshiki replied in response to the sound. The two had completely lost their ability to act, their energies wholly consumed by Edward. Even the energy of the chakra divine trees had been entirely appropriated by him. It is time to conclude this. Subsequently, Edward's consciousness descended upon them, gazing at the two. Suck. In the next instant, Daitamyu Momoshiki and Kinshiki found themselves grasped within Edward's hand, the two withered divine trees vanishing without a trace. With but a slight exertion, Edward could easily extinguish their lives. And us. Daitamyu Momoshiki and Pushi whimpered in desperation. And you? Wouldn't that be too merciful? Edward replied, his expression one of disdain. He intended to make these two experience a fate worse than death, shattering their once proud egos. Daitamyu Momoshiki and Pushi were left utterly speechless, their voices silenced. Indeed, there is no longer any need for their existence. Perhaps a glorious death would suit them better, Daitamyu Kagaya interjected. Unable to bear the thought of Edward's potential humiliation of Momoshiki and Kinshiki, being one of the Daitamyu clan herself. Very well, I understand. Rest assured. Turning his gaze to Daitamyu Kagaya, Edward departed with the two lifeless figures in tow. As for Daitamyu Pushi, upon activating his time stop, he was gathering an immense energy sphere to strike down upon Konoha. Though he was inherently kind and gentle, this did not imply he was entirely unlike other members of the Daitamyu clan. Like them, he possessed a proud heart. Is that Daitamyu Pushi? Yet, before he could unleash the colossal energy sphere, a massive figure materialized before him. Who are you? Upon hearing the voice, Daitamyu Pushi inadvertently released the energy sphere. Shinra Tensei. However, Edward merely emitted a repulsive force, reducing the colossal energy sphere to mere ashes. How is this possible? Daitamyu Pushi stood frozen in disbelief. That is, Daitamyu Momoshiki and Daitamyu Kinshiki. Before he could recover from his astonishment, Daitamyu Pushi was further shocked to see Edward clutching the two lifeless figures. At first glance, they bore no resemblance to Daitamyu Momoshiki and Daitomu Kanshiki. It was only through Daitomu Pushi's keen sense of smell that he discerned their essence. "It seems your vision is quite sharp," Edward remarked with a faint smile, casually tossing Daitomu Mamashiki and Kinshiki to the ground. Pushi, the two figures, now discarded, emitted faint breaths. "This is utterly unforgivable." Witnessing this scene, Daitomu Pushi could no longer contain himself, and his aura erupted. "How laughable! Do you wish to challenge me?" As Edward responded, his own aura surged forth, pinning Daitomu Pushi to the ground with sheer force. "Impossible!" Daitomu Pushi gasped for breath, incredulous. Yet in the next moment, Edward's massive fist crashed down, reducing him to a mist of blood. "So weak, I believe I could venture into the cosmos to seek out your so-called Daitomu god." Edward mused, a sense of arrogance swelling within him. "No, you are far from being his match. You have much to learn." Daitomu Kagaya, sensing the gravity of his words from the ceiling space, interjected to halt him. Understanding the power of the Daitomu god, she knew that Edward's current strength was akin to offering a mere feast. "How much longer will it take?" "I am eagerly anticipating the resolution of this issue," Edward remarked, his expression darkening. "It will take at least another millennium if you continue to progress at this pace," the dignified Otsutsuki Kagaya stated while observing the scenery beyond the ceiling space. "A millennium? I cannot endure that." With those words, Edward concluded his conversation with Otsutsuki Kagaya and returned to reality. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Urashiki had already utilized the power of the six paths to recover from his injuries. "I cannot defeat him. I must leave this place." Realizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Edward, Otsutsuki Urashiki exclaimed in fear. He then rolled up 2 pieces of firewood from the Otsutsuki clan and used a treasure plow to step into the space-time continuum. "Another treasure, you say?" "Thank you." Upon witnessing this, Edward smiled slightly and, wielding Tsongyun Xie, struck fiercely, cleaving open the space before him. Fearlessly, he extended his large hand, reaching into the chaotic space-time. "Impossible! Why is this happening?" With that touch, Edward's hand grasped Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was attempting to escape using the power of the plow. Though Urashiki struggled to break free from Edward's grip, his efforts proved futile. No matter how he squirmed, he could not escape Edward's grasp. "Gwahaha, Otsutsuki Urashiki, I have heard from Kagaya that you possess the most agreeable disposition among the Otsutsuki clan," Edward said, scrutinizing Otsutsuki Urashiki with a serious demeanor. "Kagaya, have you taken control of her?" At this, Urashiki's face changed instantly, as if everything had suddenly clicked into place. "Gwaha, not at all. On the contrary, she was initially my greatest adversary," Edward replied, shaking Otsutsuki Urashiki in a triumphant manner. Over time, Edward had grown into an existence of unimaginable strength, far surpassing Otsutsuki Kagaya. "Is that so? Well, you have won. Decide my fate." Seemingly resigned, Otsutsuki Urashiki spoke with an acceptance of his current reality. "You are far more agreeable than your 2 Otsutsuki kin," Edward praised, observing the calm expression on Urashiki's face. "However, I am somewhat perplexed about how you managed to wield the power of space-time." Gritting his teeth, Otsutsuki Urashiki inquired in confusion, his face tinged with anger. Even he could not directly touch that enigmatic power of space-time, as it required a treasure to access it. This had been the source of his confidence during this visit, believing he could remain undefeated through the use of the plow. He never anticipated that this giant before him could manipulate the power of space-time at will, leading to his defeat. "How did I manage to wield the power of space-time?" "It is a gift you bestowed upon me." Tossing the plow, a treasure of the Otsutsuki clan, which he had snatched from Urashiki, Edward explained. "A gift from me? What does that mean?" Urashiki asked, bewildered by Edward's words. "Gwahaha, indeed, it was a gift from another version of you." Without waiting for Urashiki to respond, Edward clenched his hand, compressing the plow into a concentrated essence, which he then infused into the floating Tsongyun Xie beside him. Just like this. Holding Tsongyun Xie in his hand, Edward smiled. If this time Tsongyun Xie successfully assimilates the plow, the power of space-time within it will become significantly stronger. "I see, you discovered the mystery of space-time long ago," Urashiki murmured, lowering his proud head, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. After acquiring this treasure, he had many ideas to enhance his strength, such as using it to traverse numerous time spaces, to gather more energy, to crystallize chakra fruits. However, his benevolent nature held him back, fearing that he might disrupt the fabric of space-time, which is why he had never executed that reckless plan. If that is the case, let it end here. Become my power, and I will grant you a painless departure. With that, Edward turned his gaze back to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Without hesitation, Edward's palm morphed into a black hole, obliterating Urashiki's consciousness. The matter of the Otsutsuki should be concluded now, Edward remarked, observing the essence of Otsutsuki Urashiki before him. Urashiki, the two individuals, now reduced to mere firewood lying on the ground, murmured in sorrowful tones. And you too, it is time for you to end as well. With that, Edward simultaneously merged them into the essence of Otsutsuki Urashiki. Finally, he opened his mouth wide and swallowed the vast essence whole. No, it is not over. The members of the Otsutsuki clan are endless. Just then, Kagaya's voice echoed within Edward. I understand your intent. It is merely that you have failed to grasp my meaning. Edward shook his head with a laugh. Over the past decades, he had not only been digesting the essences of Otsutsuki Peach and Otsutsuki Nashi. More importantly, he had been secretly controlling the heart of the ninja world under Kagaya's guidance. Although the progress was slow and arduous, Edward's efforts had finally borne fruit. I see you plan to take the entire ninja world with you? After a moment of thought, Kagaya clapped her head in a charming manner. Gwahaha, you guessed correctly, but there is no reward. Edward replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed, he intended to carry the entire ninja world away to seek greater power elsewhere, in hopes of finding a shortcut to defeat the so-called Otsutsuki god. By the way, I recall that becoming that so-called Otsutsuki god requires a considerable amount of pure eyes, doesn't it? Edward recalled Kagaya's previous words, along with the memories of Otsutsuki Peach, Nashi, and Urashiki. That is correct. Weren't you already preparing for this? How many have you obtained now? Kagaya inquired, her eyes widening. The pure eyes are light blue, with black sclera, and do not exhibit the bulging veins characteristic of the Byakugan when activated. The pure eye is a variant of the Byakugan, possessing its foundational abilities. However, uniquely, it can perceive the movements of Yo in space-time and the locations of spatial transfers. It could also be described as the pure eye being the initial state of the reincarnation eye. Unlike Otsutsuki Shoten, the pure eye can only be considered a true pure eye when the bloodline is fully integrated. Otherwise, it is merely an inferior version. Well, I have already obtained 4, but I find them rather useless. With a thought, the pure eyes materialized in Edward's hand. You may not realize this, but only by truly merging a substantial number of pure eyes can one unleash their true potential. Kagaya smiled slightly. These 4 pure eyes actually belong to Peach, Nashi, and others, which is why Edward could easily acquire them. If it were our Otsutsuki clan, successfully crystallizing the Jingyan would require submission. Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke with a gaze imbued with envy and longing. This is precisely why there has always been only one Otsutsuki god within their clan. However, I'm not a member of your Otsutsuki clan. Edward chuckled heartily upon hearing this, though his eyes betrayed a profound darkness. The more he learned, the deeper his hatred for this so-called Otsutsuki god grew. It was likely that this group of Otsutsuki members was under the control of the Otsutsuki god, which explained their current state. Now, how should I utilize these Jingyan? Edward remarked, holding the Jingyan in his hand. As for the method of usage, I am unaware. After all, we merely submitted the Jingyan to the upper echelons of the Otsutsuki, who would then hand it over to the Otsutsuki god. Otsutsuki Kagaya shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. Could it be similar to the Rinnegan, where it can be hot-swapped? Are you suggesting that I will end up with eyes all over my body? After uttering these words, Edward began to experiment, fitting the Jingyan into his eye sockets. No, this is not right. I cannot unleash the true power of the Jingyan this way. Soon, Edward dislodged the Jingyan, a perplexed expression on his face. He could sense that this method would not allow him to harness the Jingyan's true potential, perhaps even rendering it weaker than the Rinnegan. However, If hot-swapping the eye sockets would not enable the true use of the Jingyan, Edward could not conceive of any other method. The Jingyan must possess a unique control mechanism. Otherwise, it would not behave this way. Edward carefully arranged the Jingyan he had removed alongside the other three, contemplating that a special control method might require a means of digesting the energy of the Jingyan. Could it be? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Edward's eyes widened, and he murmured. In the next moment, he swallowed one of the Jingyan whole. The Jingyan dissolved instantly within him, seemingly transforming into essence that bolstered Edward's strength. Is this how it is utilized? Or could it be the influence of the 10 tails? No, it is certainly not solely the 10 tails. I can sense other powers aiding in the digestion and fusion of the Jingyan. Edward furrowed his brow deeply. Yet, soon he relaxed, the fog that had clouded his mind dissipating. Perhaps it is due to my bloodline, having absorbed so many Otsutsuki members. My bloodline may well carry the legacy of the Otsutsuki clan. Edward, now at ease, raised his gaze to the heavens. This is indeed a world that values bloodlines. Without one is merely an ordinary person. Subsequently, Edward swallowed all the Jingyan, assimilating them into his power. I can feel that the Jingyan is a one-time power. With a sigh, Edward, having uncovered a secret of the Otsutsuki god, proclaimed, "You truly are remarkable." Otsutsuki Kagaya, sealed away, expressed her admiration upon witnessing this scene. Edward achieved what she had never dared to attempt. Now, it is my turn to strategize. I shall see if your Otsutsuki clan can escape my game. A knowing smile crept across Edward's face as he spoke coldly. In the next moment, he extended his arms, unleashing his kin Bunchika Haki to encompass the entire shinobi world. A heavy, resonant voice echoed in the ears of all its inhabitants. Is this the voice of the fourth Hokage? What is happening? Is the fourth Hokage about to announce something? They all looked skyward, their faces etched with confusion. Yet, once they heard the voice, realization dawned, and they stood agape. To all citizens of the shinobi world, I am EdwardNewgate, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the strongest man in the world, speaking to you through the power of 6 paths chakra. True peace has been achieved within the shinobi world, but outside, a band of malevolent invaders has discovered our tranquility and intends to invade our realm. Therefore, I have resolved to protect this shinobi world, the land that nurtured me, and all its inhabitants. This world yearns for peace, and those who obstruct it have long since perished. Yet, if we do not address the true source of hatred beyond our realm, it will continue to fester, not only against our shinobi world but also against others. I cannot accept such a future. Thus, to defeat them, I will lead the shinobi world out of the solar system, away from this universe, to acquire greater strength until I possess the power to vanquish the Otsutsuki god. This declaration echoed in the ears of all, marking the dawn of a new era. The shinobi world can no longer be referred to as such. It shall henceforth be known as Edward's world. I support the fourth Hokage's decision. I agree with the fourth Hokage's choice. After a moment of stunned silence, the shinobi world erupted in a chorus of support for Edward, the strongest man in the world. Are you truly prepared, Edward? This will be a momentous choice. Otsutsuki Kagaya, no longer able to contain herself, emerged from within Edward and addressed him. Indeed, I shall show you the path I will tread. Edward spoke with profound eyes. In truth, he harbored many other thoughts, such as returning to his previous life in the world of basketball and resolving the system that had been stuck at 99 integration. Over time, Edward had finally grasped the true purpose of the system. Perhaps it sought to transport him into the world of One Piece to replace Whitebeard and fulfill his aspirations. However, due to certain circumstances, the system misaligned and brought Edward into the realm of Naruto, which had left him stranded at 99. For Whitebeard's true desire was to protect his family, not the people whom Edward now sought to safeguard. No matter how much Edward accomplished or how similar he became to Whitebeard, he could never fulfill Whitebeard's genuine wish. Thus, to achieve 100 system integration, he must realize Whitebeard's dreams. Yet, he wondered if he possessed the strength to do so. Reflecting on the system's integration, Edward felt a headache coming on. To fulfill Whitebeard's aspirations, he would need to traverse dimensional spaces. But such power was likely reserved for the Otsutsuki god. He pondered how long it would take for him to attain it. Never mind. I shall utilize the power of the Songyun Xie to conquer other parallel worlds. Only then can I swiftly amass strength. Edward gazed intently at the Songyun Xie in his hand, a formidable expression gracing his face. He then slowly ascended into the air, his eyes surveying the shinobi world below. "Enter my sealing space," he commanded, closing his eyes as a powerful force enveloped the shinobi world. In an instant, the realm was transformed into a mere sphere under Edward's control. "Is this truly the shinobi world?" he mused with a smile, a gentle warmth illuminating his features as he cast a protective barrier over it. Subsequently, he placed the shinobi world within his sealing space, allowing it to function normally. "Let us embark," he declared resolutely, raising the Songyun Xie and striking forward into the expanse. "I shall return." With a heavy heart, Edward glanced back one last time before stepping forward. The current primary world no longer suited him. The imminent mobilization of Otsutsuki members could potentially include the Otsutsuki deity, making it imperative for Edward to vacate this realm during this fleeting opportunity. Within the familiar confines of the space-time continuum, endless world tunnels materialized, creating a magnificent tableau. "Edward, which world will you choose?" inquired Otsutsuki Kagaya, who accompanied him. "As for me, I wish to select a world devoid of my traces, where I may gradually cultivate chakra fruits and attain the Byakugan," Edward fantasized aloud. However, he acknowledged that such a course would inevitably disrupt numerous parallel worlds. Yet, for Edward, none of it mattered anymore. His sole desire was to acquire immense power, to vanquish the Otsutsuki deity who continually obstructed his path. Ultimately, he sought to shatter the dimensional barrier and return to the world he yearned for. "Is that so? Then let us proceed. I shall support you wholly," Kagaya responded, closing her eyes as if comprehending the gravity of their path. This journey was destined to be one of no return, a relentless odyssey marked by slaughter and carnage. In due time, both Kagaya and Edward might find themselves at odds with all parallel worlds. "Very well, let us select this world, one that has yet to witness the birth of the shinobi realm," Edward declared, fixing his gaze on a particular world tunnel. "Let's take action," Kagaya affirmed, and together they stepped forward with heavy hearts into the tunnel. "Is this to be our new world?" Edward pondered, sensing the vibrant energy of the surrounding celestial bodies. Gripping the Songyun Xie tightly, he surveyed the void around him. At that moment, he and Kagaya found themselves suspended in the vacuum of space, surrounded by radiant stars. "This will suffice. It is brimming with vitality, perfect for cultivating a chakra fruit." Shortly thereafter, Edward's keen eyes spotted a small green orb pulsating with lively energy. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest," Kagaya acquiesced, recognizing that her unwavering support for Edward was the correct choice. Indeed, the eyes of Otsutsuki Urashiki, once infused with other energies, should evolve into Byakugan, Edward remarked as he soared towards the small green orb. "Byakugan? Each one requires the eyes of an Otsutsuki clan member," Kagaya mused, her eyes closed in contemplation. The 4 Byakugan Edward had previously acquired were derived from the respective contributions of Otsutsuki, Tsukuyami, and Urashiki from different worlds, as well as Otsutsuki, and Tsukuyami from the primary world, leaving only Urashiki's Byakugan yet to evolve. Had it not been for the necessity of pure bloodlines, she mused, she could have possessed at least 6 Byakugan by now. Reflecting on the eyes of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Edward expressed his dismay. "They are of no use. Those have already evolved into the eyes of aberration." Kagaya, however, understood well the myriad protocols and customs of the Otsutsuki clan, thus grasping the profound disparity between guardians and the protected. "By the way, since they each have their guardians, where's yours, Kagaya?" Edward inquired, recalling a thought. "My guardian? His name is Otsutsuki Ishiki," she replied, her memory stirred by his question. "Otsutsuki Ishiki? Would you tell me more about him?" "Such power is indeed rare," Edward said, a hint of greed in his voice, having savored the sweetness of seizing others' strength. "He is exceedingly arrogant, ruthless, and unscrupulous in his methods, willing to do anything," Kagaya recalled. a shadow of gloom settling over her at the thought of that merciless figure. It was indeed a thread of Otsutsuki Ishiki's influence that had led her to betray the Otsutsuki clan. In ancient times, he had accompanied her to the shinobi world to cultivate the divine tree, to nurture the 10 tails and bring forth the god fruit. He had even contemplated sacrificing Kaguya to the 10 tails. Yet, at the critical moment of the sacrifice, Kaguya had turned against him, launching an attack. Ultimately, Otsutsuki Ishiki fell victim to her ambush, rendering him gravely injured and on the brink of death. This betrayal was the catalyst for Kaguya's choice to distance herself from the Heartless clan. "Oh, is that so? He must be dead by now," Edward mused, his expression contemplative after hearing her tale. "Yes, he is no more," Kaguya confirmed, turning away as memories of that merciless man flooded her mind. "Oh, what a pity, otherwise I could absorb yet another source of power," Edward lamented, his thoughts consumed by the concept of power, oblivious to Kaguya's demeanor. "Sigh, if you persist in this manner, you will become ensnared by power, unable to extricate yourself." Kaguya expressed her disappointment, having observed Edward's numerous flaws during their time together. She worried that his obsession with power might lead him into madness. "But have you forgotten the immense pressure I bear? The lives of everyone in the shinobi world rest upon my shoulders. Above me looms the formidable Otsutsuki deity, ever watchful," Edward retorted, responding to Kaguya's concerns. "Everything comes in cycles, slowly but surely. You cannot rush it," she countered, finding it difficult to reconcile their perspectives. "Enough. We have arrived on solid ground. Let us take our time to appreciate this place." Upon hearing this, Edward immediately lost interest in conversing with Daitonmu Kaguya and fell onto a patch of lush green grass. Finally, Daitonmu Kaguya nodded slightly and ceased to speak. "The world, brimming with vitality, is truly magnificent." Stretching out his arms and taking a deep breath, Edward closed his eyes and remarked, "Indeed, but soon this place shall become a wasteland," Daitonmu Kaguya stated with clarity. "Gulalala. But isn't that something only your Daitonmu clan would do? Can I not take my turn this time?" Edward chuckled lightly, inquiring with a hint of mischief in his tone towards Daitonmu Kaguya. "Such is the world, much like a good person who frequently performs virtuous deeds. Yet, if one day they commit a wrongdoing, they are then deemed a villain. Conversely, a villain who commits malevolent acts daily may be celebrated if they perform a single good deed at the last moment. This presents a particularly contradictory notion, leaving some utterly perplexed by its essence. It's not that I say you cannot. I merely wish to prevent you from becoming lost in the allure of power," Daitonmu Kaguya said, lowering her head in response to Edward's somewhat grave tone. All right, I understand." However, in the next moment, Edward's large hand rested upon her head, playfully ruffling her hair. "What are you doing?" Feeling such an intimate gesture, Daitonmu Kaguya swiftly pushed Edward's hand away, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, "Gulalala, enough of that. Let us not delay further. We must commence our actions." Upon uttering these words, Edward ceased to tease Daitonmu Kaguya and set forth with determined strides. The flora of this planet was remarkably abundant, with trees of various hues, either purple or green, standing tall in the soil. Yet, the sole regret was the sparse presence of living beings, as only the occasional microscopic organisms could be found here. Next, it was time to cultivate the chakra god tree. "Do I need to gather all the life forms on this planet?" Edward asked Daitonmu Kaguya, his inexperience evident. "Not necessarily. However, doing so would expedite the crystallization of the chakra fruits," Daitonmu Kaguya explained, having prior experience with the cultivation of the chakra god tree. Her familiarity with the process illuminated many concepts that Edward did not grasp. "Is that so? I understand now, but won't nurturing life forms take too long?" Edward furrowed his brow, recalling Daitonmu Kaguya's words. "Fear not. You can simultaneously absorb the energy of this world while nurturing the chakra within the life forms," Daitonmu Kaguya suggested, drawing from her experience. "Gulalala, now I comprehend. Let us begin." With a hearty laugh, Edward summoned the chakra god tree stored within the ceiling space and manifested it upon this planet. The magnificent, enchanting chakra god tree materialized, yet it was fraught with peril. It is well known that the most beautiful things often harbor the greatest dangers. Once the Chakra God tree appeared, its numerous branches spread across the planet's terrain. You must understand, it is not I who would harm you, but rather the Daytami deity. If I do not act, this universe is destined to be ensnared in a quagmire, Edward declared, a tinge of guilt evident as he closed his eyes. Yet in the next moment he opened them, his conviction transforming into unwavering resolve. For he understood that failure to act would render him a defeated soul. Come forth, cultivate the chakra energy, he shouted, controlling the Chakra God tree to implant its branches deep within the heart of the world. These branches penetrated the world's core, continuously drawing upon its energy. Edward's grand endeavor had officially commenced. Time flowed on as he observed the actions of the Chakra God tree, pondering how much longer it would take to crystallize a chakra fruit. I cannot linger. It may take countless years to condense a single fruit, Daytami Kagaya remarked, her head bowed as if recalling past events. Very well, then you shall rest within me. Upon hearing this, Edward addressed Daytami Kagaya. All right, without further words, Daytami Kagaya swiftly entered Edward's body, returning to his sealing space. For her, Edward's sealing space had become akin to her dwelling. Due to her betrayal of the Daytami clan, Daytami Kagaya's gaze now held only Edward. Upon witnessing Daytami Kagaya's return to his sealing space, Edward began to exert control over the Chakra God tree. Under his guidance, the Chakra God tree began to proliferate, absorbing even more power across the planet. It was as if this world was under the dominion of the Chakra God tree. Time continued to elapse, perhaps for an extended period. Considering the possibility of prolonged passage, Edward mused that significant changes would have surely occurred within his sealing space's shinobi world. He eagerly anticipated the transformations that awaited him there. Subsequently, Edward immersed himself in the Chakra God tree, fervently managing its growth. Years passed in this endeavor, and Edward lost all sense of time. At long last, one fateful day, Edward awakened, realizing that the chakra fruit had reached its later stages of crystallization. He had successfully nurtured a multitude of life forms on this planet, bestowing upon them abundant chakra, enabling these chakra-infused beings to contribute significant energy to the Chakra God tree. Thus, the crystallization of the chakra fruit transpired with remarkable swiftness. Otherwise, the process would have been considerably slower. Time had flown by, and he was astonished at how swiftly he approached the fruition of the chakra fruit. Awakening, Edward felt the immense chakra produced by the Chakra God tree. I wonder how the shinobi world has transformed. Let me see what changes have taken place. He had indeed nurtured a multitude of life forms on this planet, granting them substantial chakra to contribute to the Chakra God tree. The rapid crystallization of the chakra fruit was a testament to their efforts. Time had slipped away, and he pondered with nostalgia, recalling the people in the shinobi world. Has Daytami Kagaya still not awakened? I wonder what she has become. Subsequently, Edward directed his gaze toward the slumbering figure within the sealed space and remarked. As Edward cast his eyes in that direction, he observed that Otsutsuki Kagaya's breath was faint, seemingly merging with the sealing space. Oh, what is her intention? Does she aspire to control my sealed space? Soon, understanding the probable actions of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Edward said, however, this may prove beneficial, enhancing my combat prowess. After a brief contemplation, he quickly resolved, Kagaya likely requires a bit more time. I shall refrain from disturbing her for now. Following this, Edward withdrew his consciousness from Otsutsuki Kagaya and shifted his focus to the still celestial body nearby. The scene remained unchanged. Autumn leaves at the foot of the mountain. Kakashi and Otsutsuki Sharon. Edward keenly observed the entire shinobi world. It appeared that the shinobi world had remained as it was when Edward first encapsulated it within the sealing space, exhibiting little in the way of transformation. Then let us lift the time suspension. My apologies, this is my selfishness, Edward thought, feeling a twinge of remorse as he activated the sealing space to commence its actions upon the shinobi world. Boom! In response to this action, the shinobi world swiftly reverted to its original visage, rotating within Edward's sealed space. The sole alteration was that the myriad inhabitants of the shinobi world could finally move their bodies once more. The time suspension was thus lifted. "This is the shinobi world I yearn to protect," Edward remarked, a contented smile gracing his face as he beheld the lively expressions upon the faces of its denizens. This was sufficient. Having uttered these words, Edward ceased to attend to the affairs within the sealed space and exited his consciousness. "How much more until the chakra fruit is ready?" Edward murmured to himself while controlling the chakra god tree. Only a fraction remained to be completed in the formation of the chakra fruit. Forget it. There is no need for this world to exist any longer. With this declaration, Edward's eyes radiated an unwavering determination. Simultaneously, he hastened his actions. Under the influence of Edward's six paths power, the chakra god tree rapidly thickened. It appeared as if the tree had transformed into a world tree, soaring to heights of thousands of meters. The once vibrant green planet had begun to wither, its vitality seemingly extinguished. Following this, a green energy sphere emerged from the chakra god tree, suspended in the air. Was this the chakra fruit condensed by the strength of the entire planet? It was evident that this was the chakra fruit that Edward had forged. Gazing at this orb, a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. He reached out with his hand to grasp the vibrant green chakra fruit. Just at that critical moment, a white specter flickered past, causing the chakra fruit to vanish before his eyes. Following the fruit's disappearance, the chakra god tree immediately began to wither, its sturdy branches reducing to slender twigs. Ultimately, the branches snapped and collapsed onto the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, none of this could divert Edward's attention. He was solely aware that someone dared to seize his prize. "Who are you?" His eyes widened in astonishment. With the slightest movement from the intruder, Edward would strike at once. The figure who had pilfered the chakra fruit donned an elegant, fitted white tailcoat paired with loose black trousers that concealed his bare feet. His sleeves bore patterns matching his tattoos, and his pallid skin contrasted sharply with his ashen hair. A long curved horn sprouted from the back of his head, resembling a crown, while a single eyebrow sat above his right eye, which possessed a unique ocular technique manifesting a golden circular pattern encircled by 8 triangles. This individual was none other than Otsutsuki Ishiki, whom Edward had previously mentioned to Otsutsuki Kagaya. "After lying in ambush within the god tree for so long, I have finally obtained what I desired," Otsutsuki Ishiki remarked, his tone exuding an air of aloof superiority as he gazed at the green chakra fruit in his possession. In the next moment, he tossed the chakra fruit into his mouth. Time stands still. Edward would not acquiesce to Otsutsuki Ishiki's intentions. The power of spatial time immediately manifested. Time resumes. Yet, Otsutsuki Ishiki was no novice. Although a guardian, his mastery of techniques was commendable. However, compared to Edward, he was still significantly lacking, and time ultimately froze. Due to Otsutsuki Ishiki concurrently employing his own spatial time ninjutsu, both he and Edward could still act. "I have witnessed your strength. Thus, I must seize this opportunity," Otsutsuki Ishiki declared, his brow furrowing with grave determination. In the next instant, he lunged towards the suspended chakra fruit. "Do you not realize you are playing with fire? Foolish one? Time rewind." Yet Edward would not grant him that chance. With a command, time began to reverse, restoring all things to their prior state. The chakra fruit returned to Edward's hand from its suspended position. "Such things are beyond your reach," he said scornfully, tossing the vibrant green chakra fruit lightly in his palm. "Now speak, from whence do you hail?" "Me? You should have recognized me long ago. I am Otsutsuki Ishiki." Realizing his actions had failed, Otsutsuki Ishiki sighed heavily. He had awakened long ago, but, due to his injuries, chose to conceal himself within the god tree to recuperate. It was not until Edward had sealed the chakra god tree, along with him, in the sealing space that he was fully awakened. However, lacking knowledge of Edward's nature at that time, Otsutsuki Ishiki planned to employ a control technique against him. Ultimately, as Edward captured various members of the Otsutsuki clan, including Momoshiki and Kinshiki, the truth dawned upon him. Thus, he had to remain hidden within the sealing space, merging with the god tree and becoming part of the chakra god tree. This allowed him to evade Edward's detection and escape a dire fate. However, the downside was that, being intertwined with the chakra god tree, both parties would rise or fall together. Without acquiring the chakra fruit this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki was destined to dissipate along with the chakra god tree. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and the towering figure before him. He was certainly no match for Edward. Otsutsuki Ishiki, is it? You have hidden yourself well. Tell me, how did you elude my detection? Edward inquired with interest sparkling in his eyes. Me? By merging with the god tree. The god tree is me, and I'm the god tree. Closing his eyes, Otsutsuki Ishiki spoke to Edward about cues. However, as he uttered these words, he was also devising an escape plan in his mind. He was uncertain whether he could survive using this ability. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he pondered heavily. He desired to live. To achieve his goals, he would stop at nothing. Cues is a technique of the Otsutsuki clan that allows one to replicate themselves and digitize their essence, then implant it within another's body. The recipient bears a black diamond mark on their palm as a sign of this connection, which is the cues. As long as cues exists, Otsutsuki Ishiki can rely on it for resurrection. They transcend death. Even if the mark of cues fades, the data of the defrosted and dissolved Otsutsuki remains within the vessel, allowing for self-restoration through data. Is that so? Quite impressive. I never expected such courageous individuals from the proud Otsutsuki clan, Edward remarked, expressing his admiration. He understood that this course of action ultimately entrusted one's life and death to another. You are Edward Newgate, are you not? Otsutsuki Ishiki replied, appearing indifferent to life and death. Yet beneath that facade lay profound machinations. He intended to take over Edward's body. Indeed, how did you know my name? Edward turned his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. But he quickly regained his composure, his expression turning cold. Are you implying that you merged with my chakra tree? He pointed to the already collapsed and withered chakra tree on the ground, his face a mask of frostiness. Yes. Otsutsuki Ishiki nodded, confirming the truth of the matter. So, you've been within me for over a decade. Haven't you? Edward scrutinized Otsutsuki Ishiki with dangerous eyes, his face darkening. This was a moment of utmost realization for him. He had been unaware of an enemy residing within him. What of it? I have already lost. Do you not desire my power? I can grant it all to you, Otsutsuki Ishiki proclaimed, arms wide open, appearing to submit. Power? How significant do you think it is to me? Edward concealed the menace in his gaze as he spoke. He could clearly sense the nature of the individual before him. Cough, cough. I can no longer survive. You might as well seize this opportunity to absorb the rest of my power. Coughing twice and glancing at the collapsed chakra tree, Otsutsuki Ishiki spoke regretfully. Interesting. You seem to possess a keen self-awareness. Edward chuckled lightly, yet his body remained unmoving. For he understood that this form of Otsutsuki Ishiki undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Instantaneous. A spatial portal. Finally, unable to endure the decay of the chakra tree and the gradual deterioration of his body, Otsutsuki Ishiki made his move. His body created a series of afterimages, and a black hole suddenly manifested before him, into which the Otsutsuki clan entered. Just wait for your move. However, you shall never defeat me. Haha. With a wave of his hand, Edward unleashed a powerful attack through time and space. The intellect of the Otsutsuki clan is beyond your comprehension. Cues. Yet these attacks seem to have no effect on Otsutsuki Ishiki. The black hole appeared beside Edward as Otsutsuki Ishiki's form began to blur. What is this? Datization? Edward squinted at the multitude of data appearing around Otsutsuki Ishiki. These garbled symbols resembled the nonsensical characters he once encountered on his computer in a past life, startling him. Simultaneously, his mind began to tremble, as if he had stumbled upon a terrifying truth. Data? Edward murmured, sensing he was nearing the truth. You cannot escape this strike. Rest assured, my power will henceforth become yours. In midair, Otsutsuki Ishiki transformed into Data, seemingly attempting to penetrate Edward's body. However, his expression soon shifted, and his body Data began to disintegrate. The disparity between us is akin to that between this planet and myself. This was the result of Edward utilizing the power of time and space to thwart Otsutsuki Ishiki's actions. However, your earlier mention of possession has sparked a brilliant plan in my mind. Utilizing the power of time and space, Edward reverted Otsutsuki Ishiki's state to its original form. Gripping his body, I have lost. Otsutsuki Ishiki, caught in Edward's grasp, ceased to struggle. This time he had truly lost, and utterly so. He could not muster even a hint of resistance. You are now useless to me, but if this power were to be bestowed upon Yamashita Kid, it could enhance his strength and bloodline. Under pressure, Edward, who had long refrained from approaching Yamashita Kid, spoke. However, this did not signify that Edward had forgotten him. On the contrary, Yamashita Kid was among the individuals Edward held most dear. What do you mean by that? Do you wish for me to become another strength? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes. His thoughts had wandered to unknown realms prompted by Edward's words. Precisely malasienten. But your consciousness need not persist. Edward laughed heartily, casting a glance at the subdued Otsutsuki Ishiki. He then tightened his grip on Otsutsuki Ishiki, channeling the entirety of his power into the latter's mind. Do you wish to extinguish my will? Give up. This is a futile endeavor. Otsutsuki Ishiki, whose consciousness was now largely overtaken by Edward's power, expressed disbelief. The Otsutsuki clan is exceedingly meticulous. The upper echelons have implemented countless protective measures for their vital consciousness space. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not believe that this giant before him could easily obliterate his will. Yet soon, his expression shifted through countless shades, his face contorting in bewilderment. What sort of adversary have I provoked? With that, Otsutsuki Ishiki's consciousness faded entirely, leaving behind only his corporeal shell, the body of the Otsutsuki clan. After obliterating Otsutsuki Ishiki's consciousness, Edward held the shell in his grasp. Let us entrust this to Yamashita Kid, seal, and transport. In the next moment, the body of Otsutsuki Ishiki was absorbed into Edward's sealing space. Meanwhile, in a restored ninja world, Yamashita Kid, seated on a mat, recalled Edward's proclamation, closing his eyes. Since that day, he had felt Edward's presence vanish entirely from the ninja world. Even Otsutsuki Shin, Tsunade, and the others were unaware of Edward's whereabouts once more. What is this? The power of Edward, my brother. Suddenly awakening with wide-open eyes, Shanxia Fengye exclaimed. Before him appeared an unconscious form belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, a body that had previously been subdued by Edward. Shanxia, this is a gift from your elder brother Edward, he declared. However, it did not take long for Shanxia Fengye to unravel the mystery, as Edward's voice resonated within his mind. The body of Otsutsuki Ishiki merged seamlessly into Shanxia Fengye's own being. Thank you, Brother Edward. Witnessing this phenomenon, Shanxia Fengye bowed his head and placed his hand over his heart, overwhelmed with emotion, for he realized that Edward had never forgotten him. Meanwhile, Edward reflected, Gulalala. Shanxia must be quite pleased with his gift. After completing all that was necessary, Edward laughed heartily. Now, I shall consume this chakra fruit that I personally condensed. Before long, Edward regained his composure and turned his gaze towards a verdant chakra fruit. He tossed the fruit into the gaping abyss of his mouth. The familiar sensation enveloped him as he closed his eyes, savoring the experience. Has this chakra fruit fused with the power within me to create a new force? In the next moment, Edward made a remarkable discovery, channeling all his focus into the convergence of his inner energies. As the verdant chakra fruit integrated with his body, it began to merge with a multitude of other energies, each aligning in order. As they ranked themselves, they eventually formed an extensive chain of power. This is the sensation. This is a new strength, Edward exclaimed, exhaling in relief. This newfound power bore a striking resemblance to the strength of the 10 Tails. Had he advanced? Once the power chain was established, Edward realized that all the energies within him had undergone a transformation under the influence of the verdant chakra fruit. The 6 paths power, chakra power, shock power, 3-color domineering power, space-time power, balance power, and the power of the 10 tails had all fused together, culminating in a colossal power chain led by the 10 tails strength. Is it due to the purity of my Otsutsuki lineage that this occurred? Had there been no mutation, I would have remained trapped at that balance point. Is this the so-called restriction imposed by the Otsutsuki deity? Truly insidious. Yet, Edward quickly deduced the cause. Recalling the events surrounding the chakra fruit, this fusion of my entire power feels akin to breaking through limitations, a choice that was unavoidable. Thus, it indicates that without relying on the chakra fruit, I would have remained stagnant at that realm. Fortunately, the power from beyond this cosmic system has enlightened me, enhancing my strength. Edward closed his eyes once more, contemplating the essence of the power within him. Is this the path of plunder? This shall be my future. Upon discerning the culmination of his strength, Edward opened his eyes and murmured, "Indeed, I have absorbed countless life forms along this journey. This path suits me best. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as the power of plunder." This was the ultimate condensation of his entire being's power. Any future enhancement would undoubtedly be far from effortless. However, the new energy born from the convergence of his powers could transcend such limitations. As long as he wielded the power of plunder, obtaining the strength of others would become exceedingly attainable. I wonder if I can plunder from this planet. With this thought, Edward set his sights on the planet beneath him. This planet had yet to wither completely, still possessing a final vestige of operational energy. Once that last trace of energy was expended, the planet would meet its true demise. When Edward unleashed his power of plunder, the planet was immediately drained of its energy. This is true strength. Having siphoned the planet's energy, Edward stretched his body in satisfaction. In the next moment, 7 jet black spheres materialized behind him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that 6 of these spheres bore a striking resemblance to Edward's previous Jogan. Indeed, these were the result of his Jogan evolving into the power of plunder after their integration. Previously, Edward had possessed only 4 Jogan. The 2 new additions included one captured from Otsutsuki Kenshiki and another evolved from his own Rinnegan. The 7th sphere emerged immediately after he drained the planet. "Shall I now call you the power of the planet?" Edward mused, eyeing the 7 floating orbs behind him, reminiscent of the Sage of 6 Paths, regrettably, like the Jogan. These powers were mere one-time uses. As he felt the formidable potential of the 7 spheres, Edward whispered, "Yet, they do possess advantages. The speed at which I can condense the power of the planet shall undoubtedly accelerate, requiring only the plunder of energies from other planets." Clenching his fist, his eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of determination as he declared, "Boom!" At that moment, the planet beneath him could no longer withstand the strain and began to crumble. The earth fractured, soil ascended, and stones floated in the air. This planet was on the verge of vanishing from the realm of Shinobi. I should probably leave this place. Observing the objects around him floating due to the absence of gravity, Edward felt a twinge of guilt. If one were to speak candidly, the changes occurring on this planet were entirely due to him. What transpired? In the ceiling space, Otsutsuki Kagaya, sensing the commotion outside, awakened and inquired. "Yes, I have successfully condensed a chakra fruit and gained even greater power," Edward replied as he hovered above the planet, prepared to depart. "Is that so? Congratulations." Kagaya responded with a look of satisfaction. "Indeed, this is truly a fortunate event." Edward nodded, having already exited the planet and observing the transformations occurring within it. Plunder is the act of seizing everything from others, transforming it into one's own strength. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of his life, Edward contemplated, "So, what shall I do next?" He began to question his inner self, remaining still in contemplation. "Edward, are you ready to embark on a path of relentless plunder?" Kagaya, who had gained a general understanding of Edward's current situation, remarked insightfully, "Indeed, I am about to embark on a frenzied plunder." Upon hearing this, Ai de Hua swung his fist, causing the very fabric of space to shatter and form a black hole into which he stepped, declaring his intent to ravage other planets and seize all their power. The path of plunder is most fitting for Ai de Hua by Hua. At this juncture, from beginning to end, the universe is in a state of infinite expansion, and within this process, various substances coalesce fortuitously. Ultimately, the outcomes of these coincidences remain unknown. Galaxies, star systems, and planets are all the products of such fortuitous formations. Yet, where there is creation, there must also exist a harbinger of destruction to conclude this process. This harbinger of the universe is none other than the so-called Otsutsuki clan and the current AI Dahua. In pursuit of power, the Otsutsuki clan and AI Dahua have obliterated countless planets, engaging in incessant skirmishes. AI Dahua has become the primary target of the Otsutsuki clan's manhunt. However, AI Dahua's strength has surged rapidly, rendering the Otsutsuki clan incapable of restraining him. A monumental clash between this clan and AI Dahua is destined to unfold. On this very day, the fateful confrontation commenced as an enormous figure emerged. The height of this figure was unfathomable, with thousands of dark orbs suspended behind it. Beside it stood several other formidable beings: Kaguya, Otsutsuki, Shirun, and Yamashita. I have succeeded. The Otsutsuki clan shall no longer be my adversary. This figure was none other than AI Dahua, who had previously plundered the power of planets. Throughout this eternal passage of time, AI Dahua had grown into an entity beyond the Otsutsuki clan's reach. "Ah, this is my homeland," remarked Kaguya Otsutsuki, gazing at the planet before her. On this day of meticulous preparation, Kaguya had brought AI Dahua here. Elle de broder et de Yua. The nearby Yamashita, Finya, appeared as though he wished to speak, but refrained. Since that fateful day when AI Dahua bestowed upon him the body of the Otsutsuki, Yamashita's strength had surged exponentially. Eventually, unable to contain their desires within the ninja world, both he and Shirun implored AI Dahua to release them. Let's begin. This so-called Otsutsuki clan. With that, AI Dahua's fury ignited, and the thousands of planetary powers behind him surged to his command. His colossal hand, imbued with formidable strength, was poised to strike the planet. Should AI Dahua's assault connect, absent a formidable opponent to intervene, the planet would be obliterated instantaneously. Wait! Just as AI Dahua was about to strike, an ancient voice called out, and a protective barrier manifested to shield against his colossal hand. The Otsutsuki deity you seek is not present here. The voice belonged to a venerable elder of the Otsutsuki clan, who stepped forward alone. Not here. Then where might it be? In response, AI Dahua's immense form radiated a formidable aura. He had already transcended dimensional barriers, venturing into alternate realms. "We sincerely apologize for our previous actions," the elder spoke, bowing his proud head in the face of AI Dahua's overwhelming presence. "Do you think I would spare you simply because of your apology? Planetary power, plunder." AI Dahua, disregarding the elder's contrition, continued to manipulate the planetary power, striking the protective barrier of the Otsutsuki's planet. Boom, boom, again and again, until, beneath the horrified gaze of the elder, the barrier shattered. Following the destruction of the barrier, AI Dahua's plundering power erupted, extracting the very essence of the planet. The members of the Otsutsuki clan were utterly powerless against AI Dahua's might, reduced to nothingness. "Is this the strength of your Otsutsuki clan? It appears quite enticing," AI Dahua remarked, grinning as he gazed upon the myriad of chakra fruits, Jing Yin, planetary power, and the unique energies of the Otsutsuki he had extracted. "We have bowed our heads to you. What more do you desire?" The elder could no longer contain himself, shouting in desperation. In his eyes, the Otsutsuki clan held a lofty position, and to lower their heads to a being he deemed inferior was a testament to their respect. "Huh, how amusing. Your notion of humility is insignificant in my eyes." AI Dahua laughed heartily before once again directing his planetary power toward the elder. "Damn it! Infinite Jing Yin form." The elder, unable to endure further, unleashed a multitude of Jing Yin from his back, transforming his physique. Black and white patterns enveloped him, and various Jing Yin floated behind him. His muscles bulged, and he towered hundreds of meters taller. "Do you truly believe this form can contend with me?" However, remained unfazed by the dying insect's desperate counterattack. Perish! Jing Yin's super energy sphere. In the next instant, the elder launched himself toward AI Dehua, conjuring a massive white energy sphere thousands of meters in size from the Jing Yin behind him. Is that all you've got? AI Dehua narrowed his eyes, showing no regard for the attack. He then brought his colossal hand down, the thousands of meters of his palm meeting the gigantic white energy sphere. The planet below seemed as though it were already in his grasp, and AI Dehua remained indifferent. With the hand of immense size descending like a heavenly curtain, a tremendous shockwave erupted upon impact. However, before the shockwave could fully materialize, it was contained by AI Dehua's palm. This cannot continue. Perish! Witnessing AI Dehua's overwhelming might, the elder erupted with even greater power. His body moved with such speed that only a white line remained visible. Yet, how could this possibly contend with AI Dehua? Without even opening his eyes, AI Dehua waved his hand, effortlessly sending the elder flying from view. Elder! The members of the Otsutsuki clan below, eagerly awaiting the battle's conclusion, cried out, "We shall never allow a band of inferior beings to run rampant above us." A Gue form, White Tiger form, Ascension form. After their rallying cry, they could no longer hold back, each member unleashing their power and charging forth. Like a horde of locusts, Kagaya, Umashida, and Shiren surged forward. AI Dehua, however, did not even cast a glance in their direction, commanding the floating figures nearby. Yes, the figures responded, as AI Dehua's planetary power manifested upon them, a gift of strength from him. Otherwise, given their rate of growth, their current strength remains vastly inferior to that of the Otsutsuki clan. A series of thunderous sounds echoed, unheard by the crowd, yet sufficient to glean the intensity of the battle from the explosive waves. It is time to bring this to an end. You are but a pack of defeated hounds. Witnessing such a fierce clash, Idewa shook his head and declared. Soon, unwilling to remain a passive observer any longer, the power of the stars hovering behind him began to stir. After swirling, this celestial energy encircled Idewa, forming countless rings. Once completed, each strand of stellar power released a portion of its strength, coalescing before Idewa into a pitch-black energy sphere. This energy orb, dark as the void, seemed to possess the capacity to consume the entire universe. This was the advanced application of Idewa's stellar power, a skill known as black hole. Indeed, once this obsidian sphere was unleashed, it would instantly obliterate a planet. However, upon destruction, due to the overwhelming force, a black hole would be formed, thus giving rise to the name of Idewa's skill. What is this? Exclaimed the members of the Otsutsuki clan in disbelief. They could sense an immense power emanating from that fathomless black energy sphere. I cannot allow him to shatter my homeland. The Otsutsuki elder, having steadied himself, was equally astonished. I would be remiss before the god if I do not act. Let me use my life to thwart this. Upon uttering these words, the purifying eyes floating behind the elder merged into his being. Come fort, you wretched demon. You shall regret all of this. After the fusion, the Otsutsuki elder charged alone towards the black energy sphere, intending to unleash all the power of the purifying eyes within him, aiming to perish alongside the black hole. In his mind, he fancifully believed that he might, through the residual force, eliminate Idewa. If Idewa were to learn of his intentions, he might very well find it laughable. At last, the black hole had fully condensed. However, this black hole energy sphere was not as vast as others might have envisioned. It shrank from an initial diameter of 10,000 meters to a mere 1,000, and finally to 100 meters. The size of the black hole decreased with each passing moment. Yet, this did not imply that its power was diminished. Quite the opposite. Its might amplified exponentially as it contracted, causing all to regard it with utmost seriousness. Galala, I feel somewhat heroic. My arrival resembles that of a grand villain. Observing the solitary charge of the Otsutsuki elder, Idewa murmured with a chuckle. He then waved the black hole, the tiny orb in his eyes slowly descending toward the planet below. Ah, come fort! The Otsutsuki elder bellowed with indignation. His body gallantly surged forward, propelling towards a descending black hole. In the end, the hundreds of meters of the black hole collided with the Elder's towering form of several thousand meters. Surprisingly, there was no sound. Furthermore, the Elder's massive body was gradually drawn into the black hole, vanishing from sight. After completing this, the black hole remained unaffected, continuing its descent. Elder, all members of the Otsutsuki clan below gasped in disbelief. After all, that was their clan's most formidable warrior. They never anticipated such an effortless demise. Yet, it was not that the Otsutsuki Elder was weak. Rather, it was Idwe's overwhelming strength. Perish, just as those planets I have obliterated. The black hole continued its slow advance towards the planet below. Despite numerous Otsutsuki members attempting to obstruct it, their efforts proved futile. Ultimately, the black hole descended into the planet, but only for a fleeting moment of tranquility. Allow it to linger for a while. Idwe, unfazed, closed his eyes, savoring this moment of serenity. Beside him stood Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Shoten, and Yamashita Funya. Brother Idwe, has it all ended? Yamashita Funya inquired, gazing at the motionless planet below, a hint of desolation flickering in her eyes. If these foes were dispatched so effortlessly, would it not be rather dull? Yes. Life ahead will be even better. I shall take control of the Otsutsuki clan and dominate this universe. Idwe nodded slightly, his eyes opening in that instant. The planet below began to transform. In an instant, the black hole erupted. The entire planet was enveloped, poised for complete annihilation. Halt! Yet in that very moment, a resounding voice resonated from the void. The voice exuded nobility and arrogance, casting a lofty gaze upon Idwe. The Otsutsuki clan's planet was thus safeguarded, drawn into his grasp. It was the deity of the Otsutsuki clan. Hearing this, Idwe lifted his gaze towards a specific direction. There, a towering figure of black and white stripes, thousands of meters high, materialized. Behind it, countless purifying eyes fixated intently on Idwe. Should the number of these purifying eyes be compared to Idwe's, it would certainly exceed. Who are you? A faint voice reached Idwe's ears. In truth, when Idwe shattered the protective barrier of the Otsutsuki clan's planet, the Otsutsuki deity had detected him and promptly teleported. However, out of a desire to observe Idwe's strength, they chose to remain hidden in the void. I am the most powerful ruler and plunderer of this universe, EdwardNewgate. Idwe's voice resonated calmly, addressing the Otsutsuki deity with indifference. This Otsutsuki deity was the final obstacle standing in his path within this universe. Understood. The Otsutsuki deity nodded slowly after hearing Idwe's declaration. Simultaneously, the countless purifying eyes unleashed an array of lasers which converged, ultimately forming a massive beam directed at Idwe. In response, the stellar power behind Idwe coalesced into an equally formidable laser aimed at him. This exemplified the unspoken bond between powerful beings. No dialogue, no exchange, merely the dichotomy of strength. The two lasers collided, illuminating the entire star system. However, the color of the lasers differed. One was pure white, the other pitch black. The Otsutsuki deity's laser radiated a pure white hue, exuding an air of nobility and righteousness. In contrast, Idwe's laser was black, emanating a sinister charm, steeped in malevolence. This was the current juxtaposition between the two. One appeared righteous, the other malevolent. But is this truly the case? No, neither party belonged to the side of righteousness. Perhaps the Edward was indeed the passive party. However, after enduring countless tribulations, plundering innumerable planets, and causing countless casualties, he had become as malevolent as the Otsutsuki god. Yet, in the eyes of both, notions of good and evil had long ceased to exist. What remained was merely the concept of power. The one with greater strength would be the victor, the one who would rewrite history. The clash of lasers intensified, and beside Edward, Kagaya, Sharon, and Yamashita all entered his sealed space. Only Edward and the Otsutsuki god remained to engage in battle. Behind them stood countless onlookers, eagerly anticipating the triumph of either party. Ultimately, The lasers from both sides coalesced into an enormous sphere, surpassing their heights by countless multiples. Their energies reached a zenith, and if this energy sphere were to explode, it could annihilate the entire galaxy. Nothing, however, upon uttering this single word, everything before the Otsutsuki god vanished. This was the manifestation of his boundless power, harnessed through the countless pure eyes at his disposal. Heh, do you truly wish to spare the galaxy from destruction? Edward retorted dismissively, his fist raised against the Otsutsuki god, contemptuous of the fact that, at such a critical juncture, the Otsutsuki god still feigned benevolence. You do not comprehend. This is my dilemma. After speaking, the Otsutsuki god summoned a protective barrier from the pure eyes behind him. The sound of cracking echoed as Edward's fist collided with the barrier. Gulalala, power of the planets. Edward then waved his hand, controlling the power of the planets to launch thousands of spheres towards the pure eyes behind the Otsutsuki god. He aimed to obliterate more pure eyes through the explosion of the planetary power. Edward understood that his planetary strength was vastly inferior to the quantity of pure eyes possessed by the Otsutsuki god. Should their battle devolve into a war of attrition, inevitably, there would come a time when Edward would be defeated. Thus, he sought to diminish the Otsutsuki god's pure eyes to bridge the gap between them. Is this my calamity? Yet, the Otsutsuki god merely floated in the air, silently observing the explosions of the pure eyes behind him, making no move, despite the fact that the explosions were threefold the number of his planetary power. What calamity? What do you wish to convey? Edward smiled wryly, his eyes filled with caution, and in the next moment, the Tsongyun sword appeared in his hand. However, he did not realize that the melancholy and admiration reflected in the Otsutsuki god's eyes held deeper meaning. Everything possesses limits. To transcend these boundaries, one must endure a trial. Upon hearing Edward's voice, the melancholy and admiration in the Otsutsuki god's eyes dissipated as he spoke. Is that truly the case? But I refuse to believe it. Power of the planets. Upon hearing the Otsutsuki god's discourse on strength, Edward bellowed. Following his roar, all the planetary power behind him surged into his body. He intended to alter his combat style to close quarters, a realm in which he excelled. Pure eyes. Observing Edward in this state, the Otsutsuki god sighed. Subsequently, the pure eyes behind him amalgamated into his body, and once fused, they locked gazes, each eye keen and predatory. The battle was imminent. Their figures vanished entirely, leaving behind a cosmos filled with explosive clashes. Yet, due to the vacuum of space, there was no sound, only the dissipating aura revealing the ferocity of the encounter. If this continued, the universe would inevitably be shattered to pieces. The physical assaults between them continued, prompting the Otsutsuki god to express his regret. He had invested considerable effort in maintaining this universe and did not wish to see it crumble. What concern is that of mine? Edward replied coldly upon hearing this. You are colder than our Otsutsuki clan. Instantly, this left the Otsutsuki god at a loss for how to respond. As for Edward, after uttering his words, he found himself momentarily stunned. Had his mind truly been consumed by the concept of power? Contemplating this, Edward narrowed his eyes. Yet before he could ponder further, both he and the Otsutsuki god resumed their movements. Various afterimages manifested, resulting in innumerable actions from both sides. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks collided against each other's bodies, producing resonant sounds. Beneath this cacophony lay the shattering of countless planetary powers and pure eyes. Ultimately, this was a battle of depleting each other's planetary power and pure eyes. Whosoever's power or eyes were exhausted first would succumb to defeat. I am well prepared for this calamity. Let me shatter you, pure eyes. With that, the Otsutsuki god extended his hands, unleashing an invisible shockwave that sent Edward flying far away. He then positioned himself above Edward, his eyes radiating white light, illuminating everything around. Boom! An endless surge of white light erupted in waves, fracturing both space and time. Strangely, after this wave, the universe began to fragment, as if something had indeed shattered. Yet, nothing tangible lay broken. Only the white light floated within the void of space, leaving one perplexed about its meaning. Did he not care about the depletion of energy within? Edward's body shot backward, desperately seeking to distance himself in a shockwave. Should his form be caught in that wave, he would evaporate instantaneously. Is it truly powerful? He wondered, noting how many pure eyes had been sacrificed for this. The Otsutsuki god loomed above, gazing down at Edward with a haughty demeanor, pondering his next move. A formidable shockwave indeed. Yet to me, it appears merely as a futile expenditure. You cannot touch me. Edward squinted, unleashing his planetary power, propelling himself upward as he shouted. I understand, but do you know why I'm doing this? The Otsutsuki god uttered this, unleashing another barrage of shockwaves, heedless of the depletion of his pure eyes. What are you aiming to achieve? Edward asked, his eyes wide as he observed an attack that could not possibly strike him. Only by creating a being of equal strength to myself can the barriers be shattered. Do you now comprehend why you find yourself here? The Otsutsuki god declared with divine intensity. What? What do you mean? Edward stood frozen, unsure of his next move. He had begun to glean insights from the Otsutsuki god's words. Indeed, your existence has been deliberately induced by me. Only in this manner can the barriers be dismantled. The eyes of Daitongyu no Kami emitted a radiant white light as he sensed that the moment had finally arrived. The energy of his pure eyes had been nearly depleted. Throughout the ordeal, he harbored no desire to conquer Edward. I must know everything. What is it that you truly seek? Edward finally exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer, having detected an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. It seemed as though every one of Edward's movements was under the control of Daitongyu no Kami. If that is the case, then let us ensure you understand your fate. You exist for my purpose. With this, Daitongyu no Kami unleashed all the energy of his pure eyes, compressing the surrounding space and time to an extreme, whispering softly. Subsequently, a stream of white memories flowed into Edward's mind, revealing the commencement of a brutal battle. All of this unfolded vividly in Edward's consciousness. After absorbing the memories transmitted by Daitongyu no Kami, clarity washed over him. Is this how it is? You became aware of me only after I harnessed power beyond the realm of ninjutsu? Edward raised his head, gazing at Daitongyu no Kami with a bewildered expression. Within the memories he received, he learned that in this universe, power possesses its limits. Upon reaching these limits, Daitongyu no Kami found that his strength could no longer advance. He traversed countless dimensions and explored numerous worlds, ultimately discovering a truth he had not anticipated. Beyond the universe he belonged to lay a three-dimensional realm. He himself resided in a two-dimensional space, which could not possibly compare. Indeed, a mere finger from the three-dimensional plane could obliterate him. This revelation was one Daitongyu no Kami found utterly unacceptable. Thus, he sought to cultivate a multitude of powerful beings. The pure eyes stored by the Daitongyu clan were created for this very purpose, with the final victor being referred to as the Calamity. Yet in the end, his efforts bore no fruit, as not a single strong individual emerged until the arrival of Edward, who offered him a glimmer of hope. I never imagined you, as Daitongyu no Kami had already sensed the anomalies of this universe, Edward remarked, observing the deity whose energy had been nearly exhausted. Through the memories conveyed to him, he had grasped the entirety of the truth. Simply put, Daitongyu no Kami sought to shatter the barriers using Edward's strength, which had been intricately woven into the scheme laid by Daitongyu no Kami himself. However, unbeknownst to Daitongyu no Kami, Edward hailed from that very dimension, having traversed from the third dimension into this second one, possessing a most enigmatic system within him. Dimension, a term that struck fear, escaped Daitongyu no Kami's lips as he spread his arms, a look of contentment gracing his visage. Come, let us proceed to the final step. Without further hesitation, Daitongyu no Kami addressed Edward. What do you intend to do? The power of these planets belongs to me. Edward fixed his gaze upon Daitongyu no Kami's eyes, his body taut with tension. I am aware that the power belongs to you, but that does not preclude me from summoning it. This is merely a trap I have laid. You must understand, I have already acquired powers akin to the strength of planets before you. Daitongyu no Kami declared with an air of arrogance. What do you mean by that? Can you truly manipulate the power within me? Edward exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. Yet, deep within, he yearned for their powers to merge, thereby breaking through this dimension and entering the next. For he was indeed a being of that subsequent dimension, merely transported here due to the influence of the system. He was also a homebody, longing dearly for his cherished little blue sphere. Drawl in the next moment, Daytomu no Kami uttered a single word, causing the previously released white light to swirl around Edward. Are you attempting to use this pure energy to resonate with the power of the planets within me? Edward shouted in disbelief, realizing that this could lead to mutual destruction. In summary, Daytomu no Kami had mobilized the energy of his pure eyes to draw forth the planetary power residing within Edward, as their energies were fundamentally of the same origin. I will not allow you to succeed, Edward declared, unwilling to relent, as the power of the planets surged forth from within him, ready to explode. What do you intend? I assure you, it is futile. I have been orchestrating this plan for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, Daytomu no Kami remarked, discerning Edward's movements. Do you wish to combine my power with yours to break through the barrier? In the end, we would both be left with nothing. Edward's expression darkened. He had just received a definitive answer in his attempts. He could not disrupt the scheme laid by Daytomu no Kami by detonating the power of the planets. Indeed, whether it be experience or your planetary strength, these are ultimately merely ephemeral powers, vanishing into the void, Daytomu no Kami noted, his demeanor unfazed. Yet Edward's heart rebelled against this notion, for he had invested immeasurable time and effort in gathering that planetary power. If it were to be squandered in such a manner, he would have preferred not to have gathered it at all. Boom! Nevertheless, Edward's reluctance bore no weight. As the energy of the pure eyes intertwined with the power of the planets within him, they combined to generate an even greater force, shattering the surrounding space. The environment fragmented like shards of glass, revealing an abyss of darkness behind. Ultimately, a colossal black hole began to form, expanding outward from the center of Edward and Daytomu no Kami. Has it finally begun? I have lingered here long enough. Daytomu no Kami observed the burgeoning momentum with impatience. He had awaited this moment for an eternity. I feel as though I am being drawn in, Edward remarked, frowning at the ever-growing black hole behind him, while his mind raced to devise a strategy. In the end, there must be a sacrifice, and that sacrifice shall be you, Daytomu no Kami asserted. Having seen through Edward's thoughts, what do you mean by sacrifice? Do you intend to tread upon my corpse to advance? Edward responded, a heaviness in his tone. Indeed, after the barrier is formed, one must detonate their internal energy to truly shatter the wall. The space for breaking the barrier has been established. It simply awaits the individual willing to self-destruct to break through, Daytomu no Kami observed, his gaze fixed on Edward with predatory intent. And what if I refuse? Edward locked eyes with the deity Otsutsuki, both gazing at each other with a predatory intensity. He had fully comprehended the deity's intentions. At this moment, the true battle between the two had commenced. The victor would shatter the barriers and gain entry into the third-dimensional realm. Come fort, freeze, explode. Without a hint of hesitation, Otsutsuki uttered these three words, and his body surged forward. Why can't I move? Edward mused, realizing the terrifying power of the deity, even without the Byakugan. He struggled with all his might, attempting to break free by combining the six paths power, the shock power, and the balance power. This is the true application of chakra energy. As long as you possess chakra within you, I can dictate your every movement. Otsutsuki laughed triumphantly. What? Is this part of your trap? Edward exclaimed in shock. Chakra energy was a cultivation method passed down by Otsutsuki, a term for guiding energy. Unbeknownst to him, it had spread throughout the universe, becoming the predominant cultivation method for all living beings. Yet now, Otsutsuki claimed he could control it. This revelation illuminated everything for Edward. The dissemination of the chakra cultivation terminology had a purpose. I suppose so, but I never anticipated you would evolve into this form. I once believed that only members of the Otsutsuki clan could reach such heights. It seems I have underestimated you. After speaking, Otsutsuki conjured a white energy rod in his hand and slowly approached the motionless Edward. What do you intend to do? Kill me? Edward's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the white energy rod. He understood that the one who lost would face a dismal fate. If he were to fall, those who stood behind him, who had placed their hopes in him, would perish alongside him. Do you still not understand? It is over. Farewell. Otsutsuki no longer wished to engage in further dialogue. With swift force, he thrust the white energy rod towards Edward's heart. Armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki. At a critical moment, Edward roared, his body enveloped in darkness. A surge of black and red aura emanated from him, sending Otsutsuki flying back. Is this the mysterious power within you? Otsutsuki observed Edward's transformation. If you can control the chakra within me, then I shall refrain from using it. With a slightly darkened expression, Edward gripped his sword, Kanjiunki. The vast chakra energy within him transformed entirely into pure life energy. This should suffice. You cannot control this life force, Edward remarked, feeling the absence of chakra energy within him. He knew that refraining from using chakra would result in a significant loss of strength. How intriguing. Do you still wish to resist? Otsutsuki remarked, observing Edward brandishing his large blade. I shall never concede, Edward replied defiantly. After their exchange, their top bodies vanished from sight. A cacophony of sounds filled the air, yet none inflicted harm upon the space around them. Both were now relying solely on the primal forces within their beings. Boom! The only difference was that Otsutsuki could still utilize his chakra energy, whereas Edward could not. Thus, it was Edward who was sent reeling. This is hopeless. He possesses nearly limitless chakra energy. I stand little chance of defeating him. Edward lamented, his countenance darkening. With the transformation of chakra into life energy, he could no longer draw upon that energy to augment his physical strength. Fortunately, the Six Paths power could still operate with the support of life energy. After being knocked back, Edward regained his footing, channeling his life energy. In the next moment, the Six Paths orbs appear behind him, forming a series of concentric circles. Kulme, let's engage in battle, Edward warned, his vigilance heightened as he stared at Otsutsuki. The Six Paths power? I possess that as well. It has been ages since I last wielded such energy. Otsutsuki remarked nostalgically as he witnessed the familiar Six Paths power manifest around Edward. He too had once held the power of the Six Paths. Upon unleashing his Six Paths power, Otsutsuki dashed toward Edward. The most formal and earnest confrontation between the two commenced at that moment. Countless sounds erupted in the air, the sound of fists striking flesh, and black blades occasionally appearing attested to the ferocity of the battle. Their bodies fluctuated in size. Energy spheres exploded, each attempting to influence the other. Finally, Edward landed a punch squarely on Otsutsuki's face, causing him to spit forth a stream of crimson blood. Remarkable, I have drawn blood. Otsutsuki stood momentarily stunned, then touched the blood on his face. For centuries, this was the first time he had bled. He was not a battle maniac. His attacks had always been ranged, and he had never fought with such ferocity before. Thus, this moment of bleeding imparted a profound realization to him. Continue. This is nothing. Before long, Otsutsuki's facial injury was healed by his chakra energy. Damn it, that guy can utilize chakra energy, Edward muttered resentfully. If it were him, he would only be able to use the Six Paths power to recover from his injuries. The life energy derived from chakra was merely a heap of useless energy dwelling within him. I cannot let this continue. Six Paths enhanced shock power, Edward shouted, swinging his sword, Kanjiunki, in a sweeping motion. He needed to force Otsutsuki to expend his chakra energy under the relentless barrage of his attacks. Only then could he bridge the gap between their strengths. Humph. My eyes have pierced through all your thoughts. As Edward's blade swept toward him, Otsutsuki conjured 2 photon sword blades in each hand to counter it. Your great sword is of no consequence, Otsutsuki remarked, his expression slightly puzzled as he blocked with the photon blades. In his prior observations, he had noted that this great sword had always accompanied Edward. Was this what they called sentiment? I too desire such a bond. Yet, he quickly regained composure, an expression of longing emerging on his face. Having collaborated with the Kanji for such an extended period, even if it were utterly useless, I would still choose to keep it by my side. Not to mention the Jinjin. Upon uttering these words, a proud expression illuminated Edward's face. It is essential to note that the Kanji possesses the ability to channel his powers of the six paths and Jinjin. With a resounding boom, crackling sounds ensued as the Jinjin power erupted forth from the Kanji, shattering the photon blade wielded by the god of Otsutsuki into countless fragments. After dismantling the photon blade, the Kanji surged forward, cleaving into the body of the god of Otsutsuki. Blood gushed through the air as the god was bisected. What is this power? Yet, the onslaught was far from over. The Jinjin power surged within the severed halves of the god of Otsutsuki's body. A tremendous force propagated through his form, reducing what had already been split into two to mere debris. How could this happen? These were the last words of the god of Otsutsuki as he lost his final vestige of consciousness. This technique has proven infallible. None can withstand its might. After obliterating the god of Otsutsuki, Edward unleashed the Jinjin power once more into the surrounding area. Fully aware that it would not be long before the god could utilize chakra energy and the powers of the six paths to recuperate. Space shatter. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a mysterious consciousness re-emerged within the vicinity. As a seemingly innocuous phrase was uttered, the very fabric of space surrounding Edward began to distort. What is this? The twisting space sought to rend Edward's body apart with frenzied rotations. The six paths twisting and splitting of the body. Ultimately, Edward had no choice but to employ the twisting technique, dispersing his massive form into countless smaller versions of himself. A commendable strategy indeed. After all, those who emerge from the grave are not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, the already fragmented body of the god of Otsutsuki began to reintegrate. Observing Edward's swift adaptation, the god gazed upon him with admiration. Now what this move? The six paths rebirth technique. In the next moment, a smile crept across the god of Otsutsuki's face as he extended his right hand toward Edward. A mysterious energy surged forth, enveloping the scattered smaller Edwards. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of explosive sounds, the smaller Edwards began to contort. Before long, these distorted forms ceased their twisting. What? My body. In a rather comical turn of events, some of the smaller Edwards transformed into pigs, others into chickens, or various other common animals. You possess no power to resist now. Witnessing Edward's transformation into a herd of small creatures, the god of Otsutsuki grinned. Subsequently, he concentrated a formidable energy in his left hand and directed it toward the group of small animals. Damn it, this technique is utterly grotesque. Feeling the utter powerlessness of his current form, Edward's heart darkened. He had triumphed in their first confrontation, yet in this second encounter, he faced defeat. Soon, the energy coalesced in the god of Otsutsuki's left hand struck the small animals, reducing them to nothingness. I wonder just how much power of the six paths you can recover from this. After obliterating the small animals Edward had transformed into, the god murmured. Now, their contest hinged on the energy within their bodies and its capacity to sustain them. Once the energy was depleted, the loser would become a sacrificial offering to breach the barrier. By completely extinguishing the other's life, the energies bonded to the barrier's space would ignite in a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the barrier and facilitating entry into the third dimension. Six Paths enhanced Overlord's armed Jinyun slash. In the blink of an eye, Edward harnessed the power of the Six Paths to restore his life energy. Once rejuvenated, he summoned back the lost Kanji, appearing above the god of Otsutsuki to strike down upon him. Have you arrived? Energy Shield. Witnessing the rapid succession of events, the god of Otsutsuki remained unmoved, simply raising a hand to conjure a white energy shield that enveloped him. Crack, crack. The formed white energy shield effectively interrupted Edward's descending attack, thwarting his efforts. But that was not the end. Edward, refusing to concede, channeled even more power into the Kanji. Ultimately, with a shattering sound, the Kanji breached the white energy shield, striking toward the god of Otsutsuki. Boom! An energy wave radiated from the two, centered on them. In that instant, the god of Otsutsuki conjured a white photon blade in both hands to block Edward's strike. You wish to engage me in close combat? Upon uttering these words, the god of Otsutsuki launched a fierce assault against Edward. Jinjin. Edward, seeing this, also charged at the god of Otsutsuki, wielding the kanjianki. Their weapons clashed, producing a cacophony of sound. Crackle, crackle. Various intense sparks ignited as they battled. Is your weapon no match for my great blade? Despite this, the god of Otsutsuki found himself steadily retreating. His weapon had begun to fracture, emitting cracking sounds. This is our third round. Who will falter? Observing the god of Otsutsuki's weapon splintering, hope ignited in Edward's eyes. The outcome remains uncertain. Yet the god of Otsutsuki smirked ominously. With a sudden burst, the god's weapon finally shattered, and Edward's blade cleaved into him once more, bisecting him entirely. This is our third round. You have lost again. Enhanced by the 6 paths, Edward breathed a sigh of relief, initially believing that the god of Otsutsuki had some hidden reserve. Hith hith. But is that truly the case? After a couple of light-hearted chuckles, the god of Otsutsuki revealed the answer. Rewind. Merely uttering these 2 words, everything reverted to its original state. The white photon blade, which had been shattered by Edward, reappeared in the god's hands. The god of Otsutsuki's body also returned to a position behind Edward, rendering his attack enhanced by the 6 paths null and void. The god of Otsutsuki wasted no time. The photon blade was swiftly employed to pierce Edward's body. Didn't he expect that, did you? The god of Otsutsuki declared with a smile as he plunged the photon blade into Edward's form. This truly is a remarkable strategy. Experiencing excruciating pain in his abdomen, Edward maintained an unchanging expression as he uttered, Lu Dao Nyozhuan Ji Shu. Following this, he unleashed his signature technique. It was as if he had retraced his steps with the deity of Otsutsuki, vanishing from his original position, with his injuries simultaneously fading away. The third round ended in a stalemate. Edward, feeling the ample reserves of Lu Dao power within him, declared, let the 4th round commence. Noticing Edward's wounds had healed, the deity of Otsutsuki responded. With that, the two resumed their standoff, each gathering a sphere of energy in their hands, their gazes locked onto one another. Awaiting the slightest movement from either side, the energy spheres were primed to erupt. The Lu Dao power within Edward remained plentiful as he concentrated on his energy ball, simultaneously assessing his condition. Go! At that moment, the deity of Otsutsuki hurled his energy sphere towards Edward. Here it comes. Edward quickly braced himself, summoning Kanjianki. He collided with the energy sphere while simultaneously launching his own at the deity. Condense. In mere moments, the deity of Otsutsuki had gathered numerous energy orbs. Countless spheres were unleashed towards Edward, detonating in succession. The energy sphere Edward had previously formed became futile, exploding mid-air upon contact with the deity's projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. However, Edward's situation was dire. The incessant explosions of the deity's energy orb surrounded him. This could not continue. He could not rely solely on Lu Dao power to heal his injuries. Edward's eyes fixated on the deity of Otsutsuki as he murmured. He then disregarded the explosions around him and darted towards the deity. In close combat, Edward was the master of the battlefield. Do you still wish to engage in melee? The deity of Otsutsuki, unfazed, conjured a white staff to counter Edward. Their attacks clashed against one another's weapons, relentless and unyielding. As time passed, both combatants sustained increasingly severe injuries. The deity of Otsutsuki gradually found himself at a disadvantage, his wounds more grievous than Edward's. However, due to the simultaneous use of chakra and Lu Dao power, the deity's injuries were rapidly healing. Edward, too, was mending his wounds with Lu Dao power. The rate of recovery equaled the severity of their injuries, placing them in a precarious stalemate. It appeared a contest of energy reserves was inevitable. Thus, Edward pondered rapidly. Their onslaught continued unabated. Time flew by, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours a day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Each combatant's energy seemed inexhaustible, sustaining their fight. Huff, huff, huff. Finally, Edward, gasping for breath, withdrew from the battlefield. It seems you have lost this fourth round. The deity of Otsutsuki approached Edward with an arrogant gleam in his eyes. Not necessarily. Your energy is running low as well. Edward retorted fearlessly. Although he could not match the deity in sheer energy, one must not forget his prowess in close quarters. Throughout their prolonged battle, Edward had depleted a significant portion of the deity's chakra reserves. While it appeared Edward had ultimately fallen short in the energy contest, a thorough assessment would reveal that the deity had expended far more than Edward. Oh, you think so? Upon finishing his statement, the deity conjured a gray energy sphere, distinct from the previous white one. This gray sphere held greater power. It seems my assumptions were correct, Edward thought with a smirk. The deity's formation of the gray energy sphere indicated one truth. He was growing desperate, eager to eliminate Edward. Boom! In the next instant, the deity hurled the gray energy sphere towards Edward. Space and time warped. Contrary to expectations, Edward did not evade. Instead, wielding Kanjiunki, he struck the gray energy sphere. Thunderous explosions ensued, sending Edward hurtling far away. Gotcha! The deity chuckled inwardly upon witnessing Edward's plight. Yet, mere seconds later, a similar gray energy sphere erupted beside him. Instantly, he was blasted away, his body severely damaged. So, that was merely half of its power? The deity, having grasped Edward's strategy, remarked, "Only now do you understand? Unfortunately, it's too late." Edward, having been blasted away, had already recovered from his injuries. Grasping Kanjiunki with one hand and conjuring a black-red energy sphere with the other, he surged towards the severely wounded deity. Seizing this moment, he aimed to inflict even greater harm. The outcome unfolded as Edward had envisioned. The strike of Kanjiunki met the deity, and the energy sphere obliterated him into fragments. By the time the deity of Otsutsuki regained consciousness, his face had paled, and his chakra fluctuated chaotically. He could no longer sustain intense combat. Cursed fate! I never anticipated my defeat. The deity lowered his head, gazing at his battered form. His voice tinged with despair. But this is not yet the end. Upon uttering this, the deity surged towards Edward. What? Seeing the advancing deity, Edward hastily swung Kanjiunki down upon him. To Edward's astonishment, the deity did not dodge, allowing Edward's strike to land upon him. However, this resulted in the deity successfully ensnaring Edward in a tight embrace. Let us together embrace the death of our corporeal forms, and in that void, we shall truly compare our strengths. Ha ha! As the deity finished his declaration, he detonated his own body before Edward's incredulous gaze. How could this be? The residual force of the shattered space resonated with the deity's true demise, inciting a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! Boom! The power of the stars followed suit, igniting in a cascade of destruction. The fabric of space began to fracture, with only the area occupied by Edward and the deity remaining intact, while all else gradually dissipated. Ultimately, this universe seemed to have perished, leaving only a small area untouched. Surprisingly, this very area revealed itself to be beyond dimensions. It was an exceedingly narrow aperture, barely accommodating a single person. In pursuit of this minuscule opening, Daitong Shun sacrificed the entirety of the universe behind him. Was this the third dimension I have long awaited? As Daitong Shun gazed at the minuscule aperture, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. He had waited far too long for this moment. My corporeal form. Meanwhile, Edward, ensnared by Daitong Shun, exclaimed amidst the explosion. Now, he existed solely as a spirit. His once formidable and resilient body had vanished into the ruptured space. This disappearance was not an illusion. It was a genuine obliteration. The life force within Edward's physical form had waned, leading to his dissolution. However, the remnant of Edward's soul persevered, albeit with a limited lifespan. If he failed to locate a new body swiftly, his soul would dissipate along with the corporeal form. Fortunately, Edward's sealed space was an independent dimension, thus remaining intact despite the dissolution of his physical self. As long as Edward could establish a connection to that alternate space, he could reclaim a new body, albeit the connection proved challenging to forge. I have arrived, the third dimension. Daitong Shun, however, disregarded Edward's frantic cries and propelled himself forward. Presently, he mirrored Edward's state, existing solely as a soul, and thus needed to hasten through that aperture in search of a new vessel. Do you think it will be so simple to escape? Edward, sensing the futility in his attempts to establish a connection, ultimately relinquished the effort and soared towards the aperture alongside Daitong Shun. He had a foreboding sense that once a single soul traversed that opening, it would seal completely. Therefore, he had to be the first to pass through. Divide the soul, all shall be lost. Upon noticing Edward approaching, Daitong Shun was taken aback. He immediately split his own soul in half, intending to use the other half to restrain Edward. Gaining entry into the third-dimensional space was a necessity for him, and he would not permit any unforeseen mishaps. This was his most earnest moment. Damn it, he shows no concern for the toll on his own soul. Seeing the avatar that Daitong Shun had conjured rush towards him, Edward cursed vehemently. Yet, his movements did not falter as he countered the avatar's assault. Quake! In the next instant, Edward attempted to unleash the formidable power of his Quake fruit, clashing with Daitong Shun's avatar. However, he found himself momentarily stunned, realizing that he could not summon the Quake power in his current state. It appeared that without a physical form, he could not wield the strength of the Quake fruit, relying solely on his soul. With a steely gaze, Edward shouted towards Daitong Shun, who was nearing the aperture. What about this? Conqueror's Haki! Moments later, Edward unleashed a resounding roar. This was his final opportunity. If he could not even manifest the Conqueror's Haki, victory would surely belong to Daitong Shun. Bang! Edward was not disappointed. The Conqueror's Haki retained its potency, dispersing Daitong Shun's avatar, and its formidable essence surged towards Daitong Shun. What is this? Upon witnessing the black-red Haki, Daitong Shun widened his eyes, swiftly evading to the side. This is my power, the three-colored Haki. Having successfully restrained Daitong Shun, Edward felt a slight sense of relief. He mused, "It seems that I must eliminate you to fulfill my aspirations. All shall be lost." With that, Daitong Shun's eyes hardened, and a new soul avatar manifested beside him. All shall be lost. A peculiar name. Previously, it had not affected me. If one were to observe superficially, they would perceive merely an avatar. Yet, Edward understood that a technique bearing such an unusual name could not be trifled with. It was only because I did not control it before that you were unharmed. But this time, having uttered these words, Daitong Shun grinned wickedly, plunging his hands into the chest of the nearby avatar. Why? To Edward's astonishment, as the avatar was injured, he too cried out in pain. He could feel his soul rapidly depleting. If this continued unchecked, he would soon face true death. Daitong Shun refused to squander such a golden opportunity, his hands forming sharp claws as they pierced the avatar once more. Conqueror's Haki! Edward could no longer endure the agony. The black-red Haki erupted forth. Due to his ethereal state, many physical attacks were beyond his reach. He could only resort to mental assaults, yet Edward was not particularly adept in that domain. You have lost. However, before Edward's Haki could reach Daitong Shun, he unleashed a more ferocious onslaught upon the avatar. The intense pain even interrupted Edward's Conqueror's Haki. Have I lost? I cannot hold on any longer. The excruciating sensation, piercing deep into his soul, rendered Edward nearly oblivious, frozen in place. His spirit flickered between existence and oblivion, and his will could no longer endure. Farewell. The avatar beside Daitong Shun reached its limit and disintegrated into ashes. However, this alone rendered Edward immobile, requiring considerable time to recover. During this interval, Daitong Shun successfully entered the aperture, more than enough time to spare. Ultimately, he had been defeated. After an extensive period of recuperation, Edward finally regained his senses, murmuring as he watched Daitong Shun recede into the distance. The pain he had endured was the most excruciating experience of his life, one he was unwilling to relive. Although it had not caused him significant physical harm, it had undoubtedly impacted his resolve and soul energy. The third dimension. I have arrived. Daitong Shun approached the aperture. entranced by its allure. Without hesitation, he extended his hand into the void. Then his entire being followed suit, until he had completely entered. Once Datomu Ji Shun crossed over, the aperture began to close slowly. This aperture, the last ray of hope within the universe, sealed shut the instant Datomu Ji Shun entered, never to reopen. Left behind was a solitary soul consciousness, engulfed by endless darkness. This was the abyss of the second dimension, the most terrifying realm. Has it truly ended? Am I destined to vanish eternally within this void? Edward spoke with a tone rife with frustration. However, as a being of pure soul, he found himself unable to express his emotions in any conceivable manner. The solitary tear that trickled from the corner of his eye embodied the turmoil of his spirit. What was unexpected, however, was that the residual energy around him did not erupt, failing to obliterate his essence. Feeling the scant remnants of mixed energy, et de eu à la montée is prédicament. He had anticipated that upon the arrival of the Datongmu deity at the cave's entrance, this lingering energy would ultimately converge and annihilate his soul. Yet, what was the use of such an outcome? Was he destined to linger in this void of existence until his soul's energy was entirely expended? A resigned sigh escaped Ai de Hua's lips as he pondered the absence of any hope for resistance. But he could not surrender so easily. Within the sealed dimension remained his family, the ones he vowed to protect, as well as the Datongmu deity trapped within the third-dimensional space. He could not allow him to act with impunity. Before long, Ai de Hua rallied himself, igniting a fierce determination within. Indeed, he still had his family and friends to defend. I must take action. Let me first attempt to connect with my sealed space, he declared with newfound resolve. He then devoted himself entirely to establishing a link with the sealed dimension, striving to complete the connection before his soul's energy was entirely depleted. With unwavering focus, the flames of determination in Ai de Hua's eyes showed no sign of extinguishing. Time slowly slipped away in this boundless void where no one could see, hear, or even suspect that Ai de Hua still remained. Astonishingly, the flame of life within his soul continued to burn brightly. Defying the odds that should have extinguished it long ago, for reasons unknown, he persevered. Finally, a voice emerged from Ai de Hua, signaling his continued existence. The connection has been established, he proclaimed, though he lamented the limitations imposed upon him due to the absence of a physical form and the lack of chakra energy, rendering him unable to wield the powers within the sealed space. I am deeply regretful, Ai de Hua expressed, as despair enveloped his heart. He felt that he could no longer endure, resigned to the notion that death was his only path forward. In his helplessness, he gazed upward, uncertain of whether he was looking at the sky or some other direction, whispering his thoughts. Ai de Hua, can you hear my voice? At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Who is it? Is it Hui Ji? Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Ai de Hua paused momentarily before calling out into the void. Yes. What is happening with you? Why has the sealed space vanished from your being? Has it been transferred? Daton Hui Yi continued to inquire. Since their previous confrontation, she had lost all connection with Ai de Hua until now, when they finally re-established communication. Indeed, due to my defeat, my physical form was destroyed, and the sealed space was displaced. Otherwise, you would have perished along with it, Ai de Hua explained, lowering his head as he recalled the earlier events. Yet, the presence of Datongmu Hui Ji provided him with a modicum of comfort. What is the current situation? What is happening with you? Datongmu Hui Ji, residing in the sealed dimension, was filled with confusion and urgently sought answers. I am no match for the Datongmu deity. I have failed, and I shall perish here, Ai de Hua said, his head bowed in shame. Is there any solution? But Datongmu Hui Ji was not as resigned as Ai de Hua. She pressed him for answers. If Ai de Hua were to die, the sealed dimension would inevitably collapse without anyone to govern it. The power of time and space was beyond Hui Ji's control. Only Ai de Hua could wield it. Presently, Hui Ji was the sole force maintaining the planet's stability. Should her chakra energy be fully depleted, The surrounding dimension would crush the sealed space into fragments. Now, they faced two paths, death or a desperate struggle for survival. No, if I could reopen the passage to the third dimension, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Yet, I am merely a soul now, unable to enter the sealed space or utilize any of its power. If only there remained some of the six paths' power. I could attempt something, but now. AI Dehua expressed his hopelessness to Huiji. No, you still have me. After listening to AI Dehua's plight, the Tongmu Huiji fell silent for a moment, then shouted resolutely. In the current situation, as the strongest being, she had to take action. Are you still with me? AI Dehua misinterpreted her words, contemplating quietly. He found himself in an environment of utter void, shrouded in darkness where he could neither see nor feel, hear nor smell anything. How can I assist you? He asked, sensing that not all hope was lost. Hope? There is none left, unless you can traverse space and time to reach me. AI Dehua replied weakly, his soul energy nearly extinguished. Traverse space and time? Can't your Tsong, Yun, Chia harness such power? The Tong Mu Huiji seemed to have an idea and eagerly questioned AI Dehua. Hearing this, AI Dehua's gaze fell upon the floating Tsong Yun Chia. Confusion etched on his face. In this predicament, if he were to transfer the Tsong Yun Chia to her, it would deplete his last remnants of six paths, power, and soul energy. I regretfully inform you that there are no other options left. I will use my life force to grant you a final glimmer of hope. AI Dehua quickly regained his composure, his heart brimming with determination. He had placed all his hopes into Tong Mu Huiji. If fortune favored them, perhaps she could harness the power of space and time through Tsong Yun Chia. However, should she fail to master this power before it was exhausted, it would spell disaster. The Tong Mu Huiji could not recharge Tsong Yun Chia through any alternative methods and would have to wait for time to restore its strength. Yet, by that time would be the one thing she could not afford to lose. At the very least, this way, his home would not meet an untimely end. AI Dehua felt a measure of solace as he spoke, slightly more at ease. He would use his life force to sustain the existence of his home. Even though his era had come to a close, as long as his home endured, hope would remain. AI Dehua, the Tonmuyiki, Sensing Somiting, looked at him with a complex expression. Come, I have been prepared for a long time. Edward inhaled deeply, ready to channel all the energy within him into the Kanjianki. However, Edward, I cannot control the power of time and space. My time is insufficient. In that critical moment, Daitami Kagaya suddenly interjected, her eyes filled with helplessness. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing her words, Edward felt a sharp pang in his heart, expressing his pain. As one who grasped the power of time and space, he understood all too well the difficulty of mastering such forces. Initially, he could only wield the power of time and space through the Kanjianki. Were it not for the fact that Kanjianki was his life weapon, he might not have been able to master it even now. Edward, I cannot draw upon the void to harness it. The energy of this ninja world is even more potent than that of the planetary power. I cannot divide it. Daitami Kagaya shook her head slightly, expressing her frustration. Although she had considered Edward's suggestion earlier, after much contemplation, she concluded that she was unfit for the task. Perhaps if Edward proceeded with this plan, it would not be long before Daitami Kagaya could no longer sustain herself. Edward fell into silence after hearing Daitami Kagaya's dejection. Yet what could he do now? If he were to retain the power of a single planet, he might attempt to ignite this energy to open a third-dimensional space. But now Edward found himself at a loss. Once at the pinnacle, he could never have anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. Wait, did you just say that the energy of the ninja world is not less than that of the planetary power? Suddenly, Edward's eyes widened as he recalled his earlier conversation with Daitami Kagaya. What is it? Daitami Kagaya, affected by Edward's emotions, momentarily sank into despair. It's nothing. However, Edward seemed reluctant to articulate his subsequent thoughts, appearing somewhat deranged. This was due to a wildly reckless idea forming in his mind. to relinquish the Kanjiunki to Daitonmu Kagaya and allow her to wield its power of time and space to transport the entire planet from the sealed space. Ultimately, he would detonate the planet, triggering the remaining energy around them to achieve a grand explosion and thus open the third-dimensional space. The cost would be that Edward would lose everything, left with nothing but himself. Are you suggesting? Daitonmu Kagaya, being exceptionally astute, quickly grasped Edward's intentions. She now fully understood the implications of Edward's earlier hesitations. No, I did not mean that. Hearing Daitonmu Kagaya's inquiry, Edward shook his head vigorously. Everything that had sustained him to this point was due to his guardianship of the ninja world. If he lost the ninja world, what would be the difference between him and a mere shell of a being? Let's take a leap of faith. At least this is better than asking me to master the power of time and space. Observing Edward's demeanor, Daitonmu Kagaya gently shook her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. I will not do that. It would be far more agonizing than death. Edward, however, disregarded her words, speaking harshly. But if you do not do this, I, and everything in the ninja world will fade away with time. The ultimate victor will be that who has already ascended to the third-dimensional realm. The god Daitonmu Kagaya began to persistently dissuade Edward. I understand everything you are saying, but how can I abandon you? Edward's mental state was in excruciating turmoil. Losing her and the entire ninja world would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to both his spirit and body. Fool, once you reach the third-dimensional space, you can acquire greater power to resurrect us. Just then, Daitonmu Kagaya's voice left Edward momentarily frozen. Indeed, as long as he continued to advance and persist, Edward could obtain more formidable power from the third dimension. Restoring Daitonmu Kagaya and the ninja world would not be a trivial matter. Kagaya, ask those within the ninja world. This is not a decision I can make alone. In the end, Edward hesitated to speak to Daitonmu Kagaya, his voice trembling. After I comprehended the meaning of your words, I inquired with everyone, and they all support you. Daitonmu Kagaya, having just undertaken a monumental task, replied wearily. Given her control over the ninja world, transmitting her voice to everyone was no small feat. Is that so? I understand. At this point, Edward's previously unfocused gaze gradually regained clarity. A resolute thought began to solidify in his heart. I will not let you down. Ultimately, Edward uttered those painful words. He had come to grasp the true essence of suffering. Let us begin, Edward. I have faith in you. Daitonmu Kagaya, unafraid of death, spoke to him. Subsequently, the last remnants of the power of the six paths were entirely channeled into the Kanjiunki, now devoid of the power of the six paths. Not only would his soul dissipate more swiftly, but he would also be unable to condense the power of the six paths through chakra in the future. One could say that Edward was now left with nothing, compelled to gamble on the realm beyond the third dimension. Go! With a roar that only he could hear, Edward hurled the Kanjiunki, lifting it along with himself into the spatial expanse. Under Edward's precise control of the last vestiges of the power of the six paths, the Kanjiunki broke through one spatial barrier after another. Ultimately, it shattered the fabric of time and space, locking onto Daitonmu Kagaya's location and forcefully embedding itself beside her. Edward, this choice will undoubtedly be the right one. Daitonmu Kagaya, her thoughts wandering, gazed at the Kanjiunki that had appeared beside her, murmuring softly. Once she finished her murmuring, Daitonmu Kagaya began to act, gripping the Kanjiunki with both hands. The power of time and space, I have long been aware of your might. Feeling the immense energy within the Kanjiunki, a flicker of reminiscence passed through Daitonmu Kagaya's eyes. Those memories were of the moments she had shared with Edward. Though they were mundane and ordinary, they captivated Daitonmu Kagaya. In the next instant, Daitonmu Kagaya no longer hesitated. She suddenly seized the Kanjiunki and sliced it forward with great force. It is time to leave this place. Do you truly support what I have said? After cleaving open the space, Daitonmu Kagaya turned once more to inquire of the people within the planet. Daitonmu Saren, I support it. Shanxia Fingya, regarding Brother Edward, I'm a first to agree. Yet, the familiar responses came, each person speaking with unwavering conviction. Very well. After casting one last glance at the individuals within the planet, Daytonmu Kagaya rolled up the planet and transformed it into a small sphere. Now, its appearance has become unrecognizable from the power of the planet. Yet I wonder how its might has changed. Otsutsuki Kagaya mused as she gazed at the planet in her hand, which was operating erratically. After uttering a few words, Otsutsuki Kagaya stepped forward into the space ahead. Before her lay an endless void, an abyss of darkness. Yet undeterred, she resolutely ventured forth. Edward, I have arrived. Upon declaring this, she confirmed that she had reached Edward's side. You have come, Edward responded, a voice echoing from a void. How have you transformed into this? Otsutsuki Kagaya exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her face as she witnessed Edward's spectral form, now a mere remnant of energy. Once this energy is exhausted, Edward would dissolve into nothingness, a stark contrast to the formidable being he once was, dominating the cosmos. Indeed, do you now comprehend the ferocity of my confrontation with the Otsutsuki deity? Edward sighed heavily, his tone laced with resignation. I never anticipated such a transformation. The Otsutsuki deity had concealed its depths so profoundly. Lowering her gaze, memories of the god existing solely in her recollection flooded Kagaya's mind, stirring an array of emotions within her. Do you require a new vessel? I can procure one for you from the shinobi world, she offered after a moment of silence, concern evident in her voice. No need, Edward replied. Had I merged with the Otsutsuki deity as a spectral entity before, a physical form would have been the crux of victory or defeat. However, if I were to inhabit a new body now, I might not even transcend the third dimension. Even if I succeeded, I would become a mere shadow of my former self, rendering it utterly useless. Reflecting on the distinction between the second and third dimensions, Edward spoke with a shadow of despair. His battle with the Otsutsuki deity marked an irrevocable failure in his lifetime. Well, I cannot replenish your energy at this moment, Kagaya lamented, her heart heavy with guilt towards Edward. It is all right. I am the true sinner here, Edward replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he locked eyes with Kagaya, seemingly on the verge of articulating something profound. Yet in the end, he merely shook his head, rendered speechless. I do not care about any of this, Kagaya said, unable to meet Edward's gaze directly. Her lips moved, as if to express her thoughts, but like Edward, she ultimately succumbed to a loss of courage, leaving her sentiments unspoken. Let us not linger. Time is of the essence, and your soul's energy is invaluable. With that, she ceased conversing with Edward, steeling her resolve as she levitated the shinobi realm above her. Thank you for your faith. Edward's spirit seemed to freeze, his expression devoid of emotion. I shall proceed. Though Kagaya appeared indifferent to the notion of life and death, she merely nodded before ascending towards the planet above. Having not been refined into the power of the planet, Kagaya could only unleash the energy of the planet by detonating her own strength. This was not only a test for her, but for all in the shinobi realm, and a trial for Edward as well. I will surely acquire greater power to resurrect you all, Edward's spirit, once immobilized, finally managed to utter. Upon hearing this, Kagaya's body stiffened, seemingly displeased with Edward's response, and she refrained from replying. With a resounding boom, Kagaya's chakra energy intertwined with the power of the six paths, employing the methods Edward had previously taught her to refine the planet's energy. However, should an unexpected event occur during this process, it would result in the planet's immediate explosion. This was her mission. Though she had never succeeded before, the refining process began step by step under Kagaya's guidance. Yet, during the second stage, she found herself hindered. An unforeseen occurrence ensued, causing the trapped energy to surge chaotically, triggering a chain reaction that reverberated throughout the entire planet. The Earth trembled. At last, in a fleeting moment, the planet erupted, and Kagaya's task was accomplished, yet she vanished alongside the shinobi realm. If we were to be reborn, I hope to remain by your side forever, my dear giant. These were Kagaya's final words before her disappearance. Edward's inertia and lack of courage had ensnared them both in this predicament. Yet, Kagaya could not suppress her feelings and bravely took that step forward to express herself. Very well. Hearing Kagaya's last farewell, a tear rolled down Edward's cheek as he responded resolutely. Meanwhile, Kagaya's explosion of the planet unleashed a torrent of energy, stirring the remnants of a void. Despite being but a fragment, this final vestige of energy contained immeasurable power, rivaling that of countless planetary forces and pure energies. The Earth shook once more, and the great explosion rained down. Witnessing this, Edward swiftly retreated to his previously found position, cleverly concealing his spectral form. Thus, he evaded the blast, emerging unscathed. The explosion persisted for an indeterminate duration before gradually subsiding. The incompletely fused third-dimensional space was once again torn apart, revealing a narrow fissure merely a few centimeters wide. Success! This slender opening brought immense joy to Edward, compelling him to direct his soul towards it. 30 minutes. This was the remaining duration of Edward's existence. His dwindling soul energy could sustain him for only 30 minutes more. Once this time elapsed, Edward would vanish forever. 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Hurry, hurry. Time dwindled, and Edward's remaining soul energy diminished. Yet at that pivotal moment, he managed to slip through the narrow opening due to the frailty of his spectral form. Upon his passage, the fissure sealed instantly, reverting the space to an abyss of void. No one would know that this was once a universe brimming with celestial bodies, where countless astonishing battles had unfolded. On Earth, upon a small island, numerous cherry blossom trees flourished, creating a serene haven for cherry blossom viewing, a renowned spectacle where the fragrance of blossoms filled the air, and the sight of cherry blossoms was ubiquitous. In this enchanting island adorned with cherry blossoms, within a narrow room, a multitude of events transpired in the shadows. The sudden ring of a telephone echoed, prompting a man to hurriedly rush forth to answer it. Sumimasen, I shall rectify it immediately. The contents of the conversation remain unknown, but left the man apologetic, and he subsequently hung up the phone, visibly troubled. It appeared that some work-related issues had arisen. Perhaps it was wise to take a moment's respite and not burden himself with excessive stress, considering he had just returned from a business trip yesterday. However, unexpectedly, after ending the call, he chose to collapse onto the bed. Fatigue washed over him. He needed to swiftly address matters concerning the anime club, as the sales of Boruto seemed rather unsatisfactory. After a brief period of rest, not having reclined for long, the man stood up, grasped his keys, and exited his room. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar transformation was occurring within an open drawer. A long-stored book, Hua Ing Run Ji Feng Chuan, began to crack open, releasing an invisible stream of red-black smoke. This ethereal mist dispersed rapidly, exhibiting an anxious demeanor as it flitted about, ultimately escaping through an ajar window. Outside, pedestrians ambled along the street, briefcases in hand, hurrying to their workplaces during their designated office hours. Hello. A formally attired man was engaged in a phone call, oblivious to the fact that the earlier unseen red-black smoke had infiltrated his body. What is this? He sensed something amiss, but before he could utter a word, he succumbed to a shiver and lost consciousness. Nevertheless, his body remained still, standing motionless. Hello? Can you hear me? Are you still there? The voice on the other end of the line continued to probe. After a prolonged silence, a chilling response emerged from the formally dressed man. I am here. This voice, devoid of warmth, belonged to Edward, who had usurped the man's physical form. The man's soul had been devoured by Edward, replenishing his own spiritual energy. The crossing had been successful. 3 minutes had sufficed. After uttering the word here, Edward promptly ended the call and lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. The third dimension was indeed here, predictable yet unexpected. Reflecting on the book from which he had emerged, Edward's expression darkened. For countless years, he realized he had existed within the confines of a comic crafted by a manga artist from his original world. This revelation implied that he had been reduced to a lesser existence, vulnerable to being erased with a mere stroke of the artist's pen. Edward stood in place, his demeanor unusually somber. Thus, being transported to this second-dimensional realm, it was likely that the integration system was governed by entities from the fourth dimension. Edward raised his head, gazing into the vast blue sky, uncertain of what to articulate. Excuse me, may I offer you assistance? At that moment, a woman approached, concerned by Edward's inertia. No need. I am merely pondering some significant matters, he replied, smiling politely, having recognized the familiar cadence of Japanese. Perhaps he might usurp an unfortunate soul he did not know, but he would never seize the body of one who extended kindness towards him. Oh, very well then. The woman, taken aback by his response, found herself momentarily at a loss for action. Noticing her confusion, Edward nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued on his way, leaving her with her thoughts. What a peculiar man, she mused, burying her curiosity as Edward departed. As for Edward, he found himself devoid of any usable power, utterly powerless at this moment. He needed to swiftly harness energy from the ground up. With a gloomy countenance, he pressed onward, contemplating the urgency of his situation. However, due to the haste of his crossing, he had consumed the essence of his original soul to restore his energy, leaving no recollection behind. This left him in a state of distress, utterly lost, and unable to unlock the screen of his phone, which had just been secured with a password. Cursed Apple device. No fingerprint unlock or facial recognition. Edward fumed, staring at the locked screen. Now in Japan, he had no idea where to go. Ultimately, he halted his steps and settled onto a vacant chair. There was no other recourse but to begin extracting the most fundamental energy, chakra. Contemplating this, Edward felt a headache coming on as he attempted to control the energy coursing through him. Although he had previously all but abandoned chakra, he had no choice but to pursue it in this dire situation. Oh no, I forgot, this is not the original dimension. But soon, Edward's eyes widened in realization. He could not detect even a trace of chakra energy in the air. Damn it, if chakra extraction from Wa Ing is unfeasible, then I must resort to methods from Hai Ji Wang. At this thought, he shuddered. He knew that the training methods in One Piece involved consuming the protein of colossal beasts, yielding energy entirely different from what he could access here. The hockey technique was also inaccessible to him in his current state. It seemed that the only viable option was to absorb the energy residing within others' bodies. Edward's gaze lifted skyward, filled with anguish. What tormented him was the notion that if this were the only means of acquiring energy, countless lives would inevitably be extinguished. Had he not existed, perhaps the Otsutsuki deity would not have shattered the barriers, and the blue star would remain unscathed. Where are you, Otsutsuki deity? I shall find you and make you pay for the lives lost. As he pondered, Edward's eyes were consumed by hatred and rage, his body trembling uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to him, the very deity he sought was spiraling into madness within the house behind him. What in the world is this place? The Otsutsuki deity, having crossed into this realm, gazed upon the body of a boy not yet 12 years old, standing under 5 feet tall, seething with fury. Like Edward before him, he had transformed into smoke and escaped from the pages of Hua Ing Ren Ji Feng Chuan. However, it was unfortunate that he, filled with curiosity, turned this way and that, ultimately finding himself within the body of a young boy. Initially intending to rest for a while and refine his chakra energy to regain his peak, he remained dormant within the boy's body. Yet, as time passed, something felt amiss. He found himself unable to exit. This realization filled him with immense rage upon awakening in this body, leading him to wreak havoc within the home. Darling, what has happened to our son? Should we call the police? A Japanese woman, witnessing her son in a frenzied state, anxiously addressed her husband who was rushing back. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. After calming his wife, the man approached the distressed child with a gentle smile. Xiao Xin, Daddy is here. What has happened to you? As he walked closer, he spoke softly. What, my son? At these words, the great deity of the Otsutsuki clan was momentarily taken aback, halting his actions. How could a being of such power, who ruled the universe, be referred to as a son? Unforgivable. Unable to tolerate such an insult, the deity took control of the boy's body and swiftly charged at the man. Xiao Xin, what are you doing? The man froze at the sight of the boy's fierce expression. This momentary distraction provided the Otsutsuki deity with the opportunity to leap forward, delivering a swift kick to the man's head, sending him crashing to the floor. However, due to the force of the blow, the deity's leg also broke, causing him to fall to the ground. Zheng Ming, Xiao Xin. Hearing the commotion, the woman, who had initially intended to step outside for fresh air, rushed back into the house. Yet upon witnessing the scene, her mind buzzed with disbelief. What had she just seen? Her husband lay unconscious on the ground, while their son appeared dazed with a broken leg. Call the police. After a brief moment, she made the most prudent decision, pulling out her phone to dial for help. In her estimation, without understanding the full situation, she suspected a robbery or some other unfortunate incident had occurred. She could not fathom that her son had knocked out her husband and caused his own leg to break. It seemed his frail body could not withstand the strain. The Otsutsuki deity observed the unconscious man and the anxious woman outside, pondering bitterly. They're merely mortals. He then attempted to rally his strength to rise. Yet, lacking energy for recovery and with a broken leg, he could not withstand the repercussions from his own body. Before he could stand for even a second, he collapsed again, the pain intensifying. There was no other option. He could only wait for this body to perish before seeking another. Witnessing this state, the Otsutsuki deity sighed in resignation. He ceased to exert control over the body as consciousness, causing it to slip into unconsciousness. Soon, night fell, cloaking the world in darkness. Meanwhile, Edward found himself in a police station. You say you have amnesia? A relatively young police officer inquired of him. Yes, Edward replied, clutching his rumbling stomach, his face pale. He had initially thought to use the sky as his blanket and the ground as his bed, hoping to replenish his energy. However, his hunger swiftly disrupted all plans. Hearing this, Edward nodded at a nearby woman who had shown him kindness. He then ignored her further inquiries, slowly making his way forward. One odd man. As Edward departed, the woman felt puzzled but chose to bury her curiosity. As for Edward, devoid of any usable power within him, he reflected on his current state. He was utterly powerless, needing to begin extracting energy from the very basics. With a somber expression, he continued walking, contemplating his circumstances. Due to the hurried nature of his transition, he had consumed the essence of his original soul to restore his energy, leaving no memories behind. This left him in a state of distress, unsure of where to go, and even the phone in his hand was locked, inaccessible. Damn Apple phones. No fingerprint unlock or facial recognition. Edward cursed, staring frustratedly at the locked screen. Now in Japan, he had no idea where to stay. After a moment, he found an empty chair and sat down, resigned to the necessity of starting with the most fundamental chakra energy extraction. With this thought, he felt a headache brewing as he struggled to control the energy flowing within him. Though he had previously abandoned the notion of chakra, he had no choice but to refine it under these circumstances. Oh no, I forgot. This is not my original dimension. Suddenly, Edward's eyes widened as he realized he could not sense even a trace of chakra energy in the air. Damn it. If the chakra extraction methods from Hokage do not work, then I must resort to those from One Piece, he thought, a shiver running through him. He knew that the training methods in One Piece involved consuming the protein of formidable beasts, yielding energy entirely different from what he was accustomed to. The mighty conqueror's haki could not be unleashed in his current state. It seemed that the only viable method left was to absorb the energy from others' bodies. Edward gazed upward, his eyes filled with anguish. What tormented him was the realization that if this was the only way to obtain energy, countless lives would be lost. If it were not for him, perhaps the Otsutsuki deity would not have shattered the barriers, and perhaps Blue Star would remain unscathed. Where are you, Otsutsuki deity? I shall find you and make you pay for the lives lost. As these thoughts consumed him, Edward's eyes burned with hatred and fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to him, the very deity he sought was in a neighboring house, spiraling into madness. What is this wretched place? The Otsutsuki deity, now confined within the body of a boy less than 12 years old and barely 5 feet tall, seethed with rage. He, like Edward before him, had emerged from the pages of the Naruto manga as a wisp of smoke. After soothing his wife, the man extended his hand and approached the distressed child with a gentle smile. Shao Xian, Daddy is here. What has happened to you? He spoke softly as he drew near. The moment he uttered the word son, the deity of the Otsutsuki clan visibly froze, halting his actions. How could this supreme being, a ruler of the universe with unparalleled strength, be addressed as son? Such an affront was unforgivable. In an outburst of indignation, the Otsutsuki deity seized control of the boy's body and swiftly charged at the man. Xiaoxian, what are you doing? The man was momentarily taken aback by the fierce expression of the boy. Yet this hesitation provided the Otsutsuki deity with an opportunity. Leaping into the air, a slender leg struck the man's head, sending him crashing to the floor. However, the force of the blow caused the deity's leg to fracture, leading him to tumble down as well. Zhengming, Xiaoxin, hearing the commotion, the woman, who had initially wished to escape the chaos, rushed back inside. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before her, her mind buzzed with disbelief. What had she just seen? Her husband lay unconscious on the ground, while their son appeared dazed. His leg broken. Call the police. After a moment's hesitation, she made the most prudent choice and dialed for help. In her estimation, the situation must have involved a break-in or some other unforeseen calamity. No matter how she pondered, she could not fathom that her son had knocked out her husband, resulting in a broken leg. Could this frail body truly not withstand it? The Otsutsuki deity, with a cold gaze, observed the unconscious man and the anxious woman outside, contemplating. Indeed, merely a pitiful mortal. He then attempted to rise, yet without any energy to restore himself. How could he endure the repercussions of his own body? Before he could stand for even a second, he collapsed once more, the pain intensifying. It seemed he had no choice but to await the demise of this body before seeking another. Observing the scene, the Otsutsuki deity sighed in resignation. He relinquished control over the body's consciousness, leading it to succumb to unconsciousness. Soon, the night descended, enveloping the world in darkness. At that moment, Edward found himself in a police station. You say you have amnesia? A relatively young officer inquired of Edward. Yes, Edward replied, clutching his growling stomach with a grim expression. He had initially intended to rest beneath the stars and replenish his energy, but his ravenous hunger shattered those plans. As night fell, the lights in the police station shone brightly. Edward sat in the interrogation room, facing a young officer who diligently recorded his statements. The protest of Edward's stomach broke the silence, prompting the officer to look up with concern. Are you hungry? I'll fetch you something to eat. Before long, the officer returned with a sandwich and a cup of hot coffee. Edward's eyes sparkled as he accepted the food, quickly devouring it. The officer, intrigued, asked, Do you truly remember nothing at all? Edward paused, shaking his head and feigning a pained expression. My memories are like fragments, only vague bits come to mind. The officer regarded him with sympathy. Do not worry. We will help you recover your memories. For now, eat and rest. We shall continue our investigation tomorrow. Yes. Thank you so much, Edward replied, feigning gratitude. He understood that despite being in an unfamiliar place, there were still those willing to offer assistance. Once he finished his meal, Edward felt a warmth spread through his stomach, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. He marveled at its rarity, and a moment of reflection solidified his resolve, his expression hardening with determination. He had not forgotten the purpose of his arrival here, to find the source of destruction and ultimately eradicate it. It was time to take action, he murmured softly, directing his gaze toward the location of the incarcerated criminals. Due to his inner turmoil, Edward decided to experiment in this vicinity. The officers were preoccupied with their duties, leaving the criminals unattended, an opportune moment indeed. Hey, what does that guy outside think he's doing? One inmate remarked, pointing at Edward as he approached. They were merely individuals who had made minor missteps in life and found themselves in temporary detention. Yet, since this was a transient holding facility, they would soon be released. But in the next moment, as fear filled the eyes of these inmates, they sensed an invisible force begin to draw them in. What is this? They screamed internally, their souls being pulled upward despite their frantic attempts to resist. Yet their physical bodies remained powerless, helplessly drawn into Edward's being. Such a familiar sensation. Is this Yotan chakra? After absorbing the souls, Edward began to convert them into energy. To his astonishment, these men's souls were of a Yotan type. Thus, he surmised that the souls of women would likely be of the Inyo variety. Edward was filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated such cruel irony in the workings of fate. Should the nefarious shinobi of the shinobi world uncover this truth, chaos would inevitably ensue. No, the chakra is becoming erratic. I must regain control, he thought, striving to harness this burgeoning power. His strength grew with each soul absorbed, yet he was simultaneously engulfed in a profound sense of guilt. He did not wish to allow this power to harm the innocent. Yet for the countless shadows that lingered behind him, he felt compelled to proceed. As he continued to absorb the souls, Edward sensed his power amplifying. But with it came a deep sense of remorse and conflict. He closed his eyes, attempting to quell the tumult within while striving to control this newfound energy. I cannot. I require Inyo to balance the Yotan chakra. Only then can I create a controllable blend of Yin and Yang chakra. Edward swiftly identified the key. He understood that the path he was treading was fraught with uncertainty and danger. What are you doing? At that moment, he felt a gaze upon him, the voice approaching from a distance. Edward opened his eyes to find a young police officer standing not far away, his gaze filled with astonishment. It was evident that the officer sensed something amiss in the surroundings and immediately rushed over to assess the situation. However, upon witnessing the agonized expressions of the prisoners, he froze in disbelief. Could this be a supernatural ability? The young officer exclaimed in incredulity. Edward hesitated, aware that this matter could not be fully explained to the outside world. Yet, he did not wish to become a monster driven by power. Stay away from me. The young officer, witnessing the scene, slowly distanced himself from Edward, urgently calling into his radio, Captain, I have a strange person here. He is attacking our prisoners, requesting backup. With the young officer's plea, Edward realized that the situation was spiraling quickly out of control. He needed to act swiftly to prevent further misunderstandings and harm. Listen to me. I am not your enemy. Edward endeavored to keep his voice calm, to soothe the young officer before him. Nevertheless, he understood that the abnormal fluctuations of his chakra and the painful expressions of the prisoners had instilled a profound wariness in the young officer towards him. Keep your distance, you monster. As the young officer retreated, he nervously kept his eyes fixed on Edward, while the response from the backup team crackled through the radio. Hurry, it's right ahead. At that moment, the voices of the arriving police officers grew closer. Soon, a multitude of officers surged in, most wielding batons and stun guns, while one elderly officer brandished a pistol. Seeing this, Edward knew he would soon face further explanations and potential conflict. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he could not surrender. He must find a way to demonstrate his pure intentions to these ordinary individuals. Let's all remain calm. Edward raised his hands, adopting a peaceful posture, striving to control the turbulent chakra within him. I do not wish to be your adversary. Please allow your captain to speak with me. Edward spoke in as soothing a tone as he could muster. The officers exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to comply with Edward's request. Shortly thereafter, a seasoned captain approached, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Edward. I am Captain Jean Muffon. Who exactly are you, and what are you doing here? Captain Jean questioned sternly. Taking a deep breath, Edward prepared to explain, aware of how incredible his words would sound. My name is EdwardNewgate. I know you will hardly believe me, but this planet is on the brink of destruction, and I am its savior, Edward declared with utmost seriousness. What? Are you a fool sent by a monkey? The incredulity of his proclamation elicited laughter from the gathered officers. EdwardNewgate, I am a fourth Hokage. One officer retorted vehemently, lightening the atmosphere somewhat. Captain, these prisoners are dead. Just then, a voice cut through the laughter, causing all to cease their mirth and adopt a tense demeanor. The scene instantly reverted to its earlier serious tension, with the officers poised to act should Edward display any sign of hostility. I understand this is hard to believe, but I did not harm these prisoners. Edward spoke as calmly as possible. Please check their bodies. You'll find no external injuries. Their deaths are related to the power I am attempting to control, but not in the manner you might imagine. For the sake of this world, I had no other choice. With that, Edward slowly bowed his head, lost in thought. Nonsense. Captain Jin's eyes were cold as he gestured to his subordinates, who cautiously approached to examine the prisoners' bodies. Captain, these bodies are intact. It could possibly be poisoning. Indeed, as Edward had claimed, the corpses bore no external wounds, prompting the officers to exchange glances, their minds racing to discern the cause of death. Explain this. What on earth happened? Why did you cause their demise? Captain Jean pressed, his tone unyieldingly severe. Edward patiently elaborated. I possess the ability to absorb souls. I absorb the souls of these prisoners to restore my own power. Soul? Are you implying that you believe you possess some form of supernatural power? Captain Jin's voice conveyed skepticism, yet there was a hint of curiosity. I realize this is difficult to comprehend, but I am indeed trying to prevent an impending catastrophe. Edward recognized that if he could not provide more convincing evidence or explanations, the situation would only deteriorate further. Just then, the young officer recalled something and murmured, Captain, he seems to be the same person who came to us asking for food. Upon hearing this, Captain Jean furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, addressed Edward. We can take you back for further investigation, but should you display any inappropriate behavior, we will act immediately. Very well. Edward nodded in understanding, aware that cooperation was the only path to gradually convey his true intentions. However, at that moment, the chakra within him surged violently, as if it were about to burst forth. No, there is no time, Edward exclaimed, his whole being trembling as he fixed his gaze on one of the female officers. I am sorry, for the sake of this world. Ultimately, with a pained expression, Edward extended his hand toward the female officer, a powerful force emanating as her soul was slowly drawn out. The excruciating pain elicited a sharp scream from her. Xiaoling, what happened to you? Chaos erupted as the officers were thrown into disarray, all appearing utterly bewildered. Only Captain Jean remained serious, glaring at Edward as he slowly disengaged the safety on his firearm. Fire! A sharp gunshot shattered the tranquil night, the bullet from Captain Jin's weapon hurtling toward Edward. In that instant, time seemed to freeze as everyone present stood in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Only Edward bowed his head, his gaze falling upon the wound in his shoulder. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, as if questioning this sudden turn of events. Blood flowed from the wound, quickly soaking his clothing and dripping onto the cold ground. Raise your hands. Kneel on the ground. Otherwise, the next bullet will strike your head. Captain Jin's voice was cold and commanding, his grip on the firearm unwavering as he fixed his resolute gaze on Edward, loudly issuing his orders. His expression was grave, as if he was executing a critical mission. However, at this moment, EdwardNewgate seemed to be immersed in another realm, his gaze vacant and his lips incessantly murmuring, "The very people I vowed to protect have turned against me." His voice resonated with disappointment and agony, as if recounting a tragic jest. What exactly was I safeguarding? How ludicrous! EdwardNewgate's laughter was laced with endless irony and sorrow. Confusion and incomprehension swirled within him. He could not fathom why he had fallen to such depths. Why those he risked his life for would pull the trigger against him. Was he merely a madman? What had he done to Xiaoling? Observing EdwardNewgate demi-anor. Jean Muffing clutched his firearm tightly, contemplating gravely. Do not move. Every action of yours is under my control. His tone was unwavering, as if he had completely suppressed his emotions, leaving only duty and mission. EdwardNewgate remained utterly still, blood gushing from his shoulder, yet his expression was eerily calm, almost distant. He whispered, I once believed I was protecting this world, safeguarding every innocent soul. But the reality is that I was misguided. As his words fell, EdwardNewgate suddenly extended his hands, and an immense force erupted forth. The surrounding officers awoke from their stupor, most of them emitting cries of anguish, while a few exchanged bewildered glances rendered helpless. Requesting backup. In this urgent moment, those not ensnared by the soul-draining force hastily called out over their radios, plunging the scene into further chaos. Some officers collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in agony, while others frantically sought assistance, the situation spiraling out of control. Amidst this turmoil, Jean Muffing maintained his composure, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on EdwardNewgate, despite feeling astonished and unsettled. He recognized that the predicament before him transcended mere law enforcement. It involved forces beyond human comprehension. You monster! As Jean Muffing's furious voice rang out, He immediately pulled the trigger in rapid succession, gunfire echoing in the confined space. Bang! Bang! The sounds reverberated throughout the area. However, to everyone's astonishment, the bullets that were fired inexplicably hovered in midair, mere centimeters from AI Dahua's forehead. This spectacle left all present in shock at that moment. They finally comprehended that the figure before them was not human. This was the power of Yin-Yang Dancha Chakra. With eyes reflecting desolation and sorrow, AI Dahua suddenly swung his right hand towards Jin Mufeng. Shinra Tensei, as AI Dahua shouted in fury, a tremendous force erupted from the palm of his hand, creating a vast transparent ripple that spread outward. Jin Mufeng and all the police officers present were thrust back by this intangible power, as if struck by an immense blow, all tumbling to the ground. The scene fell silent in an instant, leaving AI Dahua standing alone, breathing heavily. His gaze revealed profound exhaustion and solitude, as if he had just made an immense decision. What has led me to become this way? Is it experience? AI Dahua looked at his hands, seemingly stained with blood. Just then, the distant wail of police sirens grew nearer, and a multitude of reinforcements began to arrive on the scene. Even special police and journalists flooded in, weapons drawn. Rushing into the police station. Alert! Evacuate all non-essential personnel. The officers quickly established a perimeter surrounding the police station, their eyes filled with vigilance and fear. Not long ago, their radios had been filled with incessant cries for help, prompting decisive action. But these cries were no longer from the public. They came from their colleagues, those who shared their identity. Go, go, go. Inside the besieged police station, the special police exchanged commands, pushing deeper into the fray, until they encountered the severely damaged jail and the unmoving figure of AI Dahua. Sir, your actions constitute a crime. If you do not cease immediately, we will take further measures. The special police shouted in grave tones. If AI Dahua did not surrender, they would promptly fire at him. I am here only to eliminate that wicked individual. Please understand my plight. Upon hearing this, AI Dahua turned his head towards them and spoke. The special police captain regarded AI Dahua with a steadfast and composed gaze. We understand your motives, sir, but for now, please accompany us. We will ascertain the truth. If your claims are valid, the law will duly punish all wrongdoers. AI Dahua paused momentarily, then gradually nodded. He understood that while his power was formidable, he should not oppose the police at this juncture, as it would only exacerbate the chaos. Just as the special police prepared to apprehend AI Dahua, a sudden hurried footstep echoed from the entrance. A breathless journalist appeared, camera in hand, hastily maneuvering through obstacles, attempting to approach the tense scene. His lens focused on AI Dahua, the man under the gun, hoping to capture the most shocking moment. Who are you? Do not obstruct official duties. The special police's voice was cold and stern, swiftly redirecting their weapons towards the unwelcome guest, brows furrowed, eyes glinting with warnings. They understood that in such circumstances, any uncontrolled variable could lead to dire consequences. The journalist had not anticipated being noticed so swiftly. His heart raced. However, an awkward and panicked expression crossed his face. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, explaining, I am a journalist. I apologize. I did not mean to intrude. His voice trembled, clearly shaken by the recent gunfire. The special police captain regarded the journalist, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. He recognized that journalists often disregard everything for the sake of news and sensationalism. Yet, he also understood the importance of information dissemination. Therefore, he made a stopping gesture, signaling the special police to lower their weapons. Stand down. The suspect is under control. You may film, but afterward, you must accompany us. The captain's voice was calm, yet authoritative, filled with command. Upon hearing this, the journalist was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with excitement. Ah, thank you. Thank you. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm and gratitude. He knew this was a rare opportunity that he must seize. His lens once again focused on AI Dahua, the man who remained composed under the gun, hoping to document this historic moment. Meanwhile, not far away in a children's hospital, Datong Mu Jishin lay in bed, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen in the room. This television was unlike any ordinary set. It possessed advanced monitoring capabilities, able to broadcast information and news from around the world. The technology here is remarkably advanced. Even the light screen can monitor humans. This technology I must acquire. The voice of Datong Jishin revealed a hint of excitement and greed. His gaze resembled that of an explorer discovering a new land, yearning to master this technique to amplify his own power. This one is unsatisfactory. Next, he declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than his finger moved gently, causing the television screen to switch to the next channel. His action appeared somewhat casual, as if he had grown accustomed to such whims of control. Suddenly, an urgent announcement reverberated from the television. A major suspect has attempted to assault the police station in Kagura County, and the perpetrator has been apprehended. The reporter's voice was charged with tension and excitement, his exaggerated gestures underscoring the gravity of the news. Is that not the police station next to my children's hospital? What has transpired there? Datong Jishin mused curiously, observing the animated reporter on the screen. In the next moment, the camera abruptly shifted, revealing the suspect being tightly escorted by special police. To his astonishment, the perpetrator was none other than EdwardNewgate. His gaze was vacant, hands shackled behind him, his clothing stained with blood, and he appeared exceedingly disheveled. Datong Jishin's eyes fixated on the television screen, and as he witnessed EdwardNewgate being escorted, his expression froze, excitement dissipating instantaneously. A flicker of shock and confusion crossed his features, as if he had beheld an inconceivable sight. That gaze cannot be mistaken. It is him. How is he still alive? Datong Jishin's voice brimmed with disbelief and fury, unable to trust his own eyes. He vividly recalled that EdwardNewgate had vanished forever into the cosmos. How could he suddenly reappear here as a criminal? Following this, Datong Jishin's anger erupted like a volcano. Dare to thwart my plans? I must eliminate this wretched man. Let him vanish forever. His voice was infused with resolve and hatred, as if Edward's very existence was a shame he could not endure. Datong Jishin's gaze grew increasingly frigid, emanating an aura of chill. Despite the injury in his legs still unhealed, he rose without hesitation. He recognized that although he was far from his former peak, this body was still sufficient to accomplish his task. Though I am not as formidable as I once was, I have regained a modicum of spiritual energy. It should suffice. Datong Jishin clenched his fists, a sinister tone lacing his voice. His focus sharpened, as if he could already envision EdwardNewgate's demise. With that, Datong Jishin's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a faint afterimage. His speed was unfathomable. He understood that he must act swiftly, lest EdwardNewgate once again elude his grasp. Get in the vehicle, Mr. Edward. The court will render a fair judgment, the special police stated calmly and resolutely, escorting Edward toward the military vehicle parked by the roadside. Although they were unaware of what had transpired within the police station, the numerous corpses scattered about spoke volumes. Edward nodded silently, a hint of fatigue and resignation evident in his eyes. He knew he would face a severe trial, yet he bore the responsibility to explain his actions. I will clarify everything to you. Standing before the military vehicle, Edward turned to face the throngs of gathered onlookers. His heart was a tumult of emotions, but he recognized the necessity of confronting reality. The stars in the night sky twinkled faintly, and Edward slowly closed his eyes, attempting to sense the dwindling goodwill that remained in this world for him. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not capture even a glimmer of kindness. Instead, he was engulfed by disdain and malice. Suddenly, Edward's heart raced, feeling a powerful malevolence rapidly approaching, so intense that it left him momentarily breathless. No, that is Datong Jishin. Edward's eyes flew open, sharp and alert, locking onto the distant direction. A surge of vigilance and fury welled within him. He knew that Datong Jishin had finally arrived. With a crack, Edward exerted himself, and the handcuffs binding his hands shattered instantly. This unexpected move intensified the atmosphere, leaving everyone in disbelief as they had never witnessed someone break free from handcuffs so effortlessly. "Stop! Do you have any idea what you are doing?" The special police stared in astonishment at Edward's actions, their expressions rife with shock. They quickly trained their weapons on him, fearing he might take more dangerous actions. Edward regarded the special police, a flicker of determination and resolve crossing his gaze. He realized he had no time to explain himself. He had to leave immediately. Otherwise, Daetong Shun's arrival would plunge him into deeper peril. "I do not have time to explain." Edward's voice was laced with urgency as he leaped forward. His movement was so swift that it left onlookers astounded. His sudden appearance elicited fearful screams from the crowd, who scattered in panic, desperate to avoid being caught in this unforeseen conflict. Edward's emotions were conflicted. He understood his actions might instill terror and harm among these innocent bystanders. Yet, he recognized that his true adversary was not the ordinary people around him, but rather the swiftly approaching Daetong Shun. "Poor fellow, are you seeking me?" At that moment, Daetong Shun's voice echoed before Edward, his figure emerging from the shadows, a mocking smile gracing his lips. His eyes brimmed with derision and contempt, as if toying with a helpless prey. Edward's eyes widened in disbelief, his body tensed, and a wave of intense emotion surged within him. He stared at Daetong Shun, memories of past battles and the anguish of parting flooding his mind. His body began to tremble slightly, as if preparing for the battle that loomed ahead. "It is indeed you." Edward's voice was low and filled with wrath, his fists clenched tightly, poised to strike at any moment. He understood that this adversary represented the greatest challenge in his life. However, to the onlookers, this scene appeared eerily strange and terrifying. They witnessed Edward, seemingly deranged, exhibiting a fierce demeanor toward an innocent young boy, even attempting to attack him. "This man must be insane. Someone shoot him. Yes, shoot him quickly. There is still a child there." This provoked shock and panic among the gathered crowd, causing them to retreat, fearful of being ensnared in this incredible conflict. "Damn it! Stay away, Fro." Countless special forces officers gradually surrounded the young boy and Edward, their movements both professional and swift, aimed at safeguarding innocent civilians and preventing any potential harm. They dispersed the surrounding crowd, ensuring that everyone could evacuate the scene safely, thus avoiding greater casualties. The Tsutsuki no Kami. Edward's voice was infused with rage and anguish. He could no longer bear the onslaught of painful memories flooding his mind. His body surged forward, as if he intended to unleash all his pent-up fury. "Fire!" At that moment, the Special Forces' voices grew urgent. Upon witnessing Edward's erratic behavior, they hesitated no longer and promptly issued commands. With the order given, gunfire erupted and chaos ensued. Countless bullets rained down upon Edward like a torrential storm, saturating the air with tension and danger. Yet, amidst this tumultuous scene, Otsutsuki no Kami appeared remarkably composed. Observing the battlefield resembling a civil war, a smirk crept across his lips. His voice dripped with derision. "Ha! Behold! This is the lot you seek to protect. Each one as foolish as swine, mistaking their guardian for their enemy." Such mockery only deepened Edward's sense of betrayal and anguish. He felt an unprecedented wave of despair wash over him, the world around him descending into darkness, with only the mocking smile of Otsutsuki no Kami flickering before his eyes. "Shinra Tensei!" Edward suddenly roared, a powerful repulsive force emanating from his being. This force swept through the surroundings like a tempest, rebounding the countless bullets aimed at him. "What the hell?" The Special Forces exclaimed in terror. Witnessing the bullets was past them, inducing an unparalleled dread. These bullets appeared almost sentient, tracing arcs in the air before ricocheting back with increased velocity. The Special Forces quickly retreated, attempting to evade these deadly projectiles. However, despite the fear gripping their hearts, they did not relent. They understood that to protect the child, they must stand firm. Their gazes gradually solidified, weapons raised once more, prepared to continue firing. "Continue firing." The captain's voice rang out, filled with resolve and courage. Upon hearing the command, the Special Forces hesitated no longer and pulled the triggers. Gunfire erupted once again. bullets cascading towards Edward like a torrential downpour. "You forced my hand." Edward's voice was laden with anger and helplessness. He could no longer endure the ignorance of those incessantly attacking him and resolved to retaliate. "Cho Shinra Tensei." As the words left his lips, Edward's body erupted with tremendous force. Boom! A repulsive wave, even more potent than before, obliterated everything in its vicinity. Countless individuals and structures vanished beneath this overwhelming might, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Amidst the swirling dust, only a weakened figure and a child remained. Edward stood amidst the ruins, his breath rapid and his body on the verge of collapse. Yet, his gaze remained unwavering, as if proclaiming to the world that he had never abandoned the fight. "Is this all you can do? How disappointing," he mused. Observing that resilient silhouette, Otsutsuki no Kami's eyes flickered with apprehension, though his lips remained resolute. He had not anticipated that within a mere 10 days, Edward would evolve into such a formidable adversary. Given another month, or even a year, Otsutsuki no Kami could scarcely predict what Edward might become. This time I shall not lose," Edward declared coldly. He gradually calibrated his breathing, striving to maintain his optimal state in this life-and-death struggle. His gaze turned increasingly frigid, as if capable of penetrating all barriers and gazing directly into the enemy's heart. Although his collection of yin-yang release chakra was scant, Edward's extensive combat and ninjutsu experience enabled him to masterfully utilize and control every ounce of chakra. "Upon your demise, I shall preserve your soul as a specimen, eternally residing in the heart of this vessel," Otsutsuki no Kami remarked, his tone laced with mockery, brimming with disdain and confidence towards Edward. In his eyes, Edward was already a dying man, posing no threat to him. Yin-yang release, Kurogyoku Triation. Nevertheless, Edward remained unfazed by these words. He swiftly formed hand seals, gathering the residual spiritual energy in the air and transmuting it into yin-yang release chakra. Distorted waves began to manifest around his body, as though a formidable power was coalescing. Ultimately, this energy materialized into a colossal blade reminiscent of the Tokyo Hozo. The blade radiated a black luminescence, intricately inscribed with complex runes, seemingly harboring boundless power. Edward grasped the weapon tightly, feeling the formidable energy it exuded, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. He understood that this blade would be pivotal in his conquest against Otsutsuki no Kami. With it, he would sever all binds and safeguard all he cherished. In the next instant, Edward, wielding the Kurijoku, appeared above Otsutsuki no Kami. The blade descended with thunderous might, aimed directly at his foe. Otsutsuki no Kami merely smirked coldly, his form shifting slightly as he effortlessly evaded Edward's attack. "Do you truly believe this will defeat me? You are still far too naive." Otsutsuki no Kami retaliated with a sweeping motion, a surge of black energy erupting from his palm and swiftly coalescing into a massive black scythe. He swung the scythe vehemently towards Edward. Yin-yang release. Edward, witnessing this, hastily summoned his inner strength, activating the yin-yang release to form a defensive barrier. His figure darted through the air like a phantom, narrowly evading Otsutsuki no Kami's strike. As time elapsed, Edward sensed his strength waning, while Otsutsuki no Kami appeared to have lost some of his earlier arrogance. Following a fierce clash, both combatants retreated a few steps, momentarily halting their offensive, each panting and striving to regain their stamina. "This won't do. My soul energy pales in comparison to his. If not for the yin-yang release, I would have perished long ago," Edward thought, gripping the kogo tightly. His brow furrowed in determination. He knew that this stalemate could not persist. As their battle progressed, Edward felt the disparity between them growing ever larger, both physically and mentally. He needed to find a breakthrough to conclude this conflict. Suddenly, a brilliant plan struck him. He would forcibly harness the power of the six paths, awakening the consciousness of this realm to activate Tendo, banishing Otsutsuki no Kami's spirit beyond the universe. In such a case, the still recovering Otsutsuki no Kami would surely be unable to withstand the vacuum of space, leading to the gradual dissolution of his soul. However, the prerequisite was that he must shatter Otsutsuki no Kami's physical form, exposing the spirit entirely. Even if the price were his own life, Edward would harbor no regrets. Yet what remains of me now? With unwavering determination in his eyes, Aidiwa fixed his gaze upon the deity Otsutsuki, pondering within. Otsutsuki, I shall obliterate you, no matter the cost. Following this declaration, Aidiwa shouted at the deity, his voice brimming with resolve and valor. The Otsutsuki deity scoffed derisively, taunting, "Do you truly believe you can conquer me? Dream on, Aidiwa. My power is eternal, while you are but a fleeting moment. Is that so?" Aidiwa suddenly bellowed, as an overwhelming surge of energy coursed toward his black jade blade. The Otsutsuki deity sensed this extraordinary force, and a flicker of genuine alertness crossed his eyes. He recognized that Aidiwa's forthcoming strike would be earth-shattering. Aidiwa dashed toward the Otsutsuki deity, his form tracing a radiant arc through the air. The energy coalescing upon the black jade blade ignited the very air itself, filling the space with a searing scent. The Otsutsuki deity, unwilling to yield, concentrated all his dark power into his scythe, preparing to counter Aidiwa's ultimate strike. Now witness true power. Aidiwa's voice resonated with the anticipation of victory. The two formidable forces clashed violently at the heart of the battlefield, emitting brilliance rivaling that of the sun, illuminating the ruins of the police station as if it were day. A tremendous shockwave swept away all debris surrounding them, and the intense pressure of the wind threatened to topple distant structures. The plan must be executed swiftly. This body is on the verge of collapse. Aidiwa silently contemplated, acutely aware of the perilous situation he faced. His body had reached its limits after numerous fierce battles, each assault draining his life force. Yet he could not relent. He must find the opportunity to vanquish the Otsutsuki deity and protect the innocent lives. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, momentarily suppressing the fear and unease within. He understood that this was the moment of final confrontation, where any hesitation or fear could lead to defeat. 6 paths of yin-yang slash. Aidiwa roared, transforming into a streak of light, instantaneously vanishing from his original position, charging once more toward the Otsutsuki deity. His speed was such that it rendered him nearly undetectable. The black jade blade in his hand radiated dazzling light. This weapon, forged from yin-yang chakra, seemed capable of cleaving through worlds. Its brilliance traced arcs through the air, as if attempting to slice apart the very fabric of existence. To wield the power of the 6 paths in such a place. You are insane. The Otsutsuki deity sensed Aidiwa's resolute determination, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. He could hardly believe that Aidiwa would risk his life to unleash such formidable power here. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Aidiwa's speed was too great, his assault too sudden. In that fleeting moment, the Otsutsuki deity felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Swoosh! A cold flash sliced through the air, cleaving the Otsutsuki deity's form in two. His face bore an expression of disbelief, unable to accept that he had fallen to this former subordinate. His body then transformed into a swirl of black mist, manifesting in the air. This was his true form, a soulless state. No. Witnessing the destruction of his corporeal body, he was engulfed by endless rage and resentment. However, Aidiwa granted him no chance for retaliation. Gripping the black jade blade tightly, he felt its immense power radiating. He understood that this moment of triumph had come at the cost of his very life. Ababun. Aidiwa's voice was faint and hoarse. His body had reached its limit, gradually fracturing into shards, dissipating into the air. His minuscule soul, exhausted from utilizing the power of the 6 paths, was now exposed. It is finally over. Yet a hint of satisfaction graced his face. He knew he had protected the innocent lives and fulfilled his mission. With a resounding rumble, an unseen force was unleashed, awakening the consciousness of the world. It sensed the presence of 2 otherworldly beings on the ground, a powerful repulsion enveloping their souls. This force was akin to the world's very wrath, a punishment for these 2 who dared to challenge its authority. Eventually, Both felt their souls uncontrollably ascending toward the heavens. Their bodies became weightless, as if the winds would scatter them. Their souls continuously rose, piercing through the clouds, heading into the depths of the cosmos. No, let me return. The Otsutsuki deity's voice was filled with despair and helplessness. His eyes flickered with fear and pleading as he struggled in vain. Yet the invisible force bound his soul like iron chains. In a vacuum of space, they gradually ascended into the cosmos, exposed to the void. The vastness and profundity of the universe rendered them acutely aware of their insignificance and impotence. Their souls drifted in this endless cosmos, akin to mere specks of dust. At this moment, the intense vacuum of space exerted its influence, gradually eroding the scant remnants of their soul energy. Their souls became increasingly transparent under this force, as if they might vanish at any moment. The anguished cries of the Otsutsuki deity echoed throughout the universe. He sought to conquer this cosmos. Yet he was no longer the omnipotent Otsutsuki deity, but rather a feeble soul. His power appeared trivial within this cosmos. His pride and confidence were utterly shattered in that instant. His cries gradually faded into the void, his soul slowly dissipating in the vacuum. Ultimately, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing into the boundless universe. In contrast, Idewa, though equally weakened, retained a glimmer of determination and hope, preventing his spirit from being extinguished. Even if you betrayed me, I shall still love you. At last, Idewa fixed his gaze upon the brilliant star ahead, a smile gracing his lips. There lay countless adorable little beings resembling him, sharing his bloodline, his legacy. But upon uttering this thought, Idewa's soul energy shattered, forever disappearing within this universe. Fusion at 100, imminent transformation. Just as Idewa's consciousness faded, a mechanical and emotionless voice echoed in his mind. This voice was both familiar and alien, reminiscent of a system's proclamation. What? A fleeting shock coursed through Idewa. Yet there was no time for contemplation as his consciousness plunged into darkness. When he awakened once more, he found himself lying upon a grand bed, the rhythmic sound of waves lapping at his ears, the surroundings swaying as if sailing upon the sea. He surveyed his surroundings, adorned with pirate decorations and peculiar family portraits that exuded warmth. The ornaments and photographs evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness within him, as if he had encountered them before, yet they seemed unrelated to his existence. Where's this place? Edward's feeble voice echoed as he felt his body, though fatigued, was significantly stronger than it had been on launching. He vividly recalled his fierce battle with Daitongmu no Kami and the eventual triumph. Yet this moment, he could not comprehend how he had ended up in this unfamiliar setting. Was I not supposed to be dead? How'd I end up here? Edward pondered aloud, surveying his surroundings. He attempted to recollect the details of the battle, but could only remember the instant his soul was wrenched away, after which he lost consciousness. As his thoughts gradually cleared, Edward suddenly realized that he might have found himself in the world of his once familiar anime, One Piece. He had been an ardent fan of One Piece, harboring deep emotions for this universe. Now, it appeared he had become a part of it. This is One Piece, Edward murmured to himself. Astonishment and excitement coursed through him, accompanied by a sense of relief and thrill. This meant he had not perished. He could once again ascend to his former heights and seek out his true family. Moreover, it seemed I had become the real Whitebeard. Observing his familiar large hands and body, Edward spoke with a tone of complexity. He had never anticipated that after perishing alongside Daitongmu no Kami, he would still be alive, bringing him such a delightful surprise. Could it be that my final actions allowed me to perfectly align with Whitebeard's essence, leading to my rebirth here? Edward mused. At that moment, he finally understood the intentions of the creator of this system. It appears the system desires me to alter Whitebeard's fate, Edward sighed. Afterward, Edward stood up and began to examine his surroundings, his gaze mingling familiarity with strangeness. As he gradually acclimated to this new environment, his attention was drawn to a large blade resting in a corner of the room. The sword lay quietly, as if guarding the room, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. Upon approaching, Edward observed the blade was long and formidable, adorned with intricate engravings that glimmered with a cold light. He instinctively reached out and gently touched the hilt, feeling a chill and weightiness. "We meet again, Sonyan Chia," he said, stroking the familiar weapon with a profoundly intricate tone. He had thought he had forever lost that blade, yet reality had returned it to him. Suddenly, a heavy knock echoed through the door. "Old man, are you awake? It's time to eat." A voice accompanied the knocking. "Is that Marco's voice?" Listening to the familiar sound, a flicker of confusion crossed Edward's mind, but he quickly regained composure. "Yes, I understand. You all go ahead and eat," Edward replied with a tone filled with nostalgia. "All right, old man." The voice outside paused momentarily before gradually fading away. Edward knew that his son had obeyed his words. He slowly approached the window, pushing it open, allowing a gust of sea breeze mixed with the salty tang of the ocean to envelop him. He inhaled deeply, savoring this familiar yet foreign environment. "I am truly back," Edward whispered, his eyes gleaming with determination. He recognized the need to adapt to this world, to find his family, and to discover his purpose. More importantly, he needed to grow stronger. Only then could he protect his loved ones and realize his dreams. "However, I seem rather weak at the moment." Cough, cough. Suddenly, Edward coughed heavily, a wave of weakness washing over him. "Is that blood?" He gazed in disbelief at the blood he had coughed into his hand. He understood that although he had been reborn as one of the four emperors, he had returned to the very path he had initially chosen, the wounded state of Whitebeard before the Marineford War. The war should not be far off now, Edward murmured to himself, the gravity of his circumstances weighing heavily upon him. "Old man," at that moment, the door gently opened, revealing a tall man who entered, carrying a large array of delicious dishes. He was muscular, his body as hard as diamond, with a rather peculiar and comical hairstyle. He was Diamond Jozu, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of the 3rd Division, known for his formidable powers and indestructible diamond form. "Old man, why are you up? Your body hasn't recovered. You need to rest." However, despite his powerful appearance, Jozu's voice carried a hint of concern and reproach. He set the dishes aside and hurried to Edward's side to assist him. "Gulalala, I'm fine." Edward waved his hand, halting Jozu's actions as a warm feeling surged within him. He knew that even in a time fraught with challenges and danger, he was not alone. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were his steadfast support. "Old man, you," Jozu began, but Edward interrupted him. "All right, Jozu, I'm fine. We need to start preparing. A great battle is approaching." Edward's voice was resolute and powerful. Despite his current physical state, his determination remained unyielding. Jozu nodded seriously. "Old man, we are prepared and on standby. Regardless of the enemy we face, we will give our all." "Yes, I trust you all," Edward replied softly, while his mind was already strategizing for the future. "Now, I must regain my strength and find a way to prevent the tragic events of history from repeating." Edward contemplated. He understood that he was fighting not only for his life, but for the future of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. "Old man, there will be a gathering tonight, and everyone will attend. We hope you can come too." Jozu then got straight to the point, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Edward. "Gulalala, rest assured, I will definitely attend," Edward declared with a hearty laugh and a firm voice. Hearing Edward's response, Jozu's face broke into a joyful smile. He nodded, gently reminding, "All right then, old man, I won't disturb your rest any longer. The food is over there. Please remember to eat on time." Following Jozu's gesture, Edward's eyes fell upon a table laden with sumptuous food, exuding an enticing aroma. His stomach let out a growl, and he nearly drooled. Xiaozi smiled softly before retreating and gently closing the door behind him. His movements were delicate and considerate, as if he feared disturbing Ai de Hua's repose. Watching Xiaozi's departing figure, Ai de Hua felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Though he was originally not of this world, the sensation of being cared for and cherished filled him with indescribable comfort. Truly, they were a delightful bunch. With that thought, Ai de Hua approached the table and began to savor the delectable food before him. Each bite brought him immense satisfaction and joy. He understood that tonight's gathering would mark his inaugural celebration in this world, and he would spend an unforgettable night alongside these endearing companions. As dusk fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the sea, which shimmered like a myriad of diamonds, a sight of breathtaking beauty. At this moment, the Moby Dick, the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, was alive with excitement. All the pivotal figures aboard gathered in a flurry, diligently preparing for a grand feast. Spirits, meats, tableware, and countless other items were continuously brought aboard, piling high in abundance. Among them, the spirits stood out prominently, with bottles arranged neatly, forming a miniature mountain of grandeur. After considerable effort, they finally completed the arrangement for the festivities. Once everything was set, they quietly awaited the arrival of one individual, for only with his presence could the celebration commence. "Look, the old man has arrived." A sudden shout shattered the silence, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A tall figure appeared, seated in a wheelchair, adorned with a support frame and nutritional fluids, carefully pushed forward by Xiaozi. This figure was none other than the core of the pirate crew. Baihu Zi EdwardNewgate, one of the four emperors of the pirate world. His arrival stirred excitement among all, as they cast admiring glances his way. This legendary figure was renowned for his prowess in countless battles. His mere presence exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. At this moment, his entrance rendered the scene solemn and reverent, as if time itself had paused. "Old man, you've come." A familiar voice brimming with concern reached Edward's ears. He looked up to see a young man with a pineapple-like yellow hairstyle approaching. This young man was Ma-Er-Ku, the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates, possessing the powers of the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Phoenix. Clad in a striking purple outfit and sporting a prominent yellow hairstyle, he radiated a unique and captivating charm. Ma-Er-Ku murmured his name softly, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. Nostalgia for the past and anticipation for the future. "Indeed, I have arrived," Edward responded with a smile, his voice imbued with determination and confidence, as if he were prepared to embrace his new life. No sooner had he spoken than he turned his gaze toward the crowd. Looking upon his numerous sons, he observed the familiar faces adorned with smiles, their eyes filled with respect and joy. "Sons, let the feast commence." Edward slowly rose from his wheelchair, calling out with a voice that resonated like thunder throughout the banquet hall. As his words echoed, the atmosphere erupted with exuberance. "Cheers! Let us drink to the old man." The crew cheered, raising their cups and indulging in hearty libations. Music filled the air as the crew began to sing and dance, reveling in this rare moment of togetherness. Despite Edward's frail condition and advancing age, his spirit remained undiminished. He was still the strongest man. His presence itself was a source of strength, instilling a sense of security and pride in all his crew members. Yet, at that moment, Ma-Er-Ku approached Edward, his eyes filled with concern and worry, clearly attentive to Edward's health. "Old man, perhaps you should drink a little less. It's not good for your health," Ma-Er-Ku gently admonished, his tone soft yet resolute, clearly disapproving of excessive drinking. I'll read. You understand?" Edward nodded in reluctant acquiescence, recognizing that Ma-Er-Ku's intentions were rooted in care, wishing to prevent any further deterioration of his already ailing body. However, amidst this exchange, Edward perceived a familiar shadow in Ma-Er-Ku. He sighed as he settled back into his wheelchair, grappling with the reality of his decline. Once a figure of invincibility, he now found himself reliant on a wheelchair due to age and injury. This transformation was difficult to accept, yet he recognized it as a new beginning. "Old man," Ma-Er-Ku observed Edward in his wheelchair, a flicker of sympathy crossing his gaze. He approached and gently patted Edward's shoulder, wishing to offer comfort and support. "Old man, your health." Ma-Er-Ku hesitated, wanting to inquire about Edward's condition, but fearing an unfavorable response. "Ha, worry not, my body can still endure. After all, do you not see who your old man is? I'm the strongest man in this world." Edward laughed heartily, his voice brimming with confidence and vigor, as if reassuring Ma-Er-Ku that he was not yet too old to fight. "That is good to hear." Ma-Er-Ku sighed in relief, a hint of a comforting smile gracing his face. After exchanging a few more words, Ma Erku turned away to rejoin the festivities, while Ai de Hua remained seated in his wheelchair, gazing at the joyful crew, filled with reflection and anticipation. I shall reclaim the strength I once possessed, Ai de Hua declared with unwavering resolve. He reminisced about his former family, a group that cared for and loved him. I will resurrect you all. Resolving not to dwell on painful memories any longer, Ai de Hua redirected his attention to the celebration. Cool, let's continue drinking. Cheers. Clink. The Moby D coup was alive with merriment, everyone immersed in the joyous atmosphere. Ai de Hua quietly observed, a smile of happiness gradually spreading across his face. In this moment, they were no longer the infamous pirates known to the world, but rather a family supporting one another. If only time could cease, allowing this beauty to last forever. All right, my sons, have you all had your fill? Ai de Hua suddenly exclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the lively banquet, capturing everyone's attention once more. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Ai de Hua, filled with reverence and anticipation, for they understood that as their leader, the words he was about to speak would be of great significance. Old man, we've all had our fill, some shouted. Their faces radiated satisfaction and joy, for within this great family, they felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of belonging. Now, let us delve into the impending war, Edward remarked, his voice adopting a grave and profound tone. As soon as he uttered these words, the once lively banquet hall fell silent. All heads bowed, their expressions no longer jubilant. They understood well what war Edward referred to. It was a battle concerning the honor and status of their white-beard pirates. Ace, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in their eyes as they whispered. Ace had once been a member of this family, but having been captured by the Navy, he now languished and impelled down, awaiting execution. Fire Fist Ace was not only a crucial ally, but also a lingering pain in their hearts. We must rescue Ace. Regardless of the cost, Marco suddenly declared with unwavering determination. His voice was imbued with resolve, as if infusing everyone with newfound strength. Yes, we must save Ace. Fight! Fight! Upon hearing this, more crew members echoed in agreement. Their voices coalesced like a surging tide, forming a formidable force. Excellent. This is what my sons are made of. Edward gazed at them, filled with pride and elation. He observed the familiar faces, quietly listening to their heartfelt sentiments and suggestions. Let us devise a battle plan, for we are about to confront the entire Navy headquarters. Edward spoke with utmost seriousness. Yes, Dad. In response, many crew members gathered around, fervently discussing the forthcoming war. Each was fully prepared, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Dad, but your health. Just then, a crew member expressed concern. Fear not, your father shall not falter. Noticing the unmasked worry in the crew member's eyes, Edward replied confidently. In the realm of One Piece, the Marineford War undoubtedly stands as the most monumental conflict, ignited by Ace, leading to an epic clash between the four emperors and the Navy headquarters. However, the ultimate outcome was the demise of both Whitebeard and Ace. With the Navy achieving final victory, Edward could scarcely accept such a conclusion. Thus, he had long since devised corresponding plans, formulating three distinct strategies. Plan A, to locate the user of the Time fruit and have her revert Edward to his youthful prime, restoring him to his peak power. Plan B, to find the user of the Heal fruit to mend Edward's ailing body, freeing him from the shackles of disease. And finally, Plan C, to retrace the path of soul collection and reassemble the Yin-Yang chakra, enabling Edward to wield Yin-Yang ninjutsu and alter the course of battle. Had there been a user of either the Time fruit or the Heal fruit on the side of Whitebeard during the Marineford War, a single application of their abilities would have allowed Whitebeard, with his immense combat prowess, to remain unchallenged on the battlefield. At that moment, Whitebeard could unleash his unparalleled conqueror's haki, rendering the Navy's numerical advantage null and void. Even against the Kainu, Kizaru, and Akiji combined, Whitebeard would stand fearless, assuredly turning the tide of the Marineford War. Very well, Dad, you must take care of your health. The crew member could only retreat helplessly upon hearing this. Indeed, I will. Edward nodded firmly, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. He then turned to the other crew members, a surge of bravado swelling within him. Regardless of what transpires, we shall face it together, just as we always have. Suddenly, Edward raised his cup and proclaimed loudly, "Yes, the Whitebeard pirates are invincible." His words instantly ignited the spirits of everyone present, sending waves of excitement through all. For Ace, the crew shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the ship's cabin. Reaching a fervent crescendo, they all raised their cups, drinking heartily, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. This battle would be an unprecedented challenge. Yet they believed that as long as they stood united, no foe was insurmountable. In this moment, Edward profoundly felt the weight and glory of the title Whitebeard. He was not only to fight as a formidable warrior, but also to protect every member of this family as its leader. As the night deepened, the gathering gradually concluded, and Edward returned to his quarters. He understood that the forthcoming war would be arduous. Yet, he believed he could alter the course of history, change the tide of battle. "I am so tired, so weary." Edward closed his eyes, allowing himself to relax momentarily. Tomorrow, they would commence preparations for the Marineford War's various strategies. Tonight, they would savor their final tranquility. Just before drifting into slumber, Edward silently vowed within his heart, "No matter what occurs next, I shall strive with all my might to protect my family until the very last moment." The following day, as dawn broke, a faint blush of crimson appeared on the horizon. The sun had just risen when Edward opened his eyes. "Weak body, feeble me," Edward murmured, sensing his own frailty. His voice, though low, conveyed an indomitable resilience. As soon as he finished speaking, he mustered the strength to rise from his bed, each step a Herculean effort. Yet his gaze remained steadfast. Cough, cough. Edward coughed heavily, the sound resonating in the stillness of the morning. Thankfully, there was no blood this time, which offered him a momentary sigh of relief. After donning his clothing, Edward exited his room. "Dad, why are you out here?" Upon seeing Edward emerge, Diamond Jaws immediately approached with concern. His eyes brimmed with care and worry. "I am fine. By the way, have you received any news regarding the intelligence I requested yesterday?" Edward casually waved his hand towards Diamond Jaws. Though his tone was placid, it exuded an undeniable authority. "We have news. However, the Heart Pirates are currently in the North Sea, quite far from us." Diamond Jaws responded, his voice tinged with a hint of regret and helplessness. "Which specific location in the North Sea?" Edward inquired, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Approximately at Flevence in the North Sea. It is said that someone encountered the Heart Pirates there previously." After a moment of contemplation, Diamond Jaws replied uncertainly. Flevence. Upon hearing this, memories flickered in Edward's mind. His gaze deepened, as if reminiscing about the past. Flevence, the hometown of Trafalgar Law in One Piece, known as the White Town. The citizens of this nation are exceedingly prosperous, with its land and trees pristine and immaculate, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. It once stood as a land of breathtaking beauty, akin to a paradise on earth. However, the nation's demise was precipitated by a type of lead, or known as Pachin. Therefore, let us alter our course and set sail towards free vans in the North Sea, Edward articulated with a tone laden with significance. After a restless night of contemplation, Edward tirelessly analyzed various scenarios and ultimately resolved to seek out the possessor of the surgical fruit first. Indeed, while the capabilities of the reverse fruit were formidable, they were fraught with considerable uncertainty. Should there be any hidden repercussions, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Edward opted to pursue the surgical fruit, hoping to uncover a more favorable solution. "Indeed, Father," Diamond Jaws nodded emphatically, expressing his unwavering support for Edward's decision. His voice resonated with strength, reflecting his absolute loyalty and trust in Edward. Subsequently, under Diamond Jaws' command, the Moby Dick began to gradually alter its course. Alongside other vessels, the entire Whitebeard pirate crew's fleet commenced its journey towards a new destination. Whitebeard pirates set sail for the North Sea. Time passed swiftly, and within 2 days, the Whitebeard pirates arrived in the North Sea. This secluded yet bountiful region became extraordinarily lively with the arrival of the White-Beard pirates, one of the four emperors. Their presence sparked tremendous excitement in the North Sea, prompting widespread speculation regarding their intentions. The inhabitants of the North Sea engaged in fervent discussions about the motives of the White-Beard pirates. Some believed they sought treasure. Others speculated they aimed to conquer the land. Regardless, the arrival of the White-Beard pirates infused the area with a palpable tension and thrill. Yet, for Edward and his companions, there was but a singular objective: to locate the possessor of the surgical fruit. Hence, they paid little heed to the surrounding clamor and conjecture. Quietly initiating their search across the North Sea, they dispersed, inquiring for information, hoping to uncover any clue regarding the surgical fruit. Day after day, the members of the White-Beard pirates traversed the towns and villages of the North Sea, questioning every individual who might possess knowledge of the fruit. Finally, through a fortuitous encounter, they received a crucial lead. Heart pirates? A pirate's eyes flickered with a glimmer of recollection when asked about this matter. There had once been a pirate named Trafalgar Law who had briefly stayed here. If memory served, it must be them. Upon hearing this news, the heart of Bista, the captain of the 5th Division of the White-Beard pirates, raced with excitement. Under Edward's instructions, he learned of Trafalgar Law, a pirate of exceptional character and the owner of the surgical fruit. Where has he gone? Bista inquired eagerly. However, the pirate shook his head, stating, "I am unsure. He merely passed through here before departing, but he mentioned a place called Hive Island." Hive Island, Bista murmured repeatedly. He then bid farewell to the pirate and set out to report back to Edward. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, upon receiving Bista's intelligence, Edward gazed out at the vast ocean. Hive Island? He whispered with a tone of disappointment. Hive Island lay within the New World, and the North Sea was a considerable distance from it. Even Moby Dick would require a lengthy voyage to reach that destination. We must hasten. We need to arrive at Hive Island and locate Law before the war begins, Edward commanded after a prolonged gaze into the distance. Yes, father, Bista replied promptly. Edward then swiftly called back all his crew members, and preparations commenced for their journey to Hive Island. The vast fleet of the White-Beard pirates departed one by one, soon vanishing from sight. Phew, they have finally left. Residents of the North Sea exhaled in relief. Their curiosity piqued about this maritime emperor. It turned out they were not as terrifying and brutal as the legend suggested. Yet, in a shadowy corner of the North Sea, a figure quietly withdrew his gaze. The White-Beard pirates have arrived in the North Sea. What could be their purpose? I must promptly report this to the Navy headquarters. This person swiftly vanished into the crowd. He was an undercover agent tasked with monitoring pirate movements. Soon after, this information reached the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Gulu Gulu. As the lazy voice of a Den Mushi echoed, Sengoku quickly answered the call. Moshi Moshi, what is it? Sengoku inquired. Report, Admiral Sengoku. The White-Beard pirates have appeared in the North Sea at free vans. Their intentions remain unclear, came the anxious voice from the other end. Sengoku fell silent for a moment before responding gravely. Continue surveillance, but refrain from taking rash actions. Whitebeard is no ordinary foe, and we cannot afford to strike impulsively. Maintain vigilance. I will convene an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Understood, Admiral. The undercover agent affirmed before disconnecting the call. The Whitebeard pirates have indeed ventured into the North Sea. What could be their objective? Sengoku pondered deeply, recognizing that the sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates was no ordinary occurrence. He needed to handle this situation with utmost caution. For EdwardNewgate was among the world's most formidable pirates, his power and influence not to be underestimated. Soon, Sengoku summoned the senior officers of the Navy headquarters for an emergency meeting. Could they be rallying powerful allies? No, I believe they must have another purpose. Perhaps they are searching for a wielder of a unique fruit ability. During the meeting, they engaged in fervent discussions about the possible motives of Whitebeard and strategies to counter them. Numerous voices echoed around the conference table, each presenting their perspectives. Should we bolster patrols in the North Sea to prevent any nefarious actions from Whitebeard? One officer proposed. No, now is not the time. We need more intelligence to decide our next step, Sengoku replied, emphasizing the importance of information. However, soon his eyes gleamed with determination and resolve. As a Navy officer, they could not afford any hesitation when confronting a formidable adversary like the Whitebeard pirates. Nonetheless, Ace's execution must be expedited, Sengoku stated with heartfelt urgency. His voice conveyed a sense of imminent pressure, as if time were slipping away. His hands absent-mindedly toyed with two steel balls, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. Whenever anxiety or tension arose, he unconsciously manipulated those steel balls to help clarify his thoughts. Now, immediately notify all Navy bases. Accelerate the timeline for Ace's execution to take place in 7 days. Sengoku decisively issued the command. His voice resonated with authority and resolve, leaving no room for doubt. He understood that the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates could exert tremendous pressure upon them, but they could not falter in their resolve. As naval officers, they were compelled to execute Ace in advance to prevent future calamities. Furthermore, it was imperative to bolster defenses in critical regions. They could not afford to grant Whitebeard any opportunities. Sengoku continued, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. It was essential to recognize that they were about to confront one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, and they had to be thoroughly prepared. Understood, Admiral. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware that this battle was pivotal for the honor and future of the entire Navy. They had to give their all. Then let it be so. Remain alert and await further instructions, Sengoku concluded, his voice imbued with confidence and determination, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. After the meeting, the atmosphere at naval headquarters grew increasingly severe. Tension and immense pressure enveloped every sailor, who immediately began to act, determined to leave no chance for the pirates. Each of them understood that the impending arrival of the Whitebeard pirates would unleash a tempest. Meanwhile, Edward and his crew had already departed from the North Sea, their ships sailing towards Hive Island. Edward was oblivious to the fact that naval headquarters had received reports regarding their movements. His mind was solely focused on locating the Ope no Mi. The sea breeze caressed the pirate vessel as the crew prepared for the forthcoming challenges, unaware that the gaze of naval headquarters had quietly zeroed in on them. Within this undercurrent, the prelude to the war on the summit had commenced. Every step taken henceforth would influence the fate of the world. Time was of the essence. The yin-yang escape chakra had to be extracted in advance. Gazing at the vast expanse of the sea, Edward murmured. During this period, he had been relentlessly tormented by his injuries and dwindling strength. However, this suffering had made him realize that the ailments plaguing his body were not the primary cause of his diminished power. Rather, it was the inevitability of aging. The lifespan of the human race is incredibly short. As Edward spoke, he mustered his frail body and made his way towards the ship's dark hold. Diamond Jozu silently followed behind, diligently caring for him. Together, they proceeded slowly until they reached the dark hold. The dimly lit hold was permeated by a pungent odor. It housed a group of captured pirates, ruthless and notorious for their wicked deeds. At that moment, these pirates were fixated on the towering figure before them, their eyes filled with fear and despair. They recognized the man before them as EdwardNewgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, whose reputation was legendary and whose strength was unparalleled. Jozu, are you not concerned about your father's health? Allow me to show you that I am not yet old. Edward suddenly halted, his voice deep and resolute. Upon uttering these words, he felt a tremor coursing through his body as monumental changes unfolded within him. He began to unlock certain meridians in Whitebeard's body to absorb soul energy for the transformation of the yin-yang escape chakra. Before long, through Edward's extensive experience, all of Whitebeard's meridians had been opened. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, indicating the immense pain he was enduring. Father, are you all right? Seeing Whitebeard swaying, Diamond Jozu rushed forward to support him. Gurura, of course I'm fine. Waving his hand, Edward let out a peculiar laugh. He then extended his hands forward, unleashing an invisible force. The surrounding pirates sensed this overwhelming power and gazed at Edward in terror. What is this? One pirate exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. Edward did not respond to their queries. Instead, he continued to wield his power, his hands weaving through the air as if crafting an invisible net. This net expanded gradually, enveloping the entire area. Under the tremendous pull, the pirates found themselves powerless to resist, collapsing to the ground in anguished cries. Their souls were instantly drawn away by the formidable force, vanishing without a trace. As the souls departed, the pirates' corpses became withered, as if they had lost all vitality. The dark hold became eerily silent, leaving only Edward and the bewildered Diamond Jozu standing amidst an aura of unparalleled dominance. Before long, Edward transformed the collected soul energy into Yin-Yang escape chakra. Gurura, my Yin-Yang escape chakra has returned, he exclaimed joyfully, feeling the familiar energy coursing through his body. At that moment, a brand new power system, distinct from the world of One Piece, was once again within Edward's grasp. "Father, what is happening?" Diamond Jozu asked, his expression one of bewilderment as he witnessed this terrifying spectacle. He had never seen his father wield such extraordinary abilities, capable of siphoning the life force of his enemies into thin air. Hearing his son's inquiry, Edward turned, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "This is a power I brought from another world, the Yin-Yang escape chakra. It not only augments my strength, but also grants me access to certain unique abilities," Edward explained in earnest. He did not deceive Diamond Jozu, for he knew his son would never betray him. "What?" Diamond Jozu was taken aback. This power transcended his comprehension. Yet, deep within, a surge of excitement welled up. This indicated that the Whitebeard pirates would become even more formidable, enhancing their odds in the impending war. "All right, Jozu, now is not the time for astonishment. Remember, this must remain a secret." Edward's tone shifted to one of gravity. "I have much to accomplish. I need to master this power quickly. Let's return at once." Observing his frail body, Edward asserted, "Yes, father." Diamond Jozu nodded earnestly, still reeling from the shock, but recognizing the truth in his father's words. They needed to prepare for all that was to come. Subsequently, Diamond Jozu carefully assisted Edward into a room. During this brief journey, Jozu was filled with a tumult of emotions, shock, relief, and an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. "Father, rest well. If you need anything, call for me. I will be right outside," he said with concern, gently closing the door to ensure Edward had a tranquil environment to recuperate. "Gurura, truly, you are a wonderful son, though we share no blood relation. You are closer than kin." Observing every detail, Edward murmured as he gazed at the closed door. Outside, Diamond Jozu stood quietly, his mind racing with thoughts of all he had just witnessed. What truly lies behind the old man's abilities? Is it truly the power of another world? Diamond Jaws, lost in thought, pondered this. He understood that the transformations occurring within Edward would grant the Whitebeard pirates unprecedented strength. Never mind. As long as the old man is safe, nothing else matters. Ultimately, Diamond Jaws closed his eyes and resolutely declared. At that moment, Edward in the room shut his eyes, beginning to sense the newly acquired Yin-Yang release chakra within him. He needed to master this power swiftly to unleash its full potential in the impending war. As time passed, Edward gradually entered a meditative state, allowing both his body and spirit to rejuvenate in this tranquil environment. When he reopened his eyes, a fierce light emanated from them. The Yin-Yang release chakra had taken shape, and it was now time to select a key technique to master. Edward spoke with a weighty tone. The foundation of Yin-Yang release techniques stems from Yin-Yang ninjutsu, which is the cornerstone of all ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Yin release represents the power of the spirit, while Yin release technique can create forms from the formless. Yang release represents the power of the body, and Yang release technique can imbue forms with life. The fusion of the two is Yin-Yang ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito once explained Yin-Yang release as Yin release, governed by the energy of imagination, brings the formless into form, while Yang release, governed by the energy of life, imbues the form with vitality. Thus, wherever Yin-Yang release is present, it can coalesce into a formidable force. The technique of Yin-Yang release sealing of injuries is what Edward quietly murmured, his gaze profoundly contemplative. This was the secret art he had meticulously chosen from myriad Yin-Yang ninjutsu, most suited to his current state. As its name suggests, This technique possesses the mysterious power to seal away all of one's pain. When the practitioner activates this secret art, all physical wounds and weaknesses will be temporarily isolated, restoring the practitioner to their optimal peak condition. Whether in the heat of battle or facing life-and-death moments, this secret art can serve as the pivotal turning point. However, as powerful as it is, it bears a fatal flaw. The use of the yin-yang release sealing of injuries technique will gradually deplete the practitioner's stamina. Once stamina is exhausted, this technique will begin to erode the practitioner's lifespan to maintain its effects. Such a cost is undeniably heavy. According to the rate of stamina consumption dictated by the technique, it is sufficient to unleash all my power. Yet, Edward was beyond caring about that at this moment. He knew that the current situation required him to step forward to confront the war in his strongest state. Therefore, he resolutely chose this secret art. This will do. Edward spoke with solemnity. As his words fell, a black triangular mark began to materialize in the palm of his right hand. This mark seemed to contain boundless power, akin to a latent curse, silently awaiting the moment of liberation. When Edward activates the yin-yang release sealing of injuries technique, this black triangular mark will be unbound, releasing potent energy that seals away all his pain and weakness. However, Edward harbored deeper intentions. He gazed at the black triangle in his hand, murmuring, "Yin-yang ninjutsu is but temporary. I shall reclaim the power of the six paths and attain true immortality." His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, as though he could already envision his future self, standing once more atop the pinnacle of the six paths, overlooking the world of pirates. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was shattered by a knock at the door, interrupting Edward's reverie. His expression swiftly shifted from dazed to sharp, as if he had returned from distant thoughts to reality in an instant. "Come in." Edward's voice was calm, mirroring his inner peace, unwavering. The door creaked open, revealing Diamond Jaws standing at the threshold. A sense of unusual urgency was etched across his face, as if he bore news of great significance. "Old man, we have just received some intelligence from a reliable informant regarding developments at the Navy headquarters." Diamond Jaw's voice was low, each word heavy with gravity. "Oh." Edward raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Jaws, urging him to continue. He had already begun to suspect the nature of the news and had mentally prepared himself. The Navy headquarters was amassing forces, seemingly preparing to commence war and execute Ace prematurely. Diamond Jaw's words detonated like a bomb in the room, filling the air with tension and seriousness. "Oomph. A bunch of impatient fools." Upon hearing this, Edward rose, his figure appearing particularly imposing under the lamplight. Immediately, Edward issued a command, his voice imbued with authority. "It seems our time is more pressing than anticipated. Notify all fleets to accelerate towards Hive Island." "Yes, old man." Diamond Jaws responded with a nod, promptly turning to leave without hesitation. Before long, Diamond Jaws conveyed Edward's orders to every fleet. They all understood that a battle concerning life and death was imminent. The pirates sprang into action, adjusting sails and gripping the helm. The entire fleet invigorated as they cut through waves, surging towards Hive Island. Among the fleet, captains and first mates began organizing emergency drills for their crew, honing their combat skills and teamwork. The deck was alive with shouts and the clash of swords. Everyone was preparing for the approaching battle, the atmosphere charged with tension and fighting spirit. Indeed, within a few days, the newsbird spread urgent headlines across the seas. Breaking news. Due to the heinous actions of Portgas D. Ace, the Navy has decided to publicly execute him in Marineford in 7 days. This announcement swept through the world like a toxic gas, startling everyone. It must be noted that Portgas D. Ace is a core member of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is the son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger and the brother of Luffy, known as Fire Fist Ace, revered and respected by the crew for his formidable strength. The Navy headquarters decision was undoubtedly a provocation and declaration of war against the Whitebeard Pirates. This not only shocked other factions on the seas, but also led countless individuals to speculate about the ramifications of this war. Some believed it would be an unprecedented battle. potentially altering the entire world's landscape. Others feared the calamities this war would bring to the innocent. Regardless, this news had stirred up a storm, plunging the entire world into a tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, upon receiving the urgent intelligence, the Whitebeard pirates had ceased their advance towards Hive Island. Facing this sudden turn of events, every member of the crew felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. 7 days, for them, are undeniably fleeting, rendering the completion of their multitude of planned endeavors utterly impossible. At this pivotal juncture, Edward made a momentous decision. He resolved to halt his advance towards the New World and redirect his course towards the naval headquarters at Marineford. The moment this decision was unveiled, the entire Whitebeard pirates were engulfed in shock, fully aware that this signified a direct confrontation with the formidable might of the Navy. Standing upon the deck of the Moby Dick, Edward gazed resolutely into the vast ocean ahead. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the impending battle. He recognized that this would be a conflict determining the fate of the entire pirate crew and an opportunity for him to prove his worth. An astute adversary is one who remains uncertain of the ultimate victor in this war. Edward murmured to himself, his voice imbued with respect for his opponents, while simultaneously revealing his fervent desire for triumph. After several days of recuperation, Edward had begun to harness the yin-yang release chakra to rejuvenate his body. No longer was he as feeble as before, struggling even to walk. He had regained a measure of vitality and strength. Additionally, during these days, Edward had adeptly mastered the yin-yang release chakra, enabling him to practice a majority of elemental ninjutsu. Should he delve into the training of these techniques? Edward pondered as he stared out at the sea. If he chose to continue honing his ninjutsu, such abilities would bestow upon him formidable power. However, this necessitated a sufficient reservoir of yin-yang release chakra to convert ordinary chakra into the means of unleashing these techniques. This implied that he would require a significant quantity of souls to coalesce the yin-yang release chakra. There was no alternative. For victory, for my son, I must proceed. Ultimately, Edward declared with a fierce and unwavering tone. He chose to tread a path as extreme as that of the Blue Star. During this time, he had utilized all the prisoners from the Whitebeard pirate shiphold for the transformation of yin-yang release. Thus, he now needed to seek out more individuals to amass additional yin-yang release chakra. Jaws, issue a command to the entire Whitebeard pirates to commence the capture of numerous humans. Edward stood resolutely on the deck, gazing intently towards the distant horizon, addressing Diamond Jaws. He understood that his impending decision would alter the destinies of many. Yet, for the greater goal, he must persist. Yes, Dad. Though Diamond Jaws felt a twinge of hesitation, he comprehended the rationale behind it all. Ultimately, he accepted the order and began organizing a team to execute Edward's command. What? Dad wants us to capture humans. Very well. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates, while perplexed and uneasy about the act of capturing humans, chose to place their trust in Edward. They immediately dispersed, heading towards nearby islands and vessels in search of those who could contribute their souls. Meanwhile, Edward remained in the ship's hold, immersed in the cultivation of ninjutsu. He knew that only by mastering greater power could he secure victory in the forthcoming war. He continuously recalled various techniques of ninjutsu, practicing each skill repeatedly until he could wield them with ease. As time passed, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates gradually returned with captives. Edward housed these captives in designated compartments, initiating his soul transformation process. His heart was filled with conflict and struggle. Yet whenever he thought of his son and the future of the Whitebeard pirates, his resolve would strengthen once more. Gather. Edward's voice suddenly resonated across the spacious area. As his words fell, an immense force erupted from his hands, a powerful suction that was both invisible and formidable, akin to an unseen beast opening its greedy maw, poised to consume all. Help! I hate you! As the suction intensified, numerous souls were mercilessly extracted, their mouths emitting agonized screams. These souls struggled in the air, but could not escape Edward's grasp, being inexorably drawn towards him. Nearby, Marco and Diamond Jaws stood silently. Unlike the Blue Star's denizens who despised Edward, their gazes were steadfast, showing no hint of wavering. They understood that Edward was practicing a potent secret technique that required the absorption of a vast number of human souls to enhance his power. As members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they bore the responsibility of safeguarding their father's training. After a considerable duration, Edward completed the absorption process. The yin-yang release chakra within him surged dramatically, a powerful force boiling within him as if it threatened to tear his body apart. However, his countenance bore no sign of pain, only an expression filled with steadfast determination. "Dad, should we continue?" Marco inquired, witnessing the terrifying scene before him. A hint of concern evident in his voice as he worried about Edward's capacity to withstand such power. Edward turned to Marco, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. He understood that his decision would impact the fate of the entire crew. Yet he also recognized that only by becoming stronger could he protect his comrades and family. "Continue." Edward's voice was resolute and decisive, leaving no room for retreat. He understood the weight of his responsibility and the necessity of rapidly enhancing his strength. Thus, the training resumed, with Marco and Diamond Jaws standing unwaveringly in the expansive area. At that moment, they shared a singular goal: to protect their father and enable him to grow stronger. In the blink of an eye, 7 days swiftly elapsed. The war loomed closer with the passage of time, and all were aware that the climactic battle had finally arrived. During this brief week, the Whitebeard Pirates and Edward made a series of critical decisions and preparations. Meanwhile, the naval headquarters was not idle. They commenced the process of executing Ace, and this battle, teetering on the edge of justice and freedom, was about to unfold. In the square of the naval headquarters at Marineford, a throng of naval soldiers had gathered. Clad in uniforms and armed with weapons, their expressions were resolute, standing ready for action. These sailors understood that they were on the brink of an unprecedented battle. They were to confront one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the man once heralded as the strongest in the world, EdwardNewgate. Surrounding the square, rows of cannons were meticulously arranged atop the towering walls, providing formidable firepower support for the Navy. In the center of the square stood a grand gallows, the focal point of this execution and the epicenter of the impending conflict. The naval commanders stood aloft, their gazes fixed intently on the square, filled with tension and anticipation. They understood that the outcome of the forthcoming battle would reshape the entire world's order, and they could not afford a moment's negligence. Simultaneously, on the other side, a colossal pirate ship sailed like a free-flying white whale, leading countless fleet vessels as they cut through the waves. This is undeniably the Whitebeard Pirates, aboard the Moby Dick. The ominous shadow of war looms over the entire sea, and a palpable tension spreads among the crew members. On board, the voice of Diamond, Jozu, stands out amidst the anxiety. As he approaches Edward and whispers, "Father, we are nearing the Navy headquarters at Marineford." Edward slowly opens his eyes, a cold and resolute glimmer shining within. He understands that this battle is a matter of life and death for Ace, and it concerns the honor and dignity of the entire Whitebeard Pirates. He simply cannot afford to lose. "Prepare for battle. This time, we shall emerge victorious." His voice reverberates across the sea like thunder, infused with strength and confidence. Yes, the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates, upon hearing Edward's words, feel their spirits soar. They follow Edward onto the deck, ready to confront the impending battle. The sea breeze caresses every face as the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates cars waves across the surface, surging towards the Navy's fleet. The curtain of war is about to rise. Fire! The commanders of the Navy fleet stand on the deck, gazing at the approaching Whitebeard Pirates, their faces etched with tension and seriousness. As orders are issued, the entire Navy fleet erupts into action, countless shells being loaded into cannons, poised to unleash a fierce assault on the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, has arrived. The Navy's soldiers silently chant this name, their initial anxiety gradually replaced by a steadfast determination. They acknowledge that the Whitebeard Pirates are one of the 4 emperors, among the most formidable forces at sea. Yet, as members of the Navy, they bear the responsibility of upholding justice and peace. Retreat is not an option. Countless Navy soldiers swiftly load ammunition, their movements skilled and rapid. Each detail honed through endless training to ensure maximum effectiveness at critical moments. Shells are loaded into the cannons. Aimed at the distant white-beard pirates, everything is set. Launch! With the commander's shout, innumerable shells scream forth from the Navy fleet, slicing through the air towards the white-beard pirates. The atmosphere on the sea becomes overwhelmingly tense, as if a taut string is on the verge of snapping. The soldiers of the Navy grip their weapons tightly, eyes steely with resolve, knowing that this battle is a contest of justice and freedom. However, Edward aboard the Moby Dick remains unmoving, his gaze calmly fixed ahead. It is not that he disregards the imminent assault. Rather, he is fully aware that his sons will shield him from these attacks. Just as anticipated, at the critical moment when the shells are about to strike the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard pirates reveal their true prowess. Itoriu, Konoha, Phoenix Prowl. They either unleash powerful slashes to shatter the shells directly or utilize their devil fruit abilities to deflect the projectiles. Among them, Marco and Diamond Jozu lead the charge, their figures darting across the battlefield like two indomitable barriers, safeguarding the Moby Dick. Each of their strikes is precise and swift, neutralizing the Navy's assaults one after another. Edward stands on the deck, his gaze sweeping over Marco and Diamond Jozu before resting on the distant Navy headquarters. A cold light flickers in his eyes. He knows this battle has only just begun and many challenges await. Nevertheless, he will lead the brothers of the Whitebeard pirates forward, fighting valiantly for freedom and dreams, determined to battle until the end. Soon, the Navy's warships are swept away like leaves caught in a tempest, swiftly cleared by the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. These vessels are as fragile as paper before the might of the Whitebeard pirates, unable to pose any effective hindrance. The Whitebeard pirates press on without hesitation, gradually drawing closer to the shore. Their objective is clear: Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, the ultimate destination of their mission. At this moment, a haze envelopes the shore, as if a thick fog has suddenly descended. Yet, as the mist dissipates, numerous notable figures can be seen standing silently at the edge of Marineford, awaiting the clash. These individuals are significant characters within the world of One Piece, their presence undoubtedly adding intrigue to the impending battle. At the forefront of the army stands the five notorious warlords of the sea: Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and Dracula Mihawk. Their expressions range from impassive to mocking, all motionless as they guard the shore. Below the execution platform, the strongest combatants of the Navy headquarters stand ready: the three admirals, Admiral Akiji, Admiral Akainu, and Admiral Kizaru. They sit in a peculiar posture, their toes pointed downwards, perched atop their high seats, their faces filled with a mix of amusement and laziness. At this moment, Ace kneels at the highest point of Marineford, two cold execution swords crossed over his neck, his expression dark and despairing. He knows his life is nearing its end, yet his heart harbors no fear, only a deep reluctance to part with this world and concern for his comrades. Sengoku and Garp stand on a distant elevation, their expressions grave as they silently survey the scene before them. Surrounding them are anxious and fearful Navy soldiers, their faces betraying unease and dread. From their vantage point, they can see countless ships slowly advancing, all belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Their arrival undoubtedly heralds the imminent eruption of a fierce battle. The Knight of the Sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Thunderlord, and the brothers of the Daikarubin, as well as Great Whirlwind Spider Squardo, each a top-tier expert, renowned captains in the New World. Total 43 ships. The Navy loudly recites these names, their reports filled with tension. Faced with such an array, countless Navy soldiers feel unprecedented pressure. They swallow hard, hearts filled with trepidation, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Yet, under this immense pressure, some display a different demeanor. Observing the grand spectacle, Doflamingo licks his lips and grins maniacally, exclaiming, "How delightful! This is truly exhilarating. Come forth, Whitebeard." His smile reveals a thirst for battle and a relish for chaos. He is a true war fanatic. The atmosphere is tense and solemn, as if the entire world has come to a standstill. In this atmosphere, a sudden gurgling sound arose, the faint murmur of the sea. Though subtle, this sound resonated distinctly on the silent battlefield. Numerous formidable warriors took note of it, their ears twitching as if to capture its source. Their gazes were filled with confusion and vigilance, for they understood that the emergence of this sound often heralded the onset of a great battle. Among them, Zhangguo slowly approached Ace, who was on the brink of execution, his eyes fixated on the ocean's surface, a vague realization dawning upon him. His countenance grew grave, aware that the outcome of this conflict would reshape the world's order. Suddenly, a colossal white whale breached the surface. All eyes were drawn to it, expressions of astonishment etched on their faces. Some naval officers, using telescopes, shouted in shock, "It's the Moby Dick! First Division, Captain Marco! All 14 captains are present." Their voices resonated with surprise and trepidation, for they recognized the formidable strength of the Whitebeard pirates. With its appearance, all captains had gathered, undoubtedly injecting new vigor and unpredictability into the impending battle. The atmosphere intensified palpably, almost as if one could hear the heartbeat and breath of every individual present. The forthcoming clash would be a battle for the ages, a collision between the New World and the Old World, a war that would determine the course of history. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the Moby Dick as a figure with a large sword ascended the deck. Clad in a white captain's coat, the skull emblem on his back was strikingly prominent. He was none other than EdwardNewgate, the former strongest man in the world, one of the 4 emperors of the sea. With a deep, rumbling laugh, Edward emerged into the gaze of all. His towering, robust figure, though dwarfed by the many strong presences around him, radiated an aura potent enough to challenge the entirety of the Navy headquarters. At last, the time for the Marine-Ford War had arrived. Edward stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, quietly observing the assembled army before him, murmuring softly. His eyes conveyed unwavering resolve and determination. In this moment, he had come to rescue Ace. "It has been decades since we last met, Zhangguo." He then addressed Zhangguo, who stood atop the ranks, as if conversing with an old friend. His voice, though calm, was imbued with profound emotion and nostalgia. Whitebeard. Gazing upon this familiar figure, Zhangguo's expression turned solemn, murmuring softly. His voice was laden with complex emotions, a mix of nostalgia for the past and anxiety for the future. "My dear son, are you unharmed?" Edward said with a wide grin. His smile radiated paternal love and concern, knowing that Ace was in the hands of the adversary, compelling him to give his all. "Wait for me, Ace." No sooner had Edward uttered these words than he thrust his sword, Song Yun, into the deck. He then extended his mighty hand, shaking it violently, causing the very fabric of space to shatter, countless cracks sprawling forth with a resounding crack. His movements were swift and powerful, showcasing his immense strength and resolve. The atmosphere reached a boiling point, with every person holding their breath, awaiting the eruption of this battle. Meanwhile, at the admiral's seat, Kizaru remarked with a peculiar tone, "We've summoned quite the formidable crew." His tone carried a hint of mockery and disdain, as though ridiculing the Whitebeard pirates' audacity. "Why discuss this now?" Akainu countered Kizaru's words, his eyes reflecting calmness and martial fervor. He understood that the priority lay in addressing the present situation rather than squandering time in idle chatter. "It's quite uncomfortable," Kizaru replied languidly, seemingly indifferent to the impending conflict, more concerned with his personal feelings. "We have the strongest forces of the Shichibukai and the Navy headquarters here. 3 admirals and 100,000 elites." Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed arrogantly. His voice echoed across the battlefield, brimming with confidence. They faced the Whitebeard pirates and over 40 pirate crews under their banner. "How will you come at us, Whitebeard?" Doflamingo continued to provoke, his words dripping with contempt and challenge, relentlessly testing Whitebeard's limits. "How exhilarating!" exclaimed Gecko Moria, licking his lips in anticipation. His eyes sparkled with a desire for battle, as if he could hardly wait to plunge into the fray. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, causing everyone to glance around anxiously, struggling to steady themselves. This unforeseen disturbance instilled a sense of unease and confusion. What is this rumbling? Morius ceased his laughter, inquiring with a puzzled tone. His gaze was filled with uncertainty and alertness, as if seeking the source of the quaking. Only Carp maintained a serious expression, his eyes fixed on the ocean, as if he held some knowledge. His vast experience, forged through countless fierce battles and the raw power of nature, allowed him to sense something unusual from this sudden tremor. It's coming. The tremors caused by that fellow have turned into a tsunami. His voice bore urgency and gravity, clearly warning of the imminent danger. As his words concluded, a more powerful quake surged forth, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. The naval soldiers struggled to maintain their footing, many experiencing such a large-scale natural disaster for the first time, their hearts filled with panic. It's coming. The tremor fruit user, EdwardNewgate, Carp shouted, alerting those around him. His voice thundered like a storm, attempting to awaken the soldiers paralyzed by fear. In the next moment, towering waves surged forth from the sea, rising high enough to seem as if they could touch the heavens, exerting immense pressure and terror upon all. The faces of the naval soldiers reflected sheer horror, some even beginning to scream, desperately seeking an escape. What is that? A naval soldier cried out, disbelief saturating his voice. It's a tsunami, a massive tsunami. Another soldier echoed, his eyes filled with despair. The legs of the naval soldiers grew weak. They stood frozen in place, as though consumed by fear. In this life-and-death moment, they could only hope that their comrades and commanders would find a way to counter the impending crisis. Even with numerical superiority, do not be so arrogant as to assume victory. The one we face possesses the power to obliterate everything, Zhangguo stated with a grave tone, surveying the chaotic naval soldiers below. The onslaught was led by Whitebeard's 47 pirate fleets from the New World, confronting the formidable forces of the government, the Navy headquarters, and the Shichibukai. Regardless of who prevails, the era shall undoubtedly shift. What an overwhelming force! Truly a monster! Duofulun exclaimed with excitement, gazing at the approaching tsunami without a hint of fear. At that moment, sitting in the seat of the Admiral Akiji, who possessed the Hai Nomi, sprang into action. Ice Age. He swiftly utilized the Soru technique to leap into the air, sending forth 2 beams of freezing rays into the heart of the tsunami. Instantly, the roaring waves were transformed into solid ice, halting their advance. Even the sea, stretching hundreds of meters ahead, was encased in a smooth, icy surface, rendering the scene akin to an ice age. Ah, Kazan, you little rascal, Edward remarked slowly, his tone laced with admiration and respect for Akiji, acknowledging him as a worthy adversary. In response, Akiji's voice was cold as he launched 2 ice javelins towards Edward, clearly intending to intimidate the legendary pirate. Shatter. Faced with the incoming ice spears, Edward remained unfazed. With a sudden, forceful tremor of his hands, the surface of the tough ice spears was riddled with countless cracks. With a crisp, shattering sound, the ice shards disintegrated into numerous fragments, swirling toward Akiji like a tempest. However, in an unexpected turn, just as the razor-sharp ice shards were about to strike Akiji, he transformed into a translucent ice figure and retreated at an astonishing speed, vanishing without a trace. The elemental transformation ability of the Logia-type fruit truly seemed like a cheat. Observing Akiji's departure, Edward chose not to pursue, instead contemplating how to conserve his stamina. After all, battling such an opponent would demand immense energy and physical endurance. If he could not manage his state wisely, he risked falling into a passive position. Let them witness our might. At this moment, witnessing their captain's formidable strength, the other commanders were filled with renewed zeal, erupting in excited cheers. They were keenly aware of their captain's physical condition and understood the necessity of preventing him from overexerting himself. Thus, armed with various weapons, they leapt from their ships, landing steadily upon the ice surface. Charge! Accompanied by this roar, some wielded great swords, others swung meteor hammers, while some employed bizarre abilities. Rushing toward the shore, the commanders had also sprung into action. Do not cease the bombardment. Continue firing. The naval officers, observing the pirates charging across the icy expanse. Promptly issued commands. Boom! Boom! The cannonballs whistled through the air with deafening roars, plummeting down and unleashing immense noise and explosions. Great sword slash. The defense of muscular chests. However, against the formidable abilities of these pirate captains, the cannonballs were as ineffective as fragile toys, failing to hinder their advance. As a multitude of pirates approached the shore, numerous powerful figures emerged within the naval ranks. Some bore ominous expressions, while others gripped long swords, exuding a suffocating aura merely by standing still. The vice admirals of the Marine headquarters had also made their entrance. As this realization dawned, countless gazes were drawn to the imposing figures. Each of them radiated an aura that commanded respect, as if they were gods of war emerging from the battlefield. Such an impressive presence. A voice rang out in awe among the Navy ranks. These individuals represented the formidable middle and even high-tier combat power of the Marine headquarters, each possessing tremendous strength. At that moment, a man clad in a black cloak slowly emerged from the crowd. His strides were steady and powerful, as if each step reverberated through the hearts of everyone present, causing them to tremble. This man was none other than Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, known as Hawkeye. His appearance immediately captured the attention of all, especially some within the Navy who displayed expressions of astonishment. Could it be? Dracul Mihawk, a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, is finally. A terrified Navy officer gazed at the fearsome figure, muttering to himself. The other Navy personnel hastily cleared a path, fearful of obstructing his way and incurring the wrath of this legendary figure. The 2 admirals, Kizaru and Akainu, exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise passing between them. How rare, Kizaru remarked with a sly smile. I never expected that the indifferent Hawkeye would wish to join the fray. Akainu furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, standing beside Hawkeye, Doflamingo smirked slightly. What is this? Are you planning to join the battle? He teased. Hawkeye paid no heed to Doflamingo's remarks and continued to advance with unwavering determination. His gaze was indifferent, as if he were unconcerned with everything around him. He merely sought to ascertain the extent of his disparity with the man before him. At last, Hawkeye came to a halt. His voice was calm and profound, akin to recounting an insignificant matter. Yet, his actions sharply contrasted with his words. He placed his hand upon the great sword at his back, a weapon symbolizing his identity and strength. Before the eyes of the multitude, he gradually unsheathed the sword, its blade glimmering ominously in the sunlight, daring anyone to gaze directly at it. In the next moment, Hawkeye's movements were swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Slash! He raised the great sword, unleashing a sword aura that extended several dozen meters, aimed directly at Edward aboard the Moby Dick. This strike was as rapid as lightning, as fierce as a tempest, seemingly poised to cleave everything in two. The crowd was left in awe, their eyes fixated on Hawkeye, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. For they all understood that the sword in Hawkeye's hand was one of the rare 12 Supreme Grade swords. The Black Blade Yuru, its sharpness and resilience, had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Coupled with Hawkeye's unparalleled swordsmanship, anyone who met his gaze would involuntarily feel a sense of dread. Diamond form. Yet at that very moment, Diamond Jozu resolutely shielded Edward, transforming his body into diamond, his entire form exuding an impenetrable hardness, akin to an indestructible statue. His voice was resolute and unwavering, filled with loyalty and a protective instinct toward Edward. Boom! Following this, Diamond Jozu collided with the colossal sword Aura, producing a thunderous sound of impact. With a mighty roar, Diamond Jozu forcefully hurled the sword Aura skyward, cleaving through a massive iceberg. His strength was utterly astonishing. What is that? How could he withstand the attack of the world's greatest? The Navy officers gazed at the steadfast figure before Edward, their mouths agape in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that one person could endure the overwhelming sword Aura unleashed by Hawkeye. That is the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. Soon, someone stepped forward to enlighten them, loudly proclaiming his name. causing all to gasp in astonishment. This was solely due to his remarkable ability to withstand the sword energy attack of the world's foremost swordsman. Indeed, the captains of the Baihuzi Haizii Tuan were truly formidable, each one as powerful as a monster. On the other side, the reluctant Huang Yuan finally rose from his position, emitting a rather lewd sound. His tone brimmed with acknowledgement of the captain's prowess, while simultaneously revealing his dissatisfaction with the ongoing battle. To minimize losses, one must capture the leader first. The next moment, after Huang Yuan finished speaking, his towering figure transformed into a golden light and vanished. When he reappeared, he was directly above Idehua, his hands emitting countless golden rays directed at him. The speed of his attack was so astonishing that no one had time to react. "Hey, why is it so blinding?" Idehua remarked disdainfully, his voice filled with admiration for Huang Yuan's velocity, yet laced with contempt for the battle at hand. Although he knew this individual was the fastest in the world, he remained unmoved, standing still as if everything was under his control. Immortal bird, with a resonant cry, an aura of mysterious and formidable power seemed to envelop the air. Indeed, the next moment, a birdman engulfed in blue flames appeared above Idehua, his figure illuminated by the golden rays, resembling a divine guardian descending from the heavens. He collided with the golden light, and before long, he had exhausted its energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion and a cloud of smoke. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe, witnessing the astonishing capability of this birdman. "Blue flames!" Huang Yuan exclaimed, his voice tinged with confusion, his gaze revealing a hint of curiosity, as if he sought to uncover the secrets of this birdman. "Captain of the 1st Division, Marco, who possesses the immortal bird, mythical Zoan devil fruit." This revelation struck Huang Yuan like a bolt of lightning, instantly clarifying the birdman's strength and status. His expression gradually morphed into one of lewd intrigue as he pondered his next move, a sly smile creeping across his lips. "How can I allow you to disrupt my lord's enjoyment upon your arrival?" After the explosion, Marco emerged from the smoke, responding with a teasing tone. His demeanor mirrored that of Diamond Zhou, filled with unwavering loyalty to Idehua and resolute defiance against his foes. "How terrifying! The Baihuzi Haizii Tuan possesses a mythical Zoan fruit rarer than the animal type, even scarcer than the natural type." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuan's expression turned grotesque with fear. "Look, his wounds are healing slowly." This was utterly unbelievable. Huang Yuan's attack had seemingly failed. The Navy personnel below, gazing at the two suspended in the air, widened their eyes in shock. It started to take effect, Marco mused with a knowing smile, glancing at his already healing body. He then swiftly soared into the sky, letting out a mighty roar, transforming into a colossal bird enveloped in blue flames. "Immortal bird, charge!" Marco shrieked, hurtling toward Huang Yuan. "How terrifying! I've never seen a bird like that before," Huang Yuan uttered in fear. Simultaneously, he unleashed a dazzling light from his hands, firing countless golden bullets toward the giant bird. It passed right through. To everyone's astonishment, Huang Yuan's golden bullets merely traversed Marco's form, inflicting no harm. "Ha! Die for me!" In the next instant, Marco flew beside Huang Yuan, suddenly transforming back into human form, and fiercely kicked him. Boom! This strike sent Huang Yuan flying, crashing into the wall on the shore with a thunderous noise, leaving the Navy in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that in this battle, the immortal bird Marco had emerged victorious. Impressive, yet before they could fully comprehend the situation, Huang Yuan reappeared at the admiral's seat, radiating golden light. Meanwhile, Diamond Zhou did not disappoint Hua's expectations. "Come and stop me if you dare," he bellowed, lifting a massive iceberg and hurling it into the sky with tremendous force. His strength was astonishing. "The iceberg is coming. Run away. Quickly leave this place." As the iceberg approached, the Navy personnel cried out in terror, scrambling to escape in chaotic haste, their eyes filled with dread and panic. "How ridiculous! You lot dare abandon your posts." Finally, a Kainu, who had remained silent, observing the battlefield, could no longer tolerate the chaos. He abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on the enormous iceberg thrown by Diamond Jozu. His voice was laced with dissatisfaction and anger, expressing deep disappointment in the reckless actions of the Navy admirals and the 7 warlords. If everyone behaves like you, then who will protect this place? After uttering these words, his right arm began to envelop itself in searing magma, flaming like a raging inferno, radiating an oppressive heat. He strode forward with unwavering determination, as if he intended to crush all obstacles in his path. As he approached, the surrounding air grew increasingly scorching, making it feel as though one were standing in a furnace. When Akainu reached the end of his advance, he halted, gazing intently at the approaching iceberg. This iceberg loomed like a towering peak, exuding an icy aura. Yet Akainu felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with disdain. Great eruption! At last, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, locking onto the iceberg, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into his arms, then swung forward with great force. His voice thundered like a tempest, resonating across the battlefield, causing a cacophony that reverberated in people's ears. Simultaneously, his arms swelled rapidly, the dense magma swirling within, as if it were about to burst forth. With Akainu's motion, a column of blazing magma surged skyward, aiming directly at the Baihuzi Haizai Tuan. The collision between the magma column and the iceberg produced a cataclysmic roar, causing the iceberg to tremble violently, its surface cracking with innumerable fissures. Boom! In the next instant, the massive iceberg shattered under Akainu's assault, disintegrating into countless fiery magma balls that rained down from the heavens, akin to a meteor shower destined to obliterate the world. Do you comprehend the consequences you shall impose upon the future? A resounding voice echoed within the conference room of the Huaying building.